The air in the rented room was thick and foul, saturated with the sour stench of cheap instant noodle seasoning mingled with dust. Lin Yu sat at the table, his back slightly hunched. Dim yellowish light cast two heavy pools of shadow in his sunken eye sockets. He stretched out his right hand, his bony fingers picking up a dull grayish little stone. As his fingertips touched the rough surface of the stone, a faint gray radiance overflowed from his palm, gently enfolding it. The light lasted for 3 seconds, then abruptly withdrew. He opened his palm. The stone was gone. In its place lay a card entirely shrouded in dull gray. On the face of the card was an illustration of an utterly ordinary little stone. The words "a little stone" were inscribed upon it. Expressionless, Lin Yu flicked the newly forged card into the corner of the table where a small mound of gray cards had already piled up. He reached out again to take another stone, his motions mechanical, a sequence repeated tens of thousands of times. On the other side of the table, the screen of his phone suddenly lit up, the light leaking through spiderweb cracks, harshly piercing the gloom of the room. The caller ID read, "Brother Wong Collections." Lin Yu paid it no attention. The phone rang stubbornly on its vibration, making the broken back cover emit a whining buzz. The ringtone cut off. A text notification popped up, "Lin Yu, if you don't pay up today, I'll take one of your legs." The screen dimmed again. The cramped room as a whole looked like the chewed over and spat out residue of some giant beast. On the wall, the words, "Debts must be repaid," were sprayed in glaring red paint. The wardrobe door hung open, clothes yanked out and flung everywhere across the floor. It was obvious the place had been ransacked more than once. Lin Yu's gaze never left the pile of cheap raw materials before him. It was as if his world had dwindled down to this one table, one chair, and this heap of stones. This was his only way to resist the entire world. Bang! Bang bang! The old security door groaned under heavy blows, the doorframe trembling under the impact. A coarse male voice came from outside, laced with unrestrained fury. "Lin Yu, open up. I know you're in there, don't you fucking play dead." The hand with the stone paused for a brief moment in midair. He did not look back. Yet in his sunken bloodshot eyes something stubborn was slowly hardening. He slowly set the stone down, braced both hands on the table, and rose to his feet. His body swayed slightly from long-term malnutrition. Even so, he stood very straight. Each shutter of the door sent dust trickling down from the walls. Lin Yu turned, facing the door that looked ready to fall apart at any moment. He walked toward it step by step, moving slowly, every stride like a struggle against his own weakness. Years of bending over a desk and chronic malnutrition had left him with little strength for anything. Only his card-making kept his spine from collapsing entirely. The curses outside the door did not cease. "Fuck you, Lin Yu, how long do you think you can hide when you owe money? If you don't open this door, I'll tear this piece of junk down today." Lin Yu laid his hand on the icy-cold doorknob. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned it and pulled inward. The door swung open. 3 men stood outside. At their head was a bald man, a thick gold chain around his neck glinting faintly in the dim corridor. This was Brother Wong. Behind him, his 2 lackeys, one tall and lanky, the other short and stocky, wore brutish expressions, their arms inked with crude, snarling tattoos. The 3 of them had been poised like vicious hounds, ready to charge in the instant the door opened. But when they saw what Lin Yu looked like, they all froze. The torrent of curses they had prepared jammed in their throats. Lin Yu looked less like a man than a skeleton draped in human skin. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his skin the ashen pallor of someone long deprived of sunlight, his lips cracked and peeling. The washed-out old clothes he wore hung loosely from his frame, as if a single gust of wind might topple him. Brother Wong instinctively stepped back half a pace. It was not Lin Yu he feared, it was the possibility of Lin Yu dying right here. With a body like this, forget breaking a leg. One careless shove might make him fall apart entirely. If the man really died at his hands, the money would be as good as gone, and he would be neck-deep in trouble. The 2 lackeys behind him exchanged looks, the viciousness on their faces giving way to shock and a faint wariness. An eerie silence settled over the air. Lin Yu paid no heed to the shifting expressions on their faces. Having opened the door, he simply turned back, walked to the rickety table, and sat down again. Once more he reached out, pinching up a stone. Throughout the entire process, he did not spare the 3 debt collectors so much as a glance. This complete disregard inflamed Brother Wong's temper more than any furious resistance could have. Yet he did not dare truly lay hands on him. The suffocating frustration made Brother Wong's chest tighten. "Hey," the lanky lackey finally snapped, stepping forward. "What the hell are you playing at? Brother Wong is talking to you." Lin Yu's hand did not stop. The gray light flared once more from his palm, enveloping the new stone. When the glow faded, a little stone card appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it onto the small mound, where it landed with a faint plop. In the dead stillness of the room, that tiny sound was exceptionally clear. Brother Wang's temples throbbed. In all his years as a collector, he had seen people throw tantrums, weep and grovel, even fight with knives. But this was the first time he had encountered someone like Lin Yu treating him as if he were air while he played with his stones. Lin Yu. Brother Wang forced down his anger, trying to keep his voice as level as possible, though the clenched teeth edge was unmistakable. I don't want to waste words with you. Today you must repay this money. Lin Yu finally reacted. He did not turn around, he merely lowered the hand that had been reaching for the next stone. I will repay the money. His voice was hoarse like two sheets of sandpaper rasping against each other. Hearing this, Brother Wang's expression eased a fraction. If he was willing to pay, that was something. Good. You know my account number. Transfer it now. But not today, Lin Yu added. You know I have no money at the moment. Brother Wang's briefly softened face darkened at once. Are you fucking playing me? I'm not, Lin Yu replied. His back remained turned toward them like a stubborn statue. What I owe you? Principal, interest, overdue fees, penalties. Not a single cent will be missing. The short, stocky lackey let out a derisive snort. Sounds real nice. If not today, then when? Next year. The year after. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. Then he uttered a sentence that left the three of them utterly perplexed. Don't worry. When that day comes, you'll understand. With that, he seemed unwilling to continue the subject. Bracing his hands on the table, he made as if to stand and go close the door. It was a naked dismissal. Brother Wang was finally pushed past his limit. Playing games with me. With me, Wang. He lunged forward, grabbed Lin Yu's shoulder, and slammed him back down into the chair. If you don't give me a clear answer today, don't even think about standing up again in this lifetime. Lin Yu's thin body appeared incomparably fragile beneath Brother Wang's large hand. I already said when that day comes. To hell with your so-called day. The tall, skinny guy behind Brother Wang also rushed forward, yanking Lin Yu by the collar. Brother, stop wasting words with him. Let's give him a lesson first. Just as he raised his hand, a clear, yet furious female voice rang out from the stairwell entrance. What do you think you're doing? Brother Wang and his companions stiffened and turned toward the sound. Not far away, a girl in a clean school uniform stood with a backpack on her shoulders, holding up a phone whose camera was pointed straight at them. Which company are you from? Using violence to collect debts here. Does your company know about this? Her voice trembled slightly with anger, yet every word was clear and her reasoning precise. I've recorded everything you've done. I'm calling the police right now. Brother Wang's face changed. In their line of shady work, what they feared most was this kind of stubborn opponent who left solid evidence. All the more so, because the other party was clearly a good high school girl. He spat viciously on the ground, glaring hatefully at Lin Yu's back. Damn it, consider yourself lucky today. He released his grip and shot a look at his two lackeys. We're leaving. The three of them cursed under their breath as they turned and strode quickly out of the dim passageway. Only when their footsteps had completely faded did the surroundings sink back into dead silence. This place was not a residential building at all, but an abandoned old factory district. Lin Yu's so-called rental room was nothing more than a row of abandoned shipping containers in a corner of the factory. The rusted metal walls were sprayed in red paint with phrases like, "Debts must be repaid," and "shameless deadbeat." All around were piles of reeking construction waste and household garbage clearly dumped here on purpose, while several long-dried blackened stains of sewage clung to the nearby walls. These were the trophies of the debt collectors. A gust of wind swept through, lifting dust from the ground along with a stomach-churning stench. The girl hurried to the container door. The instant she saw the scene inside and the deformedly thin back of the person sitting at the table, her eyes instantly filled with tears. She stood at the doorway, her lips moving, yet no sound came out. Lin Yu slowly turned around and saw her. The numb, distant expression he wore, which kept the world at arm's length, melted away in an instant like ice under the sun. He pulled his lips into a pale smile, fine wrinkles gathering at the corners of his eyes. And who is this little sweetheart who found time to come visit her big brother? The visitor was his younger sister, Lin Yu. Her voice carried a sobbing lilt like a kitten drenched in the rain. Brother. She rushed into the foul-smelling metal box, and her tears could no longer be held back. Large drops rolled from her eyes, tracing clear lines down her clean cheeks. This was no place fit for a human to live. It was clearly just a pile of garbage. Lin Yu's smile stiffened for a moment, then softened once more. He lifted his hand, wanting to wipe the tears from his sister's face, but halfway there, he caught sight of the grime between his fingers and silently drew his hand back. He only said softly, "Why are you crying? Your brother's perfectly fine, isn't he?" Perfectly fine. Lin Yu's emotions collapsed in an instant. She pointed at the bare, dilapidated room, at the scarlet, eye-stinging spray paint on the walls, at the pile of useless gray cards stacked at the corner of the table. This is what you call perfectly fine. Brother, don't be like this anymore. Let's go home, please. The money you owe, we can think of a way together. As for mom and dad, I'll talk to them. They'll help. With the family's savings, it's not like the debt can't be paid off. Her throat tightened, nearly cutting off her words. As long as you stop this madness, we'll go home, and everything will get better. Go home. Such a warm, yet such a distant phrase. The faint smile on Lin Yu's face gradually faded, replaced by a kind of calm that Lin Yao could not understand, a calm bordering on stubbornness. He shook his head. Xiao Yao, you don't understand. I don't understand. What is it that I don't understand? Lin Yao's emotions flared. All I know is that my brother is about to die. Look at yourself. Have you even looked in a mirror lately? Lin Yu did not answer. He simply turned away and sat back down on the chair, his back facing her. That familiar solitary back. I'm making a grand move in a larger game. His voice was soft, yet carried an unshakable conviction. A larger game. Lin Yao was stunned. She stared at that thin back as if it might be snuffed out at any moment and wept in silence. Her tears blurred her vision, and time itself. She no longer knew when her brother Lin Yu had become like this. In her memories, her brother had always been like. Since childhood, he had been that other people's child, constantly praised by adults. No, in truth, calling him a prodigy was more accurate. Whatever he studied, he was always a step ahead of his peers, no 10 steps ahead. He was always so mature, so steady, so brilliantly intelligent. Elementary school Olympiad math contests, middle school physics, modeling, complete dominance of every subject in high school. His life's path was paved with a glittering array of certificates and awards. Ranking first in the province overall was not a goal for him, but a fixed position that never changed. Lin Yao still remembered when she was in elementary school being bullied by older boys who stole her pocket money. She ran home in tears, and it was her brother who went and found those boys. He simply stood there calmly reasoning with them, weighing pros and cons, lecturing from the school rules all the way to the laws of society. Of course, that lecture only came after he had beaten the lot of them, even though they were all a head taller than him. In the end, those boys not only returned the money, but even stammered out apologies. They even became Lin Yu's followers, practically reformed by him. From that day on, whenever Lin Yao looked at her brother, her eyes were always filled with tiny stars. Her brother could do anything. 5 years ago, on the day of career awakening before the college entrance examinations, Lin Yu reached the pinnacle of his life. A day that was also the greatest glory of the entire Lin family. Across the entire Ninghai province, among millions of candidates that year, only one golden epic grade class was awakened. Wanxiang Card Master. This name spread through the city via news and the internet, reaching every corner. Everyone believed that the Lin family had produced a dragon. With this unique epic grade class, the Lin family might even break through their social stratum and step into the upper echelons of Ninghai City. The school principal personally visited their home. Top universities' admissions offices rang incessantly, and innumerable corporations and consortia extended olive branches, promising unimaginably generous terms. That day, the Lin household was thronged with visitors and overflowing with congratulatory guests. That day, Lin Yao looked at her brother surrounded by the crowd and straightened her small chest in pride. On that day, his brother wore a brand new white shirt, his hair meticulously styled, and a confident, bright smile adorned his face. He stood in the center of the crowd, responding to everyone's compliments and questions with ease, filled with vigor and radiance. Lin Yao's memory here encountered a gap, because right after that, the next day, everything changed. Without warning, Lin Yu, who had been hailed as the light of Ninghai and a future giant just the day before, locked himself in his room. At first, his parents thought he was simply tired from dealing with various people for days and needed rest. They kindly refrained from disturbing him, merely leaving food at the door. But 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the door remained firmly shut. Inside, Lin Yu did not read, meditate, or engage in any fundamental training expected of a professional. He merely paced back and forth in his room, muttering to himself. Something's not right. Still not enough. Core components. Keycards. The logic of the deck. Closed loop. His parents, pressed against the door, could only intermittently hear these nonsensical phrases. They exchanged glances, both seeing a deep confusion and a hint of unease on each other's faces. On the 4th day, Lin Yu finally opened the door. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, yet he was in a state of extreme excitement. He held out a list to his father. Dad, help me buy these things. His father took the list and was stunned after just one glance. It contained no rare magical materials or expensive enchanted items. Instead, it was a pile of garbage. Pebbles, sand, dried grass, scrap metal. All items that were common, even requiring payment to have them cleaned up. Xiao Yu, what do you need these for? His mother asked worriedly. Card creation. Lin Yu's response was simple. Card creation. Using these. His father's brows furrowed. Isn't the school supposed to help you apply for a basic card creation material kit? Those are the standard materials. Those are useless, Lin Yu shook his head pointing at the list. I only need these. Seeing their son's stubborn demeanor, his parents, although confused, complied. They thought perhaps this was the unique perspective of a genius. Soon a truckload of raw materials was delivered to their home, filling the entire backyard. And then Lin Yu began his frenzied activities. He locked himself in the backyard shed tirelessly, creating cards day and night. One after another. A small pebble, a handful of sand, a piece of dried grass, all were these worthless gray cards. The strangest part was that these cards, crafted through his epic profession, possessed a peculiar characteristic. They would turn to ashes at midnight, vanishing without a trace. Day after day, he was like a Sisyphusian madman, repeating this pointless task daily. The entire family watched, anxious and concerned. Finally, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. The whole family, even the media of Ninghai City, awaited this epic professional's soaring ascent. But Lin Yu did not show up at the examination hall. He chose to postpone. The news shocked public opinion. For professional candidates, a postponement was allowed to give those with rare but powerful awakenings more preparation time, ensuring they could achieve better results and enter better institutions, not wasting their talents. However, the cost of postponement was enormous. Each year of postponement doubled the comprehensive difficulty of the examination. This punitive mechanism was designed to urge the vast majority of candidates to quickly embark on the path of professionals and contribute to society. For professional candidates, a postponement was allowed to give those with rare but powerful awakenings more preparation time, ensuring they could achieve better results, and although people were shocked, they could still understand. Perhaps he wanted to use a year's time to construct an earth-shattering deck to crush the competition and secure the top position. The media and the public held such expectations. However, the next year on the day of the exam, Lin Yu was absent once again. He chose to defer again. This time public opinion shifted from expectation to suspicion. 2 years of postponement meant that the difficulty of the third year's examination would be 4 times the normal level. This was a gap that could not be easily bridged by an epic class. Unless he had some incredible fortune. Everyone held on to their last bit of hope, waiting for the third year. Lin Yu still did not go. He postponed for the third time. At this point, the entire Ninghai province erupted. He was insane. Lin Yu had completely lost his mind. This once favored child of heaven had turned into a thorough madman. An 8-fold difficulty examination. Forget about an epic class, even a legendary divine class would have to think twice. His life was now utterly ruined. The principal who once visited him, the admissions office that bombarded him with calls, the consortium that extended olive branches, all had vanished without a trace. In their place were the whispers of neighbors, the endless ridicule and curses online. The Lin family had fallen from grace. To force him to turn back, to make him wake up, his father finally made a hard decision, cutting off all his financial support. As long as you don't give up on these useless things, don't expect to get a single penny from me. Aren't you capable? If you can go earn money and support yourself. His father's uncontrollable roar echoed throughout the house. Everyone thought Lin Yu would resist, would argue. But he did not. He just calmly looked at his father and, all right. After saying this, he packed a small bundle and quietly moved out. He expressed no complaints, no anger. His calmness was unsettling. He first lived in a tent, then slept under a bridge, and finally wandered into a shipping container in an abandoned factory area. The only unchanging things were 2 matters. The first was that every day without fail he used his forgotten epic talent to create piles of a small. The second was continuously buying a cheap potion called mental stabilizer, consuming it bottle by bottle. He had no income, yet needed to buy medicine and food. Before long he fell into debt. The snowball grew larger. Collection agencies came knocking, turning the household upside down. His parents, soft-hearted, paid off his debts twice. But what they saw was not their son's repentance, but his escalating madness. He took the money his parents used to pay off his debts and immediately bought more mental stabilizers and a pile of new raw materials. At that moment his parents fell into utter despair. When the collection agency came for the third time, threatening to break Lin Yu's leg if he didn't pay, Lin Yu returned home. That was his last time home. He stood at the door, not entering. Through the door he spoke to his parents inside. Dad, Mom, don't help me pay my debts anymore. I will sever all ties with you, and then they won't come to harass you anymore. The grace of raising me will be repaid in the future. After speaking, Lin Yu bowed deeply to the closed door. Inside he could hear his mother's heart-wrenching cries and his father's suppressed sobs. Lin Yu was also crying, banging on the door and pleading with her brother not to leave. Lin Yu stood outside listening to his family's cries, his face devoid of any expression. He wanted to cry as well, but he couldn't. To break free from the constraints of others, merely relying on an epic-level profession, was still not enough. From that day on, the Lin family regarded him as if he no longer existed. They believed he was beyond saving, even considering forcibly taking him back for treatment. However, Lin Yu's refusal was resolute, and with the severed ties they were left helpless. Today 5 years have passed. Only Lin Yu stubbornly and secretly came to see him occasionally. This family had already broken his heart. Brother. Lin Yu's crying voice pulled Lin Yu from the depths of his memories. She grasped Lin Yu's arm, her nails digging into the thin fabric of his clothes. It's been 5 years. A full 5 years. What have you been doing? Lin Yu's voice was sharp and filled with despair. She looked at her brother, who was in a pitiful state, and at this home that was worse than a trash heap, her heart aching with each beat. You were never like this. You are my brother, you are Lin Yu. You are the omnipotent Lin Yu. Look at yourself, look around you. She pointed at the stinking garbage, at the insulting graffiti on the walls. Is it worth it for these broken stones? Is it worth it to torment yourself like this? Her tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, unstoppable. Please, brother, let's go home. Throw all this away, let's start anew. I pray to the heavens, to the deities, to bring my brother back to me. She cried until she collapsed, squatting on the ground like a helpless child. Lin Yu quietly watched her. Each tear from his sister felt like a burning iron searing into his heart. Had he gone mad? In everyone's eyes he had long been insane. A madman who gave up an epic-level profession with infinite prospects, hiding in a heap of garbage to play with stones. But he knew better than anyone that he was clearer than ever. He was incredibly rational and resolute. He knew precisely what he wanted and was steadfastly walking this solitary path. Lin Yu slowly crouched down, reaching out his hand, hovering over Lin Yu's trembling shoulder, but did not let it fall. He feared that the dirt on his hands would soil his sister's clean school uniform. Xiao Yao. His movements were gentle, afraid of startling this injured little beast. I am not mad. Lin Yu abruptly raised her head, her tear-streaked face filled with disbelief. You're not mad? Then tell me, what have you been doing for the past 5 years? What's the meaning of everything you've done? These cards, what use do they have besides turning to ash at midnight? Lin Yu retracted his hand and slowly stood up straight. He did not answer directly. He had repeated this answer many times, but, to be honest, what he was doing was not much different from gambling. Yet he was certain that there would come a day when he would win. The cards of a card maker are not infinitely numerous. There would eventually come a day when he could draw them. Lin Yu and the others did not understand. They did not know what kind of card could make Lin Yu pay such a heavy price. Brother, stop lying to yourself. I am not lying to you, nor am I lying to myself. Lin Yu interrupted. He turned around, and in his deep-set bloodshot eyes was a light that Lin Yu could not comprehend. It was a burning, resolute flame, misunderstood by everyone. This path is difficult, very difficult, but it can definitely be traversed. Everything I do is part of a plan. Every step, every choice is within my calculations. He looked at his sister, a rare softness emerging on his face. Thank you for still being willing to come see me, Xiao. He stepped forward this time, without hesitation, reaching out his rough hand to gently wipe away a tear stain on Lin Yu's cheek. But you should have your own life. Prepare well for the college entrance examination. Don't let me distract you anymore. The words college entrance examination made Lin Yu's body stiffen for a moment. Lin Yu continued, if I remember correctly, the vocational awakening ceremony for your cohort is coming up soon, right? Lin Yu instinctively nodded but avoided Lin Yu's gaze. Inside, a battle raged within her. On one side was her brother, whom she once admired immensely, but now caused her great pain. On the other side was her own impending turning point in life. She looked at her brother, at his face that held an almost stubborn calm. She suddenly understood. She could not persuade him. No one could. Because in his world, a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow surged in her heart. She bit her lip and nodded firmly. I will. She stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from her uniform, her movements a bit stiff. She vowed. She absolutely would not become like her brother. She would awaken a powerful profession, get into the best school, and live a brilliant life. She wanted everyone to know that the Lin family had not only one fallen genius, but also a rising star. I'm leaving, brother. Lin Yu took one last look at the dilapidated iron box, at the solitary figure. Then she did not look back, turning and running out. In the wind, only her gradually fading footsteps and a tear stain that quickly evaporated in the sunlight remained. At the end of the small path that Lin Yu ran out of, beside a withered tree, another girl was quietly waiting. She was dressed in neat, casual clothes, entirely out of place in this abandoned factory area. Upon seeing Lin Yu running towards her in tears, she stepped forward, but her gaze drifted past Lin Yu's shoulder, far away to the rust-covered container. After just a glance, she withdrew her gaze, focusing all her attention on Lin Yu in front of her. Xiao Yao, Sister Qingxue. Lin Yu leapt into her embrace, once again sobbing uncontrollably. The newcomer was Su Qingxue. The Su family and Lin family were family friends. Su's mother and Lin's mother grew up together as childhood friends akin to sisters. Su Qingxue was the same age as Lin Yu. When the two families visited each other as children, Su's mother would always half-jokingly say that she would let Qingxue marry Lin Yu in the future to strengthen their ties. In the past, Su Qingxue did not reject this joke. Although Lin Yu seemed a bit dull due to his exceptional talent, his abilities and future were tangible. Marrying him was equivalent to obtaining a lifelong ticket to the upper class. This deal was undoubtedly advantageous. Later on, Lin Yu fell from the clouds, crashing down to pieces. Su Qingxue was not a member of the Lin family, nor was she Lin Yao, who had blind admiration for him. She was simply a calm observer and a calculating participant. When Lin Yu, this potential stock, turned into a garbage stock, she naturally turned away without hesitation. Now 5 years have passed. Su Qingxue has graduated from the auxiliary department of Ninghai University, reaching a professional level of 30. Although not top tier, she is undoubtedly outstanding among her peers. Currently, she is focusing on preparing for her exams at home, aiming for a stable public service job, a reliable iron rice bowl. Ideally, it should not involve frontline combat with monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Yu is still going mad in that garbage dump. She has graduated from university while he hasn't even entered the gates of the college entrance examination. They have long become people from two different worlds. Lin Yu has completely fallen into the shadows of this city of failure for whom even survival has become a problem. The best he can do in this life is probably to just languish and wait for death. She gently patted Lin Yao's back, her movements tender, but her heart was exceptionally clear. The reason she maintained a best friend and good sister relationship with Lin Yao was naturally her own considerations. Lin Yao's talent is a fact. This kind of gene may be hereditary. As long as Lin Yao does not suffer from the same incurable madness as her brother, her future achievements are likely to be significant. Investing in a future powerhouse in advance is a surefire business. At this moment, she looked at the distant blurry container, her heart filled with a helpless smile. She held Lin Yao's hand and softly comforted her. "All right, stop crying. It's not worth it for that kind of person. But he's my brother." Lin Yao choked. "He is merely your biological brother." Su Qingxue's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable sense of reality. "Look at what he is doing now. Where is the semblance of a brother? He will only drag you down. Drag uncle and aunt down." She took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to Lin Yao. "Wipe your tears. Your face is all smudged. What's most important for you now is not to take care of him, but to take good care of yourself. The occupational awakening ceremony is coming soon. This will determine your life." Su Qingxue's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Yao's chaotic heart. Yes, her own future. She could no longer continue like this. "Qingxue Jia, I know you're upset," Su Qingxue interrupted her, "but one must look forward. You can't live in his shadow for the rest of your life. You need to have your own path, your own life." She grasped Lin Yao's wrist. "Let's go, we'll take you home. This place is filthy and stinky, but it's not where you should be." Su Qingxue led the dazed Lin Yao out of the factory area. A white new energy car was parked by the roadside, its clean body forming a stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Su Qingxue pressed the key and the car lights flashed. She skillfully opened the passenger door, helped Lin Yao in, and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. Sitting in the driver's seat, she started the car. The warm air from the air conditioning dispelled the chill and foul odor from outside. The car smoothly drove out of the abandoned area, leaving behind the rusted container and the stubborn figure. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yao's pale profile in the rearview mirror, contemplating. Once Lin Yao awakens her profession, if her talent is decent, she could use her family's connections to help her secure good resources. This favor will surely come in handy in the future. As for Lin Yu, that name could already be completely crossed off her life plan. The car merged into the city's traffic, neon lights flickering through the window, casting alternating glows on Lin Yao's face. Leaning against the window, she watched the rapidly retreating street scene, tears slipping down silently once again. Su Qingxue did not urge her further. Some things need to be understood on one's own. She believed Lin Yao was a smart girl who would eventually realize that letting go of a burden that no longer held value was the wisest choice. The sound of the car's engine gradually faded away, eventually disappearing into the chaotic background noise of the factory area. Lin Yu did not look back, standing silently until the last trace of the outside world's clamor subsided. He turned around and walked back to the rusted container. Closing the iron door, he cut off everything from the outside. Did he waste a few minutes? He forgot. Perhaps those few minutes would cause him to miss something. He walked to the makeshift workbench made of wooden boards in the corner and sat down. On the workbench, stones, sand, and scrap metal were scattered in disarray. He casually picked up a stone the size of a pigeon egg and held it in his palm. A faint but pure energy flowed out from his body, coursing down his arm and into his palm, enveloping the unremarkable stone. 5 seconds later, the stone transformed into specks of light that dissipated quietly, forming a gray card that fell before him. A small stone, then he picked up the second stone. Repeat. The third one. Repeat. His movements were mechanical and precise, with no unnecessary steps. Like a production line programmed to output these worthless scraps steadily. In 1 minute 12 cards. In 1 hour 720 cards. Time in his world was segmented into units measured by cards. Uncertain how long had passed, just as he was about to create the next card, the 1,000 cards of a small stone in the box at his feet suddenly began to tremble slightly. A buzzing resonance echoed within the cramped container. Today's quantity had not yet reached the limit. The effect duration of the potion had expired. Lin Yu halted his actions and fished out a small brown potion bottle from under the workbench. He twisted off the cap and drank the last bit of light blue liquid. The bottle was casually tossed into the corner where there were already over 100 identical empty bottles piled up. This was the last one. As the potion went down, a refreshing sensation spread from his throat to his limbs, finally converging in his brain. The dizziness and stinging sensation caused by the excessive consumption of mental energy were quickly soothed. The cards in the box at his feet stopped trembling and regained stability. He picked up a stone again and continued making cards. The rise and fall of the sun and moon in the outside world was irrelevant to him. All he knew was that he had to prepare enough fuel for today before midnight. When the numbers on the old electronic clock on the wall changed from 2359 to 00, a translucent panel appeared in the air before him, visible only to him. Occupational skills have been refreshed. Lin Yu stopped his actions. On the panel, 2 skill icons lit up simultaneously. Card innovation: delete X cards and select 1 from X1 random cards to obtain. Daily limit 1. Mirror copy: obtain a temporary copy of a card already possessed. Daily limit 1. This is the source of all his crazy behavior. With the skill of card innovation, he can produce all the cards theoretically existing in this world at the using a massive amount of easily produced junk cards as offerings to pry open the endless card library in exchange for a chance to glimpse treasure. A chance to choose. A possibility of winning a gamble. To put it bluntly, it's about playing the cards. To make a grand bet with an unimaginable quantity. Every day, he diligently spends 20 hours creating 14,400 gray cards. The remaining 4 hours are dedicated to the most basic sleep to maintain bodily functions. Occasionally, he shortens his sleep to go buy medicine. Other physiological activities such as eating and using the restroom are carried out without interrupting the card production. In one day, 14,400 cards. Today marks exactly 5 years. In total, 26,280,000 cards. With this astronomical amount of fuel, he refreshes day by day. All to find that crucial card he needs. His professional talent tells him that card must exist. His rationality tells him that the probability of finding it this way is appallingly low. But he must gamble, and it's worth the risk. The reason he needs to keep drinking the mental stabilizer is that his mental power cannot support having over 14,000 gray cards each day. Moreover, within his card deck, there is a permanently residing special card of deep blue color. He carefully takes out a card from his close pocket. This card's material is entirely different from those gray cards. It displays a profound blue hue with a continuously rotating X2 symbol emanating a faint glow. Doubling card effect: your next card's effect activates twice. This card is his inner demon. He obtained it on the night of his awakening as a professional. Then he conceived a brilliant combination. Thus began his 5 years of a crazed life. To maintain its coexistence with thousands of junk cards as a level 0 professional, his mental strength teetered on the brink of collapse every day, relying solely on cheap potions to keep him going. Now everything is ready, only the last core card is missing. As long as that card is in hand along with this doubling card, his card deck will be truly complete. Lin Yu stored the doubling card carefully and concentrated his thoughts on the card innovation skill. Is it time to start? He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. 0001. He decided to compress his sleep time from 4 hours to 3 hours and 45 minutes for tonight. Just one day, he won't die. Probably. Today he was delayed a little by Lin Yu and the others. He had to make up for it. Lin Yu picked up a pebble again, his eyes devoid of any ripples. He immersed himself once more in the endless cycle. 1 minute 12 cards. 1 hour 720 cards. Lin Yu's movements did not pause until a beam of moonlight crept in from the window, illuminating the mountain of empty medicine bottles piled up in the container. Finally, he laid down the pebble in his hand. Today's production quota was met. He stood up and stretched his stiff limbs. His bones cracked under the burden. In front of him lay the result of over 20 hours of labor today, 14,400 small pebble cards neatly piled into a new small mountain. This was his daily routine for 5 years, and it was all of today's gambling capital. Lin Yu focused his thoughts on the translucent panel landing on the icon for card innovation. It's time. He chose to activate it. Do you wish to consume 14400 small pebble cards to perform a card innovation? Yes, he thought silently. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a heavily suppressed resonance. In the next second, the pile of cards he had just completed, still carrying a trace of energy warmth, seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. They transformed simultaneously into the tiniest specks of light, neither burning nor turning to ashes, simply vanishing quietly into the air. The entire process was eerily silent. The fresh card mountain disappeared, revealing the darkened ground beneath it. At the same time, before Lin Yu, an interface of a torrent composed of countless cards unfolded. 14,401 cards. A chance to choose. Lin Yu wore an expressionless face. He extended his finger and gently swiped upward in the void. The torrent of cards began to roll upward at an astonishing speed. His movements were so swift that only shadows remained. Countless streams of card information flashed past his eyes. Most were gray junk cards. Occasionally a different hue would flash by. A shade of green. Blessing card. Gentle breezes caress effect permanently increases your movement speed by 1. Swipe away. Lin Yu's finger did not pause in the slightest. Such a slight enhancement was meaningless to him. The cards continued to roll rapidly. Another unique card appeared. Blessing card. Tardigrade's tenacity effect grants you a talent 1 life point for every basic attack. Swipe away. Perhaps for a professional this is a decent endurance and growth talent. But it is not what he seeks. He needs something that can change everything. Thousands of gray cards rolled past again. Suddenly a brilliant golden flash appeared. Location card. Sanctuary of Mercy. Effect creates a sanctuary that lasts for 1 hour, forcibly converting all creatures within the area, including monsters, into temporary friendly units. A golden legendary card. A strategic card that could drive any guild or military force mad. During a beast-tide siege, this card might just save a city. Lin Yu's movements paused for 1/10 of a second. Then without hesitation he swiped it away. Very powerful. But it's not what he wants. There was no place for this card in his plans. Choosing a card would increase his mental burden, affecting his card draw quantity. The torrent of cards continued. Soon another golden card appeared. Follower card. Immortal Battle Spirit effect. When this follower is killed, all its attributes gain a permanent 10 growth and return to your hand. A follower card with infinite growth potential. Given enough time and resources to nurture, it might even grow into a divine existence. This is the partner every summoning professional dreams of. Swipe away. Another purple flash passed by. Enchantment card. Soul Mask. Effect. Choose a follower card, and you can temporarily possess it for the next 10 minutes, gaining all its skills and 70 of its attributes. Swipe away. The cards continued to roll upward, the speed increasing rapidly. Lin Yu's eyes were already bloodshot, his mental power rapidly depleting. Simultaneously processing such a massive amount of information was a tremendous burden on the brain. Yet he seemed tireless. His will, honed over 5 years of monotonous labor, had become as hard as diamond. Another golden card appeared. Effect card. World. Effect time stops for 9 seconds. Stricken out. A trump card capable of turning the tide in any battle. Assassins can use it to execute a lethal blow, mages can use it to chant forbidden spells, and even ordinary people can use it to evade fatal crises. Lin Yu barely glanced at it. A golden counter card. Counter card. Mirror of Causality. Effect. After use, it hides and triggers passively. When you are attacked in any form, you can reflect 100 of the attack back to the attacker. Stricken out. A green equipment card. Equipment card. Vampire's Fawn. Effect. All damage you deal will restore 10 of your health. Stricken out. One after another, rare cards, epic cards, even legendary cards that could cause a bloodbath in the outside world were discarded by him. They might be powerful, even possessing the strength to change a practitioner's fate. But Lin Yu was clear that those were not what he needed. His goal since that day 5 years ago had been singular. He knew precisely which card he needed. That card which theoretically existed, but was ethereal and elusive. Everything he did was to turn this theory into reality. The torrent of cards continued. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Lin Yu's fingers kept gliding steadily. At that moment his fingers suddenly stopped. They hovered in midair, fixed in an absolutely still position. The torrent of 14,401 cards ceased at this instant. On the interface a card quietly floated. It did not possess the brilliant glow of a golden legend, the profound mystery of an epic purple card, nor even a hint of energy fluctuation from a rare blue card. It was just a card. The most ordinary gray-white card. In the center of the card, a simple gesture mask. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Effect card, ghost card. Choose a card you have used before to gain a... Lin Yu looked at this simple description. 5 years. 1,826 days and nights. The accumulation of 26 million junk cards. He dreamed of this card. At first he would shout in excitement, while selecting cards feel disappointment from repeated failures and waver at the occasional appearance of golden cards. But now only numbness remained. A deep-seated numbness that almost swallowed him whole. He reached out, his movements slow and stiff, touching the card floating in the void. The sensation at his fingertips was that of a tangible card, not an illusion. He had truly found it. At the moment he held the card, Lin Yu felt redeemed. The string that had been taut for 5 years finally loosened. He swayed slightly, almost losing his balance, and hurriedly leaned against the cold metal of the shipping container. He did not feel ecstatic, nor did he shout. He simply pressed the ghost card tightly against his chest, leaning against the wall, and slowly slid down to the ground. He curled up in the corner like a lost soul, finally finding a home. Time lost all meaning at that moment. He did not know how long he sat. Perhaps a minute, perhaps 10 minutes. Until his body began to protest from prolonged exhaustion and intense mental fluctuations, sending waves of pain. He slowly lifted his head. In his bloodshot eyes, light began to gather again. A light brighter and more frenzied than any before. Now was the time to test his harvest. Lin Yu suppressed the overwhelming excitement in his chest and forced himself to calm down. He carefully placed the ghost card into his pocket, then focused his mind on the profession panel. The second skill he had not used since awakening. Mirror copy. Activate. Please select the card to copy. Lin Yu's thoughts unhesitatingly landed on the brand new ghost card in his pocket. Selected ghost card. Would you like to perform a mirror copy? The copied card will be a temporary card and will disappear after 24 hours. Yes. A glimmer of light flashed, and an identical ghost card appeared in his hand. Only this copy had a slightly imperceptible ethereal quality to its edges. He did not know if the next operation would succeed. In theory it could. The root of his madness lay. He stood up and walked to the workbench, retrieving the multiplication card he had kept close for 5 years, placing it alongside the temporary ghost card on the table. The dark blue multiplication card. The gray-white temporary ghost card. His life was about to face its final judgment based on these two cards. Lin Yu reached out, his fingertip grazing the surface of the multiplication card. Use. Buzz. The dark blue light flashed and merged into his body. Your next card effect will take effect twice. It worked. His heart raced. Now is the moment. Lin Yu picked up the temporary ghost card, using all his strength to steady his hand. Use. Please select the card to copy. The panel popped up. Select multiplication card. Success. The effect of the ghost card was doubled by the effect of the multiplication card. The system panel popped up again. Select ghost card. Copy complete. The light faded. The temporary ghost card in Lin Yu's hand transformed into specks of light and disappeared. Before him, two brand new cards floated quietly. One was the dark blue multiplication card. The other was the gray-white ghost card. Both were permanent cards. It worked. It truly worked. At that moment, Lin Yu used a temporary ghost card and consumed a permanent multiplication card. In the end, he gained a permanent multiplication card and a permanent ghost card. At first glance, the cards in his hand had transformed from a multiplication card and a ghost card into a multiplication card and a ghost card. It seemed as if nothing had changed. But Lin Yu's breath quickened as he forcibly suppressed the surging emotions, beginning the second operation. He picked up a new ghost card. Use. Please select the card to copy. Select multiplication card. Copy complete. He once again obtained a permanent multiplication card. Now the cards in his hand were two multiplication cards and one ghost card. Lin Yu picked up a multiplication card. Use. Your next card effect will take effect twice. He then picked up the second multiplication card. Use. Your next card effect will take effect twice. Your next card effect will take effect twice. The effects of the two multiplication cards stacked. No, it wasn't stacking. The first multiplication card made the effect of the second multiplication card take effect twice. The multiplication card was multiplied. On Lin Yu's profession panel, a status icon lit up. Multiplication x4. Your next card effect will take effect 4 times. Lin Yu gazed at the symbol x4, feeling the blood in his veins begin to boil. He picked up the last ghost card in his hand. Use. Please select the card to copy. A panel popped up. This time a near-manic smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He simultaneously selected 4 cards. Ghost card. Doubling card. Doubling card. Doubling card. Copy completed. As the system prompt appeared, the last old ghost card in Lin Yu's hand transformed into light and dissipated. In its place were 4 brand new physically tangible permanent cards quietly floating before him. 1 ghost card and 3 doubling cards. It worked. This crazy theoretical loop, conceived 5 years ago and nearly impossible to achieve, was finally completed at this moment. He consumed 1 ghost card and 2 doubling cards. Ultimately, he acquired 4 new cards. His capital not only remained unchanged, but actually increased. From this second on, he possessed nearly endless resources. Lin Yu had never smiled as radiantly as he did today. He opened his mouth, laughing silently, his body trembling violently from repressed excitement, nearly curling up on the ground. 5 years had passed. He could finally stop enduring that dark, endless life of toil. He leaned against the wall, forcing himself to stand upright. This was just the beginning. He held the 3 newly acquired doubling cards in his hand. Used consecutively. First card integrating into his body. Second card integrating into his body. Third card integrating into his body. The status icons on the professional panel vibrated wildly, the numbers doubling in succession. Doubling x2, doubling x4, doubling x8. 8 times. He picked up the new ghost card and activated it without hesitation. Please select the card to copy. Lin Yu's thoughts raced across the panel. Selecting 1 ghost card and 7 doubling cards. Copy completed. A flash of light, 8 brand new permanent cards appeared before him, neatly stacked into a small pile. He now possessed 1 ghost card and 7 doubling cards. He could. Lin Yu's actions showed no signs of stopping as he picked up all 7 doubling cards. Use. 7 consecutive times the bluish light continuously flowed into his body. It felt as if a blue sun was rising beneath his clothing. The status icons on the professional panel now displayed a terrifying level. Doubling x128. 128 times. Lin Yu's breathing grew heavy. He could feel his brain throbbing with sharp pain, a sign that his mental energy was being rapidly drained. His body began to protest. The amplification effect of 128 times was pushing his already weakened body to its limits. But he didn't care. He picked up the last ghost card in his hand. Use. Please select the card to copy. This time he aimed to copy 1 ghost card and 127 doubling cards. If successful, he would possess over 100 doubling cards. At that point, forget about doubling x128. Even doubling x1024 or doubling x8192 would be just a matter of moving his fingers. However, just as he made his selection, a sharp sound resonated deep within his mind. Lin Yu's vision went dark and he swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mental energy began to collapse. In the air before him, over 100 card illusions rapidly coalesced. But these cards were no longer stable. Dozens of bluish doubling cards, just formed, began to tremble violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing at the edges of the cards. Crack. The first doubling card shattered, turning into blue light fragments that dispersed. Crack. 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 A chain reaction began. One after another doubling cards shattered before his eyes, resembling a brief, yet dazzling blue firework display. Lin Yu gritted his teeth against the needle-like pain in his head, fixated on the disappearing cards. He did not attempt to stop it. Because he could not stop it. This was the limit of his current mental energy container. The shattering process lasted for over 10 seconds. Ultimately, only 10 of the 127 doubling cards illusions remained trembling as they stabilized into solid form. Along with the 1 ghost card he copied, he now had a total of 11 new cards. Lin Yu exhaled, leaning against the cold container wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. It's fine, these are minor issues. The limit of his mental energy was something he had anticipated long ago. As long as the core circulation engine remained, there are ways to enhance mental energy. Now in his hand, he held 1 ghost card and 10 doubling cards. That was sufficient. Lin Yu did not immediately begin the next round of wild proliferation. He took a very cautious action. He carefully separated 1 ghost card and 2 doubling cards from the deck and placed them into his close pocket. This was the startup capital. He was genuinely afraid of accidentally using up this endlessly looping startup card set during the upcoming experiments. If that happened, then the 5 years of hardship he endured would truly have been in vain. He almost wished he could swallow those 3 cards to feel at ease. After completing all this, Lin Yu finally relaxed. He stood up, surveying the cramped space that had accompanied him for 5 years. It was time to verify the true power of this card set. He walked to the corner, casually picking up a stone the size of a pigeon egg from the pile of scrap. Energy flowed. A gray card formed in the palm of his hand. Item card: a small stone. He took this most basic, least valuable card and returned to the workbench. Then he used the remaining 8 doubling cards one by one. Doubling x2, doubling x4, doubling x8, doubling x256. An amplification effect of 256 times. Lin Yu placed the gray small stone card on the table. He extended his finger and gently tapped the card. Use. Whoosh. In the next moment, the harsh sound of friction and impact suddenly erupted within the container. A torrent of stones burst forth from the spot where the card had just been. They did not appear one by one, but rather in piles flooding out in waves. In less than a second, countless stones the size of pigeon eggs filled the entire workbench, then cascaded down rapidly, accumulating on the floor. Only when the doubling X256 status icon on the professional panel extinguished did the terrifying torrent of stones finally come to a halt. Lin Yu waved his hand to clear the stones in front of him and struggled to walk to his makeshift bed, made of a few wooden planks. Lin Yu did not bother to clean up these things. He simply lay down and closed his eyes. The overwhelming fatigue from excessive mental strain along with the sudden release of tension that had been building for 5 years engulfed him like a tsunami. He fell asleep. This sleep was the most peaceful he had ever experienced. No nightmares, no jolts of mental pain waking him in the early hours, and no numbness from the endless cycle of labor. 5 years of accumulated sleep deprivation seemed to be made up for in this moment. When he woke again, light streamed in through the gaps in the container, illuminating his face. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, still a bit dazed. He sat up and glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 0001. Midnight. Achievement unlocked. Slept from 0005 to 0001. He had slept for a full day. Lin Yu moved his body, and his bones let out a series of crisp cracks. But this time it was not the lament of being overwhelmed, but rather a long-awaited stretch. His stomach growled. He skillfully rummaged through the storage box under the bed and pulled out 2 palm-sized compressed rations. These were distributed regularly by the relief center, tasting somewhat like wood shavings, but they could fill his stomach. He also poured out 2 compound vitamin tablets from a bottle which he had purchased with a portion of his meager savings. To maintain the most basic bodily functions, he never dared to skimp on these. He was not crazy. Even in the most desperate times of those 5 years, he understood that a healthy body was the foundation of any revolution. He opened a bottle of mineral water, preparing to swallow the rations and pills together. His actions suddenly halted. He looked at what he held in his hands. Compressed rations, vitamin tablets, mineral water. Then his thoughts settled on his profession panel. A ridiculous yet interesting idea emerged. Lin Yu placed the items on the workbench and then picked up a piece of compressed ration. After a series of operations, using the compressed ration card for a multiplier of 256. Activate. In the next second, a small tower made entirely of neatly stacked compressed rations appeared out of thin air on the table before him. Not more, not less, 256 pieces. Lin Yu picked one up and put it in his mouth. It was the same familiar flavor that could make one's jaw ache. He smiled. He picked up the bottle of mineral water, using the mineral water card for a multiplier of 256. Splash. 256 identical bottles of mineral water filled half the workbench, with a few bottles even rolling into the pile of stones on the ground. He then looked at the 2 vitamin tablets. Activate. A small pile of white pills appeared on the table. Lin Yu looked at the scene before him, silently laughing. If an apocalypse were to break out right now, requiring supplies to be stockpiled, he alone would be a logistics army. Food, water, medicine, as long as he had a sample, he could replicate it infinitely. He could survive until the world ended with just these items. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Yu's thoughts began to expand. Food and water were merely the basics. So, what about money? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. He rummaged through the boxes and finally found all his cash in the inner pocket of an old jacket he had worn for 3 years. A crumpled 100 yuan note. This was his last asset. Lin Yu carefully spread the bill flat on the use. Buzz. A stack of brand new bills, still carrying the scent of ink, appeared out of thin air before him. A thick pile. Lin Yu picked up the stack of money, feeling the incredibly real texture. He had succeeded. He would never have to worry about money again. He could buy the best house in the city, eat at the finest restaurants, and enjoy a life he had never even dared to imagine in the past 5 years. However, as he began to count the bills, the smile on his face slowly froze. He picked up the first bill. Serial number QN88688688. He picked up the second bill. Serial number QN88688688. The third, fourth, fifth. He quickly flipped through the entire stack of money. All the serial numbers were identical. This money was a perfect replica. So perfect that it became the worst kind of counterfeit. A little usage was fine, but using too much would get him caught. He could not create cash through this method. One path to wealth was blocked. Lin Yu did not feel disappointed. Instead, he found it quite amusing. Now if he wanted to get rich, that would truly be a matter of minutes. But his gaze swept across the corner of the container. There was a rusty metal bucket filled with some scrap he had collected over time. He walked over and rummaged through it for a while, finally pulling out a coin. 1 yuan in denomination. Lin Yu held the coin in the palm of his hand. This thing surely had no serial number. Just to spite you for not letting me replicate. Out of a sense of revenge, a mischievous impulse, he decided to play a bigger game. Although now he could only multiply by 256 at a time, he could do many rounds of 256. It was just a bit more cumbersome to operate. Use. Ding ding. In the next instant, the crisp and dense sound of metal clashing echoed wildly throughout the metal bucket. That was not the sound of one coin dropping after another. It was a metal storm composed of coins. Countless gleaming coins erupted from the spot where the coin had disappeared from his palm, transforming into a silver torrent that crashed violently into the giant metal bucket. The bucket was filling up at a visible rate. Soon the coins overflowed from the bucket's mouth, piling up on the ground into a new shiny little mountain. Lin Yu did not pay attention to the mountain of coins. These shiny things might have had a deadly attraction for him, but now they were merely a byproduct of an experiment proving the potential of the card set in his hands. True wealth was not these replicable metals, but the ability to create all of it. He shifted his gaze away from the pile of money and refocused. The playful antics were over. It was time to get down to real business. Lin Yu walked over to the corner of the scrap pile and picked up a pebble the size of a pigeon egg. Energy circulated. A small pebble, he began repeating this action. Crafting complete. Crafting complete. This process was as familiar to him as breathing. For a whole hour, his movements showed no signs of stopping, his mind as steady as a precise machine. When he finally stopped, there were 720 gray cards neatly stacked on the workbench before him. All of them were a small pebble. A total of 720 cards. His thoughts focused on the skill on his profession panel that had finished cooling down. Daily card draws were still necessary, but reducing the time from 20 hours to 1 hour, let's see if anything good would come out. Card innovation. Activate. Please select the cards to be deleted. Lin Yu's palm slowly hovered over the 720 cards. Select all. 720 cards selected. Proceed with innovation. Yes. Buzz. 720 cards simultaneously transformed into specks of light, converging into a massive stream of information that spun wildly before him, intertwining. In the next second, the stream solidified. 721 brand new cards, sparkling with various colors of light, floated slowly before him, like dandelions swaying in the breeze, waiting for his selection. Lin Yu's gaze swiftly scanned through the array. Gray, white, green, blue. Occasionally a flash of purple would dart by, but he quickly overlooked it. There was no gold. He searched through the entire collection 3 times, confirming that among the more than 700 cards, there was not a single legendary gold card. If it had been in the past, this would have disappointed him for an entire day. But now he calmly accepted this outcome. What had sustained him through those 5 years of darkness was his obsession with the ghost card. Now, with this core infinite engine in hand, that obsessive urge dissipated. He no longer needed to place all his hopes on the daily luck of Card Revolution. With this incredible deck, he had countless ways to quickly grow stronger. From today onward, luck would merely be an embellishment, not the sole straw determining his fate. With this incredible deck, he had countless ways to quickly grow stronger. From today onward, luck would merely be an embellishment, not the sole straw determining his fate. His fingers glided through the air, the information of each card flooding into his mind. Ultimately, his choice settled on a blue enchantment card. Enchantment card: Eye of Analysis. Effect: after use, your eyes can perceive the basic information of most objects for 30 seconds. A card for reconnaissance and identification. Very useful. Lin Yu took this card into his hand, while the other 720 cards dissolved into specks of light. Holding the Eye of Analysis, he fell into contemplation. Only 30 seconds. Too short. In many cases, 30 seconds was simply insufficient to complete the analysis of complex information. However, he glanced at the ghost card in his pocket, which served as his starting capital. As long as it was a card, as long as he had used it, he could replicate it. Even if it was only for 30 seconds, he could refill it infinitely. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately started to operate. He picked up a card, the Eye of Analysis. Use. A wave of cool energy surged into his eyes. Lin Yu looked at the metal surface of the shipping container. Ordinary shipping container wall. Material Q235 steel. Thickness 2.5 mm. Status: slight rust. Structural strength decreased by 15. Rows of data clearly floated into his vision. He then looked at the doubling card in his hand. Equipment card: doubling card. Rarity: blue. Effect: your next card effect will take effect twice. Composition: energy void. Secret energy 72. Mental imprint 21. A rule fragment 7. Impressive. It could even analyze the card's composition. But it wasn't enough. In a rapidly changing battlefield, 30 seconds could mean the difference between life and death. However, for targets requiring deep research and analysis, this amount of time felt utterly inadequate. However, this issue was not a problem for him. Use the ghost card. Please select the card to replicate. Lin Yu's mind settled on the blue eye of analysis. Yes. Replication complete. The gray-white ghost card transformed into specks of light and vanished. A brand new blue eye of analysis with a tangible quality appeared before him. Next was the ghost card doubling cycle. Preparation work complete. Lin Yu picked up the 8 doubling cards. Use. Doubling x 256. An increase of 256 times the effect. Now's the time. Lin Yu picked up the newly replicated eye of analysis. Use. A wave of cool energy hundreds of times larger than before surged from the card, flooding into his eyes. Before him, the prompt for the professional panel popped up. You have gained the status eye of analysis duration 7,680 seconds. 7,680 seconds. Converted, that's 128 minutes. Over 2 full hours. The reconnaissance skill, originally lasting only 30 seconds, had transformed into a long-lasting permanent state through his operation. During these 2 hours, he could activate the analysis vision at any time, perceiving the basic information of all things. It was done. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. But it wasn't enough. 2 hours was long, but not long enough. His ambitions extended beyond that. Lin Yu glanced at the timer, confirming the status time of the eye of analysis, and began the second operation of ghost card doubling 256 times eye of analysis. With a smooth series of operations, the status time on his panel successfully doubled. You have gained the status eye of analysis duration 15,360 seconds. Over 4 hours. Lin Yu did not pause, continuing to repeat the entire process from earlier. His movements were precise and efficient without a hint of waste. Like an unyielding machine, he was creating an extraordinary miracle within the cramped shipping container. Time ticked away. On the table before him, the eye of analysis used for replication and the doubling cards used for amplification were continuously consumed, then recreated. The status time on the professional panel was also stacking up at a terrifying speed. 8 hours. 16 hours. 1 day. 2 days. A week. A month. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu finally halted his actions. He let out a long breath, leaning back against the chair, feeling waves of fatigue wash over him. He glanced at his professional panel. The status that originally lasted 30 seconds now had an astronomical duration behind it. A full year. He had successfully transformed an enchantment effect lasting 30 seconds into a permanent state lasting a full year through infinite refills. For the upcoming whole year, he would possess the ability to see through the basic information of things. He could continue. As long as he wished, he could even extend this time to 10 years, 100 years, until the end of his life. But he stopped. Not because his mental energy was depleted, nor because he felt bored, but because he clearly recognized an issue. The efficiency of doing this was far too low. He spent a long time repeating 100 times a tedious process just to stack the time to 1 year. The bottleneck of this process lay not in the cards, but in himself. Doubling x 256. This effect, derived from stacking 8 doubling cards, was his current limit. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the 9th or 10th card, but his current mental strength simply couldn't support the existence of an 11th doubling card. Using the 9th was fine. With 1 remaining doubling card and 1 ghost card, he could still temporarily copy a skill to rebuild the activation deck, but using the 10th would leave him in a bind. To break through this limitation, there was only one way: to elevate his mental power limit. As long as his mental power was strong enough to simultaneously maintain 12, 15, or even more doubling cards in stable existence. At that time, let alone renewing a skill for a year. Even if he wanted to turn a pebble into a planet, it might just be a matter of a finger's movement. Every additional doubling card now meant a doubling of efficiency and power. Resolving the mental energy limitation issue was the real pressing concern. This was 1,000,000 times more important than simply stacking the duration of a skill. Lin Yu stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. He had spent 5 years inside this metal crate, like a worm sealing itself within its cocoon. Now the cocoon had shattered. Remaining here served no purpose other than repeating the monotonous, tedious layering of cards. Enhancing his mental strength. This was his paramount objective. Lin Yu pushed aside the wobbling chair and walked toward the container's entrance. He reached out, placed his hand upon the cold iron door, and shoved outward with force. Creak. The rusted hinges shrieked in protest. A night breeze rushed and laced with industrial fumes, and the damp, earthy scent of soil, lifting the overlong strands of hair across his forehead. Outside it was deep night. In the distance, the city glittered brilliantly, outlining the silhouette of a steel jungle. But here only a few dim yellow street lamps cast faint light upon the chaotic contours and deep shadows of the derelict yard. Lin Yu stepped outside. No sooner had he advanced less than 10 meters from the container preparing to turn onto the narrow path leading out of the yard than three dark figures emerged from the shadows behind a pile of discarded construction materials, blocking his path entirely. At their forefront stood Brother Wong, the bald one. Behind him stood his two underlings, one tall and lean, the other short and stocky. Unchanged, their faces twisted into malicious grins. Lin Yu, Brother Wong, held a cigarette between his lips, its crimson ember pulsed faintly in the darkness. So late at night, you're heading somewhere. Going on the run. His lanky henchman took a step forward, cracking his knuckles with sharp rhythmic pops. You owe Brother Wong money, and still think you can flee. The burly one slid a half-meter steel pipe from his lower back, bouncing it rhythmically in his palm, the dull metallic thuds reverberating against his skin. Midnight. A deserted scrapyard. No one passing by. This was the perfect place, where reason could be settled once and for all. 2 days ago he'd been driven off by a brash young woman waving a mobile phone, a professional stain upon Brother Wong's record. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he grew, the more humiliated he felt. Tonight he would reclaim his dignity. Lin Yu halted. He regarded the three men before him, his expression utterly blank. I'm not running. Not running. Brother Wong spat the cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it viciously beneath his heel. Then you intend to keep playing us for fools. Let me make this clear, Lin Yu. I have little patience. If you utter another empty phrase like, you'll see when the day comes, I swear I'll dismantle you limb by limb. Exactly. Stop wasting breath. Pay up now, the lanky one chimed in. Lin Yu's response startled them once again. He answered without hesitation. 3 days. Within 3 days, principal and interest down to the last coin. Silence fell suspended for a heartbeat. Brother Wong and his two henchmen froze stunned. They had rehearsed torrents of threats and curses. They had prepared every contingency for violence. Yet their opponent had simply offered a precise, unambiguous reply. Too clean. Too effortless. Like a trap laid with deceptive simplicity. Brother Wong narrowed his eyes, scanning Lin Yu up and down. Still that same malnourished, frail frame, easily toppled by a gust of wind. What gave him the audacity to promise repayment in 3 days? With what resources could he possibly fulfill it? 3 days? Brother Wong sneered. Lin Yu, do you take me for a fool? What will you use to pay? Sell your bones. That is none of your concern, Lin Yu replied, calm as ever. The money will reach your account in 3 days. And what if I refuse to believe you? Brother Wong stepped forward, his towering frame nearly swallowing Lin Yu whole. Why should I trust you? Is it your word alone I'm supposed to rely on? With a sudden motion, he seized a discarded scaffolding pipe beside him, thick as an adult's forearm crusted with rust. Let me tell you, I am Wang Chong, a professional berserker level 17. As the words left his mouth, his biceps swelled, veins erupting like coiled serpents beneath his skin. Huh. A thunderous roar. Crack. The rigid steel pipe slammed against a nearby concrete pillar, bent violently, snapping into a grotesque right angle under sheer brute force. The deafening clang echoed across the vast hollow yard. His two underlings stared, eyes wide with awe and reverence. Did you see that? Watch closely. Brother Wong tossed aside the warped pipe and jabbed a finger toward Lin Yu's nose. No tricks, no games. If the money isn't in my account 3 days hence, your legs will bend just like this pipe. This was the raw power of a cultivator. Even a low-tier berserker at level 17 far surpassed any ordinary human in might. It was naked, unvarnished intimidation. Yet Lin Yu merely let out a soft, quiet laugh. Faint it was, but in that sudden stillness of night, it rang piercingly sharp. Brother Wong's face darkened. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu did not answer. Instead, he slowly raised his right arm, assuming the stance of a punch. His movement was sluggish, his body trembled faintly, weakened by exhaustion. At first, the two henchmen stared bewildered, then burst into raucous laughter. What the hell is he doing? Challenging Brother Wong. Look at that twig-thin frame. He'd collapse if a breeze brushed past him, and he thinks he can throw a punch. This is hilarious. Even Brother Wong chuckled, though it was fury masquerading as mirth. This was the gravest insult he'd endured in his entire career. A debtor who refused to repay. A gaunt, emaciated wretch. After witnessing his level 17 berserker might, instead of groveling in abject terror, he dared raise his fist. Fine. Excellent. Brother Wong laughed, bitter seething. Tonight I'll teach you exactly what. He never finished the sentence. Because Lin Yu threw his punch. A straight punch, slow, seemingly feeble, lacking even the force of a healthy adult male. Given his hollowed-out physique, its raw impact barely exceeded 40 kilograms. Yet the moment his fist began its arc, his entire presence shifted. An invisible wave rippled outward from his center. Ghost Card Amplification Loop Ultra Speed Variant. Amplification 256. 8 amplification cards activated simultaneously. A translucent card flickered across the surface of his fist. Card Manifestation. Offensive card Straight Punch Impact. Activate. Straight Punch Impact. That deceptively languid strike, now amplified 256-fold, did not target Brother Wong, nor either henchman. Instead, it grazed Brother Wong's side and struck heat in the granite plinth behind him, a decorative stone slab over a meter tall and solid as bedrock. At the instant fist met stone, no thunderous crash followed, only a muffled guttural thump, as though striking not granite, but silken tofu. Time froze, for one suspended second. Brother Wong's snarl remained frozen mid-face. The henchmen's jeers choked in their throats. Then, boom! From the point of impact, a spiderweb of fractures exploded across the entire massive granite slab. Instantly, the indestructible stone surrendered, not to cracks, but to annihilation. It did not split, it disintegrated. Countless shards, large and small, burst outward with terrifying kinetic force, scattering in every direction. Thud, thud, thud. They slammed into distant container walls, punching dents into the corrugated iron. A concussive shockwave erupted from the epicenter, hurling Brother Wong and his men backward, staggering them off balance. Dust billowed thickly. The world fell utterly silent. Brother Wong stood rooted rigid, his cheeks stinging where a fist-sized fragment had sliced past, its wake scraping his skin raw. Mechanically, he turned his head, staring at the spot where the granite plinth had stood moments before. 40 kilograms of force multiplied by 256 times results in over 10,000 kilograms of impact. 10,000 kilograms, 10 tons. Equivalent to a small pickup truck loaded with heavy cargo, concentrating all its kinetic energy at a point the size of a fist while moving at high speed. Even though Lin Yu's punching power is weak, the amplified force by 256 times exhibits a terrifying expressiveness. The dust slowly settles. Lin Yu retracted his fist, letting his arms hang naturally. He didn't even glance at the 3 collection agents who were paralyzed with fear, simply stepping past their rigid bodies. All that remained was a scene of devastation. The once solid granite pedestal was now reduced to a broken mass with debris scattered everywhere. The largest fragment was no bigger than a palm, while more were fine stone powder wafting in the night breeze. Brother Wong stood motionless in place. The 2 subordinates behind him were in the same pose, as if frozen in place by some spell. 3 men, 3 statues together, forming an absurd tableau. Lin Yu did not look back. He walked step by step on the uneven dirt road of the site, his silhouette elongated under the dim streetlight. On the surface, he appeared calm, yet the feelings within him were known only to himself. Oh, damn, that hurts. A fiery sting emanated from the surface of his fist. Though it wasn't enough to cause serious injury, the sensation of the recoil from that impact made him grimace. This was the price of a card attack. Transforming one's attack into an instant effect attack card is an advanced application of the card maker profession. The benefit is that the professional characteristic provides a layer of energy protection, offsetting most of the backlash, while also triggering various card effects. Otherwise, with his current physical condition, not only would he be unable to shatter granite, but the moment his fist made contact with the stone, his arm bones would shatter first. 10 tons of impact is no joke. Even with professional protection, the residual shock left his arm tingling, and the surface of his fist was reddened from abrasion. It seems that enhancing his physical condition must be prioritized. Having destructive power without a means to bear that power is ultimately just a castle in the air. Lin Yu shook his slightly numb right hand, casting the discomfort aside, and continued to walk forward. Behind him, the deathly silence was finally shattered. Brother Wong. The tall and thin subordinate stammered, pointing at Lin Yu's retreating figure, while also gesturing towards the wreckage of shattered stones on the ground. What was that just now? Brother Wong did not respond. His mind was blank, filled with the buzzing sound of reverberation. That punch just now was almost executed right next to his body. He could clearly feel the terrifying force behind it. As a level 17 berserker, when in a frenzied state, a single punch could create a dent in a concrete wall. But compared to what he just witnessed, it was like child's play. Could it be? Was it some kind of prop used for filming? The short and stout subordinate also came to his senses, his face pale, but his mind racing. Upon hearing this, the tall and thin one felt it made sense, the fear on his face receding, slightly replaced by a dawning realization. Exactly. It must be. Damn, that scared me to death. Exactly. playing tricks and pretending to be powerful. The short and stout subordinate seemed to bolster his courage, walking toward the pile of rubble, staring at the only relatively intact part, which was the base of the pedestal. He spat on the ground. "What bullshit power scaring me with props, let me give it a try." Saying this, he mimicked Lin Yu's earlier stance, gathering all his strength into his right fist. "Watch me smash it too." "Huh," he shouted, pouring all his effort into a powerful punch against the remaining stone pedestal. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed, but it did not come from the stone. "Ah!" A shrill scream instantly tore through the night sky of the abandoned site. The short and stout subordinate clutched his right hand, rolling in agony on the ground. His entire fist had twisted and deformed at a bizarre angle, blood gushing from between his fingers, quickly staining his palm red. There was also a pool of blood on the pedestal. The air fell silent once again. The tall and thin one stared in shock at his companion, then glanced at the stone debris that had not even a single crack from his full-force strike. Brother Wong also regained his senses. He looked at the rolling subordinate, as if he were an idiot. This fool really dared to take action, not holding back at all. Impressive. With this, all doubts and guesses were shattered. That was no prop. That was real, belonging to Lin Yu's own power. Brother Wong's heart was now mixed with conflicting emotions. He recalled the past few years leading his men time and again to confront. They smashed his things, spray-painted his walls, and hurled the most vicious insults at him. Yet Lin Yu always maintained that submissive demeanor, never resisting or defending himself. Brother Wong had always thought it was the weakness of a waste. But now it seemed, if Lin Yu had always possessed this power, then all his prior actions, that attitude of enduring their bullying, was he simply allowing them to oppress him? What was he planning? Was he some kind of spy using a long line to fish for a big catch? Was his goal to deal with the people behind him? He felt his back suddenly drenched in cold sweat. A powerhouse capable of shattering granite with a punch, disguised as a weakling to endure their harassment and humiliation for years. What on earth was this person after? What was he plotting? Brother Wong dared not think any further. He only felt that for the past few years he and his two subordinates had been dancing beneath the eyelids of a monster, completely unaware. Brother Wong, my hand is broken." On the ground, the short and stout subordinate's cries pulled Brother Wong back from his fearful thoughts. He looked at his useless subordinate with irritation. "Shut up." Brother Wong walked over and kicked him. Let's go. To the hospital. Get you bandaged up." He didn't want to stay in this cursed place for another second. The tall and thin one hurriedly stepped forward to help his wailing companion. "Brother Wong, what about Lin Yu? Shouldn't we deal with him?" Brother Wong paused for a moment. Deal with him? What could he use to deal with him? Should he use his head? How many stone pedestals could his head withstand? Didn't he say he would pay us back in 3 days? Brother Wong suppressed the fear in his heart, feigning calm as he threw out a sentence. "Let's talk about it again in 3 days." The night was drawing to a close. Lin Yu lay on her soft bed, tossing and turning, devoid of any sleepiness. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city cast mottled shadows on the ceiling. Everything was quiet, yet her mind was in disarray. Her brother's emaciated back, the foul-smelling shipping container, and the glaringly red words on the wall replayed in her mind repeatedly. "I am playing a grand game here." Her brother's calm and determined words now sounded more like a form of self-induced madness. What kind of grand game required him to torment himself to this extent? She could not accept it. The brother who once shone with brilliance and could do anything had become like this. Added to this were the impending career awakening and the upcoming college entrance examination. One matter after another weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her breathless. Lin Yu suddenly sat up in bed. Unable to sleep, she decided to forego it altogether. She changed into sportswear, put on her running shoes, and quietly left the house. The morning air carried a hint of chill. She began to jog along the familiar streets, trying to dispel her inner turmoil with physical exhaustion. Her footsteps made rhythmic thud sounds on the asphalt. The streetlights stretched and then shortened her shadow. As she ran, her feet uncontrollably veered toward the path leading to the abandoned factory district on the outskirts of the city. She knew she should not have come back. She should have listened to her brother and sister Qingxua, focusing on her own life and preparing for the upcoming career awakening. But she could not do it. Her biological brother was there. How could she truly let go? When the familiar, dilapidated outline of the factory district appeared in her view, Lin Yu slowed her pace. The sky had already brightened, and the morning light cast a grayish-white glow over the ruins. From a distance, she saw the rusty shipping container. However, as she approached, her steps suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Not far from the door of the container, the granite stone pillar that was once used as decoration was shattered. Not cracked, but completely crushed. Small and large fragments were scattered all over the ground, the scene a complete wreck, as if it had been ravaged by a bomb. In the morning light, she clearly saw that on the largest piece of debris and the surrounding ground there were several patches of dried dark stains. It was blood. Lin Yu's brain buzzed, and in an instant it went blank. The debt collectors. They had returned to take revenge. They had harmed her brother. The thought struck her like lightning. She could no longer keep her composure and dashed frantically toward the shipping container. Brother, brother, are you okay? Her cries echoed in the empty yard, laced with sobs and uncontrollable tremors. The door of the container was tightly shut. Lin Yu rushed to the entrance, pounding on the cold iron door. Brother, open the door. Speak to me. No response came from inside. A deathly silence enveloped her. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. She tremblingly pulled a key from her pocket. This was a key she had secretly copied in the entire household, only she had one for that shipping container. The key struggled to fit into the lock, her hands shaking too severely. Please don't let anything happen. I beg you. Please don't let anything happen. She prayed softly through her tears. Click. The lock clicked open. Lin Yu forcefully pushed the door open and rushed inside. The familiar nauseating smell of decay filled the room. But there was no one. The broken table was empty, the chair toppled to the side. The spot where her brother often sat was void of any presence. He was not there. Lin Yu's last shred of hope shattered. She scanned the room, which was even more chaotic than yesterday, as if it had experienced a fierce fight, connecting it to the shattered stone pillar and blood outside. A horrifying thought seized her heart. Had her brother been taken by them? She dared not think further and pulled out her phone, trembling fingers ready to dial the police. At that moment her movement halted. Something was off at the corner of the table. There used to be a small mountain made of gray cards piled there. But now the card mountain was gone. In its place was a pile of money. Not just a stack, but a huge, brand new identical red 100 yuan bills were carelessly stacked there alongside a large handful of shiny coins scattered around. The bills looked excessively new without a single crease. In the dim room, that splash of red seemed particularly glaring. Lin Yu was stunned. She stepped forward, inexplicably reaching out to pick up a bill. The texture felt right. The quality of the paper and the smell of the ink were indistinguishable from real currency. She picked up a coin as well. Its weight and luster exuded an inexplicable oddity. But the cash was completely identical. How could this be? Counterfeit money. The term emerged in her mind. Suddenly, all the puzzling details from the past 5 years seemed to find their answers. Why did her brother give up on the college entrance examination and shut himself away? Why was he obsessed with creating those junk cards that vanished at midnight? Why did he disregard their parents' advice, preferring to sever ties with the family? Why did he say, I am playing a grand game here? Why did he accumulate so much debt, yet say, when that day comes you will understand? So it was like this. So that's how it was. Lin Yu suddenly understood everything. The creation of junk cards, the Sisyphean madness. It was merely a disguise. He was practicing with his epic vocational talent, the universal card creator. Those pebbles, sand, and dry grass were merely materials for his practice. And his ultimate goal was to create currency, to produce counterfeit money. Once that thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. It perfectly explained Lin Yu's all the unusual behaviors over the past 5 years. He was not insane, he was very much awake. He had been preparing for a massive, insane, illegal plan. The blood and debris outside probably resulted from his conflict during a transaction with some underground forces. Brother. My foolish brother. The counterfeit bill in Lin Yu's hand fluttered to the ground. Her legs weakened, and she slumped to the floor. Tears surged forth once again. But this time it was not due to heartache or fear. Instead, it was a deeper, more profound despair. She had thought her brother was lost in madness, that his mind was unwell. But now she understood that her brother had consciously chosen a path of no return. He was the universal card creator, a unique, golden, epic vocation. He should have had an infinitely bright future. He should have become a person of prominence, the pride of the entire family. Yet he chose to use this extraordinary talent for such petty thievery. This was harder for Lin Yu to accept than if he had gone mad. Was it worth it? Is it worth sacrificing everything for these things? West of Linzhou City. This place is a scar on the city's body, with wires hanging chaotically like spider webs on the old residential buildings, and the ground is perpetually damp, mixed with the sour smell of food remnants and unknown liquids. Lin Yu walked through the narrow alley, hiding himself in the shadows of the buildings. He was unaware that his sister had visited that container again after he left. What he didn't know was that Lin Yu, in front of a pile of toy money he had carelessly copied, was imagining an entire tragic drama about the genius card maker falling into a master counterfeiter. If he were to find out, he would probably just shake his head, sighing at the limited vision of his silly sister. With the ghost card doubling cycle, he possessed in theory infinite possibilities. The world was his canvas. Lin Yu was very cautious now. He valued his life greatly. For the past 5 years he had lived like a dog, indifferent to how he mistreated himself, as he was merely accumulating fuel for a vague goal. But now it was different. His infinitely splendid life was just beginning. To say it was not an exaggeration. His potential was limitless. However, he was not particularly strong at the moment. The recoil from shattering granite left his arms still aching. If he were to accidentally die at this time, it would be a huge loss. He meandered and finally stopped in front of a hardware store that looked like it was on the verge of closing down. A sign hung on the door reading, "Internal renovation, suspended operations." Lin Yu did not hesitate. He knocked 5 times on the rusty rolling shutter door in a rhythm of 3 long, 2 short, neither too light nor too heavy. After a moment, a corner of the rolling shutter door was silently lifted, revealing a murky eye peering out. Upon confirming it was Lin Yu's familiar malnourished face, the gap widened enough for a person to slip in sideways. Lin Yu slipped inside, and the rolling shutter door immediately fell, cutting off the light from the outside. This was one of the entrances to the largest underground black market in Linzhou City, known as the Trash Heap. The countless bottles of cheap mood stabilizers he relied on for survival over the past 5 years were bought here. He couldn't afford those from legitimate pharmacies. Passing through a narrow and moldy passage, he was suddenly met with a wide-open space. A vast underground space appeared before him, with various stalls arranged haphazardly, dim light bulbs hanging overhead, and the air filled with a complex mix of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. People came and went here, but everyone concealed their faces with hoods, masks, or low-quality magical illusions. Anonymity was the first rule of the black market. Lin Yu walked with familiarity to a counter in the corner. Behind the counter sat a man wearing a mask as well. "Book a private room and assemble the cheapest crow for a day." Lin Yu's voice was very low. Crow is the slang of the black market, referring to the most basic disguise set, typically consisting of a large black cloak and a featureless white hard mask. A total of 130. The man behind the counter was succinct. Lin Yu pulled out a crumpled $100 bill from his pocket and fished out several coins, placing them all on the counter. This was the last bit of real money he had on him. The man took the money, handed him a key and a package. Lin Yu took the items and quickly found the corresponding room. The room was small, with only a table, a chair, and a mirror full of scratches hanging on the wall. But this room was absolutely safe. Not to mention, at least his eye of analysis could not see through it. He quickly changed into the large black cloak, put on the white mask, and stored away his original clothes. The person in the mirror was tall and thin, shrouded in the oversized black robe with no discernible physical features, and his face was a blank slate, leaving only 2 dark holes for eyes. There was a faint flow of energy. The more basic the service, the more stable it was. After completing all this, Lin Yu sat down. He looked at his empty pockets, falling into a brief contemplation. The startup capital was gone. To quickly enhance his strength, purchasing materials, potions, and equipment all required money. He needed his first bucket of gold. The effect of the ghost card is to copy a used card. When he was in the rental apartment, he used the $100 bill card. Copying successful. An identical $100 bill card appeared in his hand. He did not continue to use the doubling card. Copying currency is too risky. He did not intend to take this path. This was merely a last resort to obtain startup capital. Forgive him, he swore this was the first and will be the last time using counterfeit money. He restored the card, and in his hand appeared a brand new $100 bill. This one was quite distinct from the previous one, so there was no problem. With startup capital in hand, Lin Yu left the private room and rejoined the flow of people in the black market. He did not look at the stalls selling equipment or potions. He could not afford those yet, and they would easily draw. His goal was very clear. After wandering around, he finally stopped in an inconspicuous corner. The stall was piled with various industrial waste materials, and the stall owner was a thin old man, also wearing a mask. Lin Yu's gaze locked onto a pile of cylindrical substances emitting a soft white light. White basic materials. This was a standard product produced by decomposers, primarily derived from decomposing low-level equipment. Its uses are extremely broad, ranging from equipment manufacturing to construction, toys, and industrial production. Because of its wide audience spanning both professionals and ordinary people, its price is very stable. Standard unit 1 kilogram, $100. The circulation volume is huge, and the demand is also immense. It is the perfect first bucket of gold commodity. Standard price 100 per kilogram. Give me a kilogram. Lin Yu handed over the $100 bill he had just copied. The stall owner took the money, scanned it with a low-quality bill verifier, confirmed it was genuine, and casually grabbed a piece of material, packed it in a bag, and tossed it to Lin Yu. The standard for this stuff is also 1 piece per kilogram. Lin Yu grabbed the item and quickly returned to his private room. He closed the door. He poured the white basic materials from the bag onto the table. It was neither too big nor too small, about the size of a palm. Then he reached out and pressed down on it. Transform card. This time the card transformation process took significantly longer than the previous stone card creation and consumed more mental energy. After a few minutes, a card radiating a white aura finally took form. White basic material card is complete. Lin Yu did not pause, immediately activating his core ability. Ghost card doubling cycle. Doubling x 256. The effects of 8 doubling cards poured out in an instant. With a whoosh, 256 kilograms appeared. 260 pieces of white basic materials. 256 pieces of substance emitting a soft white glow piled high upon the battered table until it nearly overflowed. Beneath his mask, Lin Yu's breathing remained steady. Each piece was worth 100 yuan. 256 pieces totaled 25,600 yuan, a sum that not long ago would have demanded desperate loans, frantic juggling of debts, and sheer exhaustion just to scrape together. Now it took merely minutes. Yet it was insufficient, far from enough. Without pause, he reached into the towering heap of raw materials, selected a piece at random, and activated his occupational ability once more. Material transmutation card. His spiritual energy receded like a retreating tide, and a new, white basic material card coalesced in his palm. Then came the flawless closed-loop sequence he had rehearsed in dreams for 5 years, and now at last brought to life. Phantom card. Amplification 256. A crisp crystalline rustling filled the air, the sound of matter spontaneously manifesting. The pile on the table grew even higher, several pieces tumbled onto the floor. Lin Yu's expression remained impassive, his movements precise and tireless, like an unwavering machine repeating its function. Once, twice, 3 times. By the 4th cycle's completion, the narrow room's floor was entirely buried beneath white basic material. It rose into a small mountain, swallowing the sole table and chair beneath its gleaming expanse. Exactly 1,024 pieces. 100,240 yuan. A dull, persistent ache pulsed at his temples. His spiritual energy had been severely depleted. It was time to convert this hoard into currency. Lin Yu retrieved the room's rudimentary communicator and transmitted an encoded message. 1024 units. White basic material. Standard grade. Room 307. Certified buyers only. He leaned against the doorframe and waited in silence. The black market operated with ruthless efficiency. Within 10 minutes, 3 sharp knocks echoed at the door. Lin Yu opened it. Standing outside was a man cloaked in black, his face concealed behind a bronze mask. His gaze swept across the mountain of material without flicker or hesitation. All standard grade. His voice was gravelly, low, and uninflected. Verify yourself, Lin Yu said, stepping aside. The buyer entered, withdrew a compact scanning device from his sleeve, and sampled pieces from the top, middle, and bottom layers of the pile. The device emitted soft chimes and flashed green. Purity 99. 8. Confirmed standard grade. I'll take all of it. 100,240 yuan, Lin Yu stated. Agreed. The buyer did not haggle. Such transactions were transparent. Negotiation would only waste both parties' time. He produced a sleek black card and a portable terminal. Your card. New here. Cash or bank transfer, Lin Yu replied. The buyer paused slightly. Cash is cumbersome. Transfers leave traces. A black market card is protocol. Where do I get one? The exchange. Give them my alias, bronze mask. They'll issue it. I'll wait. Patient and unruffled, he pushed aside the chair half buried beneath material and sat down. Lin Yu locked the door and followed instructions to the exchange. A greasy, portly man seated behind a counter. Sent by bronze mask. Need a card. The man slid forward a form and a blank card. Just pick any codename. Fee 100 yuan. Lin Yu paid with a counterfeit bill and received moments later a featureless matte black card embedded solely with a microchip. No markings, no identifiers. Back in room 307, the bronze mask buyer remained exactly where he'd left him. Lin Yu handed over the card. The buyer inserted it into the terminal and executed a few swift commands. Beep. Transferred 100,240 yuan. He returned the card. Lin Yu gestured dismissively. All yours. The buyer nodded, then drew from beneath his cloak an unremarkable burlap sack and began loading the white material inside. The sack behaved like a bottomless void. Over 1,000 kilograms vanished within a minute. A Lot-Ear spatial storage artifact. Next time you hit this volume, contact me directly. Shouldering the deceptively heavy sack, he departed. Lin Yu scanned the black card on the room's terminal. Balance, 102400. Below it, a fine print line read internal black market circulation 0 fees. External transfer, 30 fee. A classic case of feather plucking, utterly befitting the black market's ethos. So long as funds stayed within its borders, that fee could be avoided. 10,000 yuan, his first modest fortune secured. Yet stacking the entire room before each transaction was inefficient and perilously conspicuous. He needed a more streamlined tool. He left again, heading deeper into the black market's cluttered bazaar district. Before a stall overflowing with weathered gear, he halted. I need a storage ring. The vendor was a wiry, elderly man who pointed to several rings resting on a tarnished tray. Standard issue, 3 cubic meters. 30,000 yuan. Guild certified, 5 cubic meters. 55,000 yuan. Both prices exceeded his means. Any cheaper options? The old man appraised him, then rummaged beneath the counter and produced a dull soot-black iron ring. If you don't mind a replica? What's the catch? The spatial beacon is copied. Inside the black market, where signal shielding is absolute, it functions flawlessly. Step outside, however, and activate it. An alarm triggers instantly, broadcasting your coordinates to the corporation, then to law enforcement. Enjoy your cell time. The old man grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. But in the junkyard, it's perfect. A black market exclusive artifact. How much capacity? 100 cubic meters. Unstable, but exclusively for non-living substances. Once loaded, it must be fully emptied before accepting another type. Price. You're a regular. I'll make it 8,000 yuan. Non-negotiable. Lin Yu deliberated for precisely 1 second. Seed capital existed to compound. Efficiency trumped caution. Deal. Payment confirmed. Ring acquired. Back in his room, Lin Yu slipped it on and infused it with a thread of spiritual energy. A vast chaotic void unfolded within his perception. He placed a sample piece inside, then retrieved it. Seamless. 100 cubic meters, more than ample. His phantom amplification loop yielded 256 units per cycle. A revelation ignited in his mind. He inserted a single piece into the ring and transmuted it into a card, then activated his ability, Amplification 256. With a thought, 256 pieces manifested instantly within the ring's internal space. Success. Production and storage could now occur entirely within the ring. Efficiency soared. Lin Yu wasted no time. He launched immediately into another production cycle: spiritual energy, expended transmutation, enacted phantom card, invoked amplification, unleashed. Fluid, relentless, seamless. His plan: fill the ring's full 100 cubic meter capacity, then liquidate it all in one go. Yet after 40 cycles, his hands stilled. Alert: storage capacity exhausted. 40 cycles. Each yielded 256 kilograms, 256 standard units. 40 cycles equaled 10,240 units. This ring. Lin Yu's movements came to a halt. He picked up a piece of material, attempting to stuff it into the ring. It wouldn't fit. It's really full. He felt a mix of amusement and frustration. 100 cubic? This old man truly speaks without thinking. The volume of a standard piece of material is about 1,000th of a cubic meter. That is roughly 10 centimeters x 10 centimeters x 10 centimeters. 10,000 pieces equate to about 10 cubic meters. Lin Yu activated his analytical eye and, as expected, found it to be true. It had shrunk by 10 times. Indeed, it was the black market, and it was a counterfeit. Even if he were to return to that old man now, the latter would absolutely deny it, even turning the tables. Forget it. 10 cubic meters is fine. 10,000 pieces of material are worth 1,000,000. Not a small amount. He piled the extra 240 pieces of material in the corner of the room. He would deal with them in the next round. For now, the ring contained a full 10,000 pieces of white basic material, worth 1,000,000. Lin Yu did not contact that bronze mask again. A one-time transaction of 1,000,000 worth of goods is too conspicuous. He valued his life and did not want to attract any unnecessary attention. Better safe than sorry. He returned to the hall of the black market, beginning to search for new buyers. He avoided the larger-looking shops, instead focusing on the smaller stalls that seemed to be struggling. At the first stall, the vendor was a woman wearing a clown mask. Do you buy materials? Standard ones. Yes, at what price? Market price. 98 each. How many do you have? The woman haggled. 500 pieces. Do you have storage equipment to change the delivery location? Sure. The transaction quickly concluded, and 14,000 had been added to his black card. Lin Yu turned and left without hesitation. He found the second stall where a seemingly disheartened young man stood. Do you want materials? 99. The young man was straightforward. 1,000 pieces. Alright. Another 99,000 was credited. Lin Yu maintained great patience moving through the corners of the black market like a ghost. He split the 10,000 pieces of material into dozens of transactions. The largest did not exceed 100,000, while the smallest was only a few thousand. The scale of the black market is vast, and the white basic material is a highly liquid hard currency. His actions did not attract anyone's attention. When the last transaction was complete, Lin Yu returned to his single room. He placed the black card on the terminal in the room. A series of numbers jumped onto the screen. Balance 10311100. Adding the over 100,000 from the initial bronze mask, then subtracting the 80,000 for the ring and 100 for the card, along with various discounts. Precisely 133,100. Lin Yu looked at the number, pocketed the black card, and felt no waves in his heart. It sounds extravagant, but for him, this is just the beginning. In these 5 years, the various black debts he had accumulated with interest compounding totaled just over 3 million. At the current efficiency, he could pay it off in 3 days. However, Lin Yu had a plan for higher efficiency, but the premise of the plan was having enough strength to protect himself. Lin Yu called up his attribute panel. Name: Lin Yu. Profession: Universal Card Maker. Epic. Level 0. Strength 4. Constitution 2. Agility 3. Spirit 45. Skills. Card Transformational Max Card. Innovation LV 10. Mirror Replication LV 1. With the exception of his spirit, which was slightly above average due to 5 uninterrupted years of card making and medication, the other 3 attributes could only be described as weak. The recoil from breaking a stone pillar with a single punch still left a lingering pain in his arm, a consequence of his low constitution. He must elevate his strength as soon as possible. Besides, leveling up the fastest way is to take drugs. Lin Yu left the cramped single room and once again blended into the flow of the black market. This time his destination was more defined. He crossed through the bustling trading hall and turned into a more secluded, dimly lit alley. The air here was filled with a strong herbal scent mixed with a pungent chemical reagent smell, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Occasionally, he could see some fallen, life-drained experimental animals lying by the roadside. This was the pharmaceutical alley of the black market, one of the most chaotic areas in the entire West City black market. Lin Yu walked skillfully to the deepest part of the alley where there was an inconspicuous shop. A wooden sign hung at the door with 3 characters burned into it: Old Ghost Hall. This was the place where he had purchased cheap mental stabilizers over the past 5 years. Compared to the other madmen in the alley who would treat customers as materials, the owner of this shop at least retained a shred of business reputation. Lin Yu pushed the door open. Dingling. The wind chime at the door rang out a clear sound. Inside the shop, the lighting was dim and shelves were filled with various labeled glass bottles, each containing bizarre biological organs and plant roots. A gaunt man stood with his back to the door, stirring a bubbling green liquid in a crucible with a glass rod. He did not turn around. The mental stabilizers are sold out. Come back next week. This was the best-selling item at Old Ghost Hall, effective and affordable. Most people came to buy this, including Lin Yu in the past. The mental stabilizers are sold out. Come back next week. This was the best-selling item at Old Ghost Hall, effective and affordable. The man's stirring stopped. He slowly turned around. The man wore a mask on his face, the kind of ancient birdbeak doctor mask with a long beak that looked strange and terrifying. His exposed skin had an unhealthy pallor, and there were several ugly stitches on his neck. Oh, then what do you want? A potion that permanently enhances attributes. Lin Yu stated his purpose directly. The man under the bird beak mask, known as Old Ghost, let out a raspy laugh. That's quite a bold request. The items here are not cheap. Name your price. Old Ghost did not respond immediately. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, scanned Lin Yu up and down. The potion that permanently enhances attributes is a forbidden drug among forbidden drugs. Each one has extremely precious materials, and the side effects are outrageously high. Are you sure you can afford it? Lin Yu wasted no time, directly slapping the black card on the counter. Check the balance. Old Ghost picked up an old terminal from the counter and inserted the black card. When a long string of numbers popped up on the terminal screen, his movements noticeably paused. 10311100. Not bad. Old Ghost pulled the card out and tossed it back to Lin Yu. His attitude underwent a complete transformation. Since you are a valued customer, we naturally have what you need. Old Ghost carefully took out 3 boxes and placed them one by one on the counter. Power, Agility, Physique. 3 types corresponding to 3 different main ingredients. He opened the first box. Inside was a syringe filled with a viscous, deep red liquid resembling molten lava. Giant strength potion, inferior. The main ingredient is the heart's blood of an abyssal troll. It can permanently increase strength by 13 points. The process will be very painful as your muscles will be torn and restructured. those with weak willpower may die from the agony. Priced at 200,000. He opened the second box. Inside was a test tube containing a pale blue gas. Windwalker's breath inferior. The main ingredient is wind element crystals. Inhaling it can permanently increase agility by 13 points. The process is quite interesting. You will experience the sensation of your bones being shattered inch by inch. Priced at 200,000. Finally, there was the third box. Inside was a yellowish, slightly pulsating tumor. Heart of the rock inferior. The main ingredient is the life gland of a mountain giant. Swallowing it can permanently enhance physique by 13 points. This one is the safest. It's basically just a matter of sleeping and waking up fine. However, there is a 10% chance that you will assimilate with the rock and become a lifeless statue. Priced at 250,000. Lin Yu looked at the three potions. Random attributes, painful processes, and deadly risks. Truly worthy of the black market. He scanned with his analytical eye and found that Old Ghost was indeed speaking the truth. He was a rare, conscientious individual in the black market. Why are they all inferior products? Because I can't obtain the full quality materials. Even if I could, it's not something you can afford with this amount of money. Old Ghost shrugged. Besides, the side effects of the full version are much greater. Those who survive after continuously using the potions are 1 in 10. Out of my simple professional ethics, I advise you that for these 3 types, I only recommend using each one once. Old Ghost added. Once. Yes, once. Old Ghost's beaked mask turned toward him. Theoretically, these can raise your attributes to a cap of 500 points. But that is only theoretical. The more you use, the less effective the increase becomes. Eventually, you might only gain 0, 5, or 0, 6 at a time. More importantly, the toxins will accumulate in your body. Using it once or twice, those with good health can endure. After 10 times, one would basically go insane. 20 times. Even a deity would die. Old Ghost picked up the giant strength potion inferior and shook it under the light. And with this money, wouldn't it be better to eat something else? Lin Yu did not respond. He had heard that some truly wealthy individuals or core members of major guilds would raise their basic attributes very high before leveling up. They relied on potions too. It seemed that things were not so simple. Is there a way to eliminate the side effects? Lin Yu asked. Old Ghost's movements paused, and the eyes behind the mask seemed to reassess Lin Yu. Yes. He slowly put back the giant strength potion inferior and turned to rummage through a locked cabinet behind him. After a moment, he pulled out a silver metal briefcase. With a click, the case opened. Inside was only a beautifully designed syringe filled with pure golden liquid. Life Serum Standard Edition, produced by a legitimate company, military-grade quality. It can eliminate all toxins and side effects remaining after using a potion once. 1 unit priced at 500,000. 500,000. Almost half of his entire fortune. Just to eliminate one side effect. But Lin Yu was well aware that the value of this item far exceeded 500,000. For those who wish to stack attributes with potions, this is life. I want one. Sorry. Old Ghost closed the case. This one has been reserved. Lin Yu paused for a moment. Reserved? Yes. Someone paid a deposit and could come for the goods at any time. Old Ghost returned the case to the cabinet and locked it again. Lin Yu did not pursue the matter further. Do you have potions for mental attributes? Of course we do. Mentioning mental potions, Old Ghost's attitude clearly changed, even carrying a hint of barely concealed pride. He took out a seemingly ordinary vial from under another counter containing a light blue liquid. Awakening potion can permanently increase mental attributes by 2 points. Moreover, it involves no pain and the effects are stable. Likewise priced at 200,000. Does this not have the inferior suffix? Of course not. Old Ghost's beaked mask lifted slightly. This is a product from my previous company where I was one of the core designers. I left later due to a minor ideological disagreement. Lin Yu looked at the vial of potion. How many times can this be used? 10 times. Old Ghost extended a finger. Within 10 uses, the effects remain very stable and there are almost no side effects. Exceeding 10 times, the effects will diminish and some after effects will begin to appear. 10 times. This was far better than the 3 basic attribute potions. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the 3 inferior potions on the counter, finally landing on the awakening potion. He decided to forego the others for now. I want the awakening potion and that Life Serum Standard Edition. Lin Yu spoke calmly. I want both. Old Ghost's movements froze, his beaked mask turning toward him. I already said the Life Serum has been reserved. 1 million. Lin Yu pushed the black card back onto the counter, interrupting his words. The entire Old Ghost hall fell into dead silence. 1 million. The awakening potion costs 200,000 and the life serum costs 500,000, totaling just 700,000. This one offer was a full 300,000 higher. Old Ghost was completely dumbfounded. His eyes hidden behind the beaked mask were fixed on the black card, as if he could see through it to the wealth it represented. This person. Does he not value money at all? Reservations. Damn, what does that even matter? Worst case scenario, he could just pay the breach of contract fee, double the deposit, and he'd still profit tremendously. Cough. Old Ghost coughed heavily to mask his flustered emotions. The pallor of his face even showed a hint of flush as he smiled broadly. True gentlemen, you are so straightforward. Reservations are just a minor issue. In business, the highest bidder wins. As he spoke, he swiftly turned around, unlocked the cabinet he had just locked, and retrieved the silver briefcase, placing it heavily on the counter. Click. The case opened, and the Golden Life serum lay quietly inside. The deal was made on the spot. Old Ghost picked up the terminal, took Lin Yu's card, and quickly began to operate. Beep. The transfer was complete. Lin Yu's black card balance instantly shrank to just over 30,000. But he didn't care at all. He stored the awakening potion and the silver briefcase containing the life serum into his storage ring. Money can be earned again, but these two things, especially the life serum, are hard currency that even wealth cannot easily procure. With the transaction completed, Lin Yu turned to leave. Yet he had barely taken 2 steps when the wind chimes at the door rang out in a sharp, urgent tone. The door was violently pushed open with immense force, crashing heavily against the wall. A gigantic figure blocked the doorway, completely shrouding the already dim light within the store. It was an extraordinarily hulking man, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles straining against his leather armor, resembling a moving small mountain. He wore a grotesque demon mask that made him appear sinister, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes visible, filled with urgency and agitation. Old Ghost. As soon as the man entered, he let out a beast-like low growl. "Where is the life serum I ordered?" The smile on Old Ghost's face instantly froze, quickly replaced by a professionally feigned grin, though the smile carried an unmistakable hint of reluctance. He spread his hands. "Oh dear, my esteemed customer, I truly apologize. The serum is—" The giant immediately exploded in anger, stepping forward, causing the wooden floor of the entire store to groan under the strain. "Gone." His voice rose by 8 octaves, brimming with barely contained fury. I even paid a deposit. Do you have any idea that I'm relying on this to save my life?" Old Ghost maintained his smile, but subtly his body shrank back. "Customer, please remain calm. Business is business. When someone offers a higher price as a small trader, I simply cannot refuse." He pulled out a small wad of cash from beneath the counter and tossed it onto the table. "Hey, race your deposit back. I will also compensate for the breach of contract at the same price. In the apothecary alley, my reputation and principles are of utmost importance. Please be understanding, this is business, not charity." The giant stared at the pile of money on the table, his breathing growing heavier beneath the demon mask. Was he in need of money? No, he needed a life. Seeing his demeanor, Old Ghost's eyes shifted, and a plan formed in his mind. He pointed at Lin Yu, who was still standing nearby. "Moreover, if you have any grievances, don't take it out on me. The buyer hasn't left yet," bits him. Lin Yu instantly tensed up. The crow cloak he wore concealed his physique well, but it could not change his frail nature. The man at the door exuded a strong aura of bloodlust and oppression just by standing there. In a direct confrontation, his chances of winning were low. The demon mask turned toward Lin Yu, and the bloodshot eyes burned with a fury and despair that seemed ready to explode. "It's you." The man's voice was deep, carrying a beast-like growl. He stepped forward, causing the wooden floor of the store to groan under the pressure. Old Ghost, enjoying the spectacle, shrank his neck back and hid behind the counter, exposing only his eyes, ready to watch the drama unfold. The black market rules stated that no violence was allowed in the store. But rules are dead, people are alive. When truly pushed to the edge, who still cares about rules? Lin Yu neither moved nor spoke. He was contemplating a strategy. However, the next scene left both Lin Yu and Old Ghost dumbfounded. The tower-like man stopped just 3 steps away from Lin Yu. His massive body trembled violently, and the breath beneath the demon mask sounded heavy, as if from a broken bellows. Thud! A muffled sound. The man's knees buckled, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The hard wooden floor was dented visibly where his knees struck. The entire Old Ghost hall fell into a dead silence. "Please." From beneath the grotesque demon mask came not a roar, but a plea so humble and pitiful it was almost tearful. "Sell it to me. I beg you." Old Ghost peered out from behind the counter, his beak mask askew. After so many years in the apothecary alley, he had never witnessed such a scene. Lin Yu too never expected such a turn of events. Kneeling, the hulking man seemed unable to bear the collapse within himself, tearing off the demon mask to reveal a face drenched in sweat and tears. It was an exceptionally young face, still bearing traces of youth, no more than 18 or 19 years old. He was not a battle-hardened warrior, but rather a high school student on the brink of madness. My name is Zhao Tianyang. He choked out, pulling out his student ID and identification card from his pocket, holding them high above his head toward Lin Yu. Ling Zhou no. 1 high school class 7 of the 3rd year. In 2 days it will be our school's occupational awakening ceremony. I beg you sell me the life serum. I can't die. I truly don't want to die. Zhao Tianyang completely broke down, laying all his cards on the table. In order to obtain a better initial panel during the occupational awakening, he had been misled and purchased a large quantity of cheap attribute enhancement potions from some unregulated sources. In a short time his physical condition did indeed improve rapidly, but he quickly tasted the bitter consequences. The toxins from those potions accumulated wildly within him, and his body was on the brink of collapse. The black market doctor clearly informed him that with his current physical condition, participating in the occupational awakening ceremony would instantly trigger all the toxins in his body, and the result would be 1. Death. The life serum was his only hope. 500,000. This is the highest price I can offer. Zhao Tianyang pulled out a black card from his pocket, holding it high as well. This is all the savings my parents have accumulated for a lifetime. I beg you. He even threw his identification card and student ID onto the ground, simply wanting to prove that what he said was true. In that moment, it was as if he was about to say, "I'm a student, give me the item," and throw in an extra 50 for travel expenses. Old Ghost watched from the side, sighing deeply. He knew the boy was speaking the truth. Ling Zhou no. 1 high school indeed had postnatal awakenings. He was well aware of the side effects of those illegal potions. This child had ruined himself with his eagerness for quick success. But sympathy aside, business is business. Old Ghost managed to procure this vial of serum through special channels, already considering the boy's pitiful situation. Now that someone was willing to pay nearly double the price, there was no reason for him not to sell. He needed money too, he had a life to save. None of them were here to do charity. Old Ghost's gaze shifted to Lin Yu, who he didn't believe for a moment would be a kind-hearted person, especially not one who casually threw out $1 million. The despair and pain on his face were not feigned. A high school student driven to the brink. The old ghost behind the counter watched with keen interest. The despair and pain on his face were not feigned. A high school student driven to the brink. The old ghost behind the counter watched with keen interest. He loved watching such dramas. The struggles of the weak, the indifference of the strong, and the judgment of money. This is the black market. This is reality. Please. I really only have this much. Zhao Tianyang's voice was already hoarse as he pushed the black card forward, his forehead heavily knocking against the cold floor, producing a dull thud. Bang! 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 He repeatedly knocked his head, tears streaming down his face. In the entire old ghost hall, only the sound of his head banging and suppressed sobs remained. The old ghost couldn't bear to watch any longer. Was this child really foolish, or just pretending? Who in the black market would fall for this? The hearts of these people were harder than stone. Sure enough, the mysterious buyer in the crow cloak stood still, like an emotionless statue. After knocking his head 12 times, Zhao Tianyang's forehead was already swollen and oozing blood. He raised his head and saw Lin Yu still looking the same, as if the last glimmer of hope had been drained away. He seemed to go mad, suddenly screaming, "Isn't it enough? Is the money not enough? He'll give myself to you too." Zhao Tianyang seemed to grasp at the last straw, incoherently shouting, "I'll give you my life. This can be done in the black market. A slave brand. As long as you give me the serum and let me live, I will be your dog. I will survive, I will make money for you. I can definitely earn 500,000. Not just that. 1 million. 2 million. He had no more time and no other options. The awakening ceremony was the day after tomorrow. He couldn't wait any longer. The slave brand is one of the darkest contracts in the black market. One party brands the other on their soul. From then on, life and death are controlled by the master. This kind of contract is very cheap. For a high school student like Zhao Tianyang, who is yet to awaken and whose future is full of uncertainty, getting a brand might not even be worth 100,000. The old ghost finally stepped out from behind the counter, shaking his head, a sigh escaping from beneath his birdbeak mask. "Young man, you overestimate your worth." He approached Zhao Tianyang, looking down at him. "Right now you are merely an ordinary high school student riddled with injuries and full of toxins. Don't mention 500,000, your life isn't even worth 10,000 right now. Moreover, considering how much medicine you've used, even one serum might not save you." The old ghost's words were like a cold blade stabbing into Zhao Tianyang's heart. "If you had already awakened and had some decent potential, then perhaps we could talk. But now," the old ghost spread his hands, "this customer buying your life would be better off purchasing a few powerful potions. It's much more cost-effective. Zhao Tianyang froze completely, the color drained from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. All his bargaining chips had been laid bare, and the other party remained indifferent. Despair washed over him like a tide, completely drowning him. The old ghost was also preparing to forcibly evict him. He had seen enough drama and didn't want to delay his business. The atmosphere in the entire shop had become extremely oppressive. Lin Yu stood still, his body beneath the cloak, not moving an inch. To Zhao Tianyang and the old ghost, he seemed to be coldly weighing options, or rather silently rejecting. But in reality, Lin Yu's consciousness was enduring an unprecedented storm. While Zhao Tianyang was knocking his head, Lin Yu had already made a decision. He was not a good person, but he was also not a devil. A dying high school student, a potential asset, a loyal subordinate. This deal was worth it. Because his cost was zero. Zero cost, zero risk. But the premise was that he also had to possess the life serum. When Zhao Tianyang shouted that he would put himself up as collateral, Lin Yu had silently taken out the silver briefcase from his storage ring. He did not open it, but directly activated his skill. Card transformation. Target Life Serum Standard Edition. A massive, unimaginable resistance surged from the briefcase. This was completely different from his previous experiences creating stone cards and food cards. The life serum, as a military-grade advanced alchemical product, had an internal structure that was extremely complex, containing energy far beyond that of ordinary items. The difficulty of formalizing it was hundreds or even thousands of times greater than that of stones. Lin Yu felt like his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, and his 45 points of mental strength poured out like a flood. His vision began to darken and his legs turned to jelly. He was on the verge of collapsing right there. No, he must hold on. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his mental strength into it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, at the moment his mental strength was about to run dry, the briefcase in his hand suddenly lightened. Card transformation successful. Item Card Life Serum Standard Edition. A card glowing with blue light appeared in his hand, which he instantly stored back in the ring. It worked. Lin Yu's body swayed, his face pale as paper beneath the cloak, cold sweat soaking through the lining. But he did not stop. Almost at the moment the card transformation succeeded, he activated his core ability. He did not need to cycle through Ghost Card and Multiplication Card, as he only needed one. First he used the Life Serum Standard Edition card to obtain the physical serum. Then, Ghost Card. Use. Buzz. His mental strength was once again drained, but compared to the previous consumption, it was nothing. A brand new Life Serum Standard Edition card formed in his storage space. Now he had 2 doses of the Life Serum. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. From the outside, Lin Yu merely stood there silent for several seconds. Zhao Tianyang had completely given up, slumped on the ground. The old ghost also lost his patience, ready to speak and usher him out. Just then Lin Yu finally moved. He raised his head, his gaze beneath the cloak falling on Zhao Tianyang. 500,000, and the conditions you mentioned. Lin Yu's voice was calm, breaking the dead silence in the shop. I agree. In an instant the air froze. Zhao Tianyang abruptly lifted his head, his tear-streaked and blood-stained face filled with disbelief. What did he just hear? Agreed. The old ghost was also stunned, his mouth wide open beneath the birdbeak mask. This person has gone mad. Spending 1 million, or rather 800,000 to buy a life serum was already a huge loss. Now he wanted to resell it for 500,000. What kind of operation was this? Doing charity. When has the black market ever had such a living bodhisattva? What? What did you say? Zhao Tianyang's voice trembled. He could hardly believe his ears. Lin Yu did not repeat himself. He took out the silver briefcase he had just stored in the ring and placed it on the counter. With a click the case opened. The vial of life serum, radiating a golden light, lay quietly inside. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyang. The item is here. The money and the contract, let's do it now. This sentence finally awakened the dazed Zhao Tianyang. He rolled and crawled to the counter, trembling hands, pushing his black card and identity card forward. In his excitement his nails scratched the wooden counter, producing a harsh sound. I am here. The money is here. Old ghost, you call someone. The old ghost, witnessing this dramatic scene, finally came to his senses. Looking at Lin Yu, his expression had shifted from that of seeing a fat sheep to that of seeing a monster, or rather an existence he could not comprehend. But he reacted swiftly, the instincts of a businessman instantly overshadowing all his shock. Good, good. Please wait, esteemed guest. I have someone who can do this. The old ghost immediately picked up an old-fashioned communicator from the counter and dialed a number. Hello, is it Lord Qi? It's old ghost. Yes, there's a small job of branding. Yes, right now I'm here. He'll pay. The old ghost's movements were surprisingly quick for a man of his age. He hung up the communicator and turned to Zhao Tianyang, who was still kneeling on the ground. The voice coming from beneath his bird beak mask regained the shrewdness of a businessman. All right, get up. Lord Qi will be here shortly. He glanced at Lin Yu and added, they'll cover the cost of the branding. Consider it compensation for your breach of contract. We'll call it even. Zhao Tianyang stared blankly at the old ghost, then at Lin Yu, seemingly still unable to process this massive turn of events. Zhao Tianyang stared blankly at the old ghost, then at Lin Yu, seemingly still unable to process this massive turn of events. Zhao Tianyang then seemed to awaken from a dream, scrambling to his feet. He stood up too abruptly, nearly stumbling again. He stood to the side, head bowed, hands tightly gripping the corners of his clothing like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Lin Yu, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, completely shrouded by his cloak, revealing no emotions. He was merely thinking that this guy called Old Ghost was quite shrewd. Waiving the contract fee not only served to curry favor with him, but also definitively settled the unpleasantness between him and Zhao Tianyang. The old ghost hall fell into silence again, but the atmosphere was entirely different from before. The previous dead silence was one of despair, while the current silence was eerie. The old ghost was wiping his bottles and jars behind the counter, his peripheral vision constantly darting between Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyang. He couldn't make sense of it. He truly couldn't make sense of it. Spending 800,000 to buy something, and then selling it for 500,000. The 30,000 lost in between was just to take in a high school student full of toxins with an uncertain future. This financial calculation didn't add up. At least in this world. No people's lives are not worth 30,000. Unless this person simply doesn't care about that amount. Or he has other motives. The old ghost had been in this drug-dealing alley for half his life, and had seen too many crazy things, but this kind of loss-making charity was a first. He looked at Lin Yu in his mysterious crow cloak, and a thought popped into his mind. This person was either a super fool with a brain squished by a door, or he was a true big shot from a powerful family, someone he couldn't see through it all. The world of big shots might be different from those of them rolling in the mud. A few 100,000 could indeed just be a small risk investment. If it pays off, it means an additional potential asset in the future. If it goes wrong, that amount of money they could afford to lose. Indeed, otherwise how could one so decisively raise the price by 30,000 to buy something? With this in mind, the old ghost looked at Lin Yu with a bit more respect. Before long, dingling, the wind chimes at the door rang softly. An old man dressed in a tang suit with gray hair and a thin face walked in. He held an ancient wooden box, moving silently like a ghost. Lord Qi. The old ghost immediately stepped forward, a smile plastered across his face. The old man, referred to as Lord Qi, merely nodded, scanning the shop with his gaze, before finally resting on Zhao Tianyang and Lin Yu. He did not ask a single additional question. The black market has its own rules. He only handled business, not asking about reasons. Who is the master and who is the servant? Lord Qi's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. I. Lin Yu spoke. I. Zhao Tianyang also spoke, but his voice was so soft it was barely audible, filled with shame and unease. Lord Qi placed the wooden box on an empty table and opened it. Inside were not any peculiar props, but rather some seemingly ordinary tools: a silver knife, a porcelain bowl filled with a bright red liquid, and several yellow talismans covered in complex runes. Extend your hand, Lord Qi said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu extended his left hand. Lord Qi picked up the silver knife and gently sliced the tip of Lin Yu's finger. A drop of blood oozed out and dripped into the porcelain bowl. The red liquid immediately began to churn as if it had come to life. Then Lord Qi looked at Zhao Tianyang. Kneel with your forehead against the edge of the table. Zhao Tianyang's body trembled, and without any hesitation he immediately complied. He knelt on both knees, pressing his swollen and broken forehead tightly against the cold wooden edge of the table. This posture was filled with humiliation. Lord Qi picked up a talisman, dipped a brush into the bowl containing Lin Yu's blood, and quickly began to draw on the talisman. His movements were fluid, fast enough to leave only a blur behind. Soon a new talisman was completed. This is the master-servant brand. Once inscribed, life and death are controlled by the master. Resistance will lead to the soul being burned, unable to seek death. Do you understand this? Although it was called master-servant, in reality, it was servitude. Lord Qi asked one last time, as was the rule. Zhao Tianyang's body shook violently, and he closed his eyes, squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. I am willing. Lord Qi stopped speaking. He took the talisman, muttering incantations, and the talisman ignited without fire. He flicked his fingers, and the burning ashes landed precisely on Zhao Tianyang's forehead. Sizzle, a light sound. Zhao Tianyang let out a suppressed groan, his body convulsing violently, veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat instantly soaked his back. A burnt smell spread through the air. Lin Yu felt it too. At the moment the talisman ashes fell, it was as if an invisible thread appeared in his mind. On the other end of the thread was a humble, fearful, yet filled with gratitude and ecstasy soul. He could clearly feel all of Zhao Tianyang's emotions at this moment. It was a kind of relief after surviving a calamity, a determination to give everything away, and a sense of near-faithful loyalty. This kid is truly an honest person. His family probably is too. He genuinely believes that he is a living Buddha who saved his life. The contract was completed. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Lord Qi packed up, closed the wooden box, nodded at the old ghost, and turned to leave as silently as he had arrived. From start to finish he did not say a single extra word. The old ghost slipped a black card into Lord Qi's pocket as payment. After all this, the old ghost finally turned to Lin Yu, rubbing his hands with a beaming smile. Esteemed guest, the contract has been finalized. Do I, along with him, have settled everything clearly? Ding. The transfer was completed. Lin Yu's account balance, which had been over 30,000, returned to 530,000. And the life serum that he had purchased for an additional 30,000 was now quietly resting in Zhao Tianyang's hands. Zhao Tianyang held the silver briefcase as if he were cradling the most precious treasure in the world. He approached Lin Yu and once again knelt heavily. Master, brother. He raised his head, his face filled with tears, but this time it was not despair but rebirth. From now on, Zhao Tianyang's life is yours. Lin Yu looked at the young man kneeling on the ground, who had completely surrendered everything. The face beneath the cloak showed no signs of change. The pure and unreserved loyalty and gratitude conveyed through their soul link left him generally satisfied with this transaction. This was a qualified investment. Get up, Lin Yu spoke. Zhao Tianyang's body trembled, and he immediately scrambled to his feet, standing respectfully to the side, his head slightly lowered, afraid to meet Lin Yu's gaze. What you need to do now is find a safe place to use the potion. Lin Yu's instructions were very clear. Yes, master. Zhao Tianyang immediately responded, then eagerly added, I will go wherever you go. In his eyes he was already the master's private possession and should not leave his side. No need. Lin Yu declined. He looked at the youthful face before him, continuing to arrange things in a when I need you I will find you. Zhao Tianyang was taken aback, just about to say something more. Lin Yu then threw out a statement that left him utterly stunned. Before I find you, you are free. Go do what you need to do. Free. Zhao Tianyang's mind went blank. He thought he had signed a contract of servitude, losing all dignity and freedom, becoming a dog chained. But now his new master actually told him that he still had freedom. Zhao Tianyang's eyes instantly reddened, and the tears he thought he had dried up surged uncontrollably once again. He took a step forward, wanting to kneel again, but was stopped by the invisible aura emanating from Lin Yu. I understand. Master. Zhao Tianyang choked, tightly hugging the silver briefcase in his arms, deeply bowing towards Lin Yu. I will not let you down. After saying that, he dared not delay any longer and turned to rush out of the old ghost hall. He wanted to live, to become stronger, to create 100-fold or 1,000-fold value for this master who had given him new life and dignity. Dingling. The sound of the wind chimes faded away and the shop returned to silence. The old ghost stood behind the counter, forgetting to adjust his bird beak mask, as he looked at Lin Yu, as if seeing a monster descending from the sky. His mind was a chaotic mess. Spending 800,000 to buy and selling for 500,000, losing 300,000. Just to acquire a high school student of unknown background, and then letting him go. What kind of operation is this? Which young master from a big family in Linzhou came out to experience life? Or is this a special process for recruiting members of some mysterious organization? Really, impossible to understand. The more the old ghost thought about it, the more his heart raced. He felt like he had inadvertently peered into a realm he could not comprehend. Lin Yu ignored the old ghost's shock. He finished his business and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Yu about to depart, the old ghost's heart suddenly jolted. No, he couldn't just let him go. This might be an opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. This young man, whether he was truly foolish or pretending, represented an energy that a nobody like him wallowing in the mud needed to seize desperately. Take a gamble. Esteemed guest, please wait. The old ghost darted out from behind the counter and blocked Lin Yu's path. Lin Yu halted, but said nothing. The old ghost bowed deeply to Lin Yu, lowering his posture significantly. Your actions today, esteemed guest, have truly opened my eyes and filled me with admiration. He spoke sincerely, as if genuinely moved by Lin Yu's benevolence. I, old ghost, navigate through this medicine man alley, valuing money, but also valuing people. If I were to take advantage of a benevolent person like you, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Lin Yu remained. He was curious to see what kind of tricks this old fox was up to. Seeing that Lin Yu was unmoved, the old ghost gritted his teeth and directly pulled out his black market black card. I previously overcharged you 300,000. It was my lack of discernment, blinded by greed. This money I must return to you. He handed the card to Lin Yu, his face filled with a painful, yet resolute expression. Consider this as my way of wanting to befriend you. 300,000 to buy a chance to befriend. This was the largest risk investment old ghost had ever made in his life. Lin Yu looked at the black card being offered. Refunding money. Now that's interesting. This old ghost was more decisive than he had anticipated. He was betting that his future value would far exceed this 300,000. Unfortunately, he guessed right, but not completely right. Lin Yu did not feign politeness or reject it. He simply took out his own card silently. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. The old ghost was taken aback. He had anticipated that Lin Yu might refuse, might exchange pleasantries, or even coldly say it was unnecessary. But he never expected Lin Yu to simply accept it directly, without a hint of hesitation. Ding! The notification sound of the transfer completed. Lin Yu's account balance jumped from 530,000 to 830,000. He retrieved his card and nodded to the old ghost. Until we meet again. After saying that, he turned to leave, his cloak slicing through the air in an arc, showing no signs of reluctance. Dingling. The wind chimes rang again, and this time the shop's door closed completely. The old ghost stood dazedly in place, still holding his hand in the position of offering the card. He looked at the 300,000 that had been deducted from his account, then glanced at the empty entrance, feeling completely numb. Just like that, he accepted it, and then just left. He felt as if he had punched into an endless black hole. His rhetoric about benevolence and making friends was completely lost on the other party. The other party simply took back what belonged to him. A few seconds later, a wave of intense regret surged up in the old ghost's heart. Slap. He slapped himself hard on the face. Damn it. He cursed softly, pacing nervously in the shop. Fool. I'm such a fool. If I wanted to befriend him, I should have refunded the whole million. Giving things away for free. That's called boldness. That's called investment. The other party didn't blink when spending 300,000 to buy something. Did he really care about your 300,000? The more he thought about it, the angrier and more regretful he became. Now refunding 300,000. What does that even count for? The other party didn't even look at him. Neither did he curry favor properly, nor did he earn all the money. The old ghost painfully clutched his hair, feeling as if he had missed out on $1 billion. He despondently slumped into a chair filled with self-loathing. Old ghost, no wonder you can only guard this broken shop your whole life. Not bold enough nor cunning enough. You deserve to never make money. Lin Yu left the old ghost hall. The sound of wind chimes from the shop behind him was drowned out by the cacophony of voices in the black market. This fellow called Old Ghost was indeed interesting. The final act of refunding was a demonstration of both flattery and reluctance to spend money, exposing the shrewdness and limitations of a businessman. The scope was limited. However, this made him feel considerably more at ease. Ordinary people were like this. Their gambling nature was not pronounced, yet they were not inherently bad. He would consider future matters later. Lin Yu navigated through the crowded and chaotic alley with only one goal in mind: to grow stronger. Soon he returned to the single room he had initially rented. The room remained dimly lit, filled with a mix of the cheap disinfectant and a musty odor. Lin Yu stood in the center of the room, methodically counting the items from his storage ring. 1 card of life serum, standard version. 1 physical awakening potion. Also a black card with a balance of 830,000. Everything was in order. He was ready to begin. However, upon glancing around, he halted his actions. This place wouldn't do. It was far too unsafe. The soundproofing of this room was nearly non-existent, and the camouflage was rudimentary at best. If any accidents occurred during his strength enhancement, even the slightest noise could attract unnecessary trouble. Lin Yu did not hesitate, withdrew all his belongings into the ring, and turned to leave the single room he had occupied for less than half an hour, merging back into the flow of the black market. He walked straight toward an area deep within the garbage dump. Here the buildings were no longer makeshift metal shacks, but sturdy concrete fortresses with several formidable guards standing at the entrance. Renting a room. Lin Yu approached a building with a sign reading Hive and spoke to the guards at the entrance. The guard surveyed him briefly, asked no further questions, and stepped aside. Inside was a spacious hall where a woman dressed in professional attire but wearing a metallic mask sat at the front desk. What level? The woman asked without looking up. Golden level. The woman raised her head, her eyes behind the mask scanning Lin Yu's cloak. Codename Bunker, independent power supply, physical isolation, energy, shielding 8,800 per day, 1 month deposit and payment. That works. Lin Yu handed over his black card. 17,600 was instantly deducted. Bunker no. 3. Here are the key and the shield device starter. The woman pushed a card and a small remote control toward him. Lin Yu accepted the items and left without uttering a single word. Finding Bunker no. 3. He used the card to unlock the heavy alloy door and walked inside. Boom. The door slowly closed behind him, completely isolating him from the external noise. The world instantly fell silent. The room was not large, only 30 square meters, but the walls, ceiling, and floor were made of thick metal, giving a profound sense of security. Lin Yu pressed the remote control in his hand. Buzz. An invisible energy field instantly enveloped the entire room. This was a military-grade signal jammer capable of blocking all forms of surveillance. Now this place was absolutely safe. Lin Yu removed his cloak, revealing a slightly pale young face. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room and took out the awakening potion. Next was the crucial step. Card transformation. Target awakening potion, standard version. A resistance comparable to that experienced during the making of the life serum card surged forth. The internal structure of this potion was equally complex and precise, with energy properties that were extremely unique. To formalize its rules required a terrifying amount of mental energy. Lin Yu felt his temples thumping, his mental energy was being drained at an unprecedented speed. With a limit of 45 points of mental energy, he felt as fragile as a piece of paper against this consumption. Over the past 5 years, he had created tens of millions of junk cards, and the skill of card transformation had long been practiced to the limit of his current level. Theoretically, whether it was the life serum or the awakening potion, their item levels far exceeded his current capacity for card transformation. Success hinged entirely on the proficiency brought about by his maxed-out skill and a touch of luck. His mind began to spin, and the scene before him doubled. His mental energy was on the verge of depletion. Now was the moment. Just before his awareness completely faded, Lin Yu forcefully pressed the last bit of his mental energy forward. The potion in his hand trembled violently. Card transformation successful. A card glowing with a clear blue light quietly appeared in his grasp. He did it. Lin Yu swayed slightly and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Merely creating a card had nearly drained him. Yet he did not rest. He took out several tablets purchased from elsewhere that restored mental energy, tossing them into his mouth like candy, and immediately activated his core ability. Ghost card. Amplification card. Infinite loop activate. Buzz. The space within the storage ring began to undergo wondrous changes. 1 awakening potion card, 1 life serum card. 2 cards, 4 cards, 8 cards, 16 cards. Mental energy gradually recovered under the effect of the recently taken potion, yet rapidly diminished in the process of card duplication. Lin Yu's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire mind in this frenzied proliferation. 256 times. This was the limit his current mental energy could bear. When the cycle stopped, his storage ring was neatly stacked with 2 piles of cards. One pile glowed with clear blue light, and the other radiated a sacred golden glow. 256 Awakening Potion Standard Version. 256 Life Serum Standard Version. Lin Yu's face showed no joy. This was just the beginning. He took out 1 Awakening Potion card, and a syringe filled with blue liquid appeared in his hand. Then he took out another Life Serum card, and a syringe filled with golden liquid appeared in his other hand. Without hesitation, he aimed the blue syringe at his arm and plunged it in forcefully. The cold liquid flowed into his veins. In the next second, he plunged the golden syringe into his other arm. The 2 syringes, 1 blue and 1 gold, were unhesitatingly injected into his bloodstream. Coldness and warmth, 2 completely different liquids, surged into his body simultaneously. Wherever the blue liquid flowed, the fatigue in his brain seemed to be instantly smoothed out by a cold hand, and his thoughts became clearer than ever. Every thought, every fragment of memory was as transparent as freshly cleaned glass. The golden liquid transformed into a warm torrent, instantly washing through his limbs and bones. It acted like the most efficient repairman, able to mend every hidden wound left after each depletion of mental energy, every bit of vitality exhausted from late-night card creation, all one by one. An indescribable sense of comfort surged from the depths of the soul. Lin Yu could distinctly see that his once fragile spiritual essence, weakened by extreme limits, was being rapidly reinforced by a golden warm current. The pool representing the total amount of mental power widened slightly under the effect of the blue potion. It seems that the life serum not only removes toxins, but can even restore the essence. Mental power 47. Success. A single awakening potion brought a total increase of 2 points in mental power. Lin Yu did not pause, and once again retrieved 2 cards from his storage ring, activating them. Another 2 syringes. He expressionlessly plunged the needle into the previous injection site. Second injection. Mental power 49. Third injection. Mental power 51. 10th injection. Mental power 65. In the cold metallic bunker, only the faint sound of the activated syringes and the dull noise of liquid being pushed into veins echoed repeatedly. Lin Yu's movements were mechanical yet precise, like a tireless robot. His expression remained unchanged throughout, yet within he was conducting the most meticulous and efficient calculations. Every potion equated to an increase of 2 points in mental power. Each point of increase represented a rise in the limit of the number of doubling cards he could simultaneously control. This was the cornerstone of all his future plans. When he used the 28th Awakening Potion, he halted his actions. Mental power, 99. Just a bit more, and he would reach 100. This was a significant threshold. According to rumors in the black market, any attribute potion would drastically reduce its effectiveness once the user's specific base attribute was forcibly raised to 100 points. He took out the 29th potion and injected it. Indeed, the refreshing sensation had noticeably weakened. Mental power 100. This time it only increased by 1 point. The efficacy had halved. Lin Yu was not surprised. He glanced at his storage ring. Of the 256 potions, he had consumed 29, leaving 227. At the current rate of 1 point per potion, the remaining potions could provide at most over 200 points of mental power. Not enough. Far from enough. His goal was the theoretical limit that these potions could reach, 500 points. Moreover, as his mental power increased, he would need more life serum to counteract the increasingly potent resistance of the potions, ensuring his body remained unharmed. It was time to improve efficiency. Lin Yu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind sank into the depths of consciousness. There a ghostly gesture card and a card marked X2 floated quietly. Ghost card. Doubling card. His current mental power was 100 points. Based on the experiences he had gathered over the past 5 years, 100 points of mental power was sufficient to sustain the existence of 12 doubling cards simultaneously. Excluding the 2 cards used as starting funds, he could perform exactly 10 doublings. 2 raised to the power of 10 1024. Buzz. Lin Yu's temples throbbed violently, and a surge of mental pressure far beyond before descended. The ghost card activated, replicating the doubling card. The doubling card activated, continuously doubling the number of copies the ghost card could produce. This was an exponentially insane growth. It only took a few seconds. The cycle stopped. Lin Yu's complexion turned pale momentarily, but quickly returned to normal under the residual effects of the life serum. He looked at his storage ring. The card count, which had originally been just over 200, had now transformed into 1251 Awakening Potions Standard Version, 1251 Life Serums Standard Version. One operation had replenished his stock to an entirely new level. This was efficiency. Lin Yu felt no joy, he was merely a ruthless executor. The new ammunition was already loaded. He picked up the syringe again. 30th injection. Mental power 101. 31st injection. Mental power 102. 100th injection. Mental power 171. Time lost its meaning in the utterly silent bunker. Lin Yu had completely immersed himself in this monotonous cycle. Inject, feel, then inject again. His body had grown numb to the pain of the needle, yet his spirit became increasingly exhilarated and alert with each increase. This was a positive cycle. The stronger his mental power, the finer his control over his body became, and the higher the absorption efficiency of the potion. When the potions in the ring were once again consumed, Lin Yu's mental power had already surpassed the 300 mark. He activated the ghost card doubling cycle once more. This time the number of doubling cards he could maintain simultaneously had reached 16. Doubling times 14. 2 raised to the power of 14. 16,384. A vast quantity of potions instantly filled a corner of the storage ring, where blue light and golden brilliance intertwined. Lin Yu did not even glance at them, continuing along his path of enhancement. 300 points, 400 points, 450 points. As his mental power approached 500, the growth once again slowed. From an increase of 0.8 points per potion to 0.5 points, then down to 0.1 points. The potential of the awakening potion was being squeezed to its limit. Lin Yu did not furrow his brow. As long as there was still an increase, even if it was only 0.01, he would continue. Because what he possessed was nearly infinite resources. He could disregard costs and waste. This was the most terrifying aspect of the ghost card doubling cycle. He did not know how much time had passed. After Lin Yu injected another awakening potion, the feeling of growth in mental power completely disappeared. His mental power value steadily settled at an integer. Mental power 500. Maxed out. This potion worth 200,000 in the black market had its upper limit entirely consumed by him. Lin Yu made a rough estimate. To reach this limit he had consumed over 2,000 awakening potions and an equivalent amount of life serum. In terms of market value this amounted to a terrifying expenditure exceeding 400 million. Yet what he paid was merely some mental power and time. Lin Yu slowly stood up. He felt the unprecedented immense mental power within him. If the previous mental power was a small pond now, it was a bottomless lake. 500 points of mental power. This meant that the number of doubling cards he could maintain simultaneously was 22 cards, excluding the 2 starting cards. He could continuously use a total of 20 doubling cards. Lin Yu's breath halted for a moment. A number automatically surfaced in his mind. 2 raised to the power of 20. 1,048,576. An increase exceeding 1 million times. With 500 points of mental strength, a deep lake formed in the sea of consciousness. Lin Yu slowly stood up, stretching his slightly stiff body after sitting for too long. He did not indulge in the pleasure of experiencing the surge of power, but immediately began to calculate. The simultaneous use of 20 multiplication cards. 2 raised to the 20th power. 1,048,576. A coefficient of increase exceeding 1 million. This is the most fundamental trump card he possesses now. With such a trump card, the next consideration is how to convert this power into real combat effectiveness. He temporarily decided not to use any potions that directly enhance physical attributes. The potions from the old ghost hall for the other 3 attributes, not to mention the side effects, inevitably involve immense pain during the forced enhancement of attributes. This is what he personally stated. Lin Yu is not afraid of hardship, but he is not insane and has no penchant for self-mutilation. If there are simpler, more efficient and safer methods, why choose the most painful path? This is what he personally stated. Lin Yu is not afraid of hardship, but he is not insane and has no penchant for self-mutilation. If there are simpler, more efficient and safer... Lin Yu donned his cloak, shrouding himself in shadows, and left the bunker that cost him 17,000. He re-entered the chaotic and noisy streets of the garbage dump. This time he did not go to the shops selling materials and potions, but headed straight to a more secluded corner. Most stalls here sell second-hand goods. Among them is what he needs, skills. In this world the sources of skills are varied. They can be skill crystals dropped by magical creatures or skill books produced by certain special dungeons. Lin Yu quickly stopped in front of a stall with a sign that read General Store. The stall owner was a cyclopes lazily lounging in a chair, indifferent to the passing customers. "Boss, do you have basic spell skills?" Lin Yu inquired. The Cyclops lifted one eyelid, scrutinizing Lin Yu's crow attire. "Yes. What do you want?" "Earth, fire, water, wind, ice, lightning, the 6 elements, the most ordinary ones." The Cyclops paused for a moment, sitting up straighter. "Little brother, is this for the newly awakened nephews and nieces to buy introductory materials?" He said this while rummaging through a dusty box behind him. "Little brother, is this for the newly awakened nephews and nieces to buy introductory materials?" He said this while rummaging through a dusty box behind him. Elemental affinity in advance. Although the Cyclops was complaining, his hands were quick, soon producing 6 dull-colored glass bead light. "This is the lowest level of skill crystals. Is there anything else?" Lin Yu ignored his jibe. "Need more?" The Cyclops became interested again. "Tell me what you want." "An enhancement defense skill and a shield skill." "Huh." The Cyclops laughed, quite comprehensive. "Okay, these junk things are everywhere. But a small business, why not earn if you can?" He said this while pulling out 2 more dusty crystals and pushing them to Lin Yu along with the other 6. "Package price 80. No bargaining." Lin Yu took out his black card and paid directly. Ding. The transaction was completed. The Cyclops put away his terminal, watching Lin Yu pick up the 8 junk crystals, unable to help but add, "Little brother, take my advice. These things are fine for fun, but if you really use them against an enemy, you won't even know how you died. With that $80 you might as well buy a small knife. Oh, it's more reliable than this junk." Lin Yu stowed the crystals away and turned to leave. The Cyclops watched his back, shaking his head and returning to his chair. Another fanciful rookie. Lin Yu weaved through the crowd, his mind already sinking into the storage ring. Card transformation. Those 8 cheap skill crystals before his vast mental power had no resistance and were instantly transformed into 8 brand new cards. Skill cards. Fireball Technique Beginner, Water Arrow Technique Beginner, Wind Blade Technique Beginner, Hardened Technique Beginner, Mana Shield Beginner. Looking at these 8 cards, Lin Yu's mind began to rapidly construct combat models. What would the most ordinary fireball technique become under a millionfold increase? How sturdy would the most basic mana shield be under a millionfold increase? Any small junk under a millionfold increase would unleash extremely terrifying power. After completing all of this, Lin Yu did not linger in the black market. He prepared to return to the container where he had lived for 5 years. On one hand, there were some things he needed to take with him. On the other hand, he needed to go back and contemplate a question. Should he participate in this year's college entrance examination? He had already postponed it for 5 years. With his current capabilities, the college entrance examination and university paths to secular success held no meaning for him. He did not need that diploma to prove himself. However, there was a pent-up frustration in his heart, a frustration that had been bottled up for 5 years. He could not forget 5 years ago when he awakened the epic profession of card creator, the faces of those people. The top domestic universities sent teachers from the admissions office to block his door, promising the most generous conditions. Representatives from major top-tier corporations came holding what could be called indenture contracts for genius cultivation, employing threats and temptations to bind his future with their chariots. He was indeed a genius, but precisely because he was a genius, the methods used by those people to vie for him were extreme. In their eyes, he was not a person. He was indeed a genius, but precisely because he was a genius, what they thought about was not how to cultivate him, but how to exploit him, how to squeeze every value out of him and turn it into numbers on their financial reports, and how to prevent Lin Yu from going to other companies. At that moment, Lin Yu realized that this world was not as he had imagined, with a sound legal system, stability, and peace. For those companies, groups, and collectives that possessed enough high-level professionals and sufficient power, they inherently had the ability to ignore the law. The state's violent apparatus might not be able to steadily consume those profit-driven capitalists. They are lawless, they monopolize everything. To walk the path they have planned, Lin Yu had no possibility of escaping. Thus Lin Yu knew that the 5 years he had lost were losses he had to endure. 5 years of time traded for a future of infinite possibilities. Now even if he was alone, he could walk forward without being bound by anyone. So he would participate in the college entrance examination. He did not want to prove to the world how remarkable he was. He merely wanted to go back, stand before those people, and slap them in the face with results they could not comprehend or imagine. He wanted to tell those high and mighty companies, those self-righteous universities, I do not need your support. I do not need your contracts. I do not need your agreements. I, Lin Yu, do not rely on anyone and am not bound by anyone. Alone I can not only survive, but also surpass all of you. Lin Yu stepped out of the dark exit of the garbage dump. The sky outside had already turned dim. He hailed a taxi driver to the economic development zone, to the old factory at Fuzhou. The driver was a talkative, middle-aged man who glanced briefly at Lin Yu in the rearview mirror, asked no questions, and pressed down hard on the accelerator. Heading there. It's desolate now. Used to be bustling, a factory town of tens of thousands. Lin Yu merely hummed in acknowledgement. Young man, your accent doesn't sound local. Looking for work here? Don't go into that area. It's all chaos now. No decent person would set foot there. Lin Yu remained silent, gazing out the window at the streets blurring past. The car swiftly entered the desolate industrial zone, where half the streetlights were darkened and broken. We're here. This is as far as I can go. The road beyond is impassable. The driver parked outside the rusted gates of the old factory compound. How much? 38 yuan. Instinctively, Lin Yu reached into his chest pocket and withdrew the black market exclusive black card, handing it over. He instantly recoiled, realizing his mistake. This card was an internal black market instrument, physically encrypted and utterly unusable on any external terminal. What an absurd blunder. Can I scan a QR code? The driver didn't even glance at the card, his expression growing impatient. Lin Yu slipped it back into his pocket and pretended to rummage inside. A subtle ripple of spiritual energy stirred, and a crisp, newly minted 100 yuan note materialized between his fingers. He extended it. Keep the change. The driver accepted the bill, held it up to the light, then rubbed it between thumb and forefinger, the pristine texture earning him a second lingering look, before finally tucking it away. Thanks. Lin Yu pushed open the door and stepped out. The taxi turned sharply and vanished down the road, leaving him alone on that abandoned land. He returned to the shipping container he'd called home for 5 years. A massive granite plinth lay shattered beside it, like the dismembered carcass of some colossal beast, silently testifying to what had transpired that day. The bloodstains on the ground had long since been washed away, yet the air still carried the faint metallic tang of rust. He pushed open the iron door, its hinges groaning. A familiar scent rushed forth. Iron oxide dust and the acrid undertone of cheap synthetic materials. This cramped space had been both his prison and his sanctuary. Standing motionless at its center, 5 years of memory surged through him like a tidal wave. Those desperate, frenzied, obsessive days and nights, vivid, as if they'd occurred only yesterday. Then, BZZ. His vintage mobile phone, freed from the black market's signal jamming, began vibrating violently in his pocket. Understanding dawned. That girl. She must have seen the shattered stone and bloodstains at the entrance and assumed he'd met with catastrophe. He opened her latest message, reply upon receipt. If no response within 3 days, I will file a police report. The tone brooked no dissent. Lin Yu froze, then burst into a wry, tearful laugh. Understanding dawned. That girl. She must have seen the shattered stone and bloodstains at the entrance and assumed he'd met with catastrophe. He did not yet know how long she'd wrestled with herself before suppressing the urge to call the authorities, settling instead on that 3-day ultimatum after spotting the counterfeit currency. What on earth was this? He thought, yet warmth bloomed deep within his chest. In this world, someone truly cared for him, not with elegance or ease, but with clumsy, unwavering devotion. Fingers flying across the screen, he typed, I'm fine. I was in a dead zone with no signal. What you saw was a misunderstanding. Pausing, he added, don't worry, I've moved past it. Everything is improving. He'd nearly written, I've succeeded, but prudence held him back. Reality demanded discretion. This infinite replication and amplification card deck, it defied logic so egregiously that a single misstep could cost him his life. He was not yet strong enough. The message sent. In Linzhou City, inside a quiet residential apartment, Lin Yu absent-mindedly stabbed at her rice with chopsticks, her beautiful face shadowed by unrelenting anxiety. Yao, eat properly. What are you poking at? Her mother placed a bite of food in her bowl, voice thick with tenderness. Her father lowered his news tablet side and glanced at his daughter. Still thinking about your awakening? Lin Yu said nothing, only nodded. Just then her phone lit up on her body, jolted as if struck by lightning. She snatched the device mid-air, breath catching in her throat. I'm fine. Everything is improving. 2 days worth of terror, despair, and anguish shattered at once, flooding her senses. Tears blurred her vision. He was alive. Frantically, she wiped them away with the back of her hand, her fingers trembling so violently she mistapped the screen several times. Where are you? Where exactly are you right now? Are you hurt? What happened that day? A barrage of questions shot forth. On the other end, Lin Yu read his sister's rapid-fire queries and could almost see her pacing, frantic and breathless. He replied, at home, the shipping container. I'm truly unharmed, not a scratch. Don't panic. Don't imagine the worst. In the dining room, Lin Yu froze at the word container, then shot upright from her chair. Dad? Mom, I'm done eating. She shoved her phone into her pocket, seized her rice bowl, and devoured the remaining half in furious, near-savage haste. Her mother gasped. Goodness, slow down. You'll choke. But Lin Yu heard nothing. In seconds, she slammed the empty bowl and chopsticks onto the table. I'm stepping out. Something urgent. She shouted while already sprinting toward the door, fumbling wildly with her shoes. Lin Yu's parents exchanged a glance, both reading helpless bewilderment in each other's eyes. Do you think our daughter's fallen in love? Lin Yu's father lifted his tablet again, but found himself unable to focus on a single word. Surely not. Shall we go check? No. Let's wait and ask later. Looks like our daughter needs a very special conversation. Bang! The security door slammed shut behind her. Lin Yu had already vanished down the stairwell. Lin Yu stared at the new message flashing on his screen. Just one line, stay where you are. Don't move. I'm coming right now. He set the phone aside and surveyed the cluttered container. A reckoning, it seemed, was inevitable. But no matter. He knew precisely how to steer this conversation, and Lin Yu would surely fall under his spell. Leaning against the cold, corrugated metal wall, he waited. Soon hurried, uneven footsteps echoed outside, growing louder faster, until they halted abruptly at the door. Bang! The rusted iron door was flung open from outside, slamming violently against the wall with a deafening crash. A figure burst in, dust-streaked, breathless urgency radiating from every limb. It was Lin Yu. She stood panting at the threshold, chest heaving, sweat-damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Her gaze swept the dim interior, swift, sharp, then locked unflinchingly onto Lin Yu standing motionless in the corner. There was no accusation, no torrent of anger. She simply looked at him, at his slender frame, yes, but held with unwavering straightness, at his face no longer sallow and sickly, but flushed with vitality thanks to the life serum, healthier than during their last meeting. She noted the clean, flowing cloak he wore, not the oil-stained, threadbare work uniform of before. Most importantly, he wasn't fiddling with those useless pebble cards anymore. The tension in Lin Yu's body dissolved. 2 days of pent-up fear and despair found their relief. She lunged forward 2 steps, then threw her arms wide and embraced him with fierce tremble. Her soft, warm body pressed against his, shivering faintly, a fragile, living anchor in the silence. You bastard! A cry laced with tears came from my sister, her small fists pounding against my back, but lacking any real strength. I thought you were dead. I thought you were beaten to death. I saw the stones on the ground shattered. There was blood. I called you but you didn't answer. You didn't even reply to my texts. Do you know how scared I was? Lin Yu raised his hand and patted his sister's back. The gesture, once familiar, now felt somewhat awkward. I'm fine. You're lying. Something must be wrong. Did you borrow money again? Did those people come looking for you again? Lin Yao lifted her head, her eyes red and full of tears, grasping Lin Yu's arm, checking him from top to bottom. No, really, I'm fine. Lin Yu let her inspect him. Once she confirmed that Lin Yu truly had no injuries, her strength seemed to drain away. She released her grip, but still held tightly onto the hem of his clothes, as if letting go would make him disappear. Brother, come home with me. Her voice was soft, laced with pleading. Let's go home, okay? As for the debts, Mom and Dad will find a way, we'll repay them together. We will never be apart again. Lin Yao firmly tugged at Lin Yu's hand, trying to pull him outside. You can't stay in this hellhole any longer. This place isn't fit for a human to live. Lin Yu remained still. He looked at his sister's tear-stained face and spoke calmly. Yao, I've already resolved the money issue. Lin Yao paused, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Resolved? How did you resolve it? Where did you borrow from this time? You're not. She thought of those brand new bills, but couldn't say the rest. It's not what you think. Lin Yu interrupted her. Trust me, it's all in the past. Everything is going to be all right. I don't believe you. Lin Yao shook her head vigorously. Unless you come home with me. You're coming with me right now? Lin Yu looked at her stubborn expression and stopped refusing. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Yao's face as she grabbed him and was ready to leave. But after she took a step, she stopped again. She leaned closer to Lin Yu and sniffed deeply, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Brother, how long has it been since you took a shower? And your clothes? What is this? Hurry and take them off. Change into something else. Lin Yao released his hand and began rummaging through the container, her movements suggesting a thorough cleaning was about to take place. Look at this place, it's a mess like a dog's den. No way, you can't go home looking like this. You'll scare Mom and Dad to death. She rambled on while pulling out Lin Yu's tattered clothes and throwing them on the ground. These, all of them are going. And this, throw it away too. Lin Yu watched his sister like a busy little bee, orchestrating everything in his small prison, and smiled indulgently. All right, I'll do as you say. Hearing Lin Yu's response, Lin Yao paused. She turned around and looked at the long-lost genuine smile on Lin Yu's face, feeling a warmth swell in her eyes. She hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Yu, standing on her tiptoes. Gently, she pressed her forehead against his. Brother, I really missed you. Her voice was low, heavily nasal. Lin Yu said nothing, simply raised his hand to ruffle her hair. A few seconds later, Lin Yao stepped back, hastily wiping away the traces of tears on her face, regaining her energetic demeanor. You wait here for me. I'll head home first just to give Mom and Dad a heads up. Otherwise, if you suddenly go back, it'll be too much for Mom's heart. And you must take a shower. Clean yourself up. When I come to pick you up tomorrow, I want to see a brand new you. She waved her fist at Lin Yu. Tomorrow I'll bring you new clothes. With that, she turned and ran off just as hastily as she had arrived. Tomorrow, I'll come to take you home. As she reached the door, she turned back and shouted. Lin Yu stood where he was, watching her disappear into the sunset, and responded loudly. Okay. The golden sunlight poured into the open iron gate, casting a warm hue over everything inside the container. Lin Yu stood still, the air still holding onto the faint fragrance and vitality his sister Lin Yao had brought when she left. Tomorrow, I'll come to take you home. This phrase echoed repeatedly in his ears. Going home. What a distant yet heavy word. Lin Yao's words stirred Lin Yu's memories. In these years, he hadn't stopped thinking about his parents. How could he not think of them? It's just that he couldn't go back. He was well aware that given his state at the time, returning would only bring greater burden and pain to a family that was already struggling. He had never blamed his parents. They had already worried enough for him and had done well enough. But they had their limitations. They were ordinary people, unable to comprehend what an epic profession was, and could never believe that their son was embarking on a path that had never been taken before, a path destined to be fraught with difficulties. In their eyes, giving up on the college entrance examination, severing ties with family, and hiding in an abandoned container to create a pile of useless garbage cards was simply wasting time and self-indulgence. They did not believe in the path Lin Yu was about to take. Fortunately, Lin Yu let out a gentle breath. He had already carved out his own path. 5 years of time had traded for a future filled with infinite possibilities. This transaction was not a loss. He now had the ability to control his own destiny and to change his parents' lives. Perhaps he could even change this world. Of course, those were matters for the future. He quietly sat on the only fairly intact chair in the container, the thought of returning home tomorrow bringing a hint of apprehension. This feeling was very unfamiliar. It was like a wayward child anxious about returning home after many years away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yao hummed a little tune, her steps light and almost buoyant. She hurried home, pulled out her keys, and opened the door. I'm back. In the living room, Lin's father and mother sat at the dining table facing several plates of food that had hardly been touched, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Upon seeing their daughter return, Lin's mother immediately stood up. Yao Yao, where have you been? Mom. Dad. Lin Yao flew to the dining table like a joyful butterfly, a smile she could not contain on her face. Lin's father looked at his daughter's exuberant demeanor and exchanged a glance with his wife. Surprise. What surprise? It's a secret for now. Lin Yao feigned mystery, winking. You'll find out tomorrow. I promise it'll give you a shock. Lin's mother looked at her daughter tentatively, asking, is it related to your profession awakening? Lin Yao's movements came to an abrupt halt. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her father. Indeed, her parents still cared about her brother. They guessed it. It was just that they felt too sad to directly mention her brother's name. She felt a surge of emotion and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's a person. Someone you would never expect. This. Lin's father and mother both gasped in shock. Indeed, and judging by her tone, she would be bringing him home tomorrow. Lin's mother felt a wave of complex emotions, as if the precious cabbage they had raised with great difficulty was about to be eaten by a pig. Yao Yao, you are moving too fast, aren't you? Is it too fast? Lin Yao completely missed her mother's meaning, as she only thought it would be good to have her brother come home a day earlier. Not too fast. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. If they waited any longer, her brother would awaken, and then he would definitely be busier with no time to spare. These words fell into Lin's father and mother's ears with an entirely different meaning. Too late. So urgent. This. It seems their daughter is truly infatuated. However, as the saying goes, when children grow up, they no longer listen to their parents. At this age, daughters indeed reach the stage where they can discuss marriage. Bringing him home tomorrow is already the behavior of an exceptional daughter. Thinking of this, the couple decided not to ask further, afraid of provoking their daughter's resentment. All right, as long as you like it, that's fine. Lin's mother sighed. Bring him over tomorrow so we can take a look. Lin Yao nodded vigorously. After dinner, she hurriedly dashed into her room to prepare her clothes, planning to get dressed up for tomorrow. She wanted to pick the most handsome outfit for her brother, to let him return to this home with a brand new appearance. In the living room, only Lin's father and mother remained. The television was on, but no one had the heart to watch it. Do you think this is reliable? Lin's mother asked anxiously. The child has grown up and has her own ideas. Lin's father picked up the newspaper, but couldn't concentrate on a single word. She seems quite happy as parents. All we can do is support her. I'm just afraid she will be deceived. Let's wait until tomorrow to see. The two fell silent for a moment. It was unclear who sighed first. Sigh. This sigh, like a switch, instantly stirred the deepest pain in their hearts. If only Xiao Yu had half of Yao Yao's understanding. Lin's mother's eyes turned red. Lin's father's expression also dimmed. Lin Yu. This name was a taboo that their family never mentioned. Don't mention him, Lin's father said hoarsely. Just the thought of him makes my heart ache badly. How can I not mention him? Lin's mother let her tears fall. He was a piece of flesh that fell from my body. It has been 5 years, a full 5 years. What kind of life has he been living? Every time I think of him living in that metal box, She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin's father silently handed her a tissue, sighing heavily. This child was truly a wound in their hearts that would never heal. He picked up the remote control and turned. In contrast to the suppressed sorrow in the Lin family, Zhao Tianyang's home was completely engulfed in a cacophony of cries. The living room's light was pale, illuminating the despairing faces of the 3 family members. The serum, known to cleanse all toxins and grant rebirth, indeed had its effect. It pulled Zhao Tianyang back from the brink of death, restoring his consciousness, no longer bloodshot and frantically pulsating. However, its effect was limited to that. The diagnosis report left by the private doctor like a death sentence lay coldly on the coffee table. The toxin had already invaded his marrow and soul, making it impossible to reverse. The powerful vitality of the serum merely delayed the speed of organ failure. But it clearly granted Zhao Tianyang one last breathing space, 1 month. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zhao's mother collapsed on the sofa, her hands tightly covering her mouth, yet she couldn't suppress her heartbreaking sobs. Her body trembled violently, as if she would collapse at any moment. I caused you harm. I harmed you, my son. Zhao's father, a middle-aged man who was usually strong and resolute, now resembled a trapped beast with its spine removed. He slammed his fist against his leg, his eyes red and bloodshot, filled with regret and guilt. I shouldn't have looked for any remedies. I shouldn't have believed those people's nonsense. I pushed you into the fire pit. The information about the potion was obtained through connections at a high price from an unreliable source. He thought it was a shortcut, but little did he know it was a one-way ticket to hell. Zhao Tianyang sat across from them, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Listening to his parents' cries and self-recrimination, the chill within him felt more piercing than any side effects of the potion. It was over for him. At the final moment of his life, he should stay and accompany his parents. However, an uncontrollable image of a mysterious figure clad in a crow's cloak surfaced in his mind. That person unhesitatingly took out money, giving him an opportunity and buying his life. That person, after signing the master-servant contract, granted him freedom in return. That person was his master, his benefactor. Zhao Tianyang slowly stood up from the sofa. This action made Zhao's father and mother halt their cries abruptly. They looked at their son in horror. Tianyang, what are you going to do? I don't blame you. Zhao Tianyang spoke with a hoarse and dry voice. The path I chose, the medicine I chose to take was my own decision. What nonsense are you saying? Zhao's mother screamed, rushing over to grasp his arm. You only have 1 month left. You can't go anywhere. You must stay at home with Dad and Mom. Mom. Zhao Tianyang turned his hand to grasp his mother's icy hand. You taught me to be grateful and repay kindness. He paused, speaking each word with clarity. My life was bought back by someone. This last month is also given to me by him. Therefore it doesn't belong to me, nor does it belong to you. It belongs to my master. I must go find him and tell him this news. If he needs it in this last month, I am willing to do anything. I must repay this kindness. He couldn't let his benefactor spend a huge sum only to get back a waste of. He couldn't allow himself to die so pathetically burdened by such a tremendous debt of gratitude. Zhao's father and mother were stunned. They looked at their son's young face, which was filled with determination, and at his eyes that, despite being dimmed by weakness, burned with a stubborn flame. This is their son. This almost foolish loyalty is something they taught him themselves. What else could they say? In the end, Father Zhao hung his head in despair and waved his hand. Go on. Mother Zhao's tears burst forth once again, and she could say nothing, only turning and rushing into the room, hastily packing her son's belongings, as if he were not going to his death, but to university far away. After a brief and painful farewell, Zhao Tianyang left home. He did not look back. He was afraid that if he did, he would never be able to move his legs again. In the black market, the garbage dump. In the noisy and chaotic alley, Zhao Tianyang, wearing an ill-fitting old coat, kept his head down and struggled through the crowd. Every breath pulled at his insides, bringing waves of dull pain. He felt his life slipping away with. He did not know where Lin Yu was. Lin Yu had only said that he would find him when he needed him. But he could not wait. He only had a foolish method. Dingling. The wind chime at the door of the Old Ghost shop rang out with a crisp sound. Old Ghost, who had been dozing behind the counter, was startled awake. He impatiently raised his head to see who the unwelcome guest was. Then he saw Zhao Tianyang. You brat. Old Ghost was momentarily taken aback, then frowned. Why are you back again? You look worse than last time. Did the medicine not work? Zhao Tianyang leaned against the door frame, gasping for breath. Old Ghost. I came to find someone. Find someone? Old Ghost looked him up and down. Who are you looking for? This is a pharmacy, not a lost and found office. I'm looking for. Zhao Tianyang mentioned the specific features, the one who bought the serum that day. Old Ghost's movements halted. He removed his bird beak mask, revealing a shrewd face, and looked closely at Zhao Tianyang. What do you want with him? Zhao Tianyang did not hide anything, recounting the events as they were. The serum had not eradicated the toxin. He only had 1 month left. He came to repay a debt. Old Ghost remained silent for a long time after hearing this. The shop fell into a dead silence. After quite a while, Old Ghost let out an ambiguous sigh from his nose. Sigh. He had seen too many madmen who would stop at nothing for power, too many fools who brought about their own demise out of greed. But he had never seen someone like Zhao Tianyang before. I don't know where he is, Old Ghost resumed, wearing his mask, his tone reverting to the coldness of a businessman. People in the black market are like flowing water. He bought what he needed and left. How could I possibly know where he went? A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhao Tianyang's face. But he did not leave. Then he'll wait here. Wait. Old Ghost found it somewhat amusing. Until when? What if he never comes? Zhao Tianyang found a corner where he wouldn't be in the way, leaned against the wall, and slowly sat down. He wrapped his coat tighter around himself, shivering slightly from the cold and pain. Then he'll wait until I die. If I die, please help me inform him of my death. I will repay his kindness, and his kindness I will repay in my next life. This statement pierced Old Ghost's heart like a rusty nail. He looked at the young man huddled in the corner, trembling, yet stubbornly refusing to leave, and was momentarily taken aback. In the black market, life is the least valuable thing. For a bit of resources, for an opportunity, fathers and sons turn against each other, brothers harm one another. He had seen too much of that. Loyalty. That is a luxury only the wealthy can afford. Or rather, it is a shackle used by the powerful to bind the weak. Someone like Zhao Tianyang, who values his life so lightly, yet weighs an ethereal kindness so heavily. Old Ghost had never seen anyone like this in his half a lifetime in the drug alley. In this moment, even if Zhao Tianyang were a useless waste, even if he were to die in this corner of his shop the very next second, Old Ghost finally felt that the seemingly unprofitable 30,000 that Lin Yu had spent that day was worth it. Such a person is too hard to find in this predatory society. But immediately after, a stronger sense of absurdity and confusion surged forth. He could not understand. The mind of a businessman made it impossible for him to process such pure emotional logic. He removed his mask and walked up to Zhao Tianyang, squatting down. Kid, have you burned your brain with drugs? Zhao Tianyang raised his head, his pale lips moving, but not speaking. You think he saved you? He is your benefactor, right? Old Ghost continued to ask. Zhao Tianyang nodded. The movement pulled at his insides, making him cough involuntarily. Old Ghost looked at him, who seemed on the verge of death, lowered his voice, and revealed something he shouldn't have said. Let me tell you something. Listen carefully. That vial of life serum was originally yours. Before you came, it had already been reserved for you. It was me who, seeing the higher price he offered, temporarily tore up the agreement with you and prepared to sell it to him. I breached the contract first. Old Ghost spoke clearly, word for word. He stared at Zhao Tianyang's face, trying to find shock, anger, or the expression of sudden realization. But he was disappointed. Zhao Tianyang simply listened quietly with no ripple in his dim eyes. This was wrong. This reaction was not right. Old Ghost's irritation grew stronger. He felt his worldview being shaken to its core by this half-dead kid. Did you not understand? The extra 30,000 he offered was merely because I breached the contract. He wanted to cut in line and buy what was rightfully yours. This is not a kindness at all. This is a transaction. He is just a buyer who intercepted at the last moment. Old Ghost felt he had to awaken this fool. He did not believe that such foolish people truly existed in this world. Yet Zhao Tianyang simply shook his head gently. It's different. What is different? Old Ghost nearly shouted. If that day the person in his position was me. Zhao Tianyang looked at Old Ghost and slowly said, if I had already paid received that serum and another person, a dying one, knelt down to beg me, I would not give it. Because that is my life, my only hope for survival. I am not that noble. Each of Zhao Tianyang's words struck Old Ghost's heart like a heavy hammer. But he did give it. So he is worthy. The logic was that simple. Simple enough that Old Ghost could not refute it. Old Ghost opened his mouth only to find he could not utter a single word. Indeed, he himself could not do it. In this black market, who could do such a thing? To give one's only opportunity to live to a complete stranger. Impossible. But this is not how this account is settled. The Old Ghost felt he was on the verge of madness, suddenly standing up and pacing back and forth in the shop like a beast trapped in a cage. No way. No way. He pointed at Zhao Tianyang, nearly roaring. Do you know? After he left, I returned that 300,000 to him. I damned returned the money to him. Which means he spent not a single cent. He contributed nothing. He simply received you, a loyal slave, for free. Do you understand? He is pulling a fast one. You were duped. You complete fool. This was the truth of the matter. He used his guilt from breaching the contract and Zhao Tianyang's despair to accomplish a perfect investment without spending a dime. Yet facing this truth that could shatter any— He used his guilt from breaching the contract and Zhao Tianyang's despair to accomplish a perfect investment without spending a dime. Yet facing this truth that could shatter anyone, Zhao Tianyang remained calm. He merely leaned against the wall and quietly said, so what? The Old Ghost's roar abruptly ceased. He stared blankly at Zhao Tianyang. What did you say? Even if he didn't spend a penny, even if this is a trap. Zhao Tianyang's breathing grew weaker, but his thoughts were as clear as ever. The fact is, he got the serum, and then he gave the serum to me. This act saved my life, even if just for an extra month. That's enough. Zhao Tianyang only recognized this matter. The Old Ghost was completely speechless. He despondently returned to his chair and took a harsh swig from a bottle of cheap alcohol on the counter. The spicy liquid burned his throat, yet it could not clear his chaotic mind in the slightest. He looked at the madman curled up in the corner, quietly awaiting death. He recalled another madman who had been unfathomably calm from start to finish, taking the money and leaving with a decisive flair. After a long while, the Old Ghost shook his head in disbelief, cursing softly, madmen. You are all madmen. Nuts? The next day at the Lin family, Lin Yu excitedly set out early in the morning to pick someone up, leaving her parents anxiously seated in the living room. The dining table was laid with a sumptuous breakfast, yet no one had the heart to pick up their chopsticks. Lin's mother paced back and forth in the living room, glancing at the wall clock one moment, then at the window, the next, her face filled with uncontainable anxiety. What do you think? What is going on with Yao Yao? Yesterday, she suddenly said she had a boyfriend, and today, she wants to bring him back. Isn't that a bit too fast? Lin's father sat on the sofa holding a newspaper, but his focus was entirely elsewhere. The child has grown up and has her own ideas now. I'm just afraid she might be deceived. She's still so young, without any social experience. What if she encounters a smooth-talking bad boy? Lin's mother grew increasingly unsettled. She stopped in her tracks and clapped her hands. No, my heart is all over the place. I need to find someone to help keep an eye on things. I'll give my sister a call and have her come over too. Lin's father put down the newspaper and nodded. Old Sue was Lin's mother's good friend for decades, and also Sue Kingsu's mother, sharp-witted and perceptive. With her here, it would indeed bring a lot of reassurance. The call was quickly connected. Lin's mother briefly explained the situation, and old Sue immediately agreed, saying she would arrive in half an hour. After hanging up, Lin's mother's mood finally calmed down a bit. In less than 20 minutes, the doorbell rang. Lin's mother hurried to open the door. Standing at the door were not only her good friend Sue's mother, but also Su Qingxue and a young man who looked quite spirited. Oh, you all came. Lin's mother was somewhat surprised. Once my mom mentioned it, I couldn't help but worry about Yao Yao, so I came along to take a look. Su Qingxue explained with a smile, while naturally linking her arm with the young man beside her. Auntie, uncle, this is my boyfriend Chen Rue. Hello, uncle and auntie. Chen Rue promptly greeted politely, holding some high-end gifts in his hand. Come in. Why bring gifts just for coming over? Lin's father and mother hurriedly welcomed the group inside. In an instant, the originally quiet living room was filled with 5 people, and the atmosphere became lively yet peculiar. Lin's father and mother, Sue's mother Su Qingxue, and Chen Rue, gathered around the sofa, forming an impromptu in-law review committee, all waiting for Lin Yao's boyfriend to arrive. Qingxue, your boyfriend is truly outstanding. Lin's mother observed Chen Rue, increasingly satisfied. Chen Rue was dressed in a well-fitted casual suit, behaving appropriately, always wearing a gentle smile. Auntie is flattering me. Not only is he outstanding. Sue's mother immediately took over the conversation, her face showing a hint of pride. Our Chen Rue is a serious college graduate and a seasoned professional now, at level 30. Upon hearing this, Lin's father and mother's expressions grew more serious. Level 30 for an ordinary person without an awakened combat profession was already a height to be looked up to. Su Qingxue wore an appropriate smile and humbly said, Mom, why are you saying that? Chen Rue just doesn't like going to the front lines and fighting in the abyss, wanting a stable life, so his level has been a bit slow to rise. Though her words sounded modest, they exuded a sense of superiority. Chen Rue also interjected at the right moment, positioning himself well. In today's society, stability is the most important thing. Although my level isn't high, my strength is quite decent among peers, more than enough to protect Qingxue. His words were impeccable, demonstrating both strength and composure. Sue's mother looked at her prospective son-in-law with satisfaction, then shifted her gaze to Lin's mother. Hey, have you clarified what the situation is with your Yao Yao? Lin's mother's expression instantly fell, and she awkwardly shook her head. Yao Yao didn't say anything, just told us to wait and see. Did she say nothing? Sue's mother raised her tone slightly. This won't do. For a girl, the most important thing is to see if the man has a future. She must not be deceived by some incapable poor boy. Oh no. Is your Yao Yao still not awakened? Will she awaken in a couple of days? This guy wants to secure Yao Yao first. Su Qingxue also chimed in. Yes, Annie, Yao Yao is very naive and easily soft-hearted. Nowadays, many men lacking capability just deceive young girls. You must keep a close watch. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Rue beside her. A man's ability and career are fundamental. Just like our Chen Rue, although he chose stability, he could easily seek a high-paying position in a big company. That is true confidence. Although Chen Rue did not speak, the subtle curve at the corner of his mouth had already indicated his attitude. He indeed looked down upon those ordinary people without strength or background. Today, everyone present were elders, so he restrained himself significantly. In his view, being favored by Su Qingxue naturally made him a dragon among men. As for the one Lin Yao was looking for, chances are he was just an inconsequential character. Hearing these words, Lin's parents felt increasingly heavy-hearted. They were already worried, and now with the words from the Su family mother and daughter, their anxiety deepened. Indeed, Yao Yao is so outstanding. Oh, what if she really ended up with someone utterly useless? Lin's mother grew more fearful the more she thought about it, unable to help, but asked Su Qingxue then. Qingxue, what do you think would be considered reliable? Auntie, in this day and age at the very least one should be in awakened combat profession, right? The level can't be too low, 20 is the baseline. And they must have a proper job, not someone just wandering around in the abandoned district. With each stipulation from Su Qingxue, Lin's parents felt their hearts grow colder. These conditions sounded so familiar. Each one seemed to be a reminder of their disappointing son Lin Yu. The atmosphere in the living room instantly grew oppressive. It seemed Su Qingxue also sensed she had mentioned a topic that should not be brought up and hurriedly added, of course feelings are the most important. As long as he has good character and treats Yao Yao well, the rest isn't unacceptable. Chen Rui nodded along. Yes, uncle, and aunt, you need not worry too much. Even if the other party is just an ordinary person, as long as they are diligent and hardworking, life can still be good. After all, not everyone possesses the talent to become a powerful professional. His words of comfort carried a sense of condescension. Lin's couple looked even more displeased. In this awkward and tense atmosphere, ding-dong. The doorbell. All actions in the living room froze instantly. They're here. Lin's parents exchanged glances, both seeing the tension on each other's faces. You all sit, you are the guests, I will go open the door. Lin's father stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked toward. Old Lin will go with you. Lin's mother could no longer sit still, and quickly followed. Su's mother Su Qingxue and Chen Rui sat on the sofa, exchanging a tacit, understanding glance. This situation felt like an interview. Su's mother lowered her voice and said to Su Qingxue and Chen Rui, given this tense look, it seems that the one Yao Yao brought back truly does not have good conditions. Sigh, this girl just has too soft a heart. Chen Rui did not respond, merely lifting his teacup and gently blowing on the steam. What kind of decent person could a girl who hadn't even awakened find? He had come today purely to give Su Qingxue a face. Su Qingxue gently patted her mother's hand, signaling her to refrain from further comments. She was eager to see what kind of person could make Lin Yao so serious about bringing him home. At the door, Lin's father paused for a moment with his hand on the doorknob before turning the handle and pulling the door open. The figure outside came into view. In the next moment, Lin's father froze in place. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word, the color draining from his face at a visible speed. Lin's mother, who was behind him, swayed as soon as she saw the face outside. She covered her mouth tightly with her hand to stifle her cries, but tears flowed like pearls on a broken string. The three people in the living room were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why such a reaction? Su's mother was the first to break the silence, leaning forward and quietly asking Su Qingxue, is she crying? What happened to Sister Lin? Chen Rui also set his teacup down. Crying? Could it be? Too excited. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Lin Yao's boyfriend was so outstanding that it brought her parents to tears? What kind of person could have such an effect? The son of the mayor of Lin's city? Or an heir to some class guild? Su's mother obviously thought of this as well. Her expression turned vibrant, filled with shock and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. Qingxue, quickly have a look. Who is it? Su Qingxue was filled with immense curiosity. Being good friends with Lin Yao and of the same generation, it wasn't impolite to stand up and take a look at this moment. She swallowed her saliva, stood up from the sofa, casually walked a couple of steps toward the door, and quietly, just one glance. Su Qingxue froze entirely. The curiosity and amused expression on her face instantly solidified, replaced by an extremely complex one mixed with shock, absurdity, and disbelief. How could it be him? In the living room, seeing Su Qingxue's reaction made Chen Rui's bewilderment deepen. Even the usually haughty Su Qingxue was shocked to this extent. What is happening? He straightened his body, adjusted his collar, preparing to welcome this significant figure who could make both the Lin family and Su Qingxue lose their composure. What kind of person could this be? Chen Rui's curiosity piqued. The silence at the door continued. Lin's father trembled his lips for a long time before squeezing out two words from his throat. You. Lin's mother was already in tears, her arm covering her mouth, shaking violently. A slightly hoarse male voice broke the silence. Dad, Mom. Chen Rui jolted. They just met, and they were already calling them Mom and Dad. This guy should not be underestimated. Su's mother could no longer contain her curiosity and stood up, glancing over. She was equally stunned, her expression incredibly complex, filled with shock, relief, and helplessness. Just then a lively figure appeared from behind the man in a crisp suit. Lin Yao playfully put her hands on her hips, leaning her head against the man, her face beaming with an unprecedented radiant smile. Dad, Mom, look who I brought back. This shout completely awakened everyone. Lin's mother could no longer hold back, leaning into Lin's father's embrace, crying out loud. Yet Su's mother was the first to react, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Xiao Yu is back. What does it matter if the whole family stands at the door crying? Come in. Only then did Lin's parents seem to regain their senses, hurriedly wiping away their tears and awkwardly leading their son, whom they hadn't seen for 5 years, into the house. Chen Rui looked at Lin Yu walking and feeling a bit dazed. He whispered to Su Qingxue beside him what is— Su Qingxue did not look at him, but quickly took out her phone and typed a line of text. He is the Lin Yu who shook Ninghai province 5 years ago. A complex emotion surged in Chen Rui's heart in an instant. To put it deeply, he was jealous. He envied Lin Yu's talent and despised him for wasting it so recklessly. To put it lightly, during his first 2 years of university, he could not win over Su Qingxue, simply because at that time Su Qingxue still held a glimmer of hope for this childhood friend, expecting him to soar after a brief period of silence. It turned out to be him. Su Qingxue sensed the change in her boyfriend's aura and subtly reached out, affectionately squeezing his hand under the table. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. "Don't cause any trouble today." An atmosphere of awkwardness rapidly condensed and spread in the Lin family living room. Su Qingxue discreetly withdrew her hand, feeling the intense fluctuations of her boyfriend's emotions. She said nothing more, merely watching Lin Yu, who had been pulled into the room by Lin Yao. It had been 5 years. He seemed to have changed, yet at the same time he had not. His face was still that familiar visage, but the youthful exuberance of the past had faded, replaced by an inscrutable calm. His figure remained slender, but his posture was upright, devoid of any signs of dejection. Most importantly, the obsessive indifference that had lingered for 5 years had vanished. In its place was a settled, almost indifferent composure. This made Su Qingxue feel a hint of unfamiliarity. "Oh dear, look at my mind." Lin's mother finally snapped out of her emotional turmoil, wiped her tears, and instantly beamed with a radiant smile. "Yao Yao, you little girl, what a huge surprise you've pulled off. I thought— Oh, never mind." She hurried over to Lin Yao, grabbing Lin Yu's hand and examining it repeatedly. "You've lost weight, really lost weight. You must not have eaten well outside." Lin's father also approached, patting Lin Yu's shoulder, his lips moving as if to say something, but it ultimately ended in a long sigh. "As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Lin Yao, witnessing the bustling scene in the room, was taken aback. "Mom, Aunt Su, Sister Qingxue, why are you all here?" "Your Aunt Su and Qingxue are here to help keep an eye on you. We thought you really found a boyfriend." Lin's mother shot her daughter a reproachful look, but the mirth in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Their son had returned. This was monumental news for the Lin family. Nothing else mattered. The family had finally gathered together. Aunt Su smiled brightly, playing peacemaker. "What a delightful surprise. Little Yu is back." Lin's mother clapped her thigh, brimming with energy. "Everyone sit down, don't be polite. Little Yu, you sit too. I'll head to the kitchen now." Aunt Su understood, knowing that the Lin family had a lot to discuss at this moment, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay. "Good sister, we won't interrupt your family reunion. We'll head out first." "Hey, don't leave." Lin's mother grabbed her. "What relation do you have with me? You're not an outsider. You must stay for dinner today." Qingxue and Chen Rui, right. You both stay too, just in time for little Yu to get to know you. Lin's mother's enthusiasm was hard to refuse. Aunt Su thought for a moment, as she and Lin's mother were indeed like sisters, and staying to share the joy was reasonable. Su Qingxue was not only Lin Yao's close friend, but also had grown up alongside Lin Yu, so it made sense for her to stay. Thus Chen Rui became the only outsider. He stood there, neither standing nor sitting, feeling completely out of place. This feeling intensified his resentment and frustration. Fortunately, both the Lin and Su families were warm and welcoming. Lin's father urged Chen Rui to sit down and initiated a conversation. "What does little Chen do for work?" "Uncle, I work as a consultant for a security company," Chen Rui replied, politely adding, "I provide security solutions for some major clients, so it's relatively laid-back work." "That's good, stable work is great." Lin's father nodded repeatedly. In the living room, the elders were chatting. Lin Yao flitted around Lin Yu like a happy little bird, chattering about the changes at home over the years. Lin Yu listened quietly, occasionally nodding, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet strange decor in the living room, finally settling on the anxious Chen Rui. This person harbored hostility towards him. It was obvious hostility. The aroma of the dishes soon wafted from the kitchen. A large round table was filled to the brim with sumptuous dishes. Lin's mother removed her apron and cheerfully welcomed everyone. "Dinner is served. Don't be polite, dig in. Little Yu, eat more of this, your favorite sweet and sour ribs." The meal was filled with joy and harmony. At least on the surface it seemed so. The topics at the dinner table revolved around Lin Yao's impending professional awakening, as well as the future wedding plans of Su Qingxue and Chen Rui. No one dared to touch the most sensitive topic, the past 5 years of Lin Yu's life and his future. Until halfway through the meal, Lin's father had drunk a couple of cups of wine, his cheeks flushed. He looked at his silent son and ultimately couldn't hold back any longer. "Little Yu, about work." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere at the dinner table froze. Lin's mother immediately shot him a warning look. However, Lin's father did not take notice. He looked at Lin Yu and spoke in a negotiating tone. You see, now that you're back, you can't just stay idle all the time. Let the past be the past. It's better to find a proper job and live steadily than anything else. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table paused their chopsticks. Su Qingxue lowered her head, pretending to serve herself food. Chen Rui's lips, on the other hand, involuntarily curled into a smirk. Here it comes. The family inquisition. He was curious to hear how this former prodigy would respond to the question. Lin Yao watched her brother anxiously. Lin Yu set down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. He did not look at his father, but calmly surveyed the room before he finally spoke. Dad, I have my own plans for work, so you don't need to worry. His response was calm, devoid of agitation, yet it was this calmness that stifled the lecture Lin's father had prepared, leaving it caught in his throat. What? What plans do you have? Don't tell me you're going to do your... Old Lin. Lin's mother slammed her chopsticks on the table, her voice suddenly rising. Are you trying to start trouble today? She pointed at the table full of dishes, and then at Lin Yu. Our son has finally come back. The family is having a happy meal together. Why bring up those troublesome matters? No lecturing. No one is allowed to lecture during this meal. Lin's mother was genuinely angry. Lin's father was taken aback by her outburst, looking at his wife's reddened eyes. In the end, he swallowed his words and raised his wine glass, drinking it all in one go. A small storm had been forcibly suppressed. However, the atmosphere at the dinner table could no longer return to its earlier warmth. Chen Rui observed all of this with a cold smile in his heart. Plans of his own. What plans could a good-for-nothing who had been out of society for 5 years possibly have? Ultimately, he was merely relying on his parents' indulgence, continuing to live off their support. He increasingly felt that coming here today was a mistake. Sitting with such a family for dinner was simply lowering his own standards. He glanced at Su Qingxue beside him. Su Qingxue seemed to sense his thoughts and gently nudged him with her foot under the table. A meal ultimately concluded in a subtle harmony, yet undercurrents of tension lingered. Lin's mother enthusiastically packed the leftovers, insisting that Su's mother take them home, saying, Sister, take these back, you can heat them up tomorrow. Don't waste them. Look at you, how polite. Su's mother politely declined, but honestly accepted the food. The family energetically escorted their guests downstairs. In the elevator, the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar again. Chen Rui stood in the corner, his hands in his pockets, remaining silent. Su Qingxue clung to her mother's arm, chatting with Lin Yao, but her gaze frequently flicked toward Lin Yu and Chen Rui. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, the dim lights cast long shadows of the group. All right, this is far enough. You should head back now, Su's mother said as she opened the car door to Lin's parents. Drive carefully. Lin's mother waved goodbye. Just as Lin Yu was about to turn back with his parents and sister, a voice called out to him. Lin Yu. Right? Wait a moment, it was Chen Rui. He walked over from the side of the car wearing an unpleasantly self-satisfied smile. Uncle, Auntie, Yao Yao, you all go ahead. I want to have a private chat with Xiaoyu. We're both young, and maybe there's something I can help with. Chen Rui turned to Lin's family. His words sounded dignified. Lin's parents exchanged glances, hesitating. Lin Yao immediately became alert, stepping forward to block Lin Yu. If my brother needs help, we can manage on our own. You don't need to trouble yourself, she said. Yao Yao. Su Qingxue spoke up, gently pulling her sister back, wearing an appropriately reassuring smile. Uncle and Auntie, don't worry, Chen Rui just wants to discuss some matters in the professional circle with Xiaoyu. There's no malice involved. He'll be watching over them. Su Qingxue's words clearly had a different weight. She was not only Lin Yao's close friend, but also Lin Yu's peer and Chen Rui's girlfriend. With her saying this, Lin's parents' doubts were instantly dispelled. Well, all right then, Lin's father nodded. Shall you have a good chat with him? Lin's mother also cautioned, don't forget your manners. Lin Yu nodded reassuringly at his parents and sister. You all go ahead, he'll join you shortly. Seeing that Lin Yu had said so, Lin Yao had no choice but to relent, though still anxious, turning back every few steps as her parents led her into the elevator. For a moment, the parking lot was left with only Lin Yu, Chen Rui, and Su Qingxue. Su's mother had already entered the car, poking her head out to urge, Qingxue, hurry up. Su Qingxue had come with Chen Rui, not in the same car as Su's mother, but they both needed to return to Su's house tonight. Mom, you go ahead, we'll be right there. Su Qingxue said a quick word to her mother before turning back towards Chen Rui and Lin Yu. She felt uneasy. She knew Chen Rui all too well. Prideful and vain. After today's meal, he must be simmering with frustration. Su Qingxue thought it would at most be some verbal jabs, or Chen Rui using his status as a level 30 professional to lecture Lin Yu, showcasing his superiority. He shouldn't go so far as to resort to violence. After all, this was right below Lin Yu's home. Creating a scene would benefit no one. Yet she still underestimated a man's foolishness driven by jealousy. Just a few steps ahead, she saw Chen Rue extending his hand toward Lin Yu, a pretentious smile plastered on his face. Lin Yu, let's reacquaint ourselves. I am Chen Rue Kinx's boyfriend. He emphasized the words, boyfriend. Lin Yu calmly looked at him and extended his own hand. The two hands clasped together. In that instant, Su Qingxue noticed that the veins on the back of Chen Rui's hand bulged, and a faint, almost imperceptible earthy yellow light flickered from his palm. Attribute glow. He was using the power of a professional. Alarm bells rang in Su Qingxue's mind. This is bad. Chen Rue was a level 30 stone warrior, with his strength attribute already nearing 50 points. This handshake seemed polite, but was in reality a forceful attack infused with power. What does 50 points of strength mean? It could easily bend steel rebar with bare hands. This guy still couldn't hold back. What did he want? To cripple Lin Yu's hand. Su Qingxue's face turned pale in an instant as she lifted her skirt and sprinted forward. Chen Rue, what are you doing? At that moment, Chen Rui's mind was consumed with a single thought. A small lesson. He certainly wouldn't actually cripple Lin Yu, but inflicting 10 or 15 days of pain in bed to make him understand their differences was entirely possible. He utilized his attributes, but only used 30% of his strength. In his view, dealing with a useless person like Lin Yu who had been out of society for 5 years, 30% of power was more than enough. He even envisioned the next second Lin Yu would let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig crumpling to the ground in agony. However, a second passed. Nothing happened. The sound of cracking bones he anticipated did not arrive, and there wasn't even a hint of pain on Lin Yu's face. Chen Rue was stunned. What was going on? He applied more force. Still no reaction. He felt what he was gripping was not a human hand. It was a piece of granite frozen in a millennium of profound ice. No, even harder than that. How could this be? Chen Rui's pride was challenged like never before. He refused to believe it. A mere waste. How could he withstand his power? It must be an illusion. Break for me. Chen Rue roared in his mind, no longer holding back his professional core raging, pouring all 50 points of strength into his right hand. He wanted to crush that hand that brought him such humiliation into dust. Lin Yu stood there calmly. The moment Chen Rue attacked, he didn't even have time to think. Hardening technique. The professional skill activated, amplified by the terrifying 104,857,600-fold increase from ghost card multiplication cycle. In that instant, the physical defense attribute of his hand surpassed the definition of any known substance on this planet. To him, Chen Rui's strength was no different from the struggle of an ant. It was even somewhat laughable. Crack. A crisp and jarring sound of bones cracking finally erupted in the dead silence of the parking lot. But the source of the sound was utterly contrary to Chen Rui's expectations. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the night sky. Chen Rue jerked his hand back, staggering 2 steps back, his face contorted in extreme pain, and his once proud right hand was now twisted at an unnatural angle, the stark, white bone protruding through the skin exposed to the air. Blood streamed through his fingers. Su Qingxue, who had just rushed closer, happened to witness this. She froze in place. Chen Rue used all his strength to crush Lin Yu's hand, and ended up breaking his own. Lin Yu looked at the man in front of him, whose face was twisted in pain. He calmed down, realizing it was neither an act of revenge nor something special. The jealousy of the little boy was apparent. That was all there was to it. It was not worth paying attention to. He let go of his hand, allowing Chen Rue to hold on to his deformed right hand, stumbling backward. Lin Yu. Su Qingxue's voice was filled with terror and trembling. She finally ran closer, looking at the horrendous state of Chen Rui's hand, then glancing at the unharmed Lin Yu, her mind went blank. She wanted to question him, but realized she had no ground to do so. It was Chen Rue who had struck first. It was Chen Rue who had used the power of a professional. In the end, it was Chen Rue who had severed his own hand. How could this be possible? Lin Yu ignored the two of them and turned to go upstairs. To him, this farce was already over. However, the extreme humiliation and excruciating pain ignited the flame of jealousy within Chen Rui's heart. Waste. A useless piece of trash. A failure who had been abandoned by his family for 5 years and lived off loans. How dare he? How could he? I will kill you. Chen Rue let out a beast-like roar. Ignoring the piercing pain in his right hand, he clenched his left fist tightly, his body slightly sinking. The concrete floor beneath him even showed a faint crack due to the gathering of his power. All the power of a level 30 rock warrior erupted at this moment without reservation. A yellowish light enveloped his left arm completely, a manifestation of power attributes pushed to the extreme. Chen Rue, don't. Su Qingxue let out a desperate scream. She wanted to pull him back, but Chen Rui's speed was too fast. A punch filled with all his dignity and fury shot forth like a cannonball aimed straight at Lin Yu's back. This punch was enough to blast a large hole through a reinforced concrete wall. He wanted this worthless person to die. Lin Yu halted in his tracks. Yet he did not turn back. Bang! A dull and thunderous sound echoed. Chen Rui's fist landed solidly on Lin Yu's back. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying as expected did not occur. Lin Yu's body remained unmoved. It was as if the one struck was not a person's back, but a mountain that had stood here since ancient times. The madness on Chen Rui's face froze. He felt as if his fist had struck an unshakable divine iron. Then a force 100 times more violent than when he struck surged back along his fist. Bang! Another loud noise erupted, but this time it was the sound of bones shattering. Chen Rui's left arm from fist to elbow exploded into a mist of blood in an instant. But it was not over. The terrifying backlash continued to surge into his body. Crack! Crack! His already fractured right hand was completely crushed under the impact of this force. Ah! A piercing scream finally broke free. Chen Rui flew backward like a kite with a broken string crashing into a supporting pillar before collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. His arms had completely disappeared, leaving behind 2 bloody stumps, blood gushing like a fountain. Su Qingxue stood dazedly in place, watching Chen Rui lying in a pool of blood, unsure of his fate, then glancing at Lin Yu, who remained unscathed with his back, turned to her. Her whole body felt as if the blood had frozen. Is he dead? Or just incapacitated? She didn't know. All she knew was that her proud level 30 elite professional boyfriend had exerted all his strength to attack a waist, and ended up crippling himself. It was a terrifying story beyond her comprehension. At that moment, Lin Yu finally turned slowly around. The calm on his face had vanished, replaced by a faint yet chilling anger. If it weren't for the fact that Qingxue grew up with me, your actions would have led you to your doom. Doom. He was not joking. He truly had murderous intent. Su Qingxue trembled all over. A fear originating from her very soul almost brought her to her knees. She looked at Lin Yu, this familiar yet strange man, and for the first time felt that she had never truly known him. Lin Yu did not look at Chen Rui on the ground again. It was not worth his time. But he needed a warning. A warning that would silence all petty villains. He raised his right hand palm facing up. Doubling card. He did not use that terrifying millionfold amplification. There was no need for it against such a character. In an instant, the effects of 14 doubling cards stacked in his mental sea. 16,384 times. A gray card appeared in his palm. Lightning spell. Effect summons a faint lightning bolt with power equivalent to static electricity when removing a sweater in winter. But under this 16,384 times amplification, this useless card would display the might of divine punishment. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a tremor that seemed to come from the depths of space. The next second, all the lights in the underground parking lot went out in an instant. In their place was an endless, blinding white light. Thick bolts of electric snakes centered around Lin Yu's palm spread wildly in all directions. Zizizi. Zizizi. The surveillance cameras installed in every corner exploded into sparks the moment they were touched by the lightning, completely rendered useless. Beep, beep, beep. All parked vehicles had their alarms triggered simultaneously, emitting a piercing shriek. But it lasted only half a second. Uff, uff, uff. As the lightning swept past, all alarms fell silent. The electronic systems of the vehicles were instantly destroyed, plunging everything into a dead silence. The entire parking lot transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. Su Qingxue was terrified by this apocalyptic scene, screaming as she crouched down, hugging her head, her body trembling violently. In the center of this sea of thunder and lightning, a thunderbolt trunk thicker than the supporting pillar condensed into shape. It did not strike anyone. Instead, it smashed into the wall of the parking lot with a destructive aura. Boom. A sound loud enough to shake buildings. The entire building shook violently. Dust filled the air and fragments flew everywhere. When the lightning dissipated and darkness enveloped the parking lot again, only Lin Yu's figure remained standing in place. And on the distant wall, a terrifying hole over 3 meters in diameter, bottomless, with arcs of electricity flickering around its edges. A cold wind rushed in from the hole, fluttering Lin Yu's clothes. Su Qingxue slowly raised her head, looking through the swirling dust at the hole, then glancing at the unscathed Lin Yu. She was dumbfounded. Completely stunned. What was happening? What on earth was going on? Lin Yu. Had he not wasted 5 years? Was he not that worthless person who was obsessed with creating useless cards and had fallen into despair? Who is this? This monster that could pierce through the parking lot wall with a single strike. Lin Yu did not look back. He simply left behind a sentence calm, as if stating an objective fact. It's not too late to find a doctor now. As his words fell, he stepped forward, heading toward the elevator, completely discarding the shock, blood, and ruins behind him. This sentence struck Su Qingxue like a bucket of icy water. She jolted, breaking free from the apocalyptic scene and the shivering of her soul. Doctor. Yes, doctor. She scrambled toward the puddle of mud beneath the load-bearing column. Qinrui. He still had a breath, but had completely lost consciousness. The positions of his two arms were mere bloody holes with blood continuously gushing out, forming a small pool on the ground. Su Qingxu's stomach churned violently as she fought against the urge to vomit, trembling as she took out her phone only to find the screen pitch black, utterly destroyed by the terrifying electric shock. Her car. Su Qingxue frantically dashed toward Qinrui's expensive sports car. Fortunately, the car could still start. With immense effort, she managed to drag the unconscious Qinrui into the passenger seat. The car roared to life, tires screeching against the ground, speeding out of the hellish parking lot. Cold wind rushed in through the shattered window, stinging Su Qingxu's cheeks. Her mind was a chaotic mess. Lin Yu. What happened? What on earth was going on? Was that man truly Lin Yu? Could it be the Lin Yu she had known since childhood, who later fell into depravity, someone she despised and looked down upon, even feeling that talking to him was a waste of time? Impossible. Just not long ago, she and Lin Yu had gone to that shabby container to find him. What was he like back then? Pale and emaciated, looking half-dead, emanating an aura of decay, detached from society. Today he wore a well-fitted suit. He looked a bit better, but that frail physique had clearly not changed at all. Yet this frail body. Su Qingxu's mind uncontrollably replayed the scenes from earlier. Qinrui, a level 30 rock warrior in elite profession. Using all her strength to grasp his hand, only to have her own hand crushed. A punch filled with rage enough to shatter walls struck his back, yet he did not budge. Instead, the recoil shattered Qinrui's own arm into a mist of blood. And that divine punishment like lightning. That was a power not even an ordinary person or even a regular professional could possess. That was a natural disaster. Su Qingxu's hands trembled violently on the steering wheel. These 5 years. What had Lin Yu been doing during his disappearance? Was he truly playing a grand game? This absurd thought, which she had once scoffed at, now transformed into the most terrifying imprint deeply engraved in her mind. She felt as if she had glimpsed an incomprehensible, terrifying secret. Lin Yu did not care about the fate of the two ants behind him. He stepped into the elevator, returned to his door, and opened it. Brother, you're back. A petite figure immediately rushed over like a happy fledgling clinging to his arm. It was Lin Yu. She had changed into a cute rabbit pajamas, grinning as she waited for him at the door. A helpless expression appeared on Lin Yu's face. He would wager that if he hadn't run away from home these 5 years, Lin Yu at this age would definitely have more disdain for him than affection. How could it be like now, where she acted like a clingy little tail? Impossible. I like my brother the most. Lin Yu wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's, pulling him to sit on the sofa in the living room, chattering nonstop. Seeing their son back, Lin father and Lin mother also breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier unpleasantness at the dinner table had long vanished. This is how a family should be. Lin Yu sat quietly listening to his sister talk about interesting things at school, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet somewhat strange decorations in the living room. Home at last. This feeling wasn't bad. Lin Yu, parched from talking, picked up a cup of water and took a big gulp, then naturally leaned closer, resting her small head on Lin Yu's shoulder, still holding onto his arm, fiddling with his suit cufflinks. Brother, this outfit looks really good, 100 times better than those you used to wear. Is that so? Lin Yu's fingers slid up along the cuff, unconsciously gliding lightly over his arm. Suddenly her movement stopped. A strange sensation reached her fingertips. Through the fabric of the shirt, she felt some minute-dense protrusions. Something was amiss. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Yesterday in the container, she had also hugged her brother's arm, but at that time the situation had been chaotic and her mind had been in turmoil, making her oblivious. With a hint of curiosity, she cautiously pushed Lin Yu's suit cuff up a bit, then the shirt's cuff. When that small segment of his arm was exposed to the bright light in the living room, the smile on Lin Yu's face instantly froze. The seemingly frail arm was covered in a multitude of tiny pinholes. Some had already turned into light brown spots, evidently old, but many others bore fresh, slightly swollen marks. These pinholes spread from his wrist up, disappearing deep into the sleeve with no end in sight. She hadn't seen this yesterday. It was because those pinholes were not obvious, and at that time the light was dim, and she hadn't thought along those lines. Today, under the bright light with a little attention, this horrifying sight could no longer be concealed. "Ah!" Lin Yao instinctively exclaimed. "What's wrong, Yao Yao? Why the fuss?" Lin Mother's voice came from the kitchen. Lin Father also lifted his head from behind the newspaper. Lin Yao's body stiffened. She immediately released her grip, quickly pulling down Lin Yao's sleeve, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying toward her parents. "It's nothing, just a bug." She turned back, staring hard at Lin Yu, the brother, who had once made her feel incredibly safe. At that moment, she felt a chill shoot straight from her soles to the top of her head. Lin Yao's heart felt as if it were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Looking at Lin Yu, her lips trembled as she spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear, tinged with tears, fearfully asking, "Brother, what exactly are you doing?" Lin Yao's fingertips seemed to burn as they quickly retracted. The bright light in the living room now felt unbearably harsh. Those tiny old scars that had healed into light brown spots, and those new red and swollen holes resembled ugly centipedes crawling from her brother's wrist deep into the sleeve. How had she not noticed this in the dimly lit container yesterday? "Brother." Lin Yao's voice trembled, filled with a fear she hadn't even realized she felt. How could the brother who made her feel so safe, who she felt could do anything, have such things on his arms? Was he the way she thought? For money? Selling blood? Or was it something even more terrifying, something that once tainted would ruin one's life, things that only appeared in the news? In an instant, countless terrifying thoughts flashed through Lin Yao's mind, each sending a chill down. She recalled her brother's despair in the container, remembered the viciousness of the debt collector Wang Gu, and thought of the pile of brand new banknotes she had discovered. All the clues now pointed to the most desperate answer. What are you doing?" Lin Yao's lips lost their color as she questioned him again, her voice cracking at a volume only the two of them could hear. Lin Yu merely glanced calmly at the marks on his arm, then slowly pulled down his sleeve to cover that shocking skin. There was none. Lin Yu merely glanced calmly at the marks on his arm, then slowly pulled down his sleeve to cover that. He pondered seriously for a moment. This question must be answered. But the answer could not be the truth. This is proof of becoming stronger. Becoming stronger. Lin Yao was on the verge of collapse. She couldn't accept this answer. What kind of becoming stronger requires this? "Hey, brother, stop lying to me. Are you short on money? You can tell me, tell mom and dad. We are a family. Why would you do something like this?" Her voice rose uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. "What's going on? Yao Yao, why are you shouting?" Lin's mother came out of the kitchen holding a plate of sliced fruit, while Lin's father put down his newspaper and looked over. Lin Yao's body stiffened, and the words that followed got stuck in her throat. She couldn't speak. She couldn't voice those horrifying guesses in front of her parents. Lin Yu stood up and walked to his sister, gently patting her shoulder. "I haven't done anything wrong." His gentle gesture carried an undeniable sense of stability. "Trust me." Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, both sensing the tension between the two children. Having lived for more than half their lives, how could they not perceive the strained atmosphere? Lin's father stood up and approached the siblings. He did not question the earlier argument, but instead took out a bank card from his pocket. It was the most ordinary savings card. Lin's father handed the card to Lin Yu. "Shall you take this?" Lin Yu looked at the card without moving. Lin's mother also walked over, wiping her hands, her eyes slightly red. "Your father is right, take it. The password is your birthday." This. Lin Yao was stunned, watching her parents' serious actions, glancing at the card momentarily, forgetting her earlier fear. "Dad, mom, this is. There are 3 million in here." 3 million. Lin's father spoke, each word clear and heavy. Lin Yao's head buzzed. Lin Yao's body also trembled slightly. "In these years, aside from this house we live in, we have sold off all other assets that won't affect our lives." Lin's mother's voice was soft, but it struck the hearts of the two children like a hammer. "We have inquired. The loans you owe over the years, with all the messy interest added up, this amount should be enough to settle them. Pay off the debt." Lin's father looked at his son, who was once his pride, then disappointed him deeply, yet ultimately remained his flesh and blood. "Don't drift alone outside. There's still a place for you at home." "Yes, shall you?" Lin's mother finally shed tears, nodding repeatedly. "Come back home. No matter what, a family should always be together. Whatever obstacles arise, we will face them together." The living room fell into silence. Only Lin's mother's suppressed sobs could be heard. Lin Yao was completely stunned. She looked at her parents' already aged, even somewhat haggard faces, at the bank card they offered, which bore the weight of the family's everything. It turned out, Mom and Dad knew everything. They knew how much debt her brother owed, and how hard he had struggled in the past 5 years. Though they spoke of severing ties and harsh words behind the scenes, they were preparing a final retreat for their son in their own way. Lin Yao's tears could no longer be restrained, falling in large drops. Lin Yu kept his head down. 3 million. This was their parents' life savings. They should have used this money to live comfortably in their later years, to travel, to live the life they desired. But now, without hesitation, they handed it all over to their unfilial son. To bring him home. This amount was too heavy. So heavy that even someone who had achieved a 100-fold increase in wealth, capable of easily creating billions, felt a suffocating pressure. This was not just money. It was all of their hopes for the latter half of their lives. He could not refuse. In this situation, any refusal would be a trampling, an insult to this love. Lin Yu slowly extended his hand. His fingertips touched the cold card. Then he accepted it, holding it tightly in his palm. The temperature of the card seemed to warm up instantly with his body heat. Dad, Mom. Lin Yu raised his head, and his face bore neither the excitement nor guilt his parents expected, only an unprecedented calm and seriousness. Thank you. He did not say, I will pay you back, nor did he say, I don't need it. He simply accepted it. Because he understood very clearly that from this moment on, what he bore was not just his own future, but also this family. Lin's father saw his son accept the card, and the tense lines on his face finally softened a bit as he patted Lin Yu's shoulder heavily. It's good that you are back. Lin's mother too smiled through her tears, nodding repeatedly. Yes, it's good that you are back, it's good that you are back. Lin Yu watched this scene, wiped her tears, and felt that the giant stone weighing on her heart about her brother was temporarily pressed down by this mountain called home. No matter what her brother was doing, as long as he was willing to come home, there was still hope. Lin Yu placed the card into the inner pocket of his suit, close to his chest. The heavy family meeting ended silently after Lin Yu accepted the bank card. Lin's father and mother seemed to have unloaded the heaviest stone in their hearts, and after a few words of urging to rest early, they returned to their rooms. Only Lin Yu and Lin Yao remained in the living room. Lin Yao's eyes were still red as she pulled Lin Yu and silently returned to her room. The pink walls, the desk piled high with review materials, and a cute rabbit desk lamp. Everything was not much different from when Lin Yu left 5 years ago. Brother. Closing the door cut off the light from the living room, leaving only the warm glow of the desk lamp in the room. Lin Yao's emotions surged again. You've already taken Mom and Dad's money. When are you moving back in? Lin Yu sat in his sister's desk chair. For now, I will still live outside. Why? Lin Yao's voice shot up as she couldn't understand. The debts at home have all been paid. Why are you still living in that broken container? Didn't you say you were playing a long game? Is the game over now? Not yet. Lin Yu's answer was calm and direct. Then what exactly are you doing? Lin Yao's anger was thoroughly ignited, and the thought of the countless holes on her brother's arm made her heart ache like a knife. She stepped forward, gripping Lin Yu's arm as the fears and suspicions that had been forcibly suppressed yesterday surged back up. Brother, tell me the truth, are you? Are you? She wanted to utter the most terrifying word, but could not bring herself to say it. Lin Yu looked at his sister's face filled with fear and pain, and he fell silent for a few seconds. He raised his right hand and solemnly held up 3 fingers. I, Lin Yu, swear to the heavens. I have absolutely not done anything illegal or harmful to myself. Everything I have done is to become stronger. His gesture and promise carried a solemnity not typical for someone of his age, instantly calming the nearly collapsing Lin Yao. Lin Yao stared blankly at him, seeing no hint of jest or insincerity on her brother's face. She was skeptical, but the immense panic was finally temporarily suppressed. She released her grip and sat dejectedly by her bed, burying her face in her knees. The room fell into silence. After a long while, Lin Yao finally made a muffled sound. Brother, I'm so troubled. In 3 days I will undergo my professional awakening. Lin Yao lifted her head, her face filled with confusion and helplessness. For the past 10 years, I have worked so hard to learn, wanting to be the best at everything. But all this effort seems insignificant compared to that random awakening in 3 days. What if I awaken to a very poor profession? What if I can only be an ordinary person my whole life? What should I do? I don't want to be an ordinary person. I don't want to encounter situations in the future where I can do nothing, just watching you and our parents. Lin Yu was all too familiar with this feeling. 5 years ago, he had felt the same anxiety. This world is so cruel. Talent, or rather luck, can easily negate all your previous accumulations at a certain point. Lin Yu stood up and walked over to Lin Yao, mimicking their childhood days, ruffling her hair. What are you thinking about? My sister is so smart and hardworking, she will definitely awaken to a great profession. What if? Lin Yao swatted his hand away. There is no what if. Lin Yu's movements were firm. You will definitely awaken to an impressive profession. He made a joke, trying to alleviate his sister's anxiety in the simplest way. Lin Yao pouted, clearly unimpressed by this tactic. Lin Yu looked at her, his relaxed demeanor slowly fading into seriousness. Yao Yao, listen to me. Lin Yao was drawn in by the sudden shift in his atmosphere and looked up. Promise me one thing. What is it? 3 days from now after your professional awakening until I return home. Lin Yu spoke clearly and deliberately. Do not make any decisions. Any. Lin Yao was taken aback. What do you mean? What does it mean to not make any decisions? It means exactly what it says. Lin Yu did not elaborate. Whether it concerns your profession, your future, or anything else, do not decide for yourself. Wait for me. Brother, you're being cryptic again. Lin Yao's irritation flared up again. Why do you always leave everything unclear? What are you hiding from us? Lin Yu looked at her stubborn face, which bore too many similarities to his own. The same stubbornness, the same seriousness, the same unwillingness to be ordinary. He sighed softly. I act cryptic because I hope you never encounter a moment like mine where you have to make a choice. Yao Yao, you are too much like me. This statement caused all of Lin Yao's complaints to catch in her throat, and she looked at her brother, suddenly feeling a bit aggrieved. I'm not like you. I study much harder than you. She huffed, seemingly trying to prove her differences in this way. Lin Yu smiled. Yes, you study well, you're way better than me. Mentioning this, Lin Yao's face finally regained a bit of brightness, and she proudly puffed out her little chest. Of course. I'm the class monitor now. Oh, class monitor. Lin Yu feigned surprise. Is that a position of great power? It's a position of immense power. Lin Yao instantly became excited, lowering her voice and leaning in close to Lin Yu. Let me tell you, don't tell mom and dad. Our homeroom teacher gave me his personal seal. Now I can approve leaves for the entire class. Lin Yu was amused by her proud demeanor. Haha, is that it? What sort of power is that? What do you know? Lin Yao retorted defiantly. That's called decentralizing grassroots power. Let me tell you, not only can I approve leaves for our class, but I can also help students from other classes forge leave slips. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, as if she truly were a figure of great influence. I have already won the hearts of the entire senior class with this ability. Now, as long as I give the order, I could even take down the homeroom teacher, bypass the academic director, and control the principal. Lin Yu watched her little theatrics, laughing even more. This girl, given time, would surely become someone remarkable. Lin Yao, seeing that her brother was utterly unconvinced, became anxious. Really? I'm not lying. A few days ago, I approved a leave slip for a student from the neighboring class, and that guy was huge, yet he still called me Yao Jia. Lin Yu followed up with her story. What happened then? Why did he take leave? Who knows? Lin Yao stuck out her tongue, her expression becoming a bit odd. Later, his parents came directly to the school to request a long leave for him. And he still hasn't returned until now. She muttered softly. It's strange, isn't it? Just when the professional awakening is approaching, why hasn't he come back at such a crucial time? His parents aren't worried either. Lin Yao's heart stirred, and he casually asked, what was his name? What was it again? Lin Yao tilted her head in thought. Oh, I remember now, I think it's Zhao Tianyang. What a small world. No, it makes sense that Lin Yao, having won the hearts of the entire senior class, would know a student from a neighboring class. Lin Yu furrowed his brows slightly and asked again. He hasn't returned in the past few days? Lin Yao shook her head. I don't know, we're not in the same class. Suddenly she realized and looked at Lin Yu with puffed cheeks. No? Why are you concerned about Zhao Tianyang? You should care about your sister. Look at me. I'm so troubled. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lin Yu looked at her furious expression and reached out, gently pressing his finger against her forehead. Do you still have that card I gave you before? It was the only card. Lin Yu had made himself a playing card called the blessing card. It was said to grant a random blessing. As for the blessing, it was mysterious and reportedly useful for the professional awakening. Lin Yao solemnly took it out. Lin Yu explored for a moment before returning it. Along with it, he returned a whopping 104,576 layers of blessing card effects. If this really works, Lin Yao will surely awaken to a remarkably strong profession. The moment the blessing was transmitted, Lin Yao seemed to pause for a moment. Lin Yu immediately pressed his forehead against hers. Now he possessed a full 500 points of spiritual attributes, and with just a tiny bit of power, he could easily calm the emotions of an ordinary person. A cool, indescribably comfortable sensation spread from their foreheads throughout her body. Lin Yao instantly settled down. The anxiety and inexplicable irritation about the future vanished without a trace. She blinked and looked at Lin Yu with a dazed expression. You should rest early. Lin Yu withdrew his hand. Don't overthink things. Lin Yao obediently nodded and ceased her noise. Lin Yu stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. He stood still at the threshold, his mind stirring as he instantly pinpointed Zhao Tianyang's approximate location through the invisible master-slave mark. Taking a long leave? It seemed Zhao Tianyang's matter was far from resolved. Fortunately, he himself needed reinforcements. He hoped this Zhao Tianyang was worth his effort. Lin Yu took out his phone, opened the map, and compared the vague location sensed in his mind with that on the map. This place was the center of a lake. Zhao Tianyang was soaking in water. No. Lin Yu quickly switched to the black market map in his mind and compared again. The point he sensed perfectly overlapped with a location on the black market map. This place was the old ghost hall. Half an hour later at the black market's junkyard, Lin Yu changed into the cheapest crow outfit he had worn a few days ago, pulling the hood low to cover most of his face, seamlessly blending back into the chaotic yet vibrant shadows. He strode straight through the noisy crowd to the entrance of Old Ghost Hall. Dingling, the wind chimes sounded. Lin Yu pushed open the door, greeted by a strong scent of medicinal herbs mixed with disinfectant. The shop was quiet. Behind the counter, the old ghost, wearing a beaked mask, was idly polishing a beaker. In the corner of the shop, a figure curled up, wrapped in an ill-fitting coat, trembling uncontrollably. It was Zhao Tianyang. His complexion was even more sallow than days before, lips cracked and dry, exuding a deathly aura, as if on the verge of passing. Hearing the wind chime, Old Ghost lifted his head. When he recognized Lin Yu, he stopped polishing. The figure curled in the corner also struggled to raise his head. At the sight of Lin Yu, a surprising radiance burst forth in Zhao Tianyang's dim eyes. He struggled, leaning against the wall, attempting to stand. Master. His first words were interrupted by violent coughing, as if he was about to cough up his lungs. Old Ghost watched this, seeing his expression beneath the beaked mask intriguing. He had truly waited. That foolish boy, using the clumsiest method of waiting by a tree stump, had actually caught the rabbit. This world was truly absurd. Lin Yu ignored Old Ghost and walked to Zhao Tianyang. I have a rough understanding of your condition. Zhao Tianyang gasped for breath, about to speak, but Lin Yu cut him off. Come with me. No idle words, only the most direct command. Zhao Tianyang hesitated, not at all, nodded, gathering all his strength to follow Lin Yu, preparing to leave. Old Ghost watched Zhao Tianyang's staggering, fragile figure, shaking his head inwardly. He was beyond saving. This boy was utterly lost. The toxins from the medicine had penetrated his marrow and internal organs. Even a great Tao golden immortal would be helpless. One vial of life serum, merely a drop in the bucket. To completely purge the toxins and pull him back from death's door, at least 10 vials were needed. And that still might not suffice. That was 5 million. Who would spend 5 million to save someone already ruined? This deal would be a total loss. Lin Yu reached the door, but paused. He turned back to look at Old Ghost behind the counter. Do you still have those 3 attribute serums? Old Ghost hesitated briefly, then realized. Yes, of course. He retrieved the 3 boxes from under the counter. Inferior Giant Strength Elixir. Inferior Windstrider's Breath. Inferior Rock Heart. What's the matter? Old Ghost arranged the 3 boxes neatly on the counter. Lin Yu did not answer the question, but calmly inquired, how much? The old price, 65,000 total. Old Ghost's business instinct made him state the price immediately. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he hesitated. He glanced at the loyal, yet dying Zhao Tianyang at the door, then at the enigmatic Lin Yu before him, who spent money like water. A wild thought suddenly surged in his mind. Could he take a gamble? An investment? It was a high-risk venture, but the returns might be unimaginable. Old Ghost's heart began pounding faster. He had survived half his life in this medicine alley through shrewdness and caution. But today, facing these 2 madmen, he too wanted to lose his mind once and see if his bet was right. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Old Ghost made a move that surprised Lin Yu. He pushed the 3 boxes. These 3 are on the house. On the house. Yes, on the house. Old Ghost's mask faced him. Consider it. Making a friend. Lin Yu watched him. What was this old fox thinking? Yet Old Ghost's madness was only beginning. Seeing Lin Yu's calm reaction, he clenched his teeth, as if resolving to make an even bigger decision. The inferior products are too weak, with severe side effects unworthy of you. Old Ghost said as he turned and walked toward a safe with 3 locks at the back of the shop. Using 3 different keys, he sequentially opened the safe. From inside, he carefully lifted 3 cold-emitting boxes made of special metal. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 boxes thudded heavily onto the counter. Old Ghost removed his beaked mask, revealing a face flushed slightly from excitement. Today he was all in. Giant Strength Elixir Windstrider's Breath Rock Heart. He opened the first box to reveal a deep crimson potion, its liquid sheen purer than the inferior version, flowing as if alive. Produced by a legitimate military enterprise, genuine product without the inferior suffix. It reliably increases strength by 5 points, and the pain is only a third of that caused by the inferior version. He then opened the second box. Pale cyan gas formed a miniature whirlwind inside the test tube. Windstrider's Breath, genuine. It reliably enhances agility by 5 points. Lastly, the third was no longer a tumor, but a translucent yellow crystal like amber with a pulsating light at its core. Rockheart Genuine. It steadily raises constitution by 5 points. Assimilation risk reduced from 10% to 1%. Old Ghost's breath grew rapid as he pointed to the 3 potions. These 3 samples cost me a fortune and were obtained through special channels. I originally intended to study and break through their technical barriers myself. Each of these serums commands a black market price, no less than 800,000, and they are extremely rare. Old Ghost stared at Lin Yu, enunciating each word. Today, if you need them, I'll give them to you too. A silence as deep as death. The Old Ghost removed his birdbeak mask, revealing a face flushed with excitement and fervor. He stared intently at Lin Yu, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He had gambled everything, betting his entire fortune on this inscrutable young man before him. These 3 genuine potions were his most treasured possessions, his hope for a turnaround in the latter half of his life. Now he had personally handed this hope away. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 potions radiating pure energy on the counter, then glanced at the Old Ghost, who had already slipped into a state of delirium. Interesting. Truly interesting. From the initial shrewd calculations to the subsequent tentative flattery, and now to this final desperate gamble. This Old Ghost possessed far more audacity than he had imagined. Lin Yu showed no hesitation, stretching out his hand to place the 3 heavy metal boxes into his storage ring one by one. His movements were swift and decisive with no hint of hesitation. The Old Ghost watched this scene, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The exhilaration before sending something away and the heartache after it has been taken were 2 extreme emotions interwoven on his face, twisting his expression into a grotesque mask. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Old Ghost, the road ahead is wide. He turned around, ready to leave with Zhao Tianyang. As he reached the door, he paused, leaving behind one last remark without looking back. Don't worry, your good fortune is yet to come. The sound of wind chimes rang out, and then fell silent. Only the Old Ghost remained in the shop, slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. He stared at the empty counter, then looked at the doorway where Lin Yu had vanished, his contorted expression finally giving way to a long drawn-out sigh, uncertain whether it was one of pain or mirth. Lin Yu walked through the chaotic alley of the black market. Behind him, Zhao Tianyang followed closely, tightly wrapping himself in the ill-fitting coat, his body swaying with each step as if it might fall apart at any moment. He dared not get too close, fearing he might disturb this master. Nor did he want to lag too far behind, afraid that he might lose sight of this lone glimmer of hope. Soon the 2 arrived at the entrance of the hive. Lin Yu used a card to unlock the heavy alloy door of bunker number 3 and stepped inside. Zhao Tianyang followed behind, and when the door slammed shut with a loud bang behind him, his body visibly trembled. Cut off from the world. This feeling reminded him of the days he spent locked at home waiting for death. He struggled to maintain his composure and attempted to bow, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows as he spoke. Lin Yu turned around to look at him. Master. This title felt rather awkward, as if he were in a low-budget period drama. Don't call me. Lin Yu's response was quite calm. Zhao Tianyang was taken aback, lowering his head in fear. Then, what should I call you? Just call me brother, Lin Yu said casually. Upon uttering it, he frowned slightly. No, that title belonged exclusively to Lin. Forget it, Lin Yu corrected himself. From now on, call me boss. Boss. Zhao Tianyang was momentarily stunned. This title carried less absolute authority than master and felt more like a modern transaction. But he held no position to question it. Yes, boss, he replied respectfully. Lin Yu nodded, no longer paying him any mind, but pressed a communication button on the wall. Soon a processed electronic voice sounded in the room. Bunker number 3, what do you need? It was the receptionist woman from earlier, wearing a metal mask. Expand space, Lin Yu stated directly. What level? Maximum. The other end of the communication fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly confirming Lin Yu's authority and financial capability. The throne-level space expansion utilizes a military-grade spatial expansion array capable of enlarging the standard bunker to 300,000 cubic meters with absolute physical isolation and an independent circulation system. The cost is 10,000 per day, payable in advance. 10,000 per day. That's 300,000 for a month. This price could easily rent a top-tier luxury apartment in the city center. Zhao Tianyang listened in shock. He had never seen so much money in his life. And this new boss was willing to pay such an exorbitant price just to expand a temporary room. Can do. Lin Yu's reply was without any hesitation as he pressed his black card against a sensor on beep. Payment successful, remaining balance 810,000. 20,000 vanished in an instant. Space expansion array activating, expected to last 10 seconds. Please do not move. The electronic voice finished. Virum. The entire bunker let out a deep rumble. Zhao Tianyong watched in terror as the metal walls in front of him began retreating at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The ceiling was rising, the floor was extending. The originally cramped 30-square-meter room transformed in mere seconds into a vast void that seemed to stretch endlessly. Its scale was equivalent to several football fields. After 10 seconds, the rumbling stopped. The world returned to an absolute silence. All that remained was emptiness. Boundless emptiness. Standing in this vast space, Zhao Tianyong felt as small as a speck of dust. He looked at Lin Yu standing not far away, the silhouette clad in a cheap cloak, which at this moment seemed immensely grand and mysterious. Is this the world of the strong? Casually altering space, treating money like dirt. In Zhao Tianyang's heart, besides the relief of having survived a calamity, there was a profound sense of unease and inferiority. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. He knew that there was an insurmountable chasm between him and the boss. He shuffled his heavy steps to Lin Yu's side, bowed his head. Boss. His voice trembled, unable to conceal his fear. I don't know what I can do for you. I haven't awakened yet, but due to the reckless use of potions I can no longer participate in the awakening ceremony, and my body is ruined. He spoke with great difficulty, each word peeling back the bloody scars of his existence. I have only this last month to live. He raised his head, and in his dull eyes a flame of determination ignited. But I assure you, in this last month, no matter what you ask me to do, even if it means death, I will repay this kindness. His words were resolute, infused with the resolve to stake everything on this. However, this resolve felt so pale and powerless in the face of this vast, despairing space. What could he possibly do? Clean the place. There wasn't even a speck of dust here. Lin Yu looked at him, observing this young man grasping at the last straw in despair. His vow was heavy and sincere. Yet to Lin Yu it held no meaning. What he needed was not someone to die for him, but a living person who could do things for him and create value. Lin Yu spoke calmly, his voice echoing in the eerily empty space. Zhao Tianyong abruptly, but Lin Yu's next words extinguished the flicker of hope he had just ignited. It will be very painful. Lin Yu added, the genuine potions he provided will make this pain somewhat less severe. Zhao Tianyong was stunned, completely unable to comprehend. What does that mean? Lin Yu did not explain. He took out a card from his storage ring and activated it. A syringe, emanating a soft golden glow, appeared in his hand. Standard version of life serum. Take this. Lin Yu handed the syringe over. Zhao Tianyong trembled as he accepted it. Inject it. Lin Yu said just one word. Zhao Tianyong dared not hesitate for even a moment. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm marred by the misuse of low-quality drugs, mottled with bruises and covered in needle marks. He gritted his teeth and plunged the needle deep into his flesh. The golden liquid was slowly pushed into his veins. A warm sensation instantly spread, nurturing his nearly withered body. The organs that had begun to fail seemed to be infused with a spark of vitality, alleviating the excruciating pain that had tormented him incessantly. Just a spark, however. Once the entire potion was injected, that warmth quickly dissipated. His physical condition had improved slightly, but he was still far from recovery. Zhao Tianyong was dumbfounded. Was that it? He had previously used counterfeit drugs, toxins concocted by unscrupulous workshops, which had a devastating and entrenched effect on his body. A standard life serum is a miraculous remedy for ordinary people, but for someone in his dire situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Another 500,000. Was that gone? Just for this little feeling. Zhao Tianyang's face instantly turned even more ashen. It turned out that the previous 500,000 could not save his life at all. Lin Yu observed his reaction without any surprise. With a flick of his hand, another life serum card appeared, activated. An identical golden syringe presented itself. Inject it. Still just that one word. Zhao Tianyong jerked his head up, staring at the second vial of medicine in Lin Yu's hand, completely dazed. Another one. That cost 500,000. Boss. He stuttered, unable to utter a word. Inject it. Lin Yu's command was devoid of any emotion, yet carried an undeniable authority. Zhao Tianyong gritted his teeth, accepting the second vial, and once again piercing it into his arm. The same warm current, the same effect. His condition improved a bit more, but still not enough. Far from enough. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged as he produced another vial. Inject it. The third vial. Zhao Tianyang's breathing began to quicken. He mechanically accepted it and injected it. The fourth vial. Inject it. The fifth vial. Inject. The 10th vial. As the effects of the 10th life serum spread within him, Zhao Tianyang's body finally showed significant improvement, his complexion regaining a hint of color and his breathing steadied considerably. Yet he trembled violently, not from the effects of the medicine, but from sheer terror. 10 vials. A full 10 vials of life serum. According to the price set by the old ghost hall, each vial was 500,000, so 10 vials would cost 5 million. 5 million. This figure loomed over him like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. And now he had just injected 5 million worth of medicine into his own body. How could he repay this debt? With his life? Was his life worth 5 million? Boss. Zhao Tianyang's voice was choked with emotion. That's enough, truly enough. Before he could finish, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Lin Yu waved his hand. A large heap of shimmering golden potions was carelessly spilled onto the ground. Standard version of life serum. 110, 50, 100. Hundreds of life serums piled into a small mountain of the radiant golden light, nearly turning the entire area golden. Zhao Tianyang's mind buzzed, blanking out completely. What was this? An illusion? What was he? A mountain of life serums, each representing 500,000. How much was this? How much was here? 10 million. 50 million. He dared not imagine. His brain had completely crashed, unable to process any thoughts. In the next second, he made a subconscious move. Thud. Zhao Tianyang's knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground, bowing before Lin Yu, and that pile of cards frantically kowtowing. Boss. No. Don't use any more. I don't deserve it. I truly don't deserve it. Please. Take it back. My worthless life isn't worth this much money. It's really not worth it. He wept uncontrollably, his mind fully breaking down. This was no longer a favor, it was a terrifying burden that could crush his soul. He would rather die from illness than accept even a single vial of medicine. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyang kneeling on the ground, and completely losing composure, his face still showing no signs of emotion. Knowing how to be grateful and saving the boss money, sighed, truly an exceptional beast of burden. He bent down, casually picking up a vial from the pile. He walked in front of Zhao Tianyang, shoving the syringe into his hand. Inject it. This time Zhao Tianyang clutched the syringe tightly, shaking his head desperately. No, boss. I won't inject it. I can't do it anymore. Please just kill me. I can't repay it. I can't repay it in this lifetime. Lin Yu said nothing further. He merely reached out, grasping Zhao Tianyang's arm. Then he picked up the syringe, aimed it at the injection site, and without hesitation plunged it and pushing the entire potion in. The 11th vial. After completing this, he picked up another and once again shoved it into Zhao Tianyang's hand. The action repeated, precise and cold. Zhao Tianyang had lost all hope. He looked at Lin Yu, this boss he could not fathom. Resistance was refusal was also meaningless. This was an order from the boss. He gave up thinking. He became an emotionless machine. Pick up, inject. Then pick up again, inject. 20 vials. 50 vials. 100 vials. His actions grew increasingly numb as the sensation of the needle pricking his skin faded completely. The golden warmth washed over his body repeatedly, gradually purging the toxins that had taken root deep within his marrow, repairing and reshaping him. His skin transformed from bruised to rosy, his cracked lips regained color, and his ashen hair shone with vitality once more. When the 200th life serum was pushed into his bloodstream, an unprecedented surge of vitality erupted within him. Boom. Zhao Tianyang felt like a balloon that had just been re-inflated, every cell rejoicing and leaping with joy. He stood up, moving his limbs. Strength. An unprecedentedly powerful sensation. He was healed. No better than healed. He felt healthier and stronger than he ever had before, even before the misuse of drugs. Yet he could not feel happiness at all. There was no joy of surviving disaster on his face, only a numbness of deathly silence. In his mind, only one number spiraled madly like an unending curse. 200 vials. 100 million. Lin Yu examined Zhao Tianyang before him. Not bad. After undergoing the baptism of 200 doses of life serum, he had completely transformed. The body that had originally been depleted due to drug abuse was not only fully restored, but had even gained a certain degree of enhancement under the nourishment of immense vitality. Sturdy and robust with abundant qi and blood. It was evident that his talent was indeed impressive, a promising prospect. Lin Yu sensed the invisible master-slave imprint within his mind. Very solid. Zhao Tianyang's current loyalty mingled with the relief of surviving a calamity, fear of the unknown, and despair over the colossal debt of 100 million formed an extremely stable emotional shackles binding him tightly. Excellent. A qualified tool has been initially forged. Next, it's time to upgrade the tool. Lin Yu no longer held back. He took out the 3 heavy metal boxes sent by the old ghost from his storage ring. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 boxes were placed on the ground in sequence. Boss. Zhao Tianyang looked at these extraordinary boxes puzzled. Lin Yu ignored him and crouched down to open the first box. A deep red potion lay quietly inside, the liquid's luster pure and rich. Giant Strength Potion Original. Lin Yu reached out his hand and activated his skill. Card Transformation. This time he encountered almost no resistance. With a mental strength of 500 points, transforming items of this level had become effortless. A card shimmering with red light appeared in his hand. Following the same method, he successively transformed Breath of the Windwalker and Heart of the Boulder into cards. 3 top-tier attribute potion cards representing strength, agility, and constitution lay quietly in his palm. Based on the previous experience with Awakening Potion, to raise a fundamental attribute from 0 to the maximum limit of 500 points, at least 2,000 doses were needed. Considering the subsequent drug resistance, this quantity might only increase. Then 2,000 of each. With a thought, Lin Yu decided. Ghost Card. Multiplication Card. With 500 points of mental strength, he could maintain the existence of 22 multiplication cards at once. But he did not need such an exaggerated multiplier. 11 multiplication cards, 2 to the 11th power, exactly 2,048. That's enough. Buzz. The space within the storage ring began to exponentially multiply once again. The 3 original potions, the Old Ghost's Private Awakening Potion and the Auxiliary Consumable Life Serum, began to rapidly double in quantity. In just a few breaths, the cycle stopped. Lin Yu waved his hand. Crash. A rain of potions began to pour down in the empty bunker. 4 small hills and 1 large mountain appeared out of nowhere. 1 hill burned with a deep red glow representing pure strength. Giant Strength Potion Original X 2048. 1 hill spun with a pale blue cyclone symbolizing ultimate speed. Breath of the Windwalker Original X 2048. 1 hill radiated a heavy earthy yellow glow signifying an unyielding physique. Heart of the Boulder Original X 2048. 1 hill emitted a soft blue glow of a water pond representing spiritual power. Awakening Potion X 2048. And the last pile, the tallest one, with a golden light that almost illuminated the entire dome of the bunker. Life Serum Standard Edition X 8192. Zhao Tianyang stood frozen in place. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, making a clack-clack sound. He looked at the 4 peaks constructed from wealth and power, and his brain completely ceased to function. He recalled the old ghost's words. These 3 potions on the black market, each one is worth no less than 800,000. And they are priceless. 800,000 per potion. Here, how many are there? 2,048. Zhao Tianyang's lips trembled as he began to calculate a math problem he had never dared to imagine in his life. 800,000 multiplied by 2,048. 160 million. No, 16 billion. He couldn't count clearly. This number had exceeded his comprehension. And this was just 1 pile? There were 3 piles here. That means nearly 5 billion. And that pile of gold, that is life serum. The 200 doses before were worth 100 million. Here, there are over 8,000 doses. 4 billion. Added together is. Thud. Zhao Tianyang's legs went weak and he knelt. He did not bow his head, nor did he plead for mercy. He cried. Not out of fear, nor out of excitement. He simply looked at the 4 mountain-like stacks of cards, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. He calculated himself to tears. He remembered his life over the past 18 years. Born into an ordinary family, he struggled to change his fate to provide a good life for his parents, studying and training tirelessly. He thought that as long as he worked hard enough, he could achieve greatness. Until he encountered those inferior potions, he realized that effort was worthless in the face of true shortcuts. He took a shortcut and then fell into the abyss. He thought his life was over. But now what did he see? Nearly 10 billion in wealth casually piled on the ground like garbage. His worldview, values, and outlook on life were utterly shattered at this moment, then reassembled in an incredibly twisted way. It turned out that money was truly just a number. It turned out that power could indeed be created out of thin air. It turned out that the gap between people could be even greater than the gap between mortals and deities. Lin Yu paid no attention to the already disoriented subordinate. He walked to the wall and pressed the communication button. Bunker no. 3. Is there anything you need? Still that cold electronic voice. Open another room. What level? The same level. The throne level space expansion already exists. To open the same level auxiliary space beside it, the cost is 10,000 per day, pay 1 in advance. Okay. Lin Yu placed the black card on it. Beep. Payment successful, balance 79,000. Another 20,000 vanished. Rumble. The adjacent metal wall slowly opened a similarly heavy alloy door. Behind the door was another identical, despairingly empty vast space. Lin Yu pointed to the 5 piles of potions on the ground. Your task. His voice echoed in the empty bunker, clearly reaching Zhao Tianyang's ears. Finish all of these. Until all 4 fundamental attributes reach 500 points. After saying this, Lin Yu no longer glanced at him and turned to walk toward the newly opened door. He too had to start his own enhancement. But as the boss, he had to maintain the most basic sense of mystery and pressure. Sitting together with subordinates to take injections. That would be inappropriate. Rumble. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him. In the vast space, only Zhao Tianyang remained, along with the 4 peaks of potions worth nearly 10 billion before him. Lin Yu stepped into the newly opened throne space. The heavy alloy door closed behind him, completely isolating everything from the adjacent room. He sat cross-legged, taking out the 3 genuine potion cards gifted by the old ghost, along with the vast inventory he had replicated, all from his storage ring. Giant Strength Potion Original. Windsurfer's Breath Original. Heart of the Rock Original. Additionally, there was the auxiliary consumable life serum. He already had experience. The enhancement process of the awakening potion had allowed him to grasp the patterns of such attribute potions. The first 100 points yielded the best effects. From 100 to 300 points, the effects began to diminish. Beyond 300 points, the effects would further decrease significantly. Yet he possessed an almost unlimited supply of potions. This diminishing return was meaningless to him. All he needed to do was repeat the process. Lin Yu picked up a giant strength potion, activated it, and injected it. A surge of scorching energy instantly flooded into his muscle fibers, causing every cell to expand, tear apart, and then reorganize under the stimulus of this power. Next, he grabbed a life serum and injected it. The gentle life force soothed the tearing pain and reinforced the newly formed muscle tissue. Strength 9. Again. The second giant strength potion, the second life serum. Strength 19. The 10th one. Strength 59. His mental strength reached 500 points, giving him a control over his body far beyond that of the previous Zhao Tianyang. Moreover, his absorption efficiency for potions also far exceeded that of ordinary people. Additionally, he did not need to, like Zhao Tianyang, first use 200 life serums to eliminate toxins and hidden injuries from his body. His body had already been repeatedly refined during the previous enhancement process of 500 points of mental strength, making it a clean slate. This saved him a considerable amount of time. By the time the 40th giant strength potion was injected, his strength attribute steadily settled at 109 points. The effects of the potions began to have. Lin Yu remained expressionless and continued to inject. He moved like a precise program, perpetually repeating the cycle of taking, activating, injecting, and then taking again. Strength, Agility, Constitution. The 3 attributes were alternately enhanced by him. He did not count how much time had passed. In this isolated bunker, time lost its meaning. Only the numbers on the panel, constantly fluctuating, proved that his life level was undergoing a monumental leap. When the last heart of the rock was injected into his body, that feeling of enhancement finally dissipated. All 3 of his foundational attributes, like his mental strength, had reached a perfect integer. 500. Lin Yu slowly stood up. He moved his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds. He could feel explosive energy hidden in every corner of his body. Muscle density, nerve response, speed, cell vitality. All had been elevated to a superhuman level. If before he had immense mental strength, his body had merely been a fragile vessel. Now this vessel had been reinforced into an incredibly sturdy fortress. He glanced at the empty potion tubes on the ground. To stack the 3 attributes to 500, he had consumed over 6,000 original potions, along with an equal amount of life serums. Moreover, the time he spent was much quicker than he had anticipated. He wondered how Zhao Tianyang was doing. Lin Yu walked to the wall, and the heavy alloy doors slowly opened before him. He stepped outside. In the adjacent, equally massive space, Zhao Tianyang remained in the same position. He sat in front of a mountain of potions, mechanically injecting himself. His movements had become numb, his face devoid of any expression, only displaying a near-religious focus. The ground was already covered with a dense pile of empty syringes, far exceeding those on Lin Yu's side. He had not yet finished. Lin Yu did not disturb him, merely standing quietly at a distance watching. This Zhao Tianyang indeed possessed a commendable temperament. In the face of wealth and power that could drive any normal person to mental collapse, he did not lose himself, nor did he slack off. Instead, he executed the boss orders with utmost precision. Very well. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Zhao Tianyang finally picked up the last giant strength potion and injected it into his arm. At the moment the potion was fully injected, a visible shockwave composed purely of blood and qi erupted from him with a thunderous boom. The entire massive bunker space trembled slightly due to this shockwave. Zhao Tianyang's already muscular body now appeared even more proportionate and filled with a sense of power. Every inch of muscle seemed like steel tempered through 1,000 forges. He looked down at his hands, feeling the vast, surging energy within him flowing like rivers. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit. All 4 foundational attributes had reached the maximum limit of 500 points. He had been reborn. He had gained a new life. Zhao Tianyang raised his head, looking at Lin Yu standing not far away. The figure in the cheap cloak looked so slender, yet in his eyes it appeared more magnificent than a deity. He felt not a shred of joy or excitement. His face bore only the calmness that followed a profound silence. He stepped forward, steadily approaching. Thud! Zhao Tianyang's knees crashed heavily onto the hard metal floor, producing a dull thud. He deeply buried his head, pressing his forehead tightly against the cold ground. This time it was not out of fear nor despair, and certainly not due to any lingering gratitude. Boss. His voice was hoarse, yet incredibly firm. My life was given by you. From today onwards, Zhao Tianyang shall be the sharpest sword and the strongest shield in your hands. Wherever the blade points, wherever the shield directs, that shall be the only direction of my life. Should I betray this oath, may heaven and earth punish me, my soul shatter, never to be reborn. He lifted his head, and in his once dull eyes now burned a flame known as faith. He was utterly, from body to soul, he had completely submitted. Lin Yu looked at him calmly. All of this was within his expectations. Rise. Yes, boss. Zhao Tianyang stood up respectfully, standing to the side with his hands lowered like the most loyal guardian. In 3 days it will be this year's professional awakening day. Lin Yu spoke. Zhao Tianyang's body trembled. Professional awakening. This term, which he had once yearned for and later despaired over, was once again spoken from another's lips. In these 3 days you will follow me. Lin Yu did not pay attention to his emotional changes. There is something significant that requires manpower. You shall awaken as usual 3 days later. Zhao Tianyang did not hesitate, question, or doubt, and immediately bowed his head. Yes, boss. The heavy alloy door of the beehive slowly opened and then closed behind him. Lin Yu walked ahead, donning the cheap black cloak once more. Zhao Tianyang followed closely behind him, perfectly in step. He had changed into a fitted black combat suit, a spare provided from the bunker's storage cabinet. With a physique boasting 500 points in all attributes, he emanated a subdued, yet dangerous aura. He was no longer the dying man trembling in the corner, but rather a drawn blade, silent and sharp. Even without a profession, he was still overwhelmingly powerful. His entire focus was locked on the frail figure ahead. The 2 men, one in front and the other behind, rejoined the chaotic throngs of the black market junkyard. The surrounding clamor and filth had no effect on them. The aura surrounding Zhao Tianyang instinctively made the unwitting thugs steer clear. Lin Yu's goal was clear. He navigated through several alleys, ultimately stopping in front of a familiar door. The old ghost hall. Dingling. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Lin Yu pushed the door open, the rich scent of herbs still lingering. Behind the counter, the old ghost, wearing a bird-beaked mask, was distractedly organizing a row of test tubes. Those 3 genuine potions were the culmination of his life's work. Just like that, they were given away. During this time, he had been swinging between regret and anticipation every single second. Hearing the chime, he did not lift his head. We're not open today. If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow. Mid-sentence he stopped. He had seen that familiar black cloak. It was that madman. The old ghost's heart raced, and he nearly dropped the test tube in his hand. He's back. Back so soon. Is he here to invest more, or to tell himself that he failed and lost everything? The old ghost steadied himself against the counter, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze slipped past Lin Yu and landed on the person behind him, a young man in a black combat suit, tall and composed. Such powerful vitality. This physique, this mental state. He was definitely among the elite. How could someone like this follow that madman? The old ghost's mind raced. Is he a newly recruited bodyguard? No, that's not it. Looking at the young man's face, something felt familiar. Where have I seen him before? Sensing the old ghost's gaze, Zhao Tianyang stepped forward, standing beside Lin Yu, and slightly bowed. Boss. This address was extremely respectful. The old ghost's attention was instantly captivated by this face. He stared hard at Zhao Tianyang. This face. Deep in his memory, a gray, puffy, lifeless face slowly merged with the sharp, vibrant face before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's Zhao Tianyang. The very Zhao Tianyang he had deemed would not survive a month. Not even a Deluo golden immortal could save him. The old ghost's body started to tremble uncontrollably. As a seasoned pharmacist, he could clearly perceive Zhao Tianyang's current state of life. This was not simple recovery. That vitality was robust and magnificent, even stronger than before he abused the potions. The energy fluctuations within him, strength, agility, physique, every aspect had reached a terrifying level. This was a rebirth. This is a miracle. The old ghost's mind buzzed, falling into a blank state. He knew better than anyone what it would take to pull Zhao Tianyang back from the brink of death. 10 vials of life serum. That was merely a drop in the bucket. That would only ensure a more graceful death. To completely eliminate the deeply embedded toxins from his body and rebuild his depleted foundations, at least 100 vials would be necessary. That could amount to tens of millions. But now, not only was Zhao Tianyang alive, but he had also become stronger than ever. Unbelievably strong. This was no longer a problem that could be solved with a few million. Those 3 genuine potions. Yes, those 3 potions. But even those 3 potions could only enhance attributes. They could not possibly have such miraculous life-restoring effects. And how long has it been? Less than 2 days. In just 2 days a miracle was created. The old ghost's breathing quickened, his face twisted in shock beneath the bird-beaked mask. He recalled what Lin Yu had said when he left. Don't worry, your fortune is yet to come. Fortune? Is this fortune? This is tremendous wealth. This is a chance of a lifetime. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The old ghost suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed, then abruptly tore off the bird-beaked mask from his face and slammed it onto the ground. Bang! The mask shattered. He revealed a face flushed with joy, almost twisted with ecstasy. He bet right. He made the right bet. This was the most correct, the most insane, and the most genius investment of his life. He staked everything he had, earning a ticket to a new world. Boss! The old ghost dashed out from behind the counter with the agility of a youth. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyang's address, he immediately changed his tone, no matter what he would tie himself to Lin Yu's ship. He rushed in front of Lin Yu, trembling with excitement. You've returned. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. All words seemed pale and powerless in the face of this miracle. He could only repeat, you've returned. That's good, it's good that you've returned. Lin Yu looked at his disheveled appearance with no reaction. Everything was as expected. If you want the horse to run, you must show it the grass. And it must be the best grass, the kind others do not have. He walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, while Zhao Tianyang immediately stood like a tower behind him. Lin Yu extended his hand, placing 3 genuine potions on the table. Giant Strength Potion Original. Breath of the Windwalker Original. Heart of the Rock Original. Upon seeing these 3 potions, the old ghost's ecstasy instantly froze, turning pale. Is he returning them? Is he asking for a refund? The moment that thought crossed his mind, it felt as if an invisible hand gripped his heart, nearly stopping it from beating. Boss, what do you mean by this? The old ghost's voice trembled, completely flustered. These 3 potions are my gift to you. You absolutely cannot. I'm not here to return them. Lin Yu interrupted him. The old ghost froze, his anxious heart eased a little, but he still looked nervously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu pointed at the 3 potions on the table. Let me ask you, if you were to crack the formulas for these 3 potions, how many vials would you need as research material? Cracking the formulas. The old ghost's professional instincts were awakened. He looked at the 3 potions, his expression swiftly turning serious and focused. He pondered for a moment. Boss, you think too highly of me. These 3 are the top-tier original products on the market, and their formulas are the highest secrets of the major pharmaceutical companies. Let alone cracking them. Even being able to replicate 70 to 80% of their effects would establish a new sect. 3 vials. The old ghost forced a smile. 3 vials? I don't even have the confidence to analyze the basic components. Each attempt is a consumption with a high failure rate. I can't guarantee it. That is also the reason I've kept them for so long without daring to take action. Lin Yu nodded, slightly, remaining silent. With a wave of his hand, 3 identical potions appeared on the table, 2 of each. The old ghost's eyes twitched. This? Lin Yu waved his hand again, and the number of each potion on the table became 3. The old ghost's breath halted. What kind of technique is this? Materializing out of thin air. No, that can't be right. It must be some kind of storage equipment. But even with storage equipment, where did he get so many top-tier potions? Could it be that he really is some young master from a pharmaceutical company, taking the company's goods without permission? Before the old ghost could fully comprehend, Lin Yu waved his hand once more. This time the number of each potion on the table directly increased to 10. 30 top-tier potions exuding an enticing sheen were neatly arranged on the table, creating a powerful visual impact. What about now? Lin Yu asked. Gulp. The old ghost swallowed hard. 10 of each. That's already 30 million in goods. With so many samples, he really has the confidence to give it a try. Boss, If there are 10, I have a 30% chance of replicating a similar secondary product within 6 months. The old ghost's voice twisted with excitement. Lin Yu shook his head. Too slow, and the success rate is too low. He looked at the old ghost and spoke slowly. As his words fell, Lin Yu's hand slammed heavily on the table. Crash. The table was instantly popped. Deep red giant strength potion, pale blue breath of the windwalker, earthy yellow heart of the boulders. Each one was stacked into a small mountain. Counting roughly, each type exceeded 100. These are your funds. Lin Yu's voice was calm, but to the old ghost, it was akin to thunder. My goal is to have you help me distribute them. As for cracking the formula, that's just a side task. You can use these potions, freely consume them as you wish. If you feel it's not enough. Lin Yu paused and uttered a line that shattered the old ghost's worldview entirely. Here, I have as many as you want. The old ghost's mind buzzed, completely crashing. He stared blankly at the over 300 top-tier potions on the table, each representing 800,000 on the black market. More than 300. That's over 200 million. Funds. Distribution. As much as you want. In an instant, all the clues connected in his mind. Zhao Tianyang, who came back from the dead. The madness of unhesitatingly increasing the price by 300,000 to buy potions. Now there's this mountain of top-tier potions worth over 100 million. And that casually uttered, as many as you want. He finally understood. He finally understood why Zhao Tianyang underwent a complete transformation. Boss, are these what you want to distribute? The old ghost's voice was hoarse and dry, each word squeezed out from his throat. 200 million worth of goods. Hiss. This place is too small. Lin Yu did not answer, only glanced around the cramped shop. The old ghost instantly snapped awake. There's a place. Boss, follow me. The old ghost scrambled towards the back door of the shop, personally opening an inconspicuous hidden door for Lin Yu. Inside is my private warehouse, absolutely safe. Absolutely quiet. Lin Yu stood up and followed. Zhao Tianyang followed closely like a silent shadow. Passing through a dim corridor, the three arrived at a spacious underground space. It was about 200 square meters with thick concrete walls and some miscellaneous items and herbs piled on the ground. Boss, look here. The old ghost had not finished speaking. Crash. A sound 10 times more intense than before exploded throughout the warehouse. This time it was no longer the small mountains on the table. Instead, there were 3 genuine mountains formed entirely of potions. Deep red, pale blue, earthy yellow. The 3 colors shone together, almost illuminating the entire dim warehouse. Countless potions poured out from Lin Yu's storage ring, piling up on the ground into 3 towering mountains that made one's scalp tingle. Each mountain was composed of thousands of top-tier potions. These are the first batch of goods. Lin Yu turned to look at the old ghost, who was frozen in place. This is the merchandise I want you to help me distribute. The old ghost trembled violently, staring at the 3 mountains of potions, his brain unable to fathom their value. 800,000 for each potion. 1,000 potions amount to 8 billion. Here, there are at least 3 or 4,000. That's 30 billion. The first batch of goods. Thud. The old ghost's legs went weak and he knelt heavily on the ground. This time he knelt more thoroughly and willingly than Zhao Tianyang. His murky eyes were filled with fervor, fear, and a realization of the ultimate truth. Having crawled through the black market all his life, he thought he was well informed, but the sight before him had exceeded the limits of his imagination. Could someone who can produce so much goods be an ordinary person? Would such an existence come to find a decrepit old man like him to help with tasks? This is a tremendous opportunity, but also a test that could shatter him. Miss it, and he dies. Seize it, and he ascends. The old ghost's heart was trembling with fear. He made the most significant decision of his life. He heavily knocked his head on the ground, his forehead hitting the cold concrete floor with a dull thud. Boss, I, the old ghost, am willing to serve you until death. Please give me a chance. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract, remaining a slave for eternity with no second thoughts. To prove his loyalty, he voluntarily proposed the contract. He wanted to bind himself completely to this divine chariot. Lin Yu calmly looked at the old ghost kneeling on the ground. A master-servant contract. He thought of Zhao Tianyang. That invisible thread connecting souls made him understand that the slots for master-servant contracts were extremely precious. A massive sense of loss and fear instantly engulfed him. Lin Yu's heart remained unfazed. However, this old ghost was indeed the most suitable candidate for managing the distribution channel at this. You are not qualified yet. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but it struck the old ghost like a bolt of lightning. Not qualified. Not even qualified to be a slave. A massive sense of loss and fear instantly engulfed him. Lin Yu's heart remained unfazed. However, this old ghost was indeed the most suitable candidate for managing the distribution channel at this stage. He must give him a glimmer of hope, but without letting him take an inch. Just as the old ghost felt as if all was lost, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, recalling another type of contract rumored in the black market. Boss. He suddenly raised his head, his face filled with desperation. If the master-servant brand won't do, then what about a time-limited contract? For a period of 3 years. This type of contract does not take up valuable permanent contract slots and will automatically dissolve once the time is up. All I need is one chance. One chance to serve you. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with yearning for the future, a longing for power with not a hint of rejection towards the contract. For someone like him who had lived his whole life at the bottom, freedom was far less important than the chance to ascend. A time-limited contract. Lin Yu was hearing about it for the first time. Since it doesn't occupy a contract slot, it could be considered. He needed a loyal and capable tool to manage these illicit fortunes. Sure, Lin Yu uttered 2 words. The old ghost was instantly overjoyed, as if he had been pulled from hell back to heaven. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He hurriedly got up from the ground and took out the old-fashioned communicator, moving so fast that he left a blur behind. Hello. Is it 7th Master? It's me, the old ghost. Yes. There's another job. A time-limited master-servant contract. Yes. Right now at my warehouse. I'll pay double. After hanging up the communicator, he respectfully stood beside Lin Yu, his demeanor even more humble than Zhao Tianyang's. Not long after, knock, knock, knock. The iron door of the warehouse was knocked on. The old ghost hurriedly ran to open the door. 7th Master, dressed in a tang suit, walked in expressionlessly, carrying a wooden box. When he saw the 3 mountains of potions in the warehouse, the eternally expressionless poker face of his cracked slightly. But he quickly regained his composure, pretending not to see. He glanced at Lin Yu and the old ghost. Who is the master and who is the servant? 7th Master rasped. I am the master, Lin Yu replied calmly. I am the servant. The old ghost quickly replied, his voice loud, filled with pride and urgency. 7th Master looked at the old ghost in shock. He had known the old ghost for decades, and was well aware of how shrewd and life-loving this guy was. Getting him to sign a master-servant contract would be harder than killing him. What was going on today? But as his gaze swept over the 3 mountains of potions again, and recalling the old ghost's almost frenzied excitement on the communicator, he suddenly understood. These 3 mountains of potions were not mere backdrops. They were real. 7th Master's breath stalled at that moment. He had been a contract master all his life, serving countless big shots, believing he had seen it all. But this scene before him was no longer just a storm, it was a cataclysm. This was not wealth. This was power capable of overturning an industry, even the order of an entire region. And someone with such power needed to sign a contract with an old man from the black market. Why? Countless thoughts flashed through 7th Master's mind. The next second, under the astonished gazes of the old ghost and Zhao Tianyang, thud. This contract master, whose status in the black market was exalted and who was respectfully called 7th Master even by many gang leaders, suddenly knelt heavily before Lin Yu. He knelt faster and more decisively than the old ghost. Boss. As soon as 7th Master spoke, his form of address changed. With his forehead touching the ground, he spoke in a tone that suppressed extreme excitement and reverence. My name is Chen Qi. The people in the black market call me 7th Master out of respect. Throughout my life, I have only made contracts and believed in rules. But today I have seen something beyond the rules. I also want to sign. I am willing to sign a permanent master-servant mark. Please, boss, give me a chance. I am willing to be your ox or horse, never refusing to die. The old ghost stood by stunned. He just wanted to lend a hand to an old friend and let him benefit a little. Who would have thought this guy was even more ruthless and directly wanted to sell himself? Lin Yu looked at the 2 people kneeling before him. One was a pharmacist and the other was a contract master. This old ghost was indeed good at calculating, knowing he couldn't eat alone, so he brought his well-connected old friend onto the ship. Very well. Professionals handle professional matters. A permanent contract is not possible, Lin Yu stated, like him 3 years. 7th Master trembled. A wave of great disappointment surged in his heart. Was he not even qualified to be a permanent slave? But the disappointment lasted only a second before being dispersed by overwhelming joy. Being qualified to get on the ship was enough. 3 years. As long as he could stay on this ship for 3 years, his life would be entirely different. Thank you, boss. Thank you for your generosity, boss. 7th Master bowed deeply. Lin Yu looked at him. You are the contract master, do it yourself. Yes. 7th Master immediately got up and opened his old wooden box. This time he didn't approach Lin Yu first. Instead, he picked up a silver knife and swiftly sliced his fingertip, letting the blood drop into a porcelain bowl. Then he looked at the old ghost. The old ghost immediately stepped forward, cut his finger, and let his blood drop as well. Throughout the entire process, both of their faces bore an expression of near reverence akin to a pilgrimage. Seventh Master quickly inscribed 2 intricate, time-limited contract runes using the bright red liquid mixed with their blood. In my name I declare you my master for a term of 3 years. Life and death will follow. The runes ignited spontaneously, transforming into 2 ashes that imprinted on the foreheads of the old ghost and Seventh Master. Sizzle, 2 soft sounds. In Lin Yu's mind, 2 invisible threads formed. One connected to the old ghost's soul, filled with greed, shrewdness, and fanaticism. The other connected to Seventh Master's deep, calm, yet equally burning soul of ambition. The contract was complete. Boss. Boss. The old ghost and Seventh Master stood up respectfully, standing with their hands down beside Zhao Tianyang, resembling 3 of the most loyal guardians. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen 3 years later when the contract ended, and this boss no longer wanted them. That feeling of falling from the clouds was scarier than death. Let's talk business. Lin Yu broke the silence. Yes. The old ghost immediately entered the role, pointing at the 3 piles of potions as he began to report. Boss, this batch of goods will be publicly claimed to be my breakthrough in these 3 potions achieving mass production. My name, old ghost, still holds some weight in the black market, and this claim can stand up. Lin Yu came to the black market, so these things must not see the light of day. Therefore it was best to have a cover in the black market. This risk would be borne by the old ghost. Seventh Master quickly added, Boss, I have my network in 7 cities surrounding Ninghai Province. We can join forces to quickly distribute this batch of goods covering half of Ninghai Province. However, Seventh Master shifted his tone, revealing a hint of seriousness. The original manufacturers of these 3 potions, Julie Group, Fengxing Technology, and Pancher Biology, are all giants in Ninghai Province. Once our goods appear on a large scale, it will inevitably attract their attention. The old ghost nodded. Right. So we must be cautious. With over 3,000 potions, we need to calculate carefully how many to allocate to each city, how much to distribute through each channel, ensuring the fastest speed to sell and collect money, while not being too ostentatious to provoke their joint retaliation. The 2 of them quickly entered the zone, discussing and planning a vast and meticulous underground sales network for Lin Yu. They gestured on the ground, discussing the market capacity of each city and the risk assessment of each channel. Qingzhi's market is the largest. We can allocate 500 units. The checks in Yungang are stringent, at most 300 units, and they must be distributed in batches. And in Shilin City. As they spoke, Lin Yu slowly stood up. The old ghost and Seventh Master immediately stopped their discussion and respectfully looked at him. Boss, do you have any instructions? Lin Yu said nothing. He simply looked at the relatively empty area in the warehouse and waved his hand again. The thunderous sound, 10 times more terrifying than the previous 2 combined, erupted throughout the underground warehouse. This time it was no longer just 3 small mountains, but an endless ocean composed of countless potions, crimson, pale blue, and earthy yellow. 3 colors of potion bottles surged wildly from the storage ring instantly, flooding the warehouse's vacant space, stacking higher than the knees of a person and still rising. Countless, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Just moments ago, Lao Gui and Qi Yi were eagerly planning the distribution of 3,000 vials, but now they stood dumbfounded, surrounded by an ocean of potions. Underfoot, they were not stepping on concrete, but on valuable top-grade potions. The cold glass bottles clashed against their calves, producing a crisp and alarming sound. What they had just discussed, the more than 3,000 vials, now seemed like nothing more than a trivial ripple in this vast ocean. This, Qi Yi swallowed hard, unable to produce a coherent sound. His usually calm face was now cracked with shock. Lao Gui was even more rigid, his brain feeling like it had stopped functioning. 500 vials for Qingzhou City. 300 for Yungang. These carefully crafted plans seemed so small and ludicrous in front of this wealth capable of engulfing the entire black market. Lin Yu stood in place, watching the potions pile up until they exceeded waist height before finally coming to a stop. He turned around to face the 2 men who were completely petrified. Now how do you think we should distribute them? This question struck Lao Gui and Qi Yi like a hammer, heavy on their hearts. Distribute? How can we distribute this? This isn't distribution. It's a declaration of war. Lao Gui opened his mouth, the greatest worry lurking in his heart, almost escaping his lips. With so much product flowing into the market, the 3 pharmaceutical giants would go crazy. They would use all their power to crush the source into dust. Yet when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he couldn't utter a single one. He stared intently at Lin Yu's overly calm face. Could this godlike man not think of the same problems he had? A terrifying yet irresistibly tempting thought split through his chaotic mind like lightning. The boss wasn't afraid at all. No, he wasn't just unafraid, he was doing it intentionally. He aimed to attract the attention of those three companies. He wasn't here to sneakily make money in the black market. He was here to overturn the table. He came to declare war on the entire pharmaceutical industry in Ninghai province. A suppressed roar escaped Lao Gui's throat. He abruptly turned to Qi beside him. Qi was also looking at him with a mix of extreme fear and frenzied excitement. No words were needed. In a moment of connection, both men saw the answer that was about to burst forth from each other's faces. They understood. They all understood. No wonder. No wonder the boss had so much stock. This was a meticulously planned scheme. Had the formula been cracked? No, with this level of output, there must have been a technological breakthrough. Was this the force behind the life serum? Regardless of the boss' true identity or ultimate goal at that moment, Lao Gui and Qi both clearly confirmed one thing. They were not on the same boat. They had latched onto a rocket that was about to take off. Boss! Lao Gui's voice rang out again, no longer trembling, but filled with a fervor of desperation. We will spare no cost. At the fastest speed, and with the most violent methods, we will flood the black market of Ninghai province with our goods. Qi immediately followed suit, breathing rapidly. Price war. Using absolute numerical superiority, we will completely collapse their pricing system. Let their accumulated inventory become a pile of worthless trash. Lin Yu watched as the two men suddenly became enlightened, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction. Money is not important. He spoke slowly. I want them to come to me voluntarily. Indeed. The two exchanged glances, feeling as if they had seen through the veil of secrets. After detailing the subsequent steps, Lin Yu left Lao Gui's hall, with Zhao Tianyang exiting the black market. Back on the surface, the city's clamor enveloped him. Lin Yu, without flinching, stood in an empty alley and removed the bronze mask and cloak, revealing his true appearance. A youthful, handsome face with a hint of a scholar's demeanor. Zhao Tianyang, following behind, froze upon seeing Lin Yu's true face. He had envisioned countless possibilities. This enigmatic boss, who could casually produce infinite potions and hold his life in his hands, could perhaps be an ancient monster with white hair and a youthful face, or a profound middle-aged powerhouse. But he never expected it to be such a young man, not much older than himself. Judging by his age, he was probably only in his early 20s. The stark contrast left Zhao Tianyang's mind blank, but the contract imprinted deep in his soul made him dare not harbor the slightest doubt or disrespect, leaving him with a layer of indescribable shock atop his reverence. Lin Yu ignored his astonishment. Money was no longer an issue. Lao Gui and Qi would continuously bring in the profits from the black market. But this was just the first step. His real plan was only just beginning. He had 3 million in capital. His parents had given it to him when he returned home. This money had to be spent openly and honestly, and earned in the same manner. The money from the black market ultimately carried risks. It was better to have less than more. And his true purpose was to drag the major pharmaceutical companies into the mire to see if they could innovate technology and produce even better potions. Relying solely on distribution was still somewhat slow. To force them into a corner quickly, he could also start with potion futures and the stock market. The three major pharmaceutical companies would conduct limitless sales on the black market in Ninghai province, and it wouldn't take long for the news to reach the outside world. When they discovered the massive quantity of goods being shipped out, Zhuli Group, Fengxing Technology, Panshur Biology, the stocks of these three publicly listed companies would undoubtedly experience a cliff-like drop. What he needed to do was to short sell. Meanwhile, the rampant misuse of these three top potions would inevitably lead to a surge in the number of professionals whose bodies were on the verge of collapse. And the life serum, which could eliminate side effects, would certainly experience explosive growth in sales. His second step was to go long on eternal life pharmaceuticals behind the life serum. One side emptying out, and the other side increasing a dual harvest. His cost for goods was zero, allowing for unrestrained dumping, even giving them away to shake the market. The three major companies would be unable to withstand such a dimensional strike. He awaited the day when they would be left with no choice but to come to him. However, this plan for opening accounts could also be executed without him stepping forward. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyang beside him. There's something I need you to do. Boss, please instruct me. Zhao Tianyang immediately bowed, his posture respectful. Lin Yu handed him a note detailing the operational steps. Use your identity to open an account at the largest securities company following the operations I've written above. This matter must not be known by anyone, including Lao Gui and Qi. Such a scheme entwining genuine identity and financial markets, could be entrusted only to Zhao Tianyang bound by an eternal master-servant covenant. Yes, I guarantee mission completion. Zhao Tianyang accepted the slip of paper without hesitation. Though this appeared but a minor errand, far less glamorous than the hundreds of billions overseen by Lao Gui and Seventh Master, it stirred not a trace of resentment within him. To alleviate his boss's burdens was his highest purpose. Once done, return home and prepare thoroughly, Lin Yu added softly. Tomorrow is the Occupational Awakening Day at Linzhou No. 1 High School. Do not miss it. Yes, boss. Zhao Tianyang nodded firmly and strode away without delay. He had originally planned 3 days for these tasks, but Lao Gui and Seventh Master's unexpected cooperation had dramatically accelerated his progress. Lin Yu stood alone at the alley entrance. Just before departing, he had collected over 3 million yuan from Lao Gui, already transferred into his external bank account. He opened his mobile banking app, dialed the debt collection number etched deep into memory, and transferred every cent of principal and interest, exactly as owed, to the creditor's account. Your account ending in XXXX has successfully repaid XXXXX yuan. Gazing at the notification, Lin Yu deleted all debt collection contact details. 5 years of shadow lifted. Finally a chapter closed. Now all that remained was to await the wind's rise. A dozen minutes later he returned to the familiar derelict yard, thick with decay and the metallic tang of rust. A solitary shipping container stood beneath the moonlight, casting a long silent shadow, a mute gravestone. Here lay buried his 5-year youth, his glory as a celestial prodigy, and the anguish of severing ties with his family. The sleepless nights of misunderstanding, the grinding hardship of surviving on loans and scrap materials, the profound solitude of standing alone against the world, all converged here. Now it was time to settle accounts. Lin Yu raised his hand, not summoning any dazzling card, but letting a plain gradeless gray card materialize upon his palm, a small stone. He did not even invoke his amplification card. Instead, he channeled 500 points of mental energy into that insignificant pebble. Then another 500 points of physical force. In the next instant, he flicked his finger, and the gray card dissolved into a sliver of light, landing softly upon the container's steel skin. No explosion, no thunderous roar, only a grating, resonant hum. From the point of impact, the container's thick steel began visibly disintegrating, dissolving, not shattering, but reverting to elemental metal dust. A night breeze swept through, scattering the powder into oblivion. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. When silence returned, only an empty rectangular imprint remained, the ghostly outline left by the container, and with it all the detritus of his 5-year exile. Lin Yu glanced once at the scattered debris and walked away. An era had ended. When he stepped back into his home, dawn's pale light already bled across the horizon. He had returned sooner than expected. Lao Chi's voluntary allegiance and Lao Gui's conciliatory gesture had spared him countless complications. The living room lamp glowed. His parents sat side by side on the sofa, wide awake, their faces etched with unmasked anxiety. Only when Lin Yu pushed open the door did their collective breath ease. Xiao Yu, his mother began. I've cleared everything from the past few days, Lin Yu replied calmly. Cleared? His parents exchanged a glance. Though they grasped only fragments of his meaning, they sensed something fundamental had shifted. Before them stood Lin Yu, still slender, yet stripped entirely of the 5-year pallor of despondency and gloom that had clung to him like mist. In its place bloomed a quiet, unwavering serenity, unfamiliar, unshakable. It seemed at last Lin Yu had truly healed. At that moment, Lin Yao's bedroom door creaked open. She wore rabbit-patterned pajamas, rubbing her drowsy eyes, then froze, her heart finally settling as she saw her brother seated safely in the living room. She believed his explanation. Those needle marks, perhaps truly the price paid for strength. She darted to his side, perching gently beside him, clutching his sleeve with a whisper both pleading and radiant with hope. Brother, tomorrow, no today, is Occupational Awakening Day. Will you go with me? Lin Yu looked at her small, anxious, hopeful face and laughed aloud. He reached out, ruffling her hair as he had when she was little. What else do you think I came home for? That single sentence ignited her eyes, her fear and uncertainty dissolving instantly into pure, effervescent joy. Watching them, his parents' faces softened into long-absent smiles. This was how a family should be. His mother hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks filled the table. They gathered around the table, the warmth almost surreal. By the way, father sipped his soy milk, then paused. Our neighborhood's been uneasy lately. What happened, Lao Lin? Mother asked. 2 days ago, when I went downstairs to drive, I found a massive hole punched straight through the wall of our underground parking garage. His expression darkened. Security told me occupational practitioners fought there. So violently the whole building shook. It's dangerous. Lin Yu's chopsticks paused midair. Lin Yao's eyes widened. Really? That's terrifying. Indeed. Father sighed heavily. These days occupational practitioners multiply and grow ever more powerful. For ordinary folk like us living here risks collateral damage with no recourse whatsoever. Worry clouded Mother's face. Perhaps, after Yao Yao finishes her college entrance exams and leaves for university elsewhere, shall you find stable work. We should sell this house and return to our hometown. The countryside is tranquil. No battles, no bloodshed. A peaceful retirement sounds perfect. Lin Yu listened in silence. He knew their desire to retire in the hometown was sincere, but deeper still lay the truth this household had run dry. Once solidly middle class in Linzhou City, owning property, vehicles, and a modest business, their life had been comfortable, secure. Yet to raise the 3 million yuan loan demanded for their unfilial son, they had sold everything. Assets liquidated, the business shuttered. From prosperity to poverty, overnight. And the architect of it all was himself. Irony hung heavy, the very dangerous occupational practitioner who had shattered walls, and whom they feared, was none other than Lin Yu. In the eyes of the family, none of them blamed Lin Yu. To them, as long as he could return, it was more important than it. Seeing his son with his head down and silent, Lin's father thought he was still feeling guilty about the past, and he sighed heavily, patting his shoulder. Xiao, you don't overthink it. Money can be earned again, but if the family is lost, then everything is lost. Your mother is right. Your return is the best thing. Lin Yu raised his head, looking at the frost-touched hair of his parents and the trusting eyes of his sister. He offered no explanation and made no promises. He simply picked up a bun and handed it to Lin Yao's bowl. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I'll accompany you for your awakening and to get your epic class profession. TCH, I don't want an epic class. Lin Yao huffed proudly but still happily took a big bite of the bun. I'm sure I can awaken a myth class. All right, myth class then. Lin Yu smiled in agreement. After a warm breakfast, the siblings prepared to head out. Linzhou No. 1 Middle School. A place Lin Yu was extremely familiar with yet had been away from for 5 years. Strictly speaking, he was also a student of Linzhou No. 1. Moreover, since he hadn't taken the college entrance examination, yet he was still technically not graduated. Walking this path to school again with his sister Lin Yu had many emotions. 5 years ago, he too walked this path filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness, ready to welcome his profession awakening. 5 years later, everything had changed. Today's road was more crowded than he could remember. Various vehicles lined the sides and groups of students and parents formed a torrent heading in the same direction. Every face was filled with complex emotions. Expectation, nervousness, anxiety. For everyone in this world, profession awakening was the most crucial event that determined their destiny. One step to heaven, one step to the mundane. Brother, look over there. That's our grade's top student, Liamo. I heard he's already been booked by the Sky Tower. No matter what profession he awakens, he can get in. And that girl in the red dress is our school beauty. The line of suitors stretches from the school gate to the city center square. Wow, isn't that Teacher Wang? He didn't wear his usual checkered shirt today. Lin Yao linked her arm with Lin Yu's, chattering away, her little mouth never stopping. She continuously introduced the heroes of the school to Lin Yu, as if she wanted to catch him up on all the campus gossip he had missed over the years in just a short span of 10 minutes. Lin Yu listened, quietly nodding from time to time. His sister's vitality diluted the complex emotions he felt about returning to this familiar place. It's nice. Just like this, it's pretty good. Soon the gate of Linzhou No. 1 appeared before them with a huge red banner hanging at the entrance. Warmly welcome the 20XX graduating class to return for the profession awakening ceremony. The flow of people at the school gate became even denser, nearly shoulder to shoulder. Security guards and teachers were strenuously maintaining order, guiding students and parents to disperse. At that moment, a stir suddenly arose in the crowd. Many people's attention was drawn to a figure just getting out of a car at the school gate. It was a remarkably tall and sturdy boy, towering over the surrounding adults, his solid muscles nearly bursting through his school uniform. Just standing there exuded a strong sense of oppression. Lin Yu's footsteps paused for a moment. Lin Yao also noticed the big guy, who she tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve and quietly introduced him. Brother, did you see? That's Xiao Tianyang from the class next door that I mentioned to you. He's the one I gave the leave slip to. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang was surrounded by his parents. His mother was tearfully excited while his father vigorously patted his shoulder, his face filled with joy at having him back. Tianyang, it's good that you can come back. It's good that you're back. Dad, Mom, I'm fine now, really. Xiao Tianyang comforted his parents. Then he saw it. He saw the figure standing at the edge of the crowd, calmly observing everything. It was the master. Zhao Tianyang's blood surged at that moment. After returning home yesterday, his parents saw him back to normal, and the joy and excitement of surviving a disaster were beyond any words. He knew who had given him all this. It was his master who had granted him a second life and brought new life to his entire family. This kindness was heavier than Mount Tai. Almost instinctively, he wanted to push through the crowd and rush over. He wanted to kneel before his master and express his gratitude and loyalty in the most sincere manner. However, just as he took a step forward, Lin Yu in the crowd subtly shook his head. The motion was so slight that it was nearly undetected. But Zhao Tianyang understood. His forward momentum was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, freezing him in place. The master did not want to reveal his identity. Zhao Tianyang's heart raced and cold sweat broke out. He almost caused unnecessary trouble for his master due to his impulsiveness. Damn, his mind raced. No, it couldn't just end like this. The master was right in front of him. He had to do. He spotted the girl next to the master. Taking a deep breath, he forced a simple yet grateful smile and walked towards Lin Yu. The surrounding students recognized Zhao Tianyang, the special student, and instinctively made way for him as he approached. Lin Yu was also stunned. She didn't expect Zhao Tianyang to come over to her. What? What does he want? She nervously clutched Lin Yu's arm. Under the gaze of the entire school, the sturdy Zhao Tianyang stood before Lin Yu, and at an angle that shocked everyone, slightly bent down. His demeanor radiated a heartfelt respect and gratitude. Classmate Lin Yu, thank you. Huh? Lin Yu was completely taken aback. Earlier, there was a bit of trouble at home, and I wasn't feeling well. Thanks to the leave slip you gave me, I could rest at home with peace of mind. Zhao Tianyang spoke sincerely. My parents have been reminding me to properly thank you, the class monitor, and today, I finally have the chance. Really, thank you so much. After saying this, he bowed earnestly again. This scene left everyone around stunned. Who is Zhao Tianyang? Although his grades aren't great, he is famously strong in the school, and with his imposing stature, he usually walks through the halls like he owns the place. When has he ever been this polite to anyone? Moreover, the other party is a girl. Lin Yu's mind went blank. She was completely overwhelmed by this sudden gratitude and could only stutter in response. It's nothing. It's what I should do. We help each other as classmates. After a few more words of thanks, Zhao Tianyang straightened up, explained a few words to his parents, and the three of them walked into the school. Until Zhao Tianyang's figure disappeared, Lin Yu was still in a daze. She felt as if the gaze of the entire school was focused on her. That feeling was so wonderful. She suddenly turned her head, puffing out her small chest, proudly looking at Lin Yu, her face full of, praise me quickly. Brother, did you see that? I told you. As the class monitor, I have great power. Lin Yu looked at his sister, who wore an expression of pride, as if she had accomplished something monumental, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, our Yao Yao is the most amazing. The siblings followed the crowd into the campus they hadn't visited for 5 years. The large playground, the podium, and the tall black awakening stone in the center. Everything felt so familiar that it made Lin Yu a bit dazed, as if he had just left yesterday. The playground was already divided into areas by class, crowded with students. Below the podium were rows of seats filled with parents who had come to witness the event. And on the podium, the front row was particularly notable. Leaders from the City Education Bureau, the principal of Linzhou No. 1 high school, and some elegantly dressed men and women with dignified airs were present. Each of them wore various badges on their chests. These were the emblems of major corporations, top universities, and powerful guilds. They were here to recruit talent. Every year on Career Awakening Day, it became a talent competition without gunfire. A good candidate was enough to make these powerful entities fight tooth and nail. Brother, look, the front row of the podium. Lin Yu excitedly tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, lowering her voice. That middle-aged man in the blue suit with slicked back hair, do you see him? Lin Yu followed her gaze. The man was chatting amiably with a leader from the City Education Bureau, exuding a calm demeanor indicating a high status. He wore a silver badge shaped like wings on his chest. Fengxing Technology, one of the 3 major potion manufacturers in Ninghai Province. He was also one of Lin Yu's targets in this plan. His name is Feng Rue, the vice president of Fengxing Technology. Lin Yu continued to quietly explain. I heard his son Feng Xiyuan is also in our class and awakening today. His presence here is for both business and personal reasons. He is here to recruit talent for the company and to watch his son. Lin Yu nodded. So that's how it is. No wonder he could sit at the same table with the city leaders. Just then the man named Feng Rue seemed to sense something, and his phone vibrated. He glanced at his phone, and the smile that had been on his face instantly froze for a moment, then transformed into a look of clear disdain and contempt. He quickly typed a reply on his phone, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly displeased with the person sending the message. Lin Yu was too far away to see the content on the screen. But he could guess. The wind had already blown here. On the podium, Feng Rue looked at an urgent message sent by his subordinate and almost laughed out loud. President Feng, it's bad. A massive amount of Windwalker elixir suddenly appeared in the black market of the 7 major cities in Ning'ai province. The quantity is unknown, but preliminary statistics show it's at least the total output of our month. The price. The price is only half of ours. A massive amount. And at only half the price. Feng Rui's first reaction was that it was fake goods. Utterly fake goods. Every year around Awakening Day, there are always scammers who, driven mad by money, use inferior materials to counterfeit their potions, attempting to make a quick fortune in the black market. But such scams usually only deceive newcomers without connections. Who among seasoned professionals would fall for it? It's really making a fuss over nothing. His fingers flew across the screen. Why bother me with such trivial matters? Let the black market managers handle it themselves. Just a bunch of fools driven mad by money. As soon as the message was sent, the other party called him directly. Feng Rue frowned, glanced at the smiling school leaders beside him, nodded apologetically, got up, and walked to the corner of the podium, impatiently answering the call. What is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me with such trivial matters? His voice was low but filled with anger. My son is awakening today, that's the big deal. Do you understand? The voice of the subordinate on the other end was anxious. President Feng, it's not fake. Our people have obtained a sample, and after urgent identification, the efficacy is exactly the same as ours. Moreover, the wind elemental energy inside is even purer than ours. Impossible. Feng Rue denied it without a second thought. His expression twisted slightly due to this certainty. Are you joking with me? What is the core material of the potion? It's wind element crystals. The entire Ning'ai province, no, the entire eastern war zone of the abyss, the majority of the channels are monopolized by our Fengxing technology. I know exactly how much I can get each month. What do they have to make it? Air. This was his greatest conflict. Technology can be cracked, formulas can be leaked. But raw materials cannot be conjured out of thin air. Without enough wind element crystals, even if one had a formula provided by a deity, they could not produce a qualified Windwalker elixir. So this is absolutely impossible. But President Feng, the facts are just like this. The black markets of the 7 cities are simultaneously distributing goods. This is definitely a premeditated assault. We must take action immediately, otherwise. Shut up. Feng Rue rudely interrupted his subordinate. He felt that his authority was being challenged. I will say it again, that is definitely fake. Some method has been used to temporarily simulate the illusion of wind elemental energy. Once I finish dealing with my son's affairs, I will handle you useless bunch. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, his face returning to the calm smile as he walked back to his seat. As if that phone call had just been a trivial disturbance. A performance by a clown unworthy of making him spend even a second of thought. In the crowd on the playground, Lin Yu observed all of Feng Rui's little actions. From the disdain upon seeing the message to the anger when answering the call to the arrogance after hanging up. Everything was within his expectations. Arrogance is the original sin. Especially for a giant who has monopolized for too long and has forgotten the cruelty of the market. They do not believe anyone can challenge their authority. Even less do they believe that someone can overturn their game. Very well. This is exactly how it should be. By the time they truly react, the avalanche of stock prices will have already begun. And he just needs to quietly wait, waiting for the moment to reap the rewards. Brother, look at President Feng. His face looks terrible. Did something happen to the company? Lin Yu asked curiously. Maybe. Lin Yu casually replied, refocusing his attention back to the podium. The awakening ceremony was about to officially begin. With a stirring and passionate piece of music, the director of Linzhou No. 1 high school stepped onto the podium and began his annual routine speech. It was nothing more than some platitudes to encourage students and look forward to the future. The students listened with heavy eyes while the parents were all focused. The lengthy speech was finally drawing to a close, and the head of the teaching department cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Finally, before the awakening ceremony officially begins, I must reiterate a core regulation of both the school and the Education Bureau. The most important one pertains to the extension of examinations. All the students perked up their ears. According to the latest regulations, any student wishing to apply for an extension must obtain the signatures of their parents, class teacher, head of the teaching department, principal, and the leaders of the City Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in an uproar. Moreover, the school strictly prohibits any student from refusing to participate in the college entrance examination for any personal reasons. If any student is facing financial difficulties that hinder their continued education and career development, the school can assist in applying for interest-free student loans and can also recommend outstanding companies for sponsorship agreements. In short, one simple statement: no extensions will be allowed, and absolutely no one will be exempt from the exam. Lin Yu listened in shock, instinctively tugging at Lin Yu's arm. Brother, what kind of tyrannical clause is this? If I don't want to take the exam, can they really drag me to the examination hall? Her voice was not loud, but the head of the teaching department on the podium seemed to have keen hearing and immediately provided an answer. I know there will definitely be students with questions. If I simply refuse to go, what can the school do to me? His face bore no hint of a smile. I can clearly tell everyone that in consideration of each student's future, the Education Bureau will collaborate with the Public Security Bureau and other relevant departments to take necessary compulsory measures to ensure that every student walks the right path. Compulsory measures. Those two words struck everyone like ice, chilling their hearts. Lin Yu's little face turned pale in an instant. Lin Yu, however, let out a cold laugh. Such grandiose words. In other words, it's coercive buying and selling. Under the guise of for your own good, they would forcibly package you and sell you to the capital that had long waited below the stage. Student loans. Corporate sponsorship. That's merely a contract of servitude. By signing with you in this manner, they can control you and exploit you for any reason in the future. What's the difference from a master-servant contract? No, it's harsher than a master-servant contract. In a master-servant contract, the object of loyalty is at least a living person. As long as it's a person, there is the possibility of humanity of conscience. A master who values their own reputation would at least care about the life and death of their slaves, because they are their private property. But these companies, these forces will not. They are cold machines wrapped up in capital and countless interest. They will only calculate everything in the most rational way. Calculating your value, calculating your output, calculating your remaining lifespan. When your value is drained, you will be ruthlessly discarded, becoming a scrap part. 5 years ago, he saw through this, which is why he made that decision. He would never be controlled by others. Even if he couldn't change everything, he would control his own life. Becoming his own capital. Dying by his own hand, at least he would be content. Class 7 of the 3rd yearly MO, please come to the stage to prepare for awakening. The voice of the head of the teaching department rang out again, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. The awakening ceremony was officially beginning. As the first name was called, a bespectacled, refined boy stepped onto the podium. It was Lin Yu, the top student of the grade whom Lin Yu had mentioned earlier. He walked to the black awakening stone and placed his hand on it. Buzz. The awakening stone emitted a soft white light, and a clear rune slowly appeared within the glow. Common white profession scholar. The crowd fell silent. Although it was merely the most ordinary white profession, no one felt surprised or mocked. The scholar profession, while having almost zero combat power in the early stages, is an important prerequisite for all research-oriented and support-type professions. As long as one is willing to invest resources, future achievements can still be significant. The representative from the Tower of the Firmament on the podium displayed a satisfied expression, clearly pleased with this outcome. Lin Yu himself calmly accepted the result and bowed before stepping down. Next, Class 2 of the 3rd year Wang Hao. Another student stepped up. Still it was white light. Common white profession farmer. A suppressed chuckle erupted from the audience. The boy named Wang Hao's face turned crimson as he almost ran off the stage. Brother, is being a farmer really that bad? Lin Yu asked softly. Not necessarily, Lin Yu replied lightly. Any profession can be powerful if it reaches its peak. However, he probably wouldn't have that opportunity anymore. Without resources and background, awakening, a purely lifestyle profession, means that one's life has already been set in stone. Next, one after another, more than a dozen students stepped onto the stage, and the results were unsurprisingly all ordinary white professions. Woodcutter, fisher, textile worker. The atmosphere in the playground became increasingly oppressive, and among the parents a mother was already secretly wiping her tears. This is the reality. Over 90% of people will live their lives as ordinary individuals. Until a girl stepped onto the stage, the awakening stone finally glowed with a different color. Green light. Excellent green profession, whined whisperer. Wow. The entire playground erupted in excitement. Green. It's an excellent green profession. Oh my God, she's from our class. It's Lin Yu. Wind whisperer. It's an elemental profession, how amazing. The students excitedly discussed, their faces filled with envy. The parents craned their necks to get a glimpse of the lucky girl. The representatives of the large powers on the podium finally showed some reaction, beginning to whisper among themselves. Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalk Technology, leaned over and whispered a few words to his assistant, who immediately began flipping through the information on the girl named Lin Yu. Next, Class 9 of the 3rd year Zhang Wei. Another student stepped up. As his hand touched the awakening stone, something unexpected happened. The awakening stone actually lit up with 3 white lights simultaneously. The 3 lights intertwined, eventually transforming into 3 different white runes hovering side by side in the air. Common white profession apprentice knight, common white profession shield bearer, common white profession weapon apprentice. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? Is something wrong? 3. How can there be 3 professions? Students were puzzled. Even the school leaders on the podium looked a bit dazed. The head of the teaching department reacted the fastest, quickly walking up to the awakening stone to observe it carefully, then shouted loudly, "Students, do not panic. This is not a malfunction of the awakening stone. This situation is referred to as multiple adaptations. It means that this student's talent is compatible with multiple professions at the same time. He can choose one from these 3 professions as his initial profession." So that's how it is. A chorus of enlightened exclamations rose from the students in the audience, their gazes instantly shifting toward Zhang Wei, now brimming with envy. Though all 3 are common white-tire professions, having a choice is infinitely preferable to having none. An apprentice knight leans toward offense, a shield bearer specializes in defense, and a weapons apprentice enjoys broader developmental pathways later on. This is nothing short of a beginner's ultimate starter pack. Zhang Wei himself transformed from initial bewilderment to uncontainable elation. Staring at the 3 glowing runes before him, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, when suddenly a bold idea surged forth. Master," he called out loudly. "Since I'm compatible with all 3 professions, may I claim them all?" Silence descended upon the hall. A very pair of eyes fixed upon him, not with admiration but with the stunned disbelief reserved for fools. The dean's face darkened instantly, and his voice cracked like thunder. "Nonsense. Do you think this is a marketplace where you haggle over vegetables? I'll take all 3. Profession awakening is a soul-searing ritual, fraught with peril. Triple compatibility is already a 1 in 10,000 blessing, yet you dare attempt forced fusion. And I tell you plainly, these 3 professions possess profoundly incompatible natures. The likelihood of success approaches 0. Failure would shatter your spiritual sea entirely, erasing all 3 professions at once, and leave you weaker than an ordinary mortal. Are you prepared to bear such consequences?" Each sharp question struck like icy water, dousing Zhang Wei's reckless fantasy. His face paled. Not a single word dared escape his lips. In the end, he obediently selected the most imposing option, apprentice knight. The minor commotion subsided, but every witness now understood profession fusion is perilous beyond measure, never to be attempted lightly. The awakening ceremony resumed. After a dozen more students, agitation rippled across the podium once again. This time the awakening stone blazed simultaneously with a white light and a verdant glow. Common white-tire profession, Minern exceptional green tier profession, earth elemental affinitin. The podium erupted in louder clamor than ever before. Representatives from prestigious factions, previously composed and immaculate, leaned forward eagerly, whispering fervently among themselves. Minor and earth elemental affinity. Their synergy is extraordinary. Precisely. The minor handles foundational excavation, while the affinity grants elemental perception and control. Their natural complements. With adequate resources, advancement into Earth sovereign or treasure prospector is entirely feasible, and this prospect shows exceptional promise. Solid fundamentals far surpassing that girl with mere wind whisperer affinity. Feng Rue, vice president of Fengxing Technology, momentarily set aside corporate concerns, watching the student on stage with keen interest. His assistant murmured softly, "Director Feng, this student is Sun E, of modest background. His parents are laid-off workers from Lin Yu steel plant. His academic performance is below average." "Ordinary. That's ideal." Feng Rue mused, a calculating glint flickering at the corner of his mouth. "Such youths understand gratitude, and are easier to guide. Offer him a Class B contract. Secure his signature immediately." Understood, the assistant nodded swiftly. Across the courtyard, students watched, eyes burning with envy. Damn. Sun Yi's luck is unreal, and absolutely. Though minor is merely common paired with earth affinity, its value multiplies several-fold. He's about to soar. Lin Yao excitedly shook her brother Lin Yu's arm. Brother, did you see? Sun Yi always kept quiet in class. No one expected him to shine so brilliantly. Lin Yu watched in serene silence. Brilliant. Not yet. White-tire plus green tier. Even perfect synergy locks potential within rigid ceilings. To shatter those chains, only one path remains. On the podium, Sun Yi stood immersed in overwhelming joy. Trembling, he gazed at the two hovering runes, feeling the weight of scrutiny from once distant dignitaries now regarding him with newfound intensity. He felt, too, his parents' tearful expressions from the spectator stands, raw, unguarded emotion radiating across the distance. And enough. And no, it was not enough. He recalled his father hauling bricks on construction sites after being laid off, his mother scrubbing floors in 3 households daily to make ends meet. A green-tier profession might ease their hardship, just slightly. But that sliver of relief was all it would ever be. And he craved more. He yearned to liberate his parents entirely from backbreaking toil. A reckless, irresistible notion surged through his mind. All of them. Fusion. And like Zhang Wei moments earlier, but Sun Yi would wager everything. Ni's 2 professions harmonized exquisitely. Surely his odds surpassed those of 3 discordant paths. Sun Yi's breath grew ragged. He lifted his head, locking eyes with the dean, his gaze blazing with desperate resolve. Master, Ni's voice emerged hoarse with tension. And may I attempt to claim both? And at those words, absolute silence fell anew. The volatile topic of fusion, barely cooled, reignited. All eyes converged upon this audacious young man. The dean's expression hardened into granite. And Sunny, do you comprehend what you're uttering? Ni's rebuke carried even sharper authority than before. I've just warned you of fusion's lethal danger. Did you not hear? Zhang Wei's trio merely clashed in affinity, but yours, mine are rooted in physicality, earth affinity in elemental essence. Conflict at their very origin. Forced fusion will rend your soul between 2 irreconcilable forces. In success probability, less than 1%. Fail, and even your minor profession vanishes. You'll become utterly broken, a hollow shell of a man. What do you stake against such ruin? None percent. A hammer blow to Sun Yi's heart. Students gasped collectively. And has he lost his mind? To gamble on 1%? Exactly. Why not choose Earth Affinity alone? It's already a rare green-tier gift. Many would. Too impulsive. He'll ruin his life if he fails. In from the spectator stand, Sun Yi's parents leapt to their feet, frantically waving their arms, faces contorted with terror and pleading. No, son, don't gamble. In Sun Yi saw their anguish. His heart bled. Yet he knew with chilling certainty, without this gamble his life would remain forever confined. He could no longer bear his father's hands, deformed by years of lifting heavy loads, nor his mother's feet, cracked and raw from endless hours submerged in icy water. A single gamble, using that 1% sliver of chance to stake the future of his entire family. Sun Yi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only resolute determination remained. Teacher, I have decided. He bowed deeply to the disciplinary director. I am willing to bear all the consequences. The director looked at him, opened his mouth, and all the words of persuasion he might have offered dissolved into a long sigh. Very well. He waved his hand and stepped aside. This was the student's choice. He had no right to intervene. Every gaze in the hall converged on Sun Yi. Sun Yi pressed his hand onto the awakening stone, once more focusing every shred of his spirit on the 2 runes. Unite into one. The white and green lights surged and slammed into one another with brutal force. There was no graceful fusion, only violent repulsion and clash. The 2 forces writhed wildly atop the awakening stone. The ripples of escaping energy made the entire dais tremble. Sun Yi's body convulsed. In an instant his face went deathly pale, beads of sweat rolling down. Failed. Every heart leapt into throats. Sun Yi's parents saw darkness at the edges of their vision, nearly fainting. Lin Yu gripped Lin Yu's sleeve nervously, her palms slick with sweat. Brother, is he going to fail? I don't know. Lin Yu spoke those 3 words with calm. Just as everyone assumed the fusion would collapse and Sun Yi be ruined, something changed. An abrupt anomaly. At the heart of the frenzied white-green light, a faint, yet weighty earthy ochre halo suddenly flared into being. That halo acted like a perfect adhesive. The opposing white and green lights anchored by that ochre core began to slowly, but resolutely meld together. The conflict vanished. The repulsion ceased. All the light drew into a single point, and then erupted with a thunderous roar. A dazzling noble pillar of purple light shot heavenward. Within it a brand new rune more complex and arcane than any before slowly took shape. The entire field fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the sudden, overwhelming spectacle. Had it really succeeded? He had, against all odds, actually succeeded. On the dais, the disciplinary director lunged toward the awakening stone, eyes wide, fixated on the purple rune, his voice trembling with excitement. Purple rare profession. Dadi Xuanbaozha, Earth Treasure Seeker. My goodness, it's purple. A genuine top-tier purple profession. At that moment, the entire Linzhou No. 1 high school erupted. Sun Yi. Incredible. The students watched the boy on the dais with near-reverent fervor. He had won. Using that 1% chance, he had gambled his life and emerged victorious. At the sight of the purple rune, Sun Yi's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He panted in ragged gasps, sweat and tears indistinguishable on his face, stretching his mouth into a silent maniacal grin. He had won. He had beaten the odds. The representatives of great powers on the dais were stirred. Quick, pull all records on this Sun Yi. I want him. Steer contract. Nonsense. With that profession, he should belong to Panshur Biotech. Well, give him the finest Earth attribute resources. Fengxing Technologies Vice President Feng Rue, forgetting whatever small black market matters, he had rose and barked orders to his assistant. Tell him Fengxing Technology will sponsor his whole family's relocation to the provincial capital and arrange the best elder care for his parents. One condition: sign with us. A fierce talent war broke out before Sun Yi even left the stage. The spectacle profoundly stirred every unawakened student below. A green excellent profession could only attract higher offers. A purple top-tier profession could drive these giants to rip one another apart to seize a single recruit. The gap was plain to see. So when the next student with multiple professions climbed the stage, every heartbeat in the crowd quickened. On the awakening stone, a white light and a blue light flared. White, common profession; hunter blue, refined profession, eagle eye. Another exquisitely matched pairing. Merge. Merge now. Take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The students in the stands began to shout wildly. The boy, clearly intoxicated by Sun Yi's success, stared at the two lights with greed and longing. Teacher, I choose to merge. The director's face drained. He tried to stop him, but the boy's hand was already on the stone. The lights swelled, but this time there was no miracle. The blue and white lights only brushed before bursting like punctured balloons, vanishing in an instant. The awakening stone went completely dark. The boy froze, the color draining from his face visibly. No. Impossible. My profession. The director rushed over, inspected the awakening stone, and announced with a broken voice, fusion failed. Profession imprints collapsed. Awakening failed. Ruined. A talent who might have claimed a blue refined profession was reduced to wreck. The venue fell into stunned silence. The fevered excitement was chilled as if doused with ice water. It was not over. Two more students with multiple professions, influenced by Sun Yi's success and the first victim's ruin, tried fusion out of desperate hope. The outcome was the same. Every single one failed. A girl who had awakened chef and flame control suffered a failed fusion. Her spiritual sea was scorched and she collapsed into unconsciousness. A boy with blacksmith and strength enhancement failed his fusion and lost both profession imprints. The successive failures sobered everyone at last. The director seized the moment, took the microphone, and his stern voice cut through the hall. Now, everyone calm down. They'll say it again. The success rate of profession fusion is infinitesimally close to zero. Sun Yi's success was 1 in 10,000, no 1 in 100,000, or 1,000,000, a miraculous anomaly. It cannot be replicated. In other words, whatever profession you awaken is already decided the moment your hand touches the stone. If it is meant for you, it will reveal itself in fused form naturally. Forcing a fusion is gambling with your life. Can you afford such a wager? Those words finally quieted the crowd. No one dared speak of fusion again, until a boy stepped up. As his hand touched the platform, the entire stage was engulfed in blinding radiance. Purple Supreme Profession Divine Light Affinity. In Purple Supreme Profession Blessing Sorcerer. In Purple Supreme Profession Sacred Codex. And the entire arena fell into absolute silence. Every soul stood paralyzed, stunned beyond thought by this near-divine spectacle. In three Purple Supreme Professions. Man, their affinities were nothing short of perfect. They seemed forged for one another. And the dignitaries on the stage lost all composure. Abandoning decorum entirely, they surged forward toward the awakening stone. Heavens above! If these three fuse, in a golden profession is inevitable, truly legendary. And no, this might even breach the threshold beyond legend. All eyes converged upon that young man. Ni's face bore awe and rapture. Yet rapture swiftly twisted into anguish and dread. He recalled his classmates, those whose fusion attempts had failed, leaving them broken and powerless. And dare he gamble? In theory, the fusion success rate for these three professions was extraordinarily high. But what if? What if he became the one unlucky soul? And failure would hurl him from paradise to utter ruin, stripped of everything in an instant. He dared not. And under the weight of hundreds of expectant gazes, he wrestled with indecision for a full minute. Then spoke, voice trembling, and I choose the sacred codex. And he withdrew. And he relinquished the chance to ascend in a single bound. and settled instead for the safest of purple professions. In the school's administrators and faculty exhaled in unison, relief washing over them. Thankfully, no further chaos ensued. Lin Yu watched the boy descend from the stage, his own heart utterly still. Years hence, when he looked back upon this choice, would he feel gratitude for his prudence, or sorrow for having missed the sole opportunity to touch legend? While the crowd still lamented those three purple professions, another student stepped onto the stage. Boom! Na dazzling golden pillar, brighter than any light before, pierced the heavens. Golden epic profession Dragonblood Warrior, G golden. It's golden, epic dear, in heavens. 5 years after Lin Yu, our academy has produced another golden profession. The courtyard erupted anew. If purple signified genius, then gold embodied legend itself. Lin Yao seized Lin Yu's arm, shaking it wildly with exhilaration. Brother, gold. We've got another gold. Lin Yu merely smiled. At that moment, the dean called the next name. Senior 3 Class 11, Zhao Tianyang. Step forward for awakening. Zhao Tianyang ascended the stage. His towering frame and base attributes of 500 across the board, honed by the life serum, radiated an aura far surpassing that of his peers. He paused before the awakening stone, hand suspended. In profession, awakening hinged upon constitution, spirit, and the deepest yearning buried within the soul. At that moment, only one thought consumed him: and grow stronger. And stronger still. And he would prove his worth to his master. His master had saved him without cost, elevated him without limit, and pulled him, and his entire family, from the abyss of despair. That debt he would repay with his life. With resolve, he slammed his palm onto the awakening stone. Nichuam, Na golden pillar, more radiant than even the Dragonblood Warriors, soared skyward. Another golden profession in heavens. What has come over our academy today? 2 golden epics in one day. Zhao Tianyang. It's Zhao Tianyang. The entire courtyard ignited, cheers and cries merging into a thunderous wave threatening to shatter the campus itself. The awe stirred by the Dragonblood Warrior had barely subsided when a second golden epic struck like lightning. The representatives of great powers seated on the stage could no longer remain still. Is this Zhao Tianyang, the special aptitude student, the one with S physical aptitude? Yes, that's him. The furious heart aligns flawlessly with his physique. He must be secured. S contract, top-tier salary. Feng Rue, vice president of Fengxing Technology, had long since cast aside corporate trivialities. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Zhao Tianyang. This prospect eclipsed even the Dragonblood Warrior. Yet just as all believed the climax had passed, an anomaly struck again. Beside that blazing golden pillar, another identical golden light flared to life. Boom! The second golden pillar pierced the heavens. Golden epic profession, unyielding war spirit. The deafening roar of the courtyard ceased, abruptly, utterly. Every mouth gaped wide, yet no sound emerged, as if throttled mid-breath. Into golden epic professions. What manner of phenomenon was this? Multiple compatibility. Goldeneer, multiple compatibility. The dean on stage stared, eyes bulging, fixated on the 2 golden sigils hovering side by side. Lips quivering, speech utterly abandoned. This cannot be. 2 epic professions simultaneously. Unheard of. Even ancient chronicles record no such occurrence. Will he attempt fusion? What might emerge from fusing 2 epics? Legendary tier power. The representatives of great powers lost all restraint, leaping from their seats, surging forward, desperate to see clearer. Feng Rue's breath grew ragged, his mind went blank. None golden epic was already a peerless prodigy, vying for whom empires would fracture. Transcended all known boundaries of comprehension. Within the crowd, Lin Yao's small hand clutched Lin Yu's arm, so fiercely her nails nearly pierced his flesh. Brother, am I dreaming? 2 golden ones. Lin Yu watched, expression serene, utterly unmoved. Yet inwardly he assessed Zhao Tianyang's potential with quiet certainty. This was merely the beginning. Even as the crowd reeled from the twin golden revelation, the awakening stone flared once more. Boom! The third golden pillar soared heavenward. Golden epic profession, Titan's might. The arena fell into profound silence. If 2 golds evoked awe, 3 invoked divine miracle. Minds had ceased functioning entirely, all stood transfixed, gazing at the 3 golden pillars piercing the firmament, and at the broad-shouldered figure bathed in celestial light. Madness. The world itself had gone mad. Yet this was still not the end. Boom! The 4th golden pillar. Golden epic profession, 100 battle body. Boom! The 5th golden pillar. In golden epic profession annihilating charge. 5 magnificent golden pillars of light stood like divine columns on the podium, dyeing the entire Lin Yu no. One high school in a brilliant golden hue. The 5 complex mysterious golden runes floated side by side in the air, exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed to mock the ignorance of everyone in this world. The playground was enveloped in a deathly silence. There were no cheers, no gasps of astonishment. Only the sound of people sharply inhaling in disbelief. Students, parents, teachers. Everyone seemed petrified, as if struck by a petrifying spell, standing frozen in place, without moving. On the podium, some distinguished figures weakened in their legs and slumped into their seats. Others clutched the railings beside them, their knuckles turning white from the strain. Some rubbed their eyes repeatedly, thinking they were hallucinating. The director of education gasped, making a sound like a fish out of water, his throat rasping. He wanted to say something, but found he couldn't even utter a complete syllable. 5. A full 5 golden epic class professions. This was no longer about being a genius or a prodigy. This was a monster. A divine being descending to earth. Lin Weiner was completely dumbfounded. She released her grip on Lin Yu's arm and stared blankly at Zhao Tianyang on the stage, mumbling mindlessly. 5. How could there be 5? Just when everyone thought this was the limit, the pinnacle of miracles that this world could contain. In the center of the 5 golden pillars atop the awakening stone, a distinct light suddenly illuminated. It was not golden. It was a profound blood-red hue, as if it contained the essence of mountains of corpses and seas of blood of the realm of Shura. The moment the red light appeared, the 5 imperious golden pillars emitted a mournful cry in unison, their radiance instantly dimming, as if bowing down to their sovereign. Boom! A blood-red pillar shot into the sky. Its light was not blinding, yet it carried a terrifying pressure that made the souls of everyone tremble. Within the pillar of light, a crimson rune far more complex than the 5 golden runes combined slowly took shape, filled with the essence of slaughter, destruction, and ominous energy. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. On the podium, Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalk Technology, weakened in his legs and could no longer support himself, collapsing onto the ground. He was not the only one. Over half of the representatives from powerful factions fell into a daze, collapsing to the ground just like him. They gazed at the blood-red pillar, at the crimson rune resembling a demonic imprint, their minds filled with an unbelievable, yet inescapable legendary term. Myth. It surpassed the epic and existed only in mythological tales. A mythical class. Red. It's red. The director of education finally regained his voice. He extended a trembling finger towards the crimson rune, uttering it in a near dreamlike state, infused with endless fear and fervor, enunciating each word slowly. Red mythical profession. Shura. As the director of education mustered all his strength to shout these 6 words, it felt as if the entire world had been muted. Myth. That was a term found only in ancient texts and heroic epics. A domain that mere mortals couldn't even aspire to gaze upon. And now it was vividly manifesting before everyone's eyes. On the podium, those representatives of powerful factions who usually held dominion over countless professionals were all losing their composure. What does the birth of a mythical class profession signify? It signifies that for decades, even a century, the world order will undergo a profound transformation because of this boy named Zhao Tianyang on stage. The so-called golden epics they had fought over before now appeared as insignificant as dust in the face of this crimson hue. A singular thought rose in everyone's mind. What will he choose? 5 golden epics, 1 red myth. If he integrates them, what will be born? An existence beyond myths. No one dared to think further. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of thousands, Zhao Tianyang on the stage finally moved. He showed no hesitation, no struggle. If his life still belonged to him, perhaps he would gamble for the elusive greater strength. But now his life, his soul, his everything belonged to the calm figure at the street corner. The master had granted him rebirth, and what he must repay was absolute loyalty and surety. Any hint of risk would be a desecration of his master's grace. He extended his hand, and under the eager, frenzied, greedy gazes of everyone, gently touched the crimson rune. Shura. Buzz. With his choice made, the 5 resplendent golden pillars, like guards who had fulfilled their mission, instantly transformed into specks of golden light dissipating into the air. Only the blood-red mythical pillar stood proudly between heaven and earth. He gave up. He relinquished the 5 golden epics, forsaking the possibility of creating history and surpassing myth. Huff. Among the crowd, someone exhaled first. Following that, a wave of sighs erupted. Half of them were regretful, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness an unparalleled miracle being born. The other half, however, felt relief. A mythical level Shura, while terrifying, still fell within the realm of understanding. But if he truly succeeded in the fusion, what would be born would be a monster that no one could predict or control. That may not bode well for the entire world. Good, good, good. The school leaders on the podium were the first to react, their faces flushed with excitement as they repeated the word good 3 times. A mythical level profession. This was an enormous achievement for Linzhou No. 1 high school, and for the entire city of Linzhou, it was a glory worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Quick! Invite student Zhao Tianyang and the Dragon Blood Warrior, an Earth Treasure Hunter from earlier, to the VIP room to rest. The Director of Education immediately arranged loudly, and several teachers swiftly moved forward, carefully guiding the still exhausted Zhao Tianyang and the other gifted students off the stage. A storm unprecedented in scale temporarily subsided, but everyone knew that the true struggle was just beginning. The awakening ceremony continued. However, after witnessing the cataclysmic descent of that myth, everything that followed seemed utterly dull. Blue premium. Oh, green rare. Even the emergence of another purple supreme profession failed to create much of a ripple. The spirits of all the students had been thoroughly crushed by Zhao Tianyang's terrifying scene of 5 gold and 1 red. Everyone's mindset had shifted from initial nervous anticipation to a current state of numbness and resignation. Until a name echoed out. Class 3 Grade 12 Lin Weiner, please come on stage to prepare for awakening. In the crowd, Lin Yao's body suddenly stiffened. It was her turn. She looked at the black awakening stone on the podium, which had just given birth to a legend, her hands and feet turning icy cold. The pressure was overwhelming. In front of her were Sun Yi's purple ultimate class, an unknown classmate's golden epic, and Zhao Tianyang's red myth that seemed to descend like a deity. What about herself? What would her awakening reveal? What if she only awakened as an ordinary white class? How embarrassing would that be? Would her brother be disappointed in her? She instinctively turned her head, looking at Lin Yu beside her, her face filled with helplessness and panic. Lin Yu looked at his sister's nearly crying expression and smiled. Do you trust your brother? Lin Yao nodded vigorously, tears already welling up in her eyes. Lin Yu reached out his hand, not ruffling her hair like he did when they were younger, but gently smoothing a strand of hair off her forehead. His actions were gentle, yet his words carried an irresistible dominance and confidence. Go on, don't be nervous. I've got your back. No matter what profession you awaken, your brother can make you the strongest person in this world. He did not lower his voice. Many students and parents nearby heard him clearly. Instantly, various comments began to rise. Who is this person? Such grand statements. A boy recognized Lin Yu, disdain written all over his face. Him? You don't know? He's the one who abandoned the exam for 5 consecutive years, obsessed with trash cards the waste, known as Lin Yu. So it's him, Lin Yao's brother. No wonder he looks familiar. Even if he's in such a state, he still has the gall to boast. How can he ensure his sister becomes the strongest? With his trash cards. How ridiculous! His sister must have really bad luck to have such a brother. Mockery and ridicule were unabashed. Yet more importantly, some girls looked at Lin Yao with expression. Wow, even though I know it's just bragging, her brother is so handsome. If only I had a brother like that to support me no matter what. Yeah, that feeling of being unconditionally trusted is amazing. These comments reached Lin Yao's ears without missing a word. She stared blankly at Lin Yu. Watching him calmly face everyone's ridicule, she noticed his steady and powerful eyes. A warm current surged through her body, unprecedented. Yes, what am I afraid of? I still have my brother. Even if I truly fail my awakening and become an ordinary person, he would never abandon me. What he just said was not empty talk. He would truly do that. Because he is my brother. All the tension, anxiety, and uncertainty were completely dispersed by something called courage at that moment. Lin Yao straightened her small chest and gathered all her strength to nod emphatically. Brother, I'm going. She turned around, no longer hesitating, and marched confidently towards the podium. Every step was incredibly firm. She stood in front of the black awakening stone and gently placed her slender pale hand upon it. Buzz. A brilliant purple light soared into the sky. Purple Ultimate Class Frost Empress. Another purple. Not bad, Frost Empress, a powerful magic class. Although it can't compare to gold, it's still top tier in our class. A small commotion erupted in the audience. Lin Yao looked at the purple rune floating in the air, letting out a long sigh of relief, her small face breaking into a radiant smile. So great. It's purple. I didn't embarrass my brother. She was about to confirm her choice. But just then an unexpected change occurred. Next to that purple light beam, another identical purple light appeared. Buzz. A second purple beam shot into the sky. Purple Ultimate Class Spirit of the Storm. 2 purples. multiple professions, or two rare ones. This compatibility isn't particularly good. Ice plus wind. Is she going to merge? The audience hadn't yet reacted. However, some of the big shots on the podium were already sitting up straight. Lin Yu was also stunned, staring at the two parallel purple runes, unsure of what to do. However, this was just the beginning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Third, fourth, fifth. Purple Ultimate Class Earthwalker. Purple Ultimate Class Flame Chantress. Purple Ultimate Class Shadow Assassin. 5 beams of different colors, all of purple rank, stood side by side, enveloping Lin Yu's small figure within. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted completely. What the heck? 5 purples. What's going on? Elemental Mage plus Assassin. How can this merge? What kind of physique does she have? Lin Yu was also stunned. 5. Lin Yu's potential is this. Something was off. However, the light from the awakening stone showed no signs of stopping, as if a switch had been flipped. Buzz, 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 buzz. Beams of purple light, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, erupted wildly from the awakening stone. 10, 20, 50, 100. That awakening stone, taller than a person, was shaking violently, as if boiling water was about to spill. A deluge of purple runes surged out instantly, filling the entire space above the podium. Mages, warriors, assassins, priests, archers. Combat classes, life classes, support classes, crafting classes. All known human purple ultimate classes, even some unheard of ones, transformed into runes like stars in the sky, surrounding Lin Yu in the center. Thousands of beams. A dense cluster of purple beams merged into a vast ocean of purple. The entire Linzhou One high school was completely submerged by this sea of purple light. The whole venue was silent. Everyone lost their ability to speak, staring blankly at this absurd scene. If Zhao Tianyang's 5 gold and 1 red was a miracle, then this scene before them was as if a deity had spilled its entire library of professions. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? What's going on with Yao Yao? Is she the reincarnation of a succubus inherently capable of adapting to all professions? Or is she truly the ultimate master? This spectacle, this visual impact, is simply on par with Zhao Tianyang's 5 golden beams. Or could it be the blessing of that card? On the podium, Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalk Technology, who had been in despair due to Zhao Tianyang's matter, suddenly jumped up from his chair, his breath rapid, his face flushed with extreme excitement. What? What does this mean? Do you understand? He wasn't asking anyone, as if he were talking to himself. This means she can become any profession. Our Windwalk Technology needs a wind mage. She can be the spirit of the storm. The Giant Power Group needs an earth warrior. She can be the Earthwalker. She is a customizable purple genius. A single phrase awakened everyone. The representatives of all major forces on the podium erupted with unprecedented brilliance in their eyes. Indeed, Zhao Tianyang's mythical profession, the Azura, is immensely powerful, so powerful that it knows no bounds. But this also means that his future is fraught with uncontrollable risks. Such a being cannot be easily controlled. Even if the major forces sign him, they must treat him like an ancestor. But Lin Yu is different. She is merely purple. Though there are thousands of purples, fundamentally the limit of each profession is only at the premium level. What does this imply? It means she is controllable. A genius who can be firmly grasped by capital and can now be customized into any top-tier profession according to the company's needs. In the eyes of these major companies, her value is even higher than that of the uncontrollable mythical level. She must not be allowed to choose. Absolutely must not let her choose for herself. A representative from Panshur Biotech, a fat, middle-aged man, roughly pushed his chair aside and charged toward the center of the podium. We must sign her before she makes her decision. Exactly. Sign the contract first. We'll help her decide which profession to choose. Glass contract. Get out of my way. We the Julie Group want her. The scene instantly spiraled out of a dozen big shots, usually dressed in suits and acting dignified, now resembled sharks, smelling blood, madly rushing towards Lin Yu by the awakening stone. They roughly pushed aside the teachers who tried to stop them, even ignoring the pale-faced leaders from the city's education bureau standing nearby. Stop! What are you doing? The head teacher shouted angrily, trying to maintain order. The awakening ceremony has not yet concluded. Everyone stepped back. However, no one listened to him. In the face of the enormous temptation of a customized genius, all rules and decency were torn to shreds. Feng Rue was the first to rush to the front. He looked at Lin Yu, who was surrounded by thousands of purple runes, and appeared dazed, and shouted with all his might. Classmate Lin Yu, I am Feng Rue, Vice President of Fengxing Technology. I now represent the company to offer you a top-tier S-level contract. Before he could finish, a fat arm brutally shoved him aside, and he stumbled, nearly falling. The representative from Pancher Biotech, like a wall of flesh, squeezed to the front. Feng Rue, get out of the way. Fengxing Technology wants a mage. Let her choose the storm spirit, isn't that wasting her talent? The fat man turned and smiled smugly. Classmate Lin Yu, come to our Julie group. We will offer you an SS-level contract. As long as you choose the Earth Walker, you will be our group's chief warrior. Shut your mouth. What kind of nonsense is letting a girl choose the Earth Walker? You guys from the Julie group still have some face left? You don't understand anything. This is maximizing talent. Arguments, threats, and promises exploded in Lin Yu's ears. She was surrounded by these frenzied big shots, and the spittle flying from their mouths nearly hit her face. She wanted to speak to tell them that this was her profession and that she wanted to decide for herself. She had just opened her mouth when Feng Rue glared at her fiercely, interrupting her. What do you know? What does a young girl like you understand? Choose for yourself. Do you know how to choose for maximum benefit? If you choose incorrectly, you will ruin your entire life. Exactly. Another company's representative chimed in. Listen to us. We have the most professional team to plan your future. You just need to obey orders. Lin Yu was scolded mercilessly. You decide. What do you understand? She felt as if she were not a person but a product on a shelf. Soon, in this mad scramble for interest, she no longer had the qualification to speak. Their arguments were no longer directed at her, but at each other. Feng Rue, I'll offer 50 million. You withdraw now? This girl we from Pancher Biotech want her. 50 million. Are you sending a beggar away? I Fengxing Technology am willing to offer 100 million so all of you can get lost. 100 million to buy out a customized genius future. Dream on. Well, offer 200 million. The numbers of money soared rapidly. But this money had nothing to do with Lin Yu. It was their exit fee paid to make their competitors give up. A representative from another company sneered as he began to calculate Lin Yu's value and quantify her completely. A top-tier purple professional can create value for the company worth at least 5 billion within 10 years. If managed properly, hundreds of billions are not impossible. And she can become any top professional we need. This value is immeasurable. Let her choose the storm spirit, cooperating with our company's potion development, in 10 years. No, in 5 years. We can monopolize the entire wind system potion market in Ninghai province. By then, not to mention 100 billion, 1,000 billion can be earned back. The premise is that she must absolutely obey. Another representative added his words filled with cold calculation. Once signed, there can be no personal life. Working 20 hours a day is basic. 007 is her reward. All her time must be used to create value for the company. No vacations, no friends, and definitely no romantic relationships. Exactly. Her genes are also a valuable asset. Her future marriage must be arranged by the company to achieve maximum profit through business marriage. Even her eggs can be cultivated through high-tech means to produce more potential offspring for the company. They were calculating what price to pay to make other companies give up. But would this cost come from the company itself? In the end, all the costs would be ruthlessly squeezed back from Lin Yu 100-fold or 1,000-fold. These words were like the sharpest knives stabbing into Lin Yu's heart one by one. She froze completely. So this is how it is. Is this how they see her? A product that can be priced. A tool that can be drained of all value. A breeding machine whose future and offspring are all around. The brilliant purple light was no longer glory but transformed into a massive cage flashing with price tags. She felt the world spinning, nearly suffocating. Just as she was about to collapse, she saw it. In the chaotic crowd on the playground, she saw that familiar figure. Brother. Lin Yu stood up. He simply stood there calmly, but all the surrounding noisy discussions and ridicule seemed to drift far away from him. He was walking step by step toward the podium. Lin Yu remembered what her brother had said to her before he went on stage. Go ahead, don't be nervous. Brother will back you up. No matter what profession you awaken, brother can make you the strongest person in this world. Yes. What am I afraid of? I still have my brother. An indescribable courage surged from the depths of Lin Yu's being, crashing through all fear and despair. Don't you want a controllable genius? Don't you want to treat me like a commodity? Don't you think you can arrange everything about me? Well then, they'll give you something you can never control. Lin Yu abruptly closed her eyes, shutting out all the ugly faces and dirty deals from the outside world. She poured all her thoughts into that purple ocean of profession. And then resolutely she made her choice. Fusion. But just as she reached out her hand before she could touch any of the countless runes, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist. She wants to fuse. A sharp scream shattered Lin Yu's resolve. It was Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalker Technology. He gripped Lin Yu's wrist tightly, his face twisted with excitement and anger, the force almost crushing her bones. Don't move. This shout caused all the big shots who were frantically fighting to instantly stop their quarrel. They all turned their heads in unison, a dozen green eyes focused entirely on Lin Yu. In those gazes there was no longer any admiration or praise, only naked greed and cold possessiveness. How dare she? The fat representative of Pancher Biotech let out a low growl, his chubby cheeks trembling. A little girl. How dare she make her own decisions? Fusion. Does she even know how much her value will drop if she fuses? Does she understand the magnitude of the loss for us? During that brief quarrel of just a few seconds, they had already gained a more profound and terrifying understanding of Lin Yu's value. Her value had long surpassed her individual self. This physique must be replicated. One representative whispered, quickly communicating with those around him. Control her parents. Research her genetic sequence. Let's see how we can create another Noah batch of Lin Yu's. Exact breeding. We must conduct optimal genetic breeding. Her offspring must be under our control. These once lofty figures who dictated countless destinies now completely tore off their disguises. In the face of a controllable, infinitely potential, and infinitely profitable commodity, they revealed their most genuine and ugliest faces. Now this commodity actually wants to decide her own attributes. It's simply a huge joke. Dream on. Stop. The school leaders on the podium finally reacted, rushing forward, trying to pull Feng Rui's hand away, anger etched on their faces. What are you doing? Let go of my student. She has the right to choose freely. The leader of the Municipal Education Bureau also stood up, his face pale with anger. Mr. Feng, by law no one has the right to interfere with the autonomous choices of awakened ones. Your actions are already severely illegal. However, his warning was met with a contemptuous sneer from Feng Rui. Freedom? Director Wang, are you talking to me about freedom? Feng Rui released Lin Yu, but along with a dozen others formed an even tighter encirclement, trapping Lin Yu, the school leaders, and the Education Bureau leaders in the middle. The fat representative of Pancher Biotech took a step forward, his massive frame bringing a strong sense of oppression. Director Wang, let me calculate a sum for you. Her one free choice will cause the total output value of over a dozen companies present to lose at least hundreds of billions over the next decade. Her one free choice will cause the economic landscape of 7 cities surrounding Ninghai province to regress by 5 years due to the setbacks in our industries. Her one free choice may even affect our supply of materials at the front lines of the abyss. The fat man extended a finger, almost poking Director Wang's face. Now tell me, is her personal freedom worth this price? Director Wang's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. He was completely stunned by this statement. Freedom my ass, another company representative cursed roughly. In the face of absolute interest, rules are made to be broken. Today she must choose one from what we need for her profession. No one can change that. Exactly. She has no right to decide for herself. Her future is decided by us. The school leader trembled with anger. You are robbers. Feng Rui laughed, straightening his disheveled tie, and spoke slowly. Principal, don't say such harsh words. We are optimizing resource allocation. It is her honor for a genius like her to contribute to the economic development of the entire Ninghai province. As for her, Feng Rui's gaze fell on Lin Yu, cold, as if looking at an inanimate object. She just needs to obey, and that is enough. Lin Yu stood in the center of the encirclement, feeling cold all over. She looked at the faces of these people, listening to their discourse on dividing her future, her stomach churning. So this is the world her brother once faced. Her brother was a golden epic profession or a card maker. It was a versatile profession with high economic value. Would the pressure he faced be any less than hers? The loneliness of being misunderstood and viewed as an outcast. The despair of being cast aside by rules and interests. She seemed to understand a bit why her brother would rather bear 5 years of infamy than walk his own path. Because if one does not resist, they will be swallowed whole. If it were really about contributing to the world, then so be it. But is that really the case? She raised her head defiantly, looking at the group of sharks surrounding her. She recalled the calm and resolute figure of her brother as he walked toward the podium. Her brother was coming toward her. She could not afford to lose. She could not kneel down before her brother arrived. Lin Yu straightened her frail back and used all her strength to speak slowly, word by word. I do not choose. I choose fusion. What did you say? Feng Rui's expression instantly turned ferocious. Say it again. I said I want to fuse. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the silent podium. You're looking for death. One representative, having completely lost patience, directly reached out to cover Lin Yu's mouth forcefully, trying to control her. But his hand stopped midair. He stood there calmly, holding the representative's wrist with an expressionless face. Who are you? Let go. He stood there calmly holding the representative's wrist with an expressionless face. Who are you? Let go, the representative shouted angrily. Lin Yu ignored him, only looking at his sister in the encirclement pale, yet still standing straight. Then he looked at Feng Rue, the fat representative, and all those surrounding his sister. His voice was very calm. Let her go. After countless elite cultivators had been defeated one after another with no hope of clearing the realm, a certain Longwa cultivator proposed a bold idea: all young cultivators aged 18 and above. The company representative let out a piercing scream, his body flying backwards like a discarded sack, crashing into a row of chairs before coming to a messy halt. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lin Yu shook his hand, as if he had merely brushed off some dust. He pulled the pale-faced Lin Yao behind him, using his body to completely shield her from the greedy gazes. Hiding behind her brother's broad back and inhaling that familiar reassuring scent, Lin Yao's heart, which felt like it was about to leap out of her chest, miraculously calmed down. All fear, grievance, and anger transformed into an infinite reliance at this moment. With her brother here, there was nothing to fear. You dare to make a move? Feng Rue, the vice president of Fengxing Technology, was completely enraged. He never expected this trash in his eyes would dare to strike at such prominent figures in public. Security. Where did the security go? Grab him. A piece of garbage abandoned by the school dares to be wild here. The chubby representative of Panshur Biological also roared, his fleshy face bulging with veins. However, they did not rush towards Lin Yu again. The power that this young man had just displayed made them feel apprehensive, but they could not let Lin Yao merge. A customized purple genius was of immeasurable value. Once merged, it would mean that this greatest point of value would disappear completely. Go around. A ruthless glint flashed in Feng Rui's eyes as he signaled to a few people beside him. He is alone. Let's split up. Hold that girl down. We absolutely cannot let her merge. Instantly 4 or 5 representatives moved as if they received orders, encircling Lin Yao from another direction. They aimed to bypass Lin Yu, this hard nut, and directly control their product. The school leaders and teachers attempted to stop them, but were roughly pushed aside. Get lost. Don't block the way. Just as those filthy hands were about to touch Lin Yao, Lin Yu was about to move. A more robust figure like an iron tower thunderously blocked the representative's path. It was Zhao Tianyang. He had charged up to the podium at some point, his massive body completely blocking the path. Make way. A representative roared. Zhao Tianyang remained silent, merely standing there, unleashing the oppressive aura belonging to Shura, filled with murderous intent, without any concealment. The several company representatives who usually lived in luxury felt their legs weaken and their breathing become difficult under that overwhelming pressure. They were professionals, but their levels were too low, and they were all auxiliary professions. They had never encountered such a scene. Zhao Tianyang. Feng Rue recognized this fierce man who had just awakened a mythical profession, and his heart sank. How could he be here? Why is he helping Lin Yu? Classmate Zhao, this is none of your business. We at Fengxing Technology are willing to offer 5 million. Oh, please step aside. A representative hastily spoke up. Zhao Tianyang ignored him, unmoved. It was this brief moment of distraction that allowed the head of the podium to seize the opportunity. He rushed to Lin Yao's side, shielding her with his body, and shouted, Lin Yao, don't mind them. Choose. Choose according to your own thoughts. Lin Yao nodded firmly, no longer hesitating behind the dual barrier formed by her brother and Zhao Tianyang. Under the protection of her teacher, she extended her delicate finger, resolutely pointing towards the center of the purple star sea. Merge. Buzz. Thousands of purple beams of light at that moment seemed to receive some supreme command, converging towards that central point. The light was dazzling. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in that extreme shade of purple. When the light dissipated, a brand new red rune radiating endless mysteries and majesty quietly floated before Lin Yao. That light was deeper and older than any profession Zhao Tianyang had previously displayed. Another mythical profession, master of all laws. However, looking at this rune representing supreme glory, everyone on the podium felt not a shred of joy. Lin Yao herself felt the same. She succeeded. She awakened a mythical profession that even she did not expect. Yet she could not feel any happiness. The ugly faces of those people just now, their words treating her as a commodity and breeding tool, deeply pierced her heart. This glory came with such humiliation. Bastard. Feng Rue looked at the golden rune, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. His face twisted as he let out a reluctant roar. It's over. All over. The chubby representative of Panshur Biological sat down heavily, his facial flesh trembling. A customizable purple genius was gone. Their grand blueprint of dividing the future, monopolizing the market, and mass-producing genius offspring was completely bankrupt. A loss of hundreds of billions. How could they explain this to the board? Representatives from over a dozen major companies now all wore faces ashen, looking at Lin Yu and Lin Yao with expressions filled with resentment and hatred. Lin Yu kept his sister protected behind him, already prepared for an impending fierce battle. However, a strange thing occurred. Feng Rui, who had just appeared as if he wanted to eat someone after the initial fury and loss of composure, slowly calmed down. He fixated on the master of all laws, ruined the resentment in his eyes, gradually replaced by another, more fervent emotion. Greed. He suddenly stood up, adjusted his suit, and surprisingly squeezed out a stiff smile. Representatives from other companies also began to react. Yes, the customized genius was gone. But this before them was still a genuine mythical professional. Although uncontrollable, a mythical professional is still a mythical professional. The potential of their future is equally immeasurable. Sign her. Realizing this, the atmosphere on the podium underwent a remarkable change. Feng Rui was the first to step forward, presenting Lin Yao with what he believed to be a kind smile, even bowing slightly. Classmate Lin Yao, congratulations on awakening a mythical profession. Just now, we were too excited and our attitude was a bit poor. On behalf of Fengxing Technology, I sincerely apologize to you. These words left the school leaders and teachers dumbfounded. An apology? How could their expressions change so naturally? The chubby representative of Panshur Biological also got up, dusting himself off with a beaming smile. Yes, classmate Lin Yao, it was our fault. We were simply too eager and confused. Ooh, please don't take it to heart. A mythical profession, master of all laws, limitless prospects, limitless prospects. A tense confrontation was casually brushed aside by them, as if the venomous words and violent actions that had just occurred had never taken place. They offered a half-hearted apology, then once again surrounded Lin Yao in the center. However, this time their attitude was infinitely more respectful. Classmate Lin Yao, our S-level contract at Fengxing Technology is still valid. Furthermore, we are willing to add an additional 5% of the company's original shares on top of the existing agreement. Nonsense. Feng Rui, do you still have any shame? The representative of the plump man immediately shouted, a mythical level and you offer just 5% of the shares. Are you begging for alms? Classmate Lin Yao, come to our Panshur Biotechnology. We will offer you an SS-level contract, plus 10% of the shares. 100 million in training funds per year. No upper limit. We the Juyi Group will offer 200 million. We the Sky Tower are willing to list you as a candidate for the Saintus. A new round of even crazier bidding commenced. However, this time the commodity they were competing for transformed from a customizable purple genius into an uncontrollable mythical practitioner. They presented various exorbitant contracts to Lin Yao like falling snowflakes. Classmate Lin Yao, you choose. As long as you nod, we can give you everything you desire. Lin Yao stood there in a daze. She looked at the faces of the people before her. Each face was filled with eager, sincere smiles. It was as if they truly cared for her, genuinely excited for her future. Yet just a few minutes ago, it was these very people who had plotted to drain her of everything using the most venomous language. It was these people who regarded her as a commodity, a tool, a breeding machine. It was these people who revealed their most hideous faces when she sought to make her own choices. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach. Lin Yao felt a strong wave of disgust. She couldn't understand. How could they? How could they act as if nothing had happened? How could they transform in an instant from a robber who seemed ready to swallow her whole into a kind-hearted? She wanted to vomit. You all. Lin Yao's lips moved as she wished to question, to curse angrily. But not a single word came out. Because she realized that not a trace of guilt was present on their faces. Their enthusiasm, their smiles, their promises were all incredibly genuine. So genuine that it made her doubt whether everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare she had been experiencing. Do you have no sense of shame left? Finally, a school leader could no longer bear it, trembling with anger as he pointed at the group and yelled, how did you just treat a child? How can you have the face to stand here now? Feng Rui's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He didn't even glance at the school leader, continuing to address Lin Yao. Principal, you don't understand. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who had been mostly silent suddenly spoke up. He was a representative from another large enterprise, Tiangong Group. He adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly, as if explaining a basic common sense. We do this not because we want to. Shame. That kind of thing perhaps existed before we climbed to this. The middle-aged man looked around at his colleagues, wearing a self-deprecating, yet perfectly reasonable expression. Which of you here was not a normal person with flesh and blood, with emotions of joy and anger when you were young? But now we are not. We represent the company. Behind me there are tens of thousands of employees waiting for their salaries, hundreds of shareholders waiting for dividends from financial reports, and countless upstream and downstream industrial chains. Every decision we make must and can only be accountable to the interests of the company. This statement rendered the previously noisy podium eerily quiet. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yu, his expression calm, even carrying a hint of apology. So classmate Lin Yu, we apologize for frightening you just now. But that was merely a matter of position, not personal animosity. He paused, uttering words that would completely shatter Lin Yu's worldview. Let me put it this way, even if you just stabbed me to death, as long as I am not completely dead, the first thing I would do upon getting back up is to smile and ask you, classmate Lin Yu, are you still interested in our SS-level contract from Tiangong Group? Because that is my job. My personal life and death, my honor and disgrace are worth nothing in the face of the company's interests. Boom. Lin Yu's mind went blank. The people her brother faced back then were exactly this kind of individuals. A group devoid of emotions, only recognizing profit. Machines. In their eyes there was no right or wrong, no good or evil, only value. If you have value, you are a god. If you have no value, you are garbage. All warmth, all morals, all rules in the face of absolute profit are merely a piece of paper that can be torn up at any moment. This is more despairing than mere wickedness, because you can never defeat them. If you kill them, new people will come to take their place, continuing to smile at you, continuing to ask you, will you sign the contract? A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of Lin Yu's feet to the crown of her head. She felt she could barely stand. At that moment, a warm, dry hand gently rested on her shoulder. It was Lin Yu. He had been silently standing behind his sister, observing everything. He felt neither anger nor surprise. He had experienced all of this 5 years ago. He had even seen scenes more grotesque and naked than this. The warmth of that hand penetrated through the thin fabric of her school uniform, reaching Lin Yu's shoulder. A stable and powerful force traveled along her spine, dispersing the bone-deep chill. Lin Yu did not look at the middle-aged man who claimed to be the representative of Tiangong Group. He simply gazed calmly at this group of well-dressed machines that had once again surrounded them. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, yet it brought all the noisy bidding to a sudden halt. We need some time. Upon hearing this, Feng Rui's smile froze for a moment, then quickly became even more enthusiastic. Of course. It's a monumental matter for a mythical-level profession. It should be given careful thought. The plump representative from Panshur Biotechnology nodded repeatedly, his flesh jiggling together as he strained to create a friendly expression. That's right, we were too abrupt. Classmate Lin Yu, take your time to consider, no rush, we have all the time in the world to wait. They behaved with utmost understanding and empathy, as if the ones who had just tried to force Lin Yu into signing a contract were not them at all. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and added his words, still leisurely, yet carrying an undeniable chill of authoritative coldness. We certainly respect your right to choose, and will give you ample time to consider. However, there is one thing I must. He extended a finger. All the contracts we are offering today, whether SS level or SSS level, are based on the highest value assessment at this moment in time. From today until the day of the college entrance examination, each passing day will lead to a corresponding depreciation in the value of the contract. This is the law of the market, not something any of our companies can decide. After all, even geniuses have an expiration date, don't they? This statement was delivered lightly, but the underlying threat caused the school leaders and teachers who had just regained their composure to change their expressions once more. This is not a threat, it is an open conspiracy. They are using time and money to place an invisible shackle on Lin Yu. Every day your value is dissipating. Every day you become cheaper. A month from now, after your college entrance examination, if you wish to sign a contract, you may find that even half of today's offer is unattainable. They intend to force Lin Yu to make a decision quickly using this method. Lin Yu's face showed no sign of emotion. He was all too familiar with such tactics. He grabbed his sister's hand and turned to leave. We understand. Feng Rui and others immediately cleared a path, still wearing warm smiles, as they watched them go. But just then a deep voice rang out. I need to think as well. It was Zhao Tianyang, still standing there like an iron tower. The company representatives turned to Zhao Tianyang, their smiles somewhat stiff. Another one. A myth-level professional Shura. Zhao, your situation is different from Lin Yu's. One representative hurriedly began. However, before he could finish, several voices rose from the crowd. I also want to think it over. The speaker was the boy who had awakened the golden epic-level profession, Holy Light Knight. Beside him, the girl who had awakened the purple rare-level profession, Elementalist, whispered in agreement, me too. A single stone had stirred 1,000 waves. Several students who had awakened high-quality professions and were originally locked in by major companies and ready to sign contracts were now all hesitating. They had witnessed Lin Yao's ordeal. They also saw the firmness of Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyang. A thought they had never entertained began to sprout in their minds. Perhaps we don't need to rush. Perhaps we can negotiate for ourselves. The faces of the dozen or so company representatives on the podium finally fell completely. Their smiles faded. They could wait for one Lin Yao using time to pressure. But now all the most outstanding candidates began to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. This meant that they might not sign a single person today. This was an unprecedented scene at Linzhou, one high school. It was also a Waterloo they had never encountered as human traffickers. As the atmosphere became tense, once more the school leaders finally found an opportunity. He stepped forward and addressed the company representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Thank you for coming. As for the signing, let's allow the children to discuss it thoroughly with their parents. He was issuing a dismissal order. Feng Rue shot a cold glance at the school leader, then at Lin Yao, who was protected by Lin Yu, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Yu's calm face. He said nothing, but with a heart full of anger and unwillingness he turned and left the podium. Others followed suit, each casting a deep glance at Lin Yu before departing. That glance was exceedingly complex. But they were not in a hurry, for there were not many well-off students at Linzhou, one high school, and these few were not among them. They could wait. It was the students who needed to rush. Only when all the company representatives had left did the atmosphere on the podium truly relax. The school leader exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just fought a battle completely drenched in sweat. He approached Lin Yu, gazing at the student he once held in such high regard, and now felt a deep sense of regret for his expression, filled with mixed emotions. Lin Yu. He had too many questions to ask. He wanted to ask where he had been for the past 5 years. He wanted to ask why he had changed so much. He wanted to know where he had found the courage and strength to confront those dozen giants. But in the end, all the words turned into a heavy sigh. Lin Yu also recognized the principal before him, who had already turned gray at the temples. When he was still a student at Linzhou, one Principal Zhang had given him considerable attention. Principal Zhang, long time no see. Lin Yu's greeting made Principal Zhang feel even more nostalgic. Yes, long time no see. You. He wanted to say you finally see it clearly, but felt it was inappropriate. He wanted to say welcome back, but thought it. In the end, he could only pat Lin Yu's shoulder. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Lin Yu nodded, watching the playground regain its order, observing the excited and disappointed younger students. Then he suddenly spoke up. Principal Zhang, I need to trouble you with something. You say as long as I can do it, Principal Zhang replied immediately. Lin Yu's words were calm, yet they stirred up a tremendous wave in the hearts of all who heard. Please help me print an admission ticket. I will participate in this year's college entrance examination. A single statement left Principal Zhang stunned in place. It also made Lin Yao, who had just regained her senses from that nightmare, abruptly raise her head and look at her brother in disbelief. Principal Zhang's facial muscles twitched violently as he looked at Lin Yu, his expression beyond complex, resembling one of horror, as if he were gazing at a madman. Lin Yu, do you think it's just 32 times? His voice was dry, filled with a sense of helplessness. Do you know how much the overall difficulty of the college entrance examination has increased over the past 5 years? The war at the front line of the abyss was becoming increasingly tense, and the demands on professionals were rising higher. The exam questions from 5 years ago and those of today are fundamentally two different concepts. Principal Zhang extended 5 fingers, shaking them in front of Lin Yu. At the very least, the overall difficulty is 5 times that of 5 years ago. Your 32 times punitive difficulty is stacked on top of this foundation. What you are facing is not 32 times, but nearly 160 times the difficulty. Do you understand? 160 times. The moment this number was mentioned, even Lin Yao, who had just recovered from her shock, felt the world spinning around her and nearly lost her balance. She clung tightly to her brother's shirt, shaking her head desperately. No way. Absolutely not. This is not an exam, it's a death sentence. The other teachers on the podium also displayed expressions of sympathy. They all remembered Lin Yu. This once brilliant genius from Linzhou, one high school, had awakened to an epic-level profession, a future star. Now was he really going to end his professional career in such a tragic manner? Faced with the shock and discouragement of everyone, Lin Yu's face remained devoid of any extraneous expression. He merely gazed calmly at Principal Zhang. I know. So thank you, Principal Zhang. Those 2 simple sentences felt like 2 mountains pressing down on Principal Zhang, making it hard for him to breathe. From Lin Yu's face, he could see not a hint of wavering nor any trace of bravado. Only calmness. A calmness that stemmed from absolute confidence, evoking a sense of fear. This student was either completely insane or he truly had that kind of capital. Principal Zhang stared at Lin Yu for a long time, long enough for the surrounding air to seem to solidify. Eventually, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, he heavily slumped his shoulders. "All right," he uttered just one word. "Follow me to the office." The siblings followed Principal Zhang down from the podium amidst countless complex gazes. The crowd on the playground had not yet dispersed. All the students were discussing everything that had just happened. The birth of a mythical-level profession, the ugly faces of big corporations, and that mad senior brother who hadn't taken the exam for 5 years only to return and challenge hellish difficulty. What happened today was enough for them to discuss for an entire month. As they descended the steps, a sturdy figure still stood there like an iron tower. It was Zhao Tianyang. Upon seeing him, Lin Yu immediately let go of her brother's hand and quickly walked over, bowing deeply to him. "Thank you, classmate Zhao Tianyang, for today." She was genuinely grateful. At a time when everyone regarded her as a commodity, it was her brother and this classmate whom she had only met a few times who stood in front of her. "No, please don't." Zhao Tianyang was startled by Lin Yu's gesture, retreating repeatedly, his honest face turning bright red. He waved his hands in a flustered manner. "Lin, class monitor, please don't embarrass me. I didn't do anything." His panicked demeanor left Lin Yu somewhat stunned. As he passed by Zhao Tianyang, he did not pause his steps, but quickly said in a volume only the two could hear, "As soon as you get home." As he passed by Zhao Tianyang, he did not pause his steps, but quickly said in a volume only the two could hear, "As soon as you get home, notify your parents to leave Linzhou City." Zhao Tianyang's body stiffened abruptly. "Find a remote small city and hide for a month." For this month, Linzhou and even Ninghai province will not be peaceful. Not just because of him, but also due to the emergence of two mythical-level professions. Lin Yu finished speaking and continued walking forward. Zhao Tianyang stood in place, not turning back or speaking. But if someone could see his face, they would notice that all his honesty and nervousness vanished in an instant. What replaced it was absolute obedience and seriousness. He nodded heavily. "Yes, master. Prepare everything for the journey home." Lin Yu kept her head down, silent. She had been close enough to overhear some of her brother and Zhao Tianyang's conversation. "Leave Linzhou City. Hide for a month. It won't be peaceful." Each word felt like a needle stabbing at her heart. She had a vague feeling that this was not a game. It was a war that would claim lives. And her brother was standing alone at the very center of the storm. She suddenly recalled the pile of pristine, identical 100-yuan bills she had seen in the container. She remembered the countless pinpricks on her brother's body. She recalled the wall of the underground parking lot that had been pierced. Previously, she thought her brother was just counterfeiting money, but now it seemed that the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Those big corporations, those greedy faces, they would not let it go. And the college entrance examination, with a difficulty of 160 times. Does her brother really have what it takes? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, leaving her heart in disarray. She felt a heavy weight on her chest, as if a giant stone were pressing down on her. She grasped Lin Yu's arm tightly. "Brother." She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to ask. Should she ask where he was going? Should she ask what he was going to do? Should she ask if he was in danger? But she knew even if she asked, her brother would not tell her. Lin Yu stopped and did not turn back, but simply patted his sister's hand, gripping his arm. "Don't be afraid," he said. "Let's go home. Mom and Dad must be worried." Lin Yu looked at her brother's back, still thin, but incredibly stern. She bit her lip, ultimately swallowing all her questions. She nodded vigorously. "Okay, let's go home." When they returned home, the lights in the living room were still on. Lin father and Lin mother sat on the sofa. The television was on, but no one was watching. Hearing the sound of the door opening, both of them almost simultaneously sprang up from the sofa and hurried to the door. "Xiao Yao, you're back." Lin mother forced a smile, but the anxiety could not be hidden. Lin father followed behind, rubbing his hands together, also looking like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Their gaze immediately fell on their daughter Lin Yu's face. Then their hearts sank in unison. Lin Yu lowered her head, her face pale, the whole person listless like an eggplant battered by frost. In this state, how could she resemble the proud child of heaven who had awakened a powerful profession? Clearly she looked like someone who had suffered a major blow. "It's over." Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, each seeing the same thought reflected on the other's face. Their daughter's vocational awakening had failed. Or rather, the awakened vocation was far from ideal. Yao had always been lively and cheerful, but she had never felt so dejected except during Lin Yu's episodes. Lin's mother's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing her great pain. She hurried a few steps forward and grasped her daughter's hand, which felt icy to the touch. "Yao, what's wrong? Is it a bad result?" she asked cautiously, fearing that any word might upset her daughter. It's alright, Yao Yao, no matter what vocation you awaken to, you will always be your parents' pride. Lin's father quickly joined in to comfort her, his voice trembling slightly. At worst, well, just abandon the path of being a vocationalist. Living a normal life, going to college, and finding a stable job is still a way to live. 5 years ago, when their son awakened an epic-class vocation, they were overjoyed, thinking the Lin family would soar. In the end, it turned into a 5-year nightmare. Now, with their daughter's awakening results seemingly unsatisfactory, they instead felt a sense of solid reassurance, as if to say, just as we expected. Perhaps an ordinary life is truly the way to go. Lin Yao raised her head, looking at the genuine worry and pain on her parents' faces. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. How could she say it? Should she say that she awakened a mythic-class vocation, the universal scholar? This result, not only was it less than ideal, it was practically explosive in its greatness. It was enough to shake the entire Linzhou city with its top-tier talent. Yet she couldn't bring herself to feel. Just thinking of the greedy and ugly faces of those on the podium, how they evaluated her like a commodity, and even planned out decades of breeding tasks for her future, made her feel nauseous. What did a mythic-class vocation matter? In the face of those true behemoths, she still felt pitifully small, at least for now. She didn't even have the ability to help her brother share a bit of the pressure. This achievement, which should have been a great joy, now felt like a heavy stone pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. I. Lin Yao's eyes reddened, tears welling up in her eyes, yet she couldn't find the words to speak. This appearance only confirmed Lin's father and mother's suspicions. Sigh. Lin's father let out a heavy sigh. He reached out, wanting to pat his daughter's shoulder, but his hand fell weakly halfway. He turned to look at the silent Lin Yu beside him, a hint of pleading on his face. Shall you persuade your sister? You have experience, don't let her get stuck in a rut like you did. As soon as he said this, Lin's father felt a burning shame on his face. To ask a son who had been stuck in a rut for 5 years, and nearly ruined the family, to advise someone else against getting stuck in a rut. It was a colossal irony. But now he could only rely on Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yao had always listened to Lin Yu the most since she was little. Lin's mother had already embraced her daughter, beginning to sob softly. My Yao Yao, why is your fate so harsh? It's alright, I'm here, the sky won't fall. The atmosphere in the living room was stifling to the extreme. At that moment, a gentle female voice interrupted. Oh, sister-in-law, don't cry yet. The child just returned, your crying will only make her feel worse. Lin Yu's gaze shifted over. It was then he noticed that there were more people in the living room than just their family of 4. Several people were standing or sitting on the sofa and in the corners. The speaker was his aunt. Next to her sat his second uncle. On the other side, on a single sofa, sat a well-groomed middle-aged woman who was none other than Su Qingxu's mother, Su Mu. Su Qingxue stood behind her mother, her head lowered, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to look towards Lin Yu. Su Mu clearly had no knowledge of what had transpired in the parking lot. Seeing Lin's mother crying, she also got up and walked over, patting Lin's mother's back. Yes, sister, the child is still young. What does one failure count for? Our Qingxue hasn't awakened a combat vocation either, right? For girls, these things aren't that important. And also came over, taking Lin Yao's other hand. Yao Yao, don't be sad. For us girls, we don't necessarily have to engage in fighting and killing. Look at me, your aunt. I've lived an ordinary life, and it's not bad, right? Second uncle also stood up, hands behind his back, exuding the air of an elder. Alright, everyone, stop crowding around. Awakening is 9 parts fate and 1 part hard work. Since the result is unsatisfactory, it's better to accept reality early. Lin Yao's grades have always been good, right? Attending a good university for theory or culture is also a decent path. They each spoke one after another, their words filled with concern and understanding. It seemed as if they were genuinely thinking of Lin Yao. But under Lin Yu's eye of analysis, all facades were. When Aunt said, isn't it quite good? A fleeting micro-expression of suppressed joy appeared at the corner of her. The hand she placed on Lin's mother's back unconsciously patted twice, which was not consolation, but celebration. When second uncle said accept reality, he slightly raised his chin, a typical sign of disdain stemming from his belief that he stood higher than others. As for Su Mu, when she mentioned her own daughter, her orbicularis oculi showed no contraction, a standard social smirk. Her true emotions were a mix of boasting and pity. These subtle actions, imperceptible to ordinary people, were magnified infinitely under Lin Yu's 500-point mental attribute and the enhancement of the eye of analysis. In an instant, the true thoughts of these relatives emerged clearly in Lin Yu's mind like a barrage of comments. And that's great. That Lin family's girl has failed too. Let's see how she will flaunt her daughter's achievements in front of me in the future. My son may not be ambitious, but at least he hasn't been surpassed. I knew it. The old Lin family is done for. A mad son and now a useless daughter. Good thing I didn't lend them money back, otherwise it would have all been for nothing. Alas, truly pitiful. But this is good, by this way my Qingxue will appear even more excellent. In the future when Yao Yao looks for a job, she might even have to seek our family out. One by one their hypocritical masks were ripped off, revealing the most genuine and ugliest desires beneath. Not one of them truly felt sorry for Lin Yu. They either felt relieved, looked down upon her, or schemed on how to extract the last shred of superiority from the Lin family's misfortune. This was even more nauseating than the overt greed of the corporate representatives at the awakening ceremony. Because those people were enemies. Yet these people before her were family. Su Qingxue seemed to sense Lin Yu's gaze, trembling slightly and burying her head even lower. She was now terribly afraid of Lin Yu. The man who casually crippled Chun Rui's arms in the parking lot and destroyed half of the parking lot was completely different from the down-and-out Lin Yu that Su Qingxue remembered. She couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be if the elders still engaged in their lofty discussions were to learn of Lin Yu's actions and true abilities. At this moment her aunt shifted the conversation to Lin Yu. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu also had such great talent back, then yet he insisted on being stubborn. Yao Yao, you must not learn from your brother. Look at him now. Her words trailed off, but the sigh and the look of pity and reproach in her eyes spoke volumes. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Yu. There was sympathy, mockery, and a sense of deserved fate. Indeed, the second uncle chimed in, shaking his head as he looked at Lin Yu. Talent can sometimes high aspirations, yet a fragile existence. Xiao Yu is the perfect example. Yao Yao, remember, mediocrity is a blessing. Su's mother added timely. Xiao Yu, don't blame the elders for speaking bluntly. Just look at you now, 23, unemployed without a degree. What will you do in the future? You can't expect your parents to support you for life, can you? How about I have Aunt Su find you a job as a security guard? It may be tough, but at least it's a legitimate job. A group of relatives chimed in, each taking turns. The entire living room was filled with their nauseating concerns. Lin Yu leaned against the corner of the sofa, head down, fingers rapidly sliding across the phone screen. He was making arrangements, preparing for the impending storm. He didn't even look up to see the faces of those relatives. Because he didn't need to. Under the gaze of the eye of analysis, every subtle movement and twitch of their muscles exposed their true thoughts. When the aunt said, "You must not learn from your brother," her eyes shifted downward, a typical expression of disdain mixed with gloating. When the second uncle said, "Mediocrity is a blessing," he crossed his arms and leaned back slightly, a defensive posture that also asserted his status, psychologically placing Lin Yu's family as those he would look down upon. As Su's mother kindly offered a security job, she pressed her lips tightly together, an uncontrollable signal of triumph. She felt a genuine satisfaction from the stark contrast between her daughter's future and the tragic situation of the Lin family's children. Lin Yao could no longer bear to listen. She broke free from her parents' embrace and quietly retorted, "No. My profession isn't that bad." She wanted to say that she had awakened a mythical-level profession. She wanted to say her brother wasn't crazy, he had his own plans. But she didn't know how to voice it. All her words were stuck in her throat. The glory brought by her mythical-level profession now felt like an overwhelming pressure. Yao Yao, my child." The aunt immediately interrupted her, wearing an expression of "I've seen through you long ago. I know you're feeling upset and unwilling to accept it. But facts are facts, avoiding the truth is useless. Your brother refused to accept reality back then, and that's why." The second uncle also shook his head and sighed. Yes, forcibly defending one's dignity is the most meaningless thing. Just look at how lost you looked when you walked in, everyone can see clearly. Yao Yao, take the second uncle's advice and recognize reality early, it will benefit you. They didn't give Lin Yao a chance to explain it all. Or rather, they simply didn't believe any explanations. They only believed what they saw, only believed what they were willing to believe. That is, the genius daughter of the Lin family had failed her awakening. The entire Lin family, a pair of outstanding children, had now crumbled. What could be more gratifying than this? It brought them a sickly joy from deep within. Lin Yao's face turned crimson, tears welling in her eyes, a mix of anger and grievance. She felt as if she had fallen into a massive net woven from cares, struggling in vain. Seeing Lin Yao's stubborn demeanor, Su's mother's pity deepened. She cleared her throat, preparing to offer her guidance, as someone who had experienced this herself. "Yao Yao, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your mindset is wrong. In life, the worst thing is not recognizing oneself. Do you think being a professional is that easy? Just look at your brother." Her words turned back to Lin Yu, carrying a tone of judgment from above. So what if he awakened an epic-level profession? In the end, it still means. "Mom." Su Qingxue could no longer endure it. She grasped her mother's arm tightly and pulled back forcefully. Her movements were rapid and urgent, tinged with an undeniable panic. Everyone present was stunned. Sue's mother was equally baffled by her daughter's sudden action, turning back with dissatisfaction. Qingxue, what are you doing? I am just teaching your sister Yao Yao. Stop talking. Su Qingxue's her eyes were fixated on the man sitting in the corner of the sofa, who had remained silent the entire time, simply scrolling through his phone. Lin Yu. The elders present saw only a down-and-out, dejected, and taciturn young man. A cautionary tale. But only Su Qingxue, only she had witnessed it firsthand. She had seen the power of professionals, their cruelty, and had also experienced Lin Yu's strength. Mom, please say less. Brother. Su's mother was bewildered by her daughter's anxious demeanor and felt a loss of face in front of everyone, her expression slightly uncomfortable. What's wrong with you today? Your brother is in this state. Oh, what's wrong with me saying a few words? I'm only concerned for him. Su Qingxue was on the verge of tears. Only she knew that Lin Yu could easily turn all these noisy, ordinary people into a mushy pulp with just a flick of his finger. Su's mother was completely enraged by her daughter's panicked appearance. She tried to shake off Su Qingxue's hand, but found that her daughter's strength was surprisingly great. Have you lost your mind? Let go. I'm doing this for his good. If I don't say something, he'll ruin his life. Su Qingxue ignored her mother and suddenly turned to all the elders in the living room, speaking in a near-pleading tone at a rapid pace. Aunt Lin, uncle's aunts. Time is getting late. Yao Yao just completed her awakening and must be tired. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin have also worried all day. Shouldn't we let them talk privately as a family? Her mind raced. Space. Yes, give them space. This was the only reason she could think of to pull these oblivious elders back from the edge of a cliff. This reasoning was reasonable, filled with understanding. As Su Qingxue exhausted herself trying to persuade everyone outside the community, the noise had suddenly increased. It was the kind of buzzing sound that only arises when a large crowd gathers. Lin Yao's rarity in her profession was even greater than her brother's. How could it not cause a stir in the outside world? This scene was reminiscent of 5 years ago. At the entrance of Linzhou Garden Community, dozens of interview vehicles emblazoned with various media logos blocked the entrance like sharks smelling blood. Countless reporters armed with cameras and microphones surged down from the vehicles, causing the scene to spiral out of control. Inside the security booth of the community, 2 security guards were left dumbfounded. After working here for over a decade, it was only the second time they had witnessed such a spectacle. No, this was even bigger than the last time. What? What is going on? Are they filming a movie? The younger security guard stammered. The older guard, more experienced, opened the door and stopped the foremost reporter. Hey, what are you doing? This is a private community. You can't just enter. The reporter blocked, looked annoyed, and slammed a credential in front of the guard. Linzhou Daily. We are here for an interview. There's major news. Interview. The guard was taken aback. Interviewing who? Lin Yao? The newly emergent mythical class professional awakener. She lives in your community. Another female reporter squeezed in, raising her voice, afraid of lagging behind. A mythical class profession. Lin Yao? The 2 guards in the booth had their minds buzzing. They certainly knew Lin Yao, the quiet and sensible girl from the old Lin family, who had always excelled academically and was a pride of the community. But a mythical class profession. What concept was that? They had no idea. Linzhou had never produced one. They only knew it was undoubtedly a monumental event. Lin Yao's family. The older guard reacted, instinctively wanting to give directions. Oh, she lives in Building B Unit 7. Before he could finish, he suddenly recalled something and swallowed the rest of his words. No, wait. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Building B Unit 7. Thank you, sir. The reporters in front heard the key information and rushed deeper into the community like unleashed wild dogs. The remaining reporters quickly followed suit. Only a new intern reporter, who was running a bit slower, noticed that several seasoned veterans had stopped, their faces displaying strange expressions, and couldn't help but curiously approach. Brother Wang, why aren't you running? If you don't hurry, the good spots will be gone. The veteran reporter called Brother Wang did not respond. He simply stared vacantly in the direction of Building B Unit 7, mumbling to himself. Building B Unit 7. Why is it this address? What's wrong with this address? The intern reporter was even more confused. Next to Brother Wang, another female reporter from a television station laughed bitterly and took over the conversation. Charlie, you don't know yet. 5 years ago, we also came to this address. Huh? For another person. Who? Brother Wang slowly uttered 2 words. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. As soon as this name was mentioned, the faces of several veteran reporters, who also stopped, showed complex and indescribable expressions. There was pity, mockery, and a lingering trace of memories from back then. The intern reporter Xiao Li was utterly bewildered. Who is Lin Yu? Is he famous? Famous. Not just famous. Brother Wang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and his gaze became distant. 5 years ago, the most dazzling genius of Lin Yu City awakened the golden epic-class profession of card master. When we came to interview him, the scene was no less grand than today's. Epic-class profession. What happened later? Shally pressed. Later. Brother Wang exhaled a puff of smoke, scoffing. Later, the genius became a madman. Obsessed with some ridiculous card game, he continuously failed his exams for 5 years, severed ties with his family, and became the laughingstock of all Lin Yu. Huh. This, Shally was shocked into silence. The story of a fallen genius was always so poignant. Wait. The female reporter from the television station suddenly thought of something, her expression freezing instantly. Lin Yu. Lin Yao. Brother Wang dropped the cigarette, but to the ground. Oh my God. They are siblings. I remember now. When we interviewed Lin Yu 5 years ago, his sister was right beside him. Shy and didn't dare to say a word. Exactly. That's her. Who would have thought that after 5 years she awakened to a mythical class profession? This discovery might be even more explosive than the mythical class profession itself. In one family, the brother was once a widely acclaimed epic class genius who has now become a laughingstock madman. Meanwhile, the sister has soared 5 years later, awakening to a mythical class profession that surpasses the epic level. What a dramatically ironic fate. The newsworthy angles that could be unearthed from this situation were simply explosive. Let's go. Quick. Brother Wang stomped out the cigarette, but an instantly revitalized, filled with energy. The Zhao family, another mythical class Azura, has drawn a blank. Their people have vanished. Now all the treasures are riding on Lin Yao. This is the scoop of all scoops. All reporters went wild. They hesitated no more and charged towards Building B Unit 7. In Lin Yu City, atop the global financial center, in a conference room overlooking the entire city, the air was thick with smoke, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt palpable. Smash! A testing report was slammed down hard on the Wang Wally wood conference table, causing the expensive bone china teacups to rattle. Wang Tung, the chairman of the Julie Group, a burly middle-aged man, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging on his neck. It's genuine. The test results show it's genuine. The efficacy components and molecular structure are identical to our company's Julie tonic. His eyes were bloodshot as he scanned the other 3 people present. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? Opposite him sat Feng Rue, the vice president of Fengxing Technology. He adjusted his glasses and pointed at the steeply declining green curve on the virtual screen in front of him. In just 3 days, our stock price has evaporated by 30%. Those unknown breath of the windwalkers in the black market have already seized nearly 40% of our market share. It's terrifying. And this number is still skyrocketing. Our dealers' phones are about to explode with calls, all questioning why our competitors can slash prices to a third. A third? They can't even cover their costs. This is suicidal dumping. In the corner, Sher from Pansher Bio wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his corpulent body trembling. It's not just dumping. That pack of wolves smelling blood is ready to enter the fray. They are shorting our stock like crazy. The snowball is rolling. If we don't find a way, the 3 of us will all face forced liquidation. Bankruptcy. This word hung over the 3 men like a cold sword of Damocles. 3 bloodshot gazes simultaneously shot towards the other end of the conference table. There sat a man who seemed out of place amidst the tense atmosphere. Lin Yu from Qingyan Pharmaceuticals. Among the 4 major pharmaceutical suppliers in Lin Yu, it is the only company specializing in mental medications. Lin Yu picked up his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and leisurely sipped a mouthful. He didn't even glance at the report or the chart of plummeting stock prices. Director Wang, General Manager Feng, General Manager Sher. He set down his teacup, producing a crisp sound. Being anxious is useless. Wang Tung slammed his fist on the table. Lin Yu, stop talking nonsense here. If it weren't you in trouble, you wouldn't be anxious either. General Manager Feng spoke coldly. Mr. Li, this time the black market medications don't include your awakening potion. Don't you find that strange? General Manager Sher added with a hint of desperation. Mr. Li, we are all in this together. You can't just stand by and watch us perish. Think of a way, think of something. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu finally lifted his head. He looked around at the 3 panicking individuals. To him, this was something he could choose to assist with or not. But their attitude was undeniably frustrating. Strange. Not strange at all. He continued, what circulates in the black market are the 3 basic attribute potions: strength, agility, and constitution. These potions are in high demand, but have low technical barriers and strong substitutability. My awakening potion, however, acts on the mental attribute. This is something that ordinary people cannot use. Only those law practitioners breaking through their bottlenecks or scholars conducting research would buy it. The market is small and the audience is specific, so naturally no one is willing to touch it. He paused for a moment before adding. Moreover, because your three companies lowered their prices, many professionals found themselves with extra cash, which they then spent on my awakening potion to enhance their mental strength. In these 3 days our sales have even increased by 5%. Boom. This statement was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. Wang Tung abruptly stood up, a tremendous sense of pressure enveloping the room. Li, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that while our three companies suffer you benefit instead? Don't forget we are all shareholders here, we rise and fall together. Liamo smiled. He leaned back in his chair, spreading his arms. Director Wang, don't get worked up. Shareholders are shareholders, business is business. If one of us rises we all rise, but if one falls, we each need to save ourselves. Besides, this incident clearly targets your three companies. What benefit would it bring me to get involved? Am I to bring trouble upon myself? Cold, ruthless, the naked face of a businessman. A glint of cold light flashed beneath Feng Rui's glasses. Liamo, are you intending to break the agreement and betray us? Betrayal is not the right term. Liamo shook his head. I simply refuse to engage in a losing deal. Your troubles are for you to resolve. As for Qingyan Pharmaceutical, I won't be accompanying you. After saying this, he stood up, adjusted the collar of his suit, and prepared to leave. You dare to leave? Wang Tung shouted angrily. Do you think I want? Liamo didn't look back. Is there truly no way out? Feng Rui's voice turned sharp with agitation as he leaned on the table, glaring fiercely at Wang Tung and General Manager Shi. Shi felt uneasy under his stare, a surge of irritation rising to his head. What good does shouting at me do? He exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roaring indiscriminately. If you're so capable, go find Chen Ao. Isn't Chen Ao known as the king of Lin's Hiss underground world? He can't handle this small matter. The name Chen Ao once spoken instantly silenced the entire conference room. Even Li Mo, who was about to pull the door open, paused with his hand on the doorknob. Chen Ao, a legendary figure entrenched in the gray areas of Linzhou. No one knows his true origins. All they know is that behind every unsavory business in Linzhou, black markets, intelligence smuggling, there is his shadow. He is a beast lurking in the shadows. A glimmer of hope sparked in Feng Rui and Shi's eyes. Chen Ao, to stir up such a storm in the black market seeking him is the right course of action. Feng Rui immediately turned to Wang Tung, his attitude doing a complete 180. Director Wang, I remember you. You know Chen Ao. I recall you mentioned at the last banquet that you and Brother Ao are sworn brothers. Director Wang, Brother Wang, you can't keep this to yourself. As long as Brother Ao is willing to step in, forget 3 times the discount. Even if he sinks all those goods in the river, no one would dare to say a word. Wang Tung's face suddenly turned a deep shade of purple. He had indeed boasted about this after drinking. But that was merely boasting. He had only seen Chen Ao from a distance at an auction, not even exchanging a word. Now with Feng Rui publicly grilling him, he found himself in a difficult position. Wang Tung stuttered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Feng Rui watched his demeanor, feeling his heart sink gradually. He sneered. What? Director Wang, why not just give Brother Ao a call? Have him break the legs of these market disruptors and toss them to the fish. Wang Tung's throat made a hoarse sound, unable to utter a single word. His attitude was clear to everyone. The three sighed. Liamo, stop right there. Feng Rui's voice was piercing, and he abruptly slammed the table, pointing at Liamo's back. Do you really think you can walk out of this door today? Our 4 companies share cross-holdings, though our interests are deeply intertwined. If we fall, Qingyan Pharmaceutical will also suffer. If the board investigates, you won't be able to stay as CEO. General Manager Shi rushed to the door, his bulky figure nearly blocking the way, his face a mix of desperation and frantic madness. Yes, Mr. Li, Brother Li, we're all in the same boat. You can't leave. If you go, we're all done for. The shareholders won't let you off. Wang Tung said nothing. He simply stared at Li Mo, heavy breaths echoing in the silent conference room, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the last vestiges of madness and threat. However, facing the three's blockade, Li Mo merely turned around slowly. His face showed no panic, no anger, not even the slightest hint of emotion. Only a hint of mockery, as if looking at a clown. These people had never considered him one of their own. Because cross-holdings. Li Mo chuckled lightly, the sound strikingly jarring in the oppressive air. General Manager Feng, have you misunderstood something? He pointed a finger at Wang Tung, then at Feng Rui. Director Wang is the chairman of the Julie Group and a major shareholder of Fengxing Technology. General Manager Feng, you are also one of the founders of Fengxing Technology. General Manager Shi, Pancher Biology is your family business. Your companies are your lives. If the company goes bankrupt, you would have to jump off this building. As for me, he shifted his finger to point at himself. I am merely the CEO of Qingyun Pharmaceutical. Just a wage earner with a salary and some dividends. Limo's smile grew wider, carrying a cruel sense of superiority. You are right, the four companies share the same fate. But what is lost are the company's assets, the shareholders' money. What does that have to do with me, Limo? The worst that could happen is that the board gets angry and fires me, the CEO. I could take my severance pay, move to another city, and start over. He spread his hands, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. Limo coldly observed everything, adjusting his tie, before turning once more toward the exit. This time no one dared to block him again. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, a hoarse, deep voice. It was Wang Tung. The fury and despair in his voice had vanished, replaced by a strange calmness. Limo's footsteps halted. He didn't turn around, merely standing silently, as if to give this defeated dog a final bit of dignity. I just received a piece of news. Wang Tung slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes glinting with a peculiar light. We've traced this. All the low-priced medications come from a place in the Linzhou black market. It's called the Old Ghost Hall. Mr. Lee, this Old Ghost character, you should be familiar with him, right? Old Ghost. This name is certainly familiar to Limo. In fact, one could say he knows it quite well. Without this man known as Old Ghost, Qingyun Pharmaceuticals would not have achieved its current stature, emerging from countless small workshops to become one of the four major potion merchants in Linzhou. No, at that time he was not Old Ghost. He was Young Ghost. A spirited technician who treated the laboratory like home, sporting two panda eyes, yet capable of extracting golden techniques from a pile of discarded data. Some of the ferocious beasts in the alien secret realm have already reached the Golden Core realm. I don't think anyone under 30 can possibly clear it. The aliens are just toying with us. Without those core materials, no one could hope to create their flagship potions. This was both a barrier and the raw materials for Qingyun Pharmaceuticals' awakening potion were exceedingly difficult to obtain, and its production had always been in a state of stagnation, with the company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was Young Ghost who took the lead in reformulating the recipe. He endured countless sleepless nights, losing clumps of hair, and his health deteriorated day by day, ultimately producing a weakened version of the awakening potion. Though its effectiveness was compromised, the key was that it completely freed itself from the dependence on rare materials. Production increased. Qingyun Pharmaceuticals survived. At that time, Young Ghost was well regarded and the company respected as a technical backbone. Until Limo took office. As the new CEO, Limo had a clear objective to help the company optimize revenue and reduce costs. He opened the personnel files, and the name Young Ghost jumped out at him. Oh no, wait, it was already Old Ghost. His hair had thinned, his body had deteriorated, relying on medication to get by, and he was producing no new results in the laboratory, becoming a mere cost center. What was the point of keeping a half-dead old man who could collapse at any moment? Was he just waiting for retirement benefits and compensation? Limo employed some means compliant, but not reasonable. Soon Old Ghost was optimized out. It was said that later his wife left him and his children did not recognize him. He became a laughingstock, abandoned by all. Limo felt no remorse. He was just a worker. He was simply fulfilling his KPI. The facts proved that his decision was immensely correct. Years passed since he was cast out and Old Ghost had not stirred up any significant commotion. At most, he sold a few counterfeit potions. He mixed himself in the dark corners of the black market, barely getting by. That meager output was unworthy of even scratching Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. But now, Wang Tung said that these three disruptive potions all came from Old Ghost Tang. Interesting. Limo's movements halted. He slowly withdrew his hand from the doorknob. Had this Old Ghost become enlightened? Or had he been inspired? How could he possibly have unlocked all the potion formulas of the other three companies? That defied logic. It was even unscientific. He knew that those three companies' potion formulas could not be unlocked. Without raw materials, they could not be produced. As for how he knew, that was none of your concern. Limo's curiosity was genuinely piqued for the first time. Wang Ting's news indeed kept him from leaving. He turned around. The mocking expression he wore when looking at a clown had vanished. In its place was a pure bureaucratic scrutiny belonging to a technocrat. Old Ghost Tang. He repeated the name, savoring it like a strange dish. By himself, Wang Tung, seeing Limo's reaction, felt a surge of morbid pleasure. He knew his gamble had paid off. There must be a story between Limo and this Old Ghost. And Limo was also contemplating. These three fools thought they had captured his weakness. By entering, they could pin Old Ghost's motives on a revenge against Qingyun. Going further, they could even say this was Qingyun's scheme, forcing Old Ghost to endure humiliation and orchestrate this attack. They believed that since Old Ghost came from Qingyun, this matter would undoubtedly drag Limo down with him. Even if it was ultimately uncovered that he had no part in it, this dirty water would be enough to keep him in hot water, and the board of directors would not spare him. Ridiculous. They completely misunderstood. This was not a bother for him. It was an opportunity. A business opportunity. The only thing he wanted to do now was to reach out to that old ghost and clarify the reasons, and perhaps see if they could cooperate. Of course, in a personal capacity. As for personal grudges, what grudge could stand in the way of money? Feng Rue watched Li Mo's reaction, believing his speculation was confirmed, and stepped forward, his voice sharp. Li Mo, old ghost, is someone who left your Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. Now he has caused such a huge incident, specifically targeting us 3 companies while sparing you. Tell me who would believe that this has nothing to do with you. Does the board believe it? Stone also found his backbone rolling and tumbling to echo right. Li Mo, you must provide us with an explanation for this matter. Otherwise we will have no choice but to report everything to the board as it is. With Crosshair Holding we are having a hard time, and you want fare any better? Threats. A feeble threat. Li Mo found it somewhat amusing. Because, to put it bluntly, these 3 idiots tied together couldn't compete with even one of his fingers. They were already out of options. In terms of time, efficiency, vision, and that pathetic superiority of being in a higher position. They could not possibly consult others, let alone lower themselves to contact an old ghost in the black market. So they could only cling desperately to him, the only person who could help them, and the only one they believed had captured their weakness. It seemed that even to buy time it was indeed necessary to help them analyze a bit. Otherwise, if these 3 fools really went crazy, who knew what they could do? Li Mo's expression remained unchanged as he walked back to the conference table, but did not sit down, instead looking down at the 3. No need for roundabout talk. If you want me to help you, that is possible. He spoke calmly. But before that I need you to answer me a few questions. First, have there been any abnormalities in the core raw materials that your 3 companies rely on for survival, the locations where those specific monsters are found? Has any new force intervened? Wang Tung instinctively replied no. In the abyss, the territory of the Fire Bristle Lion has always been under my Wang family's control. You outsiders cannot enter at all. Second, have you received any warnings or hints from the upper echelons, whether official or military? Feng Rue immediately shook his head no. The cooperation between Fengxing Technology and the military has always been stable. My brother is in the procurement department, and I will know immediately if something happens. Third, have you offended anyone you shouldn't have recently? On Stone's chubby face appeared a smile more difficult to bear than crying. Li Mo, we are all businessmen. Harmony brings wealth. How could we? Very well. Li Mo interrupted him. He extended his hand. So it means that the opponent's attacks come entirely from the market level. There has been no intervention from upper-level forces, and your supply of raw materials has not been cut off. This is a purely commercial war. Li Mo paused, then swept his gaze across the 3 of them. And you are losing. Those 3 words struck like 3 sharp slaps across Wang Tang's and his companions' faces. Li Mo gave them no chance to retort. He continued calmly. In war, panic and infighting are the most primitive failures. Now I offer you a plan. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you. He raised one finger. First, consolidate inward. Stabilize your foundations. I do not care what connections or methods you employ. Immediately reconfirm with absolute certainty the solidity of your monopoly over raw materials. I demand 100% assurance no rival faction may access those core substances. That is the bedrock of our confidence to wage a price war. He raised a second finger. Second, project outward. Restore market confidence. The stock market is gripped by panic, short sellers dominate, and the snowball has begun rolling uncontrollably. You must appear publicly, immediately, and jointly hold a press conference. Your posture must be resolute, your presence commanding. But what shall you announce? Announce that the 3 conglomerates will jointly invest in the Nova Initiative, signing elite new professionals from Lin Yu on an unprecedented scale. Feng Rue frowned, signing newcomers. What purpose does that serve? Fool, Li Mo replied without restraint. This is for the market's eyes, especially those 2 mythic-tier talents. Spare no expense to reach them. Offer the finest contracts, the most generous terms. Even if you fail to secure their signatures, the gesture itself must be flawless. Let the world see clearly. Far from being crushed, your 3 conglomerates possess vast reserves, and are expanding boldly against the tide. This minor market tremor pales beside the symbolic weight of signing new talent. This is strategic vision, do you understand? A grand, compelling vision to steady investor faith and lift share prices. Simultaneously, it signals unity, that the 3 of you stand as one. Only such cohesion can fortify market confidence and prevent further destabilization. Finally, he raised his third finger. 3 fingers pointed unflinchingly at the 3 men. Third, strike downward. Deliver a dimensional assault. If my memory serves to sustain sky-high profit margins, your three conglomerates have long enforced strict control over the circulation of pharmaceutical agents, leaving warehouses brimming with inventory of veritable astronomical reserve. Wang Tung and his companions paled slightly. This was their most closely guarded commercial secret. Now is the time to bring that inventory into the light. Limo's voice carried a glacial, ruthless edge. Beginning tomorrow, launch a joint Awakening Season Grand Rebate campaign. All flagship pharmaceuticals, aggregated across your product lines, will be offered at 30% of original price. What a... Shirzong cried out, voice shrill. 30%. We'll bleed dry. Strictly limited supply, Limo added. Our battlefield is the legitimate market. Lao Gui Tang operates in the black market. Our advantages lie in colossal inventory and brand authority. Once consumers believe they can acquire genuine pharmaceuticals at 30% off in the open market, who would risk purchasing from the black market instead? When his goods stagnate unsold, accumulating in his own vaults, we will dispatch agents to buy up his entire black market inventory, every last unit. So long as your raw material supply remains secure, his production capacity and stockpiles are inherently finite. With inexhaustible reserves, we can strangle him slowly, relentlessly. Once he collapses financially, conclude the campaign and restore prices. You will have eradicated your rival and acquired a batch of products at rock-bottom cost ready for immediate resale. A guaranteed win-win. Upward, reinforce your ramparts. Outward, project formidable resolve. Downward, strike at the very root. A perfect self-reinforcing cycle. Yet, this plan carries staggering costs. Shirzong hesitated, first wiping sweat from his brow, muttering softly, just the 30% discount alone means astronomical daily losses. Feng Rue adjusted his glasses, and purchasing his black market stock carries enormous risk. What if his supply channels run deeper than we imagine? Won't we merely feed him capital? Limo nearly laughed in exasperation. Then wait until black market prices sink to cost level before acting. No matter how formidable he is, his cost base cannot possibly undercut yours, can it? That way you cannot possibly lose. Wang Tung remained silent, but the deep furrow between his brows spoke volumes. They still clung pathetically to petty gains. Limo felt a bitter, incredulous laugh rising within him. Gazing upon these three fools guarding mountains of gold, yet lacking even the courage to stake everything, he felt as though playing lute to cattle. Hundreds of billions. He uttered 3 words, soft yet seismic. The 3 men froze. Your opponent has deployed goods worth hundreds of billions to shatter your market. He is targeting your companies, your fortunes, your very lives. Limo's voice surged thunderous. And you quibble with me over inventory depreciation. Have you forgotten? If your companies collapse, you'll have no choice but to leap from this rooftop. He deliberately phrased it with chilling gravity, not to prompt reconciliation with Lao Gui, but to ensure they chose confrontation instead. Though such reconciliation was impossible, what else would it be but surrender? Still, he saw no harm in planting a subtle suggestion, just in case. Behind him, Limo closed the door. Thud, a soft sound. Yet in the suffocating silence of the conference room it echoed like 1,000 reverberations. Limo departed, aloof, decisive, utterly unburdened. He left behind a strategy flawless in design, yet steeped in the metallic tang of blood. 30%, 30%. Shirzong's lips trembled. His fleshy face had drained of all color, repeating the figure like a dark incantation. Isn't this tearing flesh from our bones? Isn't this stabbing straight into our hearts? How much will we lose each day, my heavens? Feng Rue adjusted his glasses, fingertips massaging his throbbing temple beneath the lenses. It's not just about loss, it's perilously risky. Once launched, there's no turning back. Whether our cash flow can endure until Lao Gui Tang is exhausted remains unknown. Impossible. United, our 3 conglomerates could make even Chen Ao pause and reconsider. What gives Lao Gui Tang the audacity? Surely his pharmaceuticals aren't infinite. Enough. Wang Tung roared. A palm like a broad fan slamming down onto the conference. Clang. Limo is right. Let's do it. The massive rosewood table shuddered violently. Teacups leapt into the air and shattered on the floor. Feng Rue's breath quickened. He pushed his glasses up, any lingering hesitation obliterated by primal instinct for survival. Do it. He forced the word through clenched teeth. Shirzong watched the desperate, allure-nothing fervor bloom on Wang Tung's and Feng Rue's faces, and knew retreat was no longer an option. He slumped into his chair, face ashen, whispering hollowly, do it. Let's do it. Anything was better than jumping. Good. Wang Tung dropped heavily into his seat. At last the conference room's atmosphere shifted, from despairing silence to the feverish intensity of doomed men embracing fate. If we're going to act, we must act decisively. Feng Rui's mind raced, swiftly identifying a blind spot in Li Mo's strategy. Old Wang. The plan Li Mo proposed is a frontal open maneuver. It relies on overwhelming scale to crush Lao Gui Tang in the legitimate market. But Lao Gui Tang operates covertly, in the shadows of the black market. We cannot fight only in plain sight. Wang Tung grasped it instantly. You mean? Chen Ao. Exactly, Feng Rui nodded. Before desperation drove us to confront Chen Ao Heiden. Now our objective has changed. To compel him to dismantle Lao Gui Tang outright is unrealistic. We lack that influence, and he'd never violate black market protocols for such a trivial matter. But, Feng Rui lowered his voice. Purchasing intelligence, is that beyond reach? Who exactly is this old ghost? Who stands behind him? Where does his supply originate? Chen Ao surely knows these answers. Shizong leaned forward, eyes flickering with renewed hope. Yes, yes. Know yourself and know your enemy. Victory is assured. Uncover his true identity, and we won't grope blindly anymore. Wang Tung pondered briefly, then slammed his thigh. Not just intelligence. Ultimately, we'll need to enter the black market to absorb Lao Gui's inventory at bargain prices. That path inevitably leads through Chen Ao. Regardless, first we must pay our respects and secure his tacit approval. Agreed, settled. Wang Tung rose, delegating tasks with the restored authority of a conglomerate. I'll handle Chen Ao. Even if I can't meet him directly, his subordinates can be reached. Money will speak until they open their mouths. His gaze shifted to Feng Rui. Old Feng, you oversee Li Mo's Nova initiative. Immediately. Now, those journalists chasing trends haven't dispersed yet. Perfect timing. We'll save on publicity costs entirely. Build the spectacle as large as possible. Let all of Linzhou know not only are we unscathed, we're launching something monumental. Old Sure, you return to headquarters immediately. Audit the warehouses. Coordinate with all distribution channels. Overnight task operations to draft a full campaign. By dawn, our flagship pharmaceuticals go live at 30% off. On official websites and every physical storefront across all three conglomerates. Supply strictly limited. Remember, the gesture must be bold, but the aperture narrow. Our aim is to lure customers back from the black market and suffocate Lao Gui's inventory in his own hands. Understood. Two voices answered. Three men moved into action. Lin family. Su Kingsu's suggestion created a slight crack in the suffocating atmosphere of concern in the living room. Indeed, it was getting late. Lin Yu returned from her awakening exhausted both physically and mentally, and it was time for a good rest. Aunt and second uncle exchanged glances, having achieved their purpose for visiting today. Having personally confirmed Lin Yu's failed awakening and comforted the Lin family, the elders felt a sense of responsibility fulfilled and immense satisfaction in their hearts. It was time to take their leave and share this bad news with other relatives. Yes, look at us, we were just talking. Aunt stood up first, a hypocritical smile on her face. Yao is exhausted, we won't disturb you any further. Old Lin's sister-in-law, don't be too upset, the child did her best. Second uncle also got up, adjusting his collar. Xiaoyu, you two don't let your parents worry anymore. Find something. He didn't forget to admonish Lin Yu in his capacity as an elder. Su's mother pulled Su Qingxue to leave. Sister, we're leaving now, we'll come to see you another day. Think positively about Yao. At that moment, the faint buzzing sound outside suddenly grew louder. It was no longer a vague background noise, but the distinct clamor of a crowd interspersed with sharp shouts, though the exact content was unclear. What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Aunt, who was about to walk towards the door, stopped and curiously glanced toward the window. The security in Linzhou City had always been excellent, and their old community hadn't seen any major incidents in decades. This commotion seemed as if a significant figure had arrived. Could something have happened? Second uncle walked over, too more anxious than Aunt, directly pulling back the curtain to look downstairs. After just one glance, he was stunned. In the community garden below, it was a dark mass of people. Cameras with long lenses, microphones emblazoned with logos of major media outlets, and countless flickering phone screens surrounded the entrance of the entire building, creating an impenetrable barrier. Cameras with long lenses, microphones emblazoned with logos of major media outlets, and countless flickering phone screens surrounded the entrance of the entire. Lin's father and mother temporarily set aside their sorrow, approaching the window with bewildered expressions. Su's mother even squeezed to the front. Heavens, there must be over 100 people here. Did all the media in Linzhou come? Whose family has produced a top achiever? Su's mother exclaimed in astonishment. But wait, even if it were the top scorer of the college entrance examination, it wouldn't cause such a scene. Aunt muttered. In their perception, only sensational criminal cases that shock the entire city or a visit from a top figure could attract such a large scale of reporters. Su Kingsu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the familiar media logos outside and a dreadful thought surged in her mind. No way. Could it be? As long as it has nothing to do with us, let's go. Second uncle retracted his head again, adopting the aloof demeanor of an elder, and was the first to stride toward the door. Exactly, it's someone else's business, let's not meddle. Aunt echoed, urging everyone to leave. Lin's father and mother were in a state of disarray and had no thoughts to send them off. Lin Yu was still immersed in her own emotions. Lin Yu, on the other hand, leaned against the corner, the light from his phone screen reflecting on his expressionless face. Relatives streamed out, and as Su's mother was leaving, she glanced back at the Lin family, her expression complex, containing both pity and relief. Being pulled by her mother, Su Qingxue, paused at the door, her lips moving toward Lin Yu's direction, but ultimately said nothing, being forcefully dragged away. The door clicked shut. The world fell silent. But the world outside was just beginning to boil over. Downstairs, the reporters were firmly blocked at the entrance of the building by several property staff, but they could not be stopped. The security let them in, but they couldn't just let reporters push forward. Such a surging crowd could cause an accident. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the fragile barrier in waves. Let us in. We have the right to interview. Building B, Unit 7. This is it. Charge. The first few reporters to get the news rushed to the front, followed closely by the main troop, creating a chaotic. However, in the midst of this chaos, several seasoned old hands unexpectedly stopped in their tracks and gathered together. It was the group led by Brother Wang, who had been discussing at the community entrance earlier. Everyone stopped pushing. Brother Wang shouted at the crowd behind him, his seniority giving him considerable prestige in Lin's media circle. What's the use of rushing up now? Everyone shouting, what's going to come out of that? A female reporter from a television station chimed in, exactly. If we scare them, they'll hide inside and not come out, and everyone will have come for nothing today. Once these words were spoken, the restless crowd indeed quieted down a bit. Everyone understood this principle. Interviewing is not like robbing, especially when it comes to interviewing a top genius who has taken a meteoric rise. The first impression is crucial. Seeing that the scene was under control, Brother Wang took out a cigarette case from his pocket and distributed one to each of his old buddies around him. Everyone, today's event is not simple. Not just simple. A bespectacled colleague adjusted his glasses. A family, first an epic, then a myth. This subject matter looking across the nation, even the whole world, there's no second one to be found. I was just thinking, how should this news report be written? The female reporter from the television station exhaled a smoke ring. How about genius false siblings take different paths? Or Dragon and Phoenix twins, a family of two talents. No matter how it's written, it's explosive. The key point is not Lin Yu. Brother Wang cut to the chase. Everyone's attention focused on him. A mythical level profession is impressive, but there's always one or two new ones nationwide every 2 years. Reporting on a newly risen genius is a routine operation. But Lin Yu is different. A once epic genius, the hope of Linzhou City back in the day, fell silent for 5 years and became a laughingstock. Now his sister has awakened an even stronger mythical level profession. What do you think his feelings are? Is it jealousy? Is it comfort? Or is it numbness? Bringing him out from the pile of old papers and comparing him with his sister, this dramatic conflict, this topic, is 10 times more impactful than simply reporting on Lin Yu. The surrounding veteran journalists nodded in agreement, their breaths becoming heavier. They were all masters of manipulating words and public opinion, instantly understanding Brother Wang's point. A perfect genius girl certainly attracts attention, but far less impactful than a combination of a beautiful, strong, and tragic character alongside a fallen genius brother. This news industry is really profound. I just pulled some strings and asked an old classmate from Linzhou, one high school. A journalist who had been silent and engrossed in texting suddenly looked up, his face displaying a near-manic excitement. What did you find out? The crowd immediately gathered around. The journalist swallowed hard, struggling to speak. I confirmed it. Lin Yu and Lin Yu are indeed siblings. Isn't that obvious? Brother Wang urged impatiently. Get to the point. The main point is. The journalist raised his phone, the chat log clearly visible on the screen. My classmate said that Lin Yu. That Lin Yu, who has wasted 5 years, is going to take the college entrance examination this year. He is taking the college entrance examination too. Wasn't he supposed to have given up long ago? It's been 5 years. What does he have to take the exam with? Is he crazy? This is even more outrageous than his sister awakening her mythical abilities. If the previous news only excited them, this one was enough to drive them mad. A madman who had delayed for 5 years is returning to the examination hall. This was practically a sensational headline, served on a silver platter. And there's more explosive news. The journalist who broke the news started trembling. Don't forget, for each year of delay the difficulty doubles. If Lin Yu takes the exam this year, it will be 32 times the hellish difficulty. Whoa! The puff of smoke Brother Wang just inhaled was immediately expelled. 32 times the difficulty. This number plunged all the media personnel present into a dead silence. They understood better than anyone what this number represented. It was true hell, a trial ground specifically designed for the topmost prodigies. Since the establishment of Linzhou City, the highest record was only 8 times the difficulty. 32 times. This isn't an exam, it's suicide. A waste who has drowned for 5 years is challenging a difficulty that even the top geniuses wouldn't dare to imagine. This is no longer news. This could be reported as a legend. Damn. Brother Wang's cigarette, but fell to the ground unnoticed by him. He suddenly snatched the journalist's phone, staring intensely at the text on the screen, as if he wanted to see through it. Is this really true? Quick. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Brother Wang reacted the fastest, extinguishing the cigarette, but, in injecting himself with adrenaline, revised the interview questions. Rewrite everything. All questions should focus entirely on Lin Yu. The first question should be why he wants to challenge 32 times the difficulty. The second question is to ask him what he thinks about his sister awakening her mythical profession. The third question is to ask him what he has been doing for these 5 years. And Lin Yu? Ask her what she thinks about her brother challenging hellish difficulty. Does she support him? Does she have confidence? Several veteran journalists snapped back to reality, immediately pulling out their work terminals, their fingers furiously tapping on the virtual keyboards, trembling with excitement. The routine questions they had prepared for the genius girl were instantly thrown out the window. Questions about awakening, reflections, future plans, all seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the explosive point of a once genius challenging 32 times the hellish college entrance examination. Everyone, let's discuss this. Brother Wang lowered his voice, but the excitement in him could not be hidden. When we go up later, don't rush, let's take turns. First we ask the core questions to get the first-hand material. As for subsequent in-depth interviews, we can all rely on our own abilities. How about that? Agreed. Let's do it. In the face of immense benefits, these usual competitors rarely reached a united front. They knew that today's matter was no longer just about competing for an exclusive scoop. This was to witness the birth of a super news story that could be recorded in the annals of Linzhou City. After revising the interview outlines, several veteran journalists exchanged knowing glances. They straightened their collars and equipment like generals preparing to go into battle. Brother Wang led the way, heading toward the staircase of Building 7. Behind him were senior reporters from several of Linzhou's largest media outlets, each well-equipped and exuding a calm aura. Everyone quiet down. Brother Wang's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable weight, clearly resonating throughout the noisy garden. The restless crowd gradually quieted down. Those small media reporters pushing forward with cameras, as well as self-media bloggers live streaming with their phones, all paused their movements and turned to look at Brother Wang. Today's matter is a significant event for Linzhou and a grand occasion for us journalists. Brother Wang surveyed the crowd. But the more so, the less we can be chaotic. If we scare the genius, no one will get the news. He paused, continuing, a few of our mainstream media outlets have discussed it, and when we go up, well, ask first. The questions will be those that everyone cares about most. Once we get the core material, we will immediately come down to share the first-hand information. As for subsequent interviews, we can all rely on our own abilities. Fair competition. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd stirred slightly. Why do you get to ask first? Exactly, does news still have ranks? A young journalist could not help but voice his protest. The female journalist next to Brother Wang sniffed. Because we are Linzhou Daily, because we are Linzhou Television. Our reports will be pushed directly to every citizen's phone in the city tomorrow. What about you? How many people will see your report? This is the crushing of industry status. The young journalist's face turned crimson, yet he could not refute a single word. Others from the smaller media could only silently withdraw their microphones. In the face of absolute channel advantages, all resentment seemed pale and powerless. As the order at the scene was forcibly established, the property managers who had been overwhelmed finally breathed a sigh of relief. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads and glanced gratefully at Brother Wang. Finally, someone capable had arrived. Meanwhile, in the corridor of Unit 7, Building B. Click. The heavy security door of the Lin family closed behind them, cutting off the oppressive air inside. The world instantly became quiet. But the mood of Sue's mother and her companions did not settle at all. I'm so angry. That Lin Yu. He has no sense of courtesy at all. As soon as they entered the corridor, Aunt could no longer hold back, lowering her voice to complain. Did you see the look on old Lin and his wife's faces? They looked like they had lost their parents. It's what they deserve. Who told them to be so proud in the past? Uncle adjusted his glasses, walking leisurely in front, adding, that's just fate. Some people are born to enjoy life's blessings. Some people, no matter how high they are held, will eventually fall. Little Yu is like this, and now it seems Yao Ye, fun cultured thing. Su's mother's voice was laced with unabashed disdain. Qingxue, keep your distance from him in the future. Don't let him corrupt you. Exactly. The aunt immediately echoed, pressing the elevator down button while pouting. He used to look somewhat decent, but now? Like a street punk relying on his family without any ambitions. The elevator doors slowly opened as the group entered. In the confined space, the complaints became even clearer. Old Lin and his family must have run out of luck. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, appearing as if he had seen through the world. A good talent went crazy just like that. Now the younger sister has failed her awakening too. This family is doomed. Listening to these words, Su's mother felt a sense of relief. She grabbed Su Qingsu's hand and shifted the topic to boast. Speaking of which, our Qingxue is indeed fortunate. She is self-motivated and has found an excellent boy. The aunt's attention was immediately captured, her face breaking into a smile. Oh yes, sister-in-law Qingsu's boyfriend is Chun Rue, right? I've heard my husband mention him. He's promising. Ah, the child is promising. It's mostly due to good parenting. Su's mother's chin lifted a bit higher. His father is the director of the logistics department at Fengxing Technology, and he himself is a key training target. His future is limitless. Once they get married, our Qingxue will be a rich lady, more fortunate than I am as her mother. That's true. Qingxue has had an eye for quality since she was little. The elevator was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and the flattery from the aunt and second uncle nearly overflowed Su's mother's pride. Only Su Qingxue stood in the middle of the crowd, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cavern. Rich lady, limitless future. What echoed in her mind were Chun Rui's arms twisted at unnatural angles in the underground parking lot, and his pained, contorted face. And Lin Yu, the one who stood still and rendered Chun Rue useless with just a recoil. If Chun Rue is considered promising and limitless, what about Lin Yu? The one who could summon thunder with a mere flick of his finger, capable of destroying the entire parking lot. A monster? Or a deity? Su Qingxue dared not think further. She felt her understanding being torn apart, enveloped by a sense of immense absurdity. Ding! The elevator arrived at the negative first floor, and the doors slowly opened. However, outside was not the familiar parking lot, but a yellow maintenance caution tape beside which stood a sign. Due to a line fault, an accident occurred in the underground parking lot, temporarily closed. Residents are advised to enter and exit from the first floor lobby. They subconsciously came to the negative first floor, forgetting that the community's parking lot was under major repairs. What is going on? The second uncle was the first to express his dissatisfaction. This wretched community has problems every day. Can't even park a car properly. Exactly, the management is terrible. The aunt joined in the complaints. We pay property fees every year, yet there's no service. Su's mother furrowed her brows even tighter. If only I had said earlier, old Lin's family should have moved out. Living in a place like this, what good luck could there be? As she spoke, she pressed the button for the first floor again. Su Qingxue looked at the accident sign, feeling a chill surge from her soles to the crown of her head. Accident. Line fault. She had witnessed it all. It was not a fault at all. It was the storm of electric light summoned by Lin Yu with a snap of his fingers. It was the terrifying scene of purple lightning engulfing the entire parking lot in an instant. He used only one move, causing destruction that required an official cover-up with the label of accident. This man, what has he become after 5 years? Su Qingsu's heart raced uncontrollably. She didn't even dare to look in the direction of Lin Yu's house, as if a primordial beast that devours people resided there. In the end, it's still Lin Yu's fault. As the elevator ascended, the aunt circled back to the topic. If he hadn't gone crazy with his legendary career back, then old Lin's family could have bought a spacious flat in the central affluent area. Why would they still be stuck in this wretched place? Who can argue with that? The second uncle sighed, shaking his head. One misstep leads to another. Even if he returns now, just look at that half-alive appearance of his. His life is set. What prospects could he possibly have? What a pity for that child Yao. She was doing well, and now. Su's mother didn't finish her words, but the implication was clear. In her view, the Lin family was finished. The brother was a useless madman for 5 years, and the younger sister had failed her awakening. Their parents were getting older, and the family fortune was likely long gone due to Lin Yu's actions. Even if Lin Yu returned now, what could change? A young man who wasted 5 years completely out of touch with society would only add burden to this already shaky family. Su Qingxue listened to her mother and relatives' discussions. Her lips moved as if to retort, but not a single word escaped her mouth. How could she say anything? To say that the waste they spoke of just now was the one who rendered her once promising boyfriend useless. To say that this so-called accident in the community was caused by a single move. Who would believe it? They would only think she had gone mad like Lin Yu. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness gripped Su Qingxue. For the first time she realized that she and her mother along with these relatives seemed to be living in two completely different worlds. Alright, enough talking. The second uncle waved his hand, delivering the final summary. Everyone has their fate, and you can't force it. The only thing that can be confirmed is, the Lin family has reached the end. Ding. The elevator reached the first floor. The metal doors slowly slid open. Humph, a family of incapable people. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, giving a final summary of their elevator chatter, and stepped out first. Exactly, their luck has run out. The aunt followed closely behind. Su's mother pulled Su Qingxue along, still muttering, Qingxue, you must remember, don't think I'm nagging. Keep your distance from their family, it's bad luck. However, the next moment, the three of them froze at the elevator entrance. The entire first-floor lobby was brightly lit, as bright as day. But that light did not come from the ceiling lights, it came from numerous camera flashlights and the wildly flashing magnesium lights. A thick crowd filled the small lobby to the brim. Long guns and short cannons, various microphones emblazoned with media logos, and countless raised smartphones formed an impenetrable jungle of metal. A cacophony mixed with sweat, dust, and the heat from electronic devices rushed at them. Oh my gosh! The aunt was the first to let out a short scream, instinctively taking a step back, nearly bumping into the elevator. What's going on? The second uncle was also confused, his hand that held his glasses froze in midair. Su's mother was even more shocked, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. As they stepped out of the elevator on the first floor, a few of them were genuinely taken aback. They had only known that someone had arrived in the community, but from the windows above they could only see a crowd gathered in the garden below. Who would have thought that all these people had squeezed into the lobby of their building? What on earth is happening? Su Qingxue's face turned pale in an instant. She looked at the scene before her, a chill creeping up her spine. They have come. Indeed, they have come. Images of the dazzling electric lights in the parking lot and Lin Yu's expressionless face flashed uncontrollably in her mind. What is going on? Where is the property management? How could they let so many people in? Su's mother snapped back to reality, the first to voice her complaint. What if there's a stampede? There is no sense of safety whatsoever. Something's not right. Uncle Air adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the flickering lights. Look at them, why aren't they going upstairs or leaving? As they focused their gaze, they noticed something even stranger. This group of reporters indeed had no intention of going upstairs. They showed no signs of wanting to leave. They were blocking the center of the lobby, forming a circle as if they were having a meeting. In the center of the circle, several veteran reporters were passionately debating something. Meanwhile, those young reporters and social media influencers holding their equipment craned their necks and listened intently, their faces filled with indignation, yet unable to approach. What are they doing? Do they have to have an internal conflict before the interview? Annie looked confused. Let's go see what's happening. Uncle Air's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He bent down, trying to squeeze through the gaps in the crowd. Hey, be careful not to bump into their equipment. We can't afford to pay for it. Auntie whispered a reminder from behind. Su's mother also pulled Su Qingxue along curiously. Only Su Qingxue felt as though her feet were weighed down with lead. She did not want to go closer. She had a strong premonition that once she approached that circle she would hear things she least wanted to hear. But her mother's grip was so tight that she felt powerless to resist. Why should it be like this? Brother Wang, we are also a legitimate media outlet. Why should you be the first to ask? A young reporter's defiant voice came from the crowd, filled with suppressed anger. Just because we are from the Linzhou Daily. Another sharp female voice immediately retorted. Our article can be on the front page tomorrow morning. What about yours? How many people will see your piece? In front of news, everyone is equal. Such a big story, whoever gets it first has the skill. Equal. Then go tell the editor about equality. Currently, we several mainstream media outlets are conducting a joint interview to ensure maximum dissemination of information. This is the best solution. Don't create chaos here. As they squeezed to the outskirts of the crowd, they could hear these arguments clearly. Auntie and Uncle Air exchanged glances, both seeing shock and excitement in each other's eyes. A big news. Uncle Air's breath became heavier. Could it be that some prominent figure is hiding? It must be. Auntie lowered her voice, excitedly speculating. Could it be that retired official upstairs who was discovered to have embezzled billions? What nonsense are you talking about? Su's mother rolled her eyes at her, but her expression was equally intriguing. Did you not hear them? They want to build momentum. It must be that some neighbor's child has become successful. As she mentioned the success, she instinctively puffed out her chest, as if claiming her own family chinrue. Everyone quiet down. The middle-aged reporter known as Brother Wang finally lost his patience, shouting loudly to suppress all the noise. I've already stated the rules. We go first obtain the core materials, and then share. Anyone who dares to break the rules and act independently will find it hard to survive in the Lin Yu media circle. His words were heavy, carrying a blatant threat. The young reporters who had just been clamoring fell silent in an instant, their faces filled with humiliation and resentment. All right, now let's go over the final draft. Brother Wang ignored them, turning to his old colleagues. Streamline the questions, don't ask any nonsense. The rest of the conversation became unclear. However, judging by the situation, they seemed ready to take action. With a wave of Brother Wang's hand, the matter was settled. Let's go upstairs. He led the way, followed closely by several mainstream media reporters marching toward the staircase with great momentum. The rest of the people in the lobby could only watch helplessly. Sue's mother Annie and Uncle Air finally understood. It turned out that this group was not having an internal conflict. They were dividing benefits, discussing how to split the news. What big figure could cause such a commotion? Auntie gasped. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Sue's mother pulled Su Qingxue. Let's hurry and leave. We don't want to get caught up in this mess. Uncle Air nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's better to avoid trouble. We cannot provoke the people. They reached a consensus not to push further into the crowd, but instead chose to stick to the wall, carefully inching toward the exit through the gaps between the crowd and the wall. The crowd was simply too dense. They were almost being pushed along by the flow of people. The metallic edges of various filming equipment occasionally bumped against them, and the mingled sense of sweat and the heat from electronic devices made them feel dizzy. Ouch, my clothes. Auntie cried out in pain as a camera lens brushed against her. Hurry up, move. Sue's mother impatiently urged, one hand protecting her designer bag, and the other tightly gripping Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue followed passively, her face growing increasingly pale. She just wanted to leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible. Speaking of which, this commotion is much bigger than when we interviewed Lin Yu 5 years ago. Uncle Air remarked while struggling to push forward, adjusting his glasses. His voice was not loud, but it was clear in the noisy environment. Of course. Auntie immediately chimed in, her tone filled with schadenfreude. Back then Lin Yu was so glorious, the genius of Lin Yu. But what happened? Wasn't he just a waste now? I bet today's event will definitely be much more explosive. They were engrossed in their conversation, completely unaware that a young reporter carrying a camera nearby suddenly froze upon hearing the name, Lin Yu. The young reporter, frustrated by being sidelined by mainstream media, was eavesdropping for core information when he accidentally caught a key term. Lin Yu. He turned his head suspiciously, looking at the group that was struggling to weave through full of complaints. Their attire was decent, unlike the ordinary residents of this building. Moreover, they had just mentioned Lin Yu. Could it be? Wait a minute. The young reporter inexplicably spoke up, grabbing hold of Uncle Air, who was at the back. Hey, what are you doing? Uncle Air was startled, almost losing his balance, and turned around to glare. Did you just say Lin Yu? The young reporter was somewhat nervous, but more than that he was excited. This question, though not loud, felt especially out of place next to the team of reporters about to set off. The team led by Brother Wang, who was about to go upstairs, halted in unison. Everyone's movement stopped. Yes, what's the matter? Uncle Air frowned, displeased. What we say has nothing to do with you. He had not yet realized the seriousness of the question. Do you know Lin Yu? The young reporter's breathing began to hasten. We know him, we just came from his house. Auntie answered, eagerly, feeling inexplicably excited in front of the camera. His house? Yes, Lin Yu is my nephew. Is it strange that we just came from his house? Boom. The journalists transformed into hungry wolves, surrounding them in an instant. In the moment the words were spoken, it felt as if a deep-sea bomb had detonated in the crowded hall. Countless gazes instantly converged on Sue's mother, her aunt, and her second uncle. The expressions shifted from mere curiosity to that of starving wolves eyeing fresh meat and vultures catching the scent of rotting flesh. The reporters, who had been somewhat restrained, suddenly went wild. The crowd that had previously been suppressed by Brother Wang surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing madly toward the small space at the elevator entrance. Make way! Make way! Don't push! My equipment! Cameras of all kinds and numerous raised smartphones rushed toward Sue's mother and the others like frenzied piranhas. Sue's aunt was bumped by a rushing cameraman, stumbling and letting out a shriek. What are you doing? Are you insane? Sue's mother instinctively shielded Su Qingxue behind her, shouting in panic, but her voice was instantly drowned out by the roaring crowd. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, his face pale. Having lived half his life, he had never witnessed such a scene. He stood frozen, unable to move. Excuse me. Are you relatives of Lin Yu and Lin Yao? Did you just come from their home? Then you must know the details. Lin Yao awakened a mythic-level occupation. How do you feel as family? Lin Yu announced he would challenge the 32-fold hellish exam. Do you support him? One question after another bombarded them, leaving the three feeling dizzy. Su's mother, her aunt, and her second uncle were completely bewildered. Lin Yao awakened a mythic-level occupation. Lin Yu challenging the 32-fold exam. What on earth is happening? They wondered if they had misheard or if this group of reporters had collectively lost their minds. What mythic-level occupation? Su's aunt closest to a microphone instinctively retorted, her face filled with disbelief. You must be mistaken. Yao Yao failed to awaken. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy hall fell eerily silent for a second. All reporters and bloggers holding phones froze in shock. Even Brother Wang, who had been fiercely pushing forward, halted in his tracks, stunned. The silence lasted. The next second, there was an even more frenzied explosion. What a... Failed to awaken. Impossible. The official announcement has been released. A young reporter held up his phone, almost poking it into Su's aunt's face. The red mythic-level occupation, Omnipath Connoisseur. It has been broadcast throughout the city. Su's aunt stepped back, startled, bumping into Su's mother. Su's mother steadied her, and also saw the words on the screen, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Red mythic level. Omnipath Connoisseur. How could this be? The image of Lin's mother's pale face and the heavy sighs from the Lin family echoed in her mind. And Lin Yao, that child, was lost and silent. Did she look like someone who had awakened a mythic-level occupation? You must be mistaken. Su's mother finally regained her voice, retorting decisively. We just came down from upstairs. We saw it with our own eyes. That child was crying like a waterfall, and her parents looked ashen. If she had successfully awakened, would she react this way, eh? Exactly. Su's aunt also reacted, feeling like she had been played by this group of reporters, her anger flaring up. You people will say anything for a story. They're grieving, and you're here spreading rumors. Have you no conscience? The second uncle adjusted his glasses, frowning as he added, facts speak louder than words. What we saw is the truth. As for your claims of a mythic-level occupation, that's simply absurd. The three spoke emphatically. Now it was the reporters' turn to be confused. On one side was the official announcement that could not possibly be wrong, and on the other, relatives who had just come from the scene speaking with conviction. Who is lying? What on earth is going on? Everyone felt their brains were not keeping up. Brother Wang stared intently at Su's mother and the others, trying to find signs of deceit on their faces. But he failed. The expressions of these individuals were purely resolute and filled with the anger of being wronged, not at all like those lying. Could it be? The official announcement was wrong. As soon as this thought emerged, he dismissed it himself. Where exactly did the problem lie? Just as everyone was engulfed in great confusion, a bespectacled journalist on the outskirts of the crowd suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. I've got it. All eyes were focused back on him. I had been reviewing all the details of the awakening. The awakening of Lin Yao was itself an anomaly. She did not awaken directly. Instead, she first activated thousands of purple occupation runes before finally undergoing fusion. Fusion. These two words struck like a lightning bolt, instantly clearing the fog in everyone's minds. Brother Wang's eyes lit up with a terrifying brightness. He understood. He fully understood. So, another female reporter reacted as well, her breath quickening. The official announcement states that Lin Yao successfully fused with a mythic-level occupation. This is the result. But, Brother Wang interjected, his voice filled with an uncontrollable fervor. Her family says she failed, that she is devastated. This indicates that there was a problem with the process. Fusion. Failed. No, not a failure in fusion. The bespectacled journalist almost shouted. She successfully fused with a mythic-level occupation, but for some reason, in the final step of fusion, it collapsed. Or there was a fatal flaw. Boom. This theory was 1,000 times more explosive than the idea of failure to awaken itself. A genius girl, an extraordinary anomaly, gained the qualification to step into myth, yet at the last moment fell from the clouds. What a tragedy. And what an captivating super news. My heavens. A family of dual geniuses. The brother wasted 5 years, while the sister's dream of myth shattered. Is this family cursed? This is simply the best tragic script of the year. All the reporters went crazy. The way they looked at Su's mother and the others was no longer as news sources, but as a recently unearthed glittering gold mine. Excuse me, is this speculation true? Did Lin Yao's mythic-level occupation have a problem? What is her current condition? Is she suffering from a great mental shock? What about Lin Yu? Does he know about his sister's situation? Is his challenge of the 32-fold difficulty due to the impact of his sister's failure? The questions became even more intense, sharper, and more cruel. Sue's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely bewildered by the speculations of the crowd. What fusion? What collapse? They couldn't comprehend. But they understood one thing: Lin Yu seemed to have truly awakened a mythical-level profession. However, it also seemed like she had really failed. This enormous contrast and information shock rendered their brains utterly paralyzed, leaving them to instinctively follow the reporter's lead in their responses. Yes, it was a failure. The child has been hit hard. Their minds could no longer process such complex information. They could only rely on instinct to cater to the frenzy of the reporters. Yes, it was a huge shock. Sue's mother nodded numbly, her mind blank. When we saw her, she didn't say anything and just kept crying, the aunt added, feeling as though she was stating facts. Her parents are almost at their wits' end. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. These words fell into the reporter's ears and were instantaneously transformed into the perfect storyline. Wang Guest's eyes sparkled with excitement as he almost dictated the scene to the camera beside him. What did we witness? A family tragedy. The genius girl Lin Yu, under the attention of the masses, triggered a mythical phenomenon, yet failed at the final step of fusion, plummeting from the clouds. Her family, her parents, are currently engulfed in immense sorrow. The female reporter beside him immediately followed up, addressing another camera, and even more poignantly her brother Lin Yu. That once genius, the universal card master, who has wasted 5 years of time. After witnessing his sister's tragedy, it seems the shackles in his heart have been broken. He transformed his grief into strength, resolutely declaring his intention to challenge the unprecedented hellish. Suddenly, the reporter who had been searching for information shouted, interrupting her, "Breaking news. The official announcement has just been updated. Lin Yu's assessment difficulty is based on this year's standards, and when calculated comprehensively, it's 160 times his past." Journalists, media personnel, naturally more sensitive to greater numbers. 160 times. Boom. If the previous news was a bomb, then this number was a precision-guided nuclear bomb exploding in every person's mind. 32 times had already been an uncharted territory for humanity. 160 times. What kind of concept is that? Insane. He has completely lost his mind. For his sister, he is gambling his life for a future. How tragic. How resolute. The bond between siblings is evident. The reporters were utterly captivated. A perfect story filled with tragedy, twists, struggles, and sacrifices was woven right before their eyes. A family of dual geniuses. The brother falls while the sister rises, only to fall again. The brother, amidst the ruins of his sister's downfall, ignites himself, attempting to illuminate the future of the entire family. It has ignited. Sue's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely swept up in this fervent as they listened to phrases like tragic, resolute, and sibling love echoing in their ears, and recalled Lin Yu's cold face and Lin Yu's desolate appearance. They found themselves thinking, "It seems that is indeed the case." A sense of absurd recognition rose within them. Yes, that child Lin Yu must have been stimulated. Yao is so pitiful, he as her brother must do something. Though 160 times sounds like courting death, this spirit is commendable. Just as the atmosphere in the hall reached its peak, and everyone was immersed in this self-woven tragic epic. "Make way." A cold reprimand came from the direction of the entrance. The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable penetrating power. The crowded people parted like they were pushed by an invisible force, automatically creating a path. Everyone turned to look. Outside the door, several bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses cleared the way, and a middle-aged man in a silver-gray bespoke suit with meticulously combed hair walked in slowly, surrounded by a group of assistants. The man exuded a powerful aura, each step taken with stability and strength. He surveyed the chaotic hall, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he revealed no impatience. The reporters were stunned. Who is this person? Such grandeur. Is it Feng Rue from Fengxing Technology? Vice President Feng. A reporter covering finance exclaimed. Fengxing Technology. Feng Rue. At the mention of these two names, the breath of all media personnel halted for a second. Who in Lingzhou doesn't know Fengxing Technology? It is one of the business giants covering multiple fields, including energy, materials, and pharmaceuticals. Mainly dealing in pharmaceuticals. And though Feng Rue holds the title of Vice President, insiders know that many board members of Fengxing Technology are in dual positions, and this Vice President is the true helmsman of the company. How could such a figure who could shake the Lingzhou business world with a stomp personally come to this rundown community? The reporters' minds instantly turned. Could it be? Also because of the Lin family's matter. Other than that, it seemed there was no other possibility. Everyone's hearts began to race. They sensed that the biggest news of the night might just be beginning. Feng Rue paid no attention to the surrounding commotion, and under the protection of bodyguards, he walked directly to the center of the hall, into the circle spontaneously cleared by the reporters. He stopped, his gaze sweeping across the distorted faces of excitement and confusion. In the end, he revealed a formulaic yet powerful smile. "Good evening, friends from the media." His voice, amplified by some sound equipment, resonated clearly throughout the hall, instantly suppressing all noise. "I am here tonight for one thing." Feng Rue paused, savoring the attention of everyone, holding their breath. Fengxing Technology will officially launch a talent strategy named Nova Project. We will spare no expense, utilizing all resources of the group to cultivate the most outstanding and promising young people of this era. And tonight we are very honored to have found here the first and most important member of the Nova Project. His words were like giant stones thrown into a lake, creating 1,000 waves. All the reporters went wild, desperately pushing forward, directing microphones and cameras toward Feng Rue. The first member. Here. Could it be Lin Yu? But wasn't she a failure? Amidst the most fervent speculations, Feng Rue slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the upper floor. This genius is none other than the recently awakened red myth-level profession Wanfatongshis, Miss Lin Yu. In that instant, as the name fell, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. The reporters exchanged glances, their faces filled with absurdity. What is going on? The head of Fengxing Technology personally came to sign a contract with a failed awakening genius. Is this a business investment or charity? Lin Yu's mother, aunt, and second uncle were equally struck, as if by lightning, standing frozen. They had just been lamenting Lin Yu's failure and sighing over the tragedy of the Lin family, and now in the blink of an eye the CEO of a 100 billion corporation came to say he wanted to sign her. What on earth is happening in this world? However, it was Feng Rui's next words that truly made them understand what madness meant. "We believe in Miss Lin Yu's potential and are confident that her future is limitless." Feng Rui's voice was filled with a captivating power. "Therefore, the board of directors of Fengxing Technology has unanimously decided to offer Miss Lin Yu a special top-tier contract." He extended a finger. "This includes a one-time signing bonus of 80 million. 80 million. Boom. Lin Yu's mother felt her head explode, as if the world was spinning and she could barely stand. The aunt's mouth fell open, unable to make a sound. The second uncle's glasses slipped from his nose, falling to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. In the entire hall, all the reporters and onlookers lost their ability to think at that moment. 80 million. That was not 800,000, nor 8 million. It was 80 million in cash. For someone who had just been defined by them as a fallen genius. Additionally, Feng Rue seemed quite pleased with the shocking effect, smiling as he dropped the final and heaviest bombshell. The contract will also include a resource allocation that is 50 times that of a traditional S-level contract. This is the highest specification offered since the establishment of Fengxing Technology. 50 times. If 80 million was a shock of money, then 50 times the resource allocation was an absolute affirmation of future potential. This was not merely signing a new talent, it was clearly an invitation to welcome a future deity. All the reporters were dumbfounded. They had just been weaving a tragic story of a genius fallen, a deep sibling bond. Yet before the story was completed, 100 billion corporation's leader jumped out, tearing their freshly written script to shreds with an unprecedentedly high-priced contract. What is happening here? In the chaos, a young reporter, perhaps new to the field, whose mind had not yet caught up, raised his microphone and trembled as he posed the question on everyone's mind. "Mr. Feng, are you sure it is Miss Lin Yu?" His voice was not loud, yet it echoed distinctly in the silent hall. "Do you know about her family situation?" This question was asked very skillfully. He did not directly say Lin Yu has failed her awakening, but used the ambiguous phrasing of family situation. This was both a probe and a way to leave himself an escape route. Feng Rui's smile faded slightly as he glanced at the reporter. "Of course I am certain. Before Fengxing Technology makes any decision, we conduct the most thorough investigation." His response was watertight, filled with the confidence of a superior. "As for her family situation, how is that related to signing a genius with myth-level potential?" Boom. The last shred of hope in the reporter's mind shattered. He didn't know. Feng Rue truly did not know. He was unaware of Lin Yu's failed awakening. He did not know that the family upstairs was currently engulfed in great sorrow. Understanding this point, all the media personnel felt their blood ignite in an instant. A group of relatives who had just come out from the scene were insisting that she had failed her awakening, heartbroken. A business tycoon with extensive connections personally coming to sign a contract with 80 million and 50 times the resources. If these two things collided, what a breathtaking scene it would create. A timid reporter instinctively wanted to remind him. Mr. Feng actually. As he began to utter those 4 words, a colleague next to him immediately elbowed him hard, simultaneously blocking him with his body. That gaze was cold and sharp. Shut up. The reporter who had wanted to speak instantly understood. He looked around and found that all his peers, whether it was Brother Wang from mainstream media or those sideline small media reporters, had reached a strange consensus at that moment. Everyone closed their mouths. On their faces was an almost cruel excitement. They couldn't say it. They absolutely couldn't tell Feng Rue. If this news came from them, the news value would be reduced by more than half. But if Feng Rue himself went up filled with sincerity and a high-priced contract to face the heartbroken family, what expression would the Lin family have when they learned they missed out on 80 million in cash and a contract that could change their fate? What expression would Feng Rue have when he found out that the new star he personally sought after was actually a failure? This was no longer just news. This was top-tier material that could be recorded in the annual journal of Lin's news history. It was a divine reversal. It was a breathtaking revelation. Realizing this, Brother Wang was the first to react. He immediately put on a warm smile and extended the microphone forward. Mr. Feng is visionary, truly worthy of being the leader of Fengxing technology. That's right. Heroes do not ask about their origins. How can family circumstances be a standard to measure a genius? Mr. Feng, could you elaborate on this new star plan? Why was Miss Lin Yu chosen as the first? What particular qualities of her wanfangshes have caught your attention? Immediately the reporters changed their tone, their questions flooding in like a tide, but all tacitly avoiding the topic of failed awakening, instead starting to frantically praise Feng Rue's plan. What they aimed to do was elevate Feng Rue to magnify the value of this contract. The higher he was lifted, the louder the fall would be. Feng Rue was clearly enjoying this scene. He reveled in the feeling of being adored by the media, becoming the center of attention. He cleared his throat and began to speak eloquently. The new star plan is the core strategy of Fengxing technology for the next decade. Our goal is to seek out and cultivate the most extraordinary geniuses of this era to reserve power for the future of humanity. As for why we chose Miss Lin Yu, Feng Rue revealed a confident smile, because the potential of the profession wanfangshes exceeds all your imaginations. It represents infinite possibilities. Feng Rue's words brimmed with incendiary fervor. Reporters scribbled frantically, camera flashes erupted incessantly. Sue's mother, her elder aunt, and second uncle were utterly bewildered by the surging hysteria. They did not comprehend phrases like infinite possibilities. All they knew was this: Lin Yu, the failure they had long dismissed, had suddenly become a coveted prize in others' eyes. A prize worth 80 million yuan. Sue's mother felt as though an invisible hand had seized her heart. Each pulse a searing, agonizing throb. 80 million yuan. If only just moments earlier upstairs their demeanor had been warmer. At that very instant, the bespectacled reporter who had previously noted Lin Yu's assessment difficulty was 160 times the norm stepped forward once more to ask a question. His inquiry cut deeper than the rest. Mr. Feng, we've observed recent volatility in Fengxing Technology's stock price, and rumors about internal issues within the conglomerate have begun circulating in the market. Given this context, is your highly publicized launch of the New Star Initiative and your personal presence on the front lines intended to bolster market confidence and directly address these external criticisms? The question froze the atmosphere instantly. Every gaze pivoted toward Feng Rue, as if he stood accused face-to-face of corporate crisis. Feng Rue's smile remained unchanged, but his sweeping glance across the crowd now carried unmistakable authority. Criticism? He countered, then laughed softly. If Fengxing were truly faltering, do you honestly believe I'd be standing here today? If those rumors held any truth, would I possibly have the leisure to personally oversee a project costing hundreds of millions? He offered no direct reply, yet his rhetorical question struck with far greater force than any affirmation. Indeed, if a conglomerate valued at tens of billions were genuinely collapsing, could its chief executive possibly spare time to appear in person, here of all places, for a single contract signing? His very presence was the most resounding rebuttal to every whisper of scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, Feng Rue raised his voice, commanding full attention. I wish to make one solemn promise to you all. In gratitude to society, and to mark the official launch of the New Star Initiative, Fengxing Technology will soon join forces with 2 other pharmaceutical titans to unveil an unprecedented promotional campaign. As for the specifics, you'll learn them in 2 days. Another seismic announcement. A joint initiative by 3 pharmaceutical giants. What scale of ambition must that entail? Reporters erupted into frenzied excitement. They knew tonight's headlines would cascade endlessly impossible to capture in full. Feng Rue was deeply satisfied with the effect. The promotion of the New Star initiative had succeeded. The market's doubts had been quelled. Even the upcoming marketing campaign had received a powerful pre-launch surge. One move, 3 victories. Flawless. He smoothed his suit jacket and turned away from the surging press corps. Well then, everyone. I must now ascend to meet the very first recruit of our New Star initiative. With that, he strode toward the elevator lobby of Building B Unit 7, flanked by bodyguards. Behind him, a swarm of reporters, cameras hoisted like weapons, pursued him with the relentless hunger of sharks scenting blood. Every face burned with the feverish anticipation of witnessing history unfold. The elevator lobby loomed mere steps away. Feng Rue's assistant had already pressed the upward button. The earth-shattering, signing spectacle seemed poised to erupt at any second. Yet, just as Feng Rue's foot hovered over the elevator threshold, bang! The aging glass entrance door of the residential lobby shattered inward under violent, brutal force. The impact sent the entire pane groaning in protest. Immediately afterward, another wave of people surged inside, uniformed in identical black suits preceded by disciplined security personnel. But unlike Feng Rue's composed entourage, this group arrived with urgency, speed, and an overwhelming, almost ferocious intensity. They practically stormed the lobby. At their forefront stood a middle-aged man, balding crown, portly frame, sweat glistening on his brow, who the moment he crossed the threshold locked his gaze unerringly onto Feng Rue at the elevator. Feng Rue, you have no honor. A thunderous roar shook the entire lobby. Everyone froze. Reporters instinctively swung their lenses from Feng Rue to the entrance. That's Qianzong of Baixing Group. Why is he here? And shouting at Feng Rue. Before the crowd could process it, a second wave, and then a third, flooded in. Make way. Clear the path. Tianxin Group. On official business. Donghua Heavy Industry. Stand aside. Each declaration boomed forth, names synonymous with dominance across Lin Yu's industrial landscape. Each name represented a titan of its field. Yet now their representatives poured into this modest, aging residential lobby like attendees rushing to a bazaar. The lobby instantly overflowed with a dense, dark mass of bodies. The atmosphere shifted from electrifying frenzy to a suffocating, surreal gravity. Reporters stood dumbstruck. Brother Wang's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. The bespectacled reporter nearly dropped his camera. What on earth was happening? Had all of Lin Yu's elite gathered here tonight for an impromptu annual gala? Sue's mother, her elder aunt, and second uncle were paralyzed with awe. They shrank into a corner watching one legendary magnate after another stride past them. Figures they had only ever seen in financial news bulletins, too terrified even to draw breath. Their minds could no longer parse reality. I understand. Brother Wang suddenly slapped his thigh, trembling with exhilaration. It all makes sense. His eyes darted between the newly arrived corporate envoys and Feng Rue, trapped at the elevator, his expression darkening. The rules. It's all about the rules. What rules? The young reporter beside him pressed urgently. The unwritten code. Brother Wang lowered his voice, yet his tone crackled with triumph. Every year after the awakening ceremony, there exists an unspoken protocol among major corporations regarding top-tier prodigies. Leave them alone for several days. Let them and their families cool down, let their expectations settle, then negotiate the contract. This curbs costs and prevents destructive bidding wars. But tonight, Brother Wang's eyes gleamed with fierce insight. Old fox Feng Rue broke the code to seize advantage, to push his ridiculous New Star initiative. He tried to steal a head start. Boom. In that instant, every reporter grasped the truth. They glanced from Feng Rue to the furious newcomers, blood surging, pulses roaring. No wonder these titans had descended in person. Feng Rue sought to exploit information asymmetry, offering what appeared to be an astronomical contract to lock in a mythic-tier profession before anyone else could react. And once word reached the others, they could no longer sit still. A mythic-tier profession. Could Fengxing technology really claim it so effortlessly? Even if they couldn't secure it themselves, they would ensure Fengxing didn't obtain it smoothly. Their arrival meant one thing: drive up the price. Sabotage the deal. Deliver a stinging, humiliating rebuke. In an instant, the intentions of all the latecomers became glaringly obvious. The first to rush in, Qianzong from Baixing, had already pushed through the crowd and reached Feng Rue. He scrutinized Feng Rue up and down with a smirk on his face. Mr. Feng, you move quite fast. I heard Fengxing is about to launch a New Star plan. What's wrong? Is your stock price dropping so badly that you need to sign a newcomer to boost morale? His words were laced with unabashed sarcasm. Feng Rui's expression had already darkened. The composure and confidence he had maintained throughout the night vanished in this moment. He had miscalculated. He did not expect the reactions of these old rivals to be so swift. Even less did he anticipate they would disregard their dignity and confront him here. Fatty Qian Feng Rui coldly replied, "My affairs are not for you to meddle in." "Not for me to meddle," Qianzong laughed. The representatives from Tianqin Group and Donghua Heavy Industries behind him also closed in, forming a circle around Feng Rui. Miss Lin Yu, awakening a mythical profession. Mythical. Do you understand? This is a treasure belonging to the whole of Linzhou, no, to the entire world. It is not the private property of your Fengxing technology. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses declared sternly. Exactly. If you want to sign her, let's compete fairly. Highest bidder wins. Mr. Feng, isn't your offer of 80 million a bit too paltry? Baixing Pharmaceutical is willing to offer 90 million. Qianzong shouted directly. Our Tianqin Group offers 100 million. 100 million plus 60 times the resources for this level contract. The bids echoed back and forth, each higher and more aggressive than the last. The reporters had become. They mechanically pointed their cameras at these influential figures who could shake Linzhou with a stomp, watching them like market vendors frantically bidding for a product they barely understood. When Sumu heard the figure of 100 million, her eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted, fortunately being caught by her aunt beside her. 100 million. This number felt like an insurmountable mountain crashing down upon her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. The reporters had completely lost their ability to speak, instinctively and mechanically recording the absurd scene before them. The leaders of various major groups in Linzhou were frantically raising their bids for what they called a treasure, while that treasure's relatives were heartbroken over her so-called failure. The stark contrast created intense dramatic tension, sending chills down the spine of everyone. Amidst this near-frozen chaos, Feng Rui, at the eye of the storm, made a move that no one had anticipated. He smiled. Not the previous formulaic smile filled with confidence, but a genuine smile, tinged with delight. He realized that the key was not how these peers viewed him, but how the public viewed him, how the shareholders viewed him, and how the capital market viewed him. So he relaxed his foot that was about to step into the elevator, turned around, and calmly adjusted his valuable suit jacket, his movements unhurried. Then he surveyed the faces twisted with shock, greed, and anger. Mr. Qian, 100 million. Mr. Li from Tianqing, 100 million plus 60 times the resources. He slowly repeated his earlier offer, as if confirming a menu. Is there anyone else? He asked, politely lowering his posture, even carrying a hint of encouragement. Everyone was stunned. The mocking expression on Qianzong's plump face froze instantly. Mr. Li from Tianqing, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, also furrowed his brow. Something was off. This reaction was completely out of line. According to the normal script, Feng Rui should be furious now, or engage in a fierce verbal battle with them. He should have condemned them for breaking the rules and for malicious competition. But he did not. Instead of getting angry, he seemed quite happy. He even actively invited everyone to continue bidding. What was this? Did he want to die faster? Feng Rui, what the hell are you playing at? Qianzong finally couldn't hold it in anymore, stepping forward until he was almost nose-to-nose with Feng Rui. Yet Feng Rui merely looked at him calmly, then turned his gaze towards everyone behind him. Everyone, please remain calm. We are all here for the future of Linzhou, for our shared treasure, Miss Lin Yu. He emphasized the word treasure, as if reminding them of something. Since everyone has this sincerity, Feng Rui naturally cannot be the selfish villain who hoards it all. I propose that we compete fairly. A genius like Miss Lin Yu deserves the best contract and deserves all of us to compete with the utmost sincerity. Highest bidder wins, which is only right. This statement was flawless and grandiose. Yet in the ears of Qianzong, Mr. Li, and others, it was like a thunderclap. They all felt a jolt in their hearts. There was a scheme. Feng Rui, this old fox, definitely had a scheme. Their purpose in coming here today was not genuinely to spend 100 million to sign a newly awakened novice. Even for a mythical profession, the initial investment should have limits. 100 million is not a small amount, but as a signing bonus, that price was outrageous. Their aim was to drive up the price, to humiliate Feng Rui, to ruin his alleged sneak deal. Forcing Feng Rui to either give up in resentment or incur massive costs, signing her back under pressure from the internal board of directors. Yet now Feng Rui was actively handing them the knife, smilingly urging them to cut even deeper. Something was definitely off. The minds of all the company representatives were racing. They wondered, where did Feng Rui's confidence come from? Could it be that Fengxing Technology's financial situation was much better than rumored, that he did not care about a signing bonus exceeding 100 million? Impossible. The financial reports of public companies were laid bare. Fengxing had undoubtedly been struggling lately. So, where was the issue? In the crowd, Mr. Li from Tianqing adjusted his glasses. His mind raced back to all the information received this afternoon about the awakening ceremony. Thousands of purple professional runes shot into the sky. The phenomenon enveloped the entire Lin Yu. All those purple runes finally converged into Lin Yao's body. In the end, she awakened to the red mythical profession, the universal master of all techniques. Wait. A flash of lightning crossed Mr. Li's mind. He finally grasped the crucial point that everyone had overlooked. Fusion. Lin Yao's awakening was not a random occurrence, but the result of fusing thousands of purple professions. According to the nature of professional fusion, the new profession after fusion inherits all the advantages of the foundational professions and undergoes a qualitative change. What does this mean? This means that Lin Yao's universal master of all techniques possesses infinite plasticity. She is not a fixed mythical professional. There is a great possibility that she is still someone who can adjust her abilities based on developmental direction, theoretically capable of mastering all systems. A perfect specimen. Realizing this, General Manager Li's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He abruptly raised his head to look at Feng Rue. He finally understood. He finally comprehended why Feng Rue would tear apart the facade, disregarding the rules to snatch someone ahead of time. Because Feng Rue, that old fox, was not merely signing a legendary genius. He was seizing a possibility that could define the future. What he had said earlier about unimaginable potential and infinite possibilities, what if it were not mere flattery, but a fact? This information was definitely exclusive intel from Windwalker Technology. He wanted to leverage this information asymmetry to secure this future all-rounder employee with a seemingly sky-high contract that was in reality a tremendous bargain. Good job, Feng Rue. General Manager Li stared at Feng Rue, almost squeezing out these words through gritted teeth. The finance manager and others around him noticed General Manager Li's reaction. Though they hadn't grasped all the intricacies, yet they immediately realized the seriousness of the situation far exceeded their imagination. General Manager Li, what's wrong? What's so special about this Lin Yao? General Manager Li did not reply. He simply gazed at Feng Rui's calm face, and then spoke slowly word by word. Tianqing Group offers 15 million. Additionally, class contract resources up to 80 times increase. Moreover, we are willing to establish an exclusive top-tier logistics team for Miss Lin Yao to meet all her future growth needs. Boom. If the previous 100 million was madness, then now the 150 million was sheer hysteria. This was no longer just a price increase. This was betting the company's future. The most critical part was General Manager Li's attitude. He was serious. Manager Qian and other company representatives, upon hearing General Manager Li's offer, were momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. To make General Manager Li known for his caution, spend such a fortune could only mean one thing. Lin Yao's value was more terrifying than they all imagined. Bai Sheng, I'll offer 16 million. Manager Qian gritted his teeth and shouted. We at Donghua Heavy Industry can provide the highest level of access to all materials labs under the group. Bidding voices rose again. But this time the atmosphere had completely changed. It was no longer the kind of ruckus that simply enjoyed the show. Instead, it carried a bloody scent of true slaughter. The reporters were utterly stunned. Brother Wang, holding the microphone, was trembling. The camera lens of the bespectacled reporter was aimed at Feng Rue in the center of the crowd. He still stood there wearing that inscrutable smile. He looked at the old rivals he had under his control, watching them go from mockery to shock and now to madness. His heart felt icy. Come on. Everyone come. Raise it a little higher. The higher you raise it, the better it will be for me to explain when I go back. The more frenzied you make the atmosphere, the more my already prepared, exorbitantly priced contract that exhausts the group's strength will seem. Justifiably so. He wanted to sign Lin Yao not because of her value but to boost the market. For this he would spare no expense. For publicity, the larger the gesture, the better the effect. Lin Yao was a key piece for him to showcase his strength, and he had made ample preparations. Liu was right. If the old ghost hall brought out hundreds of billions to challenge them, why would they care about this small amount? As for whether Lin Yao was worth it, signing her meant Windwalker had plenty of ways to recoup from her. Sue's mother, aunt, and second uncle were completely numb. They huddled in the corner listening to astronomical figures bounce out of the mouths of big shots, their minds a blank. 150 million. 16 million. This money, let alone seeing it, they didn't even dare to think about it. Amidst this nearly uncontrollable frenzy, a voice suddenly rang out. Attention all executives, attention all executives. It was the very active reporter Brother Wang. He squeezed through the crowd microphone and handed his face full of flattering smiles. I understand everyone's feelings. It's for the treasure of Lin Yu. However, shouting bids like this downstairs, isn't it a bit inappropriate? His words momentarily paused the frenzied bidding. Everyone looked at him. Brother Wang cleared his throat and continued, "After all, signing a contract is a significant matter. Ultimately, it still depends on Miss Lin Yao's own wishes and respecting her family's opinions. With so many of us blocking here, how does that look? In my opinion, why not everyone go up first, and in front of Miss Lin Yao and her family show our sincerity? Let Miss Lin Yao choose for herself. This way it would be fair competition and respect for genius, right?" As soon as this was said, the venue fell silent. All the company representatives were stunned, right? They were yelling red-faced down here, what if the people upstairs didn't acknowledge it? What if Lin Yao had already reached a private agreement with someone? Although the possibility was slim, it wasn't impossible. The key was that Brother Wang's words provided them with a way out. The bidding had reached an absurd level, adding more was unbearable for anyone. Going up for a face-to-face discussion and handing the decision back to the commodity itself was undoubtedly the best choice at this moment. Exactly. Reporter Wang is right. Manager Qian from Baishang was the first to respond, wiping the sweat off his forehead. "We should go up and let Miss Lin Yao see our sincerity in person." "Yes, let's go talk." General Manager Li from Tianqing also immediately echoed, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, regaining some calm. He needed time. He needed to contact headquarters immediately to reassess the risks and highest bids for this signing. "Let's go." Up the stairs. "Don't crowd. Let General Manager Feng and Manager Qian go first." The crowd's fervor instantly found a new outlet. Feng Rue, Manager Qian, General Manager Li, and several others. These men, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, were escorted by bodyguards toward the only old elevator. Their expressions varied. Feng Rue still wore that confident smile, as if everything was under control. Manager Qian and General Manager Li, however, had serious expressions, speaking quietly into their microcommunicators to urgently contact headquarters, clearly seeking higher permissions and quotes. The elevator doors slowly opened, and several people filed in. The doors gradually closed before the eyes of the crowd. The rest were completely isolated outside. In the lobby, there was a moment of dead silence. The next second, "Damn, they took the elevator. What do we do? Wait for the next one." The yellow flowers had already withered. "Wait for what? Take the stairs. Just 7 floors." Someone shouted. Boom. The entire lobby's crowd turned like a flood that had broken its dam, rushing madly toward that narrow charge. "Don't crowd me. My camera is worth millions. Step aside. Let the reporters through first." Chaos. Utter chaos. The company representatives and media reporters who had just been dressed in suits looking dignified now tore off their disguises, revealing their primal impulses. They shoved and cursed, rushing toward that dark stairway entrance. Su's mother, aunt, second uncle, and Su Qingxue hurriedly climbed up together, still half dreaming. Brother Wang was jostled around, yet he still held the microphone high, his face showing a morbid excitement. The bespectacled reporter was swept along by the crowd, adjusting his glasses, but the corner of his mouth curled into an incomprehensible arc. He exchanged a glance with Brother Wang. Both read the same meaning from each other's expressions. The good show had just begun. Were those big shots upstairs still fighting over the legendary profession? Still frantically raising the signing fee by 100 million, 200 million. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. They had no idea what they were about to face. The bespectacled reporter adjusted the angle of his micro camera to ensure he could capture the clearest images. What they wanted to see was never the birth of a sky-high contract. What they wanted to see was how this carnival would instantly turn into a colossal joke. It was the splendid expressions of these imperious figures upon discovering they had been played. It was the despair of the Lin family after experiencing a wild rise and fall, plummeting from the clouds to the depths of hell. Wasn't Lin Yao a failure? This was the big news. The elevator doors opened with a ding on the 7th floor. Feng Rue, General Qian, General Li, and several influential men in the business community of Linzhou emerged, each accompanied by their most elite assistants and bodyguards. They arrived at the door almost simultaneously. The old and worn security doors seemed to them like the entrance to an endless treasure. In the stairwell, the sound of footsteps and gasps echoed like a tsunami. "Hurry, quickly, it's on the 7th floor. Damn it, who stepped on my foot? Don't push. Let me go first." A throng of people surged wildly from the stairway, headed straight for the Lin family's door. The entire corridor on the 7th floor was instantly blocked, as if no water could flow through. At the same time, indoors the atmosphere was as heavy as solid matter. Lin Yao sat on the sofa, burying her head in her knees. She did not cry, but the silent gloom was more heartbreaking than any loud wailing. She was now in a state of turmoil. Lin's parents sat beside her at a loss. They thought their daughter was in such pain because she couldn't accept the blow of a failed awakening. "Yao, it's okay, it's just a profession, right? Well, go home, your parents will take care of you for a lifetime. Lin's mother said, her eyes red, gently patting her daughter's back, her voice choked. Lin's father sighed, pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, wanted to smoke, but glanced at his daughter and ultimately put it back. His gaze turned to the corner where his silent son sat. Lin Yu sat quietly on the single sofa, observing everything before him. He certainly understood why his sister was upset. It wasn't because of failure. Rather, it was because during the awakening ceremony, she saw the greed and ugliness displayed by the higher-ups, all vying for her. That made her feel sick and powerless. Of course, it was also due to those relatives. But Lin Yu believed she was much stronger than everyone perceived. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy and urgent knocking on the door shattered the silence within. It was not a polite visit, but rather like the beat of a death knell pounding in everyone's hearts. Lin's mother trembled in fright, her hand, which had been patting her daughter's back, froze in midair. Lin's father suddenly stood up, warily staring at the trembling security door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Lin Yao buried her head even deeper. She didn't want to see anyone right now. Sister, it's me, Sume, and your second brother. Open the door. Outside, Su's mother shouted anxiously with a hint of excitement. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, both relieved. It's them. How did they come back? Lin's father walked over, unlocking the door while complaining. What's wrong? Did you forget something? The door opened. The complaints stopped abruptly. Lin's father froze at the doorway. Outside there were people. A throng of people. Strange faces filled the entire hallway, extending all the way to the stairwell, with countless heads bobbing behind. At the front were faces that could only be seen in financial news. Feng Rue, the vice president of Fengxing Technology, General Qian of Baixing Pharmaceuticals, General Li of Tianqin Group. All of them wore expressions of near fanaticism as they fixed their gaze on him, or rather on the room behind him. Countless flashes of cameras erupted in the crowd, the sounds of clicks incessantly ringing in the air. Lin's father's mind went blank in an instant. What is happening? Brother-in-law, let us in. Su's mother squeezed through the gap between Feng Rue and General Qian, followed by an equally shocked aunt and second uncle. Behind them, Su Kingsu's face was pale, watching Lin Yu in the corner, her body trembling. Old Lin, what's wrong? Lin's mother sensed something was off and walked over. When she saw the scene outside the door, she was just as stunned as her husband. So many people. Who are they? In the corner, Lin Yu's eye of analysis had already seen through everything. They came very quickly, faster than he had anticipated. He initially thought only a group of reporters would come rushing in, but never expected that the powerhouses of these large companies would descend so swiftly. He watched with great interest as the suited men at the door displayed their unabashed greed and desire. Lin Yao lifted her head, seeing the throng at the door and the ugly faces she had encountered during the awakening ceremony. Her expression turned even more furious. She was genuinely curious. How had her brother 5 years ago managed to engage in light-hearted conversation with these people under the spotlight? She couldn't do it. All she felt was disgust. The reporters would never miss this detail. Wang Ji's cameraman immediately gave Lin Yao a close-up. Her stunning face was filled with pain and despair. Then she glanced at her parents, who were helpless and Wang Ge's heart was filled with joy. It worked. It's confirmed. What those relatives from the Su family said was all true. A mythical profession failed awakening. Looking at this family's reaction, this heavy and oppressive atmosphere, where was the slightest joy of awakening a mythical profession? Thinking of this, the reporters looked at Feng Rui's group, their expressions filled with pity and schadenfreude. A bunch of fools. They were still fighting to offer a sky-high contract worth 100 million. They had no idea they were about to face a huge joke. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, hello. Feng Rue could no longer wait. He squeezed past Su's mother, wearing the warmest smile. I am Feng Rue, the vice president of Fengxing Technology. On behalf of Fengxing Technology, I present a Feng Rue, get away from me. General Qian of Baixing pushed him aside, his chubby face full of smiles. Mr. Lin, don't listen to him. We Baixing Pharmaceuticals are willing to offer 160 million, as long as Miss Lin Yao nods. Our Tianqin Group will add another 10 million and provide a dedicated logistics team. General Li immediately chimed in. The entrance instantly turned into an auction scene. Bids rose and fell. Lin's father and mother were utterly stunned. 100 million. 60 million. What were they talking about? Su's mother, aunt, and second uncle still wore shocked and jealous expressions. Why? Why did this girl from the Lin family have such good luck? Everyone executives. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Su's mother hurriedly stepped forward, adopting an air of authority. Everyone, don't rush. Don't rush. She cleared her throat, holding Lin's mother's hand with a pained expression. I know everyone is doing this for our Yao Yao's good. But She sighed deeply, looking at those high-ranking individuals who were arguing red-faced, speaking in a tone loud enough for everyone to hear. Please stop arguing. And stop bidding. Our Yao Yao. She has failed her awakening and is currently feeling upset. Aren't you just pouring salt on her wounds? As her words fell, the entire 7th floor corridor fell into a dead silence. Everyone's actions froze at that moment. The fawning smile on Qian, the president of Baixing, who had just pushed Feng Rue aside, became a frozen, ridiculous mask. The recent offer from Li, the president of Tianqing, still echoed in the corridor. His hand that pushed up his glasses remained suspended in midair. The representatives from the companies behind them all stood with their mouths agape, like ducks with their necks pinched. Failed. These 3 words rang like a cursed melody in their minds, echoing wildly. Snap! 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 In the deathly silence, the only sound still ringing was the frantic shudder of the cameras in the hands of the reporters. The flash-illuminated faces twisted in shock, rendering them ghostly pale. Wang, the cameraman for Brother Wang, reacted the quickest. He abruptly turned the lens from those big shots to the Lin family's parents inside the room. Lin's father, who had just felt a flicker of hope and confusion due to the exorbitant offers, was completely shattered after hearing this statement from Sue's mother. He felt as if his spine had been pulled out, his once upright back slumped down again as he leaned against the door frame, unable to utter a single word. Lin's mother covered her mouth with her hand. Yet the heart-wrenching sobs that could not be suppressed leaked through her fingers little by little. She looked at her daughter, who had buried her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Among the group of reporters, Wang and the bespectacled reporter exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme excitement in each other's expressions. This was what they desired. The fall of a genius. The shattering of hope. A tragic script of plunging from the clouds into hell. This was 100 times more thrilling than any exorbitant contract. Damn it! Qian of Baixing finally snapped out of his petrified state. His plump face visibly transformed from stiff to ashen, finally turning into a liver-like hue. He grabbed Sue's mother's collar, almost lifting her off the ground. What did you say? Say it again. Who failed? His voice shifted from the earlier forced laughter to a beast-like roar. 100. He had just shouted out 160 million. Now you're telling me that this treasure he intended to buy for 160 million is a failure. Li, the president of Tianqing, also had a face as dark as thunder. He stared intently at the despairing reaction of Lin's parents, then glanced at the motionless girl on the sofa. It's over. They've been played. All of them had been fooled. Feng Rue. Li suddenly turned his head, looking at the only man in the crowd who remained calm. Feng Rue still stood there, even wearing that warm smile. He did not look at the furious Qian, nor did he acknowledge the questioning Li. His attention remained focused throughout on the room, specifically on that corner where a young man had appeared to be an outsider from beginning to end. Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu was also looking at him. Their gazes met for an instant in the air. Brother-in-law, you need to control him. He's going to hit someone. Sue's mother, gripped by Qian, was terrified and desperately sought help from Lin's father. Lin's father, lost in thought, did not hear her at all. Everyone, calm down. Let's all take a breath. Reporter Brother Wang quickly squeezed in with a microphone, taking on the role of a peacemaker. President Qian, President Li, we are all prominent figures, let's not act impulsively. The situation is not yet clear. As he spoke, he did not forget to hold the microphone to Sue's mother's mouth. This lady, don't be afraid. Can you elaborate? Miss Lin Yao, what exactly went wrong? Was there a fatal flaw in the final step of the fusion? His question was astutely crafted. It provided the witness a reasonable explanation while pushing the tragic story of the fall of a genius to its climax. With the opportunity, Sue's mother hurriedly wriggled free from Qian's grip and hid behind the reporter, gasping for air. She looked at the room full of important figures and their predatory expressions, and she felt anxious. But at this point, she could only steel herself to continue. I don't know. When we returned, Yao had been crying all along, as she wouldn't say anything when I asked her. She pointed at Lin's mother as if seeking a witness. She couldn't be happy at all. Isn't this obviously a problem? This statement was reasonable. Coupled with the heart-wrenching reactions of Lin's father and mother, it almost sealed the coffin on the matter of awakening failure. Qian's body swayed, nearly losing his balance. Li closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear watching this farce any longer. Other company representatives were either cursing, pounding their chests in despair, or had already begun contacting their companies to report this mix-up. The entire corridor had turned into a colossal joke. The reporters' cameras recorded everything, capturing the full process of these top-notch figures, from Lin Yu, from fervor to daze, then to anger and despair. This would be the most vivid stroke in their professional careers. Just as this farce woven from misunderstandings, greed, and folly was about to reach its climax. The girl who had been burying her head finally moved. Lin Yu slowly raised her head. Her face still bore traces of tears not yet dried. Her beautiful eyes appeared slightly swollen from crying. However, within them there was no despair or suffering as imagined by the crowd. Only a pure bewildered confusion remained. She looked at her mother and then glanced at the frenzied big shots and reporters. Finally, her gaze fell upon Sue's mother, who was still chattering away, smugly relishing her discovery. Aunt Sue. Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse from crying. Yet amidst the noise it clearly reached everyone's ears. All the noise abruptly ceased. Everyone's attention refocused on her. Lin Yu sniffled her tone, almost innocent, softly asking, "What are you talking about? What failure?" She tilted her head, seemingly unable to comprehend. I just felt a bit nauseous and didn't want to talk." Lin Yu's almost naive retort felt like a bucket of ice water poured over all the fervent heads in the 7th-floor corridor. No failure, just feeling nauseous. What kind of answer is that? Qian of Baixing, Li of Tianqing, and those company representatives who had just been in a bloody struggle all stood dumbfounded. Brother Wang's fawning smile froze into a ridiculous mask. The cameraman behind him instinctively aimed the lens at Lin Yu's tear-streaked, yet puzzled face. The script is wrong. Wasn't this supposed to be the story of a genius fall and the family's grief? The expression on Sue's mother was the most remarkable among everyone present. She gaped, her finger pointing at Lin Yu, trembling slightly, in the air, momentarily at a loss for words. She had just solemnly announced Lin Yu's death, only for the very person to rise and declare, "I am not dead." Where could she possibly put her old face? You child. What nonsense are you talking about?" Sue's mother finally reacted, raising her voice in an attempt to reclaim the conversation. "Not failed. If you haven't failed, then why are you crying? If you haven't failed, why do your parents look like this?" Her words acted as a key, instantly unlocking the chaotic thoughts of the crowd. Indeed, if she truly hadn't failed and awakened a mythical-level profession, it should have been a time for family celebration and joy. But what about now? The oppressive atmosphere in the room, the desperate reactions of Lin's father and mother, along with the tear stains on Lin Yu's face. This hardly resembled someone who had awakened a mythical profession. A terrifying thought arose simultaneously in everyone's minds. "She's gone mad." Someone in the crowd murmured quietly. "She's gone mad." This notion spread like a virus, instantly infecting everyone. They remembered. 5 years ago. It was the same neighborhood, the same Lin family. That even more brilliant genius Lin Yu hailed as a once-in-a-century talent in Linzhou, after awakening a golden epic-level profession, didn't he also behave strangely and ultimately became a laughingstock, regarded as a madman by everyone? With a brother like that, there must be a sister. The brother went mad. Now the sister has also lost her sanity under the enormous blow of awakening failure. This explanation was too reasonable. It perfectly connected all the contradictory phenomena before them. The eyes of reporter Wang suddenly lit up with excitement. Gone mad. The mythical-level genius went insane right at the final step of awakening after failing. This was more explosive than mere failure. And it was even more tragic. The two siblings, once geniuses, one lying low for 5 years and becoming a waste, the other under the gaze of the masses, had her wings clipped and went mad. What a tragic script of hidden talents. So it was like this. Mr. Qian from Baixing, his liver-colored face slowly drained of blood, turning pale, with a mix of anger, relief, and disdain. He didn't lose over 100 million, but he felt like he was played by a madman. Damn it. Wasted my feelings. Mr. Li from Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, having completely calmed down. He looked at the Lin family, their expressions akin to watching a poor circus performance. Mr. Lin. Mr. Qian roughly pushed aside the reporter in front of him, pointing at Lin Yu. He shouted at Lin's dazed father. "Make her show her profession panel. Mad or foolish, it doesn't matter. If she hasn't failed, let everyone see for themselves. Yes, show it. Let us see what a mythical-level profession really looks like." The crowd began to... What they wanted to see now was no longer a contract. They wanted to witness the final judgment, to see firsthand how a genius became a joke. Lin's father trembled at the shout, looking at his daughter, and then at the group of seemingly mad people outside, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Lin's mother instinctively shielded Lin Yu behind her. What do you want? Get out. Everyone get out." Lin Yu looked at the ugly faces before her, listening to those harsh shouts. The feeling of disgust in her chest reached its peak. She didn't want to explain anything to these people. Get lost. A single word escaped her lips, filled with unprecedented coldness and disgust. That word ignited the powder keg completely. Get lost. Mr. Qian laughed in anger. You, a failed madman, have the nerve to tell anyone to get lost. I see you're just a coward. You definitely don't dare to show it. There must be some irreparable fatal flaw. Sue's mother also fanned the flames from the side. Exactly. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. If there's any problem, just say it. Everyone can help you. Hiding like this isn't a solution. The scene was about to spiral completely out of control. In the corner, Lin Yu slowly uncrossed his legs. He was preparing to stand up. However, at that moment, a calm voice laced with a hint of amusement overshadowed all the noise. Enough. It was Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalk Technology, who had maintained an inscrutable smile throughout. He leisurely stepped out from the crowd and approached the front. He did not look at the furious Mr. Qin, nor did he pay any mind to Sue's mother, who was stirring the pot. He simply looked at Lin Yao, his deep eyes showing no hint of doubt or disdain, only tranquility. Mr. Qin, Mr. Li, and all media friends. This is just an interview. Oh, why make it seem like a public trial? I believe that Miss Lin Yao has no need to. His words left everyone stunned. Believe her? Believe someone who had been recognized as mentally unstable? What game was Feng Rue playing? Mr. Qin frowned. Feng Rue, what do you mean? Do you want to take over this mess? Feng Rue smiled. Mess? Mr. Qin, you exaggerate. He turned to Lin Yao, his attitude still respectful and gentle. Miss Lin Yao, I apologize to you and your family for the chaos just now. Our Windwalk technology requires no checks, nor any proof. We believe in you. After saying this, he took a beautifully packaged physical contract prepared by his assistant. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, he presented the contract to Lin Yao. This is the S-level contract we prepared for you. The signing bonus is 80 million. All future resources will be tilted 50 times. All terms remain valid. Feng Rui's voice was not loud, but every word struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. The entire corridor fell into dead silence once again. Everyone looked at Feng Rue as if he were a madman. Mr. Qin and Mr. Li exchanged glances, both seeing a strong sense of absurdity and confusion in each other's expressions. They completely could not comprehend Feng Rui's actions. Only Lin Yu in the corner with his eye of analysis had already pierced through the cold calculation hidden beneath Feng Rui's smile. Failure of a profession. Mental instability. These were simply insignificant to Feng Rue. What mattered was that the name Lin Yao had already been linked with the term mythical level profession. As long as the official announcement had not been retracted, and as long as Lin Yao herself did not admit to failure, she remained the second mythical level professional in the history of Linzhou. Her commercial value, her news effect, her promotional impact, all still existed. Even a suspected failure or suspected madman of a mythical genius is more newsworthy and offers more maneuvering space than a flawless genius. What Feng Rue desired was not a genius. He wanted the signing of a mythical level professional by Fengxing Technology to be reported by all media. This 80 million contract is not for Lin Yao. It is for the market, for the shareholders, to bolster the precarious stock price of Fengxing Technology. Madman. The president of Baixing stared intently at Feng Rue, finally squeezing out two words through clenched teeth. He was not cursing Lin Yao, but Feng Rue. But he quickly realized. Feng Rue was not a madman, he was a gambler. He understood Feng Rui's purpose. Feng Rue was betting on the future of Fengxing Technology. President Qian's mind raced. He could not let Feng Rue win this gamble. Even if Lin Yao truly failed, he could not allow Fengxing Technology to escape this crisis on the back of such a gimmick. Feng Zong truly has great courage. A smile reappeared on President Qian's plump face, though it looked more like a grimace than a smile. Since Feng Zong holds Miss Lin Yao in such high regard, we at Baixing Pharmaceuticals naturally cannot fall behind. We offer 100 million. He raised a finger high, but he changed his tone, looking towards Lin Yao's parents, adopting an official demeanor. To be responsible to the company and to Miss Lin Yao's future, we must conduct a comprehensive health assessment of Miss Lin Yao before signing the contract. This is the standard procedure, and I believe Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin can understand. This statement was flawless, keeping pace with the bidding while leaving ample room for retreat. If the assessment shows no issues, signing a mythical level professional for 100 million will be a bloodbath profit. If there are issues, the contract will automatically become void, and Baixing not only suffers no loss, but also gains a reputation for being meticulous and responsible. President Qian is right. President Li of Tianqing Group immediately followed suit, adjusting his glasses. Our Tianqing Group offers 110 million. Likewise, a pre-signing health assessment is required. After all, cultivating a mythical level professional requires immense resources, and we must ensure everything is foolproof. In an instant, the corridor became lively again. Our Feihong Group offers 120 million. Deep Blue Heavy Industry offers 125 million. Bids followed one after another, but behind each bid, there was an unspoken addition of the stipulation for comprehensive assessment. They were all sharp individuals instantly grasping President Qian and President Li's intentions. Not only could they disrupt Feng Rui's plans, but also minimize their own risks. Why not? Lin's father and mother were completely bewildered. They looked at this group of big shots who one moment were ready to devour flesh, and the next were frantically throwing money their brains, unable to process the information before them. Only Sue's mother in the corner had a face contorted with jealousy amidst the flames of envy. Why? Why does this little wretch, even if mad, even if a failure, still be worth so much money? 100 million. 200 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. She could not accept it. Yao Yao, you must listen to me. Sue's mother rushed out again, grabbing Lin Yao's arm, with a heartbroken expression. You cannot let these money blind your eyes. Look at them. What are they really up to? Talking about assessments. This is simply distrust in you. It's an insult. It is an insult to our mythical level professionals. She was filled with righteous indignation, as if she were the one being insulted. You are a mythical level professional. The only one to emerge in Lin province in many years. Your future is limitless. How can you be bound by these conditional contracts? Listen to Annie, think carefully. You deserve better. This heartfelt advice was delivered with utmost. Reporter Wang's camera faithfully captured Sue's mother's face, which had turned red with excitement. He was already laughing internally. This is incredible. This woman is truly a born actress. A blatant attempt at flattering while sabotaging. She seemed to want to roast Lin Yao over the flames, making her reject all contracts for the sake of the so-called dignity of a myth, ultimately ending up with nothing. Then she would be able to comfort this niece she had ruined in a victorious pose. The ugliness of humanity was simply the best news material. All the pressure suddenly converged on Lin Yao. She looked at the hypocritical, greedy, and ugly faces before her. Feng Rui's smile concealed daggers. President Qian's unreasonable arrogance. President Li's hypocritical scheming. And Sue's mother's poisoned care. She felt as if she were suffocating. She did not know what to do. She instinctively looked towards her parents, but Lin's father and mother were already at a loss, only able to look at her with the same helpless expression. In the end, her gaze crossed the crowd and landed on that figure in the corner. The one who had remained exceedingly quiet throughout, as if detached from the situation. Brother, Lin Yu. Only he seemed completely out of place here. No matter how noisy the outside world was, it could not shake him in the slightest. Miss Lin Yao. Feng Rui's smile remained gentle as he once again extended the contract without any additional conditions towards her. What is your decision? Lin Yao did not respond to him. She only looked at Lin Yu, her swollen eyes filled with confusion and plea. Brother. Her voice was soft, tinged with a sob. But those two words caused the entire corridor to fall silent in an instant. All eyes shifted in unison from Lin Yao to the young man forgotten in the corner. Lin Yu. That genius from 5 years ago. Now a waste. What was she calling him? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yao took a deep breath, and with all her strength uttered a sentence that left everyone petrified. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Brother, please help me decide. Whatever you say, I will listen to you. As her words fell, it was as if the entire world had been paused. President Qian's jowls twitched. President Li's hand, pushing up his glasses, froze in midair. Sue's mother, preparing to continue her persuasion, had her mouth open in an awe shape. Reporter Wang felt as if his brain had been struck by a thunderbolt. It's over. This time it's truly over. Let Lin Yu make the decision. Let a recognized madman who had been immersed in creating trash cards for 5 years decide a contract worth over 100 million. Madman paired with madman. The Lin family has truly assembled a pair of hidden dragons and phoenixes. This is no longer a tragedy. This is a damn comedy. It's a farce. Amidst the mixed expressions of shock, disdain, pity, and schadenfreude from everyone, the man who had been treated as a madman for 5 years. Lin Yu finally slowly stood up from the sofa. Lin Yu stood up slowly. In fact, one could say his movements were somewhat sluggish. He simply tidied up the slightly wrinkled edges of his clothing and then straightened his posture. Yet such a simple action instantly froze the chaotic atmosphere of the entire 7th floor corridor, which was almost boiling over. Everyone's gaze was like iron filings drawn to a magnet firmly nailed to the young man who had just risen. This madman, Mr. Qian from Baixing, Mr. Li from Tianqing, and those company representatives holding contracts worth billions all had their impressions of Lin Yu stuck 5 years ago, trapped in absurd rumors. Addicted to useless cards, betrayed by friends and family, and willingly fallen. The Lin Yu they imagined should be a withered figure, wildeed, or at least a failure with a vacant look and a dispirited demeanor. However, the young man before them bore no resemblance to their imagination. He stood tall thanks to the effects of the drugs. Lin Yu was in good condition. Dressed in the simplest t-shirt and jeans, he exuded an indescribable cleanliness and composure. His features were handsome, showing no signs of being worn down by life, and he appeared overly calm. He looked quite presentable. Is this really the Lin Yu who had gone mad for 5 years? Some young reporters who had just entered the industry after a brief moment of shock instead showed a glint of excitement in their eyes. They quietly raised their cameras aiming at this legendary figure. Is he Lin Yu, the epic professional Wanxiang card master from 5 years ago? He looks quite normal actually. Whispers arose from the back of the crowd. Lin Yu, Mr. Qian was the first to snap back to reality from his shock, pointing at Lin Yu and bellowing. This is none of your business. Let your sister decide for herself. He feared that this mad brother would say something utterly shocking and ruin the deal. Even if this deal was most likely a trap. Ms. Su quickly reacted, her face displaying a concerned expression as she called out to Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, you mustn't make a mistake. This is a big decision for Yao Yao's entire life. You can't harm your sister again. Her words were filled with heartfelt emotion, yet they carried a heavy implication. However, Lin Yu paid them no mind. He didn't even spare a glance at the shouting bigwigs or the concerned relatives. He simply looked at his sister. He gazed at the girl with tear-streaked cheeks, lost and helpless, who regarded him as her only support in the world. Lin Yu spoke. Is it difficult to choose? His voice was clear and steady, not loud, but it clearly drowned out all the surrounding noise. This question made Lin Yao pause slightly. It left everyone present in a state of confusion. Is it difficult to choose? Obviously. On one side was an unconditionally offered 80 million, which could very likely be a huge trap. On the other side was a higher bid, but with the insulting clause of a medical examination. How to choose? For a girl who had just turned 18, it was the most difficult choice in the world. Yet Lin Yu asked, is it difficult to choose? He truly had gone mad. Mr. Qian could hardly contain his laughter. Ms. Su shook her head repeatedly, looking heartbroken, as if saying this child is beyond saving. Lin Yu ignored the crowd's reactions and continued to look at his sister, speaking slowly and deliberately. Actually, deep down you already know what to choose. It's just that you are uncertain about it yourself. Lin Yao's body trembled imperceptibly. She looked up, staring blankly at her brother. Is that so? Had she already known how to choose? Lin Yu shook his head. It's not difficult to choose. He looked at Lin Yao, speaking clearly word by word. You don't have to choose the right one. Nor do you need to choose the one that is most beneficial to you. You just need to choose the one you truly want. Choose the one that makes you feel the most comfortable and the least disgusted. These words left everyone present utterly bewildered. What does it mean to not have to choose the right one? What does it mean to choose the most comfortable one? This was a decision regarding a contract worth over 100 million. It concerned the future of a legendary professional. This wasn't about buying cabbage at a market. He truly had gone mad. Mr. Qian from Baisheng could no longer hold back and pointed at Lin Yu, cursing loudly. Lin Yu, haven't you already been a useless person for 5 years? Now you want to drag your sister into the fire pit too? You madman. Fool. Ms. Su grew anxious. She rushed over, wanting to pull Lin Yao back, but Lin Yao instinctively dodged away. Yao, you mustn't listen to your brother's nonsense. He has gone mad. His mind is not normal. If you listen to him, your entire life will be ruined. She pounded her chest in despair, looking as if Lin Yu were an utterly irredeemable sinner. However, Lin Yu remained deaf to the insults and advice. He simply gazed quietly at his sister, continuing to speak in that disturbingly calm tone, uttering words that could disorient everyone. The consequences? You don't need to consider them. Money, resources, future development. You don't need to think about any of these. Because... Lin Yu paused, then provided the final answer. I am here. I am here. Just 2 simple words. Yet they seemed to contain a terrifying power, one that could manifest reality. Not a promise, not a comfort, but a statement. A declaration of an established, undeniable fact. What was the purpose of these 5 years of hiding? What was the reason for enduring scorn, ridicule, and betrayal for 5 years? For this moment. So that when his only sister faced the world's greed and malice, feeling helpless and lost, he could come to choose freely. To choose what you truly wish for without weighing the pros and cons, without thinking about the consequences, without bowing to anyone. Because all your choices, regardless of right or wrong, good or bad, your brother will always support you. This was the true purpose behind his 5 years of sifting through thousands of Xiao Shidu to find a Gapai. This was the true power that came from the combination of Kapai Gikai and Wuxian Beihua, not the Shandian Shu that could easily destroy parking lots, nor the massive potions that could stack extreme attributes, but freedom. An absolute freedom that could disregard all rules. Lin Yao's body stopped trembling. She looked at her brother, the one who had become blurred, strange, and even somewhat frightening in her memories. In that moment, he seemed to transform back into that boy from many years ago, the one who would stand in front of her when she was bullied, telling her, "Don't be afraid, I am here." He was the boy she could trust absolutely. A surge of immense courage and warmth erupted from the depths of his heart, instantly dispelling all feelings of nausea, confusion, and fear. In that moment, the atmosphere in the corridor became exceedingly bizarre. Mr. Qian's curses ceased. Mother Su's cries were also caught in her throat. Everyone looked at Lin Yu with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. It was a blend of absurdity, mockery, and a trace of fear that they themselves were unaware of. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Mr. Qian suddenly erupted into a fit of dry laughter, his flabby face trembling with amusement. Good. What a having me. I want to see how a useless person who's been a waste for 5 years can support his sister. The company representatives behind him also joined in the laughter. This is just too funny. The siblings, one has gone mad, the other is foolish. What kind of curse has befallen the Lin family to produce such oddities? This is the biggest joke of the year, bar none. The young reporters behind Brother Wang could no longer hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Only Brother Wang himself had lost the smile on his face. He stared intently at Lin Yu, a professional instinct causing him to feel a chill coursing through his body. Something was off. Too off. The calmness of this young man named Lin Yu was not a facade. Such composure, as if he had everything in his hands, was not something a madman could possess. Then there was Feng Rue from Fengxing Technology. The smile on his face also faded. He adjusted his glasses, and the sharpness in his eyes behind the lenses flickered with shrewdness and confusion. He couldn't understand Lin Yu, but he trusted his judgment. This person was either hopelessly insane or was hiding a terrifying trump card capable of overturning the entire table. Mr. Li from Tianqing Group also furrowed his brows. He too sensed that something was amiss, but he trusted logic more. What kind of trump card could a card maker who had failed for 5 years and was obsessed with waste cards possess? It was merely a facade. Or perhaps he was completely mad, believing in the delusions of his own mind. He used nonsensical words to cover up the fact that his sister and he had already become a laughingstock. Pitiful and laughable. Miss Lin Yao. Mr. Li stepped forward, deciding to cut through the chaos and end this farce. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, adopting an official demeanor. Our Tianqing Group is very sincere. We offer a signing bonus of 110 million and subsequent resource allocation is negotiable. But the premise is that you must accept our pre-signing evaluation. This is a responsibility to you as well as to our company. I hope you will not be swayed by some unrealistic madness and make a wrong choice. His words once again passed the ball back to Lin Yao. All eyes once again focused on her, this time with a heavier sense of scrutiny and ridicule. They were what decision this little madwoman would make after listening to her big madman brother's incitement. Lin Yao took a deep breath. She did not look at Mr. Li or anyone else. She only cast one last glance at her brother. Lin Yu nodded slightly at her. It was a silent encouragement. Enough. This was enough. Lin Yao turned around and finally raised her head to face the group of predatory people in the corridor. Tears had not yet dried on her face, but in her swollen red eyes all confusion and helplessness had faded away, leaving only a cold, clear, and resolute gaze. She first looked at Feng Rue, the man who had maintained his poise throughout, yet harbored schemes. Mr. Feng. She slightly inclined her body. Thank you for your contract, and thank you for your timely intervention earlier. Feng Rue was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile, just as he was about to say something. However, Lin Yao had already shifted her gaze. She looked at Mr. Qian, then at Mr. Li, then at Mother Su, and finally at every face in the corridor filled with greed, hypocrisy, and glee at their misfortune. Then she spoke the words she had been brewing in her heart for a long time. As for you all. Lin Yao's icy gaze swept across Mr. Qian's plump face, then over Mr. Li's hypocritical glasses, and finally landed on Mother Su's twisted face due to jealousy. She took a deep breath, the long-accumulated disgust and determination about to burst forth. However, just before she opened her mouth, a gentle yet undeniable male voice rang out at the perfect moment. Miss Lin Yao, please wait a moment. Feng Rue from Fengxing Technology had somehow moved to the front of the crowd. The smile on his face remained elusive, as if the farce had nothing to do with him. He ignored the impending outburst of Lin Yao and did not look at the others who were waiting to see the spectacle. His actions caused all of Lin Yao's prepared sharp words to get stuck in her throat. Mr. Feng, what do you want to do? Mr. Qian of Baixing impatiently shouted, isn't this farce enough? Feng Rue merely smiled, turning to Lin Yu, and once again pushed the level contract forward. Miss Lin Yu, our sincerity at Fengxing Technology remains unchanged. Moreover, he shifted his tone and threw out a bombshell that instantly detonated the entire scene. We not only hope to sign you, but also wish to establish an exclusive cooperation with your brother Mr. Lin Yu. What? Sign Lin Yu. The entire corridor once again fell into a deathly silence. Feng Rue, you must be truly insane. Mr. Qian pointed at Feng Rue, his body trembling with anger. Mr. Li from Tianqing was equally perplexed. He adjusted his glasses, and the sharpness in his eyes behind the lenses had transformed into pure confusion for the first time. Lin Yu, that card maker. What value does he have? A pile of useless cards. Yet Feng Rue paid no heed to the reactions of these individuals. He turned to face Lin Yu's completely stunned parents wearing an impeccable gentle smile. Mr. Lin Mrs. Lin, please rest assured. At Fengxing Technology, we will not only sign Miss Lin Yu and Mr. Lin Yu, but also provide the highest level of security for your later years. Security, medical care, elderly care, everything will be borne entirely by us at Fengxing. This statement left Lin Yu's parents already in a daze, even more bewildered. But Feng Rui's performance was not yet over. His gaze passed over Lin Yu's parents and fell upon the nearby relatives who were equally dumbfounded. Aunt's second uncle and Mother Su. Of course, there are also a few relatives who have been caring for Yao Yao. Feng Rui's smile held deep meaning. At Fengxing Technology, we have always respected family harmony. Since you are Yao Yao's family, you are also our friends at Fengxing. If there are any future business dealings or work needs, the doors of Fengxing Technology will always be open. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in the minds of several relatives. The astonishment on the aunt's face instantly transformed into ecstasy. The second uncle, whose features had twisted with glee at their misfortune, also relaxed his face, filled with sycophantic smiles. Mother Su trembled all over. The favor of Fengxing Technology. What does that even mean? It's like a huge pie falling from the sky. President Feng, you are truly incredibly visionary. Mother Su was the first to react, rushing forward with a smile, pushing aside Lin's father, who was blocking her path. I told you so. Our Yao Yao is so outstanding, and her brother Xiao Yu, he is also a dragon among men. How could he possibly be lacking? Her change of expression was faster than flipping a book. Xiao Yu is a child of great wisdom. He is patient. 5 years to sharpen a sword, what does that mean? It means he is a late bloomer. The aunt quickly echoed, her voice sharp and excited. Yes. President Feng, your judgment of people is truly accurate. Unlike some people who look down on others with dog eyes. She said this while pointedly glancing at President Qian and President Li. Uncle Air rubbed his hands, grinning from ear to ear. Yao Yao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry, thank President Feng. Such a great opportunity. Once this village is gone, there won't be this shop. The relatives who had just treated Lin Yu as a negative example and Lin's family as a joke had now all transformed into the most steadfast supporters. They surrounded Lin Yu, each speaking earnestly, as if they genuinely cared for her. Feng Rue was very pleased with everyone's reaction. He knew that he had successfully pulled Lin Yu away from her brother, using a net woven from real-world interest. He finally looked at the girl who had been silent all along, the stunningly beautiful Su Qingxue. Miss Su, I heard that you are currently unemployed at home preparing to take civil service exams. The legal and administrative departments of Fengxing Technology welcome talents like Miss Su at any time. No exams required, direct employment with excellent benefits. Su Qingxue's body stiffened suddenly. She looked at Feng Rue in disbelief. A formal position at Fengxing Technology. That is an opportunity that countless graduates would fight tooth and nail for. Her breathing became rapid in an instant. Feng Rue took in everyone's reactions, knowing that the timing was just right. He turned back to Lin Yu, throwing out his final and most lethal chip. Miss Lin Yu, I know what you are worried about. You are worried about your brother. Feng Rui's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. I have also heard that this year Mr. Lin Yu will challenge the unprecedented difficulty of 160 times for the college entrance examination. I can assure you that as long as you sign the contract, Fengxing Technology will use all its connections and resources to assist Mr. Lin Yu in his exam preparations. We cannot change the rules, but we can guarantee that he will receive the fairest and most favorable treatment within the rules. All training resources, equipment, and skills before the exam will be fully covered by us at Fengxing. This proposal hit Lin Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. Brother, she had just resolved to stand with him at all costs. To choose the least disgusting and most comfortable option. To reject these hypocritical faces. But Feng Rui's proposal was too tempting. Tempting enough to make her feel breathless. Her brother told her not to consider the consequences. But how could she not consider them? The family savings that last 3 million had already been given to her brother. What about their future living expenses? What about their parents' retirement? She had awakened a mythical class profession and the subsequent training skill learning and equipment crafting. Each of those was astronomical. And then there was her brother. The 160 times difficulty college entrance exam. That was something beyond the capability of any human to challenge. She knew her brother was strong, extraordinarily so. But was that strength really enough in the face of the entire Lin's rule system? Lin Yu could provide her with boundless strength and courage spiritually. But Feng Rui handed her a key that could solve all the real-world problems. Moreover, Feng Rui's contract would bind her and her brother together. They could still stand together. It was just that they had exchanged a path filled with thorns for a broad avenue, paved with flowers. She only wanted to stand with her brother. This contract seemed not to violate that point. In fact, it might allow them to stand more firmly and better. Lin Yao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. She raised her head and looked again at the figure in the corner. Lin Yu was just calmly watching her without speaking. But this time Lin Yao read something different from that calmness. She saw the wavering in her heart. She saw that determination being gradually crushed by a giant stone called reality. But this time Lin Yao read something different from that calmness. She saw the wavering in her heart. She saw that determination being gradually crushed by a giant stone called reality. President Qian of Baixing and President Li of Tianqing, the two business giants who had just been at each other's throats, now exchanged glances. They saw a similar mix of absurdity and relief on each other's faces. Join. How to join? Signing Lin Yao was already a gamble. Adding a Lin Yu who had gone mad for 5 years. And also being responsible for the entire Lin family's old age care. Even distant relatives had to be taken care of. This was not doing business, it was charity. Or perhaps only someone whose brain had been pinched by the door would do such charity. At this point things had completely crossed the line. President Qian's flabby body relaxed, and he quietly took a half step back, completely withdrawing from the battlefield. No more contention. He just wanted to watch the show. President Li also silently adjusted his glasses, no longer speaking. The losses of Tianqing Group were already irretrievable. But if he could see his competitor Fengxing Technology seriously injured due to a wrong decision, that would also count as a kind of spiritual compensation. The representatives of other small companies had long become partridges wishing they could shrink into the corners. This battle of celestial beings was no longer something they could participate in. Now, like those reporters who had been hyped up, they had all become spectators, waiting for the final outcome. And the most anxious and excited in the corridor were undoubtedly those few relatives from the Lin family. Mother Su could hardly contain her upward curving lips. She glanced at the Lin father and mother beside her, still in a daze, feeling a wave of disdain in her heart. What a bunch of useless mud. Such a great event, and they still looked worried. She cleared her throat and squeezed to the front again, starting a new round of persuasion towards the still hesitant Lin Yao. Yao Yao, what are you still thinking about? President Feng is showing such great sincerity. He has considered you, your brother, your parents, and even us relatives. What do you call this? This is called one person attaining the Tao, and the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. The aunt also shouted in a sharp voice, that's right, Yao Yao. Your brother is taking the college entrance exam, right? 160 times the difficulty. Without Fengxing Technology's help, how could he possibly take the exam? Uncle Air added directly, sign it. You must sign it. If you don't sign, you are being irresponsible to your brother, irresponsible to your parents. Their words struck like precise daggers, piercing Lin Yao's already wavering determination. Parents. Reality. Mountains of pressure pressed down on her again. Feng Rui's proposal was like a magnificent ark docking on the shores of a raging flood, inviting her and her family aboard. All her brother offered her was a simple, I am here for you. A promise that seemed so flimsy and impractical amidst the torrential waters. Seeing Lin Yao's defenses wavering, Su Mu felt the moment needed just a bit more pressure. She turned her head and shot a fierce glare at her daughter. Qing Shui, what are you standing there for? Quickly, go persuade your sister. Aren't you two the best of friends? Su Qing Shui was startled by her mother's scolding. To be honest, she was indeed very tempted. But, persuade? How could she persuade? Her gaze instinctively drifted to that corner. The young man who had always seemed like an outsider. Lin Yu. The terrifying scene from the parking lot flashed back into her mind. She felt that if she dared to step forward and say the wrong thing, that seemingly calm man would unhesitatingly turn her into a pile of mush. Su Qing Shui's lips trembled, unable to utter a word, only able to shake her head desperately. You? Su Mu was so angry she almost couldn't catch her breath. This ungrateful daughter. At a critical moment, she was utterly useless. She felt frustrated, yet dared not scold loudly, fearing to disturb Lin Yu, the golden phoenix they were about to grasp. She could only suppress all her fury within, her face turning crimson. The entire corridor fell into an eerie silence once more. All eyes were focused on Lin Yu. The reporters had already aimed their cameras at her face, ready to capture the moment she nodded or shook her head. This would determine the headlines of all the media tomorrow. Myth emerges, sky-high contract falls to Fengxing, or genius falls, siblings plunge into the abyss. This would determine the headlines of all the media tomorrow. Myth emerges, sky-high contract falls to Fengxing, or no matter what you choose, we support you. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly. She felt as if she were standing on the edge of a cliff. On one side was a broad road paved with flowers leading to a visible and tangible future of stability and prosperity. On the other side was her brother. He stood calmly on the opposite bank of the misty abyss, watching her with endless unknowns behind him. How should she choose? Rationality told her to pick Feng Rue. It was the choice that was best for everyone. But just the thought of nodding at Feng Rui's smiling face, of accepting this contract laced with scheming and charity, made her stomach churn violently. No, she didn't want to. But could she really be so selfish? Just because of her momentary disgust, could she reject a contract that could change her family's fate right at their doorstep? Her brother was letting her choose what she wanted. But what she wanted was what was best for her family. No more financial worries for her parents enjoying their twilight years. Her brother wouldn't have to face the perilous college entrance examination again. This seemed to be what she wanted too. The two conflicting desires tore at her mind, nearly shattering her reason. She had no confidence. No confidence that she could, like her brother, ignore everything and handle all the consequences. She was just an 18-year-old girl. An ordinary person who had just begun to see the world's malice and was thrust into the eye of the storm. Her body trembled more violently, nearly unable to stand. Just as she was about to be completely submerged by the flood named reality, preparing to open her mouth and utter the reluctant, "I consent," a warm and powerful hand gently rested on her shoulder. That force was not great, but it instantly dispelled all her coldness and shakiness like an anchor piercing through her chaotic heart. It was her brother. Lin Yu stepped out from the corner and stood by her side. He did not look at anyone, simply gazing calmly ahead at the crowd of varied faces and thoughts. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the entire corridor, drowning out everyone's breath. "We refuse." For words, they detonated like an explosion in the crowded corridor. The hands of reporters holding cameras froze in midair. The expressions of Mr. Qian and Mr. Li, who had been watching the drama, instantly froze. Lin's parents' worried gazes turned into pure astonishment. Meanwhile, the relatives who had just been overjoyed and fawning looked on in disbelief as their smiles shattered piece by piece. "You? What did you say?" Sumu screamed first, her voice piercing like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She pointed at Lin Yu in disbelief, her whole body shaking. "Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you just said? That is Fengxing technology. N-level contract worth dozens of times more. You useless fool. A harbinger of disaster. Is ruining yourself not enough? Do you want to drag Yao Yao down with you?" The aunt also reacted, her face that had just been filled with smiles now contorted with anger and disappointment. "Crazy. Truly crazy. The Lin family is doomed to have produced such a thing like you." The second uncle trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Yu, unable to utter a complete sentence. You, are you trying to drive your parents to death?" Their curses splashed over Lin Yu like the filthiest water. However, Lin Yu did not move a muscle. He simply stood there, supporting his sister like an immovable mountain. All eyes eventually converged on the instigator, Fengxing Technologies, Vice President Feng Rue. The gentle smile on Feng Rui's face had completely vanished. He stood there motionless, his expression hidden behind the golden-rimmed glasses unreadable. But the temperature in the entire corridor seemed to drop several degrees. The company representatives around watched him with glee. They wanted to see how this calculating man would react after being so decisively slapped in the face by a madman in front of all the media. "Mr. Lin Yu," Feng Rue finally spoke. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. "I believe the signing party of this contract is Miss Lin Yu. Her decision is probably not something you can substitute for." He did not lose his temper or lose control, simply stating a gentle remark that shifted the core of the issue back to Lin Yu. Seeing this, Sumu immediately felt she had grasped a lifeline and shouted at Lin Yu, "Yao Yao, quickly say, tell Mr. Feng that you are willing. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. This is your own future, not that of a useless person. Why should you be bound by him? Hurry and say." Lin Yu did not respond to her. She slowly lifted her head. First she glanced at her brother beside her. Lin Yu was also looking at her, his calm demeanor silently conveying a message. Don't be afraid. Choose. No matter what you pick, I will be here. Lin Yao's lips quivered slightly. The resoluteness, crushed by reality, and the icy clarity returned to her in that moment. She finally turned around facing Feng Rue directly, confronting the man who had offered her the perfect choice, yet filled her with endless disgust. Feng Rue adjusted his glasses, believing no normal person could refuse the conditions he presented. Especially after such a crazy act from her older brother, the rational sister would surely make the correct choice. He was even prepared with soothing words. However, Lin Yao spoke up, voicing words that were in stark contrast to his expectations. No. A single word. Decisive and unyielding. The muscles on Feng Rui's face twitched imperceptibly. Lin Yao did not hesitate. She looked at Feng Rue and clearly repeated her brother's words word for word. We refuse. Boom. If Lin Yao's rejection was a nuclear bomb, then Lin Yao's confirmation was the button to detonate it. The entire world exploded. It's over. Auntie's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. They're insane. Everyone is insane. This whole family has gone mad. Uncle pounded his chest in despair. Mother Sue's face instantly drained of color, turning pale as paper. She looked at Lin Yao, then at Lin Yu, her resentful gaze seemingly ready to swallow the siblings whole. She was not merely feeling sorry for Lin Yao. She was more pained for her daughter Su Qingxue, who had a hand-in-hand opportunity for a formal job at Fengxing Technology. One rises to success, and even the dogs and chickens thrive. Now neither the dogs nor the chickens could rise, and had instead fallen into a cesspool. The reporters had completely gone wild. The flashes were relentless, nearly turning the corridor into daylight. Oh my God. A century-defining news. A mythical-level professional refuses a sky-high contract. Siblings join forces. Is it the pride of a genius or the revelry of lunatics? Brother Wang stared intently at Lin Yu and Lin Yao, knowing that the biggest highlight of his career had arrived. Meanwhile, the parents of the Lin family stood frozen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They looked at their son and daughter surrounded by the crowd, at their son, who calmly stood in front of his sister. Their minds were blank. They did not understand contracts, nor did they grasp the concept of a mythical-level professional. But they could comprehend one thing. Their son, the one they thought had gone mad for 5 years, who had been completely wasted. Today, in front of all the prominent figures of Linzhou, he had pierced through the heavens. The corridor erupted into chaos, a cacophony of gasps, curses, and discussions mingled together, making one's scalp tingle. And at the center of this chaos, Feng Rue finally stopped concealing his feelings. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. He looked at Lin Yu and Lin Yao, his gentle expression completely darkening. He slowly began to speak, each word seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth. Are you sure? Lin Yu nodded. He had no interest in looking at Feng Rue any longer. He calmly supported his sister and stated 2 words in a bland tone. No sending. Those 2 light words were like 2 invisible slaps, striking Feng Rui's face fiercely. Sure. What else needed confirmation? From the very beginning, he had never regarded these so-called contracts and the self-important figures behind them with any seriousness. Feng Rui's facial muscles finally began to twitch uncontrollably. The face behind the gold-rimmed glasses was so gloomy, it seemed like it could drip water. His rage surged like a volcano ready to erupt, violently crashing within his chest. He, the vice president of Fengxing Technology, a prominent figure in Linzhou, had calculated everything, arranged everything, even going so far as to lower himself, promising countless benefits. Yet in the end, he was stepped on by a madman, a waste, in the most contemptuous manner, right in front of all the media in Linzhou. He wanted to explode. He wanted this ignorant youth before him to understand the power of capital, to grasp the harsh realities of society. But he could not. Countless cameras were aimed at him, numerous flashes crazily flickering, capturing every subtle movement he made. If he lost his composure here, considering the recent events, tomorrow the stock price of Fengxing Technology would plummet worse than the other 3 companies. Feng Rue stared intensely at Lin Yu, his gaze almost piercing through him. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. All his anger was forcibly suppressed, transforming into a sentence laced with icy coldness. You will regret this. With that, he no longer looked at anyone, turning abruptly and sweeping his sleeve as he left. His back was resolute, yet disheveled. Mr. Qian from Baixing and Mr. Li from Tianxing watched Feng Rui's departing figure, their expressions filled with complexity. Some felt schadenfreude, some felt sorrow for the fate of the fox, but more felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Fortunately, they did not follow. Fortunately, it was Feng Rue who jumped into this fire pit. They exchanged glances, instinctively wanting to approach Lin Yu or Lin Yao to say something, even just to offer a few polite words. But when their gazes met the calmly standing youth, their steps seemed to be nailed to the ground. Lin Yu merely glanced at them indifferently. That glance held no emotion. Yet it made the two big shots who could stir up storms in the business world shiver simultaneously. A lunatic. This was a true madman. One who dared to publicly refuse a mythical-level professional's exorbitant contract and dared to rub Fengxing Technology's face in the dirt. Talk to him. What if he decides to take action? Mr. Qian and Mr. Li almost instantaneously made their decision, retreating in unison, turning around and leading their people to flee the crowd in defeat. Let's go. Quickly leave. As the representatives of the three major companies successively departed, the representatives of the smaller companies scattered even faster than anyone else. The corridor, which had just been packed to the brim, suddenly opened up into a vast space. Only the Lin family, a few stunned relatives, and a group of utterly exhilarated media reporters remained. Ah! A shrill scream, distorted in pitch, pierced through the short-lived calm. It was Mother Su. She seemed to have had all her bones pulled out as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt, her whole body trembling violently, pointing at Lin Yu, and then at Lin Yao. Her face, twisted by jealousy and ecstasy, now only showed despair and resentment. You've all gone mad. You're all insane. Level contract. Fengxing Technology. Do you know what you've rejected? It's over. All over. Auntie's legs went weak, collapsing directly to the ground, her hands slapping her thighs as she began to sob uncontrollably. Oh my heavens! What sin has the Lin family committed? Giving birth to two harbingers of doom. All the glory and wealth just like that vanished. Vanished. Uncle Air was so furious that he trembled all over, rushing in front of Lin's parents, spitting as he spoke. Elder brother. Elder sister-in-law. Are you just going to watch like this? Are you just going to let that waste ruin Yao Yao's life? Say something. Make him kneel down and apologize to Mr. Feng. It's not too late to chase after them now. It's not too late. Their cries and curses were like an abrupt storm filled with the most selfish despair. No one cared about Lin Yao's feelings. No one cared about Lin Yao's choices. They only howled in grief over their shattered dreams of one person achieving success, all rising together. They wept for the windfall from Su Qingsu's Yedicombe job at Fengxing Technology, for their foreseeable future business dealings, and for all the fantasies that thrived on the Lin family's back, now utterly shattered. Lin's parents were pale with fright from the commotion, instinctively shielding their daughter behind them, their lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Lin Yao looked at the ugly scene before her, her stomach churning. It was nauseating. An unparalleled nausea. The fleeting doubt she had about reality was completely crushed at this moment by the faces in front of her, leaving no trace behind. She was immensely grateful. Grateful that in the end she stood together with her brother. And Lin Yu all along simply stood there calmly, using his body to shield his sister from all the filthy words. He was like a rock at the center of the storm, standing firm against the winds and waves. At that moment someone shouted, "Hurry! Hurry! Don't let them escape!" A new, more tumultuous storm swept in. The reporters who had just been on the outskirts reacted after they split into three torrents like sharks catching a whiff of blood. One group chased after Feng Rue and Qianzong's cars, trying to dig up the last bit of news before they left. Mr. Feng, what are your thoughts on Lin Yu and his sister's decision? Will Fengxing Technology blacklist them because of this? The largest group surged forward like a tide, instantly surrounding Lin Yu and Lin Yao tightly. Mr. Lin Yu, why did you refuse the contract on behalf of your sister? Is it because you think Fengxing's conditions are insufficient? Miss Lin Yao, did you really voluntarily give up this lucrative contract? Were you coerced by your brother? There are rumors that your brother has mental issues. Is that true? Countless microphones were almost poking into the siblings' faces. Flashes from countless cameras flickered wildly, dazzling enough to make one's eyes squint. Lin Yu frowned slightly, pulling Lin Yao closer behind him, emanating an unseen pressure that instinctively made the most frenzied reporters halt in their tracks. The third group, the shrewdest of the reporters, led by the seasoned journalist Wang Gu, quietly changed direction. Their target was not the departing business magnates, nor the protagonists surrounded tightly at that moment. Rather, it was those relatives collapsed on the ground, crying and cursing, completely emotionally broken. Wang Gu dashed over, shoving a microphone in front of the most hysterical, crying mother. "Lady, are you a relative of Miss Lin Yao?" Wang Gu spoke rapidly. "We saw you were very emotional just now. Do you know any inside information? Is there another reason for Miss Lin Yao refusing the contract?" This question was like a key that instantly opened the floodgates of the mother's grievances. She grabbed Wang Gu's arm as if it were her only lifeline, beginning to spill her heart out frantically. "Inside information. Let me tell you. The biggest inside information is him." She pointed sharply at Lin Yu, surrounded by reporters, her hatred almost palpable. "It's that waste. That jinx. He has been crazy for 5 years, and that wasn't enough. Now he wants to drag his sister down to hell with him. The screams of Sue's mother, the wails of her aunt, and the angry reprimands of Uncle Air were like 3 dull knives repeatedly slicing through everyone's eardrums in the narrow corridor. Lin Yu, however, was deaf to it all. He didn't even glance at those relatives again, simply turning to face the frenzy of reporters with an unmistakable demeanor. Get out. 2 words devoid of inflection, yet carrying an inexplicable pressure. The reporters were taken aback. They were used to interviewees dodging cursing, or even pleading, but had never encountered such a comic. Mr. Lin Yu. A reporter attempted to ask again. Lin Yu did not give him the chance. He took a step forward, the invisible pressure suddenly intensifying, causing the closest reporters to instinctively take half a step back. Suddenly they remembered that the young man before them had just rubbed the faces of the 3 giants of Lin Zhou into the ground. He was a madman. There was no reasoning with a madman. Lin's parents also realized the situation, rushing forward, one pushing and the other urging. Dear reporters, thank you for your hard work today. Oh, our family is a bit chaotic. We'll talk another day. Please let us have some peace. With a rallying figure, the elderly couple became more decisive. They pushed and shoved forcibly, driving the reporters toward the elevator. The reporters dared not make a real fuss and could only retreat passively. In the chaos, Lin Yu's gaze landed on those relatives still sprawled on the ground and throwing a fit. You all leave too. His words abruptly silenced Sue's mother's wails. She abruptly raised her head, looking at Lin Yu in disbelief. What? What did you say? Lin Yu, you ungrateful wretch. We are doing this for your own good. You actually want to drive us away. Uncle Air jumped up. Elder brother and sister-in-law. Look, this is the good son you raised. Lin's parents' movements froze, their faces filled with difficulty. Yet Lin Yu showed no sign of wavering. He walked directly to the door, opened it wide, and made a gesture for them to leave. The implication was crystal clear. Get out. Sue's mother was trembling with anger and wanted to curse again, but was pulled back by her daughter Su Qingxue. Mom, let's go. Su Qingxue's voice was thick with tears, but more so with fear. She dared not stay. Sue's mother was dragged away by her daughter, and Uncle Air and Aunt also reluctantly got up from the ground, still cursing, as they were half pushed, half urged out the door by Lin's parents. The reporters who were driven out exchanged glances, most of them looking frustrated. The first wave trailing after Feng Rue, and the others had already returned with news. They had dug up nothing but a few bland official statements. And this wave that surrounded the protagonists had been directly swept out. Today was a wasted trip. Many young reporters began packing up their equipment, preparing to head home. Only Wang Gu, the seasoned media person, was not only unperturbed, but excited, his eyes gleaming. His prey was not the pair of siblings inside the house. Instead, it was the few relatives who had been kicked out and were now huddled together, sharing their grievances. What a stroke of bad luck. How did I end up with such a crazy family? Good heavens. That wasn't Sklask. Functioning technology just slipped away like that. My heart aches. It's all that Lin Yu's fault. He's a jinx. He ruined himself and wants to drag our Yao Yao down with him. Sue's mother's voice was the loudest and most venomous. Wang Gu quietly moved closer, turning up the recorder to maximum. He wore an expression of utmost sympathy and deep sorrow. This lady, you have truly suffered injustice. His sudden interjection startled the relatives. Seeing he was a reporter, Sue's mother immediately found an outlet for her frustrations. Injustice? That's an understatement. She grabbed Wang Gu's sleeve, spitting as she spoke. You're a reporter, right? You judge this. Is there such a brother? He personally ruined his sister's future. That was our family's only hope. Wang Gu was overjoyed inside. These Lin family relatives were simply foolish. Whatever he asked would lead them to say exactly what he wanted them to say. They were simply a tool for fabricating rumors. Although it was unethical, it garnered traffic. When reporting, he could shift all blame onto the Lin relatives, remaining a conscientious media person. The next day in the morning, the sun rose as usual, ushering in a new day for Lin Zhou. However, the entire network of Lin Zhou had already been set ablaze by 2 reports. The first article came from official media and major commercial portals, headlining Functioning Technology, in collaboration with Qingyun Pharmaceuticals, Julie Group, and Pancher Biotech, officially launches the Nova project. The accompanying photo featured 4 men in suits. Functioning Technologies, Feng Rue, Julie Group's Wang Tung, Pancher Biotech's General Shi, along with the mysterious CEO of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals, Li Mo. The 4 stood side by side, wearing commercial smiles, announcing their investment of 10 billion yuan to discover and nurture new professionals from this year's college entrance examination. The body of the report prominently showcased the first achievement of the Nova project. Functioning Technology had signed 2 professionals from Linzhou No. 1 high school, 1 male, and 1 female, 1 in gold, and the other in purple. The signing bonus reached a staggering 10 million. Furthermore, on the day of the signing, the two were already taken by private jet to the headquarters of Fengxing Technology for training. This news detonated like a bomb among countless students and parents. Many admired it while others were green with envy. They discussed the ambition and financial power of Fengxing Technology, deliberating on the two fortunate individuals who soared into the sky. As for Lin Yu, the mythical professional who had rejected the class contract during the awakening ceremony yesterday, it seemed she had been forgotten, or rather overshadowed by this grand report. The power of capital began to reveal itself. This was purely a paid promotion. The other article, however, spread like wildfire across major social platforms and forums. Its title was even more sensational: Genius on the left, Madman on the right. Exclusive revelation of the mad family behind the mythical professional Lin Yu. The article, penned by seasoned journalist Wang Gu, did not interview any officials, but cited a plethora of insider audio evidence. These so-called insiders were Lin Yu's aunt's second uncle and Su Qing's mother. The report painted the Lin family as a tragic household shrouded in hereditary mental illness. According to Mr. Lin Yu's second uncle, Lin Yu has exhibited strange behavior since childhood. After awakening an epic profession, he became completely insane, severing ties with his family and obsessed with creating garbage, having lived without normalcy for 5 years. Ms. Lin Yu's aunt wept during the interview, accusing Lin Yu of not only falling into depravity, but also coercing and controlling his younger sister, personally ruining her chance to ascend. Furthermore, Ms. Su, who has known the Lin family for decades, revealed shocking details. The Lin family's mental issues have long-standing roots, even tracing back to the previous generation. Lin Yu's father was the product of close relative marriage, a congenitally inadequate premature baby who failed the prenatal check and was born privately. The report concluded with Wang Gu feigning depth, sparking a discussion. Is this mental issue precisely a trigger for awakening top-level professions? This article strikes at the very heart. It depicted Lin Yu's dormancy as madness and distorted Lin Yu's autonomous choice into coercion, even resorting to the most malicious rumors to attack their parents. This report hurt more than any blade. Its aftermath was not physical wounds, but social death. At the Lin family table, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Lin's mother had red, swollen eyes, clearly having not slept all night, silently laying out breakfast. Lin Yu sat there, head bowed, her expression unclear. Lin Yu, as usual, quietly ate his portion. A loud crash. Lin's father slammed his phone hard onto the dining table. He trembled violently, not from anger, but from a bone-deep humiliation of betrayal by his own kin. Beasts. They are truly a bunch of beasts. Lin's father ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. I treated him like a real brother. I treated her like a real sister. How could they say such things about me? How could they say such things about you? Close relative marriage. Premature baby. Failed prenatal check. What is this all about? Lin Yu kept her head down, stirring her chopsticks aimlessly in the bowl. She couldn't eat. Her stomach was churning, not from hunger, but from intense self-loathing. Ultimately, it all stemmed from her. If she had not awakened her mythical profession, if she had not caused such an uproar during the awakening ceremony, her brother would not have clashed with those companies, and those relatives would not have shown such ugly faces. It was she who had pushed this family to the forefront of the storm. Old Lin, don't get angry. Lin's mother approached her husband, gently patting his violently heaving back, taking away the phone in front of him. It's not worth getting angry over those people. Her voice was soft, but carried an unprecedented firmness. I misjudged people who decades of sisterhood. I was truly blind. She gave a self-deprecating smile, filled with disappointment and coldness. I used to think she was just a bit pragmatic and self-centered, but I never expected she would say such heartless things. Lin's mother turned to look at her silent daughter and equally silent son. From now on, no one from that family is allowed to step 1 foot closer to this home. She walked to the edge of the table, taking Lin Yu's icy hand in one, while placing her other hand over Lin Yu's hand. Yaya, don't think too much. This is not your fault. What you did was right, and your brother did right as well. There are so many paths in life, it doesn't have to be the most dazzling one. I ask for nothing, I just hope you both can live happily for a lifetime. As long as our family is together and healthy, who cares how those mad dogs outside bark? The warmth of her palm connected the two siblings. The almost sanity-destroying anger in Lin's father dissipated in that moment of tenderness. He looked at his wife, at his son and daughter, and a wave of bitterness welled up in his reddened eyes. Indeed, as long as the family is together, what obstacle cannot be overcome? Lin Yu felt the warmth from his hand, and his heart was at peace. This long-lost sense of family happiness made him immensely satisfied. But he also understood. This happiness required strength to protect, needing absolute power to sustain. Otherwise it would be like a bubble in the sunlight bursting at a touch. He must grow up quickly fast enough that the entire Lin Yu would no longer dare to utter any disrespectful voices. An oppressive breakfast finally concluded amidst the family's comfort. "Dad, Mom," Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. "In a couple of days Yao Yao and I will be attending a pre-exam intensive class, and there will be no one at home. You two should go on a vacation." Lin's father and mother were momentarily taken aback. "Vacation? What time is it now, and you still want to go on vacation?" Lin's father instinctively rejected the idea. "It's precisely because of this time that you need to go out," Lin Yu explained slowly. "First, you both have worked hard for so many years and deserve to relax. Secondly, it's also a good way to avoid the limelight. Things have been so chaotic online, and reporters will definitely come to block the door. If you go away for a couple of days, once the fuss dies down, most people will forget." Lin's mother was somewhat swayed, yet she complained, "I've never had a proper vacation in my life. Besides, it would cost a lot of money." "Everything is arranged," Lin Yu smiled. "Flights, hotels, all covered. You can consider this as my early filial piety." "You child," Lin's mother grumbled, but the smile she couldn't hide revealed everything. Only Lin's father seemed deep in thought. After the meal, Lin's father called Lin Yu at the door of the study. "Come in for a moment." In the study, Lin's father wasted no words. He retrieved an ancient wooden box from the innermost part of a locked drawer. Opening the wooden box, a warm jade token lay quietly inside. "Here, take this." Lin's father solemnly handed the jade token to Lin Yu. The jade token felt slightly heavy in his hand, radiating a coolness. "You remember Uncle Wang, right?" Lin Yu nodded. He was a childhood friend of Lin's father, even carrying him when they were young, but as time passed the other party's business flourished, and they gradually lost contact. "He is now one of the directors of the Tianqing Group, and may hold other identities as well." Lin's father's voice was somewhat hoarse. "This jade token was crafted by him when he learned the stone masonry craft, saying it was a testament to brotherhood. Use this to find him, he can help you. But only once. Using this means that this old face will have no place to put it for the rest of my life. Our bond ends here. He can only help once in a lifetime." Lin's father gazed deeply at Lin Yu, his bloodshot eyes holding no reproach, no doubt, only a heavy. "You have grown up and have your own ideas. During those 5 years, people outside said you were crazy, even your mother and I believed it. But now Dad trusts you. You have always been the smartest and most determined in this family since childhood. Dad knows that the detours you took during those 5 years were your own considerations. He is not the kind of father who thinks that even if the child is the smartest in the universe, they must listen to him. He is just an ordinary father who loves his child. Dad has achieved little in his life and cannot help you much. This is the last thing I can do for you. Go ahead and do it boldly. No matter what you or Yao Yao achieve, you will both be Dad's pride." After saying this, Lin's father stood up and walked towards the door. At the moment he opened the door, he paused and turned around. "Lin Yu, in the future, don't act impulsive. Dad can't give you any life advice. I can only remind you to think of me and the words I said today when your emotions get the best of you and you can't control yourself. You are very smart, so you must know how to use your intelligence. Little you think twice before you act." Lin Yu's arrangements were very swift. That afternoon, Lin's parents packed light luggage, preparing to head to the airport. Everything was arranged by Lin Yu through Zhao Tianyang, ensuring that every detail from the car service to security at the destination was flawless. Only after sending off his parents could he truly spread his wings. Before leaving, Lin's mother took the hands of the siblings, her eyes reddening again. "Call if there's anything. Take care of yourself, and also take care of Yao Yao. Don't let her suffer in school. If you run out of money, just say, 'Your dad has a bit of secret savings.'" Lin's father interrupted her from the side. "All right, the kids are grown up and know what to do." He patted Lin Yu's shoulder, glanced at Lin Yao Yao, and all the words turned into a sigh. The car slowly drove away from the community, disappearing around the corner. Lin Yao Yao kept waving her hand until she could no longer see the car's shadow, then slowly lowered it. She turned around, linked her arm with Lin Yu's, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. The turmoil at home and the clamor from the outside world seemed to fade away at that moment. As long as her brother was by her side, there was a sense of inexplicable peace. "Bro," Lin Yao Yao asked softly, "what should we do next?" Lin Yu did not answer immediately. He took out his phone and casually flipped through the overwhelming negative reports along with the Grand New Star plan. His face revealed no signs of joy or anger. The heart-wrenching words and malicious speculations stirred no ripples within him. Because he knew that anger was the least effective emotion when dealing with such matters. The only way was to crush all doubts and ridicule with absolute strength. Crush them to the point that they wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up. "You focus on your studies first." Lin Yu put away his phone and rubbed his sister's hair. "Leave the rest to me." Lin Yao Yao nodded obediently. By the way, Yao Yao. Are you still afraid of getting injections? Meanwhile, in the top executive office of Fengxing Technology, bang! A precious energy crystal cup was smashed onto the floor, shattering into pieces with fragments splattering everywhere. Feng Rui's chest heaved violently, his well-maintained face contorted with anger. He hated. He was furious. Lin Yu, Zhao Tianyang. Two mythical professions and one epic profession. These three should have been his Feng Rui's, his Fengxing Technologies. But what happened? He was publicly humiliated by a madman and a yellow-haired girl in front of all the media in Linzhou and major companies. And S-level contract was treated like waste paper. The face of Fengxing Technology was utterly lost. If it weren't for the stock prices of the three major pharmaceutical companies teetering on the edge and the entire market on the verge of collapse, he would have sworn he would never let that pair of siblings off easily. General Feng, calm down. The assistant cautiously picked up the shards on the floor. Calm down. Feng Rui kicked away the approaching smart, cleaning robot, scolding, how can I calm down? Now all of Linzhou is watching my joke. However, thinking about it, he coldly smirked. He was rejected and publicly slapped in the face. After this incident, I'm afraid no company in Linzhou, or even the entire Jiangnan province, would dare to sign Lin Yu and the others. Offending Fengxing Technology was equivalent to offending half of the pharmaceutical market. Once this storm passes, he has plenty of means to deal with those arrogant siblings. Now the most important thing is to stabilize the fundamentals. With this thought, Feng Rui's mood calmed down a bit. He sat back in the boss chair, picked up the tea brewed by his assistant, and gently blew on it. Now the most important thing is to deal with the crisis at hand. That damned old ghost hall. The culprit that caused the stock prices of three companies to evaporate overnight. Suddenly the private terminal on the table rang. It was a secure line. Feng Rui glanced at the caller ID. It was Wang Teng. He answered the call. Wang Teng's rugged face appeared on the screen, the background still that oppressive meeting room, but a hint of uncontainable excitement was on his face. Old Feng. It worked. Feng Rui was taken aback. What worked? The new star project. Wang Teng's voice carried a sense of exhilaration, as if he had survived a disaster. Once your side's promotion goes out plus the two newcomers we signed overnight, the market has reacted. Damn it, the stock price has stabilized. Although it is still falling, the speed has already slowed down. At least now those bastards who shorted us won't be able to crush us so easily. This news finally brought a hint of a smile to Feng Rui's previously sullen face. Limo's plan has successfully taken its first step. Using a huge bait of 100 billion investment, they successfully intimidated the market and stabilized the investors' confidence. Although the price was $1 million in signing bonuses and a large amount of subsequent resources given away for free compared to the evaporated hundreds of billions in market value, this amount is simply trivial. This is good news, Feng Rui nodded. Next it's time for the second and third steps. Exactly. Wang Teng slammed the table heavily. Old Sure is already prepared. The warehouse inventory has been completed and all channels have been opened. As long as we give the order, the discounted potions can immediately flood the entire Linzhou. Our goal is to suffocate Old Ghost Hall's goods in their own hands. But Wang Teng's tone shifted and the excitement on his face became even more intense, even carrying a hint of reverence. Old Feng, I have some great news to tell you. Chen Ao's side has made contact. Feng Rui's movement came to Chen Ao. This name weighed heavily on the hearts of all prominent figures in Linzhou like a mountain. The king of the black market. A true overlord whose slightest stomp could shake the underground world of the three surrounding provinces. This is a truly hardcore and ruthless person, the godfather of the black market. Their original plan was merely to buy information with money and casually establish a connection, so that when Chen Ao cleared Old Ghost Hall's inventory, he wouldn't interfere. Just getting connected with a small leader under Chen Ao would already be considered a great fortune. So how did his subordinates respond? What was the asking price? Feng Rui asked eagerly. Wang Teng did not answer directly. He simply took a deep breath and spoke in a near dreamlike tone. It's not his subordinates. The price we offered along with Li Mo. Somehow the plan Li Mo proposed reached Chen Ao's ears directly. He responded personally. Wang Teng's Adam's apple bobbed. He said he is very interested in Old Ghost Hall operating in his territory. He will personally meet with that old ghost. Boom. Feng Rui's mind felt as if thunder had exploded. Chen Ao is going to take action himself. How is that possible? For such a trivial matter. What right does Chen Ao have? No, it's not for them. Wang Teng mentioned another person in his words. Limo's plan. A terrifying thought shot into Feng Rui's mind, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Limo. Again, it's Limo. This plan was proposed by him, and now even Chen Ao has been stirred due to Limo. Could it be? that there's an unknown relationship between Li Mo and Chen Ao. He can command Chen Ao. This speculation sent a chilling wave through Feng Rue. He had always thought of Li Mo as merely a top-tier manager, a genius who played with capital and markets. But now it seems he had vastly underestimated the capabilities of this man. This person's reach has extended into the darkest corners of Lin Yu, even influencing Chen Ao's decisions. It's terrifying. But what if from another perspective he has no relation to Chen Ao? That could be even more horrifying. How could two completely unfamiliar individuals persuade Chen Ao? What level of ability does he possess? No matter how he thought about it, this man was simply unfathomable. Fortunately this time, it's a collaboration, not a confrontation. Otherwise, why would the three of them insist on keeping him around? It's truly worthwhile. As the plan moved onto the right track, Feng Rue found himself feeling a rare sense of ease. Good. Wonderful. Feng Rue hung up the call. He excitedly paced around his office, radiating a fiery enthusiasm. It's back. Everything is back. The thrill of strategizing and cornering opponents into desperate situations has returned. This reminded him of the blood and passion he felt during his early days following the boss to carve out their territory. It had been far too long since he felt this way. Ever since he took a high position, he faced nothing but monotonous reports and hypocritical socializing every day. He had almost forgotten that he also fought his way out of the flames of war. Notify everyone. Feng Rue commanded his assistant. Get Wang Tung and everyone on Old Shi's side to move. Prepare all promotional materials for the discount activities and channel supplies to the final stage. Once we receive good news from Chen Ao, the price war will immediately commence. Yes, Mr. Feng. The assistant, affected by his emotions, responded excitedly. This time, he wants that reckless old ghost to see what the power of capital truly is. The most challenging hurdle has already been crossed. They were not caught off guard during the initial strike. They have already recovered. What strength does that old ghost hall possess? A bit of money. Even if they have strong backing, they truly don't lack funds. But when it comes to potion inventory, they could never match up to the three major potion merchants who have accumulated resources for decades. When the price war begins, these people will realize what a true dimensional strike is. On the other side, the Lin family. After sending off their parents, the originally warm house instantly became empty and cold. The faint scent of laundry detergent lingering in the air and the heavy sigh before their father left remained. Lin Yu stood in the center of the living room, somewhat at a loss. The house is still there, but that sense of stability vanished along with their parents' departure and the storm from the outside world. Brother Wei. She looked at Lin Yu, wanting to ask something, but not knowing how to start. We should leave, Lin Yu replied succinctly. He picked up a coat from the sofa and handed Lin Yu one. Leave? Where to? Lin Yu was a bit confused. To a place where we won't be disturbed for a few days and can have some peace. Lin Yu didn't explain further. For the two siblings, the safest place in Linzhou right now is ironically the most chaotic and lawless area. What an irony. The awakening ceremony has ended, and there is still a week before the crash course starts. He must settle everything before then. Though attending that crash course is irrelevant to him, there are still some rules and regulations regarding the college entrance examination that need to be understood. After all, he is facing a hellish difficulty level of 160 times. Lin Yu did not ask further. She silently put on her coat and followed behind Lin Yu. She trusts her brother. Unconditionally trusts. Lin Yu called for a car, not heading towards any bustling commercial district, but instead driving toward the outskirts of the city to an old industrial area. The scenery outside the car window transformed from towering skyscrapers and dazzling brightness to dilapidation and desolation. Eventually, the vehicle stopped outside an abandoned freight station. We've arrived. Lin Yu paid the fare and got out with Lin Yu. A mixed scent of machine oil rust and some unknown decaying substance assaulted Lin Yu's senses, causing her to instinctively frown. Is this really the safe place my brother spoke of? She watched Lin Yu expertly navigate around several collapsed containers, entering a dim alley. At the end of the alley stood an inconspicuous rusty iron door. Two muscular men in black vests stood at the entrance. Lin Yu's heart instantly raced. The aura emanating from those two was filled with brutality and bloodlust far from ordinary. However, Lin Yu walked past them as if he didn't see them. Just as Lin Yu thought a conflict was about to erupt, those two men bowed their heads in unison to Lin Yu. Though no words were spoken, it was a gesture rooted in genuine awe. Lin Yu took a black card from his pocket and swiped it in an inconspicuous slot on the door. This place is the VIP passage of the black market. Without some money on the black card, one cannot pass through. Lin Yu had never taken this route before. Beep. The iron door silently slid open to both sides. Behind it lay an entirely different world, chaotic, yet possessing a strange order. In the wide underground passage people came and went, everyone donned in oversized cloaks, their faces obscured by various masks hiding their identities in the shadows. On both sides of the passage were stalls displaying various items that could never be seen in the market. Magical weapons glowing with dangerous light, unknown creatures writhing in glass jars, cursed artifacts exuding ominous auras. Is this the black market? Lin Yu's mind buzzed, blanking out. Although she was a student, she had heard of such places. They existed outside the law and order, belonging to the realm of professionals. A den of vice, a paradise for fugitives. Why would her brother bring her to such a place? Moreover, she looked at Lin Yu ahead of her, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Lin Yu obtained 2 cloaks and handed one to Lin Yu. As she accepted it and awkwardly put it on, she noticed the cloak was made of a peculiar material that not only blocked external gazes, but seemed to shield her presence entirely. She noticed a small number on the cloak's label. 3,000. Is that the price? 3,000 for a day's rental. Lin Yu gasped. From entering the door to changing into the unified black cloak, and then skillfully navigating through the crowded crowd toward a shop marked insect dwelling. Every action of her brother exuded a deep-seated familiarity. Entering the shop, named Insect Dwelling, the scene inside once again shattered her understanding. It was not the grocery store she had imagined, but a reception area decorated in understated luxury. A receptionist wearing a ghost-faced mask and a crisp uniform stood behind the counter. Sir, what service do you require? Accommodation. The best one. Lin Yu's voice sounded somewhat muffled beneath the cloak. The receptionist paused briefly before regaining a professional demeanor. The best infinity suite costs 10,000 per day. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. 10,000 a day. That was the income for a typical family for an entire month. Yet Lin Yu merely shook his head. I mean the best. The receptionist fell silent for a moment, seemingly reassessing the client before him. Divine hidden residence, independent space, absolute privacy, with the highest privileges. Daily rent. 400,000. Lin Yu felt as if she could hardly breathe. 400,000. A day. What does that even mean? Is money being burned like paper? 2 rooms. Lin Yu's voice showed no fluctuation that can connect internally. Automatic renewal. He placed the pure black card on the counter. The receptionist visibly stiffened upon seeing the card. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of utmost respect. Certainly, esteemed guest, I will arrange it for you immediately. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. Her big eyes widened behind the mask, staring unblinkingly at Lin Yu. Automatic renewal. For 100,000 a day for 2 rooms, that's 800,000. What has my brother been doing outside? Could it be? Aunt Sue was right, and my brother is working as a What kind of security guard earns this much money? No, wait. An uncontrollable thought emerged from the depths of Lin Yu's mind. Could it be that my brother is a big shot in the underworld? This absurd yet seemingly only reasonable explanation left the young girl's mind in utter chaos. Under the personal guidance of the receptionist, they passed through a dedicated passageway to the so-called divine hidden residence. It was nothing like a room. Instead, there were 2 doors suspended in midair. Lin Yu and Lin Yu each walked into one of the doors. Behind them was an extraordinarily vast luxury suite. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a dazzling river of stars, countless celestial bodies slowly rotating. Lin Yu walked to the window and could even see a blue planet hanging not far away. Is this a virtual landscape? She murmured. A soft electronic voice echoed in the room. You can switch between over 3,000 surreal landscapes at any time based on your preference. Lin Yu jumped in surprise, turning to find a semi-transparent control interface emerging from the wall. Tentatively, she tapped on deep sea, and the starry river outside instantly transformed into a deep blue ocean with massive schools of whales leisurely swimming by. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. This was simply a place where immortals would reside. The side walls of the 2 rooms could be made completely transparent, or a passage could be opened. At that moment, Lin Yu walked over. He completely ignored the astonishing scenery around him and walked straight to the control interface. These basic services are too few. Space expansion service has been activated, expanding space tenfold with a daily fee increase of 500,000. Virtual training service has been activated, capable of simulating any opponent below level 100 with a daily fee increase of 300,000. Top-tier teacher unknown anonymous guidance service has been activated with a daily fee increase of 500,000. A series of alert sounds struck Lin Yu's heart one after another. She gazed at the rapidly fluctuating number in the lower right corner of the interface, feeling her arithmetic skills utterly fail under this barrage. Eventually, the number settled at 2,150,000 per day. Lin Yu was completely stunned. 2,150,000 in a single day? This amount of money was enough to buy a small apartment in the best area of Linzhou. Yet now this was merely the expense for her and her brother to stay here for one day. Lin Yu nodded slightly in satisfaction at this moment. He turned around to look at his petrified sister. Yao Yao, he said, you can choose any additional services you want without being polite to me. Choose freely. Lin Yao's little head buzzed, completely crashing. She stared at the 2,150,000 figure, feeling her understanding of money built over 18 years shatter in that instant. She had seen money before. Their family had been wealthy in the past, but several million. That was their lifetime savings. And now, one day, the cost of just staying here for one day was enough to make the money their parents worked a lifetime to save vanish in a thin air. Lin Yao stood there, dazed, her body trembling slightly, not out of fear, but from a deep-seated shudder of the unknown and loss of control that resonated from her soul. Her small face had turned pale beneath the mask. Suddenly she grabbed Lin Yu's sleeve, looked up, and asked in a trembling voice, almost crying, "Brother, will what we are doing get us executed?" In her simplistic worldview, the only ones who could squander money like this were either the great figures standing on clouds or desperate fugitives. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled softly. He reached out and gently patted his sister's head. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Executed? Not really. This amount of money is nothing to me. 2 cards, the ghost card and the mirror copy, create a perfect infinite loop. As long as he wanted, his wealth could instantly overwhelm the entire financial system of the world. Money to him was merely a number he could create at will, however much he desired. Moreover, since the business of Liaoguatang had stabilized, astronomical amounts of money flowed into his account daily. He was even too lazy to look at how many zeros were behind that number. This visit to the bug house was still Seventh Master's suggestion. The black market of Linzhou and the underground world of the surrounding 3 provinces were all controlled by someone named Chineo. But the black market was not monolithic. Services like Bug House, which could grow large, always had big shots backing them, ensuring absolute credibility and safety. This place was a true lawless land, yet it was also the safest spot in Linzhou now. Seeing his sister still looking anxious, Lin Yu knew that without a reasonable explanation the girl probably wouldn't sleep well. He cleared his throat, adopting a deliberately mysterious tone. "Actually, I've signed a contract with a, well, very mysterious and powerful company. This company offered me an irresistible contract, and all of this is merely the resource allocation that comes with it." He spoke casually, his heart unflinching. This was the excuse he had thought up long ago, and the only reason that could explain his current changes. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yao not only felt uneasy, but she became even more distressed. Her mood plummeted. A company, a force. Thinking of those company representatives' greedy and ugly faces at the awakening ceremony, and recalling the way they looked at her, as if she were a perfect product, Lin Yao felt a wave of visceral nausea. In her heart, these so-called companies were all bad one way or another. "Brother," she grasped Lin Yu's arm anxiously and said, "aren't you being deceived by them? They definitely have ulterior motives. Brother, you're so talented, they must be signing you over to exploit you. Hurry and terminate the contract with them. We don't want their stuff anymore. Let's go home." The little girl was genuinely anxious. She would rather her brother remain that madman living in a container than fall into another pit. Lin Yu watched her anxious demeanor, feeling a warmth flow through him. "Don't worry, Yao Yao." He ruffled her hair, smoothing her slightly messy bangs. "Your brother knows what he's doing. This company is different. Well, they are foolish and wealthy. Moreover, the terms of the contract are very favorable for me. The initiative is completely in my hands. I can leave whenever I want and they can't stop me." Lin Yao looked at him skeptically. "Really? More real than gold?" Lin Yu nodded seriously. Seeing his sister's still conflicted expression, he suddenly had an idea. He leaned into Lin Yao's ear and lowered his voice. "Yao Yao, do you want to let your brother take a tremendous advantage from that company?" Lin Yao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu pointed at the huge interface and the dazzling array of paid services displayed above. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "The company signed a betting agreement with me. They believe I have limitless potential, so they provided me with almost unlimited resources. However, what they provide and what I can actually use are 2 different concepts. So," he looked at Lin Yao, guiding her carefully, "you can use freely and boldly. The more you use, the more they lose on me. Turning their resources into our own strength is the real profit, understand? What we need to do is to exploit this company's resources as much as we can during this time." Lin Yao was completely bewildered by this convoluted reasoning. She stared at Lin Yu, then at the enticingly glowing interface. It seemed to make sense. Brother signed a contract with a company. The company provided resources. They used these resources and became stronger. The company would lose money. Although she felt something was off, this logic seemed perfectly self-consistent. Especially the phrase exploit the company's resources inexplicably brought her a sense of delight. Thinking of the sight of those big companies taking a hit, her resistance dissipated significantly. Alright, I'm going to my room now. Remember my words, don't be polite, treat it like your own home. Oh no, be even less polite than at home. After saying this, he turned and walked into the passage connecting the two rooms, returning to his suite, leaving Lin Yu alone, standing there facing that massive light screen. Her gaze fell on the various service items. Top-tier full-body massage, skincare, beauty, and hair, photon skin rejuvenation. Damn it. Brother's reasoning makes sense. He'll use it to the fullest. Those damn companies let them lose big. Returning to his suite, Lin Yu closed the communication passage. His sister needed some time to digest and adapt. As for him, he needed to utilize this final period of tranquility before the college entrance examination to elevate his strength to the next level. According to the regulations of Lin Yu, all candidates are prohibited from entering any abyss or secret realm privately before the unified organization of the college entrance examination's practical assessment. This meant that the most conventional route of leveling up through combat and monster grinding was blocked. The only remaining way to become stronger was through other means. Equipment, potions, skills, talents. The potions were temporarily sufficient, and as for the equipment, it was merely an external matter not urgent for now. Talents are innate and extremely difficult to acquire afterward. Therefore, the only way to rapidly improve was through skills. Lin Yu opened his attribute panel, his gaze falling on the skill bar. Professional skills, card transformation of max, card innovation LV 10, mirror copy LV 1, card creation. Learn skills, rockfall technique, fireball technique, water arrow technique, wind blade technique, ice spike technique, lightning technique, hardening technique, mana shield. His gaze lingered on the skill card creation for a long time. This was the true core of the profession known as all-encompassing card master. Card transformation converts existing entities into cards. Card innovation optimizes and derives from existing cards. And card creation is about creating cards from nothing. This is the essence of a card master. However, in the past 5 years, he had focused all his efforts on card transformation and card innovation to filter ghost cards. He had never used this fundamental professional skill even once. The proficiency was glaringly 0. Truly a waste of potential. Lin Yu decided to start increasing the proficiency of this core skill little by little from today. However, just as he was about to close the panel, he caught a glimpse of an unusual color out of the corner of his eye. Among the dim proficiency bars of all skills, one skill emitted a faint blue light. Lightning technique LV1 proficiency bloom. Lin Yu's movements halted. Blue proficiency. The proficiency mechanism for these non-main skills is different. Blue is not low. What happened? He distinctly remembered that after buying these basic spell skill books from the black market, he had only learned them and had not used them even once. The proficiency of all skills should be 0. Why was lightning technique different? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The parking lot. He remembered. In the underground parking lot of the community, he had once used lightning technique to intimidate Shinrue and Su Qingxue. Once, amplifying lightning technique by 16,384 times. Could it be? Lin Yu's heart raced suddenly. He immediately clicked on the detailed explanation of lightning technique. Lightning technique LV1 proficiency blue 1638 for 10,000. Proficiency effect skill damage increased by 20, skill range enlarged by 20, paralysis effect duration increased by 20, mana cost reduced by 20. Just as expected, the system does not determine proficiency based on the number of times he used it. Instead, it assesses based on the energy level he activated each time. That one time, he amplified lightning technique by 16,384 times, equated to him seriously casting the standard version of lightning technique 16,384 times. Just once. Merely using it once. His skill proficiency jumped directly from 0 breaking through the white ordinary level 0999 and the green excellent level 10,09999 soaring straight to the blue proficient level 100,009,9999. A wild thought uncontrollably sprouted and spread in Lin Yu's mind. Since the amplification factor is equivalent to the number of uses, then, what if he maxed it out directly? 104,857 times. The maximum amplification he could achieve. Just thinking of this number sent a shiver down his spine. What would that scene be like? Would the proficiency of lightning technique leap from blue to purple or even gold? Red. This temptation was too great. Great enough for him to be willing to take a risk for it. He looked around. This divine hidden residence claimed to offer the highest level of authority, independent space, and absolute privacy. The respectful demeanor of the receptionist was still vivid in his memory. It seemed that the defenses and soundproofing here should be top-notch. They should be able to hold upright. Lin Yu took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He walked to the vast open space in the center of the suite, which was specifically designated as a virtual training area. Lightning technique. Card transformation. Skill release card lightning technique. Ghost card amplify. 104,857 times. Buzz. An indescribable terrifying pressure instantly spread out from him as the center. The lightning technique card in his hand was no longer that ordinary card. It transformed into a miniature black hole of lightning. Countless tiny dark arcs of electricity danced wildly on the surface of the card, tearing at the surrounding space, producing a painful sizzling sound. The light in the room seemed to be swallowed by it. Lin Yu felt that what he held was not a card, but a supernova on the verge of exploding. Merely maintaining this state brought about an immeasurable terrifying consumption, making it somewhat difficult for Lin Yu to sustain. He couldn't wait any longer. Lightning technique. Lin Yu shouted, throwing the lightning card forward with force. At the moment the card left his hand, the entire world fell into absolute silence. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause. Immediately following that, an indescribable pure white light to the extreme exploded. That was not light. That was destruction itself. The most primal flow of energy that tore through space and dimensions. The entire world before Lin Yu was completely engulfed by this white light. The dazzling galaxy outside the floor-to-ceiling window vanished in an instant. The luxurious room's sturdy walls and intelligent operating interface. Everything was reduced to the most basic data stream in this white light, then completely annihilated. Z. The piercing sound of electric explosions delayed for a few seconds before frantically flooding into his ears. Warning. Warning. Detected super-specified energy impact. Space module. Collapse. Virtual landscape system. Collapse. Life support system. Switching to backup energy. Core energy source. Overload. Overload. Melting down. Warning. Emergency landing. A series of urgent sharp alarm sounds echoed wildly in the now chaotic dark space. Lin Yu felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, as if the entire building were plummeting from a great height. He was entirely dazed. Had he gone too far? Lin Yu felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, as if the entire building were plummeting from a great height. A loud bang echoed as the tightly shut door was forcefully broken open by an immense power from a group of professionals dressed in insect nest security uniforms and exuding an aura of strength rushed in, their energy weapons drawn and expressions tense to the utmost. However, when they caught sight of the scene within the room, everyone froze. What should have been an extravagantly luxurious divine concealment suite had transformed into a charred massive shell. The walls, floor, and ceiling were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, still emitting black smoke and electrical sparks. In the center of this ruin stood Lin Yu, cloaked and unharmed. The security captain glanced at Lin Yu, then at the surrounding wasteland that looked like it had been plowed by a strategic weapon, momentarily bewildered. External attack. The insect nest defense system was as solid as a fortress, never having had issues. Internal explosion. Yet this guest was merely newly checked in, and his registered strength rating was not high at all. How could he have the ability to cause such destruction? At that moment, a man wearing a grotesque mask and a tag that read lobby manager hurried over. What's... The manager's voice was sharp, tinged with an uncontainable panic. The security captain immediately stepped forward, whispering a quick report. Lin Yu's heart raced slightly, but on the surface he appeared utterly bewildered. He pulled the hood of his cloak tighter and replied in a voice laced with a hint of fear and confusion. I don't know. I just selected the virtual practice partner service and hadn't even started before. It just happened like this. He acted convincingly, his tone filled with lingering shock, perfectly embodying the image of an innocent victim. The manager scrutinized Lin Yu, then glanced at the horrific scene around them, his brows tightly knitted together. Virtual practice partner. Impossible. The manager firmly denied it. Our virtual system has hundreds of safety restrictions. The energy output limit couldn't even break a tile from the divine concealment suite. His words were not yet finished. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. A more piercing alarm blared from all directions in the corridor, red warning lights instantaneously replacing the previously soft illumination, flashing wildly. The manager's face instantly turned pale. A security personnel's communicator emitted a frantic scream. Manager, it's bad. All divine concealment level spaces are collapsing. They are falling from the virtual dimension. The backup energy system is overloaded by 300%. It's about to melt down. All guest rooms' independent spaces are disappearing. Guests have been forcibly teleported out. The lobby. The lobby is going to explode. Damn it. The only words left in the manager's mind. This was no longer an issue of a single room being destroyed. This was the entire insect nest core system being fundamentally obliterated. Quick. Evacuate all guests. Activate the highest emergency plan. The manager shouted hoarsely, no longer concerned about pursuing Lin Yu's responsibility, turning and rushing outside. Lin Yu was protected by 2 security personnel caught amidst the chaos of the crowd as they were evacuated to the insect nest's resplendent lobby on the first floor. At that moment, the lobby had turned into utter chaos. Hundreds of guests dressed differently, but all exuding a strong aura, were forcibly kicked out of their private spaces, all wearing expressions of shock and fury. What the hell? My retreat was interrupted. Insect nest. More like dead man's nest. Where's the credibility? Where's the security assurance? All fed to the dogs. Refund. Double compensation is a must. The angry curses and questions rose and fell. These individuals were prominent figures in the black market of Lin Yu and surrounding provinces, each one proud and decisive in their actions. Who wouldn't be infuriated being ousted in such a disgraceful manner? Now being driven out in such a humiliating way, their faces lost all dignity, and their rage was. All the staff of the insect nest, from the manager to the receptionist, stood in a line at the center of the lobby, bowing 90 degrees to all the guests, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Yu remained silent in the corner of the crowd. Just then a petite figure squeezed through the crowd and hurried to his side. It was Lin Yu. The little girl was also dressed in a cloak, but her small face beneath the hood was filled with panic and confusion. Brother, are you okay? What just happened? My room suddenly disappeared. It scared me to death. She had just been studying those beauty and skincare projects in her room, hadn't even had time to exploit the company benefits before the world turned upside down, and then she was thrown into this noisy lobby. I'm fine. Lin Yu patted her back, comforting her. Don't be afraid, it should be just a small issue with their system. Small issue. Lin Yu silently added in his mind. Perhaps. It was a small issue I caused. Watching the scene before him, which was on the verge of riot, and seeing the lobby manager sweating profusely and trembling like a sieve, he gained a direct understanding of his own destructive capacity for the first time. It seemed things had gotten a bit out of hand. Finally, under immense pressure, the lobby manager announced a solution in a trembling voice. Dear esteemed guests, we sincerely apologize. Our operational error has caused the core energy source to be accidentally burned, leading to a complete system failure. To express our apologies, all charges for today's guests will be waived. Moreover, the insect nest will compensate each affected guest with an additional 1 million cash. We have urgently contacted headquarters, and the top engineering team is on their way. Please, esteemed guests, temporarily move to the backup guest room area to rest. The manager's words slightly quelled the anger on site. Waiving a day's charges and compensating 1 million. For these wealthy magnates, money was nothing, but the attitude of the insect nest was quite face-saving. After all, everyone knew that the backing behind the insect nest was a power they could not provoke. Listening to the manager's explanation, Lin Yu felt a storm brewing in his heart. The core energy source. Burned out. 1 million times amplification, that is terrifying. The manager continued lamenting, almost reciting the detailed loss statement to garner sympathy. Just the repair of the divine concealment level space module will require at least 500 million. Adjusting the core energy source from headquarters will take another 300 million. Plus all guests' waivers and compensations. Conservatively estimating our losses from this incident exceed 1 billion. 1 billion. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. It probably exceeds that. Even with Lin Yu's stature, he was still casually brushing up his proficiency. He burned through wealth that an ordinary person could not earn in several lifetimes. This destructive power is indeed somewhat beyond the standard. Lin Yu tugged at his cloak and asked softly, brother, about the compensation they mentioned. Here Lin Yu replied succinctly. Oh, that's not good. After all. Lin Yu hesitated, feeling that this matter was closely related to her brother. It's nothing bad. Lin Yu interrupted her. This is what they said themselves. We are merely guests. Hearing Lin Yu speak, Lin Yu felt much more at ease. Thinking carefully, this could also be seen as taking advantage of the company. It's just with a different company. It's all the same. None of them are good. As the emotions of the crowd in the lobby gradually stabilized, and they began to accept the arrangements of Chongju in small groups, a far more formidable aura than that of the previous security captain descended from outside the door. The crowd automatically parted to create a path. A middle-aged man in an exquisitely tailored black suit with meticulously combed hair walked in. He wore no mask, and his square face emanated an imposing presence without anger. The lobby manager, who had been crying, saw him and rushed over, as if he had seen a savior. "Boss." The boss merely gave him a cursory glance and walked straight to the high platform in the center of the lobby. He surveyed the entire room. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the person in charge of Cheongju in Lin Yu. My surname is Zhong. On behalf of Cheongju, I sincerely apologize for the incident that occurred tonight." He bowed deeply. "The emergency engineering team from headquarters has identified the cause." Boss Zhong's words made everyone perk up their ears. It was an extremely rare fluctuation of abyssal energy, which coincidentally resonated with the frequency of our Cheongju core energy source, while penetrating the spatial barrier, leading to energy overload and system failure. Abyssal energy fluctuation. This explanation convinced the vast majority present. In this world, abyssal realms and secret domains are the eternal themes. All sorts of bizarre phenomena happen every day. Compared to Cheongju's seemingly impenetrable defenses, being breached from within, this natural disaster-like accident was evidently easier for people to accept. After all, everyone knows how terrifying Cheongju's security system is. Let alone a single guest, even top-tier professionals above level 200 would find it exceedingly difficult to breach this place from the outside. The core hardware was not damaged, it was merely the protective system that automatically severed. Please rest assured the safety of Cheongju remains at the highest level. Boss Zhong continued. In addition to the full waiving of charges and the 1 million cash compensation promised by the manager earlier, all distinguished guests present today will receive a diamond membership card from Cheongju, enjoying a lifetime discount of 20%. This gesture was undeniably grand. The atmosphere on-site completely relaxed. In fact, many began to feel that this trip was worth it. Lin Yu, mingling in the crowd, listened to Boss Zhong's watertight explanation, his heart clear as a mirror. Abyssal fluctuation. Only a fool would believe it. This was merely a step down for Cheongju to maintain its prestigious reputation. They could not possibly admit that their system was deliberately overdrawn. Nor could they dare to believe it. Let alone them, others would not dare to believe it either. Although the defense level that Cheongju advertised had elements of exaggeration, it was certainly not a shoddy product. Lin Yu pondered. His million-fold amplification of lightning technique had power comparable to a natural disaster, yet it merely overloaded its energy system without destroying the core hardware. This foundation is indeed astonishing. As the tumult subsided, the guests, guided by the staff, gradually returned to their respective rooms. Cheongju's efficiency is extremely high. By the time Lin Yu and Lin Yao returned to the Shonin suite, it had already returned to its original state, as if the charred ruins had never existed. The backup system had fully taken over. "Okay, go enjoy yourself," Lin Yu said to his sister. "Remember, don't be sh—" Lin Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with the light of taking advantage of the situation. She turned and rushed into her room, probably preparing to experience all those beauty treatments from start to finish. Lin Yu closed the passage between the two rooms. He could hardly wait to open his attribute panel. Everything else could wait. Now he just wanted to know what kind of transformation that 104,857,676 times proficiency had brought. His gaze locked directly onto the skill bar. Lightning technique. That skill bar, which originally emitted a blue glow, was now radiating a luxurious and brilliant golden hue. It worked. It really worked. Lin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. Once, just one, it transformed an ordinary basic spell into a golden legendary level that countless professionals could hardly aspire to in their lifetime. He trembled as he clicked on the detailed information of lightning technique. Lightning technique, golden legend. Proficiency golden 10485761000000. Proficiency effect skill damage increased by 100, skill range expanded by 100, a paralysis effect enhanced by 100, mana consumption reduced by 50. New ability unlock control of lightning form. Control of lightning form. You can freely control the lightning forms in which this skill is released. It can be shaped into various forms such as lightning nets, lightning blades, lightning whips, and lightning armor. The more complex the form, the greater the mental energy consumption. Lin Yu's mind buzzed. Staring at those fiercely powerful attributes and at the new ability named control of lightning form, he was completely stunned. This was no longer a quantitative change. This was a qualitative change. A skill from ordinary to golden brings an earth-shattering enhancement. Damage range and effects are all doubled and consumption is halved. This means that the current lightning technique, even without any amplification, has a basic power that could rival those signature skills of high-level mages. Even more terrifying is the control of lightning form. This completely frees lightning technique from the shackles of single-target attack, transforming it into a versatile god skill that integrates single-target area control and defense. weaving lightning into a vast net enveloping the battlefield, condensing lightning into a sharp blade piercing through formidable foes, even transforming lightning into armor to protect oneself. This is no longer a basic spell. This is practically a miniature skill library. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the ecstasy within. He slowly raised his right hand. This time he did not use any cards, merely mobilizing the most basic mana within his body. He issued the command to release lightning technique in his mind. There were no terrifying energy fluctuations, no shocking visual or auditory effects. A thin gold-like arc of lightning quietly appeared at his fingertips. It bore no trace of wildness. Instead, it was as docile as a kitten. Lin Yu focused his mind. Control of lightning form. That golden arc of lightning began to dance and transformed flexibly at his fingertips. It first transformed into a small sword with intricate lightning patterns visible on the sword's body. Then the sword body disintegrated and reformed into a small shield. Finally, it turned into a small bird flapping wings made of arcs of electricity, circling and dancing around his fingers, vivid and lifelike. Under Lin Yu's control, it merged back into his body, bringing a tingling sensation. This exquisite control left Lin Yu himself astonished. What delighted him even more was that this anomalous lightning technique seemed to activate the residual medicinal power within him. The tingling sensation was not fleeting. It transformed into countless fine currents wandering throughout his body, as if exploring an entirely new continent. Lin Yu clearly felt that his limit of 500 points in physique was undergoing a peculiar optimization by this force. The hidden dangers left by the massive injections of drugs in his desperate attempts to break through limits, those violent medicinal powers that had settled deep within his body and could not be completely absorbed, were now being identified one by the gentle golden lightning, crushed, decomposed, and then reintegrated into his limbs and bones. His muscles trembled at an imperceptible frequency, becoming denser and filled with explosive power. His bones emitted a faint clicking sound, growing tougher, akin to forged steel. Even his skin, nourished by this power, became as smooth as jade, with the tiny needle marks left from the reckless drug injections now vanished without a trace. It even created the illusion of a leap in life level. Lin Yu walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror in the suite and looked at himself in the reflection. The person in the mirror appeared to be slightly taller, and his previously slender shoulders were now broad. The muscle lines under his t-shirt were no longer exaggerated or distorted, but presented a streamlined form full of strength, each inch containing explosive energy. He was no longer that pale youth who had been dormant for years, nor the drugged figure with an abnormal physique. Now he was undoubtedly a walking embodiment of hormones, a perfect specimen of masculinity. This strength from within made him feel an unprecedented sense of control over his body. This unexpected delight ignited a warmth in Lin Yu's heart. He zapped himself multiple times until that sensation began to diminish. After stopping, Lin Yu began to contemplate his method of improving his proficiency. Since it was effective, should he do it again? As soon as this thought arose, he could no longer suppress it. He instinctively wanted to transform again, to summon that lightning carrying 1,000,000 times the power. But just as his hand lifted, it suddenly froze. No, he couldn't. In his mind, the pale, ghostly face of the insect house manager flashed, along with the seemingly calm, yet sharp demeanor of Boss Zhong. An accident could be deemed a natural disaster. They could convince themselves it was a resonance of energy from the abyss. However, if the same natural disaster were to occur in the same place within a short time frame, it would not be so easily adaptable. That would no longer be a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. At that time, not only Boss Zhong, but even the headquarters of Insect House would definitely turn this place upside down, sparing no effort to find the source of this man-made disaster. He didn't want to become the hunted target for now. So how about a different approach? What if he directly zapped himself, amplifying by 1,000,000 times, and using lightning technique for a thorough electrotherapy? The moment this idea surfaced, he extinguished it himself. What a joke. He would end up fried. His 500 points of physique, merely as a cannon firing outward, once already felt an enormous load. If he treated his body as a target, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lin Yu sighed, feeling conflicted. He opened his attribute panel again, his gaze landing on the golden proficiency bar of lightning technique. Proficiency golden 1048576100. The next level is the required proficiency was a number that made his eyelids twitch. 100 million. What does that even mean? Lin Yu quickly calculated in his mind. A standard lightning technique from incantation to release would take at least 3 seconds, even for a talented mage. 100 million times means 300 million seconds. Converted, that amounts to 5 million minutes over 83,000 hours. This meant that an ordinary practitioner would need to continuously cast lightning technique without eating, drinking, or sleeping for nearly 10 years to possibly stack this basic skill to the red mythic level. 10 years to sharpen a sword. This is the true law of this world. And for himself, a single amplification of 1,000,000 times counts as 1,000,000 times proficiency. In other words, he would only need 100 times to cover what others would take 10 years to achieve. But the question is, where would he get those 100 times? The backup system of Insect House probably couldn't withstand even once. His own body was equally intolerant. It seemed he needed to strengthen his body first. This thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Should he stack some passive enhancements or supportive skills? In terms of attack power, the basic skills under 1,000,000-fold amplification were definitely sufficient. One could even say it was seriously overflowing. If a skill at golden proficiency could cause such a stir, for others it would be a formidable barrier, but for him it was merely 100 times skill releases. If executed properly, he could even stack several red mythic skills in a single day. With this in mind, Lin Yu felt another surge of warmth in his heart. He immediately opened the virtual screen in his room and began searching online. He needed strategies. He required truly valuable core information regarding skills proficiency and career advancements. However, reality quickly doused him with cold water. The screen displayed nothing but common knowledge. Must see for beginners. The top 10 easiest basic skills to improve proficiency. Shocking. A certain third transformation archmage shares quick leveling tips, and the answer is the importance of teamwork in improving proficiency. Lin Yu clicked through one by one, closing them just as quickly. These so-called strategies were filled with useless information. They either urged people to join large guilds for support or recommended buying expensive training courses and auxiliary potions. The truly key information, those studies on the underlying rules of the world, were all kept as secrets by major factions and would never be made public. What could be found online were nothing but scraps or even deliberately released misinformation. Lin Yu felt somewhat vexed. He felt like he was sitting on a massive treasure mountain, yet couldn't find a suitable pickaxe. Just as he was about to give up, a seemingly inconspicuous search result appeared in the corner of the screen. It was a snapshot of an old forum that had long ceased operations. The title read, "Speculations on the Proficiency Cap, the Ramblings of an Old Veteran." Lin Yu clicked in almost unconsciously. The page loaded slowly, filled with mosaics and garbled text, but the content of the post was presented clearly. The content of the post is quite simple, even somewhat disjointed. I know no one believes it, but red is not the end. After reaching a mastery level of 100 million, it can continue. I've tried it, and it really works. The panel can't be screenshot or photographed, otherwise I would have posted a picture. 1 billion times, yes, 1 billion times. The mastery will turn into a color I've never seen before, neither gold nor red, but a kind of ancient color. The mastery upgrade limit will become 100 billion times. Skills will completely change, but it's not just an upgrade, it's evolution. What about 100 billion times? I don't know, I haven't reached that yet, but I feel that after 100 billion it can change again. The content of the post abruptly ends. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Above read, 100 billion. These numbers are nothing short of a fairy tale for any professional. But for Lin Yu it felt like a thunderbolt exploding in his mind. 1 billion times to him is merely 1,000 times multiplied cycle. 100 billion times is just 10,000 times. He suppressed his excitement and continued scrolling down the page, looking at the replies. As expected, the comments section was filled with ridicule and insults. Has the original poster woken up? What a dream. 1 billion times. Do you know what that means? Since I was born I've been casting skills, and even now I can't accumulate that much. Are you just bragging? Even if I cast one skill per second without eating, drinking, or sleeping, it would take me 10 years to achieve that. How many years have you lived? Another wannabe celebrity going crazy. A god among men, everyone ignore him. Do you believe him or believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Anyone who believes this will have a miserable life. Send me 50 and he'll teach you how to break the limit. Faced with doubts, the original poster began to awkwardly defend himself. I'm not lying. I used to be a member of the 3 major guilds in the Abyss domain. I was seriously injured during a mission, half paralyzed and forced to retire. I can't do anything else, but I have one skill I can use called Subtle Snap, which is just snapping my fingers to make a small thing move. I rely on it for eating, drinking, and flipping through books. For decades I've had to use it tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times, which is why I discovered this secret. This explanation not only failed to quell the anger, but instead invited even more intense laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing. The 3 major guilds in the Abyss domain. Do you know what that place is? It is a supreme organization that surpasses all nations. Their veterans would be half paralyzed at home without anyone caring. Can you at least make your story more believable? Exactly. Even if you were just a janitor from the 3 major guilds, you'd be someone important back home. Your treatment is even worse than the street sweepers back in my hometown. And subtle snap. What use does this broken skill have besides amusing a cat? Still hundreds of thousands of times. Doesn't your hand cramp? Purely a clown diagnosis complete. Delusional nothing can help you at home. The subsequent posts turned into a one-sided humiliation of the original poster. He was still trying to prove himself, mentioning his old unit number and some insider jargon and secrets that only veterans of the Abyss domain would know. But no matter what he said, it was taken as even more laughable lies. In the end, under the ridicule and attacks of hundreds of posts, that glorious metal never appeared again. The page of the post was old, filled with garbled text and broken image links, but the words themselves remained clear. Lin Yu stared at it, his brain rapidly processing the information contained within. Above read, 1 billion mastery. 100 billion. These are not just simple numbers, they point to a path unknown to anyone, a road to heaven that no one has ever imagined. In the comments section, there was a flood of ridicule. Every reply dripped with contempt and mockery, and the poster named Glorious Metal was nailed to the pillar of shame as a madman and a clown by everyone. To be honest, such remarks are even less credible than the UFO secrets and sea monster stories in street newspapers. At least they stick a few blurry pictures. But this, it is merely text, a rambling discourse from a down-and-out veteran. Any rational person would close the page and dismiss it as a pathetic joke. But Lin Yu is not just any rational, ordinary person. He once sought a ghost card, transforming small stones into cards day after day, and then innovating for 5 whole years without interruption. If one were to argue who is the best at such tedious, mind-numbing work in the world, he would undoubtedly take the crown. The insults in the comments section had no effect on him. On the contrary, his mind, honed by 5 years of monotonous life, began to automatically deduce and calculate. 1 billion mastery. For ordinary professionals, this is an astronomical figure that would take a lifetime, even several lifetimes, to achieve. But for him, his thoughts raced. One cycle of ghost cards stacked with all prerequisites can achieve an enhancement of 104,857 times. For convenience and calculation, let's just say it's 1,000,000 times. 1 billion mastery only requires 1,000 of these million times cycles. 1,000 times is enough to verify the truth. This number is still considerable. But what about the skill mentioned in the post? Subtle snap. Snapping fingers. How long does it take? Half a second. And the entire multiplication process from transforming a card to final release, if he is quick enough, can be completed in 10 seconds. 1,000 cycles. Amounts to 10,000 seconds. Converted, that is 166 minutes. Less than 3 hours. Lin Yu's breath hitched slightly. Using less than 3 hours to verify a potentially world-altering ultimate secret. The risk is merely wasting 3 hours. Wasting it is acceptable. He gambled 5 years of his youth for a fleeting ghost card. What's 3 hours in comparison? He is simply too experienced at doing such things. Those 5 years of lurking were not in vain. Let's do it. He closed the virtual screen. The apartment was silent, with only the faint hum of the backup system's electricity. Skill subtle snap. A non-combat, non-elemental, purely basic skill. I don't even know who discovered that this is also a skill. Many so-called skill gift packs online treat it as a free addition. Its only function is to produce a crisp snapping sound. No damage, no effect, no use. Not useful. The skill service at the Worm residence doesn't even have it. Perfect. This thing surely won't blow up the hotel again, right? Lin Yu ordered a comprehensive skill book from the black market, a bunch of things costing $10 each. They bundled it up and sold it to him for 3,500. These black market merchants are making money just as fast as he is. However, the service was fairly quick. In less than 10 minutes, the goods were delivered to him. Lin Yu found the small skill book and learned the exquisite finger snap technique. It was almost instantaneous. After that, Lin Yu changed to a more open environment, just in case. Once everything was ready, he raised his hand. A blank card manifested in his palm. Focusing his mind, he imprinted the concept of a crisp finger snap onto it. Skill card, exquisite finger snap. Effortlessly. Next, it was the core of his power. Ghost card. Amplification card. The familiar process etched into his very bones was initiated once more. The cards appeared and disappeared in his hands at a dazzling speed, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort from the layers of accumulated energy. 1, 2, 4, 128, 524,288. The final layer fit perfectly. Your next card will activate an additional 485,760 times. The card for exquisite finger snap amplified to its utmost radiated blinding white light from his palm, as if it contained an entirely new universe within. He did not hesitate for a moment. Activate. Snap. The sound of the finger snap echoed in the room, crisp and incredible. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to pierce through his eardrum, resonating deep within his consciousness. The card for exquisite finger snap amplified to its utmost radiated blinding white light from his palm, as if it contained an exquisite finger snap, gold proficiency, gold 104857610 proficiency effect skill, has no consumption, instant activation. New ability unlocked micro-object manipulation. Micro-object manipulation, you can move items within a 5-meter range weighing no more than 500 grams with a snap. Lin Yu was completely frozen. His gaze fell upon a pen sitting a few meters away on the coffee table. He slowly raised his hand. His will was highly concentrated. Snap. The pen on the coffee table trembled slightly, then extremely slowly, like a drunken man, rolled 1 centimeter to the side. It moved. It really moved. A jolt of electricity surged through Lin Yu's entire body in an instant. This shock was more intense than the feedback he received from lightning technique, more exhilarating than any power he had ever felt. Because that old soldier did not lie. An utterly useless non-combat skill underwent evolution under the accumulation of millions of proficiency points. It gained a true physical effect capable of interfering with reality. From nothing to something, it created value. This proved the validity of the entire theoretical framework. If 1,000,000 times can turn it into gold and grant new abilities, then what about 1,000,000,000 times? What would that ancient color the old soldier spoke of be? What terrifying evolution would the skill undergo? A wild fire named excitement erupted within his chest, incinerating the last shred of doubt into ashes. His thoughts were clearer than ever, and his path was illuminated by a divine light at this moment. A true path to the divine throne. He glanced at the proficiency bar once more. 1,000,000, still far from the 100 million required to advance to the red mythical level. But this was just the next step. The real treasure lay further away. 1 billion. 100 billion. Even more. He had to keep going. He had to witness it with his own eyes. The exhilaration almost overwhelmed his reason, but his hands remained steady as a rock. 5 years of solitude had forged an iron will within him. He took a deep breath. The air seemed to carry a sweet scent called possibility. The process started again. A new blank card. The imprint of the skill. Ghost card mirror amplification. This time the speed of the cycle was even faster, driven by a manic and fiery energy. 1, 2, 4. The numbers surged wildly, transforming into a torrent of power converging in his palm. He was no longer merely validating a theory. He was forging a miracle with his own hands. The light of the card in his hand grew more intense, illuminating his resolute face with sharp angles. His eyes were fixed firmly on the ultimate threshold of 1 billion times, a place no one had ever touched. The second million-fold amplification was about to be completed. Snap. Another crisp finger snap. Lin Yu's movements did not pause for a moment. His hands became mere afterimages. The blank card appeared. The imprint activated. Ghost card started. Mirror copy amplification card stacked. A series of processes flowed smoothly, as if he had rehearsed it billions of times. He didn't even need to think. His body's instincts drove him to complete all the actions. This was the memory ingrained in his soul after 5 years of tedious waiting. Snap, snap, snap. The crisp sound of finger snaps echoed at a fixed frequency in the suite. Each snap represented the accumulation of 485,760 times of proficiency. Lin Yu's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, and he entered a wondrous ethereal state. In his world, only the cards and the finger snaps remained. Time lost its meaning at that moment. It was unclear how long it had been. When the 96th million-fold amplification was completed, and that crisp finger snap rang out once more, the golden proficiency bar on Lin Yu's attribute panel was finally filled. Exquisite finger snap, gold proficiency, gold 100. A dazzling red light burst forth from the panel. The gold faded away. In its place was a profound and heavy crimson imbued with mythological aura. Exquisite finger snap, red mythical proficiency, red 100. Proficiency effect skill, has no consumption, instant activation, can ignore any physical energy environment for release. New ability unlocked. Willful finger snap. Speed receives a massive boost. Your will can generate snaps. It was done. Red mythical level. Unlocked a new ability, and the proficiency count would no longer change. Lin Yu felt the new changes brought by the skill, ignoring any environment. This meant that even if he were 10,000 meters deep in the sea in the vacuum of space or in the core of magma, as long as he wished he could snap his fingers. This skill completely broke free from the constraints of the physical realm. And willful finger. Lin Yu focused his mind. Snap, snap, snap. A series of snaps densely packed to the point of almost merging into one exploded in the air around his body. Not with his hands, but with his thoughts. So interesting. A smile finally appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Does this mean he is now a master of finger snaps? However, this was not the end. His gaze fell upon the brand new proficiency bar. 100 million to 1 billion. A tenfold gap. The old soldier once said above read there is change. Lin Yu did not hesitate for a moment, not even granting himself half a second's respite. Those hands, almost blurred in motion, began to dance once more. A new cycle commenced. 100 times. 200 times. 500 times. 999 times. Lin Yu's spirit was stretched to its limit, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After nearly 1,000 extreme operations, even he felt a weariness that stemmed from his very soul. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. The final layer. The 1,000th millionfold cycle completed. The card bearing the mastery of 1 billion times the exquisite snap emitted a subtle, yet profound white light in his hand. Activate. Snap. A sound reminiscent of ancient times echoed in his consciousness. Lin Yu eagerly opened the attribute panel. Exquisite snap, red mythical mastery red 100, and then nothing. Nothing happened. The color did not change. The ability did not increase. Behind the mastery bar no new upper limit number appeared, merely a simple max. The expectation on Lin Yu's face instantly froze. What was going on? He refreshed the attribute panel repeatedly, but the result did not change at all. Did that old soldier lie? The moment this thought emerged, an indescribable sense of disappointment, sir. He spent nearly 3 hours performing over 1,000 extreme operations only to receive a capped red skill. No, that's not right. Lin Yu shook his head vigorously, forcing that negative emotion away. The old soldier's rambling arguments in the forum, the details about troop numbers and jargon, did not seem like lies. Was it simply that he was too foolish believing everything? Where was the problem? Lin Yu forced himself to calm down. He looked again at the description in that post. The panel cannot be screenshot or photographed. Mastery will turn into a color I have never seen before. An ancient color. Since he could see it, why couldn't he? Could it be? A possibility flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Eye of analysis. Without hesitation, he activated this passive ability. Within his eyes, countless streams of data flashed at light speed. The entire world was instantaneously deconstructed and reassembled in his view. He turned his gaze back to his attribute panel. This time he saw something different. Beneath the line of crimson text for exquisite snap, a tiny annotation, hidden by some form of rule power and only visible under the eye of analysis, slowly emerged. The skill mastery has reached the breaking limit tier. The mastery required for the next tier, ancient. The color of that annotation was neither gold nor red nor any known color. It was a kind of indescribable color, seemingly sedimented with the brilliance of countless ages, a dull, ancient hue. Breaking limit. Ancient. 1 billion mastery. Lin Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The old soldier did not. He simply possessed a form of analytical ability like Lin Yu which allowed him to see the true path of advancement hidden by the world's rules. Yet, Lin Yu's brow soon furrowed again. This ancient tier, aside from its impressive name, seemed to offer no enhancements. The skill effect remained unchanged. What was this? An honorary title? Lin Yu calculated again. 1 billion mastery required 1,000 cycles, taking nearly 3 hours. 10 billion mastery would require 10,000 cycles. 30 hours. More than an entire day and night. Moreover, as the number of cycles increased, the consumption of mental energy was all too real. In those 3 hours, he had already felt considerable fatigue and mental drain. If he had to carry out extreme operations continuously for 30 hours, he would likely break down mentally before the skill upgraded, becoming an idiot. Give up. That thought appeared for just a moment before he extinguished it completely. What a joke. This was the only road to the divine throne. A path to the heavens hidden by the world's rules, uniquely belonging to him, Lin Yu. What was mere mental consumption in comparison? Lin Yu was not lacking in medicine. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand again. But this time he did not imprint exquisite snap. A blank card appeared. He retrieved a bottle of the most standard mental stabilizer purchased from the black market from his storage. Card transformation. Mental stabilizer, white ghost card. Doubling card. That familiar process began anew. But this time the target was no longer a skill card, but a potion card. When the final layer of the doubling card was embedded, Lin Yu activated the card. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering momentum. Only a flash of light appeared on the empty ground before him. The next second, piles of mental stabilizers radiating a faint blue glow appeared from thin air, instantly filling half the suite. 1 bottle. 10 bottles. 100 bottles. 1,000 bottles. Over 10,000 standard versions of the mental stabilizer piled up into a small mountain in the room. This was still not enough. Lin Yu looked again at his hands. The entire doubling process from card transformation to release took 10 seconds. Too slow. 10,000 cycles would take 100,000 seconds. It must be optimized. His mind raced, the eye of analysis breaking down each of his movements into countless data frames. A 0.1 second delay in raising his hand. A 0.03 second gap in card switching. A 0.2 second fluctuation in energy infusion. All were compressible time. He closed his eyes, conducting a frenzied simulation in his mind. Once. 10 times. 100 times. When he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had changed. It was an extreme calmness, as if everything had been mechanized, resembling precise machinery. He glanced at the time on the virtual window. 5:58 in the morning. The sky was already beginning to brighten, and he was about to embark on a 30-hour isolated, arduous training session. Lin Yu casually picked up a bottle of mental stabilizer, twisted off the cap, and drank it all at once. It was indeed much better than the cheap ones he had drunk before. The icy liquid slid down his throat, a wave of coolness rushing to his brain, dispelling all fatigue. He slowly raised both hands, placing them in front of him. A new blank card appeared. Imprint exquisite snap. That optimized brand new process was about to be a day and a night. The starry river outside the virtual window has completed a full cycle. Inside the suite, Lin Yu's figure was reduced to a mere shadow. Imprint, replicate, amplify, release. These 4 actions were compressed into an astonishingly short time. He had not closed his eyes or rested for even a second. A wave of mental fatigue surged like a tide, but he forcefully suppressed it with the stabilizing agent he consumed without hesitation. A mountain of potion bottles had already formed a small sea of blue glass at his feet. During this time, the side door leading to the adjacent room slid open twice. Lin Yu peeked in, and each time, she only saw her brother's back, focused to the point of madness along with the scattered potion bottles. She did not make a sound to disturb him. She just silently watched. For the first time, she saw Lin Yu's bare upper body, the smooth and powerful lines of his muscles, and his stature, which was even more upright than before. His skin had also become smoother, radiating a healthy vitality. Her little face flushed instantly. It seemed that her older brother had indeed been indulging in aesthetic services. But along with that came a deep sense of shame. What had she been thinking before? Her brother was clearly working hard in a way she couldn't comprehend. Lin Yu didn't fully understand, but she grasped the essence. Her brother was striving desperately. She quietly retreated. When she returned the second time, her little face was already filled with determination. Seeing her brother still crazily cultivating, instead of feeling worried, she felt as if a powerful motivation had been injected into her. If such an impressive person as her brother was working so hard, having awakened a myth-level profession, what reason did she have to slack off? She retreated back to her room, closed the door, and immersed herself in the study of her profession, the omniscient one. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained completely unaware of this. In his world, there was nothing left but cards and the goal he was about to achieve. 10,000 cycles. 100 billion proficiency. When the last set of amplification cards merged into the core of the subtle snap card, Lin Yu activated it. He did not release. He simply watched quietly as this card completed its final transformation in his hand. Snap. A soft sound. The card transformed into pure white light points, merging into his body. It's done. Lin Yu immediately pulled up the attribute panel. Very subtle snap, red mythical. Proficiency max. The information on the panel was alarmingly simple. The color remained red. There were no new tier annotations following it. Eye of analysis. With a single thought, the data stream of the entire world unfolded before his eyes once more. He looked back at his attribute panel. This time, under the line subtle snap in bright red text, a line of ancient gray runes hidden by the world's rules clearly emerged. Skill tier primordial. Ability, everything can be a snap, all methods can enter a snap. Primordial. This is it. Lin Yu's spirit was invigorated. However, the new ability description made him fall into contemplation once more. Everything can be a snap, all methods can enter a snap. What does this mean? A phrase that sounds enigmatic. At the moment of his confusion, a tremendous torrent of information surged into his mind, without warning. It was not knowledge. It was Tao. concerning the action of snapping itself from the physical level to the conceptual level, from a mortal's crisp sound to the rhythm of deities extinguishing stars. Everything transformed into his instinct. He understood. He fully understood. What was called subtle snap was no longer a mere skill. It had become a medium, a definitive container that could hold any other skill. Countless methods instantaneously flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Those forbidden spells that required lengthy chants. Those secret arts that required complex seals. Those ultimate moves that required preparation. In the face of the primordial snap, all would be reduced to a simple action. In layman's terms, it meant that skills could be stored in a snap. When needed, a single snap could directly release the stored skill. Snap. Instant release. A terrifying ability capable of overturning the entire combat system for practitioners. However, Lin Yu's ecstasy lasted less than 3 seconds, swiftly replaced by extreme calm. In this world, there is no true absolute. What is called arbitrary, what is called disregard, often carries a long list of hidden limitations behind it. Energy suppression, mental capacity limits, rule conflicts. Any one of these could turn this seemingly heaven-defying ability into a hollow shell. Just like his own ghost card amplification cycle. In theory, he could have an infinite number of amplification cards. He could also cycle infinitely. But in reality, the limit on holding amplification cards was restricted by his mental capacity, and each cycle, each amplification consumed his mental energy frantically. If it weren't for the unlimited supply of stabilizing agents, he would have been drained dry long ago. What was the limit of this primordial snap? How high a tier of skills could it hold? How much energy suppression could it disregard? What would happen if a level 1 novice attempted to instantaneously cast a forbidden spell Judgment Day with a snap? Would it result in a failed skill release? Or would he himself explode from the overwhelming energy? Countless questions arose in his heart. He needed an answer. A definitive answer that could serve as the cornerstone of his future path. However, to his surprise, in the very next second after he posed the question, that answer automatically clearly surfaced in the depths of his consciousness. As if it were a truth he inherently understood. Unlimited. Indeed. In the true sense, unlimited. It does not follow the law of energy conservation. It does not heed mental restrictions. It does not concern itself with rule conflicts. It is merely a pure concept, an absolute rule. It says it can be stored, then it can be stored. It says it can be instantaneously released, then it can be instantaneously released. As long as a level 1 novice learns subtle snap and possesses a forbidden spell skill, he could snap. Cast a truly genuine forbidden spell capable of destroying a city. Lin Yu froze completely. Is this what primordial means? But this is not entirely without limits. The torrent of information that flooded into his mind belonging to the primordial rules revealed its absolute dominance, and then unveiled its only shackle. It is not about the level of the skill, nor is it about the intensity of the energy. The limitation comes from the snap itself. The current primordial snap can only store 1 snap, which means 1 skill. 1. Lin Yu's soaring ambition was doused with a bucket of cold water by this number. Only 1 can be stored, instantly diminishing its practicality. It's like being given a pocket that can hold the entire universe, yet being told that you can only place 1 item inside at a time. However, before Lin Yu could feel disappointed. The next piece of information immediately surfaced in his consciousness. After primordial, there exists a higher tier, origin. The proficiency required to advance from primordial to origin is 1 trillion times. Lin Yu's breath momentarily halted. A trillion. This unit felt somewhat surreal to him. He recalled a long time ago back in school, a teacher who taught fundamental skill theory jokingly said in class, "Students, do not underestimate any basic skill. It is said that even a common skill like fireball can ultimately reach the essence of its power if you can release it countless times. Because all the laws and energies in our world have a common origin." Of course, even the teacher who said this regarded it merely as a joke to motivate students to train hard. Or rather, as an inspirational quote that could never be verified. What a joke. Just repeating could lead to infinite strength. Are there really so many mediocre and useless people in the world of professionals? Talent, resources, and comprehension, none can be missing. This is the universally acknowledged truth of the world. But today Lin Yu learned. What the teacher said was all true. Repetition can indeed touch the essence. However, this countless times seems far too many. So many that everyone treated it as a joke. He spent an entire day and night reaching a proficiency of 10 billion times. What about a trillion times? Lin Yu's brain raced. 100 days. Conducting extreme operations without sleep or rest under infinite supplies of mental stabilizers for 100 days. He had no doubt that before he reached skill advancement, he would first collapse completely due to mental exhaustion, becoming a true idiot. Right now this path was completely impassable. At this moment, yet another piece of new rule information clearly emerged in his consciousness. Primordial Snap, each additional 100 billion times of proficiency grants one more storage slot. Lin Yu's thoughts were instantly illuminated. So that's how it is. Although he couldn't reach origin in one leap for now, he could increase the practicality of the snap by accumulating proficiency. Increase by 100 billion times and gain one more slot. 1,000,000,000,000 times means 10 slots. This is the most realistic improvement path at this stage. But Lin Yu's thoughts went far beyond that. His mind instantly returned to his most core ability, Ghost Card Doubling Cycle. With each cycle, he could provide a maximum increase of 104,857 times. Therefore, he needed to perform nearly 10,000 cycles to accumulate 100 billion proficiency. But what if? What if his mental power could once again achieve a qualitative leap? The limit of doubling cards he held is 22, but under extreme operations he could only use 20 as he needed to leave 2 as seeds. However, in reality, he could manage with just 1 seed by using mirror duplication in extreme conditions. But as long as his mental power increases, the number of doubling cards he can use will increase. Each additional doubling card does not simply add to his power, but results in exponential explosions. He began to calculate frantically. If he could use 27 doubling cards, that would result in an increase of 2 raised to the 27th power. Over 13 million times. By then 100 billion proficiency would only require less than 100 cycles. 1,000,000,000,000 proficiency would need less than 10,000. What originally required 100 days of hard training would be compressed to less than 3 hours. If he could use 40 doubling cards, 2 raised to the 40th power, that is a terrifyingly breathtaking number exceeding 1 trillion. At that point, he would only need to perform 1 doubling cycle. One time. He could directly pull a skill from 0 proficiency to the origin tier in an instant. All it requires is a mere 40 doubling cards. Having figured all this out, Lin Yu's thoughts became clear. The core of all problems returned to the beginning. Improve the 4 basic attributes, especially mental power. As long as his mental power is strong enough, he can withstand higher multiples of increases, turning all impossibilities into possibilities. The matters with the pharmaceutical companies must be accelerated. Lin Yu's thoughts shifted rapidly from researching skills back to reality. His purpose for this journey was not merely to shut himself away for cultivation. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies of Linzhou, along with their backing Qingyun Pharmaceutical. These colossal entities entrenched in Linzhou and surrounding provinces are the first tough nuts he must crack in his plan. He needed to leverage these companies' channels and research capabilities to seek greater power, or if they weren't qualified to serve as a springboard, then utilize their laboratories to develop higher-tier potions capable of breaking through the 500 attribute limit. To quickly subdue these local tyrants, he needed to demonstrate a power they couldn't resist, one that would even instill fear. Is pure destructive power enough? Lin Yu pondered quietly. True authority has never been about destruction. He recalled Zhao Tianyang, that high school student who signed a master-servant contract with him in despair and was utterly devoted. To die to live. This is the greatest power in the world. To hold life and death. Death is too simple. A millionfold increase from lightning technique should be enough to physically erase the headquarters of any one of them. Now, having comprehended the primordial tier and touched upon the essence of skills Lin Yu might as well attempt to master. Life. What if he could also elevate a basic healing skill to the primordial tier? A healing spell that could instantly cure all injuries, even regenerate severed limbs, and bring the dead back to life. At that point, he would temporarily hold the extremes of life and death. Once his thoughts were clear, his actions became swift. Lin Yu immediately opened the black market skill trading platform. Holy Light Infusion chant for 3 seconds to restore a large amount of life to the target with an additional Holy Light effect that continuously dispels negative states. Too slow. Spring Rain Transformation, a guiding spell that continuously consumes mana to provide sustained healing to friendly units within range. Not suitable for single target bursts. Lifelink links one's life force with the target sharing damage. It's an evil path and not purely giving. Lin Yu's screening criteria were extremely strict. It must be instant cast. This is to align with the efficiency of Ghost Card Doubling Cycle. Any skill requiring a cast time would turn into a disaster under a millionfold increase. It must have the lowest consumption, because what he was going to perform involved billions of repeated casts. Power was in fact the least important factor. After sifting through a vast skill library for nearly half an hour, Lin Yu even paid to enter several encrypted private skill libraries, yet the results were still unsatisfactory. The more powerful the healing skills, the more complex their casting conditions became, whether requiring specific hand seals, sincere prayers, or even precious materials. Lin Yu's fingertips glided across the virtual light screen, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The skill repository of the black market was vast, yet not a single one met his stringent criteria. Either the casting time was outrageously long, or it required specific casting mediums. Alternatively, there were simply guiding spells that couldn't possibly match his ghost card doubling cycle. What he needed was a trigger. A simple and pure trigger that could instantly unleash all the power he had accumulated in a split second. Not an antique musket that required cumbersome maintenance and preheating. Time passed second by second. Lin Yu closed the interface of the last private skill repository. No. Still nothing. Had his line of thinking been wrong from the start? Was it impossible to grasp the authority of life? No. Lin Yu immediately dismissed this thought. The direction was definitely not wrong. Even if there was a mistake, he had no other options at the moment. Perhaps he was looking in the wrong place. The black market was ultimately a place that pursued profit. What circulated here were skills that had been validated by the market, capable of quick monetization or possessing strong immediate combat power. Those truly fundamental skills regarded by everyone as trash had all but disappeared here, because they couldn't fetch a price. For instance, a finger snap. A thought flashed through his mind. He reached out and swiped on the virtual interface, simply retrieving a long-forgotten document online. Linzhou Tianxing Vocational Technical College Standard Skill Textbook, 3rd Year Auxiliary Department, Revised Edition. Of course, this was a pirated version. The genuine version was not allowed to leak. The light screen lit up as the electronic pages flipped rapidly. Lin Yu was also making his own judgments. Skill model is fixed and cannot be modified at the foundational level. Casting time is too long, conflicting with doubling cycle. Energy conversion rate is too low, lacking investment value. All junk. Just as he was about to close the document and prepare to search in older, even unpublished databases, his fingers stopped. The light screen froze on an inconspicuous corner of the textbook. It was an elective skill classified under the intersection of life skills and restoration skills, one that wouldn't even be mentioned in the final exam. Vitality Nourishment. Skill description condenses a trace of life energy to infuse a target with a hint of vitality. Instant cast. No cost. Yes, no cost. This is an anomaly among all skills requiring energy consumption. It was precisely because of this that it was tossed into an unremarkable corner. Because its effect was practically negligible. At the bottom of the textbook in smaller print was its specific effect. Restores 13 health points to the target in one go and subsequently restores 0.1 health points every second for a minute. So low it was appalling. Any practitioner, even a newly awakened first-level novice, would have health points in the hundreds. This meager restoration amount couldn't even replace a mosquito bite. It was simply a joke. But Lin Yu did not laugh. All his attention was focused on the few lines of supplementary notes on high proficiency hypothesis attached by the textbook compilers. This part of the content was usually dismissed by students as filler. It wasn't that its effect was false, but that no one would spend time verifying such a skill. Moreover, it was pointless. Proficiency hypothesis. This entry is not officially verified, only theoretical deduction. Golden proficiency, 1 million times according to ancient texts. When the casting frequency of this skill reaches a threshold, the contained life energy will undergo a slight qualitative change. In addition to its basic restoration effect, it could to some extent eliminate negative energy erosion within the target and passively enhance the target's basic physical functions, providing a slight boost to all attributes. Red proficiency, 100 million times based on the hypothesis of golden proficiency. As the qualitative change deepens, this skill might affect the target's mental state. The textbook editorial committee speculated that its effect might manifest as deep rest, significantly enhancing the target's sleep and rest efficiency, restoring energy in a short time. Specific effects vary from person to person. Lin Yu read through this line by line. All attributes enhancement. Quick rest. To ordinary practitioners, these effects still seem trivial. Golden proficiency, 1 million casts for an almost negligible attribute boost. With that effort, he could run 2 dungeons, and the dropped equipment attributes would be higher. Red proficiency, 100 million times. That's even more absurd. Who would repeat a trash skill 100 million times just to sleep a little better? Logically, Lin Yu wouldn't either. But he had few choices now. Instant cast skills were already rare and restoration skills were even scarcer. Vitality Nourishment, instant cast, no cost. These two conditions perfectly matched his ghost card doubling cycle. It was simply a match made in heaven. As for the effects of golden and red proficiency were indeed very basic. But so what? At least it proved that the growth path of this skill was practical and effective. It was not a purely dead end. That was enough. The risk was instantly reduced to an acceptable range. Lin Yu completed a thorough analysis of the pros and cons in an instant. The investment was immense. Leveling a skill from 0 to the ancient rank required a considerable amount of time and energy. Even for him, it was a significant burden. The outcome was unknown. What would the ancient rank of vitality nourishment become? A miracle capable of regeneration from severed limbs, or merely a super sleep spell that could make people fall asleep quickly? No one knew. But rather than wasting time here worrying about an unknown result, it was better to just, regardless of whether the final result was good or bad, it was 100 times better than staying in place and daydreaming. In this world, ideas were the least valuable. Lin Yu closed the textbook document. His thinking had shifted from the selection phase to the execution. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu directly found the electronic document of Linzhou Tianqing Vocational Technical College, Standard Skill Textbook, 3rd Year, Auxiliary Department, Revised Edition online. Pirated, but free. He was even too lazy to download it, opening it directly online. The light screen expanded as he accurately flipped to the page of Vitality Nourishment. Do you want to learn the skill Vitality Nourishment? Yes. A barely noticeable warm current surged into his body, then vanished without a trace. He learned it. The entire process felt less tangible than him taking a sip of water. Lin Yu raised his hand, directing it toward the air before him, and with a thought, a green light point not much larger than a speck of dust appeared at his fingertip, then merged into the air and vanished. This was Vitality Nourishment. A skill so weak it was laughable. Lin Yu's face bore no expression. Yet a brilliant idea suddenly emerged in his mind. The ancient echo is a carrier, a container. It can store one skill. So what exactly is the definition of this one? Is it the name of a skill? Or is it the concept of a skill? Or perhaps it is a complete attack command that has finished all preparations on the verge of being unleashed, missing only the final step. Lin Yu's mind was racing at an incredible speed. His core ability, the ghost card multiplication cycle, is essentially an ultimate utilization of the concept of frequency. Through massive repetition, he could induce a qualitative change. Now he was going to attempt a different approach, intercepting the process. What if he first activated the ghost card multiplication cycle, amplifying a single skill release to 1,000,000 times? Then just at the moment before this millionfold power was about to be unleashed, he forcefully interrupted it. Then he would take this terrifying mass of energy suspended between completed and unreleased as a skill and store it in the ancient echo's slot. Is this feasible? Let's give it a try. Lin Yu closed his eyes. The air around him seemed to solidify. Ghost card multiplication cycle activate. His mental energy poured out without reservation. 20 multiplication cards whirled rapidly in his consciousness, each collision causing the amplifying power to surge exponentially. 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, 1,024 times, 65,536 times, 104,857,600 times. The horrifying amplification reached its peak instantly. Lin Yu's temples bulged, but he had long since grown accustomed to this tearing pain. Now is the time. His thoughts precisely locked onto the newly learned, utterly useless skill, Vitality Nourishment. He summoned a nearly negligible amount of energy and began to operate according to the skill model. Under the million-fold amplification, this small energy was instantly catalyzed into an expansive ocean of life. A green point of light gathered again at his fingertips, but this time it was no longer as small as dust. It was a concentrated emerald sun. The life energy contained within was grand, vast, and even carried an ancient resonance reminiscent of the beginning of creation. This power was so terrifying that the surrounding space began to emit an unbearable hum. It yearned to be released. It wanted to transform this room, this building, even the entire neighborhood, into a frenzied, growing primal forest. Lin Yu could sense that the moment he relaxed his thoughts, this sun would explode in an instant. However, what he needed to do was the exact opposite. Interrupt. Lin Yu's consciousness became the most solid dam, firmly blocking the outlet of the energy torrent. Boom. The green sun trembled violently. The frenzied energy lost its outlet and began to violently batter against Lin Yu's mental barrier. Pain, far exceeding any previous cycle. This was no longer a simple consumption of mental energy, but a backlash of the wild energy against its master. Lin Yu's body even began to manifest tiny beads of blood on its surface. But with a staggering 500 points of mental attributes, he forcefully confined this world-destroying power within an infinitely small singularity at his fingertips. He succeeded in the first step. Next was the even crazier second step. Store. Lin Yu raised his other hand, sharply activating the storage function of the ancient echo. His consciousness divided into two. One half continued to firmly suppress the rampaging star. The other half transformed into an invisible large hand attempting to drag this unstable bomb into the void concept slot of the ancient echo. Come. Inside. Lin Yu let out a silent roar. He was not requesting. He was commanding. As the card master of all things, as a pioneer who touched the ancient rules, he issued commands to the laws of this world. That void storage slot under Lin Yu's forceful will was forcibly opened. The rampaging green sun was dragged inside. Boom. A light sound seemingly from the depths of the soul. The world became quiet. The terrifying energy that could have burst the entire room disappeared. The soul-rending pain also vanished. Everything returned to calm. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and called up his skill panel. Ancient Echo Storage Slot 11 Stored Skill Vitality, Nourishment, 104,857,600 times Amplification awaiting release success. No rush. One snap of the fingers releasing a millionfold healing spell. That's quite strong. But it's not enough. Lin Yu's thoughts returned to the core of all his abilities. Ghost Card Multiplication Cycle. And Master of All Things. The Ancient Echo is a skill. The ability of the Master of All Things is to turn everything in the world into cards. Then, a wild yet perfectly logical idea exploded in his mind. He wanted to turn the skill Ancient Echo into a card as well. A skill card. A skill card that can be copied by the Ghost card and amplified by the Multiplication card. If successful, what would that mean? He would first use the Ghost card multiplication cycle once to amplify Vitality Nourishment by 1,000,000 times and store it in Ancient Echo. Then he would create an Ancient Echo skill card from this Ancient Echo that had stored 1,000,000 times the energy. Finally, he would activate the Ghost card multiplication cycle again. This time the target of amplification would no longer be the small Vitality Nourishment, but rather that card that stored 1,000,000 times the energy Ancient Echo skill card. 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. That would directly be trillions. While Lin Yu realized at this moment that he had underestimated the small storage feature of the Ancient Echo and its enhancement to him, he no longer hesitated. Do it. Immediately, Lin Yu's consciousness sank into his body, activating the source power belonging to the Master of All Things. Invisible golden threads spread out from his sea of consciousness, precisely wrapping around the skill rune named Ancient Echo in the skill panel. This was the operation he was most familiar with. Over the past 5 years he had repeated it tens of thousands of times, turning a small pebble into a card. Now what he needed to do was to turn a skill of the Ancient tier into a card. Buzz. The moment the golden threads touched the skill rune, an unimaginable resistance was transmitted back. The structure of the Ancient Echo rune was infinitely more complex than he had imagined. It was no longer a flat imprint, but a multidimensional structure composed of countless profound rules. The threads of his mental energy could only wander on its surface, unable to penetrate its core. Not enough. Not enough mental energy. Lin Yu summoned more mental energy, forcefully attempting to penetrate into the rune's interior. The 500 points of mental attributes erupted without reservation at this moment. The golden threads tightened fiercely, forcibly pushing into the structure of the rune. The outline of the card began to slowly emerge in his consciousness. There is hope. Crash. The golden threads emitted a mournful wail the moment they touched the rune of the ancient snap. Then they shattered inch by inch. This was utterly different from his experience of crafting any card in the past 5 years. It was not a simple skill imprint. Rather, it was a living, multidimensional divine mountain woven from infinite rules. Lin Yu's mental power could not even leave a trace on its surface, completely crushed by that ancient and magnificent force of the laws. Not enough. The mental power was far from sufficient. Lin Yu did not waver in the slightest. Instead, he was stirred by a fierce determination deep within his bones. At this moment, his 500 points of mental attributes were pushed to their limits. More golden threads surged wildly from his sea of consciousness, no longer tentatively entwining, but transforming into billions of the strongest steel cables, forcefully entwined into the structure of that divine mountain in a nearly barbaric manner. Buzz. Lin Yu's body trembled violently, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. This was a backlash at the level of the laws. But he succeeded. The outline of the card was finally forcefully sketched out in his consciousness. It was done. Lin Yu's mind did not relax in the slightest. He knew this was only the first step. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart and accelerated the card-making process. Finally, a brand new card slowly took shape in his consciousness. The card's surface was pitch black, resembling the deepest cosmos. There were no ornate patterns, no complex designs. Only in the center of the card was imprinted an action so simple it was extreme. A hand was snapping its fingers. Ancient snap skill card, it was done. Continue. Lin Yu didn't even have time to catch his breath before he began his frenzied actions once more. He was going to attempt the ghost card multiplication cycle again. This time, he would amplify not that worthless vitality nourishment, but rather this newly crafted card which already contained 100 million times the energy the ancient snap skill card. 100 million of 100 million. That was trillions. Just the thought of that number caused Lin Yu to feel a suffocating pressure emanating from the depths of his soul. This was absolutely beyond his limits. However, he did not hesitate. The moment that thought appeared, he had already made his choice. Do it. Now. Immediately. Lin Yu closed his eyes, and for the first time in his life activated the ghost card multiplication cycle in the most frenzied manner. Ghost card replicate. Multiplication card amplify. This time the consumption of mental power was no longer a trickle, but a flood. The vast sea of consciousness reached its bottom in just 1 second. 4 times. 8 times. 148,576 times. As the familiar soul-rending amplification reached its peak, Lin Yu's consciousness became hazy. But with his last shred of obsession, he accurately locked onto that brand new card. Ancient Snap Skill Card 148,576 times, strengthened, to be released. Release. Lin Yu expended his last ounce of strength to issue the command in his consciousness. He didn't even raise his hand, because he no longer had the strength to perform any unnecessary actions. Snap. A faint sound emerged, not from the outside but from the depths of his soul. That card, which contained 100 million times vitality nourishment, was activated under yet another million-fold amplification. And then, there was nothing more. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-destroying radiance. Not even a trace of energy leaked out. That trillion-fold energy at the moment of its release precisely and entirely rebounded back to its caster Lin Yu's body, following the invisible threads of causality. Lin Yu's body was blown apart in an instant. From cells to genes, then to his soul. Everything was thoroughly washed away, decomposed, and transformed into the most primitive particles in that immeasurable torrent of life. Consciousness dissolved. Life ebbed away. He was dead. Completely dead. Dead beyond death. However, at the very moment Lin Yu's life force was extinguished, lines of information began to crazily refresh on his skill panel. Detected skill vitality nourishment cast count reached 1 million times, proficiency upgraded to golden. Detected skill vitality nourishment cast count reached 100 million times, proficiency upgraded to red. Detected skill vitality nourishment cast count reached 100 billion times, proficiency upgraded. Detected skill vitality nourishment cast count reached 1 trillion times, proficiency upgraded. In the dead silence of the room, time seemed to come to a halt. It was hard to tell how long had passed. A faint green hue, feeble to the extreme, quietly bloomed in the core of Lin Yu's body that had already turned to dust in that void. Following that came a second and third hue. Countless green light spots appeared out of thin air, attracting, gathering, and intertwining with one another. Flesh was being reorganized, bones were regenerating, nerves were connecting, and the soul was reuniting. Huff! Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air as he sat up from the floor. Is he still alive? How could that be? He distinctly remembered being blown apart by that terrifying energy the moment his consciousness completely dissipated. That feeling of returning to nothingness was absolutely not an illusion. Heart palpitations. An unprecedented sense of heart palpitations seized his heart. That was a mark left only by truly touching death. What on earth happened? Lin Yu forcibly suppressed the shock within, immediately activating the eye of analysis to examine his body and skill panel. Lines of brand new data entered his vision. Vitality, nourishment, origin, 1 trillion times skill description. You have touched the essence of life. Ancient effect, endless life. You will gain perpetual life recovery. When restoring life, the overflowing energy will temporarily enhance all your basic attributes until the next skill release or energy depletion. Origin, effect, body control, beginner. You have gained absolute control over your own life form. You can consume mental power to a certain extent to reconstruct your life essence. So that's how it is. Lin Yu looked at the description of that origin effect, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. 1,000,000 multiplied by 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 times, casting directly elevated this worthless skill to an unfathomable tier. Origin. It was this effect, this terrifying ability known as body control, that pulled him back from the void at the moment of his death. He killed himself. Then he resurrected himself. A complete cycle of life and death. Lin Yu slowly raised his hand, fingers spread wide, then suddenly clenched into a fist. An unprecedented, pure, and powerful sense of strength filled his limbs. This was a temporary attribute boost brought by the ancient effect. Yet what mattered more to him was the sensation, the absolute feeling of control over every single cell in his body and every thread of life energy. However, lurking deeper within this feeling of control was an unsettling chill that gripped his heart. A cold, lifeless quality that did not belong to the realm of life. He was alive, yet it felt as if he had not fully come back to life. It was as if his state of existence was caught between the superposition of life and death. A specter clad in a vibrant shell. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yu's back. If it weren't for the extraordinary perception granted by the source effect body control, he would not have been able to discern this bizarre change. This time's gamble was excessive. The countless times of vitality nourishment pulled him back from the abyss of death, but it also inflicted significant damage on his life essence. He won the gamble and acquired a skill at the source tier. Yet he also lost, nearly falling into an irretrievable abyss. This feeling of dancing madly on the edge of a knife brought back a long-lost fear. He must remain calm. Lin Yu closed his eyes, quietly reflecting on his reckless actions. He was too hasty. His craving for power made him subconsciously overlook the immense risks involved. A million-fold enhancement was already the limit of his mental capacity. However, a million times a million, a trillion-fold backlash of energy utterly exceeded the carrying capacity of his current life level. Even with body control, he might not be so fortunate next time. Lin Yu quietly felt the vitality nourishment effect of endless life within his body. A stream of warm life energy flowed like a gentle brook, continuously nurturing his damaged life essence. The repair process was slow but undeniably effective. Before his life essence was completely healed, he could not casually attempt such suicidal operations as a million multiplied by a million again. However, Lin Yu's mind could never fully settle down. If a million multiplied by a million wouldn't work, then what if he lowered the scale a bit? For instance, using ghost card multiplication cycle to enhance a skill 8 times or 16 times, then storing it in a snap, creating a skill card. Then performing a million-fold enhancement on this card that stored 8 or 16 portions of energy. 8 million, 16 million. Could he withstand such intensity? Or not in a hurry, could he store it once more? Ancient Snap. Store. Instant activation. Yes. The core value of Ancient Snap lies not in enhancing instant skills, but in transforming all non-instant skills into instant ones. That way he could level up in the most formulaic manner. Lin Yu's mind sparked with activity again. He thought of another brilliant idea. Since he was already in such a convoluted setup, Ancient Snap could store skills. Then could Ancient Snap itself be considered a skill? What if he stored the skill of Ancient Snap into the storage slot of Ancient Snap? Did that mean he could cast another stored skill with a snap? Infinite nesting, infinite possibilities. Lin Yu immediately began to experiment. He summoned his mental energy, attempting to drag the skill rune of Ancient Snap into its own storage slot. However, the skill panel showed no response. That void storage slot exhibited an absolute repulsion towards its own entity. As expected, it didn't work. This was anticipated, but it didn't matter. Lin Yu quickly dismissed this failed attempt from his mind. Lin Yu opened the paid skill learning system that came with his room. A luminous screen unfolded before him, displaying a dense list of general skills available for purchase. Flame Explosion priced at 30,000. Ice Peak / priced at 30,000. Wind's Lament priced at 30,000. These were all basic elemental attack skills, instant cast, low cost, and low power, standard for most novice professionals. Lin Yu's gaze swept past them. He did not want these commonplace items. His gaze continued downward, passing over rare skills priced in the hundreds of thousands and millions. Finally, it landed at the bottom of the skill list. A skill priced at a staggering 8 million. Light's Redemption skill tier, golden epic skill type, healing blessing, learning requirements, 200 points in spirit, 200 points in constitution. Skill description guides the holy power of light to perform a thorough life cleansing on the target. It can purify most negative states, repair moderate injuries, and provide a sustained blessing effect for the target within the next hour. Casting time 10 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes. This is it. A typical skill that is powerful, but has extremely strict casting conditions. Of course, the most important thing is that this is the most expensive skill offered in this room. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to choose himself. His time was too valuable. For ordinary professionals, this is a skill with very low cost performance. But for Lin Yu, this was not a problem. The money he had now was conjured out of thin air, and he felt no pain in spending it. The long casting time and cooldown would become insignificant in the face of Ancient Snap. Purchase. Lin Yu confirmed the payment. 8 million instantly vanished from his account. In the next moment, a massive stream of information surged into his mind. It was an immensely complex skill rune filled with the essence of the sacred and solemn. Countless details of runes' construction methods and energy operation routes slowly unfolded in his sea of consciousness. For an ordinary person, understanding and mastering this skill would likely take weeks. But Lin Yu was different. His mental attribute of 500 points allowed him to fully comprehend this golden epic-level skill in less than 3 seconds. Done. Lin Yu raised his hand, attempting to cast it according to the normal procedure. He began to chant the ancient and convoluted syllables. The light elements in the air began to gather at his fingertips. However, upon completing just the first syllable, he halted. Too slow. It was unbearably slow. He could not stand it at all. A thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. Ancient Snap activate. His intent precisely locked onto the brand new Light's Redemption skill rune in his mind. A mysterious wave forcibly dragged the skill rune of Light's Redemption into the void of the Ancient Snap's storage slot. It worked. Lin Yu did not rush to release it. He quietly sensed the changes brought by his recent semi-failed, semi-successful casting of trillions of times. Control of the physical body. Absolute control over his life form. But more importantly, the garbage skill Vitality Nourishment had leaped to the level of origin. Because of the trillion times of casting. Proficiency. The information from Snap Nourishment proved as long as the number of casts is sufficient, any skill could potentially touch the threshold of origin. His trillion self-destructive casts seemed mad, yet inadvertently pointed him towards a broad path leading to divinity. Reaching origin was still difficult, but he could store the Snap's instant release. He wanted to upgrade all useful skills to the ancient level. Lin Yu's thoughts returned to his core ability. Ghost Card Doubling Cycle. Ancient Snap. The former could provide a multiplier, while the latter allowed him to ignore casting time and cooldowns, achieving infinite instant releases. This was the perfect combination for increasing proficiency. The problem lay in the cost. A complete Ghost Card Doubling Cycle that reached a millionfold increase would completely drain his mental energy, requiring time to recover. Using a millionfold skill to increase proficiency was too extravagant and inefficient. What he needed was not extreme single power, but extreme casting frequency. Cost-effectiveness. He needed to find the perfect balance point between mental energy consumption and proficiency gain. Lin Yu opened the software that came with the insect nest and began precise calculations. A complete cycle consists of 20 doublings. If only 4 doublings are performed, it results in 16 times. The mental energy consumption is almost negligible. If 5 doublings are performed, to 32 times, the consumption begins to rise geometrically. This is it. 16 times. This is currently the most cost-effective choice for him. Step 1. Use the initial phase of Ghost Card Doubling Cycle to increase the multiplier to 16 times. Step 2. Use Myriad Phenomena Card Maker to solidify this chosen skill into a skill card for release at 16 times. Step 3. Interrupt the release of this enhanced 16 times skill and store it in Ancient Snap. Then Infinite Instant Release. Brush. Make sure to brush it to death. A skill brush to billions. With this thought, Lin Yu's mind opened up completely. He needed more skills. Attack, defense, healing, blessing, curse, control, displacement. The more the better, the stronger the better. This was his best way to become stronger when his base attributes and levels couldn't be improved. Lin Yu opened the paid skill learning system again. Purchase Flame Burst. Purchase Ice Peak Slash. Purchase Wind's Lament. Purchase Slowing Spell. Purchase Blink. A series of purchase commands rapidly depleted his account balance. But Lin Yu didn't care. A bizarre scene began to unfold in his room. His left hand continually conjured doubling cards and skill cards, ghost cards from thin air, while his right hand swiftly engaged in a cycle of card making, storing, instant release, and card swapping. Although he hadn't even looked at the relatively decent skills he had acquired, he still made distinctions during the connect. Currently, he trained only defensive enhancement and functional skills. He didn't want to experience the tragedy of Lightning Spell again. Even so, Lin Yu estimated that by the end of this training, he would be able to walk out with confidence. All preparations made retreat. Meanwhile, Lingzhou Black Market Old Ghost Hall underground. In the dim basement, a strong smell of potions and the burnt scent of overheated electronic components lingered. Gulp. Old Ghost tilted his head back, downing an entire bottle of Blue Awakening Potion without changing expression, then picked up another bottle of Green Physical Enhancement Potion and drank it down. After consuming 2 bottles of powerful potions that could keep an ordinary person awake for 10 days and nights, the bloodshot in his eyes barely faded. In front of him, there were no herbs, no alchemy furnace. Only 3 extremely modified encrypted servers placed side by side along with an enormous curved light screen connected to the servers. On the light screen, waterfall-like data streams were crazily refreshing at a speed difficult for the naked eye to capture. Old Ghost's fingers flew over the specially designed keyboard, moving so fast that they almost left afterimages. He was calculating, or rather reconciling accounts. Ever since that boss left, the entire Lin Yu and the surrounding underground world had gone completely crazy. Countless orders flowed in from the dark corners of the city like snowflakes, converging into his small. Those once high and mighty professionals, the wealthy who usually valued their lives, and the desperate outlaws now resembled the most devout followers clutching cash just to purchase a potion with effects identical to those of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, yet costing only a fraction of the price. Business was booming. Money was burning hot. A corner of the light screen updated several shocking numbers in real time. Average unit price 100,000. Average customer price 300,000. Today's turnover 1,370,000,000. And this was just today? Old Ghost couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scale the funds he had handled in just these few days had reached. This was a mountain of gold. Also a volcano that could erupt at any moment. He didn't dare to hand these matters over to anyone. All order processing, fund transfers, and goods distribution had to be completed by him alone. As for Old 7, he was still out running errands. Fortunately, before leaving, the boss had granted him authorization for the black card, allowing him to access funds, so Old Ghost had found trustworthy individuals to create a completely secure set of custom software and hardware. Otherwise, he would have likely been overwhelmed by this flood of information. Old Ghost stopped his movements, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. In this life, no, in the next life, and even the life after he had finished counting all the money in just these few days. This feeling was both unreal and incredibly thrilling. At the same time, it made him feel. This time he had bet correctly. Damn it, what if he couldn't earn money in this life? As long as he aligns himself with the right person, hugs the right thigh. Forget about this life, even the next life would be enough. Just then the heavy metal door of the basement was pushed open from the outside. 7th Master has returned. Behind him was a giant figure as massive as a mountain. Zhao Tianyang. Old Ghost instinctively stood up, his movements somewhat stiff. The current Zhao Tianyang compared to before was like a completely different person. First, there is his physique. He has grown even larger, towering nearly 3 meters tall, standing there like an insurmountable wall. On his exposed skin, dark red mysterious patterns flickered, seemingly alive, as they flowed slowly, emanating a chilling aura of brutality. His bones were likely comparable to the finest alloys. The only constant was his face, still taciturn and somewhat wooden. Old Ghost. 7th Master nodded at him, exhaustion etched on his face. Zhao Tianyang followed suit with a gruff greeting. You all. Old Ghost opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. The boss family as well as Tianyang's family have been settled. 7th Master took the initiative to explain, we found an absolutely safe place where no one can find them. Zhao Tianyang added, I went to look for the master, but couldn't find him. His logic was simple. If you can't find someone, use the most straightforward method. So I came here to wait. Old Ghost and 7th Master exchanged glances, both seeing a sense of inevitability in each other's reactions. This was typical of Zhao Tianyang. Loyal, simple, direct, yet not foolish. The boss has his own plans, he will naturally appear when he wants to. 7th Master stepped aside and poured himself a glass of water. I've already opened up the market outside. The underground channels in several second-tier cities around Lin Yu are all cleared. However, 7th Master shifted his tone. After discussing with Tianyang, we've decided that all distributors must come to Old Ghost Hall in person to pick up goods. Old Ghost immediately understood the deeper meaning. Firstly, it's for safety, 7th Master said gravely. Once the goods leave Old Ghost Hall, any incidents on the road have nothing to do with us. Let them figure out how to handle black and black dealings or official crackdowns themselves. This completely shifted the risk onto the downstream distributors. Very reasonable. After all, they were selling gold at cabbage prices. To make money, one must bear the risks. Secondly, 7th Master's voice dropped even lower. To concentrate our influence. He glanced at Old Ghost, and then at the silent Zhao Tianyang. This is the boss' intention. The boss once said that he wanted the 3 major pharmaceutical companies to come to him voluntarily. We must let them know where the door is. Old Ghost's heart raced suddenly. Indeed, the boss' vision has never been about secretly selling a few potions for small profits. What he wanted was to completely overturn the entire market. He aimed to forcibly pull down the 3 monopolistic giants from their thrones, trampling them underfoot, forcing them to come to Old Ghost Hall begging for mercy. How's the momentum building? Old Ghost asked impatiently. Its substantial seventh master replied, though with a hint of strangeness big enough to be somewhat abnormal. Abnormal. The three major pharmaceutical companies have shown no intention of coming to us yet, seventh master frowned. Logically, our shipping volume should have already been enough to disrupt their price system and make them restless. Old Ghost also sensed something was off. In recent days, the transactions he had processed were astronomical. The three major pharmaceutical companies couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Their silence was in itself a problem. Not only have they not come, but they've also started other actions. Seventh Master scoffed, pulling up several news articles and projecting them onto the light screen. New star plan. Joint discounts. Old Ghost stared at the headlines on the light screen, his face a mask of bewilderment. Windwalker Technology is spearheading in collaboration with Giant Force and Rock, announcing the launch of the new star plan, claiming to sign this year's top newcomers to support the ecosystem of the professional system. At the same time, they also announced that to give back to society, the three companies will jointly launch unprecedented discount activities, with Qingyun selling all basic potions at half price, with additional discounts, coupons, and 100 billion subsidy. However, unfortunately, even with all these stacked discounts, they still couldn't compete with Old Ghost Hall's prices, let alone that few could ever accumulate such discounts. Yet the scale was indeed significant, and the public opinion was well controlled. At least the stock market remained stable. They might still be holding on to some fantasies. Old Ghost muttered to himself. Perhaps in the eyes of those giants, they were merely a lucky bunch who managed to obtain the formula and wanted to make a quick profit and vanish. They probably didn't see them as true competitors at all. Fantasy. Seventh Master scoffed. If they saw our current stock, they'd probably lose the courage to even dream. Old Ghost wholeheartedly agreed. Seventh Master shared the same thought, looking at the silent Zhao Tianyang and recalling the elusive boss. Choosing the right allies is more important than anything else. At that moment, ding ding ding, a sharp urgent communication request from the basement shattered their conversation. This was an internal emergency communication connected to the front desk. Old Ghost frowned and answered it casually. What is it? Didn't I say to suspend deliveries today and have them come back tomorrow? His tone was somewhat impatient. The influx of casual customers and second-hand dealers in recent days had severely affected his accounting efficiency. On the other end of the communicator, the front desk assistant's nervous voice came through. G-Ghost Master, it's not someone here for goods. He says he is from the Black Market Administration. The Black Market Administration. Let them wait. Seventh Master's reaction was calm. He said something into the communicator and then hung up. No matter what, they couldn't lose face for the boss. The communicator was disconnected. In the basement, a stifling silence fell once more. Only three servers functioning at their limits emitted a continuous and monotonous hum, like some restless whisper. Old Ghost looked at Seventh Master, who was also looking at him. Both read the same heavy message in each other's reactions. The Black Market Administration. Old Ghost's throat felt dry. Is it Chinao's people? Who else could it be? Seventh Master responded calmly. However, beneath that calmness lay surging undercurrents. They both understood what the name Chen Ao represented in the underground world of Lin Yu. Rules, order, and absolute violence. Why is he getting involved? Old Ghost pondered, baffled. The drugs were selling target the three giants. What does it have to do with him? Shouldn't he be happy to see the market in turmoil? This is beneficial for the black market. In theory, it was so. The breaking of monopolies and the influx of cheaper goods would greatly promote the prosperity of the black market. As the highest administrator of the black market, Chenao should be reaping the rewards. Uncertain of Chenao's intentions, but this news must be reported to the boss first. Old Ghost and Seventh Master exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity in the other's reaction. This was indeed no trivial matter. Yet in times like these, they could not afford to lose their composure. Seventh Master was the first to regain his calm. He walked to a corner and opened a highly concealed encrypted communicator, swiftly typing a message. Someone from the black market management has arrived. The reason is unclear. We will make initial contact. Let's go and see what's happening. No matter what they intend to do, we will continue as planned. What is meant to be a blessing is not a calamity, and what is meant to be a calamity cannot be avoided. Old Ghost steadied his mind and nodded firmly. The boss entrusted them with such a significant task, which was a sign of his trust. They could not tarnish the boss' reputation. Zhao Tianyang said nothing, merely following silently behind the two, his massive figure bringing a sense of reassuring pressure within the narrow underground passage. The three hurried back to the front hall of the pharmacy along the staircase. However, the scene before them instantly ignited their fury. In the front hall, two men dressed in black-tied outfits were standing at the counter. One of them, of medium build, had a grotesque scar across his face, and at that moment he was gripping a girl's hair. It was the girl responsible for reception. Her scalp was being violently pulled, forcing her to tilt her head back, her face filled with pain and tears. Her body trembled violently from fear. Damn it, are you mute? I'm asking you a question. The scar-faced man displayed impatience, increasing his grip with a bit more force. I told you to report, yet you dawdled for so long. Do you think our management office is easy to deal with? Old Ghost. Seventh Master. Upon seeing Old Ghost and the others, the girl cried out in a choked voice, as if she had seen her saviors. The scar-faced man then released his grip, disdainfully pushing the girl aside. The girl stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The scar-faced man turned to look at Old Ghost and Seventh Master, showing no sign of apology, instead wearing a mocking smile. Oh, the two busy gentlemen have finally made their appearance. If you hadn't come out, I might have had to teach this unruly employee a lesson. He pointed at the girl shivering in the corner, acting as if it were entirely justified. No need to thank me. The other man, who had remained silent, stood quietly to the side, crossing his arms and observing coldly. Old Ghost's fists clenched instantly. Seventh Master's face also lost all calmness. This was too much. This was no longer just a warning, it was a blatant humiliation. It was as if they were dragging the name of their Old Ghost Hall through the mud. However, before they could speak, a burly figure stepped forward from behind them. It was Zhao Tianyang. This newly awakened young man, still quite innocent in thought, had a very simple logic. Our people have been bullied. No way. Let her go. Zhao Tianyang's voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable command. His tall figure directly blocked the space between the scar-faced man and the girl, casting a shadow that completely enveloped the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned, then seemed to hear the greatest joke. Huh. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you have a say here? He looked Zhao Tianyang up and down, sensing the untamed brutality emanating from him, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. A newly awakened brat, huh? Have you even grown all your hair yet? And you dare to play the hero saving the damsel in distress? You don't get to speak here. As he spoke, he reached out to shove Zhao Tianyang aside. However, as soon as his palm touched Zhao Tianyang's chest, it was as if he had pushed against an immovable mountain. Zhao Tianyang did not budge an inch. Instead, the scar-faced man felt a jolt in his wrist from the rebound force. The smile on the scar-faced man's face finally faded. He realized that the hulking figure before him was not as simple as he had imagined. Kid, are you looking for trouble? His expression darkened and a fierce aura erupted from him. He'll say this one last time, get lost. This time he did not push. His fingers transformed into claws, accompanied by a sharp wind directly grasping for Zhao Tianyang's shoulder. This claw was powerful enough to easily crush steel plates. Old Ghost and Seventh Master felt their hearts leap to their throats. They knew Zhao Tianyang was strong, but the opponent was a top-notch enforcer under Chen Ao, a ruthless character who had crawled out of a sea of corpses. Tianyang had just awakened with almost zero combat experience, if he suffered a setback. However, Zhao Tianyang's reaction was faster and more direct than they had imagined. Facing that fierce claw, he did not even glance. He simply extended his own large hand, which resembled a fan, and swiftly grasped the scar-faced man's wrist. As the dark red patterns flowed, Zhao Tianyang's aura seemed to grow increasingly violent. Crack! A faint sound echoed. The scar-faced man's movement came to an abrupt halt. His wrist was firmly grasped by Zhao Tianyang, unable to move. You. The scar-faced man's face showed shock for the first time. He tried to break free, but found the grip of Zhao Tianyang's hand akin to the most unbreakable metal cuffs. No matter how he exerted force, he could not budge an inch. A piercing pain radiated from his wrist. He could feel his wrist bone groaning under the terrifying strength of his opponent. How is this possible? This kid's strength is even greater than his. Seeking death. The scar-faced man was thoroughly enraged, his other fist swinging violently towards Zhao Tianyang's face. Zhao Tianyang remained expressionless, twisting and pulling the wrist he held. Oh! The scar-faced man let out a scream, losing his balance as he was forcefully dragged forward, his arm dislocating entirely. The punch aimed at Zhao Tianyang's face thus went astray, grazing past Zhao Tianyang's ear. Zhao Tianyang lifted his knee, ready to thrust upward. If this knee strike landed, the scar-faced man's future would likely be spent in a wheelchair. Tianyang, come back. At this critical moment, Seventh Master called out in a deep voice. Zhao Tianyang's motion stopped hard, just an inch away from the scar-faced man's abdomen. He turned back, puzzled, looking at Seventh Master. But out of trust for Seventh Master, he still released his grip, pulling the terrified girl behind him before retreating back to stand beside Old Ghost and Seventh Master. He understood that in matters like this, Old Ghost and Seventh Master had more experience than he did. He should listen to them. The scar-faced man clutched his nearly broken wrist, staggering back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. The look he directed at Zhao Tianyang was now devoid of the earlier disdain and mockery. Instead, it was replaced by deep-seated apprehension and a hint of disbelief. Silence. In the main hall, the air seemed to solidify into a leaden weight, so heavy that it was hard to breathe. The scar-faced man clutched his deformed wrist, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He stared fixedly at Zhao Tianyang. The arrogance he once displayed now completely vanished, replaced by shock and an incomprehensible humiliation. He, a gold medal enforcer of the Black Market Management Office, was actually subdued by an unknown young kid with just one move. Although he didn't use his full strength, it shouldn't have been something a newly awakened brat could contend with. How is this possible? Although he was shocked, he did not display the same aggressive demeanor as before. Instead, he retreated into silence. He did not show anger at being injured. His words and demeanor no longer exhibited the qualities of a ruffian. Another man who had remained silent finally moved. He did not approach Zhao Tianyang, nor did he go to assist his companion. He simply stepped forward half a pace, his entire being blending into the shadows like a statue with a presence so low it brought an intangible pressure. Seventh Master felt his heart tighten. Old Ghost's muscles also tensed. This person was far more dangerous than the scar-faced man. Yet Seventh Master made a move that no one expected. He walked straight past the two, confronting each other, reaching the girl huddled in the corner, who was still sobbing quietly. The girl trembled in fear, thinking she was about to be scolded. "You did very well." Seventh Master's voice was as calm as ever, but carried a reassuring power. "You did nothing wrong, there's no need to be afraid." He took out a black card from his pocket and gently placed it in the trembling hands of the girl. "This contains 500,000 as compensation for your mental distress. Take a good rest for a few days, and whenever you feel like coming back to work you can do so." The girl was stunned, looking at the card in her hand, then back at Seventh Master, tears flowing more fiercely than before, but this time it was no longer out of fear. 500,000. For an ordinary person like her, it was an astronomical sum. The scar-faced man felt even more humiliated upon witnessing this scene. This was not just reassurance, it was a demonstration of power. It was a slap in the face with money. Our Old Ghost Hall's people do not allow outsiders to teach us a lesson. Old Ghost's voice came from the side, cold and stiff. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Seventh Master, gazing unflinchingly at the two men from the Black Market Management Office. As for what just happened, Old Ghost glanced at Zhao Tianyang, then turned his gaze back to the scar-faced man. "Consider it a small punishment for you, letting you know that not every place can be wild and lawless." His words were resolute, redefining Zhao Tianyang's actions from a passive response to an active punishment. This changed everything. The atmosphere in the main hall shifted from tense confrontation to an almost provocative firmness. Old Ghost and Seventh Master showed no sign of backing down. "Now we can talk about serious matters." Seventh Master took over the conversation, looking at the silent man. "Did you come here at Chennao's behest?" The question was like a sharp knife, piercing straight to the core. Chenao, the king of the Linzhou black market. The moment that name was mentioned, even the flow of air seemed to come to a halt. The scar-faced man's breath caught in his throat. The silent man finally reacted. He first glanced at Zhao Tianyang, a look of scrutiny, a reassessment. Surprise. His reaction clearly expressed those two words. Clearly the power Zhao Tianyang displayed exceeded their expectations. A youth who could easily crush the scar-faced man was certainly not an ordinary newcomer. Old Ghost Hall harbored a monster. He then shifted his gaze to Old Ghost and Seventh Master. Their resolute attitude also surprised him. He initially thought this was just a ragtag group that had struck lucky and grasped some channels. With a little pressure, they would crumple like a soft persimmon. But it now appeared that this was not a persimmon at all, but a piece of steel wrapped in thorns. Heh. The silent man suddenly laughed, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand." He finally spoke, his tone flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "We are from the Black Market Management Office, tasked with maintaining order and regulations in the black market." He made no mention of Chenao's name. But this statement itself was a tacit acknowledgement. In the Linzhou black market, the management office was Chenao's will. However, as long as he did not acknowledge it verbally, there was still room for maneuver, a rule tacitly understood in the underground world. "Our arrival is not malicious." The man continued. "It's just that the market has been too volatile lately, and we are here to understand the situation." "Understand the situation?" Old Ghost sneered. "Is attacking my people your way of understanding the situation?" "That was an accident." The man glanced at the scar-faced man. "My companion is a bit too impatient. I've already disciplined him for you," he said, signaling to the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's body stiffened for a moment, and he obediently lowered his head toward Old Ghost and Seventh Master. "I apologize." This scene caused Old Ghost and Seventh Master to exchange glances once more. Everything that happened today was a test from beginning to end. First, they applied pressure with a domineering attitude and violent means to test their reactions and bottom line. Then they would decide how to proceed based on the energy behind them. Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. The silent man spoke again, bringing the conversation back on track. We are here not to create conflict, but to solve problems. Solve problems. Old Ghost replied with a half-smile. Why do I feel that you are the problem itself? The man paid no heed to Old Ghost's sarcasm and continued. The prices of Old Ghost Hall's potions are too low. So low that they have disrupted the market balance maintained for over a decade in Lin Yu. The three giants are in a state of chaos, and the small potion vendors in the black market are also complaining, which harms the overall ecology of the black market. So what is the management office's intention? Seventh Master asked calmly, wanting to see what the other party was plotting. Very simple. The silent man extended a finger. First, to verify the authenticity and efficacy of your potions to prevent any inferior products from entering the market, we need to sample all your currently sold potions. 100 of each. 100 of each. According to Old Ghost Hall's current selling price, the value of this batch of goods would reach 30 million. This wasn't sampling. This was outright robbery. The scar-faced man looked at Old Ghost and Seventh Master's shocked expressions, a smug grin reappearing on his face, as if he were not the one who had just been humiliated. However, this was not the end. The silent man slowly extended a second finger. Second, and most important, his tone was flat, but carried an undeniable weight. In light of the significant impact your emergence has had on the market, to ensure that you have the capability to maintain stable supply in the future and not just make a quick profit and leave a mess behind. The management office has decided that you need to submit 50% of your total inventory as a deposit. This deposit will be held by the management office. When necessary, we will use it to stabilize market prices and maintain order in the black market. 50%. This is no longer just asking for a lion's share. They are aiming to crush their bones to. The 30 million sampling fee is a blatant extortion, and this 50% deposit is nothing short of outright robbery. Based on their current inventory and daily turnover, the value of this batch of goods is an astronomical figure, one that would drive any force in Lin Yu to madness. Moreover, the so-called custody and will return eventually are words that even a 3-year-old would not believe. Once it goes into the pocket of the black market management, into Chinao's pocket, how could they expect to get it back? A dreamer. Scarface looked at the two, who appeared as if they had swallowed flies, and the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated significantly, replaced by a loathsome grin. The humiliation of being subdued by a young brat just moments ago seemed to be rectified at this moment. What does it matter how strong one is? In Lin Yu, in the face of the rules set by Chinao, even a dragon must coil up. What? Do the two of you have any objections? Scarface deliberately raised his voice, infused with a sickly pleasure. This is the management's regulation made for the stability of the black market. You wouldn't want to defy it, would you? Zhao Tianyang's massive frame leaned forward once more. The dark red patterns on his surface began to subtly flow, and a violent aura uncontrollably diffused around him. He disregarded market balance or any deposits. He only knew that these two were bullying Gue Yi and Qi Yi bullying the boss. Qi Yi raised his hand nonchalantly and gently pressed it on Zhao Tianyang's arm, stopping his impulsiveness. Now is not the time for violence. Since the other party dared to propose such conditions, it indicated that Chinao, who stood behind them, was prepared to tear apart any pretense of civility. Once violence broke out, there would be no turning back. Old Ghost took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anger rising in his chest. He knew that the purpose of their visit today was to test and exert pressure. These two conditions, the first is extortion and the second is their true objective. They want to get their hands on the channels for the potions, or even swallow the entire Old Ghost Hall whole. But Old Ghost also understood that this was definitely not their bottom line. This is merely the beginning of a sky-high offer. If he started haggling with them now, he would fall into their rhythm and be gradually consumed. He must not rush. More importantly, Old Ghost could not make the decision. He did not know the boss' intentions. If he rashly decided and went against the boss' wishes, it would truly ruin everything. Old Ghost's mind raced as he glanced at the man who had remained silent all along, then slowly spoke. Sir, we understand the two conditions you mentioned. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but still steady. However, he shifted his tone. Such a significant matter is beyond what I and Qi can decide. The silent man did not express any opinion on Old Ghost's words. He neither nodded nor shook his head. The two remained still, seemingly waiting for something, as if silently pronouncing judgment. Scarface moved his recently healed arm, the joints cracking with a sharp sound, his gaze on Old Ghost, and Qi Yes reactions filled with a sickly pleasure. Meanwhile, deep within the black market, in a luxurious private room isolated from the chaos outside, the air was filled with the subtle fragrance of expensive incense. In the center of a massive circular sofa, made of an unknown metal and irregular black crystal, hovered. The surface of the crystal vividly projected everything happening in front of Old Ghost Hall. The image and sound were crystal clear. The king of the Linzhou black market, Chen Ao, reclined on the sofa, playing with two smooth metal balls in his hands. Inside the balls, several elements flashed back and forth each time, leaving different burn marks, knife scars, and frostbites on Chen Ao's hands, only to be quickly restored. He watched the scene in the crystal with great interest, as if enjoying an engaging drama. Opposite him stood Lin Yu from Qingyun Pharmaceuticals, standing straight, with a faint elusive smile on his face. Interesting, Chen Ao spoke, the metal balls clinking in his palms with a crisp sound. A newly awakened mythical-level profession, although looking reckless, indeed possesses considerable strength, a promising candidate. He was referring to Zhao Tianyang. And those two old fellows, one playing the red face, and the other the white face, cooperated quite well. Despite the pressure from both sides, they've managed to hold on until now, which shows a bit of courage. Lin Yu slightly bowed. But they are like grasshoppers in autumn, they won't be able to jump for long. One cannot say that. Chen Ao shook his head, sitting up straight, his gaze shifting from the crystal to Lin Yu's face. What intrigues me more is the person behind them. Lin Yu, what kind of person do you think would choose to collaborate with these two old fellows? This is a question. It is also a doubt that has troubled him for a long time. The potions from Old Ghost Hall, both in quality and quantity, are terrifying. The person capable of producing such things must have financial resources and background that are among the very top on Blue Star. But why would such a person? Chen Ao's voice carried a hint of confusion. In Linzhou City, the forces wanting to collaborate with him could line up from the black market to outside the city. There are at least 8,000, if not 10,000 forces that have more capability, background, and channels than Old Ghost and Qi Yi. Why did he specifically choose two old fellows with nothing to their name? These two individuals, apart from having muddled through the bottom tier of the black market for decades without achieving anything, what value do they possess? This defies logic. Strong individuals only associate with other strong individuals. This is an unbreakable truth. Yet the choice made by the boss of Old Ghost Hall completely contradicts this truth. Lin Yu listened to Chen Ao's analysis, the smile on his face deepening. Aojuan, perhaps your perspective differs from that of the mysterious boss. Oh. Chen Ao raised an eyebrow. Lin Yu leisurely walked to the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. Aojuan, what do you think is the most important quality for a partner, for someone truly at the top, holding absolute? Chen Ao did not answer immediately. He was deep in thought. Is it capability? Is it resources? Is it connections? They all seemed relevant, yet none seemed to be the most important. Is it loyalty? He tentatively suggested a word. No, Lin Yu shook his head, dismissing that answer. Loyalty can change. When the stakes are high enough, any loyalty will show cracks. He raised his wine glass, admiring the rich red color against the light. That boss chose Old Ghost and Qi Yi precisely because they have nothing. This statement made Chen Ao's movements pause for a moment. These words caused Chen Ao's actions to pause for a moment. Lin Yu continued, a powerful partner can certainly bring many conveniences. But at the same time, he has his own ambitions, his own calculations, and his own bottom line. When you need him to do something beyond the line, he will weigh the pros and cons, hesitate, or even refuse. Because he has too much to lose. Lin Yu turned around and looked directly at Chen Ao. But the Old Ghost is different from Lord Qi. Their lives have already hit rock bottom. They have nothing left to lose. That boss offered them a new beginning they could only dream of. Therefore they have no bottom line, no ambition, and will not hesitate. Their greatest advantage is that they themselves have nothing. Thus they are willing and can only give everything away. Lin Yu's analysis was like a sharp knife, instantly slicing through the core of the matter. That boss doesn't need a partner at all. What he needs is an absolute obedient tool that can carry out a perfect, unwavering tool. Lin Yu struck right to the heart. This is something you, Lord Ao, cannot do, nor can I. Because we have too much to lose. Inside the private room, there was a long silence. Chen Ao's action of playing with the metal ball unknowingly came to a halt. Lin Yu's words sent a chill through him. Not because of the words themselves, but because of the style of the mysterious boss they revealed. An extreme confidence. It was an absolute confidence in his own strength, crushing everything. He didn't care who the collaborator was, because in his eyes, anyone was merely a pawn in his plan. Such a person is more terrifying than any powerful opponent. Because you can never know where his trump card lies. Lin Yu's words stirred invisible ripples in the luxurious private room. Chen Ao's movements completely froze. He was not a fool, on the contrary, being able to sit in the position of the king of the Lin Yu black market showed his intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary people. In an instant he understood the deeper meaning of Li Mo's words. Your analysis is intriguing. After a long while Chen Ao spoke again, placing the metal ball on the table, producing a dull clanking sound. But this raises a larger question. Chen Ao leaned forward, his entire being emanating a dangerous aura. Who exactly is he? This question is the core. I went through all the notable families and enterprises in Lin Yu and the surrounding cities in my mind. Not a single one matches. Lin Yu held his wine glass, gently swirling it, still wearing that calm, unhurried smile. Lord Ao, your vision is still too limited. Why not broaden the scope a little to the entire Xia, or even the whole real world? Chen Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. What makes you so certain? His style of operation. Lin Yu took a sip of wine. Those who truly stand at the top have their pride and rules. They may covet the Lin Yu market, but they would never use such a crude method. They have 100 more elegant, subtler ways to silently consume everything. For this little profit, to personally step in, and even find 2 bottom-tier waste from the black market as agents. That does not align with their identity, nor with their logic of interests. Chen Ao fell into deep thought. He could not refute Li Mo's words. Could it be some nouveau riche who suddenly rose to power by sheer luck? Chen Ao proposed another possibility. Li Mo smiled. Lord Ao, the market economy makes everything traceable. If he can produce so many high-quality potions, there must be a huge production line, material supply, and research and development teams supporting him. These things do not appear out of thin air. Unless... Li Mo's smile carried a hint of playfulness. He can conjure these things out of nothing. This statement made the air quiet again. A person who can create things out of thin air. This is too absurd. Impossible. Chen Ao categorically denied it. That's right, impossible. Li Mo nodded in agreement. So after ruling out all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. He set down his wine glass. Now only 2 possibilities remain. First, an ancient family that has been hidden for hundreds of years and is unknown to the world wishes to emerge again. Chen Ao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a soft sound. The likelihood is slim. He overturned this guess himself. These old monsters cherish their reputation more than anyone. If they want to emerge, it must be with great thunder and attention. They would never choose to find 2 rat-like individuals in a small place like Lin Yu to engage in such petty tricks. Lord Ao is wise. Li Mo slightly bowed in agreement. Then only one last possibility remains. At that moment the light in the private room seemed to dim. Li Mo looked at Chen Ao and slowly uttered 2 words. Yuan domain. These 2 words fell like 2 invisible mountains crashing down. Chen Ao's fingers that were tapping the table suddenly stopped. In the private room there was a deathly silence. After entering the era of professionals, the Yuan domain is a place that everyone cannot avoid. It runs parallel to the real world and is the home of the professionals. Instances, equipment, treasures, and secret realms all exist within the Yuan domain, and countless monsters and endless battles also take place there. In the private room, there was a deathly silence. Within the floating crystal, the confrontation before the old ghost hall continued, with the scar-faced man's arrogant insults and Lord Qi's calm maneuvering turning into a silent pantomime. All of Chen Ao's attention was focused on Li Mo. His body slowly straightened, and the oppressive feeling belonging to the king of the black market was directed at Li Mo without reservation for the first time. Like you. His tone was calm, but carried the weight of an impending storm. Li Mo did not answer with a yes or no. Chen Ao did not need him to answer. Recently have your people from the Yuan domain been a bit too active? This also made him feel worried. The strength of those in the Yuan domain is limitless. The resources and combat power held by the forces within the Yuan domain are beyond the comprehension of others. Originally, those forces in the Yuan domain looked down upon the meager resources of the real world, but recently it seemed different. Li Mo was silent for a moment, glancing at the crystal screen where Zhao Tianyang stood behind the old ghost and Lord Qi like a silent demon. Ultimately, it seemed he made a certain decision. He no longer looked at Chen Ao, but directed his gaze out the window towards the murky sky of the black market where no light would ever shine. Because Li Mo's voice became somewhat ethereal, as if coming from another world. Monsters have completely transformed from enemies that need to be resisted into resources. Li Mo's words stirred invisible ripples within the luxurious private room. The Abyss Domain. A special space that emerged alongside the changes of the world and the occupational system. In the initial 100 years, it was synonymous with natural disasters. It was an abyssal rift filled with the flesh and blood of countless heroes, a sword of Damocles hanging over the reality of Blue Star. The Abyss domain would slowly invade corroding reality. However, with the emergence of 12 legendary heroes after 8 eras of struggle, humanity's decline was completely reversed. The horn of counterattack sounded. Humanity was no longer in passive defense, but established a permanent base within the Abyss domain for the first time. From that moment on, the era changed. The once clear distinction between the Guardians who advocated protecting the homeland of Blue Star and the explorers who supported expanding into the Abyss domain began to lose their significance. For the Abyss domain was no longer merely a threat. It had become a treasure trove. Chen Ao sat up straight, staring at Li Mo, waiting for him to continue. Li Mo did not keep him in suspense. He knew that what Chen Ao needed at this moment was information, the most complete and core information. The Abyss domain is currently divided into 7 stable zones and 3 war zones. The stable zones, as the name suggests, have been completely controlled by humanity, with the internal monster ecological chain entirely transformed, turning into farms that steadily produce materials, experience, and equipment. The 3 war zones, on the other hand, are the true front lines where humanity engages in direct conflict with the main forces of the Abyss domain's monsters. Li Mo's voice was steady yet carried a grand narrative that was chilling. The current situation is that the main forces of humanity in the Abyss domain have been stalled in the 3rd war zone for several hundred years. According to the calculations of the top think tanks, it may be impossible to advance even a single step within 1,000 years. Chen Ao remained silent. Being in the position of the king of the black market, he naturally understood what this meant. When the expanding market for exploration turns into a saturated market, what will happen next is inevitable. Internal strife. And even more brutal internal competition. Outside the war zone's monsters have completely become resources raised by humanity, their only value being to be drained of the last drop of marrow. As resources, they will face competition. Where there is competition, there will be winners and losers. Thus, within the Abyss domain, new factions have emerged. Chen Ao tapped his fingers lightly on the table, producing a dull sound. This was his habit when he was deep in thought. The first faction, I call it the throttling faction. They advocate that since resources are limited, the best should be supplied to the top-tier powerhouses, hoping they can break through first and lead humanity to overcome the constraints of the 3rd war zone. It sounds grandiose, Chen Ao scoffed, but in reality, it only deprives most people's resources for a small group. This will only make the strong stronger and the weak weaker, and the contradictions will only become sharper. You hit the nail on the head, young Master Ao. Li Mo nodded. Thus the second faction was born. Resource Transfer Faction. Chen Ao paused, and the air in the private room seemed to grow. Li Mo looked at him, speaking each word clearly. The people of this faction believe that since the resources within the Abyss domain have become saturated and competition is fierce, why not shift their focus back to Blue Star? Their core principle is to treat Blue Star professionals and even ordinary people whose strength is far below that of the Abyss domain's humans as resources to be dealt with just like monsters. What? Even Chen Ao felt a chilling sense of dread upon hearing this. To treat their own kind as resources like monsters. Can such rhetoric even be allowed? Of course not. Li Mo laughed. In public opinion, this faction has always been reviled by the mainstream, nailed to the pillar of shame. After all, we all come from the same origin. We are all humans of Blue Star. But Li Mo shifted his tone. As the internal contradictions of the Abyss domain grow more severe, this voice has not only not disappeared, but has shown signs of resurgence. After all, compared to the differences between the Abyss domain humans and Blue Star humans, the Abyss domain humans are obviously more closely related, yet they frequently engage in mutual destruction and competition. When survival becomes a problem, morality is the cheapest thing. The private room fell into a deathly silence. On the crystal screen, the scar-faced man was still flaunting his power, while Lao Gui and 7th Master looked extremely grim. Yet in Chen Ao's eyes, this scene took on an entirely different meaning. He had always thought this was merely a commercial power struggle, a conflict of interest between the river dragon and the local snake. Now it seemed he was wrong. Gravely wrong. This might be a plunder of civilization against civilization. A hunt of a higher civilization against a lower civilization. Though they share the same origin, the gap between them is now enormous. There is also a 3rd faction. Li Mo's voice pulled Chen Ao back from his thoughts. The hedonistic faction. The members of this faction neither have the courage to continue fighting in the Abyss domain, nor do they disdain the petty squabbles of the throttling faction, and they look down on the ideas of the resource transfer faction. Their only thought is to return to Blue Star with the immense wealth and power accumulated in the Abyss domain. Li Mo swirled his wine glass, the rich red liquid leaving traces on the glass wall. For them, the future of the Abyss domain has nothing to do with them. returning to Blue Star relying on their strength and insights that far surpass those of local professionals to become a superior being and enjoy wealth and glory is the best choice. So, Chen Ao's voice turned somewhat hoarse. He finally understood what Li Mo wanted to say. Exactly. Li Mo confirmed his speculation. The mysterious boss behind Lao Gui Tang, no matter which faction he belongs to, his intentions are certainly not simple. If he is of the resource transfer faction, then Lin Yu and even the entire Blue Star are merely a piece of fat waiting to be slaughtered, a massive resource bag in his eyes. If he is of the hedonistic faction, then he is a shark returning to the fish pond using the most brutal methods to establish his own absolute order to satisfy his desire to dominate. Regardless of which type, it's bad news for us. Because in his world the rules of Blue Star are worthless. He doesn't care about market balance, doesn't care about the three giants, and certainly doesn't care about the king of the black market. The strong only associate with the strong. Li Mo previously said that the boss of Lao Gui Tang chose Lao Gui and Seventh Master because they had nothing making them perfect tools. Now Chen Ao had a deeper understanding. It was not because he needed tools, but because in his eyes, in the entire Lin Yu, and even the whole Blue Star apart from himself, everyone else was merely a tool. There was no option for cooperation. There was only using and being used. Chen Ao closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were filled with an unfathomable calm. So what is your suggestion? Chen Ao took the initiative to speak, breaking the suffocating silence. Li Mo picked up the glass of red wine that had long turned cold and gently swirled it. Show goodwill. He uttered 2 words. Before understanding the core intentions of the other party, any hostile actions may invite devastating counterattacks. Ao, what I am about to say may sound harsh. Li Mo set down the wine glass, straightened his posture for the first time without that humble demeanor. In Lin Yu, you are a king. Looking at the entire Blue Star, you are also a figure of some significance. But Li Mo's tone suddenly turned sharp. In the eyes of those who returned from the abyss domain, your achievements and power are nothing. Not even. You don't even qualify to be a stepping stone beneath their feet. With his words, the air in the private room seemed to freeze instantly. The 2 subordinates in front of the old ghost hall were still flaunting their might, and their shouts now sounded so harsh and foolish. Chen Ao's hand resting on the table slowly lifted. The metallic sphere made of several elements in his hand began to flicker wildly. The violent energy surging within it seemed poised to explode at any moment. A terrifying pressure radiated outwards from Chen Ao. This was the wrath of the king of the black market in Lin Yu. However, Li Mo merely stood quietly, as if the overwhelming pressure capable of crushing steel was but a gentle breeze. Ao, you are angry. He stated a fact. Bang! A muffled sound. The elemental sphere in Chen Ao's hand was crushed by him with brute force. The raging elemental energy exploded instantly, but did not spread outward. Instead, it was forcefully confined in his palm by an even stronger force, forming a chaotic vortex of energy. Flames, frost, lightning, wind blades. Various powers tore at each other in his palm, annihilating and emitting a disturbing sizzling sound. Li Mo. Chen Ao enunciated each word slowly, as if squeezing them out through his teeth. Do you think that because we had a decent conversation you are qualified to point fingers at me, yeah? Li Mo did not answer. He merely raised his right hand. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor were there dazzling light effects. He simply opened his 5 fingers. The next moment, the raging elemental vortex in Chen Ao's palm suddenly came to a halt. It was not suppressed nor dispersed. It simply paused, as if time had been pressed on the pause button in that. The flames ceased to flicker, the ice crystals halted their spread, the lightning froze in midair, and the wind blades also stilled their howls. All the violent energy seemed to be preserved like specimens in amber, maintaining their last moment before explosion. Chen Ao's body trembled violently. He could feel that his control over those elements had been forcefully snatched away by a power that was even more advanced and domineering. How could this be possible? Li Mo, this man who had always been cautious in front of him, more like a senior aide than a powerhouse. How could he possess such power? Chen Ao was astonished. For the first time, he truly regarded the man before him. He had always thought he was perceptive in judging others. Li Mo was crafty and deep, but his strength was mediocre, relying more on the background of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. Now it seemed he was wrong. He was wrong in a ridiculous way. Ao, you were not wrong in your judgment of people. Li Mo seemed to see through Chen Ao's thoughts, slowly closing his fingers. The energy vortex in Chen Ao's palm also silently dissipated, transforming into the purest particles, vanishing into the air. I am indeed, as you think, cautious and used to being subservient. A trace of self-mockery appeared on Li Mo's face. You just have not realized how vast the difference is between an ordinary abyss domain human and a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star. Someone like me. Lin Yu paused, seemingly searching for an appropriate term. In the abyss domain, I can only be considered a barely surviving maggot struggling daily for the next meal, always at risk of dying in some inconspicuous corner. Maggot. Qianao's heart thumped violently. A powerhouse who could easily strip him of his elemental control was merely a maggot in the abyss domain. The impact of these words was far more terrifying than the earlier display of power. A failure who could hardly survive in the abyss domain, thus eliminated and forced to escape back to Blue Star. Lin Yu extended his hand, gazing at his own palm lines. I have developed such a humble way of acting, yet the power I possess is not something that Blue Star's humans can easily contend with. His words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering all of Qianao's pride as the king of the black market. Lin Yu raised his head and looked back at Qianao. It was a gaze mixed with pity and indifference. Now you should think carefully. Even a maggot like me who escaped from the abyss domain possesses such strength. So, what is the possibility that the one behind the old ghost hall is weaker than you? In the private room, a deathly silence ensued. Lin Yu's seemingly casual retort felt like an invisible mountain pressing heavily on Qianao's heart. What is the possibility that he is weaker than you? Qianao's body froze in place. He could even hear the sound of his own heart racing. Lin Yu's strength had completely overturned his understanding. And such a man who appeared to him to be a top powerhouse was merely a maggot in the abyss domain, a struggling failure. What then could be said of the true powerhouses of the abyss domain? And the mysterious person behind the old ghost hall, is he really someone who returned from the abyss domain? To which level does he belong? Countless thoughts collided violently in Qianao's mind, causing his head. The pride he had long cherished, his cunning strength and status as the king of the black market in Linzhou, seemed so ridiculous and so vulnerable at this moment. After a long time, Qianao finally regained his voice, which was extremely dry. Why? He stared intently at Lin Yu. With your strength, why live like a dog? This was not merely a question, but an incomprehensible anger. A strong person should have the dignity of a strong person. After a long time, Qianao finally regained his voice, which was extremely dry. Why? He stared intently at Lin Yu. With your strength, why live like a... Qianao could not accept this. Dog. Lin Yu heard this word, and instead of getting angry, he smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart, tinged with a sense of relief and weariness. Master Ao, your question is quite insightful. In the abyss domain, many people have asked themselves the same question. He raised his hand, looking at the lines on his palm, as if reminiscing. Then they all died. Lin Yu's answer was simple yet cruel. In the abyss domain, dignity is the least valuable thing. The ones who die the easiest are those self-righteous strong ones. Even among the current strongest executors, their personalities are more about caution than anything else. Everyone has struggled out from the brink of life and death, understanding that arrogance is the greatest enemy. Those like me, the maggots, know how to restrain our claws to roll in the mud and to survive beneath the feet. Survival is the only qualification to compete for the next resource. Survival is the only qualification to see the sun of the next day. Lin Yu turned his head back to look at Qianao, his gaze eerily calm. To live is everything. Everything I do is for a better life. Therefore, I never consider humility to be a shameful thing. On the contrary, I see it as a form of wisdom, a secret to longevity. The secret to longevity. These 5 words struck Qianao's heart like 5 heated iron needles. He was rendered utterly speechless. What he held on to, what he was proud of, felt as fragile as paper before the survival principles summarized by Lin Yu from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Yu seemed quite satisfied with Qianao's reaction. He sat down again and filled Qianao's empty wine cup. So Master Ao, my advice is quite simple. Show goodwill. Proactively express our goodwill to the old ghost hall and the person behind them. Qianao did not move, only gazing at the swirling red liquid in his cup. Lin Yu continued, his thoughts frighteningly clear. For us, this is a gain without any harm. The first possibility is that the other party is indeed an existence we cannot provoke. Then our goodwill can at least ensure we are not immediately labeled as enemies. Moreover, if luck is on our side, we might even gain unexpected benefits from this connection. After all, if he wants to do business in Linzhou, he needs a local guide. The old ghost and Master Qi cannot hold the stage while we are a better choice. Qianao's throat moved slightly. Lin Yu's words were very tempting. The second possibility. Lin Yu's tone shifted, a playful smile appearing on his face. If we hit the jackpot and the other party is just a soft persimmon who accidentally obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter, then our goodwill would be the best disguise. We could take this opportunity to approach him, openly ascertain his background, and uncover his true nature. And then, Liu made a slight motion, gliding his thumb across his neck. Swallow him whole when he is most unguarded. His fortunes, his wealth, everything will become ours. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned from tense to chilling. Chen Ao finally lifted his head to look at Liu. Stabbing someone in the back, that kind of thing is tasteless. He articulated each word carefully. This was his bottom line as the king of the black market. He could be ruthless, he could be toxic, but he could not lack principles nor betray trust. Tasteless. Liu seemed to have heard the greatest joke, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard, he nearly fell over, completely shedding the humble facade from before. Master Ao, you are truly too adorable. He wiped the tears from his laughter, leaning closer to... So what? His voice was low yet filled with reckless arrogance. Even if we really stabbed in the back, in Lin Yu, who can sanction you? In Blue Star, how many can sanction me and you working together? Character. Liu extended a finger and gently shook his head. These things are shackles that the strong use to bind the weak. When we stand high enough, what we say is the principle. What we do is character. Principles. Chen Ao repeated these two words as if hearing them for the first time. Then he laughed. It was not a laugh born of rage, but a pure mockery and disdain from the depths of his being. Ha! Ha ha! His laughter echoed in the luxurious private room, yet it carried a chilling sense of slaughter. Liu remained silent, quietly watching him, the humble, yet playful smile on his face unchanged, as if enjoying a drama that had already been scripted. Liu, are you talking to me about principles? Chen Ao's laughter abruptly halted. He stood up. His tall figure instantly overshadowed, Liu casting a shadow that made the latter's smile appear dim and uncertain. What you speak of is not principles. Chen Ao spoke slowly, each word like it was pulled from an ice cellar. That is merely survival. It is the way of a dog. He extended his finger, nearly poking Liu's nose. Wagging tails and begging for mercy, struggling to survive in the cracks, scavenging scraps at the feet of their masters, and then baring teeth at even weaker wild dogs. Is this the survival wisdom you learned in the Abyss domain? Is this your proud secret to longevity? Facing such insulting words, Liu's reaction was eerily calm. He even raised his wine glass, toasting Chen Ao from a distance. Master Ao is right, but at least a dog is still alive, while those dignified wolves have turned to rotten bones. Chen Ao stared at him speechless. The air in the private room became stagnant. The boisterous insults from the scar-faced man on the floating crystal seemed to be distorted by this pressure. So this is your suggestion? Chen Ao asked. Yes. Liu answered succinctly. Very well. Chen Ao retracted his hand, turning away, no longer looking at Liu. It was as if looking one more time was an insult to himself. He admitted that Liu's displayed strength shocked him. He admitted that the existence of the Abyss domain loomed over him like a mountain, making him feel somewhat breathless. But so what? Chen Ao could rise from a street thug to the king of the black market, and Lin Yu relying not on caution and certainly not on stabbing others in the back. It was blood. It was fists. It was trampling all those who dared to challenge him along with their bones and dignity into the mud. Show goodwill, disguise, then wait for an opportunity to swallow them whole. Too troublesome. Too degrading. This is not his style. If originally Chen Ao was still contemplating whether to hesitate a few times, to test several times before deciding his attitude, then Liu's words undoubtedly provoked him. I have heard your suggestion. Chen Ao walked up to the floating black crystal. But I do not accept it. He turned his back to Liu, his voice calm, yet filled with an unyielding determination. Things I Chen Ao do are not that complicated. In my territory, if it's a dragon, it must coil up for me. If it's a tiger, it must lie down for me. I do not care what kind of fierce dragon he is returning from a distant realm, nor do I care what nonsense resource transfer faction or hedonistic faction he belongs to. Chen Ao extended his hand, gently pressing it against the cold surface of the crystal. In my territory in Lin Yu, one must abide by my rules. Liu watched Chen Ao's silhouette, his eyes flickering with a barely perceptible gleam. He seemed to want to say something, but Chen Ao did not give him the chance. A surge of immense mental power flowed from Chen Ao's palm into the black crystal. No need to test anymore. His voice reverberated like thunder in the minds of the scarred face and the silent man outside the old ghost hall. Let them see my style. The confrontation continued in the old ghost hall. The grin on scarred face's face grew more sinister as he reveled in the helpless expressions of Old Ghost and Seventh Master. The dark red patterns on Zhao Tianyang's body glowed like branding irons, and his violent aura was almost palpable. Just as he was about to lose control, the expression on scarred face suddenly froze. The man beside him, who had been as silent as a stone statue, also trembled slightly. The two exchanged glances. They saw shock in each other's reactions, and a hint of uncontrollable fervor. The order from young Master Ao. No need to test anymore. Let them see. Young Master Ao's style? Although they did not know what had happened, Chinao's words implied. Not caring about the consequences, not caring about the situation, and going all out. Scarred Face slowly retracted the disgusting grin from his face. In its place was an emotionless, pure coldness. He no longer looked at Old Ghost and Seventh Master, but focused all his attention on Zhao Tianyang, who stood like a demonic god. He slowly moved his recently restrained arm, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Just now, he spoke, his voice hoarse like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The two conditions I mentioned are all null and void. Old Ghost and Seventh Master felt a jolt in their hearts, not yet having time to entertain any hopes. Scarred Face's scarred face twisted into a ghastly grin. Young Master Ao gave you a chance. It is you who did not cherish it. He twisted his neck, the joints popping. Now I have changed my mind. The silent man also slowly. With that step, the entire floor of the Old Ghost Hall trembled slightly. A pressure far more terrifying and deeper than Scarred Face's suddenly descended. Scarred Face pointed a finger, first indicating the mountain of potions on the ground, then pointing at Old Ghost and Seventh Master. We will take all of these goods. We will also take your lives. His final finger landed on Zhao Tianyang, filled with a sickly excitement. As for you, young Master Ao said, your bones should be quite tough. Perfect, I will use them to sharpen the teeth of his newly raised pet. The moment the words fell, Scarred Face's figure vanished. Not that he moved so fast he became a blur, but he disappeared into thin air. As if he had never stood there. Old Ghost and Seventh Master's hearts suddenly stopped. Spatial skills. This is an extremely rare and tricky ability among professionals. Zhao Tianyang's massive body instinctively tensed, the dark red patterns on his skin swirling wildly, and his violent aura exploded without reservation as he tried to sense the opponent's position. But it was all in vain. The air left no trace of energy. The next moment, a deadly chill erupted behind Zhao Tianyang. Scarred Face's figure appeared ghost-like, his intact arm transforming into a pale claw, the fingertips shimmering with a cold light that could tear through metal, directly aiming for Zhao Tianyang's heart. This strike was swift and fierce, leaving no room for evasion. Die, kid. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyang had no time to turn around. But he did not turn around. He merely channeled all that violent aura into his back. Boom. A dull sound like a heavy hammer hitting steel echoed. The claw struck solidly against Zhao Tianyang's back. No blood splattered. Only a sound reminiscent of a heavy hammer striking a steel plate, accompanied by a painful grinding of bone. Zhao Tianyang's massive body jolted violently, staggering a step forward. The floor beneath him cracked inch by inch. Blocked. Scarred Face was taken aback. His claw was sufficient to penetrate a 30-centimeter thick alloy steel plate. How could this big guy's physical defense be so formidable? Old Ghost and Seventh Master had just breathed a sigh of relief. The silent man suddenly spoke, uttering a single word. Quake. Buzz. An invisible wave surged along Scarred Face's arm, instantly penetrating into Zhao Tianyang's. Zhao Tianyang's enormous body felt as if it had been struck hard by a battering ram from the inside, his chest caving in sharply, and he uncontrollably fell forward. Puff. A mouthful of dark red blood spewed out, splattering on the ground and sizzling with a corrosive sound. Tianyang. Seventh Master exclaimed. A pincer attack. Scarred Face's physical strike was merely a feint. This silent man's shockwave skill was the real killing move. Ha! Now you know fear. Scarred Face laughed wildly after landing a hit. He was about to pursue and deliver a fatal blow to the downed Zhao Tianyang. But his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Because Zhao Tianyang stood up again. He slowly climbed up. His movements were slow, even somewhat stiff, but each step carried a terrifying, oppressive force. The aura surrounding him changed. The pure, violent aura of the Azura was rapidly retracting. In its place was something deeper, something more ominous. Moi. Scarred Face halted in his tracks, and for the first time the silent man showed a grave expression. They both sensed something was amiss. Zhao Tianyang lowered his head, obscuring his expression. All they could see was the dark red patterns on his body suddenly glowing. Not flickering. It glowed to perfection like a red-hot branding iron. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless fine red threads suddenly emerged from his pores. These red threads were not liquid, but rather lifelike red threads. After leaving his body, they did not drip, but bizarrely floated around Zhao Tianyang, writhing like living creatures. A mythical level profession is no simple matter. What is this bizarre thing? The scarred face instinctively took a step back. The scene before his eyes had already surpassed the limits of his understanding. What horrified him even more was yet to come. As the bloodlines continuously detached, Zhao Tianyang's once colossal body akin to a small mountain began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. His muscles withered, his skin tightened, and he became increasingly dark and gaunt in appearance. In just a few breaths, the once muscular giant had transformed into a figure still tall, yet emaciated, with skin clinging to bones radiating an ominous black-red hue like a zombie. It was as if he had been drained of all blood and flesh, leaving only the most refined skeleton and tendons. Yet the dangerous aura emanating from him surged tenfold. Even the enemy, not to mention the old ghost and seventh master, felt their scalps tingle. They had been following Zhao Tianyang for some time, but had never witnessed him reveal such an eerie and terrifying form. Is this the true power of the mythic profession Azura? Zhao Tianyang slowly raised his head. His eyes had completely transformed into a pure dark red devoid of any emotion, only the primal instinct for slaughter remained. He moved. Ignoring the scarred face, he locked onto the silent man as his target. Whoosh! Countless bloodlines floating around him suddenly straightened like a commanded swarm of snakes, transforming into a rain of crimson arrows that poured down towards the silent man. Each bloodline emitted a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air. The silent man finally showed a reaction. He brought his hands together in front of him. Control. Buzz. An invisible barrier of air instantly took shape before him. However, those bloodlines disregarded the barrier as if it were nothing easily piercing through. Their target was not the man's body but the ground beneath his feet, the wall behind him, and the ceiling above. In but an instant, the entire front hall of the old ghost hall was thoroughly penetrated by these bloodlines, weaving into a massive, all-encompassing red web. The silent man and the scarred face were completely ensnared in the center of the net. This is bad. The silent man's complexion changed dramatically as he finally realized what the opponent intended to do. He wants to detonate these bloodlines. Too late. A dry, hoarse voice that sounded nothing like a human squeezed out from Zhao Tianyang's withered throat. He extended his hand, which had transformed into a claw resembling that of a desiccated corpse, and gently clenched it. Bind. Buzz. The blood web encompassing the entire space suddenly tightened. The terrifying force of restraint made the very space groan under the unbearable pressure. The scarred face let out a shriek, trying to use his spatial abilities to escape, only to find that the surrounding space had been completely locked down by these bloodlines, becoming more solid than steel. Break! The silent man shouted, unleashing a surge of powerful energy, attempting to shatter these bloodlines with shockwaves. But those seemingly slender bloodlines were astonishingly resilient, trembling slightly under his assault, showing no signs of breaking. Instead, they tightened even further. Damn it! For the first time, the scarred face and the silent man felt panic. They were trapped, caught by a kid who had just awakened not long ago using an unheard-of bizarre ability. The old ghost and seventh master were utterly stunned. 1 against 2, and dominating the fight. Is this the person the boss has taken a liking to? This potential cannot merely be described as terrifying. Just as Zhao Tianyang was about to fully tighten the blood net and strangle the two, the silent man suddenly gave up resisting. He coldly stared through the gaps in the blood net at Zhao Tianyang. Then with all his strength, he shouted a single word. Enter. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a unique frequency that penetrated the entire room. The next moment, boom, boom. The already shaky door of the old ghost hall was violently smashed open from the outside in the most brutal manner. The heavy door panel, mixed with fragments of bricks, exploded inward. Amidst the swirling dust, countless figures surged in like a black tide from outside. Their uniforms were identical, exuding a fierce aura, each one carrying a heavy scent of blood. Black uniforms, black, killing intent instantly filled the entire old ghost hall. The leading figures moved swiftly, targeting the scarred face and the silent man ensnared by the blood net. The remaining individuals formed a half-moon-shaped encirclement tightly, surrounding the emaciated Zhao Tianyang in the center. The air was thick with dust mixed with a strong smell of blood, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The old ghost and seventh master were pushed back several steps by this sudden impact, leaning against the medicine cabinet behind them. Looking at this group of well-trained, bloodthirsty figures in black, the old ghost's first thought was not fear. It was disdain. Shanao's people. Just this. So careless in their approach. To clash in someone else's territory, to smash doors and cause destruction, that is the behavior of street thugs. A true underworld giant kills invisibly, valuing dignity. Creating such a racket is to ensure that everyone knows Chin Ao is targeting the old ghost hall. Foolish. However, the old ghost could accept this answer. There are always some foolish gamblers in this world whose current success stems from the fact that their foolish decisions have won thus far. But such careless individuals will inevitably face a day of reckoning. Disdainful as it was, the current situation was indeed perilous. They had indeed prepared for the possible black hands of the three major potion merchants. But who would have thought that the first to strike would be Chin Ao, the administrator of the black market, and in such an uncompromising, brutal manner. Old Seven, get ready. The old ghost's voice was low as he pulled out a palm-sized scratched brass compass from his pocket. The needle of the compass was spinning wildly and erratically. Seventh Master understood, discreetly reaching into his sleeve, where several small array discs were hidden ready to be activated at any moment. Their gazes all fell upon Zhao Tianyang in the center of the scene. At this moment, Zhao Tianyang had become the eye of the storm. Kill. Without any further ado, one of the black-clad figures closest to him bellowed, a long knife engulfed in flames appearing out of thin air as it swung down. This strike triggered the attack of everyone. In an instant, ice spikes, wind blades, shadow arrows, and earthen shards. Dozens of different attribute skills bombarded Zhao Tianyang from all directions. They clearly aimed to use the most direct firepower to instantly obliterate this bizarre individual. Confronted with an attack powerful enough to flatten a building, Zhao Tianyang's lean body merely stirred slightly. He raised his head. His pure dark red eyes scanned each person surrounding him. There was no anger, no fear, only a chilling indifference, as if looking at a group of lifeless objects. In the next moment he vanished. Not in the way of a space jump like the scar-faced man, but with a speed that surpassed the limits of visual capture, forcing himself to burst from his original position. Boom. The flaming longsword struck the ground with a heavy thud, sending shards of stone flying. The black-clothed man who had swung the blade stood frozen in place. A hole transparent from front to back had mysteriously appeared in his chest. Zhao Tianyang's figure emerged behind him, the claw-like hand resembling that of a withered corpse still stained with warm fragments of flesh. A single fatal blow. He's behind us. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in shock. But it was already too late. Zhao Tianyang's body transformed into a black-red shadow, creating a series of deathly illusions within the confined space. He completely abandoned defense. Each movement was a lethal strike. Every attack would inevitably claim a life. His body was the most terrifying weapon. Most of the skills aimed at him missed, completely bombarding the walls and floors of the old ghost hall, leaving them riddled with holes. The few skills that did hit him merely left shallow marks on his black-red skin, unable to even make him pause for a moment. The blood-red threads saturating the space granted him unparalleled perception and mobility, cushioning any skills and attacks directed at him. Coupled with impressive attributes, he surprisingly held the upper hand in the current situation. Thud. A burly man attempting to block with a shield was pierced through by Zhao Tianyang's claw, shield and all. Swoosh. An agile practitioner just about to create distance found his ankle ensnared by an abruptly appearing blood thread, dragged back and ripped apart. With his singular strength, Zhao Tianyang staunchly repelled all attacks. The scar-faced man and the silent man trapped in the blood web were also left dumbfounded. They had anticipated that Zhao Tianyang would be difficult to deal with, but they never imagined it would be to this extent. We can't wait any longer. The silent man finally spoke, urgency lacing his voice. Together break this damned web. The scar-faced man regained his senses, a fierce expression appearing on his face. All right. The two no longer held back. The energy they had amassed erupted violently, striking against the blood threads, entangling them. Buzzing, the blood-red web emitted a piercing wail, beginning to tremble violently. Zhao Tianyang seemed to sense something. His killing movements slowed slightly, and his dark red eyes refocused on the two within the web. Stop him. Don't let him get distracted. The surviving black-clothed individuals seized this opportunity, once again summoning their courage to launch a new wave of attacks. This time they were smarter. Several support-type practitioners stepped forward, casting slow, weak, chaotic halos at Zhao Tianyang. The main attackers created distance, beginning to chant more powerful, wider area skills. The moment the halos enveloped him, Zhao Tianyang's ghostly speed noticeably faltered for an instant. His lanky body swayed, and for the first time a hint of struggle appeared in his dark red eyes. Now's the time. Inside the old ghost hall, the fluctuations of energy had reached a chaotic peak. Old Ghost stood in front of Seventh Master, his expression as dark as water. If they could just hold on a little longer, their backup would arrive. With those reinforcements, they should be able to hold out until the boss comes. But Old Ghost's breathing suddenly grew rapid. No. They couldn't just think about holding on. This was an opportunity, a rare chance to prove their worth to the boss. They were not just old men who could only mind the shop. They were not useless individuals who could only rely on the boss' reputation. With that thought, a terrifying brilliance erupted from Old Ghost's murky eyes. Old Ghost! Seventh Master exclaimed in surprise. But Old Ghost ignored him, his withered fingers swiftly gliding over the compass. A nearly invisible ghostly light shot from the compass, silently entering the body of a black-clothed man who was chanting a fire-based spell. The black-clothed man was guiding a massive fireball to take shape, seemingly about to release it. Suddenly his whole body stiffened. The fireball condensed to its peak, let out a puff, and extinguished right before him. Spell backlash. The black-clothed man groaned, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. The flow of energy within him seemed to have been forcibly severed by an invisible hand. This bizarre scene left his surrounding companions momentarily stunned. Seventh Master's heart skipped a beat. This old fellow, the old ghost he had known for decades, actually had such a side. That was not a simple support skill. It was precise, malicious destruction. It was the work of a lowly trick. He did not know Old Ghost's profession, nor what he had done before coming to the Old Ghost Hall, but he was certain that Old Ghost's professional traits leaned towards exploration, treasure hunting, setting up enhancement formations, and studying item properties, with almost zero capacity for direct confrontation. But who would have thought that the feng shui secrets he turned against would be so vicious and ruthless? Hey! Old Ghost let out a dry laugh, muttering incomprehensible phrases. His fingers continued to manipulate the compass. Ghostly lights shot out one after another. A black-clothed man preparing to cast a wall of earth stumbled, falling flat on his face. Another burly man swinging a giant axe felt his weapon suddenly weigh 100 pounds more, nearly dropping it on his own foot. Zhao Tianyang's ferocious assault became the perfect cover. Everyone's attention was drawn to the killing god, with no one noticing the lean old man in the corner who was constantly making small moves. With Old Ghost's covert assistance, Zhao Tianyang's pressure drastically reduced. He roared violently, breaking free from several negative halos, and his lean body once again transformed into the scythe of death, stirring up a storm of blood and carnage among the crowd. A healer attempting to heal a companion found that he couldn't release his skill at all, as if the rules of that area had been altered. He could only watch helplessly as his companion was torn apart by Zhao Tianyang's claw. Damn it! What's going on? Something's wrong. The black-clothed individuals finally sensed something amiss, their attacks turning chaotic. Meanwhile, Old Ghost became increasingly adept. Seventh Master watched in astonishment. Was this still the Old Ghost who usually smiled and avoided conflict? This ruthless demeanor filled with foul language was more practiced than that of a street thug. Old Ghost's professional characteristics were absolutely a weakness in direct confrontation. But now, with Zhao Tianyang, the capable and formidable Azure standing in front, it perfectly compensated for his shortcomings. This allowed him to unleash the insidious aspects of his profession to the fullest. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. In the luxurious suite, chaos reigned. The expensive carpet bore large, burnt marks from the dissipated energy, and the air was filled with the pungent odor of uncontrolled elements. Yet his sea of consciousness was unprecedentedly clear and tranquil. Even with the miraculous leveling tool, the Taigu Snap, this arduous cultivation drained him of immense mental energy. The closed-door cultivation had come to a temporary end. Lin Yu's mind stirred, and he summoned his skill panel. Rows of skill icons, once merely white, blue, or even gold, now gleamed with a brilliant and mysterious red light. Light Redemption Taigu Rock, Shield Taigu, Slow Taigu, Blink Taigu. These fundamental or advanced skills had undergone a dramatic qualitative change after countless repetitions of mastery. The instant casting Taigu level Light Redemption contained a vast life energy sufficient to drag a dying person back from the brink of death, even more stable and controllable than the previous self-destructive vitality nourishment. The Taigu level Slow was no longer a simple reduction of the enemy's speed. It could distort the flow of time within a small range, trapping the enemy in a hellish stasis where time stretched infinitely. As for the Taigu level Blink, it allowed him to instantaneously move across a kilometer radius, ignoring the laws of space, nearly equivalent to a short-distance spatial jump. However, this was not his greatest gain from this closed-door cultivation. His attention ultimately fell on two entirely new and equally powerful skills that had also reached the Taiga tier.
Xining did a quick calculation. Based on the original owner's memories, her theoretical subjects could reach around 300 points. If she awakened a 8th-level talent, worth 150 points, that would total 450 points.
The effects were terrifying. Firstly, it granted immunity to all known control effects. Secondly, it provided massive fixed damage reduction and percentage damage mitigation, allowing him to withstand attacks far exceeding his level. Thirdly, and most crucially, this suit of armor could form any temporary weapon shape according to his will. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, hammers, hooks, forks. All types of weapons were included, all mastered. This was the ultimate armament born for pure slaughter. However, what truly delighted Lin Yu was the unique passive characteristic that was unlocked after the skill ascended to the Taiga tier. Mirror of Still Water. This was a passive effect. It granted immunity to all mental attacks, immunity to the vast majority of basic illusions, and permanently and greatly enhanced his mental stability. Lin Yu carefully sensed his sea of consciousness. It was as solid as ancient rock and as clear as an undisturbed well. The fatigue and sharp pain that had seemingly threatened to tear him apart from the long-term use of millionfold amplification had vanished without a trace. In its place was an absolute calm and control. He even felt that he had completely freed himself from dependence on the mental stabilizer. A purely physical armoring skill, its peak ultimate feature surprisingly provided absolute defense on the mental level. This was indeed a tremendous and unexpected delight. This meant that his greatest shortcoming had been completely remedied. Lin Yu's thoughts turned to another skill, which was also an intriguing existence. 8 Desolations Return to 1 Taigu. At first glance, it seemed like an unremarkable all-attribute enhancement skill. Once activated, it could provide massive damage boosts from different elemental attributes like wind, fire, thunder, and electricity, while significantly increasing attack and movement speed. However, its most powerful aspect was that it allowed Lin Yu to freely convert any of his attacks into any attribute he needed. Light, darkness, space, and even the mental realm. All attributes, all coverage. This meant he no longer had any so-called attribute weaknesses. No matter what type of enemy he faced, or what bizarre resistances they possessed, he could instantly find a way to counter their attacks. Moreover, its Taigu characteristic made Lin Yu unable to suppress a smile. Silent Footprints. This was also a passive effect. Effect 1 significantly increases movement speed in non-combat states. Effect 2 grants a permanent concealment effect, making it extremely difficult to be detected by skills. Effect 3, walking on any terrain will not trigger trap-type skills, and he can even become immune to some environmental damage. Effect 4 provides a huge effect boost against all stealth and assassination type skills. This was a skill that encouraged professionals to engage directly, unleashing myriad elemental changes in fierce combat. Its final destination, however, surprisingly taught one how to become a top-level ambusher for sneak attacks and assassinations. This skill tree certainly has a peculiar angle. It also made Lin Yu ponder. This skill system was likely not as simple as he had imagined. Lin Yu closed the skill panel and slowly stood up from the chaotic ground. His character attribute panel, the numbers representing strength, constitution, and spirit, showed no change. But he was well aware that his overall strength had increased more than tenfold since before the closed-door cultivation. Origin, Vitality, Nourishment. Taiga Rock Shield. Taiga Mirror of Still Water. Taiga Divine Armor. With 4 layers of protection stacked, Lin Yu was even confident that he could stand still, allowing an army to bombard him with heavy firepower and not suffer a scratch. This is absolute defense. There's also Taigu Slow. With a snap of his fingers, he could create an area of absolute slow that enveloped several kilometers from which no one could escape. He had group control now. The combination of Taigu Blink and Silent Footprints elevated his mobility to an astonishing level. As long as he wanted to leave, there was likely no one in this world who could keep him here. Mobility was also covered. The dual enhancement of 8 Desolations Return to 1 and Divine Armor could instantly elevate his base damage to a terrifying level. Attack enhancement was equally abundant. He now resembled an all-round warrior without blind spots. The only regret was Lin Yu's fingertips gently tapped on the armrest, producing a rhythmically pleasing sound. He still lacked some sufficiently powerful offensive skills that could completely unleash the power amplified by 8 Desolations Return to 1 and Divine Armor. He also lacked a truly hard control skill that could instantaneously deprive enemies of their ability to act. Although Slow was strong, it ultimately only slowed rather than constrained. However, there was no rush for these. Lin Yu slowly stood up, feeling the surging and gentle power within him that was almost overflowing. He now felt a strong urge to act. He urgently needed a suitable venue to test the results of his recent retreat. Meanwhile, he hoped to brush up on his offensive skills. In the Bug Nest Suite, a vivid image flashed in Lin Yu's mind of the millionfold uncontrolled lightning spell scorching the entire core system of the Bug Nest to ashes. No, absolutely not. The Bug Nest's defense system could not withstand his current conventional operations. He needed to go out and find a place. A location that was sturdy enough, remote enough, where he could unleash his full potential and experiment freely. Lin Yu walked to the adjacent room. His sister Lin Yao was sitting cross-legged in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes closed, enveloped in a faint, almost tangible glow of magical energy. The elements in the air were being absorbed into her body at an astonishing speed, transforming into the purest form of magical power. Lin Yu could sense that his sister's foundational attributes were significantly increasing. Damn it, she was getting stronger just by breathing air without taking any pills. Absurd. The speed of her cultivation was simply astonishing. No wonder she was a master of all arts. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He did not make a sound to disturb her, but used the room's communication system to leave a brief voice message for Lin Yao. Yao, I'm going out to take care of something. I'll be back soon, don't worry. After saying that, he turned and left the suite. Stepping out of the door, he found the luxurious and spacious corridor silent, the thick carpet absorbing all sound of his footsteps. Lin Yu walked with ease, rapidly calculating in his mind. Test skills. He needed to find a suitable place. Although there were designated dueling arenas and training rooms in the black market, they were too small. Moreover, it was a mixed crowd, too many eyes around. Even a single skill of his, even with the instant activation of the primordial snap, would be far more powerful than before. The apocalyptic scene of the million-fold amplified lightning spell was still vivid in his mind. The bug nest's defense system couldn't withstand it, and those small venues in the black market would probably shatter at a mere touch. He needed a place that was large enough, sturdy enough, preferably remote enough, where he could act without restraint, experimenting freely. A name suddenly surfaced from the depths of his memory. Heaven's Apex. It was the largest and most renowned private training ground outside Linzhou City. It was said that the owner there had an incredible background, having spent a fortune collecting unique spatial materials from around the world to create dozens of fully immersive simulated environments. Volcanoes, glaciers, primeval jungles, even zero-gravity spaces. Everything imaginable was there. There was nothing they couldn't create. Of course, the price was sky-high as well. However, money was just a number to him now. It was perfect. He could go there to thoroughly test the results of his recent retreat. Just as he made up his mind, his phone vibrated slightly. Lin Yu raised his hand to take a look. It was a series of urgent communication requests and encrypted messages from Old Ghost and Seventh Master. He tapped on it casually. Boss, someone from the Black Market Administration is here, purpose unknown. There was only one message. Old Ghost had no time to send more. The Black Market Administration. Lin Yu continued walking towards the exit of the bug nest without pause. His heart was completely calm. Aren't they from the three major potion merchants? Since it's an internal conflict in the black market, let the rules of the black market resolve it. Old Ghost and Seventh Master had been entrenched in the black market for years, one skilled in underhanded tactics, and the other adept in formations and contracts. Neither was to be underestimated. What he needed was a competent subordinate who could stand on their own, not a burden that required him to clean up after them. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu quickly typed a message on his phone, sending it in bulk to Old Ghost and Seventh Master. The content of the message was extremely simple. Complete freedom to make decisions, no need to consult me. After sending it, he closed the communication interface. Even if they handled it poorly, it shouldn't lead to a fight, right? If it was just a negotiation, whether he was there or not wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, his experience and worldly wisdom couldn't match those two old fellows, Old Ghost and Seventh Master. Trust sometimes is more powerful than being present. He believed in his own judgment. Passing through the corridor, he arrived at the dedicated elevator of the bug nest. Lin Yu's figure suddenly paused. He slowly raised his hand, fingers spread wide, and then slowly just now, with the flow of his thoughts, the vast and gentle life energy brought by the source vitality nourishment within him experienced a peculiar stir. He could distinctly see every muscle fiber, every inch of bone, and even every cell beneath his skin, all undergoing extremely subtle, controllable changes according to his will. Is this the extension of the ability of body control? An interesting idea sprouted in his mind. He tried to concentrate, channeling his willpower into his face. The muscles beneath his skin began to move in an inhuman way, the height of his cheekbones, shifting the lines of his jaw, becoming more defined, even his nose subtly straightened. In just a few seconds, a face that was entirely different, yet equally handsome, bearing a hint of coldness, appeared on the mirror-like metal door of the elevator. This was no mere disguise. It fundamentally altered his physical form. Interesting. Lin Yu released his control of his face and returned to his original appearance. However, he wouldn't need it just yet. He was merely returning to the urban area of Linzhou, to a publicly operating training ground. However, he wouldn't need it just yet. He was merely returning to the urban area of Linzhou, to a publicly operating training ground. There was no need to be so mysterious and secretive. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Yu stepped inside dressed in the disguise provided by the bug nest. As the elevator descended smoothly, the unique scent of the black market, a mix of various potions, metals, and desires rushed towards him once more. He did not linger in the bug nest lobby, but headed straight for the exit. Along the way, the residents of the black market, whether fierce-looking mercenaries or hurried merchants, instinctively stepped aside and cast him odd glances. The identity of a luxury guest in the bug nest's exorbitant suites itself was a weighty business card in the black market. Lin Yu passed through the heavy door that seemed to separate two worlds, returning once again to the brightly lit and bustling main street of the black market. When one possesses strength and confidence, standing in the same place feels entirely different than when one lacks both. He realized that the collective strength of everyone in this entire black market was likely insufficient to withstand just a few of his moves. He felt an immense sense of freedom, confidence, and peace. Lin Yu naturally exuded an aura known as that of a strong person. The exit of the black market is an inconspicuous hidden door. As Lin Yu stepped through that door and returned to the surface, the night wind of Linzhou mingled with the city's clamor rushing towards him. In stark contrast to the chaotic primal world of the underground filled with the scent of desire, the city above appeared so orderly, even somewhat dull. However, Lin Yu's state of mind was entirely different. Previously, he was a lurking beast, each step taken in the shadows. Now he was a fierce tiger patrolling his territory, with both light and darkness laid out before him. He casually summoned a vehicle and provided an address. The Crown of the Sky. The vehicle smoothly started merging into the continuous flow of traffic, speeding towards the outskirts of the city. The Crown of the Sky. Rather than a private training ground, it was more like an independent citadel established on the outskirts of Linzhou. Its area was almost equivalent to a district of Linzhou. The towering alloy structures sparkled with a cold, technological sheen in the night, surrounded by a massive energy shield that emanated an unsettling sense of pressure. This place was far more legitimate than the cramped quarters Lin Yu had occupied in the black market. Its legitimacy allowed for rapid expansion, capturing a larger market share and effectively reducing costs. The vehicle stopped at the designated location of the Crown of the Sky. As Lin Yu stepped out of the car, a young attendant, well-dressed and wearing a name tag, approached him. "Welcome to the Crown of the Sky, sir. Is this your first visit?" The attendant's attitude was impeccable, professional yet distant. "Yes," Lin Yu replied succinctly. "All right, please follow me, and I will guide you through the entry procedures." The attendant led Lin Yu into a magnificent hall. The dome of the hall stretched endlessly high, with countless beams of light intertwining to resemble a galaxy, the floor polished to a mirror finish, clearly reflecting everyone's figures. The comings and goings were all professionals with strong presences, yet everyone adhered to the order, with no one speaking loudly. Everything was orderly. The attendant brought Lin Yu to an available counter. "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" A female staff member behind the counter asked with a professional smile. "I need a training ground." Lin Yu stated the highest specification, "and I need it now." His request was direct and clear. The female staff member's smile remained unchanged as she skillfully pulled up the operating interface. "All right, sir. Since this is your first use, you will need to register under your real name and pay a deposit. Additionally, for the safety of all clients, we need to conduct a simple background check procedure." "Check." Lin Yu paused momentarily. "Yes, this is a rule of the Crown of the Sky," the staff member explained. "The review process is usually quick. Depending on the complexity of your information, it can take from 3 hours to 3 days. Once approved, your personal terminal will receive a notification." 3 hours to 3 days. Lin Yu didn't have that much time to waste here. His hands were itching to find a place to vent. "He'll pay extra," Lin Yu said calmly, "to expedite the process. In the black market, money can solve 99% of problems." However, the staff member smiled and shook her head. "I'm sorry, sir. It's not a matter of cost, it's a safety regulation. The Crown of the Sky treats all clients equally, and we must ensure absolute safety within the training ground. This is our bottom line." Her attitude was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Lin Yu, can't money buy everything?" The rules here were even stricter than in the black market. He didn't insist any further and changed the topic. "What about membership? Can having a membership speed up the review process?" Upon hearing the word membership, the attendant's eyes lit up and her smile became more sincere. "Of course, sir. You can enjoy many VIP services as a member, including a priority review channel." Indeed, compliance had its own methods. She immediately began to enthusiastically introduce. "We have 3 levels of membership: silver, gold, and diamond. Diamond members are our highest tier VIPs who can enjoy the fastest review speed, usually not exceeding 1 hour. In addition to priority reviews, diamond members can reserve our special environment simulation venues that are not open to the public, enjoy unknown exclusive consulting services, as well as a 20% discount on all consumption items. Lin Yu interrupted her before she could finish. Sign me up for Diamond. Is there anything else, any additional services that can make the process faster and provide me with better treatment? Add them all. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if he were not in the midst of a transaction, but merely handling an inconsequential matter. The staff member was visibly taken aback. She had seen affluent clients before, but never someone so straightforward. Not even asking about the price. She took a deep breath, forcing down her excitement, and spoke at the fastest speed possible. We do have something. We also have the Supreme Service Package, which includes access to exclusive lounges, free rental of high-end equipment, and our internal risk assessment level will be directly raised to the highest, meaning your review will be almost instantaneous. Then I'll take that. Lin Yu took out his identity card, swipe it. This entire set of operations cost him nearly 3 million. That amount of money wasn't even enough for him to stay in a luxury suite in his cramped quarters for 2 days. In fact, one could say it was quite cheap. Lin Yu had no concept of money at this point, but he understood efficiency. If money could buy time, then this transaction was worthwhile. All right. Okay. Sir, please hold on. The staff member's voice trembled slightly as she quickly called for their supervisor. The supervisor was a sharp-looking middle-aged man who walked over briskly. Upon seeing Lin Yu's expenditure list, he was also taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and personally handled all the formalities for Lin Yu. Mr. Lin Wright, we are very pleased to welcome you as our supreme client at the Crown of the Sky. Your review has entered the highest priority channel and results are expected within 10 minutes. The supervisor's attitude became much more respectful. Please proceed to the VIP lounge for a brief wait. Lin Yu was led through a private passage into a lavishly decorated independent lounge. He casually sat down and picked up a glass of water. His heart was completely unfazed. The so-called rules ultimately bend in the face of absolute financial power. It merely takes a different approach. What he was most concerned about now was whether this so-called top training ground of Linzhou was truly durable. 10 minutes. For an ordinary person, it might just be the time to scroll through a couple of short videos. But for Lin Yu at this moment, it was enough to peruse all the available information at the pinnacle of the sky. On the light screen in the rest area, introductions of various training venues were being continuously played. The essence of this place was much like he had imagined. A vast transformed independent space. Through top-tier formations and technological means, this space had been separated from the main world, reinforced, and had its environment simulated. According to official statements, the internal spatial strength was completely consistent with that of the Blue Star. Moreover, it boasted a highly efficient energy absorption and material restructuring system that could repair most physical damage in a very short time. It was solid enough. Lin Yu felt fairly satisfied. With his current strength, he could easily raise a building to the ground, yet he was still far from being able to tear apart space with his bare hands. Surely this place should be able to withstand it. Just as he pondered which skill to use to appetize himself, first a booming voice filled with surprise and uncertainty sounded from behind him. Little Yu. Lin Yu. Is that really you, kid? Wow, if it weren't for your uncle's exceptional talent, I wouldn't even recognize you. Lin Yu momentarily halted his movements. He turned around to see a slightly plump middle-aged man dressed in casual attire, yet unable to conceal the aura of someone who had long been in a position of power approaching him with a beaming face. Beside the man was a young girl of similar age to Lin Yu. She wore simple sportswear, had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her fair face exuded a slightly cold yet curious air as she observed Lin Yu. Uncle Wang. This title surfaced in Lin Yu's memory. A childhood friend of his father, a director of Tianxin Group, Wang Han. Uncle Wang. Lin Yu stood up and politely nodded. Huh, it really is you. Wang Han strode over, unabashedly clapping Lin Yu's shoulder with considerable force. He scrutinized Lin Yu up and down, his shrewd eyes filled with genuine smiles and emotions. Good kid, it's been a few years, and you've grown so sturdy. Much stronger than your father, who's as thin as a bamboo pole. He was far more enthusiastic than Lin Yu had imagined. Just the other day I specifically went to your house, but it was empty, not a soul in sight. I didn't expect to run into you here today. Lin Yu remained silent, quietly listening. He could feel the girl's gaze lingering on him, devoid of malice, purely observational. By the way, let me introduce you. Wang Han pulled the girl beside him closer. This is my daughter Wang Qingxian. Qingxuan quickly greeted him. This is your Lin Yu brother. Wang Qingxian merely nodded slightly at Lin Yu as a greeting, without speaking, her demeanor indifferent. Wang Han didn't mind. He sighed as if complaining, yet also reflecting.
Ace of Hearts guidance card cannot be upgraded. Character Qi Ning. Mental talent level growth type. Unlocked card guidance card Ace of Hearts. Condition for—
What a trivial matter, making it sound like a serious request. He said he understood that the jade token could only be used once, that once used the sentiment would be lost. I spit. What does he even understand? Wang Han's voice was loud, showing no regard for the public setting. I regard him as a lifelong brother. What does he regard me as? Just a disposable tool. Is our relationship so narrow? You go back and tell him to keep that broken jade token for himself. Your affairs are my affairs. I treat you like my own nephew. His words were forceful, filled with genuine emotion and a hint of anger. Lin Yu's eye of analysis quietly activated. Wang Han emotion sincere, delighted with a hint of grievance towards an old friend, no malice. The result was as expected. Uncle Wang wasn't putting on a show. A warmth inexplicably rose in Lin Yu's heart. His father's character was just like this, stubborn, prideful, placing human relationships above all else. He spoke of letting Lin Yu utilize that connection, yet in reality, he had already lowered his own face and made arrangements in advance. Dad is just that kind of person, Lin Yu explained for once. I know. Wang Han waved his hand. I've known him for decades, how could I not know? It's just frustrating. When I see him next, you'll see how I scold him. Wang Han cursed, almost spitting on Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu didn't dodge. This crude yet sincere warmth left him feeling slightly at a loss. After all, those lost 5 years had indeed changed him quite a bit. Seeing Lin Yu silent, Wang Han slapped him on the shoulder again. Your dad is just too prideful, bringing suffering upon himself. Had it not been for him insisting on shouldering everything back, then Tianqing Group's shares would surely have had his share. Alright, no more talk about him, I get angry just mentioning him. Wang Han changed the subject, finally noticing the surroundings. What are you doing here, kid? This place isn't cheap to consume. Are you here to push yourself before the college entrance examination? Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his thigh. Alright. I remembered your affair with Yao. Yao has been causing quite a stir online. Your dad mentioned it to me too. Wang Han's face bore no trace of disdain or sympathy from outsiders. Instead, it was a matter of course. It's no big deal. Coincidentally, Qing Xian is also taking the college entrance examination this year. I'm just preparing to find her the best mentor and the best resources. He waved his hand, pointing to his daughter, Wang Qingxuan, who had been silent all along, then pointed at Lin Yu. In this way, let's not differentiate between us. Whatever resources my daughter uses, you and Yao shall use the same. All training resources, tutor fees, and advanced potions before the college entrance examination. Your uncle will cover it all. Did you hear that? No refusals. He spoke with an air of decisiveness filled with an undeniable grandeur. Lin Yu was completely stunned. All covered. Whatever configuration his daughter had would be provided to the two siblings. This generosity. This was no simple act of concern. He truly regarded them as his own son and daughter. What resources could the only daughter of the director of Tianqing Group possibly have? It was easy to guess that they were resources that an ordinary person could never hope to attain in a lifetime. This favor was too heavy. Uncle Wang, this. Lin Yu was about to explain that he didn't lack money and didn't need these resources. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Han glared, cutting him off directly. Don't learn those bad habits from your dad. What debt of gratitude, what embarrassment. I'm your uncle, I have the final say on this matter. Wang Han glanced around the luxurious lounge and noticed the consumption receipt on Lin Yu's desk. He instinctively thought Lin Yu was troubled by the expenses, so he lingered in hesitation. The money you spent here is on my account. I'll have my secretary handle it later. Just listen to me. Lin Yu. He realized that his usual logic for dealing with enemies and businessmen was completely ineffective with Wang Han. This was a pure, almost commanding affection from an elder to a junior. Simple, blunt, but effective. Wang Han asked again, by the way, where is Yao? Why didn't she come with you? Lin Yu regained his senses and replied, Yao is in training, I didn't want to disturb her. Training? Wang Han paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Good. Ambitious. Just like me. His self-praise came unexpectedly. Beside him, Wang Qingxian seemed already accustomed to it, slightly tilting her head to pretend to admire the scenery. Lin Yu explained, Uncle Wang, I'm not concerned about the money. I'm just waiting for the approval. They said it would take about 10 minutes. He felt the need to clarify. Although he had no concept of money at the moment, it felt a bit strange to be regarded as a poor kid who couldn't afford to pay. 10 minutes. Wang Han's voice suddenly rose, echoing in the lounge. Bullshit. These bastards are just waiting to take advantage of people. What nonsense approval. It's just a delay trying to make you do more business. He cursed, spitting as he spoke. When I came last time, it was the same bullshit. They made me book King Chuan's 10-year training plan before letting me go. Damn, what a disgraceful way to do business. Wang Han was getting angrier, rolling up his sleeves to confront someone. Lin Yu quickly stopped him. Being with such a reckless elder was truly a headache. Alright, don't stoop to their level. Wang Han was calmed down by Lin Yu's grip. He waved his hand, and suddenly had a new idea. Waiting here is pointless. Let's go. Perfect. I haven't seen Yao Yao in a long time and both of us siblings have made progress. Your uncle needs to show some appreciation. Let's go pick up Yao Yao first, then find a place to celebrate. Wang Han's plan unfolded rapidly, leaving no time for anyone to react. Today your uncle is treating. Lin Yu was about to say he had other matters and wanted to test his skills. But Wang Han's large hand had already landed on his shoulder, half pulling him out the door. Stop dawdling. You haven't learned anything from your father's bad temper, but you've perfectly picked up his indecisiveness. Let's go. You child, why are you acting so distant with me? You urinated on my lap more times than you did on your father's. Lin Yu was being pushed along, feeling both amused and helpless. This enthusiasm was truly hard to refuse. Fine. After all, there was no rush for testing skills. He simply gave in to Wang Han's arrangements. As they exited the VIP lounge, the supervisor from earlier was waiting at the door, wearing a professional smile. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lin, are you heading to? Go to hell. Wang Han exclaimed, I'm not waiting. The efficiency of this place is like a snail. Ooh, just close the store early. The supervisor's smile froze on his face, but he still gritted his teeth and explained, Mr. Wang, the process is. What process? Wang Han didn't listen at all. The bill will be settled later by my secretary. Make sure to charge me for the most expensive items. Do you hear me? Don't be stingy, or he'll file a complaint. After finishing, he ignored the petrified supervisor and strode toward the exit, pulling Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian along. Wang Qingxian followed behind, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes from those around her, simply walking quietly like an emotionless machine. Lin Yu finally understood. Wang Qingxian's cold demeanor was likely forced out by her overly enthusiastic father. Otherwise, it was hard for a normal person to maintain emotional stability in such an environment. The group walked to the parking lot atop the sky. Wang Han pressed a button on the car key, and a black armored SUV with an exaggerated shape and fierce lines let out a low growl. Get in. Wang Han opened the car door and sat down first. Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian followed into the back seat. The interior was spacious, yet simply decorated, filled with a metallic feel. Before we pick up Yao Yao, we need to buy some gifts. Wang Han murmured as he started the car. I haven't seen her in a long time. Going empty-handed is not appropriate. He suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lin Yu. By the way, I was originally bringing Qingxian to test her physique and attributes today to arrange the follow-up potions for her training. Coincidentally, since today worked out, don't forget about you and Yao Yao. Let's buy them all at once. That way I won't have to make another trip. Wang Han slapped the steering wheel and the plan was set. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Potions. He was quite sensitive to that term now. After all, the crisis involving the three major potion companies in Linzhou was caused by him. He feigned curiosity and asked, Uncle Wang, where are we going to buy them? Are we going to Zhu Li or Fengxing? I've heard they are having activities lately, and the discounts seem quite substantial. With these words, Wang Han chuckled disdainfully. His laughter was filled with contempt. Activities? Little you are still too young. Wang Han glanced at him through the rearview mirror, as if he was educating an inexperienced junior. The words of a businessman are deceptive. The activities they speak of are just for show. Never take them seriously. What buy one get one free? What limited time discount? It's all traps behind the scenes. Take that Fengxing technology with their so-called New Star contract package. Sounds great, right? Signing comes with a full set of high-grade potions. But have you seen that contract? It's full of unfair clauses akin to a servitude contract. Once signed, you become their dog, and if they tell you to go east, you can't go west. All the profits go to them. You only get the scraps. As for Zhu Li and Pan, sure, they are no different. Their promotional potions are either about to expire or are defective. Not only are the effects greatly reduced, but they might also have side effects. I've been through this kind of loss when I was younger. I won't be fooled anymore. Wang Han's words surprised Lin. He didn't expect this seemingly rough Uncle Wang to be so meticulous. It seemed that those who could sit on the board of Tianqing Group were indeed not simple characters. So, where are we going? Lin Yu asked, following his words. Wang Han grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile carrying a hint of mystery and pride. Of course, to a good place. The four major potion merchants. Not even a dog would go there. Their so-called cutting-edge goods don't even qualify to be stocked where we're headed. The things from that place are the real treasures. Wang Han kept them guessing, not revealing the location directly, but suddenly pressed the accelerator hard. The black armored SUV roared instantly, speeding up, skillfully weaving through the traffic as it raced toward a direction completely unfamiliar to Lin Yu. The vehicle headed west, gradually deviating from the bustling city center and entering a desolate old industrial area on the outskirts of Linzhou. Abandoned factories and rusted pipes formed the main color scheme here, with the air thick with the stench of metallic decay. Hold on tight. While skillfully driving, Wang Han observed the two young people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Wang Qingxian sat with perfect posture, her hands resting on her knees, her body slightly swaying with the bumps of the vehicle, yet she exuded a calm demeanor. However, the glance she cast out the window betrayed a hint of nervousness. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was a completely different picture. He leaned back in his seat, relaxed, even somewhat languid, as if he were merely going for a joyride in the suburbs rather than venturing into a den of danger. Wang Han was quite pleased with this. Xiao Yu, your courage is commendable, better than King Chuan's. Remember, once we get inside, speak less, observe more, and stick close to me. Wang Han began his pre-battle mobilization, lowering his voice to create a tense and solemn atmosphere. The people inside come from all walks of life, everything is possible. Do not make eye contact with anyone and absolutely do not engage in conversation. Understood? If anything comes up, I will handle it. You two just act like two mutes. Each word he spoke carried the weight of someone with experience. Wang Qingxian nodded slightly, her body unconsciously tensing up. Lin Yu also nodded. He did indeed nod, but inside, he was becoming numb. This place, this route, Wang Han's winding path, had completely confused him, now looking back. Isn't this just the way to the entrance of the black market's western district? Before he made a name for himself, he was a regular here. In recent days, he had practically made the black market his home. Uncle Wang's demeanor was akin to a law-abiding citizen gathering the courage to run a red light for the contrast was so stark that Lin Yu momentarily didn't know how to react. He could only remain silent. Wang Qingxian noticed Lin Yu's calmness, which starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere carefully crafted by her father. She found it a bit strange, but asked nothing. The vehicle twisted and turned before finally stopping in front of a massive abandoned warehouse. The shutter door was tightly closed, the walls covered in graffiti appearing unremarkable. This is the place. Wang Han turned off the engine, but did not get out immediately. He took out his phone, quickly tapping on the screen, as if verifying some code and procedure. Once, twice, 3 times. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. All right. Wang Han let out a sigh of relief and turned to remind the passengers in the back seat once more. One last time, stick close to me, don't wander off, don't look around, don't speak. After saying this, he took a deep breath and opened the car door. Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian followed suit and got out of the car. Wang Han walked to an inconspicuous corner of the warehouse, tapping a rusty iron plate in a specific rhythm 5 times. Dong, dong dong, dong, dong. A faint sound of gears turning came from behind the iron plate, and a hidden door, just large enough for one person to pass, slowly slid open. In the dim passageway, a few yellowed lights flickered. Go! Wang Han led the way, stepping inside first. Lin Yu followed behind, the last shred of hope extinguished in his heart. This entrance, this code, he was all too familiar with. He had frequently entered and exited through this entrance. As he passed through the narrow corridor, the chaotic yet strangely orderly sounds of voices flooded towards him. Colorful neon signs, bizarrely shaped buildings, and a constant flow of professionals with varying vibes. The black market had arrived. Wang Qingxian froze at the sight for the first time. She instinctively leaned closer to her father, not daring to look around. Wang Han straightened his back, shielding his daughter behind him, wearing a look of pride that said, "See, your dad can handle this." He navigated seamlessly through the crowd with the 2 novices. But having forgotten even the most basic of disguises, Lin Yu momentarily couldn't understand what Uncle Wang had been verifying for so long. However, with him around, there was no need to be overly cautious. Since they were here, Lin Yu had a good idea of Wang Han's destination. He casually glanced at the navigation address displayed on Wang Han's phone. Since they were here, Lin Yu had a good idea of Wang Han's destination. He casually glanced at the navigation. After making a big detour, the good place Uncle Wang mentioned, which didn't even qualify to stock the goods from the 4 major potion merchants, was actually the pharmacy he supplied. That's good. Just in time to go back and check the situation. Didn't the Black Market Administration come looking for him? It's perfect timing to see what they meant. By the way, he also needed to make arrangements on Uncle Wang's side. This elder's ruggedness and enthusiasm had truly touched Lin Yu. The jade token from his father, which could only be used once, represented a weighty favor that required calculation. Yet Uncle Wang's actions seemed to be telling him that among family there was no need for calculations. Lin Yu remembered this kindness. Did you see? The potions here are of a quality that cannot be compared to those common goods outside. As Wang Han walked, he continued to educate Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian. Every bottle has gone through the strictest selection. Although they are expensive, there is a reason for their price. Especially the batch of new products they launched recently, the effects are simply miraculous. I had to pull a lot of strings to secure the qualification for internal purchases. Wang Han's face was full of pride. It was the kind of pride a middle-aged man felt when showcasing his connections and abilities to his juniors in his field. Lin Yu. If it weren't for the fact that the goods were provided by him, he might have believed it. Was this old ghost's marketing strategy, or was Uncle Wang just bragging? He vaguely remembered that he had succeeded by offering lower prices without compromising on quality compared to potion merchants. The emphasis was on low prices and being approachable. Lin Yu suppressed the urge to criticize and merely followed silently behind. Wang Qingxian also calmed down from her initial nerves, curiously taking in everything around her, then her gaze fell back on Lin Yu. She noticed that since entering this bizarre place, Lin Yu had not shown any emotional fluctuations. No nervousness, no curiosity, not even a hint of surprise. He seemed as if he were strolling through his own backyard. This Lin Yu, who she hadn't seen in a long time, was a bit strange. Walking along the path to the old ghost hall, Wang Han was still in high spirits, playing the role of a black market expert. Did you see that seller on the left with the bone racks? Don't go over there. That guy sells all fakes using pig bones soaked in medicinal water, specifically preying on young novices like you. Lin Yu followed his pointing direction. It was a stall selling various exotic beast bones, and the vendor was a gaunt old man idly picking his teeth. Lin Yu was familiar with this stall. The old man's goods were indeed a mix of real and fake, but he had a keen eye specifically targeting those self-proclaimed experts. As for the young novices, he hardly deceived them. And that one on the right selling runes, don't touch that either. Wang Han continued his live, teaching, his voice filled with the superiority of someone who had been there. Those runes are scraps picked from the garbage, just redrawn and sold again, utterly useless. They might even explode. Lin Yu glanced over again. He was also familiar with that stall, which sold some unstable and whimsical runes like the random fart rune and ground wrestling rune. Indeed, they were not very useful, but they wouldn't explode either. Uncle Wang's information was half hearsay and half his own imagination, I suppose. Wang Qingxian walked beside her father, initially feeling a bit reserved due to the unfamiliar environment, but soon her youthful curiosity was completely piqued. Glowing mushrooms, singing plants, miniature storms contained in bottles. These fantastical sights, unseen in the outside world, left her dazzled. She suddenly remembered her childhood. Her father striving for his career sent her, and her mother far overseas, to keep them safe from enemies. Those days were stable, but lonely. Later, when her father achieved success, he brought them back, always wanting to pile the best of everything in front of her, as if to make up for the time lost. His love was like him, rough, direct, and even somewhat clumsy. Just like now, he clearly knew little about this place, but insisted on painting a dangerous world for her and Lin Yu. Lost in thought, Wang Qingxian found herself less concerned about Lin Yu's unfathomable calm. This bizarre world was evidently much more interesting. What's that? She suddenly stopped, pointing at a string of wind chimes hanging from a stall. The wind chimes were not made of metal or bamboo, but of thin, translucent ice crystals, softly colliding with the gentle breeze created by the flow of people, producing an ethereal and pleasant sound, while also emitting a refreshing coolness. Oh, this. Wang Han, noticing his daughter's interest, immediately perked up and leaned in to examine it for a long time. This is a wind chime made from the northern realm ice soul. Hang it at home, and you won't need to turn on the air conditioning in summer. It's a great item. The vendor, a woman with her face covered, merely glanced at Wang Han and said nothing. Wang Qingxian was amused. Is that true? Of course it's true. Can I lie to you? Wang Han patted his chest in assurance, and then grandly waved to the vendor. This one and that one, the glowing stone, wrapped them up for me. He was delighted to see his daughter showing such a lively side. However, Wang Qingxian grabbed his arm. Dad'll buy it myself. What's the difference if I buy it or you buy it? Come on, I'll put it on my tab. It's not the same. Wang Qingxian shook her head, her attitude firm. I want to buy a gift for Lin Yu. This is our first formal meeting. I can't show up empty-handed. Wang Han was stunned, then burst into hearty laughter filled with joy. Good, good. My daughter has grown up, and she's considerate. All right, you buy for yourself. Buy whatever you like. He said this, but in his heart he was calculating that he would buy something even more valuable later. He couldn't let his daughter lose out on gifts. Wang Qingxian browsed through the stall, finally picking out two bracelets. One was an ice crystal bracelet, made from the same material as the wind chime, translucent and shining. The other was woven from an unknown black metal, intricately engraved, with fine patterns, looking very cool. He'll take these too. She handed the bracelets to the vendor. The vendor took them and scanned them with a peculiar device, then announced a number. A total of 12,000 black card transaction. Huh, black card. Wang Qingxian, about to take out her money, froze. Can I pay with cash? Wang Han casually pulled out his wallet, clearly unaware of the black market rules as this was his first visit. He thought money could solve all problems. The vendor looked up, a hint of impatience in her eyes under the hood. Usually that would be fine, but right now the person in charge is being quite forceful and no one knows their intentions. I'm sorry, but it's black card transactions only. Having just seen Shin Ao and his group of nameless thugs displaying their might, he didn't want to make any risky moves at that moment. We're a legitimate black market, not some rundown stall. We only accept black card transactions. If you don't have one, don't waste our time. Wang Han's actions froze. His face, which had been slightly flushed from pride, turned even redder, but this time it was due to embarrassment. As a director of the Tianqing group worth billions, how could he be looked down upon here for being unable to pay? He opened his mouth wanting to say he could go exchange money, but felt he couldn't lower himself to that. Only moments ago he had boasted about his extensive connections and resources in front of the younger generation. Now he found himself stuck at a small stall over a basic payment issue. It was quite a loss of face. Wang Qingxian was also at a loss, not expecting this situation, and she looked to her father for help. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Just as Wang Han was stammering, preparing to say something to save face, a hand reached out from beside him. That hand held a pure black card devoid of any markings except for a small imprint in the corner. It was Lin Yu. He said nothing, simply slipping the card into Wang Han's hand with a natural motion, as if he were just adjusting his sleeve. Wang Han looked down at the cold card in his palm, completely bewildered. The poor nephew he had taken such care of actually possessed a black market exclusive black card. Moreover, looking at the card's texture and imprint, it was a pure black card with no unnecessary embellishments except for a skull imprint in the corner that seemed to be burning with flames. It was probably something extraordinary. What is this? Wang Han looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Lin Yu, however, merely returned his gaze calmly, offering no explanation, as if he were handing over an inconsequential napkin. This seemingly natural calm only stirred the tumultuous waves in Wang Han's heart even more. The vendor beside them was already growing impatient. Are you going to buy or not? If you don't have a card, move aside and don't block the people behind you. Wang Han jolted, his face burning with embarrassment. Almost instinctively, he handed over the black card in his hand, his movements somewhat mechanical. Swiping. Swipe this. The vendor impatiently reached out to take it, mumbling. What kind of broken card is this? His words abruptly cut off mid-sentence. His actions froze. The black card lay quietly in the palm of his hand. The vendor, who had been lazily slouched in his chair, suddenly straightened up as if a spring had been installed in him. He jumped up violently, his movements so forceful that he knocked over a nearby pile of clutter. But he didn't care to tend to it. He held the card close to his eyes, examining it back and forth as if appraising a rare treasure. Under the hood, the originally murky eyes were now filled with shock and disbelief. The air around them grew still. Wang Han and Wang Qingxian were both dumbfounded. The drastic shift in the vendor's attitude was simply too much. I am honored to have such a distinguished guest. The vendor's voice trembled as he held the card with both hands, bowing deeply as he returned it to Wang Han, his posture lowered to the ground. Big shot, I truly did not recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. Please forgive me. Wang Han was utterly stunned. He instinctively took the card, but didn't know what to say. Seeing him unresponsive, the vendor became even more anxious, quickly pulling out a brand new, seemingly high-end card reader from under the stall, operating it with great care. 12,000. No. Honored guest, your visit is a privilege for my shop. These 2 bracelets are just a small token of my appreciation, a tribute to you. He actually wanted to give it for free. Wang Qingxian tugged at her father's sleeve, whispering, Dad, we can't take things for free. Wang Han finally snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and tried to maintain his big shot demeanor. No need. I'll pay what it costs. Yes. The vendor seemed as if a great burden had been lifted, quickly inputting the amount before handing the card reader over with both hands. Wang Han gently tapped the card that didn't belong to him onto the reader. Ding! The transaction was completed. Throughout the process, the vendor didn't dare lift his head. Lin Yu watched from the side, already having a rough idea of the situation. The black market's black card automatically upgrades based on transaction flows and spending amounts. His previous expenditures on skills, materials, rooms, and various services had not been insignificant, but it shouldn't have escalated this much. More importantly, there was the old ghost hall. As the sole supplier and actual controller of the old ghost hall, all the massive sales from the potions would ultimately be attributed to him. Once the transaction was complete, the vendor neatly packed the 2 bracelets into an exquisite box and presented it with both hands. Honored guest, please take your time. Come again often. All products in the shop are half off for you. His waist bent at a perfect 90 degrees, his attitude humble to the extreme. Wang Han held the card, glancing at the vendor, still feeling dazed. What on earth is going on? He pulled Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian along, almost fleeing the scene. Even after walking quite a distance, they could still hear the vendor's enthusiastic calls from behind. Big shot. Next time you come, make sure to check out my wares first. I'll save the best for you. Wang Han stumbled, nearly tripping on flat ground. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Wang Qingxuan, following beside him, finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her smile, like the thawing of ice and snow, diminished the surrounding bizarre neon lights. Dad. She leaned close to Wang Han's ear, speaking in a volume only the three of them could hear. Why didn't you take out the card earlier? You made me embarrassed too. Wang Han's old face turned bright red from the nape of his neck to the tips of his ears. He had been a formidable figure in the business world for half his life. Ooh, when had he ever been so humiliated? Especially in front of his two children. Cough. This was a mistake on my part, he stammered, attempting to apologize, but couldn't get a single word out. However, Wang Qingxian did not dwell on the issue for long. She soon became captivated by a nearby stall selling glowing little spirits, stopping curiously to watch. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Han pulled Lin Yu aside, lowering his voice and adopting an extremely serious expression. Xiao Yu, tell uncle the truth. He carefully returned the black card to Lin Yu's hand, as if it were not a card but a red-hot branding iron. How much money is on this card? Or rather, how much is it worth? Don't be afraid, tell uncle. They'll double it, no triple it for you. We can't take this advantage, it will be a joke if it gets out. He wore a serious expression, attempting to regain the face he had just lost. Lin Yu looked at him, but didn't respond immediately. This Uncle Wang was truly an interesting person. Rough yet meticulous, proud yet adorably frank. Uncle Wang, Lin Yu finally spoke. Money isn't important. Wang Han was taken aback. How can money not be important? Lin Yu smiled and continued leisurely. Didn't you just teach me that before? He imitated Wang Han's earlier tone, patting his arm earnestly. Between family, there's no need to calculate. If you keep being so calculative with me, I might really stop considering you family. The exact same words. Word for word. They were returned just as they were. Wang Han stood frozen. He stood with his mouth agape, his eyes wide as saucers, staring at Lin Yu. The redness in his face, once from embarrassment, now bore a more complex hue. Moments later, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his tense shoulders slumping down. Then a thunderous burst of laughter erupted on the bustling black market street. Ha ha ha. Wang Han clutched his stomach, laughing to the point of tears. Good boy, you're impressive. He wrapped an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders, patting him vigorously, causing Lin Yu to feel like his bones were rattling. All right, uncle will listen to you. From now on we're family, no one is a stranger to anyone. But soon Wang Han disappeared for a moment, returning with a slight air of pride as he showed off the black card in his hand to Lin Yu. Then he took his daughter and Lin Yu on a grand shopping spree before finally heading to their original destination. A group of people had just turned a corner when a middle-aged man in a gray jacket approached quickly. The man's face bore a hint of urgency as he scanned the crowd. When he spotted Wang Han, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly trotted over. Director Wang, I finally found you. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, bowing apologetically. I truly apologize. I was waiting for you at the entrance, but I waited and waited without seeing you. I couldn't reach you on the phone, and I thought something had happened to you. That's why I hurried in to look for you. Wang Han looked at the newcomer, momentarily stunned, but soon realized this must be the person arranged by the black market contact he had spoken to earlier. Such trivial matters of procurement didn't require Wang Han to come in person. Even if he did, everything would have been arranged. However, he had impulsively brought Lin Yu and the others in early, forgetting about this. The man had probably rushed over in a hurry. However, being so urgently sought after, especially in front of his daughter, and Lin Yu helped restore the reputation he had just lost due to the black card incident. He waved his hand nonchalantly, unconcerned. It's fine. I'm just a bit impatient. I couldn't wait, and just came in to browse. It's not your fault. Seeing that Wang Han bore him no grudge, the man was even more grateful, immediately climbing the social ladder with a series of flattering remarks. He then turned his gaze to Wang Qingxuan, his eyes lighting up instantly. This must be the young lady, right? It's truly better to meet in person than to hear about it. He then turned his gaze to Wang Qingxuan, his eyes lighting up instantly. This must be the young lady, right? It's truly better to meet in person than to hear about it. With such grace and beauty, she is simply a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The Pearl of Lin Yu, indeed, not overrated. Although his praise was overt, it aptly scratched Wang Han's itch. Besides his career, his most prideful possession was his beloved daughter. Wang Qingxian felt a bit shy from the compliments, but the smile on her lips was impossible to hide. Wang Han laughed heartily, the earlier awkwardness from the payment long forgotten. He was thoroughly pleased. After flattering the Wang family duo, the contact finally turned his gaze to Lin Yu, who had been quietly standing by. Dressed plainly emanating an ordinary aura, he stood quietly there lacking any sense of presence. It was evident he was merely a junior accompanying a big shot to see the world. "And who is this young brother?" he asked politely. Wang Han threw an arm around Lin Yu's shoulder, proudly introducing, "This is my nephew Lin Yu." "My biological nephew." He emphasized the word biological. "Oh, so it's young Master Lin." The man immediately replaced his expression with an even more enthusiastic smile, cupping his hands in greeting to Lin Yu. "A pleasure to meet you. Young Master Lin is truly talented, and being able to accompany Director Wang for training means a limitless future ahead." His words were flawless, flattering Lin Yu while simultaneously raising Wang Han's status once more. Lin Yu merely nodded lightly. One word, and that was it. The atmosphere became somewhat cold. The man's smile faltered, and he privately muttered to himself, "This kid has quite an attitude." However, he was sharp and immediately laughed, moving on. "Director Wang, where would you like to explore next? I know the West District of the black market well. Whether it's buying materials, trading equipment, or experiencing some thrilling scenes, just say the word, and I'll arrange it all for you." Wang Han had completely entered the role of leader by this point. With his hands clasped behind his back, he pondered for a moment before speaking in a profound tone. "Take us to Old Ghost Hall." "Old Ghost Hall." The man visibly paused, and the respect on his face. Director Wang indeed has a good eye. Old Ghost Hall is currently the hottest spot in our Linzhou black market. The new batch of potions released by them is simply miraculous. It's so crazy outside that people are going wild. Generally one has to queue to buy, and there's no guarantee of stock. He spoke while leaning in a bit mysteriously. "But rest assured, with me here I guarantee it will be arranged perfectly. I have a few words with Old Ghost Hall's 7th master. Let's take the VIP passage." Wang Han seemed satisfied with these words and nodded. Then lead the way." "All right, please, this way." The man immediately took the lead, continuing to showcase his knowledge as a jack of all trades. His introductions were far more professional than Wang Han's previous half-baked attempts. Director Wang looked at alley on the left leads to the largest gladiatorial arena in the black market. "It's quite bloody. Oh, I wouldn't recommend the young lady go there. The one on the right with the bone signboard is a branch of Bone Abyss selling genuine exotic beast materials, but the prices are steep and they prey on newcomers." He even pointed to a heavily guarded tall building in the distance. "That's Chenao's territory, the manager and founder of the entire black market. He's a figure not inferior to Director Wang, but although his business is large, it's not very legitimate, and he has a bit of a fiery temper." Wang Han listened, occasionally nodding, exuding an air of "I know all this, just too lazy to say it." Wang Qingshuan, on the other hand, listened with great interest, gaining another layer of understanding of this world. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the contact, the group passed through several forks in the road, and the surrounding clamor gradually gave way to a peculiar sense of order. Director Wang, Miss Young Master Lin were almost there. The man pointed ahead, a smile plastered on his face, as if he was seeking credit. "Did you see? That sign with the gourd is Old Ghost Hall. Don't be fooled by the small facade. There's a whole new world inside." He spoke with fervor, as though he were the owner of the establishment. "Let me tell you, this place is currently on fire. If you want to get potions from here, not only do you need money, but you also need connections. Most people can't even get in the door." Wang Han listened to this, satisfied as he stroked the string of beads he had just purchased, exuding an air of authority. However, when they truly approached, several of them were clearly taken aback. The scene they had anticipated, bustling with people and lively chatter, was nowhere to be seen. In its place was an eerie expanse of emptiness. The entrance to Old Ghost Hall and the surrounding area were brutally cordoned off by multiple warning. A dozen men dressed uniformly in black fitted clothes stood expressionlessly at various entrances, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Their positioning was very deliberate, subtly blocking all possible paths to get closer. The vendors who once set up stalls here have completely vanished, leaving behind some scattered belongings that testify to the recent hustle and bustle. The entire area was eerily quiet. What is going on?" The smile on the man leading the way froze on his face. The scene before him formed a starkly ironic contrast to his recent boasts. Wang Han's expression, he had eagerly brought his daughter and Lin Yu along, flaunting his connections and wealth, only to find the destination sealed off after such a long journey. This made him feel like a clown. If the purpose of this trip fell through, the humiliation he faced today would be irretrievable. Noticing Wang Han's displeasure, a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on the man's forehead. "Mr. Wang, please don't worry. I will go ask about the situation." He dared not say more, and quickly straightened his clothes, steeling himself to approach a man in black, who was guarding the entrance. He forced the friendliest smile he could muster and fished out a pack of fine cigarettes from his pocket. "Brother, thank you for your hard work. I just want to inquire, is this place?" The man in black didn't even glance at him, simply squeezing out a word from his throat. "Get lost." Simple, direct, devoid of any emotion. The man's smile completely froze on his face, his outstretched hand awkwardly hovering in midair. He sheepishly retracted his hand, unwilling to give up, and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Brother, could you do me a favor? I brought esteemed guests with me and had an appointment with your seventh master, please." "Didn't you hear?" The man in black finally moved slowly, turning his head, his emotionless gaze fixed on the man. "Today Old Ghost Hall has big business and is clearing the area. If you want to buy potions, come back another day." The man's legs felt a bit weak. He sensed the unmasked ferocity emanating from the other party, a ferocity only those who had seen blood could possess. But Wang Han was still behind him, and he couldn't just turn tail and run. "Brother, please take another look." He was almost pleading, even considering slipping something to the man. However, the man in black gave him no chance, directly pushing him away. The force was not great, but it was highly insulting. "Don't block the way here, otherwise you will bear the consequences." The man stumbled, nearly falling, his face drained of color. He knew that if he continued, it might not just be a simple push. He could only run back to Wang Han in a fluster, his face filled with panic and regret. "Mr. Wang, I asked them." The man's voice trembled. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Han's gaze. "They said Old Ghost Hall has big business today and is clearing the area. They won't let anyone in, and they said to come back another day." Wang Han's face darkened. The pressure around him dropped a few notches. He looked at the man displeased. He had brought his daughter and Lin Yu here today to showcase his strength. Instead, he was stopped outside, his dignity trampled. This made him feel like a clown. "Business?" Wang Han snorted coldly. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. What kind of business could shut down the whole place? Sweat beads formed on the man's forehead. He knew Wang Han was angry. "Mr. Wang, I'm not clear on the specifics," he hurriedly explained. "But those people exuded a ferocity that is not to be trifled with." I didn't dare to ask further. His voice grew smaller, nearly inaudible. Wang Han clenched his fists. His gaze swept over Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian. This black market trip had already been chaotic enough. First he was blocked at a small stall. Now he was being turned away at the destination. As a director of Tianqing Group, when had he ever endured such humiliation? "Mr. Wang, please don't be anxious," the man said urgently. "There are more than just Old Ghost Hall in the black market. I know several bosses whose goods are also quite good, although they may not be as popular as Old Ghost Hall. The quality is definitely not an issue." He was desperately recommending other options. "There's no need to stick to this place. Shall we go see others?" Wang Han remained silent. He knew the man was trying to make amends. But to him this remedy seemed rather pale. His purpose today was clear: to obtain the potions from Old Ghost Hall. The effects of those potions had already spread throughout Linzhou. If he were to settle for a mere substitute, what difference would it make to not have come at all? Could he regain his face? The man saw Wang Han unaffected. His heart grew more anxious. Wang Han's expression was becoming increasingly grim. He knew that if this continued, he would also face the consequences. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. "Mr. Wang, I heard. The ones clearing the area today are from Chunao's side." He spoke cautiously. He knew Chunao's position in the black market. Wang Han's body stiffened momentarily. Chunao. This name in the Linzhou black market was like a giant stone. The king of the black market. His influence was intricately woven. As a director of Tianqing Group, he could command the winds and rain outside. But in the black market, Chunao was the local emperor. No matter how powerful Tianqing Group was, it couldn't impose its rules on the black market. Moreover, it couldn't afford to. A hard clash would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Wang Han tightened his fists. He slowly relaxed. No matter how furious he was, he had to suppress it. The name Chen Ao represented an insurmountable chasm. He cleared his throat. He turned his back. He made an effort to keep his voice calm. "Oh, it's Chunao's people." His tone carried a hint of disdain. "No wonder. Forget it, it's better not to come to such places." He tried to feign indifference. He looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu still wore a calm expression. It seemed as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Wang Qingxian spoke up. She tugged at Wang Han's sleeve. "Dad, I think the name Old Ghost Hall sounds unpleasant. It sounds kind of creepy." She stuck out her tongue. "Let's go wander somewhere else, okay?" Qingxian is right. Wang Han's tone lightened a bit. "This kind of place isn't interesting." He waved his hand, making a decision. "Let's go and see somewhere else." He gave the man a look. The man let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly, Yes, Mr. Wang is wise. I will take you to a good place right away." He walked ahead, bending his body even lower. Wang Han turned around. He led Wang Qingxian and Lin Yu away following the man. Yet he still felt a surge of anger inside. Lin Yu walked last, glancing back at the sealed-off area of Old Ghost Hall. The men in black remained expressionless. The man leading the way just turned around, a flattering smile still on his face, ready to escort the distinguished guests away from this place of turmoil. "Mr. Wang, this way please, I will take you to." He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly a series of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed sharply behind them. Those dozen or so black-clad men who had been standing like statues at various intersections suddenly changed their expressions as if receiving a unified command. They were no longer the lax gatekeepers. Each of their faces now bore a hint of urgency, and then under the astonished gazes of those around, they turned in unison and swiftly rushed into the sealed-off area of the Old Ghost Hall. Their movements were precise and uniform, carrying a military-like iron-blooded aura. It was evident that Chen Ao had quite an adept hand in managing his internal personnel. Wang Han, who was just about to step away, paused. Wang Qingxian also curiously stopped. Lin Yu from the very beginning had no intention of moving from his spot. The man leading the way felt a jolt of panic in his heart. He understood that gossip was human nature. However, this commotion was clearly not a good one. Mr. Wang, we should. He stepped closer, wanting to advise. But Wang Han raised his hand to stop him. The man's words caught in his throat. Wang Han didn't turn back, merely staring at the direction the black-clad man had disappeared, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The arrogant attitude of those people earlier, along with their emotionless command to scram, echoed clearly in his ears. Now, seeing their frantic demeanor, it was likely something had gone awry. He wanted to see how this so-called big business would unfold and conclude. If nothing useful came from it, he would consider it just a spectacle. If he witnessed any embarrassment, he would have plenty to laugh about. Moreover, if he stumbled upon some hidden secrets, it might prove quite beneficial. Unfortunately, if it weren't for his daughter and Lin Yu being there, he might have considered stepping directly past the warning line to take a look. "Dad, what's happening to them?" Wang Qingxian asked softly, her big eyes filled with curiosity. "I don't know," Wang Han replied, hands behind his back, maintaining an air of composure. "Just watch." He spoke lightly, but internally, he was quite pleased. The bigger the commotion, the better. The man leading the way looked at Wang Han, whose determination to watch the show was evident, and his face was nearly wrinkled with worry. "Mr. Wangness, Chen Ao's people act tyrannically if they offend you." "Offend me?" Wang Han shot him a sidelong glance. "Do they dare?" The man was left speechless. He certainly didn't dare to say that they had already offended him earlier. Wang Han ignored him and instead turned his curious gaze towards Lin Yu. "Nephew, what do you think?" He noticed that Lin Yu had remained surprisingly calm throughout this whole ordeal. This calmness stirred a sense of unease in Wang Han, who had been navigating the business world for half his life. Combined with the black card that Lin Yu possessed, it made him feel that his nephew was no ordinary person. Lin Yu met Wang Han's inquisitive gaze, appearing utterly unperturbed. "We're about to see a good show." He casually uttered those 5 words. Though light and airy, they felt like a heavy stone crashing into the heart of the man leading the way. "A good show? My goodness, what time is it to still be watching a show?" The man's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples, nearly bringing him to tears. "My young master, this is no good show." He anxiously stomped his feet, disregarding all decorum, grabbing Wang Han's arm with a trembling voice. "Mr. Wang, we must leave quickly. Really, we must go now. You are a dragon among men, a person of great importance in Linzhou, who could shake the ground with just a stomp. But this is the black market. Chen Ao is a madman. He doesn't care who you are." The man babbled incoherently, almost begging. "For this little matter, if he offends you and the young lady, it isn't worth it. Truly not worth it." He lowered his posture, but the meaning of his words was crystal clear. Chen Ao's people are unreasonable. Here, the identity of a director of the Tianqing group may not be a protective talisman, but rather a target that attracts trouble. Especially when he saw Wang Qingxian next to Wang Han, who had evidently been frightened by his words and instinctively tightened her grip on her father's sleeve. He found the breaking point. "Mr. Wang, look at the young lady. This place is chaotic and toxic. Don't scare her. We must quickly leave this place of turmoil." Wang Qingxian indeed looked a bit frightened. Her upbringing was not the same as in the homeland, making her more sensitive to such conflictual situations. What the man said triggered some unpleasant memories for Wang Qingxian. The faint aura of menace emanating from the nearby black-clad men, coupled with the strangely heavy atmosphere, made her feel an intense sense of unease. She whispered, "Dad, how about we just leave?" A single word from his daughter was far more effective than 100 words from the man leading the way. The little enthusiasm Wang Han had felt from watching the commotion instantly dissipated. Reputation mattered, but his daughter's safety mattered even more. He let out a heavy hum, finding himself an excuse. This chaotic place truly doesn't have anything. He put on an air of disdain, as if he were not retreating in fear, but rather actively feeling bored. Let's go. One word, crisp and decisive. The man leading the way felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly kneeling before Wang Han in excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Mister. Wang is wise. This way, this way. He hurriedly led the way, wishing he could sprout wings and fly out of this area. Wang Han turned around, protecting his daughter, preparing to follow. Just as they were about to take a step, and everyone thought this farce was about to end. Roar! A roar unlike any human sound suddenly erupted from the direction of the old ghost hall. That voice was filled with boundless fury and madness, as if a fierce beast imprisoned for 1,000 years had broken free from its cage. The sound waves turned into tangible shocks and swept out. Nearby stalls were instantly shattered to pieces by the shock. Wang Han's body stiffened suddenly, instinctively protecting his daughter behind him, his face bearing an unprecedented solemnity. Before everyone could react to this roar, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A thick, blood-red beam of light broke through the roof of the old ghost hall, shooting straight into the night sky. After reaching its highest point, the beam suddenly exploded. In an instant, countless blood-red threads spread out like a spider's web, enveloping the sky above the entire west area of the black market. Each thread emitted a rich, inescapable scent of blood and an ominous aura. The entire black market was tinged with an eerie crimson hue. All the pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, terrified, looking up at this apocalyptic scene in the sky, screams and cries rising and falling. What? What is that monster? Run! People are going to die. Chaos erupted in an instant. However, this was merely the beginning. The scattered blood-red threads in the sky seemed to be drawn by some, while starting to wildly twist and converge. They entwined, wove, and reconstructed. In the blink of an eye, a scene that made everyone's hearts tremble appeared above the old ghost hall. Part of the red threads formed a gigantic arm. Then came the second, the third. A total of 8 grotesque arms made entirely of blood-red energy manifested out of thin air, blocking the sky and sun. Each arm was incredibly thick, with bulging muscles exuding explosive power. Even more terrifying was the fact that these 8 arms were not empty. As the energy further coalesced, 8 weapons of various forms, yet all radiating terrifying fluctuations, slowly took shape within the arms. A massive broadsword glimmering with a cold light. A heavy meteor hammer covered in barbs. A pitch-black chain entwined with resentment. A hefty shield engraved with the relief of evil spirits. Each weapon seemed like a deadly tool dragged up from the depths of hell. Merely looking at them induced a wave of heart palpitations. Dad! Wang Qingchuan's voice trembled with tears, her body shaking violently. She had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Wang Han was also completely dumbfounded. Having navigated the business world for half his life, he had seen all sorts of storms, yet this scene before him had completely surpassed his understanding. The guiding man completely collapsed. His legs gave way, nearly collapsing to the ground, the last trace of color draining from his face. He let out a scream that was inhuman, gripping Wang Han's arm tightly, his nails nearly embedding into the flesh. Wang Dong! Run! Run quickly! His voice was shrill, filled with a heavy sob, his entire body shaking violently. It's over. It's all over. That madman Shin Ao must have provoked something. We will all die here. The man screamed incoherently, saliva flying everywhere, completely losing his sanity. He wanted to drag Wang Han to flee, but his legs would not obey, merely shaking futilely in place. Wang Han ignored him. The director of Tianxin Group was also stiff all over. He stared fixedly at the 8 grotesque blood-red arms in the sky, along with the weapons radiating ominous energy, within them a chill running straight from his soles to the crown of his head. This scene seemed beyond human capability. He instinctively pulled Wang Qingxian tighter behind him, his heart racing. The surrounding black market had completely transformed into a hell on earth. Screams, cries, and desperate howls mixed together. The crowd surged like a pot of boiling ants, frantically pushing, trampling, and scattering in the direction away from the blood-red sky. Amid this apocalyptic chaos, everyone thought of escaping. Yet one person swam against the current. Lin Yu moved. Without any warning, his body sank slightly, and he stomped forcefully on the ground. In an instant, he transformed into an arrow released from a bow, charging straight towards the source of chaos and terror. Charging towards the old ghost hall. Lin Yu. Wang Han caught a glimpse of that figure out of the corner of his eye, his mind going blank. He instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to grab something, but only grasped a cold void. Lin Yu's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out several meters, blending into the panicked crowd moving in reverse. You're crazy. Come back. Wang Han yelled in anger. But his voice was instantly drowned out by the overwhelming noise and screams. The guiding man saw this, and was even more terrified. He screamed, released Wang Han, and began to roll and crawl, wanting to escape with the crowd. Wang Han grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. "Take my daughter away." Wang Han's eyes turned red, almost roaring. "Find a safe place to hide. If anything happens to her, I will bury your whole family with her." He intended to entrust Wang Qingxian to this man, while he rushed in to pull out Lin Yu, his oblivious nephew. However, Wang Qingxian clung tightly to his arm. No. Her face was filled with tears and terror, yet her grip was exceptionally strong. "Dad, I won't leave. I want to go with you." "Nonsense." Wang Han was frantic. "I won't." Wang Qingxian cried out, yet her attitude was incredibly firm. "If we leave together. If we stay together." Wang Han looked down again. The guiding man he was holding had completely lost his wits. He was as limp as a puddle of mud, his eyes vacant, mumbling, It's over. Rely on him." A surge of unnamed anger mixed with extreme coldness rose in Wang Han's heart. He released his grip, allowing the man who had already lost control to collapse onto the ground. In a flash, he made a decision. "All right." Wang Han no longer said another word. He suddenly bent down, and with Wang Qingchuan's brief gasp of surprise, he directly swept her up in his arms. It was a standard princess carry, yet it was filled with strength and determination. "Hold on tight." Before his words fell, he had already taken large strides, holding his daughter and charging towards the center of the chaos. A director who strategized in the business world now erupted with astonishing physical prowess. He charged through the fleeing crowd like an enraged lion, forcibly clearing a path. Lin Yu, come back. It's dangerous." Wang Han roared, his voice hoarse from urge. "It's over." This phenomenon must be affecting Lin Yu with some form of illusion, causing him to lose his sense of direction and run the wrong way. No, he must find Lin Yu. In his arms, Wang Qingxian also leaned out, calling out loudly with a sobbing voice. "Brother Lin Yu, don't go over there." Their cries seemed so insignificant amidst the chaotic backdrop. The father and daughter pressed through, finally breaking through the most tumultuous crowd, returning to the area in front of the old ghost hall that had been cleared. The sight before them was even more chaotic than before. The ground was covered in cracks, broken debris scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with a strong smell of blood and char, almost unbearable. In the sky, those 8 blood-red arms seemed to possess life, slowly waving. Each swing brought with it a wave of heart-stopping energy pressure. Then they saw Lin Yu. Wang Han's steps came to an abrupt halt. He gasped for breath, incredulously staring. Lin Yu stood in front of the torn warning line. He did not rush forward, nor did he make any frantic movement. He simply stood there quietly, hands behind his back, slightly tilting his head, gazing at the apocalyptic horror in the sky. His expression was unreadable, and no one knew what he was thinking. This deepened Wang Han's judgment. He stood with his daughter 10 meters behind Lin Yu, his mind buzzing completely blank. The 8 blood-red giant arms that blocked out the sky, along with the menacing weapons slowly taking shape within them, plunged the entire western district of the black market into a silence of sheer terror. However, Lin Yu remained calm. Upon seeing the owner of this anomaly, it was indeed Zhao Tianyang, a certain berserk state of the profession known as Shura. It looked quite impressive, exuding the oppressive aura befitting a mythical profession. It seemed that during his absence, the old ghost hall had indeed encountered significant troubles. The source of the trouble appeared to be Chineo. At that moment, several figures tumbled out from the wreckage of the old ghost hall. They wore the same black uniforms as the guards outside, but at this moment they looked disheveled, with some sporting wounds deep enough to see bone. They were Chunao's subordinates who had just escaped from the blood web. Damn it! What kind of cursed profession is this? It's sinister. Too sinister. A black-clad man with a broken arm shouted in terror, while running, his face twisted with the horror of having survived. "My flame demon battle axe. My weapon. It was melted by that damned bloody hand. It was stolen right from me." Another black-clad man cried out in despair, clutching his empty right hand. His life-bound weapon had been forcibly taken away during the recent confrontation and then fused into that enormous battle blade. The opponent's profession was not only powerful, but could also plunder others' equipment to enhance itself. "Don't panic." A man who appeared to be a minor leader shouted sternly. He was the previously silent man, and his condition was also poor, with one sleeve hanging empty. Next to him, a scar-faced man skilled in spatial abilities was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, each inhalation bringing forth mouthfuls of blood froth. The minor leader fixed his gaze on the increasingly solid, 8-armed blood shadow in the sky. His profession seemed to grant him analytical abilities. "I see it. He is burning his life. Each second he maintains this form, he consumes his own life. This is definitely some kind of forbidden technique with immense side effects. He can't last long, he shouted to the surviving subordinates. Just hold him off. As long as we keep him busy, he will exhaust himself. Burning life. Lin Yu's brows moved slightly. It indeed aligned with the setting of the Shura Using killing as a path to enlightenment, one cannot remain sane and survive. Wang Han had clearly heard the cries from that direction. His heart sank to the bottom. Burning life. Forbidden technique. The combination of these terms instinctively filled him with an overwhelming sense of danger. He suddenly turned to Lin Yu only to find that his dear nephew seemed lost in thought. What a reckless heart. The string of rationality in Wang Han's mind snapped. Lin Yu. He dashed forward, grabbing Lin Yu's arm, almost roaring. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see the situation? Hurry and leave. It's about to— Wang Han, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. He had never lost his composure like this in his life. Yet the situation before him left no room for maintaining dignity. Those were Chinao's men. Those were monsters capable of creating such apocalyptic scenarios. Staying here was tantamount to waiting for death. Lin Yu stumbled as he was pulled, finally pulling his gaze back from the sky. He looked at Wang Han, his demeanor still calm enough to infuriate. Uncle Wang, don't panic. Don't panic. Wang Han felt his blood pressure spike. I'm about to die from anxiety. You tell me not to panic. He pointed at the 8 menacing blood arms in the sky, then at the nearby black-clad figures bracing for battle. Look, is this something we can get involved in? It's like gods fighting. If we mere mortals don't run, are we just waiting to be crushed? Dad? Brother Lin Yu. Wang Qingxian also ran over, crying, her little face pale, clutching Wang Han's other arm tightly. Let's hurry and leave, I'm scared. The sound of his daughter's cries struck Wang Han's heart like a heavy hammer. He stopped wasting words and suddenly pulled with all his might, intending to forcibly drag Lin Yu, this oblivious young man, away. Come with me. Now. Immediately. Just as Lin Yu was about to say something, the situation in the venue erupted again. Roar. Another deafening roar echoed. The 8-armed blood shadow in the sky seemed to be utterly enraged by the few black-clad figures that had escaped. One of the giant arms, wielding a heavy meteor hammer, swung around fiercely, emitting a piercing shriek as it slammed down toward the positions of the minor leader and the scar-faced man. Boom. The massive hammerhead, covered in barbs, did not hit anyone. It struck the ground instead. However, the shockwave it generated transformed into a visible white air wave, spreading outwards in a circular frenzy. The ground was instantly lifted by a layer. Stones, debris, and remnants of stalls were swept up by this force, shooting off in all directions like boats caught in a tsunami. Be careful. Wang Han's pupils constricted. He had no time to think. Almost instinctively, he turned sharply, shielding Lin Yu and his daughter behind him. He used his back to withstand the flying stones and debris. Bang! 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 Several fist-sized stones slammed into his back, producing dull thuds. Wang Han grunted, his body swaying violently, yet he remained firmly on his feet, not retreating a single step. A sharp pain radiated from his back, but he couldn't care less. His heart had already turned cold. This was merely the aftershock. Just the residual force of the attack held such power. If he were to be hit directly, he feared there wouldn't be even bone fragments left. Wang Han pushed the 2 children away from him, his eyes bloodshot as he stared in the direction of the chaos. He no longer attempted to persuade Lin Yu. He now had only one thought in his mind. Run. Take these 2 children and escape this place of death with the fastest speed. He grasped Lin Yu and Wang Qingchuan's wrists, beginning to back away cautiously, step by step. His movements were slow and steady, each step carefully placed. As a seasoned veteran in the business world, even in such extreme fear, he maintained his last semblance of calm. He could not panic, nor could he turn and run. In a battle of this magnitude, leaving one's back exposed to the enemy was a death sentence. He could only try to inch his way out of this deadly zone. Wang Qingxian trembled in fear, allowing her father to drag her along. However, Wang Han soon realized something was amiss. He could not move her. He exerted all his strength, yet felt as though he was grasping a mountain when he held onto Lin Yu's hand. It remained completely immobile. Wang Han felt that he was not holding onto an arm, but rather a colossal pillar rooted deep in the earth's core. He exerted all his strength, his face turning crimson, yet beneath Lin Yu's feet, it seemed as if he had taken root, not budging an inch. Wang Han was both startled and furious, a lump stuck in his throat that almost choked him. What time is it? How stubborn can this nephew be? Uncle Wang. Lin Yu finally spoke. He lightly placed his hand on Wang Han's wrist, which was bulging with veins from exertion. A warm and peaceful energy flowed silently from the point of contact. Wang Han's heart, which had been racing from extreme fear and anger, suddenly calmed. The taut string in his mind inexplicably relaxed. The overwhelming anger and deep-seated chill seemed to be gently brushed aside by an invisible hand instantly quelling most of it. He was completely stunned. What was happening? You? Wang Han opened his mouth to say something, but found that he could no longer retrieve his frantic emotions. Lin Yu did not explain. He simply raised his other hand and snapped his fingers crisply in front of Wang Han. Snap! The sound was not loud but exceptionally clear. A circle of soft warm white light radiated from the tip of Lin Yu's fingers, rapidly expanding to envelop Wang Han. The ancient technique, ancient echo, ancient level light of redemption. Wang Han felt an indescribable warmth instantly wrap around his entire body. The searing pain on his back from being hit by debris vanished without a trace in an instant. No, it wasn't just that new injury. He felt that his spine, which had been somewhat stiff from years of desk work, was now incomparably relaxed. The accumulated fatigue from aging seemed to be thoroughly washed away by a mysterious power. He felt as if he had become 10 years younger. The accumulated fatigue from aging seemed to be thoroughly washed away by a mysterious power. He felt as if he had become 10 years younger. Wang Han was utterly bewildered. He instinctively moved his shoulders and twisted his waist, his face filled with disbelief. The pain was truly gone. Dad! Wang Qingchuan's cry pulled him back to reality. The little girl still terrified, her pale face clinging tightly to his arm. Even Lin Yu's strange calming power could not dispel her instinctive fear of the apocalyptic scene before her. Wang Han had no time to process the astonishing changes in his own body. Once again, a more terrifying wave of energy erupted in the arena. Boom. This impact was at least 10 times more violent than the previous one. No longer was it just a simple shockwave spreading. The buildings on either side of the street, already teetering on the brink, crumbled and disintegrated like paper in the face of this destructive force. Steel-twisted bricks exploded. Countless building remnants were swept high into the sky, transforming into a deadlier rain of debris, crashing down in all directions. Be careful. Wang Han's body reacted faster than his mind. He wanted to once again use his body to shield the two children, creating a small safe zone. A hand, however, calmly and firmly pressed down on his shoulder. It was Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped forward, standing in front of Wang Han and Wang Qingxian. He didn't even turn back. He simply raised one hand, casually, fingers spread, facing the torrent of buildings crashing toward them, capable of turning a person into mush. Rise. One word. The earth responded. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Deep cracks spread outwards, centered around Lin Yu. Then, under the horrified gaze of Wang Han and Wang Qingxuan, a massive section of rock several meters thick was forcibly peeled from the earth by an irresistible force and rose into the air. It flipped and deformed in midair, ultimately transforming into a huge, heavy rock shield firmly blocking in front of the three. Ancient level rock shield. In the next moment, the world-destroying shockwave carrying tons of construction debris slammed violently against the shield. Boom. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only an extremely muffled impact sound, as if a meteorite had crashed into an endless deep sea. That rock shield did not tremble even slightly. All the impacts, all the kinetic energy were effortlessly absorbed and dissipated. Wang Han and his daughter hid behind the shield, not even feeling a whisper of wind pressure. But it wasn't over yet. The eight-armed blood shadow in the sky seemed to enter a frenzied attack mode. The chaotic attacks triggered shockwaves that pulsed like a heartbeat, coming in wave after wave, unrelenting. Boom. Another violent impact. Boom. 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 Each strike was stronger than the last, mercilessly hammering against that solitary rock shield. Wang Han's heart was in his throat. He stared intently at the shield, fearing it might shatter at any moment. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. The shield, made of ordinary rock, showed no signs of cracks after repeated violent impacts. Instead, a faint, earthy yellow glow began to emanate from its surface. With each impact, the glow brightened a bit. The shield's texture was visibly changing. The originally rough surface of the rock began to smoothen and solidify. Its color transitioned from ordinary gray-brown to a deep hue imbued with a warm jade-like texture. Boom. When yet another wave of the strongest impact struck it, the entire shield completed its transformation. It was no longer just rock. It had become a massive pitch-black, yet translucent jade barrier. Through the smooth obsidian-like surface of the shield, one could clearly see the chaotic world outside. And in the sky, the eight-armed blood shadow was still wildly swinging. Wang Han stared blankly at all of this, his mind a blank slate. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his hand still resting on Lin Yu's arm. Then, as if burned by fire, he trembled and slowly began to release his grip. Lin Yu paid no attention to the petrified Wang Han behind him. His focus was entirely drawn to another man. Through the obsidian-like barrier, the external scene, though distorted, was still visible. He saw it. In the center of the narrow-end old ghost hall, there was a person kneeling on the ground. It was Old Ghost. He knelt among the rubble, disheveled, his graying hair in disarray, his signature robe stained with dust and blood. In his arms, he tightly held on to someone. A person who had lost all signs of life. Seventh Master. This was likely the reason for Zhao Tianyang's rampage. So that's how it is. Everything makes sense now. Zhao Tianyang's reckless rampage, that fury that broke through the heavens, originates from this. Seventh Master is dead. Killed by Chunao's men. The last shred of leisurely watching the show in Lin Yu's heart, completely dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated killing intent. This is no longer a simple black market conflict. They dare to kill, does Lin Yu not dare? Little do they know, compared to Lin Yu's killing intent, the regret among the men in black is even greater. After all, it was originally just a conflict, but now it is truly to the death. He has gone mad. That guy is completely insane. Nearby, a few men in black who had narrowly escaped from the ruins were hiding behind a broken wall, gasping for breath in terror. The scarred face's chest heaved violently, each breath carrying the scent of blood, as he glared venomously at a similarly disheveled companion. Li San, this is all your fault. If you hadn't acted on your own and provoked that old man, how could things have turned out like this? The man known as Li San was drenched in sweat and dust, his lips trembling as he defended himself. How was I supposed to know he was so fragile? Li San's voice was laced with a whimper and a sense of grievance. Damn it, how was I supposed to know? His voice was sharp and piercing, filled with fear and a frantic desire to absolve himself. He pointed at the eight-armed shadow in the sky, then at the old ghost kneeling in the ruins, trembling all over. That kid is a monster. This old man is also treacherous. I thought the remaining one was tough too. I just wanted to take the initiative and force that monster to stop. Who the hell would have thought he was just an ordinary old man? He shattered at a touch. His defense sounded pale and weak, full of an air of shirking responsibility. Fool. The scarred face clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood, cursing fiercely. What good does it do to say all this now? Look at that monster. He is going to fight us to the death. The surviving men in black looked at the eight-armed Azura in the sky, slowly waving its hellish weapons, feeling a wave of dread. They could sense that the crazed killing intent had locked onto each of them. Everyone shut up. A cold voice, not loud, instantly drowned out all the arguing and fear. It was the silent little leader. He stepped out from behind the broken wall, his empty sleeves swaying in the wind, yet he seemed exceptionally calm. He didn't even glance at Li San, instead calmly gazing at the center of the ruins where the old ghost held Seventh Master's corpse, lost in despair. Kill him, just kill him. The man's words carried no emotion, as if stating an inconsequential matter. He's just an old guy on the verge of being buried, what's the big deal? Li San suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief. But, there's no but. The little leader interrupted him, finally turning his gaze towards him, a detached indifference, as if looking at a dead object. Don't forget our identity. We are AO Yes Men. This statement carried a deep-rooted arrogance and a sense of inevitability. In the black market, AO Yi is the law. Don't say killing an useless old man. Even if we kill everyone here, so what? His words made the few men in black, who were originally filled with fear, suddenly regain their composure. Indeed, what are they afraid of? They stand behind Chunaou, the only king of the Linzhou black market. The little leader was pleased with his subordinates' reactions, slowly surveying the chaotic battlefield. Things have come to this point, there's no turning back now. He raised his hand, pointing at the towering eight-armed Azura, then at the heartbroken old ghost in the ruins. Today, not a single person from the old ghost hall can survive. Not just them. Everyone who sees this scene must die. The man's voice carried an undeniable resolution. AO Yi doesn't like trouble, and even less does he like anyone challenging his authority. If this matter gets out today, where will AO Yi's face be placed? How will we explain it? He pulled out a palm-sized black metal square from his pocket, covered in complex patterns. I will contact AO Yi now and request support. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mobilize personnel, seal off the entire Western District, and then clear the scene. Clear the scene. These two words carried a chilling ruthlessness. The black metal square in the little leader's hand began to emit faint energy fluctuations. He was about to activate it. Once the message was sent, the entire Western District of the black market would become an isolated slaughterhouse. Li San and the other surviving men in black felt the fear replaced by a pathological excitement. They are executioners, not victims. This realization allowed them to regain the arrogance belonging to AO Yes Men. However, Just as the little leader was about to press down on the center of the metal square, a hand appeared out of nowhere, gently pressing on the back of his hand. This hand was long, clean, and had distinct joints. Its appearance came without warning, yet carried an irresistible absolute will. The little leader's body hair stood on end in an instant. He didn't even see where this hand came from. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure descended like a towering mountain. This pressure was not aimed solely at him. It enveloped the entire battlefield. In the sky, the Atarm de Jura, still crazily waving its weapons, suddenly paused. In the ruins, the old ghost cradling Seventh Master's corpse ceased his wailing. Behind the broken wall, the few men in black who had just shown fierce expressions became stiff, unable to move. Even Wang Han and Wang Qingxuan, who were hiding behind the obsidian shield, felt a shudder that came from the depths of their souls. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The entire noisy, chaotic, and violent battlefield fell into an eerie silence. You did well, but there's room for improvement. A calm voice tinged with a hint of amusement sounded by the little leader's ear. The little leader struggled to turn his head inch by inch. He saw a man dressed in casual clothes whose appearance was unremarkable. A faint smile hung on the man's face as he stood beside him, as if he were an ordinary bystander watching the excitement. Yet the aura emanating from him was so imposing that it made even breathing difficult for the little leader. Ao yi. The little leader's lips trembled as he squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. Beside him, Li San and the other men in black, upon seeing the newcomer, were even more terrified, lowering their heads in unison. Ao yi. Chen Ao, the only king of the Linzhou black market. He actually came personally. Chen Ao ignored the kneeling subordinates, simply releasing the hand he had placed on the little leader's hand. Chen Ao's gaze slowly swept across the entire scene. Finally, it landed on Lin Yu's massive pitch-black jade barrier. As he passed through the semi-transparent barrier, his gaze collided heat-in with Wang Han's terror. It was a warning devoid of any emotion belonging to a superior addressing an inferior. Wang Han's heart suddenly constricted, a chill rushing from his feet straight to the crown of his head. He instinctively clutched Lin Yu and Wang Qingxian tightly, pulling them further behind him, shrinking into the shadow of the shield, too afraid to make any further movements. Even though he was filled with questions and shock regarding Lin Yu, he could only bury them deep within. That was Chen Ao, the legendary Chen Ao. No one knew just how terrifying he truly was. Chen Ao withdrew his gaze as if he had merely glanced at an ant by the roadside. Beside him, a man dressed in casual clothes, wearing a hood and a mask, whispered something in his ear. It was the disguised Li Mo. Chen Ao's interest was clearly focused on the Atarm de Jura in the sky. He tilted his head back, gazing at the terrifying manifestation that had momentarily paused due to his arrival, showing not fear, but an undisguised admiration. Burning life to exchange for power beyond limits. Chen Ao spoke as if appraising a work of art. Not bad, a good seedling. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. He extended a hand, casually beckoning Zhao Tianyang in the sky. Kid, come here, join me. I guarantee your future is limitless. His words were laden with an air of entitlement. As if his invitation was a grand grace no one had the right to refuse. However, the response he received was not Zhao Tianyang's submission. It was the Atarm de Jura, which had just been still, suddenly erupting with 10 times the previous ferocity. Roar. That was no longer a human roar. It was the wail of hellish demons. In Zhao Tianyang's eyes, now completely blood-red, there was no rationality, only the purest desire for destruction. Regardless of who Chen Ao was, or what the Black Market King represented. Kill. Eradicate everything in sight. Boom. 8 blood arms transformed into streams of destruction, rushing toward Chen Ao. Among them, the 2 thickest blood hands, each wielding massive claws, struck toward Chen Ao's face with the force to tear apart space. This scene left everyone breathless. Insane. This monster was truly insane. He dared to lay hands on Lord Ao. Chen Ao's subordinates all turned ashen, as if they had already envisioned a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Chen Ao himself also displayed a moment of shock. He seemed to have not expected the other party to be so decisive, so disrespectful. But after all, he was Chen Ao. After the shock came an even stronger excitement. Haha, you have guts. He laughed loudly, advancing instead of retreating, an energy erupting from within him like a roaring tsunami ready to take the hit heat-in. However, he was still a step too slow. Or rather, he underestimated the Azura's madness. Slap, slap. 2 crisp and thunderous sounds exploded in the silent battlefield. The 2 gigantic blood hands solidly struck Chen Ao's face, one from each side. Time froze once more. The wild laughter on Chen Ao's face froze. He spun through the air like a baseball hit by a home run, flying backward at an incredible speed. He smashed into a crumbling wall several meters away, buried under countless bricks and rubble. The entire scene fell into silence. Limo's face, hidden beneath the mask, twitched. The small leader, the scarred-faced Li San. All of Chunao's subordinates were petrified on the spot, their minds blank. Lord Ao. Was he actually knocked away? Just when everyone thought Chen Ao would explode in fury amidst the rubble, a suppressed, yet heartfelt laughter erupted. Ha! Ha ha ha! This is interesting. Too interesting. Boom. The rubble exploded as Chun Ao leaped out from the debris. On his face there were clear handprint marks on both sides and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his body burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. It's been a long time since I felt this exhilarating. He twisted his neck, the joints cracking, staring at Zhao Tianyang with intense fervor. This treasure of yours, I must claim it. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Ao vanished from his spot. In the next instant he appeared above the eight-armed Azura. He clasped his hands together, an invisible, yet vast mental force transforming into an unseen giant needle, fiercely stabbing towards Zhao Tianyang's brow. Wake up, Buzz. The furious Azura manifestation began to tremble violently. The 8 arms wielding hellish weapons momentarily froze. Deep within those blood-red eyes a fleeting glimpse of extreme pain and struggle flashed. It worked. Chunao's subordinates instantly erupted in ecstasy. Lord Ao is indeed Lord Ao. No matter how strong this monster is, before Lord Ao's unfathomable spiritual secret techniques, he could only be forcefully awakened and kneel in submission. Even Liemo, who had remained calm all along, shifted slightly beneath his hood. Chunao's mental strength was even stronger than he had anticipated. Chen Ao himself was brimming with confidence. This move, the Awakening Needle, was a miraculous technique he had obtained in an ancient ruin specifically used to deal with enemies caught in a frenzy out of control. It ignored physical defenses and struck directly at the essence of the soul. As long as the opponent's consciousness had not been completely extinguished, they would be forcibly pulled back from madness. He did not believe that this young man had truly gone mad to the point of not even knowing who he was. However, the next second, roar, a cry more piercing and savage than any before erupted from the Azura's chest. That was not a sign of awakening. It was the rage of agony and violation. Chunao's mental power not only failed to awaken Zhao Tianyang's reason, but instead seemed to have driven a red-hot iron into the brain of a beast. The last shred of struggle in those blood-red eyes vanished completely. In its place was an utterly pure and untainted destruction. Boom. The previously frozen 8 arms began to dance wildly once more. This time their targets were no longer dispersed, but with an unprecedented harmony, all locked onto Chun Ao, floating in midair. 8 hellish weapons tore through the air, carrying a monstrous aura of blood, sealing off all of Chunao's escape routes from every direction. Not good. Chunao's heart rang alarm bells. The other party's madness exceeded his comprehension. That killing intent was no longer simple anger, but rather Tao. A pure Tao centered around slaughter. Such a person could no longer be called human. They were a vessel of Tao, an embodiment of slaughter walking the earth. He might truly have forgotten who he was. The 8 hellish weapons infused with a bloodthirsty aura capable of tearing apart the heavens sealed off all possible avenues for Chunao's evasion from 8 exquisitely cunning angles. This is not an attack. This is a massacre. It is pure destruction without leaving any room. Chunao's subordinates had completely lost their ability to think. They stood frozen, waiting for the inevitable carnage to come. However, the reason why the name Chen Ao could become the only taboo in the Linzhou black market was not solely because of his spiritual secret arts. Faced with this world-destroying siege, Chen Ao did not even raise his head. He merely raised his right hand. Then he gently snapped his fingers. Snap. No energy explosion, no wave of force. Only 6 elemental orbs, each the size of a fist and radiating different lights, appeared out of thin air around his body. Crimson fire, ghostly blue ice, jumping lightning, invisible wind, dense earth, sharp metal. The 6 elemental orbs hovered silently, surrounding him in a perfect rhythm, forming an absolute domain. In the next moment, the attack of the 8-armed Azura arrived. Boom. The first to reach was the colossal axe, which struck fiercely against the crimson fire orb above Chun Ao's head with unmatched might. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The crimson fire orb merely spun gently, and a soft yet incredibly resilient fiery vortex engulfed the giant axe. That terrifying kinetic energy capable of splitting a tank was swiftly dissipated and redirected within the vortex, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, clang, 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 clang. The 7 nearly continuous metallic clangs erupted in a thunderous roar at the center of the battlefield. The claws clashed against the ice orb, instantly freezing the bloodthirst at its fingertips. The bone blade struck the lightning orb, shocked by the violent electric arcs, shaking wildly. Long spears, short daggers, chain hammers. Every hellish weapon was precisely intercepted by a corresponding elemental orb. The 8 furious attacks, capable of destroying an entire block, did not even touch the hem of Chen Ao's clothing. He stood like a rock in the eye of the storm, unmoved amidst the raging tsunami. Behind the obsidian shield, Wang Han's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He did not quite understand the battles of professionals, but he could perceive strength and weakness. The 8-armed blood shadow in the sky represented an incredibly terrifying demonic form. Yet now all of this demon's attacks were effortlessly blocked by that man with 6 small orbs of light. This had surpassed the limits of his understanding. From start to finish, Chen Ao had never regarded Zhao Tianyang as an opponent of the same level. He was observing, analyzing, and enjoying. He was consuming the strength Zhao Tianyang had burned his life to gain in the most energy-efficient and effective manner. At the same time, he was showcasing his absolute dominance as the king of Lin Yu to everyone. Roar! With one failed strike, Zhao Tianyang's madness intensified. The 8 arms launched a second, third, and countless more attacks with even greater speed and frenzy. The sky above had completely transformed into a hell of light and shadow. The blood-colored weapon shadows clashed violently with the 6-colored elemental brilliance. Each impact erupted with a deafening roar and a wave of destructive energy. Yet no matter how frantic or dense Zhao Tianyang's attacks became, the 6 elemental orbs always appeared precisely at the critical moment, neutralizing the most lethal strikes with minimal cost. Chen Ao did not even budge an inch. With his hands behind his back, he tilted his head back, gazing at the frenzied visage of the Azura, as if appreciating a splendid drama. Useless, useless, Tianyang. In the ruins, the old ghost, holding the corpse of 7th Master, let out a heart-wrenching wail. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with both grief and endless rage. His elemental orbs seem perfect, but each defense consumes core energy. Attack his real body. All his mental energy is used to control the elemental orbs, leaving his real body defenseless at its weakest. Did you hear that? Attack beneath him. He seems to stand in midair, but there is still energy flowing. That is his foundation. The old ghost shouted with all his might, trying to impart his extensive experience from years of immersion in potions and battles to the young man who had lost his sanity. He hoped for a miracle. He hoped Zhao Tianyang could retain a sliver of rationality. However, the Azura in the sky did not respond to his cries at all. Its eyes held only destruction. In its world there remained only the enemy before it that must be torn apart. It continued to squander its life in the most primal and barbaric manner. The old ghost's cries gradually turned into desperate sobs. He looked at the sky, then at the cold body of 7th Master in his arms, and his murky old tears finally burst forth. Old 7. It's my fault. It's my fault. Chen Ao seemed to have heard the old ghost's analysis, glancing with interest at the ruins. Not bad analysis. He even offered a comment. Unfortunately, this guy has completely lost his ability to understand human speech. This statement utterly shattered the last remnants of the old ghost's mental defenses. Since being forsaken by everyone in Qingyun, he rarely experienced pure human emotion. Only a few people made him feel worthy of friendship. Zhao Tianyang was such a person. He could not comprehend Zhao Tianyang's thoughts, but he knew this boy was pure, so pure that it bordered on foolishness. Such purity and childlike heart made it hard for the old ghost not to develop different feelings towards him, as if viewing his own child. But now the child was mad and the friend was dead. The feeling of despair reminiscent of years past surged once more. This time he still had no way to change it. Chen Ao, I curse you. You will not die well. You will not die well. The old ghost seemed to go mad, cursing with the most venomous words. Yet Chen Ao couldn't even be bothered to give him an extra reaction. His patience seemed to be wearing thin. The appreciation and amusement gradually faded from his face, replaced by an unfathomable coldness. Zhao Tianyang had gone mad, and regrettably, he was not a person of indecision. This farce should come to an end, he murmured to himself, no longer passively defending. The 6 elemental orbs floating around him suddenly blazed brightly. Boom. The crimson fire orb erupted violently, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that instantly wrapped around the Azura's giant axe arm, the terrifying heat distorting the air. Crack! The ghostly blue ice orb exploded, scattering countless ice crystals that froze the Azura's 2 arms and weapons midair. Zap! The lightning orb transformed into an electric net descending upon him. The wind, earth, and metal elemental orbs also launched their attacks simultaneously. In just an instant, the tide of battle was completely reversed. The 8-armed Azura, which had just been magnificent and frantically attacking, found its 6 arms instantly restrained, unable to move. Only the 2 arms still grasping the claws continued to struggle futilely. I will give you one last chance. Chen Ao's figure appeared before the Azura avatar like a ghost, locking eyes with its blood-red pupils. Submit to me, or be utterly shattered and then reshaped. His words were devoid of any emotion, carrying the absolute will of a king. In response, Zhao Tianyang unleashed his final madness. His remaining 2 arms gathered the last forces of the Azura avatar, desperately clawing at Chen Ao's head with a resolve to perish together. Foolish. Chen Ao finally lost all patience. He did not evade, but slowly raised his hands. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he brought his palms together. Buzz. The 6 elemental orbs which were suppressing the Azura's arms seemed to receive some command and instantly abandoned their targets. They transformed into 6 streaks of flowing light, gathering in front of Chen Ao's palms with a speed surpassing lightning. Fire and ice, thunder and wind, earth and gold. 6 wildly different and even mutually restraining elements were forcibly fused and compressed in Chen Ao's palms by an incomprehensible mighty force. A gray energy sphere the size of a fist, yet seemingly containing an entire chaotic nebula, slowly took shape. This gray chaotic energy sphere emitted a dead silence that signified the end of all things. It gave off no light and was not hot. It merely existed there, causing the surrounding space to begin to distort, light being devoured and sound erased. A fear originating from the instinct of life gripped the hearts of every living being present that could The frenzied Azura avatar of Zhao Tianyang halted, its claws less than half a meter from Chen Ao, frozen by an invisible force. The blood-evil energy constituting the avatar was silently being decomposed and absorbed by that gray orb. Destruction had become a certainty. No. In the ruins, the old ghost let out a blood-curdling roar. He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Chen Ao, in midair, roaring with the last of his strength. Chen Ao, if you dare to touch him, our boss will not spare you. If I and Old 7 die, then so be it, but Zhao Tianyang is different. This roar sounded particularly jarring on the silent battlefield. Chen Ao paused slightly. He felt caution, but even more so an offended rage. He slowly turned his head, looking down at the old ghost kneeling in the rubble, as if viewing a noisy ant. Then he laughed, silently filled with mockery. Boss. Chen Ao repeated the word, full of disdain. In this Lin prefecture, who dares to call themselves my boss? A coward who only dares to let someone like you show up and expose themselves. What is he even worth? With each word he spoke, the suction of the gray energy sphere in his hand intensified. The Azura avatar's collapse visibly accelerated. Those 8 hideous arms were beginning to dissolve into nothingness from the ends, inch by inch, as they were drawn into the chaos. My boss. The old ghost wanted to say something more, but his words abruptly stopped as he saw Chen Ao's reaction. A strange calm suddenly emerged on his formerly distorted face, filled with despair. It was an uncanny calm, as if he had completely seen through something. He no longer howled or cursed. He simply gazed at Chen Ao, observing his brazen and deliberately ostentatious arrogance. The old ghost noticed. When Chen Ao spoke, he had cast a sidelong glance at the man behind him wearing a hood. A subtle movement, almost imperceptible. But the old ghost saw it. It was not a request for opinion. It was a subconscious confirmation, a primal instinct seeking support. He felt apprehensive. The only king of the Lin prefecture black market, upon hearing the word boss, felt a deep-seated apprehension within. All his arrogance and mockery were merely to mask that moment of wavering. Realizing this, the old ghost suddenly felt no despair. He even found it somewhat laughable. He slowly lowered his head, gently wiping the already cold and stiff face of Old 7 with his dust-covered sleeve. The action was gentle, filled with the last warmth. Then he raised his head again to look at Chen Ao. This time his eyes were devoid of grief and fear, replaced only by a kind of pity akin to looking at a dead person. Perhaps we will all die here today. The old ghost's voice was no longer sharp, but rather a deep, hoarse tone, every word crystal clear. Zhao Tianyang might die. I might also die. We are just possibly. But you, Chen Ao. He paused, enunciating each word. You are undoubtedly destined to die. This statement carried no hint of threat. It felt more like a judgment. A declaration of an established fact. The air seemed to freeze. The sneer on Chen Ao's face became rigid. The chaotic energy sphere in his hand, which was devouring the Azura avatar, began to exhibit a slight instability. Compared to the old ghost's previous hoarse curses, this calm and extreme assertion of undoubtedly destined to die stirred an inexplicable irritation and rage within him. It was a feeling of humiliation, as if an ant had seen through him and foretold his demise. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Chen Ao squinted his eyes, killing intent surging. "No." The old ghost shook his head, even forcing a cracked smile that was hard to watch. "I am merely stating a fact. As long as my boss comes and sees this scene, whether we live or die is uncertain. But you will definitely die a terrible death." "Is that so?" Chen Ao laughed in anger. "Then I want to see how he makes me die a terrible death." Finally, Lin Yu beside him could no longer hold back and spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Ao, there's no need to argue with a dying man. First deal with this cursed being, his condition won't last long." Li Mo's reminder was very timely. Now was not the time for banter. Eliminating this endless thread of Azura and cleaning up the scene was the priority. Chen Ao certainly understood this logic, yet the nameless fire in his heart could not be suppressed. How had he, Chen Ao, roamed through Lin Prefecture for so many years, ever been spoken to in such a pitying, dead-man-like manner? But must he really kill Zhao Tianyang? How credible were the old ghost's words? Would killing Zhao Tianyang lead to irreversible consequences? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Chen Ao suddenly burst into loud laughter filled with unrestrained arrogance. He slowly loosened his clasped hands. That chaotic energy sphere capable of destroying everything did not shoot out, but under his control slowly dissipated, reconstituting into 6 primal elemental spheres that circled around him. The Azura avatar, which had been pushed to the brink of collapse, thus gained a moment of respite, no longer continuing to disintegrate. Chen Ao's action left everyone dumbfounded, including his own subordinates. Also including Lin Yu, who had been coldly observing from behind the obsidian shield. Chen Ao pointed at the old ghost in the ruins, directing at the battered Azura avatar. On his face was an extreme arrogance and provocation. "Good. I will give your boss a face today. I will wait right here. Let him come. Let him come." Chen Ao's voice, filled with unparalleled arrogance, echoed through the silent sky of the Western District. The 6 elemental spheres surrounding him exuded a suffocating pressure, making him appear as if he were a deity wielding the power of life and death. Lin Yu stood behind him, his face hidden beneath the hood, revealing no signs of change. Chen Ao's subordinates, after a brief moment of shock, erupted in a fervor akin to that of survivors from a disaster. Ao Yi is indeed Ao Yi. No matter how sinister the opponent may be, or what powerful figures might be behind them, Ao Yi shows no fear. He even took the initiative to pause, giving the opponent a chance to call for help. What confidence! What dominance! Behind the obsidian shield, Wang Han's body trembled like leaves in an autumn wind. He tightly covered Wang Qingchuan's mouth, preventing her from making a sound, while his own teeth chattered uncontrollably. Madman. All are madmen. He had never imagined that the world of professional practitioners, as described in legends, was so unreasonable, so bloodthirsty, and terrifying. A single miscommunication could lead to world-destroying battles. Now the man named Chen Ao was waiting for an unknown boss to arrive. And then what? Another terrifying massacre. Wang Han dared not think further. He only felt a chill emanating from his bones that nearly caused him to faint. He knelt in the ruins, cradling the cold body of 7th Master, and suddenly began to laugh softly. He knelt in the ruins, cradling the cold body of 7th Master, and suddenly began to laugh softly. That laughter started off quiet and restrained, filled with sorrow. But soon it grew louder and more unrestrained. Ha! Ha ha ha! Old Ghost raised his head, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind, pointing at the imperious figure in midair, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Chen Ao, oh Chen Ao, you really play your part well. This abrupt mockery instantly froze the atmosphere at the scene. Chen Ao's face, filled with arrogance, momentarily faltered. Look at you spewing the harshest threats, putting on the most arrogant airs, and what do you achieve? Old Ghost's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a derision that saw through everything. You dare not kill him. He pointed at the broken Azura visage, enunciating each word clearly. You are afraid. You fear that my boss will actually come knocking and wipe you and your shabby black market off the map. So you are just acting here. Who are you performing for? For yourself? Each word pierced the heart. If the previous certain death was merely a prophecy, then now it was a blatant tearing apart of Chen Ao's facade, named king trampling it underfoot. You seek death. Chen Ao was thoroughly provoked. The last trace of playfulness that showed him some face vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a fury akin to a volcanic eruption. Boom. The 6 elemental spheres surrounding him erupted in blinding light. A terrifying wave of energy transformed into a tangible storm sweeping out in all directions. Very well. Chen Ao's chest heaved violently, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. Since you are so eager to meet your boss, I will send you to meet the King of Hell first. I will crush you, this loyal subordinate of yours, along with your precious one. Then I will mix your ashes together and scatter them on this street. I want to see what he can do to me when he arrives. Intent to kill. Unmasked pure intent to kill. This time Chen Ao was truly intent on killing. He slowly raised his hand palm, aimed at the already trembling Azura visage. The gray chaotic energy sphere that had just dissipated was about to coalesce again. Destruction was imminent. Wang Han felt his heart gripped by an invisible hand, causing his breath to freeze. It was over for him. Everyone was doomed. This man named Chen Ao would indeed raze this place to the ground. Just as Wang Han sank into utter despair, a warm hand gently rested on his cold, stiff shoulder. He shuddered suddenly and turned his head. It was Lin Yu. Uncle Wang. Lin Yu's face showed no signs of tension or fear, still maintaining that calm demeanor. Stay here with Qingshuan, do not move. Wang Han was stunned. He looked at Lin Yu, then at the apocalyptic scene outside the shield, his mind blank. What? What are you going to do? Wang Han's voice turned sharp due to extreme fear as he tightly grasped Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu, don't be reckless. Right now outside. He stumbled over his words, unsure how to describe the terror outside. That was not something ordinary people like them could meddle in. But Lin Yu merely smiled faintly, gently patting the back of Wang Han's hand to reassure him. Then, facing the terrified and confused gaze of Wang Han, he uttered a line that left the latter utterly bewildered. Someone called for me. How can I not go out? Wang Han was completely stunned. He gaped, staring blankly at Lin Yu, his mind unable to wrap around it. That impregnable obsidian shield, which had endured countless destructive impacts, silently melted away before him, creating a gap just wide enough. Wang Han wanted to ask something more, but he saw Lin Yu calmly take a step forward. There was no earth-shattering. That impregnable obsidian shield, which had endured countless destructive impacts, silently melted away before him, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Like a silent curtain of water, it parted for its master. Lin Yu's figure passed through the shield. He stepped from absolute safety into the eye of the storm. He stood atop the ravaged ruins, directly in front of Chen Ao's overwhelming killing intent. The noise of the outside world, the howling wind, and the suffocating energy pressure instantly rushed towards him. Lin Yu's casual attire fluttered in the gust. His appearance was so abrupt, yet so natural, that all actions on the battlefield momentarily paused at that instant. Chen Ao, who was about to coalesce the chaotic energy sphere, halted his movements. Behind him, the ever-calm Li Mo for the first time fully focused his gaze on the suddenly appearing young man. In the ruins, old ghost, clutching Seventh Master's corpse and looking deranged, also ceased his cursing and stared blankly. Even in the sky, the Azura visage, reduced to a mere instinct for destruction, showed the slightest pause in its wildly swinging arms. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The young man who suddenly emerged from the obsidian shield was like an ice cube thrown into boiling water, instantly creating an eerie stillness on the battlefield. Wang Han's mind went completely blank. He reached out, wanting to grasp Lin Yu's clothing, but only caught a handful of cold air. What just happened? Did Lin Yu say? Someone called for him. Who? The old man kneeling amidst the ruins was desperately calling out for his boss. Then Lin Yu stepped out. An absurd thought so ridiculous that it made even Wang Han feel insane exploded in his mind. Could it be Lin Yu? Is that mysterious boss? As this thought emerged, it grew wildly, almost bursting his sanity. But how could that be? How is it possible? How old is Lin Yu? What does he rely on to become a boss that even Chen Ao fears? And why is he so strong? Not only Wang Han, but even the opposing parties in the arena were bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Chen Ao halted his energy gathering. He squinted, scrutinizing this unexpected guest. Very young. His aura was unremarkable, like an ordinary college student. However, anyone who could emerge from that strange black shield could not possibly be an ordinary person. Could it be? He is that elusive boss. Chen Ao's wariness peaked. He did not lash out immediately, but subtly cast a glance towards the old ghost in the ruins. The old ghost was his only standard for judgment. If this young man was the boss, the old ghost would surely react. However, the old ghost's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He merely stared blankly at Lin Yu, who stood in the center of the battlefield, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. He didn't recognize him. It was a visceral, pure sense of unfamiliarity. Who is this young man? Why did he emerge from that monster's shield? What does he want? The old ghost's mind was a muddle. First, Lin Yu had either visited the old ghost's lair at night, or had worn a hooded mask never revealing his true face. Moreover, after undergoing the baptism of the origin tier skill, Lin Yu's physique appearance, and even the core essence of his aura, had undergone a tremendous transformation. He had been reborn. At this moment, Lin Yu was a complete stranger to the old ghost. And this brief moment of daze became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chineo laughed. It was a cruel laugh that had been suppressed for so long finally found an outlet. He understood. The old ghost did not recognize this kid. Then what's there to fear? What a worthless boss, he hasn't even shown up. This kid is merely an idiot who happened to get caught up in this, and has some special life-saving methods, now foolishly thinking he can come out and be a hero. Wang Han understood as well. When he saw the old ghost's bewildered expression, the flicker of hope that had just ignited in him was thoroughly extinguished like a splash of cold water. No, Lin Yu is not that boss. Then what difference does it make if he goes out now compared to seeking death? Lin Yu, come back. Come back quickly. Wang Han no longer cared about his fear. He lunged to the edge of the shield's break, yelling at the top of his lungs. But that invisible barrier firmly blocked his voice and body within the safe zone. Despair. Utter complete despair consumed him once again. And another one who is not afraid of death has appeared. Shinao's patience had been completely exhausted. He couldn't even be bothered to say any more unnecessary words. Provoked multiple times by an old man, and now a young hothead had interrupted his rhythm. The anger boiling in his heart had reached its peak. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant you that. Chen Ao no longer paid attention to Zhao Tianyang in the sky, but instead completely locked his murderous intent onto Lin Yu. I will first grind you to dust then. His words were cut short, because a presence more pure in murderous intent and fiercer in rage made a new move. In the sky, the eight-armed Azura, who had gained a moment of respite from Chunao's halt, yet was still partially restrained by 6 elemental forces, suddenly stopped struggling. Those blood-red eyes, filled only with destruction and madness, slowly turned. Finally, they focused on Lin Yu. It's over. Wang Han saw this, seeing his vision darkening, nearly fainting. That insane monster regarded Lin Yu as an enemy. Even Chun Ao's subordinates displayed expressions of glee. This ignorant kid was about to be torn to shreds by that monster. Even Chen Ao himself took an interest and paused his actions, ready to enjoy a good show of black dogs eating black dogs. He even found it more entertaining than acting himself. However, the next moment, an unforgettable scene that would make everyone in the arena's eyes bulge out occurred. That towering, eight-armed Azura. The monster so mad that even Chen Ao dared to slap him, reduced to pure killing instinct. After gazing at Lin Yu for 3 seconds, slowly, it bent down, its massive and menacing body composed of bloodthirsty energy. Those 8 arms wielding hellish weapons retracted, all their ferocity hanging down at its sides. That proud, unyielding head filled with the will of destruction bowed deeply towards the young man who stood atop the ruins looking frail. Deeply it lowered. It was neither submission nor fear. It was a kind of instinct, engraved deep within its soul, unerasable, even if its mind was muddled, even if it forgot everything. It was the absolute loyalty of a beast to its master. Behind the obsidian shield, Wang Han was utterly speechless. He gaped, making raspy sounds in his throat, unable to utter a single word. In his mind, the thought that had just emerged, which he had scorned as mad, exploded into the only unshakable reality. The boss. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Truly is that mysterious boss whom even Chen Ao secretly fears. He looked at the back of his nephew, that useless student who not long ago was scolded by relatives and worried about by his parents. Then he looked at the terrifying demon god kneeling at his feet, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The world shattered before his eyes into countless incomprehensible fragments. In the ruins, the old ghost saw it too. His eyes, muddied by grief and despair, shone with a frightening brilliance upon witnessing this scene. Could he not understand? Zhao Tianyang is a myth-level profession Azura. Now he is even a madman burning his life for revenge. He had long forgotten everything. If there is anyone in this world who could make him completely lost in reason adopt such a posture, there is only one, the boss. The wind had ceased. The chaotic currents of energy settled. In that moment, it seemed as if everyone's breath was drawn away. The arrogance, confidence, and imminent killing intent on Chen Ao's face all froze in place. He stood like a stone sculpture, instantly weathered, maintaining the posture of raising his hand, utterly motionless. His mind was blank. Reason had completely shattered. What had transpired? That frenzied, monstrous Shura who dared to slap him was now bowing to a young man who had appeared from nowhere. This was more absurd than witnessing the sun rise from the west. It completely exceeded his realm of understanding, overturning the worldview upon which he relied for survival. He could not comprehend. He refused to understand. In the extreme shock and absurdity, Chen made an instinctive movement. His head slightly tilted toward the direction behind him. The corner of his eye glancing past his shoulder fell upon the quiet man wearing a hood. He was seeking answers. He was silently questioning. Was this person from the Abyss domain? Only this explanation could precariously support his crumbling worldview. Only someone from that legendary terrifying place could possess such incomprehensible means capable of forcing a mythic-level berserker to bow down. Lin Yu received his inquiry. This man who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood maintained an otherworldly calm throughout. At the moment when the Shura visage knelt down, the outline hidden in the shadow of the hood only moved slightly. At this moment, faced with Chunao's almost pleading glance, Lin Yu finally made a definitive move. He observed Lin Yu, the young man, standing in the center of the ruins, thin in form, with an unremarkable aura. He scrutinized closely, discerning whether that person bore the familiar aura unique to the Abyss domain, mixed with madness, slaughter, despair, and a will to survive. None. Not a trace. That person was as clean as a blank sheet of paper, as tranquil as an ancient well. Thus Lin Yu slowly shook his head. This action was light and slow, yet it struck Chunao's nerves like an invisible heavy hammer. Not someone from the Abyss domain. In that instant of receiving this answer, an inexplicable joy surged within Chunao akin to liberation. The boulder named Abyss domain that had weighed upon his heart crashed to the ground. Wonderful. He was not an unstoppable dragon. He could not comprehend or confront. However, this feeling of relief lasted barely a fraction of a second. It was completely submerged by an even hotter, fiercer emotion. It was an extreme humiliation that words failed to encapsulate. Chunao, the only king of the Linzhou black market. What had he just been doing? He was cautious. He was fearful. He was terrified into halting his actions by a few threats from an old man and the madness of a monster. He had even pretended to give face to your boss, acting here as if waiting for someone. And what was the outcome? The other party was not a big shot from the Abyss domain at all. Just a local brat who had stumbled upon some lucky fortune. He had performed a farce for a local kid. A farce for his most trusted subordinate. A farce for Lin Yu, who had come from the Abyss domain, whom he had already held reservations against. A farce for all the surviving ants in the audience. Heh! A wave of scorching air erupted uncontrollably from Chunao's throat. It was not a laugh. It was a shameful wail squeezed out from the cracks after his dignity was crushed. He felt humiliated for that fleeting moment of suspicion. He felt pathetic for the unwitting display of caution and wariness. When had Chunao ever needed to mind others' expressions? To think twice before acting. From climbing up from a street thug to today, he relied on blood, on fists, on the ruthlessness of crushing all his enemies' bones. But today, just moments ago, he hesitated. Just because of an elusive boss, a legend from the Abyss domain. This immense humiliation, too great for him to bear, found its only outlet in an instant. It transformed into tenfold, 100-fold rage and killing intent, all unleashed upon the source of his disgrace. It was this brat. He would return this humiliation 1,000-fold, no 10,000-fold. He would crush this brat into meat paste with his own hands. He would let everyone know that Chunao would never make a mistake. Even if he did, he would personally erase the mistake from this world. Boom. A wave of energy more terrifying and solid than any before exploded from within. The 6 elemental spheres circling around him instantly transformed from a stable state to one of wild fury. Good. Chunao slowly turned his stiff head back inch by inch. His face showed no expression. It was an absolute calm that emerged after an extreme rage. It seems you are the so-called boss. He no longer looked at the kneeling Shura, nor paid any mind to the old ghost in the ruins. It landed upon the already cold and stiff corpse in the old ghost's embrace. 7th Master. After the upgrade of Vitality Nerve, he didn't even glance at Chunao again. His gaze passed over the furious king, over the devastated battlefield, and landed at the center of the ruins. It landed upon the already cold and stiff corpse in the old ghost's embrace. 7th Master. After the upgrade of Vitality Nourishment to Essence Tier, the new effect gained was Body Control. This was merely a passive effect, but theoretically, could the Vitality Nourishment and active skill work on old 7? And just how effective could this effect be? For the living, it provided near-immortal recovery. But what about for the dead? A thought took root in Lin Yu's mind uncontrollably. Is there a chance? Perhaps. Lin Yu's moment of silence and disregard transformed in Chunao's eyes into a provocation sharper than any words could express. It was not disdain. It was a complete pure erasure of Chun Ao's existence from the very level of being. As if he were not a king that made Lin Yu tremble, but merely a speck of dust in the air unworthy of notice. Good. Chun Ao's chest heaved. Very good. He laughed. A twisted joy erupted from being humiliated to the extreme. He completely abandoned any thought of communicating with Lin Yu. Since you look down on me, since you are not even worthy of a glance, then I will kill your dog first. Let you see for yourself how your dog is torn to pieces before my eyes. Boom. Chun Ao's figure vanished from the spot. He did not charge towards Lin Yu. Instead, with the momentum of a thunderstorm, he charged towards the kneeling, eight-armed Shura, accompanied by the 6 furious elemental spheres. First kill Zhao Tianyang. Then kill the old ghost. Finally crush this arrogant brat along with his ridiculous pride into the dust. He wants everyone to know the consequences of provoking Chun Ao. Of course, how much of this behavior stems from his deep-seated fear of confronting Lin Yu is something only he knows. At this moment, Chun Ao's speed reached its peak. That destructive energy descended upon Zhao Tianyang's head almost instantaneously. However, someone was faster than him. The moment Chun Ao moved, Lin Yu acted. He made no unnecessary movements, simply raising his hand calmly. 3 shimmering cards materialized at his fingertips. There was no time to stack a million-fold amplification, but it was enough. Vitality, Nourishment, Origin. Divine Skeleton Armament, Ancient. 8 Desolation, Return to Origin, Ancient. Buzz. 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 3 beams of light, each a different color, yet equally infused with terrifying energy, shot out. They did not aim at Chun Ao. Instead, in a manner that defied spatial distance, they all vanished into the massive and damaged Azura avatar in an instant. Under the effect of 256-fold amplification, he used 3 skills in quick succession, interrupting each, then transformed the cards before res-tacking the ghost card amplification and tossing it to Zhao Tianyang. This was Lin Yu's limit within that fleeting moment. In the instant, the light surged in Zhao Tianyang's Azura avatar on the verge of collapse due to the burning of life force trembled violently. A torrent of overwhelming life energy surged through him like a flood breaking through a dam. Vitality, Nourishment began to take effect. Those wounds deep enough to see bone, the edges of the body that were continuously disintegrating, began to heal at a visible speed, resolidifying. Immediately after, a layer of jet black armor possessing a metallic texture emerged from his surface. Ancient and mysterious patterns glowed on the armor, exuding an aura that was unbreakable and impervious to all laws. Divine Skeleton Armament equipped. Trait Mirror Com activated. A clear energy like a mountain spring surged toward Zhao Tianyang's mind. The consciousness blood sea, completely engulfed by slaughter and madness, seemed to be plunged into a block of ancient ice. Zzz. The blood-red ocean was instantly frozen. In those blood-red eyes, which had been reduced to pure destructive instinct, for the first time a flicker of struggle appeared. A hint of clarity. Ultimately, wind, fire, thunder, lightning. 8 kinds of violent elemental powers under the enhancement of 8 Desolation, Return to Origin were infused into his 8 ferocious arms. The hellish weapons, originally composed of blood evil energy, were endowed with a new attribute at this moment. A burning warhammer, claws entwined with lightning. A long knife that freezes all. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Chun Ao's devastating strike, infused with 6 elemental powers, was about to crash down on Zhao Tianyang's head. The head that had once hung low, signifying submission, slowly lifted. Those blood-red eyes remained blood, but within that red, there was no longer pure madness. Instead, there was something far more terrifying. A cold, rational, unyielding hatred. He saw it. He saw the old ghost kneeling amidst the ruins, holding the corpse of 7th Master, utterly heartbroken. He saw Chun Ao suspended in midair, his face contorted, ready to strike him down. Finally, he saw the figure standing not far away, calmly observing all of this. His master, Lin Yu. Zhao Tianyang's body ceased to tremble. He slowly stood up from his kneeling position. The shattered Azura avatar, under the enhancement of 3 ancient skills, not only did not collapse, but instead radiated an even more terrifying and solid pressure than ever before. Chun Ao's attack halted in midair. He froze completely, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. What had happened? Why? Why had this mad monster's aura surged several times in an instant? Why did rational light appear in those frenzied eyes? This is impossible. However, Zhao Tianyang did not give him time to think. The rational Azura cast an inquiring gaze at Lin Yu, waiting for orders. Lin Yu still did not speak. He simply raised his right hand, calmly extending his index finger. From several dozen meters away, he pointed at the figure in midair that had completely frozen. Chun Ao. The command was given. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted from Zhao Tianyang's chest. This was no longer the cry of a beast. This was a warrior's roar of vengeance born from the suppression of all pain and anger. Boom. The earth beneath his feet fractured inch by inch. The massive Azura body transformed into a stream of dark red light, shooting into the sky. 8 arms ablaze with elemental flames swung various forms of destructive weapons decisively and fiercely charging toward the king of the Lin Yu black market. Charging toward those 6 chaotic elemental spheres capable of annihilating everything. In the ruins, the old ghost stopped crying. He watched the Azura reigniting its battle spirit, watched the young man issuing commands, and in his murky eyes a fervent light erupted as if he had survived a catastrophe. Boss. He really is the boss. Only one person at the scene remained trapped in a state of incomprehensible absurdity. Chineo. He watched the Azura charging towards him, its aura 10 times more terrifying than before. He looked at those cold and rational eyes filled with killing intent. Boom. The heavens and the earth turned upside down at this moment. The dark red Azura collided with the king, surrounded by 6 elemental spheres in the air. No techniques. No probing. Just the purest, most primal clash of strength. A violent energy storm erupted from the point of impact, forming a visible ring of destruction that swept madly in all directions. This time the power of the shockwave was more terrifying than any before. However, Lin Yu's gaze was not focused on that earth-shattering battle at all. All his attention was concentrated on Zhao Tianyang. Or rather on the effects of the 3 cards he had. It worked. It really worked. The pitch-black armor on Zhao Tianyang was precisely the divine skeleton armament. And his eyes, though still blood-red, were filled with cold rationality and hatred, the best proof of the activation of the trait Mirror Calm. Immunity to all mental attacks. A significant enhancement of mental stability. Shun Ao's proud awakening spike, which could forcefully awaken the uncontrolled, could not even make a splash in front of Mirror Calm. And just now, the moment Zhao Tianyang rose from his kneeling position to confront Chineo, his movement was so fast it was unbelievable, his figure flickering, completely defying the agility expected of his massive frame. That was not merely speed. That was Silent Snow. Although it was in a battle state at this moment, the passive enhancement brought by Silent Snow had still caused a qualitative change in Zhao Tianyang's mobility. Within Lin Yu's heart, an uncontainable joy surged quietly. He had bet right. The ancient skill with the trait unlocked during its upgrade could indeed be bestowed upon others along with the skill itself. If that's the case, Seventh Brother might not be completely hopeless. In the air, the dark red Azura clashed wildly with the king, surrounded by 6 elemental colors, each impact unleashing light and heat capable of tearing the heavens apart. Yet none of this had anything to do with Lin Yu. He withdrew his gaze, completely shutting out all external distractions. In his world, there was only one target left. Ghost card. Doubling. Cycle. He extended his hands, palms facing each other, forming a virtual circle. A pitch-black ghost card quietly appeared suspended between his palms. Then came the doubling card. The ethereal image of 104,857,600 times the doubling card stacked before him, forming an incomprehensible infinite cyclical system. He did not look at the old ghost again, nor did he speak to explain. Every second was incredibly precious now. Skill card. Vitality, Nourishment, Origin. This newly advanced skill would be his only reliance in creating miracles. The passive body control was a divine skill for the living, but its effectiveness on the dead remained uncertain. What Lin Yu had to do was turn this unknown into possibility. With boundless energy, he would pry open the door known as death. Buzz. As soon as his mind moved, a barely perceptible emerald green light emerged from his forehead, slowly infusing into the doubling cycle before him. Cycle begin. Behind the obsidian shield, Wang Han and Wang Qingxuan, the father and daughter, were utterly speechless. Wang Han tightly covered his daughter's mouth, as well as his own, fearing that even the slightest noise would disturb his nephew outside, who was performing some mysterious ritual. His brain had ceased to think. Lin Yu, this child, had gone from prodigy to genius to lunatic to waste. Over the years, this was the first time he truly felt unfamiliar with his true self. The one who needed his parents' concern for living expenses at home. Was he the boss who could make legendary demons bow with just a word? Was he the mastermind who could don divine armor on the rampaging Azura with a mere gesture, reversing the tide of battle? Wang Han looked at the radiant and ever-changing card images before Lin Yu, feeling as if his worldview was being shattered into dust with each blow. What on earth happened to this world? Or had he never truly known his nephew at all? In the ruins, the old ghost held the gradually cooling corpse of Seventh Master, ceasing his lamentations. He gazed at the young man with his back turned who was engaged in some kind of ritual. Though he did not understand what the boss was doing, the blind trust and hope born from surviving a calamity prompted his most instinctive reaction. He carefully laid Seventh Master's body flat on the ground. Then he stood up, hunching over, and walked. He pulled out a blood-stained dagger from his bosom, adopting a protective stance while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. He did not know what he could do, but he knew that until the boss completed his task, no one was allowed to approach the boss from behind. On the other side of the battlefield, Chunao's subordinates had shifted from initial shock to chilling dread. They watched the battle in the sky that completely overturned their understanding, each one rendered speechless. They were defeated. Aoyi was unexpectedly at a disadvantage. That monster, after regaining its sanity, not only did not weaken, but became even more terrifying. Each of its attacks carried a precise and lethal calculation, with 8 arms working together seamlessly in both offense and defense. The terrifying defense brought by the divine skeleton armor rendered most of Chunao's attacks ineffective. Yet the elemental weapons enhanced by the 8 desolations returning to origin could easily tear through Chunao's protective energy, leaving wounds all over his body. How could this happen? Aoyi. A man in black trembled. Shut up. The small leader, who had lost an arm, snapped coldly. Among everyone, his condition was the calmest, but his slightly trembling body still betrayed his inner unease. He fixed his gaze on the young man in the distance who was casting a spell. All the variables stemmed from him. As long as he was killed, that Azura monster would naturally fall apart without attacking. Aoyi could instantly regain the initiative. His gaze shifted to a trembling figure beside him. Li San, the man who accidentally killed Seventh Master. Li San. The small leader's voice held no warmth. Li San's body shook, and he suddenly looked up. Boss, your opportunity has come. The small leader stated calmly. What? Li San did not comprehend. Go kill him. The small leader raised his remaining left hand, pointing towards Lin Yu in the distance. Li San looked in the direction he pointed, instantly scared out of his wits. Boss, you want me to kill that boss? You have no choice. The small leader interrupted him. You killed that old man, pushing things to an irretrievable point. Now with Aoyi suppressed, we all might die here. This is your only chance to make amends. It's also your only chance to survive. Each of the small leader's words pierced Li San's heart like a needle. Li San's face instantly turned pale as he recalled the fatal mistake he had just made and the cruel methods of Aoyi. He knew that if he miraculously survived today, he would inevitably face punishment afterward. Unless he could achieve a tremendous merit. Why me? Li San asked, trembling, clinging to his last shred of hope. My strength. Because of you, the small leader replied indifferently. Shadow Assassin, your shadow cloak is one of the top concealment skills in Blue Star Silent, and without a trace of energy fluctuation. That kid is now completely focused and will not notice you at all. This is the most suitable task for you. It is also a task you must complete. The small leader's gaze was like 2 knives scraping against Li San's face. Li San swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. He knew he had no way out. Either be killed on the spot by the furious boss or gamble on that slim chance of survival. Li San's breathing became rapid, a glint of crazed determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out those few words. The small leader nodded in satisfaction and pulled out a small blood-stained dagger from his bosom, tossing it to him. This is the soul-destroying dagger which carries an instant death judgment. Even if you cannot kill him, you can severely injure his soul. Go. Let him see that there are no useless beings under our Aoyi. Li San caught the short dagger, the cold touch invigorating him. No longer hesitating, he nodded solemnly at the small leader as his body began to turn ethereal. His form did not vanish, rather like a drop of ink, he silently merged into the mottled shadows of the ground. There were no energy fluctuations, no spatial ripples. Not even the light was distorted in the slightest. He completely disappeared. At this moment, Lin Yu, the target of Li San's assassination, remained utterly focused. In Lin Yu's world, all chaos had faded away. The energy collision in the sky, the mournful cries from the ruins, and the distant gasps had all transformed into a blurred and distant background sound. His entire mind was immersed in the infinite cyclical system formed by countless illusory cards before him. 104,857 times. This was the limit he could currently achieve in the amplification cycle. And what he was investing was a skill that had just been upgraded to the origin level. Vital nourishment. The emerald green energy, as faint as fireflies, was repeatedly stacked and magnified in the intricately complex cycle. Its contained life force was surging exponentially. Lin Yu could even sense that the energy had become rich enough to materialize. It was no longer mere but rather a kind of rule. a supreme force representing life. Go. With a thought, Lin Yu commanded. That condensed emerald green light ball, having undergone a million-fold amplification, silently detached from the cyclical system, tracing an imperceptible trajectory, and accurately entered the lifeless body of Seventh Master. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no dazzling brilliance. Everything occurred quietly and unobtrusively. The old ghost standing behind Lin Yu didn't even sense any energy fluctuations. He merely stared at his old friend's corpse instinctively, his murky eyes filled with the last flicker of unrealistic hope. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Seventh Master still lay there quietly, the gaping wound in his chest menacing and terrifying, his body's temperature gradually dissipating. The light that had just ignited in the old ghost's eyes quickly dimmed. Yes. What was he really hoping for? A person cannot be resurrected once dead. This was a truth even a 3-year-old child could understand. No matter how powerful the boss was, he was still just a human, not a god. Just as the last flicker of hope in the old ghost's heart was about to extinguish completely, an anomaly suddenly arose. A faint emerald green light point, almost negligible, unexpectedly illuminated the location of Seventh Master's already still heart. The light was faint, but carried an undeniable tenacity. Following that, countless smaller emerald green threads resembling a spider's web began to spread from that light point to Seventh Master's limbs and organs. Those necrotic tissues, those severed blood vessels, those inactive cells, upon contact with these light threads, seemed to be infused with the most primal commands of life. They began to move gently in a manner that defied logic. The gaping wound in Seventh Master's chest, the curling edges of charred flesh, suddenly shed a small piece of fully carbonized tissue, and below it a completely new flesh bud began to grow visibly and vigorously. This. The old ghost's breath halted. He stared wide-eyed, as if to squeeze his eyeballs out of their sockets. What did he see? Was it an illusion? He reached out with a trembling hand, wanting to touch, but suddenly stopped midair, fearing that his rashness would disturb this miraculous scene before him. The boss is really creating a miracle. He is pulling a person who has already died back from the hands of death. The old ghost knelt down with a thud, this time not from sorrow, but from a reverence and fervor emerging from the depths of his soul towards an unknown power. God. This is what a true god is. However, just as everyone's attention was captivated by the fierce battle in the sky and the miracle on the ground, no one noticed. A faint shadow, almost merging with the rubble on the ground, was quietly approaching the center of the miracle being created, Lin Yu, who had his back turned to everyone at a rapid pace. Li San. His shadow veil skill had transformed him into a ghost roaming the shadow plane. No breath. No energy fluctuations. Even the killing intent was carefully suppressed deep within his soul through secret methods. In his eyes there was only that close silhouette, that singular flaw that determined his life and death and the outcome of this battle. Closer. Even closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The young man remained completely focused, unaware of the impending death approaching. Li San's heart raced, a euphoric sense of imminent success almost overwhelming his killing intent. Now's the time. However, just as he was about to spring into action, a piercingly shrill scream erupted unexpectedly from the edge of the battlefield. Lin Yu, be careful behind you. It was Wang Han. Behind the obsidian shield, this ordinary middle-aged man in extreme fear managed to retain a sliver of clarity as an observer. He didn't look to the sky and didn't glance at the corpse that was reviving. All his attention was tightly locked on, and because of this he saw it. He saw the shadow on the ground that was moving abnormally. At the moment the scream rang out, Wang Han used all his strength, disregarding everything, and dashed out from behind the shield, arms wide open like a protective hen, fearlessly lunging at Lin Yu. He didn't know what was happening. He only knew that his child was in danger. Fool. The small-headed leader reacted with extreme swiftness. At the moment Wang Han charged out, a flicker of ferocity crossed his eyes, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a sharp metal flying blade shot out, slicing through the air towards the back of Wang Han's heart. Seeking death. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Lin Yu's spell was also forcefully interrupted by Wang Han's shrill scream. But he was a moment too late. Or rather, that flying blade fortuitously triggered an extraordinary effect at that very moment. Just as Lin Yu's attention was drawn to Wang Han, the shadow beside him suddenly came to life. A pitch-black figure emerged eerily from the ground, wielding a black dagger, no longer than a palm, the soul-extinguishing dagger, silently stabbing into Lin Yu's side. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was slight, yet terrifyingly clear. Lin Yu's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly lowered his head. looking at the dagger that had already embedded itself more than halfway into his body, radiating an ominous black light. A chilling cold, not from the wound, but from the depths of his soul, erupted violently. Li San, having struck true, bore a twisted and ecstatic grin on his face. Die. He frantically activated the dagger's accompanying effect. Buzz. A menacing skull rune on the body of the soul-extinguishing dagger suddenly lit up. A flash of light. It worked. Instant death judgment triggered. Success. A twisted smile, a blend of madness and ecstasy, appeared on Li San's face. On the blade of the soul-extinguishing dagger, the menacing skull symbol shone brightly. An invisible rule of death surged along the dagger, instantly flooding into Lin Yu's body. Instant death judgment activated. The most powerful effect of this epic weapon under level 100 has been triggered. As long as the target's level is below 100 and their life form is not undead or a special elemental being, they will surely die. He bet right. This so-called boss, this young man who flaunts himself, is not a peerless powerhouse at all. He is merely a low-level individual, a soft persimmon who can only give orders due to some chance encounter. Li San could even envision the scene where the soul of this young man before him disintegrates and his body turns to ashes. He would become the hero who ends this battle. He would gain the recognition of AOE. He would survive. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed. The ecstasy on Li San's face slowly solidified. The anticipated scene of soul disintegration did not occur. The young man he had stabbed in the waist did not even sway. Lin Yu merely lowered his head calmly, gazing at the black dagger embedded in his body, as if it were— What is happening? Li San's mind crashed. Where is the instant death judgment? He clearly saw the triggering light. Why? Is there no effect? Could it be that this kid's level exceeds 100? Impossible. In the entire Linzhou, the visible 100-level powerhouses can be counted on one hand. How could he possibly be? Or is it that he is not a living person at all? A necromantic being? One absurd thought after another exploded in Li San's mind, completely shattering his last shred of rationality. He looked at Lin Yu's eerily calm profile. A chilling aura deeper than death itself surged from his tailbone up to the crown of his head. Today it seems he has done two of the most erroneous things in his life. The first was accidentally killing the old man called Qi Yi. The second was this moment. Lin Yu was indeed somewhat angry. A cold malice directed at the soul was raging within him. Yet this power, for someone who had already mastered body control, felt like a trivial, cool breeze dissipating after a brief moment. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with it. What truly displeased him were two other matters. The first was behind him. The chilling howl belonging to Wang Han still echoed in his ears. He still held some goodwill towards this Uncle Wang. The second was the feeling of joy at the miraculous creation that had just been interrupted. The vitality nourishment was effective against the dead. The characteristics of the ancient level skills could be bestowed. These two discoveries had nearly opened a door to an entirely new world for him, revealing countless possibilities. The clarity and joy of having cleared the fog after so long was something he had not experienced in 5 years. Then this joy was abruptly interrupted by a foolish person with a broken dagger. So annoying. Lin Yu raised his hand. He lightly snapped his fingers from a distance. Ancient fingers snap, micro-manipulation. The metal blade that was about to pierce Wang Han's back suddenly halted less than 1 centimeter from his skin. Then without a sound it turned to dust. After doing all this, Lin Yu slowly turned around, looking directly at the assassin who had stabbed him. Good. Just as he was worried about where to experiment with his newly conceived ideas. In Li San's eyes, which were rapidly shrinking from extreme terror, Lin Yu's aura changed. It was no longer the calm of an ancient well. Instead, it was an indescribable, overwhelming pressure, as if it sought to dominate the entire world. Buzz. Ghost card amplified. 104,857 cycles. A card radiating an 8-color halo flashed before him. Ghost card copy. Skill card. 8 Desolation returning to origin ancient. Wind, fire, earth, lightning, light, darkness, space, mind. 8 primal elemental powers were amplified 1,000,000 times, transforming into 8 invisible torrents of rules roaring as they surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. Lin Yu's body showed no change, but the space around him began to distort. The various energy particles drifting in the air seemed to be summoned by an emperor, crazily converging towards him, surrendering. At this moment, even the sky dimmed slightly. Chen Ao and Zhao Tianyang, who were clashing fiercely, involuntarily slowed their movements, casting bewildered glances towards the ground. What is that power? The dismembered little leader's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He could sense a terrifying force surpassing all awakening within that young man. Li San had completely lost his ability to think. He felt that he was no longer facing a person but a starry sky condensed from the entire universe. Vast, boundless, unfathomable. He wanted to escape. He wanted to pull out the dagger and use all he had learned to flee. But his body, his soul under that oppressive force, couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly. He watched Lin Yu raise another hand. He watched as the card cycle leading to infinity reappeared before Lin Yu. A golden card was thrown into it. Lightning spell, golden epic. A common foundational skill. Cycle begin. 1,000,000 times more energy was mobilized. But this time it was no longer gentle life energy. Instead it was wild, destructive, representing divine punishment. Thunder. Ziz. A tiny, almost negligible golden spark appeared at Lin Yu's fingertips. Li San's gaze was completely drawn to that spark. He instinctively felt fear of being completely erased, leaving not a trace behind, born from the depths of his very existence. No. Don't. He finally regained his voice, letting out a pitiful whimper. Lin Yu ignored him. He merely pointed that finger wrapped in golden sparks towards Li San. The violent energy continued to accumulate. The millionfold 8 desolation returning to origin served as the foundation, providing nearly infinite elemental support for this lightning spell. The millionfold lightning spell itself compressed and purified this energy, transforming it into the purest destructive law capable of piercing through everything. Lin Yu's face bore no expression. Only his pitch-black eyes reflected the increasingly dazzling golden spark, and Li San's face, which had been completely consumed by despair. In the next moment, that small golden spark suddenly ignited. A slender golden thread silently shot out from Lin Yu's fingertips. It bore no thunderous roar nor dazzling lightning. It was merely pure, refined to the utmost golden essence. Fast. So fast that it surpassed the limits of sight. Li San had not yet regained his senses from the shock of Lin Yu not dying on the spot, when the golden thread had already reached his brow. There was no explosion, no charred remnants, not even a trace of heat. Li San's entire being, along with the frozen despair on his face, was pierced right through by the golden thread. Then disintegration. He was like an illusion formed of dust illuminated by sunlight, quietly transforming from head to toe into the most basic particles, dissipating into the air. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Having completed all this, the golden thread traced an almost imperceptible arc in the air. Lin Yu's index finger merely twitched slightly. After the broken wall, the small, one-armed leader who had just been issuing commands suddenly stiffened. He did not even have time to react. The golden thread penetrated from the back of his head and exited through his forehead. Like Li San, his tall body, along with the arrogance belonging to Chunao's confidant, was completely reduced to nothingness in less than half a second. Dead. 2 powerful professionals were thus erased. Lin Yu's movements did not cease. His index finger, entwined with golden arcs of electricity, casually moved in the air, like a drunken conductor waving his absurd baton. And that golden lightning was his most loyal yet lethal symphony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden thread leapt and sliced through the ruins. Each flicker represented the end of a life. Those black-clad individuals who had narrowly survived Zhao Tianyang's rampage could not even scream, as they were systematically erased from this world one after another amidst the passage of the golden thread. This was not a massacre. It was a purification, a cleansing that thoroughly eradicated all impurities with absolute power. The violent, killing intent of the Atarm de Jura in the sky suddenly retracted. Zhao Tianyang's enormous dharma form slowly dissipated as he landed on the ground, respectfully retreating behind Lin Yu, standing shoulder to shoulder with old ghosts safeguarding the body that was undergoing a miracle. The boss is working. All they needed to do was quietly watch. The only remaining enemy standing in the arena was Chun'ao, accompanied by the hooded Li Mo. Chun'ao did not move. He quietly watched Lin Yu use a single finger to name his elite subordinates one by one for elimination. He felt neither anger nor fear. What he felt was an unprecedented gravity, along with a hint of ignited battle intent. Interesting, Chun'ao murmured. The elemental sphere, composed of wind, fire, water, and earth surrounding him, underwent a violent transformation in an instant. All elements converged into thunder. A deep purple thunderball filled with raging arcs of electricity enveloped him completely. Just as he completed the transformation, the golden thread that had cleared away all the trivialities finally aimed at him. Whoosh! The golden thread pierced through the air, directly targeting Chunao's heart. Welcome! Chun'ao did not retreat, but advanced instead, meeting it head-on. The golden thread collided with the thunderball. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a piercing shriek so sharp it could tear the soul apart filled the air. 2 distinctly different, yet fundamentally similar forces clashed violently and annihilated. Lin Yu's golden lightning was the manifestation of rules at a millionfold amplification, pure, refined, and unbreakable. Chun Ao's purple thunder was a reflection of his profession, chaotic and savage, yet imbued with an overwhelming dominance that devoured all. The golden thread effortlessly pierced through the outer defense of the purple thunderball. But Chun Ao's intention was never to withstand it. Turn. He bellowed, and the energy within him surged violently, forcefully, distorting the force field before him. The deep purple thunderball transformed into a rapidly spinning vortex. The penetrating golden thread was deflected off its path by a tremendous force, grazing Chun Ao's body and shooting diagonally towards the sky. Chun Ao let out a muffled groan. The thunderball around him dimmed by 90%, and a trickle of fresh blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. But ultimately he had blocked it. He had successfully redirected the fatal blow towards the sky. Behind him, the hooded Li Imo subtly relaxed for a moment. However, no one noticed. Lin Yu's expression showed no surprise at the attack being blocked. He merely watched calmly as the golden thread surged into the clouds. Then he watched it explode like fireworks. It was not an explosion. It was a silent feast of light that enveloped the entire city. Centered around the golden thread, a colossal web of blue arcs of electricity suddenly unfurled high above the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In an instant, the sky above Lin's city blossomed like an extreme realm, brighter than daylight. That web covered the entire Lin city, spanning 8,000 square kilometers of land. This was not a thunderstorm. This was a heavenly net woven from pure destructive thunder. In the city, countless citizens who were asleep were awakened by this sudden bright light. They stared blankly out the window, gazing at the miraculous scene in the sky, their minds blank. Countless alarms blared madly in every corner of the city. At the headquarters of the Lin City Security Bureau, all equipment failed in an instant. The needles spun wildly, and the screens displayed nothing but blinding static representing energy overload. From the synchronous orbit of Blue Star looking down, the location of Lin City was no longer a pitch-black expanse, but an irregular, violently flickering patch of electricity on the black velvet, strikingly alarming. The slight relief Chun Ao felt after blocking the attack was instantly crushed by the tremendous pressure from above, enough to make even deities tremble. He suddenly looked up. He saw the thunderous web covering the entire sky. He felt the pure destructive energy capable of erasing the entire city along with its crust from the planet. What is this? So the attack he barely managed to block. Should it be considered the prelude? How ridiculous. His heart sank to the depths. What he had blocked was merely a beginning, or rather just a prologue. Above the ruins, Lin Yu slowly raised his other hand. With his movement, the thunderous web covering the entire city began to violently, restlessly, and agitatedly stir, like a pot of boiling water being turned upside down over the entire city, or as if millions of thunder dragons waiting for the king's command were ready to unleash heavenly punishment. Chun Ao's heart was no longer sinking into the abyss. It had been utterly crushed, reduced to dust. What he had blocked was merely a prelude, a trivial spark, meant to ignite the entire forest. He looked at the young man, the one who slowly raised another hand, as if to embrace the entire sky. At this moment, Chun Ao finally understood everything that Li Mo had said. Abyss domain, powerhouses, favoring gestures. He was wrong, gravely mistaken. This was not a matter of whether he could provoke them. Rather, the other party did not even consider him on the same plane of existence. Should an ant think about how to curry favor with a dragon? No, it needn't, because the dragon wouldn't even notice it, unless by accident it blocked the dragon's path. Chun Ao suddenly laughed. It was a kind of pure relief after having let go of all dignity, all arrogance, and all unwillingness. So this is the feeling of the pressure of death. Lin Yu's hand paused momentarily in the air. Just for a moment. He recalled the days and nights of 5 years in hiding. He remembered the white hair and worry of his parents. He remembered the greedy faces of capitalists when his sister Lin Yao awakened. He remembered the death of Seventh Master and the lament of Old Ghost. Enough. This all must come to an end. From this day forth, he would make everyone know that some people are existences they can never touch. He was already qualified to sit at the table. Lin Yu's other hand decisively fell. No words. No proclamations. Just a single action. The sky collapsed. The immense web of lightning covering 8,000 square kilometers lost all its support at the moment that hand fell. The entire sky, composed of pure destructive energy, collapsed towards the earth, towards the center of this ruin, towards the very point where Chun Ao stood, with a thunderous crash. At this moment, time lost its meaning. Space was distorted and deformed under the extreme pressure of energy. In everyone's sight, there remained only a pure, continuously falling white light. That was the ocean of thunder. That was the very essence of divine punishment. Come on. In the last moment of life, Chen Ao erupted with the final madness and pride belonging to the king of Lin Yu. He did not flee. He knew he could not escape. The already dim purple thunderball on his body suddenly reignited, shining even more brilliantly than ever before. He poured all his lifelong cultivation, all energy, all spirit into it. Open for me. Accompanied by a roar that echoed through the soul, Chen Ao actively welcomed the descending divine punishment. He wanted to shake this godlike power with his last breath, even if it could only create a trivial splash. However, the purple thunderball upon contact with the golden sea of thunder did not even create a splash. It was like a snowflake thrown into the sun. Silently, and without a sound, it was evaporated. Along with Chen Ao's final pride, it disappeared. Chen Ao's body began to disintegrate before the golden ocean. Death was close at hand. He was even prepared to welcome the obliteration of his soul. But at that moment, a sharp sound like fabric tearing suddenly echoed in front of Chen Ao. The space before him seemed to be cleaved open by an invisible blade, a pitch-black bottomless crack appearing out of thin air. Immediately after, two figures stepped out from that fissure, one in front of the other. The one in front was a middle-aged man in a black trench coat with a stern expression. The instant he appeared, he did not even glance at Chen Ao, who was about to be devoured by the sea of thunder. He merely raised his head to gaze at the world-destroying golden lightning. His reaction was extremely swift. Control. An ancient syllable was uttered from his mouth. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. A pure black octagonal shield that seemed to be composed of the darkest matter instantly unfolded above his head. Countless mysterious silver runes flowed endlessly on the shield, forming intricate and profound arrayed diagrams. Boom, boom, boom. The collapsing sea of thunder finally descended. The weight of 100 million tons of thunder poured down upon that small black shield. The entire world fell silent. Only a dazzlingly bright white light remained, and the energy ripples capable of tearing space, generated by the furious collision and annihilation of the black shield and the endless sea of thunder. Puff! The man in black trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ground beneath him, along with the surrounding ruins for hundreds of meters, instantly turned to dust under this backlash, forming a massive circular pit. Yet he astonishingly managed to hold on. The black octagonal shield trembled violently under the onslaught of the sea of thunder, the surface's silver runes flickering erratically, and even cracks began to appear. But it ultimately did not shatter at that moment. It stood like a black reef in the cataclysmic flood, stubbornly blocking the golden ocean of death from breaching. The person following him was also dressed in black, but his figure appeared somewhat ethereal, as if he could merge into the air at any moment. He glanced at his struggling companion, then at Chen Ao, who was utterly shocked beside him, and finally turned his gaze towards the source of the sea of thunder. The young man standing atop the ruins, one hand in his pocket, the other just lowered. "Sir, it's over." He spoke calmly, yet with a questioning tone, from a position of superiority. This scene left everyone in the distance in a daze. Wang Han and his daughter, old ghost Zhao Tianyang. They never expected that under such a world-ending attack someone would still be able to stand up, and moreover to block it. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. This power does not belong to the Blue Star system. No wonder it could hold them off. But that was all it could do. The golden electric light at Lin Yu's fingertips began to coalesce once more. If one strike wasn't enough, then head, just strike again. To him, this was merely a lightning spell. If it weren't for the long casting time of the ghost card, he could even use it as a basic attack. "Sir, it's over." The calm questioning echoed in the silent ruins. The black-clad man who appeared later had an ethereal presence, as if merging with the shadows. He gazed at Lin Yu, carrying a natural sense of judgment. Yet among all those present, the one who reacted most vigorously was not Lin Yu. It was Liamo. At the moment the black-clad man appeared, when that pitch-black crack in space was torn open, the color drained from Liamo's face, hidden beneath his hood and mask. Abyss Domain. It was the aura of the Abyss Domain. This pure condensed energy carrying the unique fluctuations of spatial laws, he would never mistake it. He felt as if he were a rabbit targeted by a natural enemy, every hair on his body standing on end, every cell screaming in danger. When he clearly saw the cold-faced, middle-aged man emerging from the crack, a fear rooted deep in his memory instantly seized his heart. It was him, Black Shield Yanxing, a notorious level 100 powerhouse in the Abyss Dome. Liamo had seen Yanxing's team return from a level 300 forbidden area once from a distance, with only Yanxing himself remaining covered in blood amidst the ruins of a collapsing world and the corpses of countless high-tier beings. How could he be here? Why was he appearing in Blue Star? 1,000 questions exploded in Limo's mind, but his body had already made the most instinctive and correct response. Hide. He must not be recognized by them. In the abyss domain, a maggot like him feared only madmen like Yanxing, who emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The aura of the abyss domain on him had not been completely washed away. If discovered, his fate would be 100 times more tragic than dying at Chennao's hands. Limo's figure did not attract anyone's attention as he quietly stepped back, completely merging into the shadow cast by Chun Ao, his aura fully retracted, as if he had never existed. He only hoped that this group of immortals fighting would not involve him, a mere little fish. However, in the next moment, this humble wish was utterly shattered. Because he saw it. He saw the young man standing atop the ruins with one hand in his pocket, who did not have any intention of stopping after hearing the words, "You may proceed." Instead, he raised that hand which had just been lowered once again. Buzz. The infinite cycle of cards phantom reappeared. You. The man in the phantom questioning Lin Yu stuttered. Yanxing, supporting the black shield, had his pupils violently constrict. Come again. Lin Yu ignored them. However, this time the process of gathering seemed somewhat different. The cycle of the ghost cards did not start. The terrifying build-up that required time to settle a million-fold amplification vanished. Lin Yu was well aware that the two opponents in front of him were not ordinary foes who could withstand his million-fold lightning spell. Using ghost cards to amplify would create the longest vulnerability. Since that was the case, there was no need to amplify. After all, the initiation style remained the same. Under the astonished gazes of everyone before Lin Yu, instead of one, there were a full 10 golden card phantoms that flashed and vanished. Skill card lightning, spell golden epic, skill card lightning, spell golden epic, skill card lightning, spell golden epic. 10 times. He continuously used the most basic skill card 10 times. ZZZ, 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 ZZZ. 10 slender, yet exceedingly bright golden bolts of lightning began to gather at his fingertips. It was not a single golden thread. It was 10. The opponents had no idea about the difference between a millionfold and not. This initiation style was no different from before. In the air, arcs of electricity leaped wildly. To others, this was the same attack as before, magnified tenfold. The Phantom Man was utterly speechless. His elevated stance crumbled in an instant. Yanxing, supporting the black shield, had a stream of blood that had just stopped flowing surge forth again from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear. It was the instinctive reaction of a body nearing its limit after enduring that previous strike. If it came again, his abyss domain treasure, the Xianming Jinyu shield, would definitely shatter on the spot. Another 10 times. What would that mean? They would die, along with Chun Ao behind them, and this land would be scraped away from this planet by that terrifying energy. Madman. This man is a complete madman. Li Mo, hiding in the shadows, was no longer just, his soul was howling. 10 shots. Damn it, 10 shots. That last shot had already reshaped his understanding of power. Now this monster wanted to unleash 10 shots all at once. This was no longer a fight. This was about formatting the hard drive of Lin Zhou. Was he going to grind this piece of land down to 10 kilometers deep along with the mantle? At this moment, all of Limo's final analyses, speculations, and evaluations of Lin Yu transformed into pure primal awe. Even the top-tier executives of the Abyss domain could not casually unleash 10 world-destroying spells of this level at the same time. Chenao, you fool. What kind of existence have you provoked? In the distance, Wang Han and his daughter Old Ghost and Zhao Tianyang had also completely lost their ability to think. Their understanding was shattered, reshaped, and shattered again today. Now it was a blank slate. They could only stare. They watched the man standing between heaven and earth, each fingertip suspending a golden sun. He was not human. That was divine punishment itself. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence once more. Only the 10 golden bolts of lightning emitted a soft zzz sound, as if they could break free at any moment. Lin Yu still wore no unnecessary expression. He merely watched the two unwelcome guests emerging from the spatial rift. He observed the brilliant changes in their faces, from shock to astonishment, then to horror, eventually turning to ashen despair. It seemed the effect was good. Finally, the Phantom Man moved. He no longer uttered any nonsense. There was no hesitation. He grabbed the completely bewildered Chun Ao beside him, as if lifting a small chicken. At the same time, with his other hand, he forcefully patted Yanxing's shoulder. Go. A single word squeezed out from between his teeth. Yanxing did not respond, but used the last bit of his strength to forcibly tear open another pitch-black spatial crack. The crack was right behind them. The two of them holding Chun Ao plunged into it without any hesitation. The crack instantly closed, as if they had never appeared. They arrived abruptly, and left even more hurriedly. With their disappearance, the suffocating sense of pressure also dissipated. Lin Yu slowly lowered the hand he had raised. The 10 golden bolts of lightning that could make even gods tremble also silently vanished into the air. A gust of wind blew through. It stirred up the dust on the ground. In the heavens and earth, only a scene of devastation and dead silence remained. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the spot where the spatial crack vanished. The hurriedly closing spatial crack left a faint ripple of energy in the air, rapidly dissipating. The wind began to flow again. It swept through the ruins that could no longer be called a street, stirring up choking dust. This move is quite useful. Lin Yu suddenly discovered a new use for his profession. Amplified attacks have a long build-up, high consumption, and extremely high power, yet the initiation style remains unchanged. A true technique of bluffing. Moreover, as long as he had saved enough amplification cards, he could trigger amplification at any time. I dare to use a normal lightning spell. Do you dare to receive a normal lightning spell? Just as Lin Yu was still trying to figure things out, a figure suddenly dashed out from the shadows. The speed was exceptionally fast, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that cut through the air. Are there still experts? Lin Yu's body, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again, and the energy within him was ready to unleash the spectacle of 10 days in the sky once more. However, that figure did not attack. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Yu, he made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. A standard slide that could be written into a textbook. Thud! The man's knees crashed heavily onto the ground littered with stones, and the immense inertia caused him to slide all the way, eventually stopping precisely in front of Lin Yu. Then a pair of hands tightly, desperately clutched Lin Yu's thigh. The entire movement was seamless, filled with a graceful proficiency. Lin Yu. Zhao Tianyong. Old ghost. Among the few survivors in the ruins, there was a prolonged silence. My lord, please spare me. The man clinging to Lin Yu's thigh began to sob uncontrollably, his wails filled with a mix of relief from surviving a disaster and profound fear. I, a small person, did not recognize the mountain. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I am merely a dog by Chenao's side. No, I am even less than a dog. I am nothing. Please, my lord, just treat me as a mere fart, and let me go. The man was none other than Li Mo, who had been hiding for half a day. At this moment he had lost all semblance of the calm demeanor of a visitor from the Abyss realm, and there was no trace of the cold calculation he had when considering Chenao. He now had only one thought: to survive. The man in front of him, this monster who could casually conjure 10 apocalyptic spells, was definitely beyond his comprehension. Another matter was that a visitor from the Abyss realm had arrived, and he must make considerations for himself. He needed to cling to a powerful figure. More importantly, he could. At this moment, he cast aside all the qualities he had cultivated since arriving on Blue Star, reverting to the identity of a small character struggling to survive in the Abyss realm. Lin Yu looked down at the man clinging to his thigh, crying uncontrollably. He wore a hood, a mask, and casual clothes. It was the extra who had just been following Chenao. He had not died. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised, but did not pay much attention. Just an ant that surrendered voluntarily, but whether to kill him or not depended entirely on Lin Yu's mood. He was ready to kick this noisy guy away. However, behind him, there came a suppressed, intense sound of gasping. It was Wang Han. Under the healing of another ancient light redemption, Wang Han not only recovered from his injuries, but also felt his spirit become even clearer. He felt better than ever. The ease of his body and mind finally caused his brain, which had been numbed by a series of shocks, to begin functioning again. Then he witnessed this absurd scene. A man was kneeling before his long-lost nephew, clinging to his thigh and crying heart-wrenchingly. Wang Han instinctively found this scene somewhat ridiculous. But when he clearly saw the man whose mask had slipped to the side due to his crying, revealing a face filled with terror and sweat, Wang Han froze completely. His body was stiffer than when he had faced Chenao earlier. That face. It couldn't be wrong. Even if it turned to ash, he would recognize it. Li Mo, the CEO of Qingyun Pharmaceutical, the legendary figure who could manipulate the business world in Linzhou, leading multiple projects with Qingyun to crush them with unparalleled talent. Wang Han would never forget. Last year, he had desperately wanted to meet with Li Mo for an important company project utilizing countless connections and gifts, yet in the end, he couldn't even enter the man's office door. He wanted to forge a connection with him, but the man had completely ignored him. At that time, he had felt quite indignant. The Tianqing group was not much smaller than Qingyun. As a director of Tianqing, he had personally gone to meet Li Mo, yet Li Mo had shown him no regard at all. But he indeed admired Li Mo. He had seen this guy a long time ago. Back then, Li Mo was full of vigor, standing on stage addressing thousands of entrepreneurs below. He had the audacity to directly criticize several shareholders and directors of Qingyun Pharmaceutical as stubborn old fossils in front of everyone. He had the audacity to disdainfully label all local pharmaceutical companies in Linzhou as country chickens and tiles when answering reporters' questions. That deep-seated arrogance, that demeanor of looking down on all heroes left an indelible impression on Wang Han. It was as if he was born on a different level than others. He was someone who truly stood on the clouds looking down at all beings. But now, Wang Han's brain completely crashed. He looked at the man kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of dignity. Then he glanced at his nephew, standing calmly with his hands in his pockets. Has this world gone mad? You. Wang Han's lips trembled as he tried to say something, but found his throat too dry to produce a complete syllable. Lin Yu heard the commotion behind him and turned to take a look. Uncle Wang, are you okay? Aye. Wang Han pointed at the still wailing Li Mo on the ground, then at Lin Yu, his entire being at a loss for words. Li. You know him. Li Mo. Wang Han finally managed to squeeze out a complete name, his voice trembling, the one from Qingyun Pharmaceutical. That Li. The man who was still clinging to Lin Yu's leg and crying passionately suddenly stiffened. He heard Wang Han's words and slowly raised his head, meeting Wang Han's face, filled with shock and disbelief. Li Mo's cries abruptly stopped. It's over. He had been recognized. Li Mo's cries ceased. His dust-covered and tear-streaked face froze in midair, looking both ridiculous and pitiable. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Wang Han's accusation pierced through the bizarre equilibrium of the scene. Qingyun Pharmaceutical. CEO Li. Lin Yu had no particular impression of this name, but from the ghostly expression on Wang Han's face, he could infer the man's significance. Interesting. A person who could stand beside Chen Ao and yet shock his own uncle like this was actually kneeling at his feet without any dignity. Wang Han's brain was still buzzing. He stared at that face, trying to find any trace of disguise. Aside from sheer terror and humility, there was nothing else. The Li Mo who ruled the business world and was revered as a legend by countless people was truly kneeling here, like a dog wagging its tail in submission. This was even more subversive to Wang Han's understanding than when Chen Ao had been slapped away, more than that world-destroying thunder. Just as Wang Han's brain was about to completely stop functioning due to overload, a faint yet remarkably clear, somewhat mocking hoarse narration came from the other end of the ruins. Li Mo, the CEO of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals, assumed office at the age of 34. In 3 years, he tripled the company's market value, positioning it among the top 4 pharmaceutical companies in Linzhou. This narration was intermittent, as fragile as a wisp of air, yet it struck precisely at the heart of each. He has orchestrated 17 hostile takeovers and personally dismantled 5 promising mid-sized pharmaceutical companies. In the underground business circles of Linzhou, he is referred to as the capital harvester. Director Wang, the overseas project you wanted him to facilitate last year was ruined by a single sentence from him. He believed that Tianqing Group was unworthy of cooperating with him. These words were not explanations. They were a brutal reaffirmation of Li Mo's shattered legendary. Every sentence made Li Mo's body tremble even more. Each phrase further drained the color from Wang Han's shocked face. Yet Wang Han's pallor was soon replaced by another more extreme emotion. Disbelief. He abruptly turned his head to look at the source of the voice. There the old ghost was kneeling on the ground. And in his arms the body that should have been cold and stiff, the 7th master whose chest had been pierced and whose life was extinguished, was now half leaning back, struggling to finish his words one syllable at a time. Cough, cough. Old man, don't act like you've seen a ghost. The 7th master spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and forced a smile that was more grotesque than crying. I'm not dead yet. The old ghost's body froze. His eyes, muddied with grief, were fixed intently on the person in his arms. He could feel the warmth of the 7th master's body. He could sense the weak yet tenacious heartbeat in his chest. Old 7. The old ghost's lips trembled, producing a sound that was unrecognizable as human. In the next moment, a howl that suppressed a lifetime of sorrow and the joy of regained life erupted from the old man's throat. He didn't ask many questions. He didn't want to ask anything. He simply held tightly, desperately embracing this old companion who had returned from the dead, crying like a child. The 7th master was alive. This realization was even more shocking than the previous earth-shattering thunder. Lin Yu was not surprised by this. Previously, to comfort Wang Han and her father, he casually tossed out an ancient-level skill, Light of Redemption. This skill had a wide area effect. Combined with his earlier source-level skill, Vitality Nourishment, along with the 7th master's will to survive, it was normal for him to awaken. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, this scene was perceived by Li Mo as a completely different level of horror story. Resurrection. An individual who had been confirmed dead reawakened with vital signs. Such means such a mighty force that defied the laws of life was exceedingly rare and came at a great cost, even in his understanding of a realm filled with powerful beings and chaotic deities. Yet here, before this man, it seemed like the completion of a trivial task. In fact, throughout this man never glanced at the dead body. He simply didn't care. Limo's body ceased trembling. Not because the fear had vanished, but because when fear surpassed a certain threshold, all that remained was pure numbness and reverence. He finally thoroughly and 100% confirmed one thing. The leg he was clinging to was not some powerful dragon crossing the river, nor was it a hidden expert. It was a being whose power he couldn't even imagine, a god walking among men. This thought flashed through Limo's mind, but was quickly drowned by a surge of frantic survival instinct. What does it matter if he recognized him? Limo of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. The capital harvester. That was all in the past. Now the realm was on the verge of major actions, and no one knew what kind of upheaval awaited them in the future. He had to prove his worth. Before Lin Yu could kick him away as a mere legachement, he needed to demonstrate he was still useful. In a flash, Limo's brain began operating at an unprecedented speed. Old Ghost Hall. Pharmaceuticals. The 4 major pharmaceutical companies. Chen Ao came looking for trouble over the pharmaceutical business. This man is the mastermind behind Old Ghost Hall. Clues pieced together. A clear path to survival emerged in his mind. My lord. Limo abruptly raised his head, his face smeared with tears and dust bursting forth with a sickly fervor and humble flattery. His cries ceased, replaced by an urgent declaration to the extreme. My lord, I know you. I know Old Ghost Hall. I know what you are doing. He spoke rapidly, fearful that if he slowed down for even a second, this divine being before him would lose patience and crush him without a second thought. I know you want to deal with the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. I know all their deployments. Their counterattack plans were devised by me. Limo babbled incoherently, pouring out his value without reserve in order to survive. I can help you. I can undermine them from within. I know all their weaknesses and lifelines. Give me a chance, my lord. I can save you countless troubles. As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head, his forehead hitting the rubble until he quickly drew blood, but he didn't care, just lifting his bloodied face, gazing at Lin Yu with a near-manic plea. Lin Yu remained silent. That calm demeanor instilled even greater fear in Limo than any rage. He knew this was still not enough. These mundane business tactics might be utterly trivial before this divine being. He had to produce a more substantial bargaining chip. The abyss. My lord. Limo cried out these 2 words as if grasping the last straw of salvation. Those 2 people just now. The one with the shield and the one hiding in the shadow. They are visitors from the abyss. I know them. I know their identities, their origins. He was gambling, betting that his instincts were correct, that this man was not from the abyss and thus needed information from it. This statement finally caused a barely perceptible shift in the atmosphere. Even the old ghost, who was weeping over his old companion, paused in his actions. Wang Han was even more confused, feeling that every word contained terrifying information he could not comprehend. Lin Yu's gaze finally returned from afar, landing on the bloodied figure at his feet. Limo felt a surge of joy. It worked. He had guessed correctly. This lord indeed reacted to the term abyss. He was about to continue to spill everything he knew in exchange for a chance to survive. However, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. He didn't ask Limo any questions about the abyss. His gaze passed over Limo and fell on the other end of the ruins. Old ghost. Lin Yu's call was soft. The old ghost, lost in the ecstasy and sorrow of his reunion, trembled violently. He slowly raised his head, his tear-streaked old face filled with confusion. Boss. Lin Yu's next question left everyone present completely stunned. What do you think of this person? He asked. The question was directed at the old ghost, yet it determined Limo's fate. Limo's newfound hope, that expression of ecstasy on his face, instantly froze. The blood on his face seemed to cool at that moment. A chilling sensation, more piercing than death itself, surged from his tailbone, racing up to the crown of his head. Why? Why was he being asked? A drug dealer from the underbelly of the black market, an ant that could be crushed effortlessly, how could he decide his fate? What was this deity thinking? The old ghost was also dazed. Holding the still warm Qi Yi in his arms, he stared blankly at Lin Yu, then glanced at Li Mo, who was kneeling on the ground, his face ashen. The boss is asking for my opinion. He can't be joking. Wang Han and Wang Qingxian felt as though their worldview was being shattered and reassembled. General Manager Li of Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. The legendary figure who commanded the business scene in Linzhou, whom even Wang Han sought an audience with. His life and death at this moment actually depended on the opinion of a black market old man whom he had never looked at seriously before. This world is truly insane. Under the gazes of shock, fear, and confusion from everyone, the old ghost slowly laid Chi Yi, whom he held gently, on the ground. He stood up. His hunched back seemed to straighten a little at that moment. His murky old eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. Within them, there was no pity, no hesitation, only an unshakable resentment and hatred that had settled for decades. The old ghost laughed. The laughter was dry and unpleasant, filled with endless sorrow. Lin Yu. I know him. He uttered the name, each syllable seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Of course I know him. How could I not know him? The old ghost's gaze made Lin Yu feel as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. He remembered. He finally dug up that face from the corners of his memory. Decades ago at Yin Pharmaceuticals, he was a somewhat talented researcher whom he had optimized away. So it was him. When I was young, I also worked at Yin Pharmaceuticals. The old ghost ignored Li Mo's suddenly pale face, lost in his own thoughts as he recounted to Lin Yu. At that time, I also had a family. Not large, but warm. My wife was virtuous, my son was obedient, and did well in his studies. Then he came. The old ghost pointed at Lin Yu. He became the CEO and began to implement sweeping reforms. Anyone who couldn't keep up with his pace, anyone who disagreed with him, anyone he deemed useless was kicked aside. I was one of them. Without a job, without income, I did everything to support my family. But as a researcher, I knew nothing but making medicines. In the end, I had no choice but to descend to the black market and become a drug dealer in the shadows. My wife thought I was useless and ran off with someone else. My son looked down on me and left home right after graduating high school, never to return. At this point, the old ghost paused. He raised his head, looking at Lin Yu, his wrinkled face contorting into a grimace that was more painful than crying. Boss, this is how my life has been. My family is shattered, my wife and children gone. All thanks to him. Each sentence, each utterance was a blood-soaked accusation. Lin Yu knelt on the ground, his mind racing. Wang Han listened to all of this, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He only knew that Lin Yu was a business legend, but he had no idea that behind this legend were countless shattered lives like the old ghost's. Above the ruins, there was a dead silence. Everyone thought that the old ghost would soon utter the 3 words, kill him. However, after a long gaze at Lin Yu, the old ghost slowly shook his head. He turned around to face Lin Yu again, the overwhelming resentment he carried being forcefully suppressed. Boss, he is a downright bastard. But what he said is not wrong. The old ghost took a deep breath as if he had exhausted all his strength. He is indeed an unseen-a-century talent. In terms of means, schemes, and understanding of the entire Linzhou pharmaceutical market, no one can compare to him. Keeping him alive will be of great use to what we need to do. This statement left everyone astounded, including Lin Yu himself. He lifted his head, looking incredulously at the old ghost's back. This man who had destroyed his own life was actually pleading for him. The old ghost did not turn back. He simply bowed deeply to Lin Yu. How to deal with him is entirely up to the boss' discretion. Whatever decision you make, the old ghost will accept. After saying this, he ceased to speak, turning back to Chi Yi's side, carefully cradling his resurrected old partner once more. As if everything in this world had nothing to do with him anymore. The entire ruin fell into absolute silence once again. Lin Yu nodded, not immediately expressing his stance. Lin Yu's flicker of hope was completely extinguished by the old ghost's words. Yet he did not despair, for he knew that his life and death had never depended on the old ghost, but on the man before him, a man whom even deities had to bow down to. Lin Yu lay prostrate on the ground, lowering his posture even further. He did not even dare to lift his head to look at Lin Yu, only pressing his blood-stained and dirt-covered face firmly against the cold ground. My lord, I know I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. His words were no longer the urgent defense from before, but carried a calmness that suggested he had come to an understanding. A person like me is not worth mourning. I just do not want to die without value. Lin Yu paused, seemingly organizing his words, but every word was the result of deep contemplation. I am just a worker. Yin Pharmaceuticals belongs to others. I am merely doing their bidding. They want to make money, and I have to help them sharpen their knives a bit faster. With sharper knives, people will naturally get hurt. He only mentioned this much before quickly changing the topic to avoid leaving an impression of shifting blame. I am very sorry about Mr. Old Ghost's circumstances, but I know that an apology is the most useless thing in this world. What I can do is to offer compensation. I know the whereabouts of your wife and child. A single sentence caused the old ghost, who had just embraced Chi Yi and was immersed in the emotions of reunion, to stiffen suddenly. Even Wang Han, who was shocked by Chi Yi's resurrection, turned his gaze over. Lin Yu still showed no reaction. His calm demeanor exerted immense pressure on Lin Yu. He knew that merely knowing their whereabouts was not enough. This could be seen as a threat of bargaining chip, and negotiating with this existence before him was the most foolish act in the world. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. He made a decision that no one expected. Your son Xu Tianhua is currently an apprentice at the Feiqi Auto Repair Factory in the western suburbs of Linzhou. Your ex-wife Tao Ran remarried 3 years ago and now lives in room 7012, building Bishuai Huachun community in the southern part of the city. He did not hesitate, clearly stating the 2 specific addresses. This information was gathered using every intelligence network he had before coming here overnight. What he thought was merely a backup plan unexpectedly proved useful. This information could serve as leverage for coercion. However, Li Mo's survival instincts honed in the sea of corpses and blood in the abyss domain told him that if he dared to show any hint of coercion, he would become a corpse even colder than 7th Master in the next second. Thus, he chose the path of complete honesty. This was a gesture of goodwill. He offered his final trump card, presenting it unreservedly as a token of loyalty. The old ghost's body trembled violently. He suddenly raised his head, his murky old eyes filled with bloodshot disbelief. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Feiqi Auto Repair Factory. Shuai Huachun. These 2 names burned into his heart like 2 red-hot irons. Lin Yu did not look at the old ghost's reaction. He knew he had done his utmost. Next, he had another piece of leverage. My lord. He turned again towards Lin Yu and bowed deeply. Although Chen Ao is not dead, he has sustained serious injuries from this encounter and will not dare to show his face for some time. The power vacuum left by him is our best opportunity. The Linzhou black market and the underground trading networks of several surrounding cities are now leaderless. As long as you nod, I guarantee that within 3 days, everything left by Chen Ao will be consolidated under your command. All his channels, connections, and wealth will become yours. I will turn the entire Linzhou black market into the backyard of the old ghost hall. This statement finally revealed a hint of interest on the faces of both the old ghost and 7th Master, who had just caught his breath. If they could take control of the entire black market, then their tasks, whether selling potions or gathering intelligence, would become infinitely easier. That would be a completely underground kingdom of their own. Wang Han listened with fear, his mind unable to process the information before him. The Linzhou black market was a vast market worth hundreds of billions, coupled with several surrounding cities. It would be an unimaginable commercial empire. And now the key to this empire was held in Li Mo's hands. He was humbly offering it to his nephew. After saying all this, Li Mo fell silent. He pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, maintaining the most humble posture, completely motionless. He had already shown all his worth. Intelligence methods, commercial empire. He had done all he could. The rest was merely waiting. Waiting for the supreme and final judgment. Time stretched infinitely at this moment. Every second felt like a slow torture of his soul. Lin Yu remained silent. That calmness was more oppressive than any thunderous rage. He did not look at Li Mo, who was prostrating on the ground, nor at the old ghost with a complex expression. His gaze seemed to pierce through the ruins, landing in a place far more distant. After a long time, long enough for Li Mo to nearly believe he had fainted from excessive blood loss, long enough for Wang Han's heart, battered by shock, to nearly stop beating, Lin Yu finally spoke. From now on you will work under the old ghost. A plain statement. No judgment, no questioning, not even a ripple of emotion. It was like arranging a trivial matter. But for Li Mo this was akin to heavenly music. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the chance to survive another day. Lin Yu's gaze finally returned from the distance, landing on the old ghost. Old ghost. Boss, him here, the old ghost quickly replied, tightening his hold on 7th Master. This person will be your assistant from now on. Lin Yu's instructions were concise and clear. The matters he knows, you handle them. Whether it's finding people or integrating the black market, you have full authority to manage it all. The old ghost's body trembled. Full authority. The boss was entrusting Li Mo, this invaluable dog, along with the massive network behind him, entirely to himself. This trust felt overwhelming. The old ghost opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found any words at that moment to be utterly powerless. He could only nod heavily. Yes, boss. Lin Yu said no more and turned to walk toward the other side. There Wang Han was carefully supporting his precious daughter, trying to help her out of the small space formed by the jade stone barrier. Uncle Qingxuan, it's all right now. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the father and daughter. Wang Qingxuan's small dust-covered face finally broke down at the sight of Lin Yu. Wow. She suddenly threw herself into Wang Han's arms, crying loudly. Everything that had just happened was an overwhelming shock for her, a girl living in an ivory tower. The world-destroying thunder, the battlefield of severed limbs, and that person kneeling on the ground in a bloody mess. Each scene lingered in her mind like an unshakable nightmare. It's all right, Shinner, don't cry, daddy's here. Wang Han awkwardly patted his daughter's back, constantly comforting her. His own emotions were a tangled mess. His nephew Lin Yu, the child who he remembered as somewhat introverted and even stubborn, had shocked him today more than all the experiences of the past 50 years combined. He was now in a state of confusion. Lin Yu watched the father and daughter embrace and cry, not wanting to disturb them. His gaze shifted to the other side. The old ghost was carefully settling seventh master before approaching Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained in a prostrate position. Lin Yu, get up. The old ghost's address carried an indescribable nuance. Lin Yu's body stiffened as he slowly raised his head. He saw the old ghost's face lined with wrinkles and weariness. The deep-seated resentment and hatred seemed to have faded considerably. In its place was a complex, scrutinizing calmness. From now on, don't call me Mr. Li. Lin Yu struggled to stand, lowering his posture. Just call me Xiao Li. The old ghost paused for a moment and nodded. You just said that you know the counterattack plans of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. Yes. Lin Yu's spirit immediately lifted. This was his moment to prove his worth. They have realized the threat we pose and are preparing to unite and launch a comprehensive attack against us from the aspects of raw materials, channels, and public opinion. The specific plan is that I... Stop. The old ghost interrupted him. We will discuss this later. The old ghost's gaze passed over Lin Yu and turned towards Lin Yu. Now there is something more important. Lin Yu was taken aback. Is there something more important than dealing with the 3 companies' assault? Boss, we need to see them. The old ghost said word by word. See who? Lin Yu instinctively asked. The decision-makers of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. The old ghost's answer caused Lin Yu's brain to instantly crash. Lin Yu did not ask why. He had no need to inquire. The survival instinct cultivated in the Abyss realm told him that the best way to deal with such incomprehensible existences was to execute. Without any discounts, 100% execution. I understand. Lin Yu didn't even wipe the blood off his face. He had already entered a terrifyingly efficient work state. He took out a uniquely shaped black communicator, his fingers tapping rapidly on it. It was not any model of phone available on the market. 3 days later at 2:15 in the afternoon. The location is the Heavenly Realm revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Linzhou Tower. Lin Yu announced the time and place without a hint of hesitation, as if he were not arranging a meeting that would decide the future of Lin's business world, but merely reserving an ordinary dining table. He didn't even consult with those 3 families. Yet he possessed the confidence. Lin Yu, using his own name, went to invite those 3 over. They dared not refuse. Lin Yu remained non-committal. A tacit acknowledgement. For beings of such caliber, the process was meaningless. He only needed to see the results. Lin Yu, this tool capable of getting things done neatly, was indeed convenient to use. After handling this matter, Lin Yu no longer looked at him. His gaze shifted to the other side, landing on Seventh Master, tightly held in old ghost's embrace. Old Seven, how are you feeling? Cough. Cough. Seventh Master struggled to sit upright, but was firmly pressed down by old ghost. He grinned, revealing a smile, missing a few teeth, yet his voice was surprisingly strong. I want die. Boss, I feel full of energy, I can go and tear down that Shunao's den right now. He said, waving his fist, causing a breeze. The speed of his physical recovery exceeded his own expectations. The moment the light descended, he felt his parched body submerged in the fountain of life, every cell rejoicing. Old Ghost, sensing the vitality of his companion in his arms, had tears that had yet to dry on his old face, and couldn't help but laugh. All right, just you can do it. Lin Yu nodded. With the foundational level of vitality, nourishment, and the ancient level light redemption, such recovery was within expectations. No rush. Lin Yu's arrangements were clear. First, repair the old ghost hall. For the territory left by Chen Ao, if you have the energy, go take it over. If not, just leave it won't rot. His words were very calm. That vast power vacuum, enough to drive all underground forces in Linzhou mad, was to him merely a piece of scrap that could be discarded. Old Ghost and Seventh Master exchanged a glance, seeing immense shock and fervor in each other's eyes. This was the boss they followed. Vision. Yes, boss. The 2 spoke in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented vigor. Especially Seventh Master, after being reborn, he only wished to devote himself to the boss. Lin Yu quietly listened from the side, a storm brewing in his heart. Once again he refreshed his understanding of this new boss. To control the black market in Linzhou, what immense profit and power that entailed. Yet the boss' attitude resembled handling an inconsequential item. What exactly did he desire? Money? Power? It seemed neither. Then what did he intend to do when meeting the three major potion vendors? Lin Yu dared not think further. He merely lowered his own stance even more. Arrangements completed. Lin Yu's gaze shifted away from Lin Yu and Old Ghost. He walked toward the other end of the ruins. Wang Han was tightly holding his daughter, using his not-so-wide back to shield her from this hellish scene. Wang Qingchuan's body trembled incessantly, her face deeply buried in her father's embrace, afraid to see everything outside. Lin Yu's steps were light, treading on the rubble with almost no sound. "Uncle," he spoke. Wang Han's body suddenly stiffened, slowly turning his head. On his refined face, there was an expression filled with complexities that words could not describe. There was fear, confusion, disbelief, and a hint of estrangement. He looked at Lin Yu before him, this nephew he had watched grow up, yet felt incredibly unfamiliar. Shall you? Wang Han's voice was hoarse as Adam's apple bobbing, yet he couldn't articulate a complete sentence. What should he ask? Should he ask what just happened with that world-destroying thunder? Should he ask why that CEO Li of Qingyun Pharmaceutical was kneeling at his feet? Or should he ask how he could make the dead come back to life? Every question exceeded his 50-plus years of life experience. "It's all right now." Lin Yu's response was simple. "They'll have someone take you back." He did not explain. Some things cannot be explained, nor do they need to be explained. Wang Han opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed all his questions. He instinctively tightened his hold on his daughter. Lin Yu's gaze passed over Wang Han and his daughter, once again focusing on the not far away. There Lin Yu was closely following Old Ghost. "Old sir." Lin Yu's posture was extremely low, even somewhat obsequious. "You see now that the boss matters are arranged, how about I take you to have a look?" He tentatively spoke. "Shuyan Huaqing is not far from here, and it takes at most half an hour by car. Your son's auto repair shop is only a 40-minute drive away." Lin Yu had calculated everything clearly. This was his best and only opportunity to win favor with a new master. Helping Old Ghost find his family, this merit was neither too big nor too small, but sufficient for him to take the first step in this new group. Old Ghost's pace came to a stop. He did not turn around. He merely stood still, holding Seventh Master, who was still recovering, in his arms. Above the ruins, the wind howled. Lin Yu held his breath, waiting. Seventh Master shifted in Old Ghost's embrace, seemingly wanting to say something, but upon seeing the old partner's rigid figure, ultimately chose to remain silent. After a long while, Old Ghost finally spoke. "No need." The two words were cold and hard, like stones pulled from an ice cellar. Lin Yu was taken aback. "Old sir, this." "I said no need." Old Ghost suddenly raised his voice, turning sharply, his bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Yu. "The matters assigned by the boss are of utmost importance. Repairing the Old Ghost Hall, integrating the black market, meeting with the three major companies. Which of these is less important than my trivial matters?" His chest heaved violently as he almost roared this out. "My family matters are worth nothing. Before the boss' grand enterprise, they are utterly insignificant." This speech was righteous and full of loyalty. Lin Yu was somewhat dazed by this sudden outburst of anger. He instinctively took half a step back and bowed repeatedly. Yes, I was foolish. You are right, old sir. Everything should be prioritized for the boss' grand enterprise." He dared not mention another word. Why hadn't he noticed before? This Old Ghost had quite the temper. The Old Ghost let out a heavy grunt, ignoring Lin Yu, and turned to the surrounding black market members, who had survived by a stroke of luck, beginning to issue orders loudly. "Are all the dead? What are you standing there for? Get moving. Clear the ruins. Gather all usable supplies together. Before dark, I want to see this place restored to its original state. Do you hear me?" His voice was loud, filled with undeniable authority. Those black market veterans who were usually unruly were now more obedient than sheep, each of them hastily starting to work. The entire scene suddenly became orderly. Lin Yu quietly observed all of this, watching the Old Ghost roar and command everything like an old lion. He saw the loyalty there. He also saw something deeper beneath that loyalty. Cowardice. Yes, a dream he had longed for decades, a belief that had supported him through countless dark years. When this dream was within reach, he shrank back. He dared not go. He dared not knock on the door of a stranger's home. He dared not face a son who might not even recognize him, or perhaps even hate him. He feared seeing the unfamiliar happiness on his wife's face. He feared even more the contemptuous gaze in his son's eyes. After decades of separation, after decades of emptiness, how could he fill that gap? With a mere "I'm back," or with the undeniable aura of the black market that clung to him and his thus he preferred to use the grandest reasons, his absolute loyalty to the boss, to cover up the fear within. He immersed himself in the busiest work, filling the heart that was being gnawed by fear with roars and orders. This was a form of escape. A form of escape that perhaps even he was unwilling to admit. Lin Yu did not pierce through it. Some scars can only heal in their own time. Any external intervention could cause it to fester even more thoroughly. Just then a steady engine sound approached from afar. A black understated yet smoothly designed business vehicle silently stopped at the edge of the ruins. The door slid open and a man in a neatly tailored suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly stepped down. He did not show the slightest surprise at the scene before him, but quickly walked up to Wang Han and bowed slightly. Chairman, Miss, the car is ready. It's Wang Han's assistant. The people from Tianqing Group have arrived. Lin Yu stepped forward heading towards the father and daughter, who were still in shock. His footsteps crunched on the gravel, and this time he made no effort to restrain himself, producing a rustling sound. Wang Han stiffened once more. He turned slowly, holding his daughter, his refined face displaying an extreme complexity of emotions. Uncle. Lin Yu stood firm before them, calmly speaking. If there's anything that cannot be resolved in Linzhou, or if anyone offends you, just come to me anytime. As your nephew, I have an unshirkable responsibility. His words were simple and plain, yet they resonated like thunder in Wang Han's mind. Identical. Almost exactly the same words he had said a few hours ago, while patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Xiao Yu, if anything comes up in the future, just tell your uncle. As long as your uncle is still in Linzhou for a day, no one can bully you. Then and now. The positions of offense and defense had completely reversed. Wang Han opened his mouth, but felt as if a bundle of cotton was blocking his throat, unable to utter a single word. How should he respond? Say okay. How could he dare? The previous devastating scenes, the business giant Li Mo kneeling on the ground in a bloody mess, the resurrected contract master Qi Yi. All of it clearly told him that his nephew before him had reached a height he could not comprehend, even imagine. This favor was something he could not afford. He could not repay it either. Suddenly he completely understood Lin Yu's father, his old partner. Why was it that a childhood friend who grew up wearing the same pants became so awkward when asking for help with such trivial matters, almost like a stranger? He even conjured up a strange notion that, as long as I help this time, we will owe nothing to each other in the future. He had thought at the time that his old partner was too distant, too stubborn. Now he understood. When the gap between two people is so vast that it forms a chasm, that once equal friendship is no longer pure. Every request for help is a consumption. Every act of kindness is a severance. Could Wang Han still accept Lin Yu's help with a clear conscience as an uncle? If there ever came a day when he found himself at the end of his rope and Lin Yu, bearing the bond of uncle and nephew, helped him with a tremendous favor, then what? Would he still have the face to present himself as an elder before Lin Yu? Wang Han did not know. He truly did not know. Looking at Wang Han's anxious and uneasy face, Lin Yu said nothing more. He flipped his wrist, revealing a storage ring gleaming with metallic luster. Uncle, take this. He directly placed the ring on Wang Han's wrist. Inside are some basic potions and some life serums. You and Qing Xian can use them when needed. Consider it a small token from your nephew. Wang Han instinctively wanted to refuse. Xiao Yu, this is too precious. I can't. Just take it. Lin Yu's movement was not to be questioned. To me it's nothing. Those words left all of Wang Han's refusals stuck in his throat. Indeed, to him it was nothing. As his spiritual energy sank into the ring, Wang Han's heart suddenly constricted upon just one glance. 4 types of top-tier perfect potions, strength, agility, physique, and spirit, each piled like mountains. Beside that small mountain of potions, thousands of shimmering life serums were neatly arranged. Wang Han's breath instantly halted. He suddenly looked up at Lin Yu. This gift was heavier than the promise, so heavy that it might crush the last thin thread of their uncle-nephew bond. Chairman, the assistant beside him gently reminded. Wang Han finally came to his senses, taking one last look at Lin Yu, filled with gratitude, shock, bewilderment, but more so an indescribable sense of estrangement. Xiao Yu, take care. In the end, he could only say such a dry remark. Then he supported his still sobbing daughter and quickly walked towards the car under the guidance of the assistant. As if fleeing, Lin Yu stood in place, watching the black business vehicle silently start tracing an arc before disappearing into the gray sky. His gaze returned to the noisy ruins, landing on the old ghost who was still using his roar to match Wang Han's awkwardness and estrangement. The old ghost's fear and escape. 2 entirely different expressions, yet their core pointed to the same thing. A thought surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. If even the well-traveled Wang Han reacted this way, what about his sister Lin Yu? They were just ordinary citizens living their entire lives in the sunlight, not knowing what the black market was. If they saw the scene from earlier, saw him summon thunder with a snap of his fingers, saw the dead come back to life, saw a titan of the business world crawling at his feet, what would they think? Would they not feel proud? Would they not feel excited? Would they only feel fear? He had always thought that becoming stronger was to better protect his family. Now it seemed that sometimes ignorance was the best protection for them. At least it was not yet that time. The black business car carrying Wang Han and his daughter soon disappeared around the corner. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and redirected it toward the chaotic ruins. The old ghost's roar still echoed, directing the survivors to clear the scene, his voice laced with an intentionally manufactured excitement to mask the cowardice of homesickness. Lin Yu did not approach. He merely stood quietly in place like an outsider. At that moment, a figure emerged from the debris and rubble, stopping in front of him. It was Zhao Tianyang. His wounds had mostly healed, but his specially made combat suit was tattered and his face was smeared with dried blood and dirt. "Boss." Zhao Tianyang lowered his head, clenching his fists. "I was useless, I couldn't protect everyone, and even let Lord Qi." His words were filled with heavy self-reproach and regret. If only he could have been stronger. If only he could have stopped those people earlier. If only. "It's not your fault." Lin Yu interrupted his self-pity. Chun Ao came prepared, and even colluded with people from the abyss. No one could have anticipated this. His tone was calm, devoid of blame or comfort, merely stating a fact. Zhao Tianyang's body trembled suddenly, looking up. He thought the boss would be disappointed and angry. But Lin Yu's reaction was eerily calm. This calmness made him feel even more ashamed than any reprimand. "But there are no buts." Lin Yu's gaze fell on him. "You already did well. If it weren't for you holding back Chen Ao, Lord Qi and the old ghost might not have even had the chance to wait for me to arrive." Zhao Tianyang's lips moved, but he ultimately swallowed his words. He merely clenched his fists tighter. Lin Yu did not pursue the topic further. He was more curious about another matter. "What was that form of yours at the end?" "The eight-armed Azura. I remember your profession doesn't have that ability." The ferocity and chaos, yet filled with a destructive beauty, evoked a hint of surprise, even in Lin Yu. Upon mentioning this, a trace of confusion appeared on Zhao Tianyang's face. I can't quite explain it." He spread his hands, carefully examining them. "When I started fighting with Chen Ao, and especially after seeing Lord Qi fall, it felt like something exploded in my mind. I felt my body was no longer mine. An older, more powerful will took over everything. Those 8 arms and the weapons were not something I conceived, they just grew out of me." He struggled to describe the feeling at that moment, but his words seemed somewhat pale. It was an experience shrouded in mystery. It was as if in the battle between life and death, he truly touched the core of his profession. Azura, a mythical profession far more complex than the skills shown on the surface. It seemed to lie dormant with some more primitive instinct. A kind of instinct born for battle. So fighting deepens your understanding of your profession. Lin Yu distilled the key information. "It seems that way." Zhao Tianyang nodded and then shook his head, "But it's not entirely so. It feels more like unlocking. Unlocking something that already belongs to me." Lin Yu pondered. It seemed that Zhao Tianyang's Azura profession was of a growth type. Its true potential needed to be squeezed and awakened through extreme battles. This won't do. One can't rely on others coming to seek revenge every day. He must find a place where he can unleash his power freely and safely. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment and made a decision. He flipped his wrist, and a pitch-black card gleaming with a metallic luster appeared in his hand. "This is for you." He handed the card to Zhao Tianyang. Zhao Tianyang instinctively took it. The card felt cold in his hand, the front outlined with dark golden patterns, depicting a magnificent structure floating above the clouds. "Sky Pinnacle." Lin Yu stated the address. "The best private training ground in Linzhou. I have arranged the highest level VIP card. You can use the facilities freely inside. Go there and thoroughly understand your strength and the characteristics of your profession." Lin Yu's arrangement was concise and clear. "I need an Azura who can draw his blade at any moment, not a reckless man who can't even control his own power." Zhao Tianyang clutched the cold card, his heart ablaze. He did not say thank you. He simply nodded vigorously, gripping the card tightly in his hand. "Yes, boss." Watching Zhao Tianyang's eager demeanor, Lin Yu's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Sky Pinnacle. He probably wouldn't have any use for it himself. Given his current skill power, even a casual snap of his fingers could easily destroy the energy shield there, which was said to withstand a full-on attack from a lord level. Even if it could withstand it, that place was indeed under a real name system. Creating too much commotion would inevitably lead to trouble. It seemed he would have to seek other avenues. Purely violent attacks had already become a bit excessive for him, although the previous attempt of casting a trillionfold nearly cost him his life. That line of thought was not inherently wrong. The replication and amplification of the ghost card combined with the instantaneous casting and storage of the ancient finger snap. The potential of this combination had not been thoroughly explored. storing a millionfold enhanced lightning spell into ancient finger snap, then using ghost card to amplify that finger snap card a millionfold. This seemingly insane nested operation would result in a terrifying energy level increase, indeed exceeding his bodhist limits, leading to self-destruction. That experience of death and resurrection was still fresh in his memory. But what if he approached it differently? What if he didn't pursue that ultimate world-destroying finishing blow, lowering the standards slightly? For instance, first enhancing a normal fireball spell tenfold with ghost card, then storing it in ancient finger snap. Then turning that ancient finger snap, storing the tenfold fireball spell into a card, and amplifying it again using ghost card. As long as he wanted, this process could be repeated infinitely. Putting it all together, stacking up to a few million times, even tens of millions of times in power, would be a breeze. This idea was indeed feasible. Moreover, this appears to be the only way for him to unleash his terrifying power in the safest, most efficient, and most discreet manner. Lin Yu's thoughts raced. A tenfold enhanced fireball spell stored in ancient finger snap, then using that finger snap card for a millionfold enhancement. What would be released in the end is a fireball spell with tens of millions of times the power. And it would be instant. No need for incantations, no need for preparations, not even any unnecessary movements. All it takes is a snap of the fingers. If he wishes, he can prepare a pile of such snap cards in advance. One card is a millionfold fireball spell. Another is a millionfold ice spike spell. Yet another is a millionfold windblade. One card is a millionfold arcane missile. He could even store auxiliary and control skills in the same manner. A snap of the fingers creates a millionfold effect of the slow spell. A snap of the fingers invokes a millionfold effect of the weakness curse. A snap of the fingers triggers a millionfold effect of the mass fear. Thinking of that scene, Lin Yu himself felt a chill run down his spine. It was no longer a battle. It was a dimensional strike. With a few snaps, the enemies would fall like rain. However, a very realistic problem soon surfaced in his mind. When he conceived the first card for the ancient snap, tenfold fireball, a subtle, yet crystal clear feeling of stagnation transmitted from the mental plane. Full. It seemed that one of his card slots had been occupied. Lin Yu paused immediately, settling his mind to introspect his core abilities. There the ghost card quietly floated, the starting and ending point of the entire cycle. Surrounding it were 22 overlapping, dazzling multiplication cards resembling a ring of stars. They constituted the foundation of his power. Just now, at the moment he conceived that ancient snap, a position of a multiplication card at the very outer edge of the star ring was ruthlessly occupied. If he truly crafted that snap card, that multiplication card would disappear. One card would replace another. This realization doused the towering ambition that Lin Yu had just ignited with a cold splash of water. He understood. Any skill card he crafted that was not a multiplication card would consume the number of multiplication cards. This meant that for every foundational card, he prepared the upper limit of his power, that infinitely stackable cycle system would be weakened by a fraction. If he truly prepared a complete set, dozens of snap cards stuffed on him, then his ghost card cycle might not even reach 10,000 times. This was a form of balance. You cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Lin Yu stood in place, silent for a long time. After much contemplation, he returned to the essence: mental strength, mental strength. Damn the mental attribute. All paths were obstructed by this very attribute. If it weren't for the fact that skill cards would not disappear unless used promptly, and would squeeze the quantity of multiplication cards while remaining on him, he would have wanted to copy a complete set of snap cards to keep on him. Encountering trouble, he could directly unleash a barrage of forbidden spells to clear the ground. Alas, what other paths could allow him to gain further enhancement? Looking at Zhao Tianyang's receding figure, Lin Yu suddenly had an epiphany. Profession. Professional traits. This thought made everything clear to him. Perhaps during this period he should delve deeper into the essence of his profession. After all, since awakening he had been an insane gambler. Wagering 5 years of youth, wagering all the misunderstandings from those around him, wagering his uncertain future. All for a fleeting possibility. Fortunately, he won the gamble. The cycle system of the ghost card and the multiplication cards allowed him to turn the tide, granting him the capital to confront the whole world. Yet his understanding of his profession remained at a superficial level. Copy, multiply, and then there was nothing more. Is it possible that a golden epic level profession has only such limited functions? He did not believe it. Now that he possessed boundless capital, any seemingly minor trait could potentially be infinitely amplified. Thinking further, during his card innovation, he had seen cards that could enhance attributes. Attribute enhancement need not be limited to potions. The more he thought, the more invigorated he became. He realized he had been far too narrow-minded before. Like a beggar guarding a mountain of gold, only knowing to chip off a small piece of gold each day to exchange for steamed buns, never considering turning the entire mountain into a palace of his own. 5 years of lurking, one moment of success. He had been too focused on revenge, too focused on becoming stronger, neglecting the source of his own power. It was time. It was time to calm down and properly research the true use of his profession. As Lin Yu pondered, he paid no mind to the chaotic ruins behind him. The old ghosts roar, the survivors' busyness, Li Mo's caution. All of this no longer concerned him. He had more important matters to attend to. He turned around, stepped forward, heading towards the insect nest. There he would find absolute silence and safety. It was the best place for him to conduct these mad experiments. On the streets of the black market, neon lights flickered and the crowd surged. Lin Yu's figure blended into the tide of people like a drop of water merging into the sea, utterly inconspicuous. No one knew that this young man, in ordinary casual attire, was conjuring a plan capable of overturning the entire world in his mind. He walked past familiar streets, but his thoughts had long soared beyond the clouds. What is the essence of a card maker? Is it the transformation of energy? Or is it the manifestation of rules? He extended his hand, spreading it before his eyes. If the essence of the cards is merely a carrier of information, a utilization of rules. One of the entrances to the insect nest is hidden at the end of a dark, damp alley, a nondescript metal door. This is also for the sake of ultimate privacy protection. Lin Yu skillfully verified his identity, and the heavy lead door slid open, completely isolating him from the noise and chaos of the outside world. Unlike the outer ruins that had just experienced a catastrophe and were still filled with dust, the interior of the insect nest remained as quiet as ever, even excessively so. An almost imperceptible tension hung in the air. The lights in the corridor seemed to dim slightly, and occasionally a resident would peek out from their room, see it was Lin Yu, and quickly retract their movements, filled with vigilance and unease. It seemed the commotion from the old ghost side had spread throughout the entire black market. A battle capable of overturning the structure of the black market had turned these inhabitants living in the shadows into startled birds. Lin Yu ignored the prying eyes and walked straight toward the room he shared with his sister. His footsteps were not hurried, but each step was incredibly steady. In his mind, the contemplation about the essence of the card maker profession continued to churn rapidly, deducing countless possibilities. Lin Yu's heart began to race uncontrollably. He pushed open the door to his room. Just as he stepped inside, the door of the adjacent room was suddenly flung open with a bang. Wow! A surprised cry tinged with sobs. A petite figure scented with fragrance dashed over, without a second thought, tightly hugging his waist. It was Lin Yu. Brother. The girl trembled slightly, her face buried in his embrace, her words filled with uncontrollable fear and lingering dread. The body in his arms trembled violently, imbued with warmth and moisture quickly soaking through the fabric of his chest. He had just been contemplating a mad plan that could overturn the world, relishing the absolute control that could reverse life and death in an instant. But now all grand visions and cold calculations were shattered by this tearful embrace. Brother, where have you been? You scare me to death. Lin Yu's voice came through, muffled and laden with a thick nasal tone, unable to suppress her lingering fear. Although Lin Yu had left a note, everything that had just transpired was still too worrisome. Lin Yu slowly raised his hand, somewhat awkwardly, gently patting the girl's back as it continued to shake. I'm fine. His actions were light, and his words were simple. Fine. How could it be fine? Lin Yu suddenly looked up, her beautiful little face streaked with tears, her big eyes red and swollen. You were gone for so long. The entire black market went mad. There were fights everywhere, explosions all around. I heard people outside shouting that someone powerful was having a shootout. And the thunder in the sky. Lin Yu pointed towards the window. Although it had calmed down now, the fear she described showed no signs of diminishing. I saw the news. That thunder almost covered the entire Linzhou. Everyone was terrified. I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. I tried calling, but I couldn't get through. I thought you. Tears streamed down her face, once more choking on her words, leaving only the sound of her sobbing. I thought after enduring 5 long years, finally my brother is back, and everything would be better. But are we going back to square one? Lin Yu remained silent, allowing his sister to vent all her fears and grievances in his embrace. What could he say? That the chaotic shootout that shook the entire black market had him as its protagonist. That the thunderous phenomenon enveloping the city was caused by him. That the remarkable figure who had left the bug housing manager speechless was also him. He could not. He looked at his sister's tear-stained and fear-laden face, realizing for the first time the disconnect from Uncle Wang Han. The old ghost's evasion. And at this moment, the purest fear of his sister Lin Yu. They all stemmed from the same source. That was the power within him far beyond common understanding. This power could protect them. But this power itself to them was a deeper fear. Ignorance was the best protection. Even if he had to come clean, it had to be gradual. However, his sister was also a mythical level profession. In this regard, her potential should be on par with Zhao Tianyang. Once his sister grew up, they could come clean together to their parents. They might be more accepting of it. This thought was more profound and resolute than any before. I'm fine, really. Lin Yu softened his tone, trying to make his words sound more convincing. Not long after I left, I heard something was off. So I found a nearby place to hide and turned off my communication devices to avoid being discovered. I waited until everything outside was completely quiet before I dared to come out. This was a lie riddled with holes. But for a girl gripped by fear seeking peace of mind, it was already the best explanation. Sure enough, Lin Yu's sobbing gradually came to a halt. She raised her tear-filled face, scrutinizing Lin Yu carefully. Really? Really? Lin Yu nodded. Look, I have no injuries at all. Lin Yu's gaze swept over him, confirming he was indeed unharmed, and even his clothes were relatively tidy. Only then did the tight tension in her body finally relax. What followed was immense fatigue and residual fear. Her body softened, almost collapsing. Lin Yu instinctively supported her. All right, it's all over. He half supported and half carried her back to the next room, sitting her down by the bed. Haven't you slept all night? Lin Yu shook her head, then nodded, looking somewhat dazed. I couldn't sleep. It was too noisy outside and I kept worrying about you. Lin Yu's heart felt as if it had been gently pricked by something. He turned around and fetched a basic diluted calming potion from his room. This was not an expensive item, just something that could help one focus and fall asleep quickly. Drink this and have. He handed the potion to Lin Yu. She did not ask what it was, simply obediently taking it and drinking it down. A cool warmth slid down her throat, instantly soothing the tension in her mind. A heavy wave of drowsiness crashed over her. Brother. She leaned against the headboard, her eyelids already beginning to droop. You won't suddenly disappear again, right? The girl's voice was as soft as a whisper in a dream. Lin Yu's movements froze. He stood by the bed looking at his sister's face, deeply etched with worry, and remained silent for a long time. I won't, he promised softly. I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay right here. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief finally appeared on Lin Yu's face as she sank completely into slumber. Lin Yu tucked her in, standing silently in the room for a moment before gently closing the door behind him and returning to his own room. The clamor from the outside world, the sound of his sisters crying, all were shut out. The whole world seemed to consist of just him. He walked to the center of the room, spreading his hands. It was these hands that had just comforted his sister's back, promising her a false sense of security. It was also these hands that had recently summoned the thunder, crushing the bodies and dignity of his enemy. On one side was the fragile kinship that needed careful maintenance. On the other was an absolute power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, yet also inviting endless coveting. The scales tipped precariously. More critically, the stronger he became, the more he would be caught in turmoil. The more he was caught in turmoil, the stronger he had to become. Those two beings from the abyss could withstand his full power attack and even escape, and they took Chineo with them. Everything was still far from conclusive. Lin Yu had a constant feeling that something big was coming. The world was about to undergo a drastic change. Perhaps once these matters settled, he would have a good long talk with Liamo. His understanding of this real world was still too limited. Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes, letting all his chaotic thoughts settle. When he opened them again, his mind was filled with absolute calmness and focus. He no longer thought of revenge, nor of enemies, nor of the complex social intricacies. The four core skills stood out clearly in his mind, like four pillars supporting a divine temple. The first skill, card transformation, he had already mastered to its utmost. It allowed him to directly convert existing objects into cards. Simple, crude, and efficient. For 5 years he relied on this skill to transform countless inconspicuous trinkets into cards, and then used card innovation to dismantle and reforge them, accumulating his initial capital. However, its limitations were equally apparent. Card transformation could only convert items that already... He could not create a tenfold fireball card out of thin air. He had to first devise a scroll or spell model for tenfold fireball through other means before transforming it into a card. This path had reached its end. Lin Yu's thoughts shifted to the second skill. Card innovation was the turning point of his fate. The ghost card and amplification card were innovated from the basic small stone card through it. This was a true stroke of genius. But now, Lin Yu's thinking became exceedingly pragmatic. Was it worth gambling many more uses of card innovation for a card that was more core than the ghost card and more versatile than the amplification card? The odds were too low, so low they could be disregarded. More critically, he currently had only 23 card slots in total. One ghost card and 22 amplification cards formed his million-fold amplification cycle. This system was fundamental to his existence, the source of all his power. Was it worth giving up an amplification card for a faint possibility? It was not worth it. Unless he could find a card whose function alone could rival a 500,000-fold amplification. That was simply a pipe dream. Thus the option of card innovation was temporarily shelved. Next came the third skill. Mirror copying was at a very low level, so low that Lin Yu was almost about to forget it. Its effect was very simple: to copy an existing card and form a mirror card. This mirror card had exactly the same effect as the original, but its validity was only for one day. It would automatically dissipate after that. It sounded somewhat useless. Yet Lin Yu's thoughts paused at a crucial point. Only valid for one day. Would automatically dissipate. This meant it did not occupy a card slot. This discovery struck like lightning, instantly illuminating Lin Yu's thoughts. What had been his dilemma all along? It was the limitation of card slots. He dared not create too many foundational cards for Ancient Fingersnap, as each one permanently occupied a position for an amplification card, weakening his foundation. Mirror copying perfectly bypassed this limitation. A single card for one day, greatly limited, but he also needed to consider using it more to observe what changes its level would bring. Lin Yu forcibly suppressed his excitement, focusing on the last skill, the one he had initially encountered but abandoned first. Card creation was about transforming multiple items into a single card. It followed a certain mysterious formula. At the beginning of his awakening, Lin Yu's first research was card creation. He had once spent a great deal of time and energy trying different material combinations to create powerful cards. Yet, sometimes card transformation and card creation overlapped. For instance, a small stone could be transformed into a small stone card. Similarly, following the card creation formula, using a small stone as material could also produce a small stone card. However, during that impoverished phase, card transformation only consumed mental energy, while each attempt at card creation meant permanent material loss. For the sake of efficiency, he eventually chose card transformation. But now he had an infinite margin for error. This thought opened up Lin Yu's entire line of reasoning. He closed his eyes, and the monotonous memories of card grinding over the past 5 years surged back like a tide. It was a period he did not wish to recall. Every day was a cycle of anticipation and disappointment. Yet those millions of card innovations had shown him nearly endless varieties of cards. Memories rapidly filtered in his mind, sifting through countless useless pieces of information. Blessing cards, granting a permanent or temporary talent. Field cards, creating a domain beneficial to specific units or attributes. Minion cards, summoning a minion with independent consciousness and combatability. Enchanting cards, used in conjunction with other cards to achieve various unbelievable effects. Effect cards, directly triggering the effects described on the card, simple and crude. Counter cards, automatically triggering under specific conditions to counter the enemy's actions. Equipment cards, summoning corresponding equipment from weapons to armor, encompassing everything. Skill cards, upon use activating a specific skill. Attack cards, numerous types, varying effects, almost endless, constructing a card universe vast enough to instill terror. In the past, these cards were merely fleeting hopes to him, stepping stones on the path to the ghost card. But now, as he re-examined these memories from a completely new perspective, a breakthrough he had overlooked for a long time suddenly appeared before him. Lin Yu's breath paused for a moment. Blessing cards, equipment cards, minion cards. Just these three. Why these three? Because the things created by these three types of cards after use have a high likelihood of breaking free from the card carrier and existing permanently in physical form. A blessing integrated into the body becomes a talent. The card itself has fulfilled its mission. An equipment summoned and held in hand is no longer dependent on the card to maintain its form. A minion responding to the summoning is a living individual capable of independent action. What is the? It means these things will no longer occupy his precious card slots. This realization struck like a thunderbolt, resonating throughout his mind. His greatest dilemma, the shackle that constrained him and prevented him from preparing countless foundational cards. He had found a way to bypass it. He no longer had to agonize over preparing an immensely powerful ancient fingersnap or keeping an amplification card to maintain his basic enhancement. He could easily grant himself dozens of permanent blessing talents. He could forge an entire set of mythical equipment enhanced with infinite resources. He could even assemble an army composed entirely of powerful minions loyal to him. And all of this would not affect his existing ghost card cycle system in the slightest. An indescribable excitement surged from his limbs to his brain. Calm down. He had to remain calm. Lin Yu forced himself to steady his thoughts and continued to push this line of reasoning further. The target was clear: to obtain these 3 types of cards. So how to obtain them? There were 2 paths. The first, card innovation. This was the route he was most familiar with, the path that had led to his rise. As long as he had enough basic cards, he could innovate endlessly, relying on probability to grind it out. But this idea was almost instantly rejected by himself. The randomness was too strong. He had spent 5 years enduring countless innovations just to barely piece together a set of the ghost card system. At that time, the system was still missing 1 card. Who could guarantee how long it would take for him to draw what he desired again? 1 day, 1 month, or a year. He did not lack time, but he also did not like to waste it. More importantly, he did not know what would happen next. The uncertainty always urged him forward. Whether it was the threat of functioning technology or the 2 mysterious visitors from the abyss, they hung over him like swords ready to fall at any moment. He could no longer gamble everything on the elusive whims of fate as he had before. So only the second path remained. The initial skill that he had sealed away for 5 years, almost forgotten. Card creation LV1. By following a fixed formula and inputting the corresponding materials, he could create the desired card if successful. The only drawback was that each creation would consume the materials invested. There was a possibility of failure, and quite a significant one, especially in the early stages. 5 years ago, during that impoverished phase, this drawback was fatal. He could barely afford to eat, let alone buy those expensive card-making materials. Any failure could mean he would go several days without a proper meal. Yes, he could not even afford compressed biscuits. Thus, he had unhesitatingly chosen the card transformation, which only consumed mental energy. But now, this moment was different. Lin Yu opened his palm. With a thought, the replication and amplification effect of the ghost card quietly activated. A piece of white basic material shimmering with a glow and boasting a purity of 99.99% appeared in his palm. This was a common material needed for creating many basic equipment cards and non-life type follower cards. In the black market, such a standard unit of white basic material would cost 100. Whether for equipment cards or follower cards, consuming dozens of pieces was quite simple. This meant thousands for a single attempt. If practicing costs were calculated for 10 attempts, it would amount to tens of thousands. Coupled with other miscellaneous costs, the principal for 1 card would likely start at 100,000. Truly, it was a money-burning endeavor. But for him, the cost was 0. As long as he wished, he could replicate enough white basic materials to fill an entire room within a second. The so-called material loss had become a joke to him. With infinite materials, he could attempt endlessly. Unlimited economy, still too authoritarian. In moments like this, Lin Yu instinctively felt that those lost 5 years had been worth it. The greatest constraint of the card creation skill had been utterly crushed by him in the most unreasonable manner. Weighing the pros and cons, it was clear who prevailed. This was it. Lin Yu put away the white basic material in his palm and began to scour his mind for those memories sealed away for 5 years. These were a few basic card creation formulas he had exchanged from the public database, using all his savings during the first month of awakening his profession. Card creation formula: white quality apprentice longsword. Main materials: standard metal material X 300. Auxiliary materials: standard wood material X5, standard leather material X2. Catalyst: primary magic powder X1. Success rate 10, affected by mental energy. Card creation skill level and material purity. Card creation formula: white quality simple round shield. Card creation formula: white quality coarse leather armor. Each was the lowest grade, the most basic white equipment. 5 years ago, that high failure rate of 90%, coupled with the material loss of being completely wiped out upon failure, was an insurmountable chasm for him. But now, Lin Yu's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his hand once again. A standard unit weighing about 1 kilogram of white basic material lay quietly in his palm. This material was called basic precisely because of its strong plasticity, making it one of the cornerstones of all things. Within the system of card creators, it could be refined into various more specific materials. Iron, wood, charcoal, cloth, leather. Nearly all non-life conventional substances could be extracted from the white basic material through specific mental energy manipulation. Of course, this process would accompany a certain proportion of loss. Lin Yu focused his mind and began to refine the material in his palm according to the methods recorded in the database. His mental energy acted like an invisible carving knife, precisely penetrating the internal structure of the material, stripping away the non-metallic components, and then reorganizing and compressing the remaining substances. Buzz. A faint tremor. The originally 1 kilogram white cube shrank rapidly at a visible speed, its color shifting from pure white to a metallic luster of silver gray. In the end, a metal block no larger than a fist and with extremely high density floated in his palm. Standard metal material X110G, 1 kilogram of basic material could only yield 100 grams of metal material. A 10-ton loss. If calculated at the black market price of 100 for 1 kilogram of basic material, this small piece of metal would cost 100. And to create the most basic apprentice longsword, 300 portions were needed, which equated to 30 kilograms of metal material. Just the cost of the main material alone would reach 30,000. Adding in the other auxiliary materials and catalysts along with that pitiful success rate, ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. But Lin Yu was clearly not among them. With a thought, piles of white basic materials began to appear out of thin air on the floor of the room. 1 pile, 10 piles, 100 piles. In just a few breaths, a small mountain made of pure white cubes had formed in the room. Infinite materials meant infinite trilateral costs. Lin Yu showed no hesitation and directly began large-scale refining. His mental energy surged wildly. The room was filled with a continuous humming sound. The mountains of white cubes rapidly transformed into heaps of materials of various colors. Silver gray, metal brown, with deep black leather. Lin Yu purchased dozens of magic dust, then proceeded to create a card. Soon the materials required for the apprentice longsword formula were all prepared. 30 kilograms of metal consumables formed a small mountain of ingots. Lin Yu sat cross-legged amidst the materials, took a deep breath, and officially began his first card creation in 5 years. Card creation LV1 activated. He extended his hand, his spiritual power transforming into an invisible hand, precisely grasping 300 units of standard metal consumables, 5 units of standard wood consumables, 2 units of standard leather consumables, and 1 unit of beginner magic dust. All the materials under his control slowly floated in midair. Following the formula's guidance, Lin Yu began to lead these materials to fuse. The magic dust ignited first, turning into a light blue flame that enveloped all the materials. The metal melted in the flames while the wood and leather began to soften and deform. This was an extremely delicate process that required a high level of control over spiritual power. The output of spiritual power had to be like a stable straight line without any fluctuations. Too much material would cause it to burn directly. Too little would prevent perfect fusion. Lin Yu held his breath, immersing all his focus into it. He could feel the different materials under the guidance of his spiritual power beginning to reconstruct and combine according to some mysterious rule. It was on the verge of taking shape. Pop! A light sound echoed as if a soap bubble had been burst. The substance in midair about to take shape trembled violently before instantly losing all its luster, turning into a pile of black powder that fell to the ground. It failed. Lin Yu looked at the pile of waste on the ground unperturbed. With a success rate of 10%, it was foolish to expect success on the first try. He was not discouraged, waving his hand to sweep the waste aside with his spiritual power. Let's try again. He once more gathered an equal amount of materials and began his second attempt. This time he was more careful and his control over spiritual power was even finer. The light blue flame reignited. The materials melted and fused. Everything proceeded more smoothly than the last time. Before his eyes, the initial form of a longsword slowly began to coalesce in the flames. The blade, the hilt, the guard. It just needed one final step. Pop! Again that painfully familiar light sound. The flames extinguished and the sword prototype in midair turned into a pile of dust once more. It failed again. Lin Yu halted his actions, not immediately beginning a third attempt. He sat in place, carefully reflecting on the sensations of the 2 previous failures. Where was the problem? Control over spiritual power. His spiritual power had reached 500 points, and his control precision was absolutely top-notch. Was it a material issue? The materials replicated infinitely, had perfect purity. Skill level. Card creation LV1 was indeed too low. Perhaps it was a matter of proficiency. Like a chef who just received a recipe, even with the best ingredients and tools, it was impossible to create a perfect dish on the first try. Practice was needed, and he had infinite opportunities to practice. Realizing this, Lin Yu's mindset completely relaxed. The third attempt began. He still took the same quantity of materials, but this time his mind was no longer tense. Without that obsessive determination, he instead felt a sense of ease. The output of spiritual power was no longer a rigid straight line maintained intentionally, but rather flowed naturally, like breathing carrying a rhythm. The flames burned, and the materials fused. This time the process was astonishingly smooth. When all the materials perfectly merged into one, the light blue flame suddenly contracted inward, condensing into a point of light. The point of light dispersed. A card entirely gray-white quietly floated before Lin Yu. In the center of the card was depicted a plain longsword. Card Apprentice Longsword. Quality white common. Type Equipment card. Effect summons an apprentice longsword granting a slight increase in strength when equipped. Note the best partner for novice adventurers, at least it's better than a wooden stick. Success. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Lin Yu's face. He extended his hand and grasped the card. In the next moment, he activated the card's effect. Summon. The card in his hand transformed into a white light dissipating into the air. Immediately a real longsword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The blade was made of ordinary steel polished to a reasonable smoothness. The hilt was made of wood wrapped in rough leather to prevent slipping. There were no fancy decorations, nor any magical fluctuations. It was just an ordinary, even somewhat crude longsword. Yet as Lin Yu held it, it felt as if he grasped the future of the entire world. He immediately focused, checking the card slots in his mind. 23. This number had not changed at all. That apprentice longsword card upon use had completely fulfilled its purpose. The summoned longsword was an entity entirely independent of the card system. It would not occupy any precious card slot. This path was viable. A tremendous joy instantly filled his chest. The card slot limitation that had troubled him for a long time, like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, had finally been circumvented by him in a manner that could be deemed audacious. Holding the novice longsword in his hand, Lin Yu's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, envisioning a more distant future. The white equipment was merely a beginning. What about the blue quality? The purple epic? Even the mythic sets created from infinite top-tier materials? He looked at the ordinary iron sword in his hand, but his mind was already wildly constructing blueprints for equipment that could shock the world. Furthermore, the equipment card he created, if used by himself, should count as a used card, right? If card transformation is possible, then card creation should be no different. At that moment, Lin Yu's thoughts reached a boiling point. Almost instinctively, he incorporated this freshly minted apprentice longsword card into the ghost card replication system. Furthermore, the equipment card he created, if used by himself, should count as a used card, right? If card transformation is possible, then card creation. He could now instantly replicate over 100,000 apprentice longswords. Then, 1,000,000 longswords would flood this room like a deluge of steel, crashing through walls and drowning everything. What is 1,000,000 swords returning to their origin matter? They'll directly throw 1,000,000 swords in your face. Don't believe it. 1,000,000 more swords will come. I won't let you survive. Calm down. Lin Yu forced himself to detach from that apocalyptic fantasy. 1,000,000 apprentice longswords sounded impressive, but ultimately they were just ordinary iron. If they were truly divine weapons, they would still be subject to limitations. Regardless, this was a significant advancement. The equipment card test was successful. Next, the follower card. The equipment card test was completed, and Lin Yu's thoughts continued without a moment's pause as he immediately turned to the next target, the follower card. If the equipment card is for strengthening oneself, then the follower card is for expanding one's own influence. Ultimately, an individual's power is limited. Even if this individual can unleash a millionfold strength, there remains the drawback of being stretched too thin. However, followers are different. A qualified follower can become his eyes and hands, handling matters that he cannot attend to or cannot address personally. Moreover, like the equipment card, the entities summoned by the follower card also exist independently of the card. I wonder if they also do not occupy card slots. That is the most important point. Lin Yu's mind once again conjured up the vast universe of cards. In the past 5 years, he had innovated a wide variety of follower cards, ranging from the lowest level slime to the subdragon that could breathe dragon fire. From the mindless elemental puppet to the independent fallen angel with its own personality, the powerful followers were countless. Yet the crafting formulas for those high-level followers were all extraordinarily complex, requiring materials that were unheard of. With his current card making LV1 level to challenge those was akin to a fool's dream. One step at a time, he needed a choice with the highest cost-performance ratio. Vampire Bat. A wide equality, one of the most basic followers. 5 years ago, he had seen this card countless times in his innovations. Vampire Bat. A wide equality, one of the most basic followers. 5 years ago, he had seen this card countless times in his innovations, often using it as a stepping stone to continue innovating. But now to Lin Yu, this card seemed tailor-made for him. First, it was small. Its palm-sized form meant it had excellent concealment, making it a natural scout and assassin. Secondly, it was a flying unit. This allowed it to ignore most terrain obstacles and possess high mobility. Additionally, it had self-sustain. The vampiric trait allowed it to restore its injuries while dealing damage, greatly enhancing its survivability. Finally, and most critically, its damage was noteworthy. Despite being just a white quality card, its sharp fangs could easily tear open the throats of low-level practitioners. Concealed, fast, capable of dealing damage, and able to heal. What more could one ask for from a low-level follower? Its only drawback was its fragility. A single bullet, or even a small skill, could take its life. And once a summoned creature died, the follower card would be completely destroyed. For an ordinary card maker, each loss of a follower was a total loss. But for him, Lin Yu's thoughts began to expand. One vampire bat card was quite fragile. But what about 1,000,000? A black cloud formed by 1,000,000 vampire bats would descend upon the world. That would no longer be a scout. That would be a natural disaster. The thought flashed through his mind and was forcibly suppressed. The idea was feasible. Then let's get to work. Lin Yu immediately retrieved the crafting formula for the vampire bat from his memory. Crafting formula: white quality vampire bat, main material standard flesh material X10, secondary material bat wing specimen X1, a dog tooth specimen X2, catalyst primary magic dust X1, success rate 8, affected by mental strength card, making skill level material purity. The success rate is lower than that of the apprentice longsword. Moreover, the main material had shifted from the inorganic metal material to the organic flesh material. This was an entirely new type of material. Lin Yu spread out his hand and took out a replicated piece of white basic material. He focused his spirit, allowing his intangible mental energy to probe into the white basic material in his palm. He attempted to reconstruct the internal structure of the material according to his understanding of organic matter, peeling, transforming, and condensing into flesh. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. The white square in his palm remained motionless. It was like a stubborn stone rejecting any form of life transformation. Lin Yu increased his mental output, causing the edges of the material to begin to heat up slightly due to the excessive concentration of energy, showing signs of imminent disintegration. But fundamentally, it was still inorganic. It failed. The white basic material could not be refined into organic matter. The building blocks of all things also divide into yin-yang and the 5 elements. Clearly attempting to create flesh out of thin air exceeded the capabilities of the white material. Lin Yu felt no disappointment. This was to be expected. His consciousness sank into the network, quickly searching the internal database of the black market. Keywords: flesh material, organic, refinement, life materials. A torrent of information flowed by, and soon he found the answer. Green basic material. A card-making material 1 level above white materials, containing a faint life energy essential for creating most organic materials, low-level life forms, and some plant-based cards. Of course, the price was also higher. The publicly listed price on the black market was 1,300 per kilogram, 13 times that of white basic material. Online shopping. Within 10 minutes, a notification sounded from the special channel of the insect residents. A standard unit, a cube that was a faint green color throughout, was delivered. Unlike the pure white inorganic feel, this piece of green material felt in hand a weak, plant-like rhythmic breathing. Lin Yu's mind shifted. Card transformation. Although more challenging than the white basic material, it succeeded nonetheless. At this level, Lin, you should be able to easily transform materials below gold quality. Ghost card replication. Doubling card stacking. In an instant, he possessed over 1,000,000 units of green basic material. The so-called expensive lost meaning in front of him. He casually created a small mountain made of green cubes in the room, then took one and began a new refinement. Mental energy penetrated within. This time the process was remarkably smooth. The faint life energy was quickly activated and amplified under the guidance of his mental power. The structure of the material began to soften and reorganize, transforming into the form of flesh. A dull sound echoed. The original 1 kilogram green cube rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a small fist-sized piece, exuding a faint bloody smell. Standard flesh material X150G, 1 kilogram of green material could only yield 50 grams of flesh material. A 20-10 loss. Lin Yu quickly calculated the cost. Making one vampire bat required 10 portions of standard flesh material, which is 500 grams. This meant that just for the main material, he needed to consume 10 kilograms of green basic material, costing 10,000. Additionally, there are the specimens of the bat wings and the dog teeth that also need to be purchased and copied, as well as the primary magical dust. The material cost for producing a single card easily surpasses 15,000, considering the pitiful success rate of only 8%. Theoretically, the expected cost to successfully create a card for the vampire bat approaches 200,000. This is even more costly than equipment cards. The minion cards are quite prone to dying. 200,000 just to make a low-level white minion card. Indeed, the profession of card maker is not something ordinary people can afford. Lin Yu's mind momentarily drifted before snapping back. For him, these numbers held no meaning. He looked at the mountains of materials piled up in the room and began the formal production. Card creation LV1 activated. His mental energy lifted 10 portions of flesh materials, 1 bat wing specimen, 2 dog tooth specimens, and 1 portion of magical dust. A pale blue flame ignited. This time the flame enveloped organic materials infused with life. The process of fusion was more complex than when creating the apprentice longsword, demanding even greater control over mental energy. The flesh writhed, the bat wings stretched, the dog teeth grew. Pop. The first attempt declared failure just as it was on the verge of taking shape. A ground full of charred remnants. Lin Yu remained expressionless, sweeping away the waste with a wave of his hand and starting again. Pop. Failure. The third attempt. Failure. 12 consecutive failures. Until the 13th attempt. At the moment when all materials perfectly fused in the blue flame, the writhing mass of flesh suddenly contracted, transforming into a pulsating heart. The heart beat once, and all light and matter instantaneously collapsed inward. A grayish-white card edged with a faint blood glow floated in midair. At the center of the card was depicted a black bat wings folded, hanging upside down. Card vampire bat quality white common type minion card attributes health 10, attack 2 traits, flight lifesteal night vision. Note, it will wake up if the noise is too loud. It was a success. Lin Yu reached out to grasp the card. Summon. The card transformed into a streak of blood light and vanished. In the next moment, a palm-sized bat entirely black appeared out of thin air. It flapped its wings, circling around the room, once before lightly landing on Lin Yu's shoulder, curiously observing him with its red eyes. This was a completely independent life form. Lin Yu immediately checked his card slots. 23. The number had not changed. Minion cards, like equipment cards, do not occupy card slots when summoned. This path was also feasible. Lin Yu suppressed the excitement within and began to conduct deeper tests. He attempted to apply the most basic enhancement effect on the little creature on his shoulder, using the ghost card system to replicate and amplify the vitality nourishment. However, the moment the point of light containing vast life energy touched the vampire bat, it vanished like a drop of water falling into hot oil, producing no effect. Lin Yu tried several other basic enhancement and debuff effects. All were failures without exception. The little bat on his shoulder seemed completely immune to these conventional skill effects. A new understanding dawned upon Lin Yu. Minions. These creatures summoned through cards appeared to be a special kind of creation. They only possess the most basic attributes of health and attack, while everything else belongs to their inherent traits. The key point is that they do not respond to conventional buffs and debuffs. To strengthen them or weaken an enemy's minions, one must use a special type of card, effect cards. Moreover, these effect cards must specifically target the minion unit type. For instance, minion enhancement bloodthirst, or minion weakening intimidation. Lin Yu's thoughts became clear in an instant. To build a powerful army of minions, simply having the minions themselves is not enough. He must also equip corresponding effect cards dedicated to minions. Then where do these effect card formulas come from? Lin Yu plunged back into the black market database. He input various keywords. Minion enhancement formula, group, buff formula, minion aura formula. The search results returned not a single result. This is unusual. The black market database claims to be all-encompassing, and even if there are no specific formula contents, there should at least be related entries and methods of acquisition. Unless the value of these formulas has reached a level that even the black market cannot touch, or rather has been completely monopolized by some massive entity. Those ancient families renowned for cultivating powerful summons, or the top guilds specializing in the minion class. Regardless, this path has been blocked externally. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, watching the little bat on his shoulder, grooming its wings. Adorably ugly. What lay before him seemed to revert back to the initial 2 paths. Either gamble on the elusive luck through card innovation, or Lin Yu's gaze slowly shifted, landing on the 2 cards he had crafted himself on the table. Apprentice longsword. Vampire bat. He carefully examined the composition of these 2 cards, the formulas for their creation surfacing in his mind. Main materials: standard metal material X, 300 auxiliary materials, standard wooden material X, 5. Standard leather material X, 2 catalyst, primary magical dust X, 1. Main materials: standard flesh material X, 10 auxiliary materials, bat wing specimen X, 1 a dog tooth specimen X, 2 catalyst, primary magical dust X, 1. Different materials, different ratios, ultimately form 2 distinctly different cards. Within this there seemed to be some underlying logic. A logic of creation. A mad thought unexpectedly sprouted from the depths of his heart, spiraling out of control. Since he couldn't find the formulas, then he would create the formulas himself. Others require hundreds or thousands of experiments, spending astronomical amounts of funds and time to explore that one correct answer. Whereas he possesses infinite materials and limitless opportunities for trial and error. He could treat the entire card creation process as a cost-free game. Lin Yu slightly leaned forward, extending his hand to retrieve another piece from the mountain of green basic materials. His mental energy began to perform a brand new, unprecedented deconstruction and reconstruction of this material, like the most delicate surgical scalpel. Since he was going to create, he needed to start from the most fundamental material. He aimed to personally deduce what was required for the birth of a minion enhancement card. If he succeeds, perhaps he could bypass the existing rules and create a truly customized brand new. Create the formula. Once this thought takes root, it cannot be suppressed. Within Lin Yu's body, a long dormant flame is reignited. This is the instinct of a card creator, as well as the madness of a breaker of the game. He no longer thinks about the black market, nor the monopolized knowledge. Since there is no way out, he will forge his own path. Before him lies a mountain of green basic materials. Behind him, the limitless confidence brought by infinite replication. He can afford to lose in this gamble. The experiment begins. His mental energy transforms into invisible tendrils, probing a new piece of green basic material. Deconstruct, analyze, reorganize. What he aims to do is not to cook according to a fixed formula, but to thoroughly understand the molecular formula of each ingredient. He mixes a small portion of standard flesh material with primary magic dust in varying proportions. Boom. A cloud of charred substance explodes. Failure. He changes his approach and tries adding a trace of batwing specimen powder during the refining of the flesh material. Sizzle. Pungent acidic smoke rises. The materials transform into a pool of green slime. Failure. He begins to record data. Every failure is not a meaningless waste. Proportions, temperature, frequency of mental energy infusion, the order of material fusion. A massive amount of data converges, filters, and categorizes in his mind. At this moment, time loses its meaning. The top-notch soundproofing of the insect dwelling prevents him from hearing any external noise. The light in the virtual environment remains at the most suitable brightness for work. He forgets about day and night. When hungry, he replicates a high-energy compressed biscuit. When thirsty, he replicates a bottle of pure water. This is the fastest way to maintain vital signs. When mentally exhausted, he uses vitality nourishment to forcibly restore his energy. He has become a tireless machine, a machine with creation as its sole purpose. The scene in the room becomes more horrifying by the day. On the ground lies layer upon layer of black powder, the residue of countless failures. In the corner, pools of bizarre liquids of various colors gather, emitting strange odors. The air is filled with a mix of burnt, sour, and bloody smells. If it weren't for the powerful ventilation system of the insect dwelling, this place would have long since turned into a toxic biochemical laboratory. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Yu has been working tirelessly, conducting tens of thousands of attempts. Failed products pile up like mountains at his feet. He has become disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and stubble growing on his chin. Yet his state of focus is unprecedented. Those tens of thousands of failures have built a vast database for him. He begins to understand that there exists a peculiar affinity between materials. He starts to discern how the fluctuations of mental energy can lead to vastly different chemical reactions. He is probing the underlying laws of the realm of creation. Combining his understanding of the source-level vitality nourishment, he feels that what he can comprehend best relates to life. Late into the third night, as the black smoke from another failure dissipates, Lin Yu finally halts his actions. He does not attempt again. He sits in the center of the towering pile of waste, closing his eyes. In his mind, tens of thousands of data sets whirl, collide, and combine. Countless erroneous paths are eliminated. Countless potential combinations are validated. Finally, amid the chaotic storm of data, a faint yet clear clue emerges. It is not about complex materials. It is not about massive energy. Rather, structure. A stable energy structure that can embody the concept of augmentation. Just as the most basic bricks can build a magnificent cathedral. What he needs is the blueprint for that. And now, after 3 days and nights, having consumed materials worth hundreds of millions, he has finally deduced the prototype of this blueprint. An extremely simple plan. So simple that it even seems somewhat crude. Lin Yu opens his eyes, his bloodshot pupils flickering with a near-manic light. He slowly stands up, using his mental energy to clear a clean space amidst the ruins. He takes a piece of green basic material and a piece of primary magic dust. That's all. No flesh material, no batwing specimen. This time what he aims to create is the purest concept. Mental energy surges. The pale blue flame ignites once more. But this time the flame does not burn violently. Instead it transforms into countless delicate threads gently wrapping around the piece of green material. His mental energy is no longer a blunt force impact, but becomes the most refined carving tools. Inside the material, he begins to sculpt an incredibly complex microstructure. It is an arcane energy circuit. The primary magic dust is activated, transforming into the most basic energy, slowly infusing into this circuit. No explosion. No anomalies. The entire process is eerily quiet. The piece of green material gradually shrinks in the flame, all the matter condensing towards the energy structure being formed. Finally, when all the materials are consumed, the flame retracts and extinguishes. A card quietly hovers in midair. It is entirely a soft white color with a faint ring of emerald green light at the edges, symbolizing life. In the center of the card, no specific pattern is depicted. Only a green arrow symbol growing upwards. Simple, yet filled with some primitive meaning. Lin Yu reaches out, trembling slightly as he grasps it. A minion with this status has a max health increase of 1. Trigger. This effect naturally triggers once every 24 hours. Note the greatest first. A minion with this status has a max health increase of 1. Trigger. This effect naturally triggers once every 24 hours. Note the greatest first step is often taken very small. He succeeded. He truly created a brand new card, a card that absolutely does not exist in any database. A tremendous sense of accomplishment washes over him, nearly dizzying him after 3 days of fatigue. But then as he carefully reads the card's effect description, that ecstasy quickly cools. Max health increase of 1. That's it. Just this. After spending 3 days and nights and burning countless materials just to add a bit of health to a minion. This is simply the most useless effect card in history. Any basic healing skill is 100 times stronger than this. Lin Yu holds this card, falling into a long silence. Did he take a wrong direction? He refocuses on the card's description, reading it word by word. Permanently gain the growth status. Triggers once every 24 hours. Permanently acquire the growth status. Triggered once every 24 hours. Lin Yu looked at this card back and forth several times. He even doubted whether he was experiencing a mental breakdown due to 3 consecutive days of sleeplessness, misreading the description. Maximum health increased by 1. That's it. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort burning through materials worth billions, he had run countless failed combinations. In the end, what he created was merely a joke of an effect, giving a subordinate an increase of just 1 health point each day. What use is this? Not to mention powerful professionals, even a freshly transitioned apprentice, can deal more damage with a simple attack skill. This daily increase is hardly even worth the interest, at most a negligible decimal in a bank account. Lin Yu held the card, falling into a prolonged silence. Could it be that his direction was wrong? Was the path of creating formulas a mistake from the very beginning? No, the path itself was not wrong. He succeeded. He indeed created a brand new 1EO vacant card. What was wrong was the effect of this card. It was too weak. Weak to the point of being infuriating. Weak enough to make him feel that his 3 days of effort were a farcical self-deception. Lin Yu's thoughts became somewhat sluggish. He needed a point of reference to more clearly realize just how useless this growth card was. A point of reference. He recalled not long ago when he launched an attack at Chenao, which was intercepted by those 2 visitors from the abyss. That strike utilized a golden proficiency level lightning strike. A basic lightning strike has a base damage fluctuating between 15 and 30 points. Very low, but with the augmentation of his skill proficiency, it became entirely different. A skill from white to green, blue, purple, and then to golden epic. Every major tier increase means several times the amplification of power. A golden level lightning strike has a damage increase of 1,000 times. That translates to 15,000 to 30,000. This level of destruction is already beyond the reach of many high-tier professionals. But this was just the beginning. Lin Yu's core was always the ghost card. An amplification of 104,857,600 times. 1,000 times multiplied by 1 million times. 1 billion times. Base damage multiplied by 1 billion is between 15 billion to 30 billion. At this moment, Lin Yu's computational ability was struggling to keep up with the speed of his own power's amplification. No, it's not over yet. This is merely the pure energy amplification brought by the ghost card. He had another crucial amplification. The primal tier 8 Desolation returns to origin. It can provide a massive amplification for all elemental damage. The exact value of this massive is not clearly defined. But based on Lin Yu's own sensation, conservatively estimating it is at least in the tens of thousands. 150 billion multiplied by 10,000. What does that amount to? 150 trillion to 300 trillion. Oh. No, the base damage has not yet factored in the mental attribute bonus. Lin Yu's mind was somewhat overwhelmed. He gave up on precise calculations. In any case, it was an astronomical figure. An amount terrifying enough to easily erase Lin's city from the map, even threatening the stability of the Earth's crust. That strike was also deflected by Chunao's skill, and then forcibly taken by the man in black from the abyss, using a strange shield. Although the opponent also spat blood, and the shield showed cracks. But ultimately it was caught. This meant that the enemy's strength had reached a level capable of directly contending with him, or even surpassing him. Now, looking back at this card, each day, just 1 health point. To withstand the world-ending lightning strike, he could unleash with this trivial increase. How long would that take? 300 trillion days. With 365 days in a year, that would be nearly 1 trillion years. The lifespan of the universe is said to be only 138 billion years. To accumulate enough health to withstand a casual lightning strike from him, one would have to repeat the universe's birth and demise dozens of times. This is ridiculous. Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. The little card he painstakingly derived was indeed quite useless. Fortunately, he still had means for remedy. Spending 3 days to create such a card, no matter how you look at it, is a loss. But as he said, he could afford to lose. What if he used the growth card on a subordinate who already has the growth status? What would happen? He looked at the growth card in his hand, then at the vampire bat on his shoulder that was preening its wing. His other hand, already uncontrolled, reached for the mountain of green basic materials. He wanted to make another. No. He wanted to amplify it 1,000,000 times. And then use it all on the same bat. The moment this thought appeared, the blood in Lin Yu's body began to heat up. Absurd. Crazy. This was his unique path. Repeating a joke 1,000,000 times, would it still be? No. It would become a myth. Lin Yu immediately sprang into action. Your next card effect will repeat twice. He applied the amplification effect to one of the ghost cards, then used that card to replicate another. 2 becomes 4. 4 becomes 8. 16. 32. 64. This process he had repeated countless times, familiar to the bone, unfolded once again in the insect nest. In the room, cards flew about, light and shadow intertwined. Finally, when the number of cycles reached 20 times 104,857,600, this familiar number was achieved once more. Lin Yu stopped all movements. In his hand lay a card. It was a seemingly ordinary growth card. But Lin Yu knew what was contained within this card. It stored the effect of growth. And what it was about to unleash was 104,857,600 instances of growth. Lin Yu slowly raised his hand, aiming the card at the little bat on his shoulder that was curiously observing him with its red eyes. Use. He softly uttered the 2 words. The card transformed into a gentle green light, merging into the body of the vampire bat. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. No world-destroying energy fluctuations. Not even a breeze. The palm-sized little bat merely trembled slightly, then tilted its head as if nothing had happened. Everything was eerily quiet. Lin Yu's breath halted at that moment. Did he fail? Could it be that such a conceptual effect could not be amplified? Just as this thought arose, a stream of brand new information exploded in his consciousness. Your subordinate vampire bat has gained the growth status. Growth status stacking. Growth X2, Growth X4, Growth X8. Growth X10485676 status stacking complete. Current maximum health limit increases naturally daily 10485676 points. Lin Yu's pupils constricted to the extreme in an instant. He looked at that last line of text. Daily natural increase, 104,857,600 health points. Oh my, this data looks so much better. Every day a natural increase of 1,048,576 points of life value. This number swirled in Lin Yu's mind, evoking a long-forgotten dizziness akin to the moment he first successfully established the ghost card cycle. It's impressive. This data indeed looks much better. But it's still not enough. A subordinate that can increase by 1,000,000 life points every day is quite strong. But he certainly doesn't have just one. What if it were an army? An army composed of countless subordinates, each capable of increasing by 1,000,000 life points daily. That would be an unstoppable torrent. Lin Yu's thoughts accelerated wildly, and a brand new grander plan instantly took shape in his mind. He extended his hand and issued a command to the little blood-sucking bat on his shoulder, which was curiously observing him with its small red eyes. Recycle. The bat's body transformed into a stream of blood light, reassembling in his palm, returning to the gray-white card. Card blood-sucking bat quality, white common type subordinate card attributes life value 10, attack power 2 traits, flight lifesteal night vision. Note, if the noise is too loud it will wake up. Something is amiss. Lin Yu examined the card's attributes. The fervor on his face solidified. Gone. Everything was gone. The recently stacked state with a million layers of effect was completely erased with the recycling action. This card reverted back to its original form, a worthless card, with only 10 points of life. The card system seemed to possess an underlying reset logic. Once a subordinate is recycled into card form, all states attached to it will be cleared. And that growth state of his, although its effect is permanent, seems not to be recognized by the system as part. It's a bit of a pity. Lin Yu casually tossed the useless card aside. The grand blueprint of forming a growing army shattered before reality. However, it's only a bit of a pity. Lin Yu was never someone who would be knocked down by a single failure. If this path is blocked, then he would change paths. He believed he would surely find a way to fully replicate the subordinate along with its state. Perhaps it was some sort of more advanced card-making technique, or perhaps a special rule-type card. There will always be a way. Nothing is impossible in this world. The ghost card duplication module gave him ample confidence. If even such a card system could be formed, what else could not be achieved? But for now, his gaze returned to that worthless growth card he had created. Who said a card can only be used once? Who set the rule that a subordinate can only receive the growth state once? The card's description was clear. Designate a friendly subordinate unit to permanently gain the growth state. It says gain and not replace. A thought so wildly extreme, yet perfectly reasonable, exploded in his mind. Since he cannot increase the number of subordinates, then he would elevate the quality to an incomprehensible level. The fatigue from creating a new card was completely dispelled by a more intense passion. He summoned the poor, oblivious, blood-sucking bat once again. Then his hands transformed into phantom. Your next card effect will repeat twice. Ghost card duplication. Ghost card multiplication. 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. The monotonous yet grand card cycle that had played out countless times in the insect den was once more initiated. This time his target was incredibly clear. 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds, the amplification of 1,048,576 was once again achieved. A card containing millions of growth effects appeared in his hand. Use. The green light once again entered the body of the blood-sucking bat. Your subordinate blood-sucking bat gains the growth state stacking. Growth, X1048576 state, stacking completed. Come again. Growth state stacking. Growth, X1048576 state, stacking completed. Current total layers of growth, state 2097152, current life, value limit natural growth, per day 2097152 points. It worked. It can stack. Lin Yu did not stop. His movements were even faster than before. His hands created afterimages in the air and countless cards whirled around him, forming a dazzling torrent of light. 5 seconds later, the third millionfold growth card completed. Use. Current life, value limit natural growth, per day 3145728 points. The fourth card. The fifth card. He had become an emotionless machine. A machine that frantically stacked states for his pet at a frequency of once every 5 seconds. In 1 minute, that's 12 times. In 1 hour, that's 720 times. In the room, only the faint sound of cards slicing through the air was heard. Lin Yu worked tirelessly, completely immersed in this extreme stacking operation. He forgot about time. He forgot everything outside. In his world, there remained only the little bat with a bewildered expression perched on his shoulder and the string of numbers that were soaring upwards at a frenzied pace. 10 hours. 20 hours. When Lin Yu finally stopped, the blood vessels in his eyes were densely filled, and he exuded an aura of imminent collapse. Yet he felt exhilarated to the extreme. He had operated continuously for a full 20 hours. After adding the previous 3 days, he was nearly at his limit. But that should be enough. 720 times an hour. 20 hours equate to 14,400 times. 14,400 millionfold growth. Current total layers of growth, state 15099494440, current life, value limit natural growth, per day 15099494440 points. Lin Yu gazed at the string of numbers that almost made his head spin. Over 15 billion. This little bat, no bigger than a palm, would naturally grow over 15 billion life points every day from this day forward without doing anything. That's more like it. This is worthy of being Lin Yu's subordinate. He extended a finger and gently touched the little bat's fluffy head. The little creature seemed to enjoy this touch, rubbing its head against his fingertip. It had no idea that within its body lay a terrifying vitality. Now its base health value still remains a pitiful 10 points. But all it needs is time. 1 day, 10 days, a year. It will grow into a truly immortal monster. A final bulwark that can instill despair in deities merely by its health. Lin Yu looked at this adorably ugly little creature and suddenly felt that it deserved a better name. After some thought he said, "From now on you shall be called Bloodbag." Lin Yu contemplated for a moment. Bloodbag would begin to gain health from now on over 15 billion each day. Meanwhile, his own spell, enhanced by the ancient level 8 Desolation's return to origin and a million-fold boost from the Ghost card, was the lightning spell. If Bloodbag wanted to endure a single cast, Lin Yu calculated, it would probably need to gain health for around 20,000 days. Hiss. 20,000 days, that's over 54 years. For a moment, Lin Yu didn't know whether to say this little bat's growth potential was too weak, or that his current destructive power was too abnormal. 54 years. Surely he couldn't wait 54 years for a pet to finally be of use. This thought slightly cooled the immense sense of accomplishment he had just felt. However, it was only a slight cooling. The little bat's talent was not limited to this. Its current weakness and the lengthy growth cycle were not rooted in the stacking method or the ghost card's multiplication. The issue lay at the source. It stemmed from the growth card he had developed on his own after 3 days and nights of effort. Its base effect was simply too weak. One growth only adds a small amount of health. Thus, even after stacking the effect over 14,000 times with a million-fold boost, the daily increase was merely over 15 billion. This number is astronomical for an ordinary practitioner. But for Lin Yu, who had already embarked on a different path, it was not enough. Far from enough. What if the base effect of that growth card was not an addition of 1, but 10? Then the daily increase would be 150 billion. What if it were 100 points? That would amount to 15 trillion. As long as the base effect of the card could be enhanced, Bloodbag's growth rate would soar at a terrifying curve. At that time, let alone 54 years. It might only take 54 days, or even 5 days for it to grow into a final blood cow that even it could not easily kill. More importantly, Lin Yu's thoughts were completely opened. Since there was a card that allowed health to grow, there must also be a card that accelerates growth. For instance, a card with the effect that the growth interval of the target follower's growth state is shortened to 12 hours. Or even more outrageous, the interval is shortened to 1 hour. Or directly trigger a growth effect once. If the effects of such a card could be multiplied by the ghost card 1,000,000 times, what kind of scene would that be? Bloodbag's health would no longer grow daily, but would surge wildly by billions every second, even every millisecond. By then it would no longer be a mere creature, but a walking entity with self-awareness, a conglomerate of vitality. Moreover, who said growth could only be in health? If health can grow, then attack power must be able to as well. As long as he could create the corresponding growth formula, he could endow all these attributes to Bloodbag. Perhaps there could even be cards that facilitate attribute conversion or even synchronized growth effects. For instance, a card with the effect for every 100 points of health gained by the follower, an additional 1 point of attack power is gained. Or the growth speed of attack power is synchronized with the growth speed of health. Once he had such a card, Bloodbag would be more than just a meat shield. It would become an ultimate weapon of war, embodying both offense and defense with no weaknesses. The little Bloodbag has a promising future. A promising future indeed. This nurturing plan, which he had personally created from the most useless white follower card, could end up in a form even Lin Yu himself could not imagine. It would be a miracle that transcends myth, a true testament belonging solely to him, Lin Yu. After being busy for so long, Lin Yu finally relaxed completely amidst his beautiful visions of the future. A wave of overwhelming fatigue suddenly engulfed him. From creating cards to extreme stacking, he had gone over 100 hours without closing his eyes. He had relied entirely on vitality nourishment to keep himself going. Now that his spirit relaxed, the protests of his body could no longer be ignored. He swayed, feeling as if the entire world was spinning. It was time to sleep. He really needed to get some rest. He looked at the Bloodbag on his shoulder, which was still curiously gazing at him with its ruby-like little eyes, and revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. He staggered towards the soft, large bed in the room. His entire body fell onto it in a big shape. His consciousness sank into the deepest darkness the moment it touched the pillow. Inside the nest, absolute silence returned once more. Time slipped by second by second. It was unclear how long had passed. On Lin Yu's chest, the little Bloodbag suddenly trembled slightly. A faint emerald glow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed from its body. In that instant, its base health value of 10 points silently began its first leap. 10. 15099494410. The fluctuation of the numbers was silent. The light screen flickered a few times before dimming again, and the entire room returned to its previous darkness and tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the little bat on Lin Yu's chest seemed to have become more spirited due to the recent leap in vitality. It flapped its tiny wings, adjusting to a comfortable position, vigilant of everything around it amidst its owner's steady breathing. In the past, this sleep would have required Lin Yu to rest for at least a dozen hours, or even longer. After all, he had pushed the limits of both his spirit and stamina for over 100 hours. However, after merely 3 hours, Lin Yu opened his eyes. In the dark room, his eyes shone brilliantly, showing no signs of drowsiness. Not a trace of fatigue. His mind was clearer than ever, and every cell in his body was filled with explosive vitality. This was the change brought by the origin-level vitality nourishment. It was no longer just a simple recovery skill, but a complete optimization of Lin Yu's life form from the most fundamental rules of life. For him, sleep had transformed from a necessary physiological activity into a selectable rest mode for organizing thoughts. If this continued, completely abandoning sleep would not be impossible. He sat up. On his shoulder, the little furry creature stirred its ruby-like eyes, curiously watching him. Blood bag. Lin Yu's heart stirred as he examined its condition. The attendant blood pack. Status growth X150994944400. Attributes health 150994944410. Attack power 2. Only 3 hours had passed, and the first daily growth of the blood pack had been calculated. Its health surged from a mere 10 points to over 15 billion. This figure brought Lin Yu a deep sense of joy. Very good. This is more like it. This is worthy of his creation. Though it was still far from being able to withstand his full-powered strike, this was just the first day. The future was promising. The growth formula for attack power should also be prioritized. There was also agility as well as various resistances. The attendant did not overtly possess these attributes, but it would not hurt to consider them. A perfect all-powerful ultimate weapon of war was slowly taking shape in his hands. Lin Yu's mind became active again, with countless crazy card-making schemes colliding in his head. He could not wait to start the second phase of the development plan. He was just about to reach for the card-making materials beside him. Suddenly, a slight sound of space being sliced open. The door of the insect dwelling slid open silently to one side. A slender figure peeked in. It was Lin Yu. Upon entering, she was stunned by the horrifying sight. A thick layer of unknown black ashes piled on the floor, and a strange liquid of various colors flowed from the corners, filling the air with a bizarre odor of burnt and sour. The entire room did not resemble a top-tier safe house. It looked more like an evil alchemical laboratory that had just experienced a violent explosion. And her brother Lin Yu sat in the center of that wreckage. His hair was disheveled, his stubble dark, and his clothes. This brother. Does he possess some magical ability to turn anywhere into a garbage heap? Brother. Lin Yu exclaimed, quickly running over. What? What are you doing? She circled around Lin Yu, pinching her nose, her face filled with disgust and concern. Was your room robbed? Or did you blow yourself up while researching some forbidden drug? Lin Yu. Lin Yu was somewhat speechless at her exaggerated reaction. He was merely researching card making. Nothing more. As for why the room looked like this, that was just a trivial, unavoidable loss during the experiment. It's nothing, he casually explained, trying to stand up from the wreckage-like ground. Just researching new cards. Lin Yu. She looked at her brother with the expression of someone observing a prehistoric monster, her small nose wrinkling unconsciously. Researching new cards. Turning a top-tier safe house worth billions claimed to withstand a nuclear bomb into a toxic wasteland is called researching new cards. Is this some kind of evil black magic research site? She felt relieved. Genuinely relieved. Fortunately, her brother hadn't engaged in these researches at home in recent years. Otherwise, the house would have been lost long ago. You might as well not come home in the future, Lin Yu seriously suggested. I'm scared. Lin Yu's movements froze. He decided to change the dangerous topic. He waved his hand, indicating that it was not a big deal. The room's automatic cleaning system would take care of everything. Is something wrong? Lin Yu continued to ask. His mind was now filled with various formulas and recipes, as well as how to shorten the growth cycle of the blood pack to days, or even hours. There was not much time to waste on idle chatter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu blinked her large eyes, which were originally filled with disdain, twice, and then replied incredulously. Brother, have you become dumb from your training? Moi. Today? Back to school. Distribution of exam rooms. Explanation of college entrance examination rules. She shouted in a rapid succession, fearing he wouldn't hear. Both of us this year, the college entrance examination. The last 3 words she nearly shouted. The college entrance examination. Hiss. Lin Yu suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing. In these past few days, ever since he entered the insect dwelling, his entire thought process had completely deviated from that of a normal person. He was contemplating how to combine ancient-level skills to create devastating attacks. He was planning how to use ghost cards to cyclically create creations that defied the world's rules. He was facing mysterious enemies from the Abyss domain capable of withstanding his million-fold lightning strike. In the face of these world-overturning events, the college entrance examination seemed so insignificant and distant, so much so that he truly completely forgot about it. However, it seemed that time was indeed a very important matter. The research of these past few days made Lin Yu realize more profoundly that a good school, good educational resources, and good teachers could save him from taking many detours. Wealth may entice the heart, but that is for ordinary people. The kind of teacher that can truly help Lin Yu now probably cannot be summoned with mere wealth. From this perspective, the college entrance examination seems to be the quickest way. Seeing her sister's expression of "you're hopeless," Lin Yu felt a rare sense of embarrassment. He cleared his throat, got it all tidy up a bit. He prepared to get up, wash up, and change into a clean set of. After hundreds of hours of extreme operations, he felt like he was almost rotten. However, as soon as he moved, he noticed Lin Yu blinking, her bright, sparkling eyes staring at him. Without blinking, her expression, a mix of anticipation, pride, and barely contained delight. This girl. Lin Yu stopped his actions and sat back down. "What's wrong?" he asked with great interest. "How have you been these past few days?" Upon mentioning this, Lin Yu's tail nearly wagged to the sky. "Me?" She laughed mischievously, trying to look serious like an adult, puffing out her small chest with pride. "I am now incredibly strong. Incredibly strong." Lin Yu indeed became interested. Lin Yu had awakened a myth-level profession, the universal scholar, whose potential he could not fully comprehend. Claimed to understand all laws theoretically, any skill in her hands could be mastered quickly, even up. In these past few days, she had access to the highest level of various resources in another safe house. Who knows how much she would grow? Thinking about it normally, she would probably be another Zhao Tianyang. "Oh, what kind of strength?" Lin Yu asked further. "What new abilities has the universal scholar comprehended? Or did you level up some skill?" "I won't tell you." Lin Yu suddenly played coy, making a playful face at him, and then putting her hands behind. "It's a secret." Lin Yu suddenly started to tease him again, making a playful face before hiding her hands behind her back. "It's a secret." Humming an unknown tune, she skipped out the door, completely ignoring the mess on the floor. As she reached the doorway, she turned her head back. "Hurry up. You've been dawdling for ages. And clean this room, it stinks." Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, she dashed out, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Lin Yu stared at the empty doorway and chuckled. "That girl. But is she really that strong?" He was genuinely curious. "I wonder if she can surpass the little bat Bloodbag." He stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. On his shoulder, the little bat, named Bloodbag, flapped its wings as if urging him. Lin Yu glanced down at his wrinkled clothes stained with various materials and sniffed the air that carried a pungent odor, even he found off-putting. Indeed, it was time to clean up. The college entrance examination. Well, let's consider it a slight adjustment before returning to a normal life. He walked toward the bathroom, his mind racing with calculations. The attack power growth formula could use the recipe for the giant force potion as a base for reverse engineering. Agility growth could be based on the wind speed potion. As for acceleration growth, that's a bit troublesome, involving time rules, and perhaps I can find inspiration from certain special contracts or curse type cards. After the college entrance examination, he would need to fully engage in the second phase of the Bloodbag cultivation plan. I wonder if high school teachers will have some understanding of this part. He pushed open the bathroom door, and a warm mist enveloped him. When Lin Yu stepped out of the bathroom, the entire room had undergone a complete transformation. The smart cleaning system was highly efficient. In just a few minutes, the room, which had previously resembled a dark altar of an evil deity, had restored its cold, expensive cleanliness as a top-tier safe house. It was worth the hefty price. The mountain of black powder and the colorful, strange liquids seemed as if they had never existed. Lin Yu changed into a clean set of casual clothes, looking quite refreshed. He now felt energetic, with clear thoughts, even sharper than before. "Brother, are you ready yet?" A voice of impatience came from the door. Lin Yu peeked her head in, and upon seeing the renewed room and her brother, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You finally look like a person now," she muttered softly. "Lin Yu, this girl's tongue is getting sharp." But Lin Yu was also glad to see her recovering from the shadow of her occupational awakening. "Let's go." He didn't argue with her and stepped outside. On his shoulder, the little bat, named Bloodbag, quietly perched, its ruby-like eyes curiously observing Lin Yu, whom it was meeting for the first time. Lin Yu's attention was instantly drawn to this furry little creature. "Oh, brother, when did you get a bat? So ugly." She reached out her finger, wanting to poke it. Bloodbag seemed to sense something, flapping its wings and shrinking back behind Lin Yu's neck. "It's called Bloodbag," Lin Yu casually replied. "Bloodbag? What a strange name." Lin Yu pouted, but didn't delve deeper, pulling Lin Yu along as they ran outside. "Hurry up. We have to get to school. If we're late, we'll get stuck in traffic." They exited the hidden exit of the black market and returned to the surface. The morning sun instantly bathed him in warmth, bringing with it a bustling, earthly aroma. On the streets, cars were flowing, and people were coming and going. The roadside breakfast shop was steaming with hot air, the aroma of buns, the crispy scent of deep-fried dough sticks mixed with the sweetness of soy milk, forming a symphony belonging to the morning. Students dressed in various uniforms gathered in small groups, laughing and joking, holding breakfast, eating while rushing along. All of this formed a stark contrast to the cold, silent, and isolated environment of the worm nest. Lin Yu squinted slightly, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this overly vibrant scene. He hadn't truly walked down a normal street belonging to ordinary life for a long time. Everything here felt so peaceful, small yet real. Lin Yao chattered away beside him, sharing amusing stories about school gossip about a certain teacher and various rumors about the college entrance examination. Most of the time Lin Yu simply listened quietly. His thoughts were still lingering in those terrifying calculations of millions of times magnification and billions of times accumulation, staying focused on how to construct a perfect, fully attribute growing ultimate follower, fixated on that mysterious abyss and the black shield capable of withstanding his world-destroying strike. These things felt completely out of place in the bustling, ordinary world before him. He seemed like a ghost carrying the nuclear launch codes, disguised as an ordinary person mingling among the unaware crowd of impending danger. This feeling was absurd, yet carried a peculiar sense of detachment. The taxi quickly arrived at the entrance of Linzhou One High School. A massive red banner hung above the gate, emblazoned with bold characters, wishing the 20XX graduating class of high school great success in the college entrance examination and a bright future. The entrance was already a sea of people. Parents sending their children, nervous students, teachers, and security personnel maintaining order, all packed the area to the brim. Amidst the clamor, blessings and the motivational songs playing repeatedly over the loudspeakers, a unique aura named college entrance examination formed. "Brother, let's go inside." Lin Yao seemed to be accustomed to such scenes, even a bit excited as she pulled Lin Yu's arm, skillfully weaving through the crowd. Lin Yu passively followed her. But everything here felt unrelated to him. The school's broadcast was playing the principal's impassioned speech. His gaze swept across the youthful faces around him, some tense, some expectant. He could see their future. Most people would enter an ordinary university, study a common major, graduate, and become a mere cog in the vast machinery of society, leading an unremarkable life. Only a select few, those who awakened powerful professions and possessed sufficient talent and perseverance, could truly walk the path of a professional. They would upgrade through battles, explorations, and various adventures, continuously growing stronger. They were the true protagonists of this world. They were the engines propelling civilization forward in exploration of the unknown. Among countless engines, there was one particularly grand one. Lin Yu pondered. What happened to Zhao Tianyang? How did he grow to 5 meters tall in just a few days? Lin Yu's thoughts froze for a moment. The scene before him was too absurd. The bustling crowd at the school gate automatically parted to create a vacuum. In the center of that vacuum stood a colossal figure. Over 5 meters tall, his physique was so robust it seemed inhuman, with muscles bulging and twisting like they were carved from granite. Simply standing there, he exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The specially tailored, oversized school uniform he wore was still stretched tight, like a second skin ready to burst at any moment. Dark red patterns flowed slowly across his exposed skin, adding a touch of eeriness and ferocity. Is that Zhao Tianyang, a mythic class profession Azura? My heavens, how did he become so terrifying in just a few days? This physique. He looks like a humanoid beast. So cool. This is a true top-tier professional. The surrounding students and parents erupted in uncontrollable gasps and discussions. Envy, all fervor. Countless emotions wove together into a massive net, thrusting the giant named Zhao Tianyang into the spotlight. He became the center of attention. Beside Lin Yu, Lin Yao also gaped in disbelief. Brother, what kind of protein powder has Tianyang been consuming? Lin Yu. This could not be explained by protein powder. This was a transformation brought about by the Azura profession. It seemed Zhao Tianyang had been enhancing his cultivation through battles these past few days, and he was doing exceptionally well. While everyone was gazing up at this giant, 2 discordant gazes suddenly shot over from the crowd. It was a boy and a girl, similarly surrounded by numerous admirers standing on the other side. The boy was handsome and the girl was beautiful. They wore seemingly understated yet quite expensive casual clothes with unobtrusive wind technology logos embroidered on the cuffs, composed of 3 sleek lines. They were the two genius students who had replaced Lin Yu and Lin Yao signed under Wind Technology's rising. At this moment, they looked at the attention-grabbing Zhao Tianyang without a shred of awe, only a hint of barely concealed disdain. What good is a large physique? He's just a brute with strength, the boy said quietly to his companion. Exactly, the girl nodded in agreement. The ceiling of a profession is determined by talent, but how far one can go still relies on resources and connections. Relying solely on oneself, one would only ever be a high-level henchman. In these few days of the Rising Star program, they had come into contact with a whole new world. A world constructed from vast sums of money, top-tier resources, and an immense information network belonging to upper-tier professionals. There they profoundly understood one principle. Talent is merely an entry ticket. True growth requires astronomical amounts of money. In their view, Zhao Tianyang's exaggerated form was merely a stroke of luck, an uncontrollable deformity resulting from awakening a rare profession. As for Lin Yu and Lin Yao, two fools who sacrificed the ridiculous freedom for the Rising Star program. Three paupers, no matter how high their talent, what waves could they possibly create? Having the most top-tier engine, but no fuel, they would probably outrun a bicycle at best. However, this kind of thought was something they only dared to keep to themselves. After all, everyone knew that if Lin Yu and Lin Yao had not firmly rejected all contracts, they would have never had the opportunity to stand here enjoying the endless resources provided by Wind Technology. Thus, they merely watched from afar with a condescending sense of pity. Just then, the giant Zhao Tianyang, who stood like a demonic god, suddenly moved. His massive head turned, scanning the crowd quickly before finally locking onto Lin Yu and Lin Yao. In that instant, the fierce and brutish aura surrounding him dissipated like a balloon that had been popped. His colossal body even bent slightly forward, attempting to make a gesture of bowing. This action, performed by a 5-meter turtle giant, appeared incredibly comical, yet carried a disconcerting sense of respect. He did not approach. He knew that his size would cause a commotion. He merely stood in place, raising his enormous palm towards Lin Yu. Then he extended a finger thicker than a carrot, awkwardly pointing at his palm one jab at a time. The motion was filled with urgency. The people around were bewildered. What was this mythic-class Azura doing? Who was he signaling to? Only Lin Yu, after a brief moment of shock, instantly understood Zhao Tianyang's intent. He was indicating for him to check his phone. Lin Yu's movement paused momentarily. Phone. This word felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. The past 5 years of lurking had turned his old phone into a mere tool for debt collection. Every ring of the phone signified a barrage of insults and the mounting pressure of debt. Over time, he had developed a habit of completely ignoring his phone. Except for the occasional call from Lin Yao, he hardly looked at any messages or answered any incoming calls. But now, Lin Yu looked at the anxious giant in the distance. He observed the loyal and urgent gesture. It seemed that the times had truly changed. This habit of being cut off from the world needed to be revised. Brother, what is Tianyang doing? Lin Yao curiously tugged at his sleeve. It's nothing. Lin Yu shook his head, ignoring the probing gazes around him, as well as the complex stares from the two Rising Star program geniuses, mixed with disdain and curiosity. He slowly pulled out the brand new phone from his pocket. It was a customized model that the old ghost had shoved into his hands before he left the old ghost hall. He hadn't even taken the time to familiarize himself with how to use it. The screen lit up. In an instant, a cascade of notifications poured down like a waterfall. Dozens of missed calls. Hundreds of unread messages. The senders of the calls and messages pointed almost exclusively to two names. Liamo. Zhao Tianyang. Lin Yu's finger hesitated on the screen. He first opened Liamo's message. The latest few were sent this morning. The content was very simple, concerning the meeting arrangements with the executives of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. The originally agreed time was 3 days after the old Ghost Hall incident. Liamo had arranged everything punctually and even reserved ample preparation time for Lin Yu. But Lin Yu had forgotten. He had been so immersed in the frenzy of creating the growth card that he completely cast this matter aside. Lin Yu continued to scroll down. 7 hours after missing the agreed time, Liamo sent a second message. Boss Lin, I have already communicated with the 3 parties again. You can arrange it whenever you are free. They will wait. Between the lines, there was a sense of effortless control. This fellow is truly a capable hand. Lin Yu felt a flicker of appreciation in his heart. To have those high and mighty capitalists completely under control, Liamo must have employed numerous tactics during those 7 hours. However, for Lin Yu, what was missed was missed. Meeting those people was far less important than creating a card with infinite growth potential. He continued to scroll down. The remaining information was mostly formatted reports. The reconstruction progress of the old Ghost Hall, the integration of the underground black market network, the internal stock price fluctuations, and public reactions of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. The information was detailed, clear, and important points were highlighted in red. Limo's work style resembled that of a precision instrument, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Yu quickly scanned through, with Li Mo handling these matters, he felt assured, until his finger slid over a message from 3 days ago. A message pinned by Li Mo marked with the highest urgency. Boss Chenao has returned. The king of Linzhou, who was taken away by the visitor from the abyss. Lin Yu's actions came to a halt. He did not die. This was within Lin Yu's expectations. Anyone who could have the visitor from the abyss intervene to protect them would naturally not perish easily. What piqued his curiosity was Li Mo's subsequent description. After returning, Chen Ao underwent a drastic change in temperament. My subordinate sent someone to probe. After several provocations, he retreated and avoided confrontation, even voluntarily giving up several of his original territories. His attitude is humble and courteous, as if he were a different person. He is gathering his former subordinates, but his actions are extremely restrained. In areas where our forces have influence, his people do not set foot. This person is very deep in strategy with a background from the abyss, making him difficult to gauge. Please advise, how should we respond next? Humble and courteous. Lin Yu could almost imagine Li Mo's incredulous expression when he wrote those 4 words. A fierce tiger suddenly started to graze like a sheep. This was far more dangerous than when it bared its fangs. However, none of this mattered. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were merely child's play. All he needed to do was to become stronger and stronger. Strong enough for everyone to understand that any attempt to challenge him would be akin to seeking their own demise. Lin Yu closed the chat window with Li Mo. There was no rush for these matters. He opened another chat window that was nearly overflowing. Zhao Tianyang. This kid's messages were much more straightforward. There were no lengthy analyses, just dozens of missed calls and a few extremely brief phrases. Boss, it seems I have caused some trouble. At the top of the firmament. I can't afford it. Followed by a series of crying face emojis. At the top of the firmament. He clicked on a video sent by Zhao Tianyang. The video shook violently, as if the shooter were running wildly. In the frame was a metallic corridor filled with a sense of futuristic technology. On either side of the corridor, heavy alloy doors stood firmly closed. A harsh alarm echoed throughout the entire space. Warning. Structure damage in training room A03. Damage level at 93%. Energy core overload. Repeat. Structure damage in training room A03. A cold mechanical voice repeated frantically. At the end of the video, the camera suddenly turned, focusing on one of the alloy doors. That door, said to withstand tactical level weapon bombardments, now resembled a crumpled piece of waste paper. In the center of the door was an exaggerated giant fist imprint. The center of the fist imprint was completely pierced through. Through that hole, one could see inside the training room, where a similarly large, shocking hole appeared in the wall, made of memory metal. The video abruptly ended. Lin Yu. He finally understood why Zhao Tianyang said he couldn't afford. At the top of the firmament, the most elite training center for practitioners in Linzhou. Each training room here cost in the millions. And A03 was one of the most expensive, specifically designed for those highly destructive elite practitioners. Now it had been breached. From the door to the wall, a single punch had penetrated through. This kid. Lin Yu was not angry. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. This level of destruction far exceeded his expectations. The growth potential of the Shura profession was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Yu was also grateful he hadn't gone. If Zhao Tianyang could breach the top of the firmament, if he had gone, the top of the firmament would likely have become the bottom of the firmament. He exited the video and continued scrolling through the chat history with Zhao Tianyang. Below that crying face emoji were several new messages spaced hours apart. Boss, the people at the top of the firmament didn't make me pay. They wanted to sign me, but I said I already have a boss and I rejected them. Later they said I could work without a contract, letting me be their equipment tester and pay per use. Can I do this? I need to ask you. A series of messages clearly outlined Zhao Tianyang's mental state over the past few days. From the panic of causing a great disaster to the firmness of rejecting temptation, and finally to the caution faced with the new proposition. This kid truly. Lin Yu could almost imagine that 5-meter turtle giant holding a toy-like phone, looking conflicted while typing these few lines. Tester. That's fine. The growth of the Shura profession cannot be separated from high-intensity battles and destruction. The top of the firmament is willing to provide the venue and equipment for him to smash freely and even pay him. Such a good deal is hard to come by. Lin Yu's fingers flew quickly across the screen. Sure. You decide, and if you run out of money later, find Li Mo. Or Old Ghost. Sent. Simple and direct. He didn't need to control every choice Zhao Tianyang made. He just needed to ensure that when Zhao Tianyang needed support, he would always be there. After finishing up here, Lin Yu switched back to the chat window with Li Mo. He reread the message about Chineo, humble and courteous, retreating and avoiding. This once ferocious tiger now seemed to have learned to disguise itself. Quite interesting. However, that was all there was to it. In the face of absolute power, any forbearance and plotting were merely charging energy for their next downfall. Lin Yu replied with 2 words. Doesn't matter. Then he slid to the message from Li Mo regarding the meeting of the high-level executives of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. Let's reschedule. After completing all this, Lin Yu put away his phone and let out a long breath. Messages still had to be checked. Otherwise, no matter how good the situation, it would be delayed by his habit of shirking responsibility. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. Grateful that in a moment of impulse he had taken in Li Mo this unexpected delight. This guy was indeed a sharp blade for handling mundane affairs. The reconstruction of the old ghost hall, the consolidation of the underground network, the manipulation of public opinion, the game of capital. These cumbersome and mentally exhausting matters were meticulously arranged by Li Mo, leaving him only to provide a yes or no answer at critical junctures. This greatly liberated Lin Yu's time and energy, allowing him to focus intently on researching the ultimate formula for power that could truly determine the future. However, everything has its duality. Li Mo's abilities were simply too formidable. So strong that Lin Yu could almost foresee that in the near future all the powers big and small within this underground kingdom he had built would naturally be grasped firmly in Li Mo's hands. So strong that Lin Yu could almost foresee that in the near future all the powers big and small within this underground kingdom he had built would naturally be grasped firmly. What if one day Li Mo's ambition inflated? He could certainly slap him down in an instant. But that would be such a useful tool. Once destroyed, would be hard to find a second one. Therefore, a check and balance was needed. Someone equally capable, but absolutely loyal, who could disperse Li Mo's power. Someone who could allow him to continue being the carefree second-in-command. This thought briefly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. A suitable candidate almost instantly surfaced. Wang Han, his father's close friend, Uncle Wang. Though not a professional, he had extensive experience in the business world and an understanding of human relationships and resource integration that far exceeded the average person. More importantly, he was reliable enough. That sense of loyalty maintained amidst the chaos of the old ghost hall was genuine. If he could be brought over to handle the visible operations of the industry, forming a complement and check against Li Mo's underground network, it seemed like a good choice. Lin Yu's thoughts had already drifted to how to construct a more stable power structure. Brother, Lin Yu's displeased voice pulled him back from his reverie. You've been staring at your phone forever. Are we going or not? His sister was puffing her cheeks, glaring at him. Around them, countless students were flooding into the school gates, the air filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. He indeed had been standing here for too long. Let's go. Lin Yu took Lin Yu's hand and squeezed through the crowd, stepping into the area that had been cordoned off. This was the examination site for combat practitioners. Compared to the bustling crowds outside, it felt much more spacious here. Looking around, there were only about 200 students from Linzhou, one high school this year, who had awakened as combat practitioners. These individuals gathered in small groups, their expressions starkly different from those of ordinary examinees. Their faces displayed a complex amalgamation of pride, vigilance, ambition, and confusion about the future. They were the chosen ones. They were also the reserves about to embark on a path of blood and fire. Lin Yu's arrival did not cause much of a stir. He had been too low-key in recent years, almost a transparent person at school with few who recognized him. But Lin Yu was different. A mythic-level profession, the universal scholar. In front of everyone, she had rejected sky-high contracts from all the top companies. As soon as she appeared, she immediately captured the attention of the vast majority present. In those gazes were wonder, jealousy, curiosity, and unabashed scrutiny. Lin Yu tightened her grip on Lin Yu's arm, feeling a bit uneasy. Just then a massive shadow loomed over them. Zhao Tianyang. He merely stood there doing nothing. The air around him seemed to freeze automatically. A few students who had intended to strike up a conversation, he merely stood there doing nothing. The air around him seemed to freeze automatically. A few students who had intended to strike up a conversation suddenly stiffened, silently retreating. Brother, Lin Yu whispered, her tense body relaxing. Lin Yu's response was rather bland. His attention was not on these so-called geniuses around him. His former homeroom teacher was now the vice principal, but had been busily overwhelmed these days, and he hadn't seen her even once. That was fine. It spared him many unnecessary pleasantries. He simply waited quietly, anticipating the start of this game. Soon a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses stepped onto the makeshift platform. He was neither the principal nor the director, just a teacher responsible for the announcements. Students quiet down. The teacher held a megaphone, his voice echoing across the spacious venue. The noisy crowd quickly quieted down. First of all, congratulations to all of you for being here. You have already proven yourselves to be the best among your peers. The teacher's opening remarks were impassioned, filled with formulaic encouragement. I trust that after this period of adaptation, everyone has gained a basic understanding and mastery of your professional traits. The path ahead is bright, but also full of challenges. This teacher didn't seem too old, yet how could he rattle off such words so continuously without pause? The hour hand had turned for 2 cycles. Lin Yu felt himself getting drowsy. Not even the vitality nourishment could save him. These correct platitudes were more effective than a lullaby for him. Until he began to study the texture of Zhao Tianyang's school uniform, pondering the stretching limits of this special fabric, and whether this manufacturing technique could somehow be applied to the card-making formula. Lin Yao, on the other hand, listened intently, her small face tense like a diligent student paying close attention. The teacher's lecture continued for a full 10 minutes. Finally, just before Lin Yu's patience wore thin, he heard the key point. Next, I will announce the specific rules for the practical assessment, which is the non-theoretical portion. Here it comes. The spirits of all the students present instantly lifted. This assessment will be conducted using a task scoring system. The teacher adjusted his glasses, and the large screen behind him lit up. The examination will issue a total of 9 tasks ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, with varying levels of difficulty. Each star fundamentally represents 100 points. The final score will be assessed based on a series of comprehensive indicators such as your task completion time, efficiency, resource consumption, and so on, with a maximum of 99 points not exceeding that star level. In other words, a 9-star task theoretically has a maximum score of 999 points. The scoring criteria were clearly listed on the screen. A low murmur of surprise spread among the crowd. A 9-star task, 999 points. This score was enough to crush any theoretical class result. But, the teacher emphasized, high rewards also mean high risks. In this assessment, each examinee, or rather each team, has 3 opportunities for failure. Each time a task fails, you can restart or apply for new resources treatment and continue the task, but the task star level will automatically drop by 1 star, deducting 100 points from the base score. If there are 3 consecutive failures, that task will be recorded as 0 points. The examinee will be directly eliminated. Those words fell like a bucket of icy water over the once hot-blooded students. 3 failures, and you receive a 0. The punishment was brutally severe. It meant that choosing a high-star task was a gamble. Win it, and you ascend; in an instant, or lose, and you plunge into irretrievable ruin. The atmosphere in the hall turned instantly solemn. The teacher, seemingly pleased with the effect, paused before announcing the final and most crucial rule. In addition, teams may form freely for this assessment. The team limit is 5. But, another caveat, when final scores are settled, they will be adjusted proportionally according to team size. A 5-person team, each member receives 100 of the personal final score. A 4-person team, each member receives 125 of the personal final score. A 3-person team, 150. A 2-person team, 175. The teacher dragged out the last syllable, tilting every stomach in the room with suspense. Complete the task solo, and you will receive double the final score. Boom. The announcement detonated through the crowd like thunder. The examination hall instantly became a cacophonous market. Double points. My God. If one person completes a 9-star task solo, the theoretical maximum is 1,998 points. Are you insane? How is that possible? Going alone on a 9-star task is suicide. Team up. Must team up. 5 people is the safest. Even if someone is injured, as long as the team has a healer, they need not fear failure and ranked demotion. But more people means fewer points. For the same 5-star task, you earn 550 points. 5-person team, 550 each. 4-person team, 687. 5 each. That is over 100 points, practically the difference of a whole star. This rule is treacherous. It forces us to make our own choice. Do we choose the safe route or gamble for greatness? Everyone argued and calculated. Countless glances crossed the crowd, searching for reliable teammates and sizing up potential rivals. Each person wanted higher scores, yet feared failure. Teamwork greatly increases tolerance for mistakes, guaranteeing a stable lower bound. Solo effort offered the chance to touch that intoxicating upper limit, but the risks multiplied geometrically. Lastly, one more point. The balding teacher on stage adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His voice was soft, but carried clearly across the vast empty hall. Considering the exam layout and the allocation of task resources, all task selections and team confirmations must be completed today here. At that pronouncement, the hall completely erupted. What? We must decide today. How can we possibly finish in time? 9-star level tasks plus team size adjustments. There were far too many variables. Even if it's impossible, it must be done. Hurry, find people. Any tanks? We need a strong tank. Our 4-person team is short one, and we're pushing for 6 stars. Healer. Any healer willing to join. Guaranteed 5-star, very strong. Stop shouting. The most important thing now is to decide whether to play it safe or take a big gamble. Once chosen, you cannot change. The crowd that had been whispering a moment ago burst into the roar of an utterly noisy market. Everyone anxiously calculated returns, assessed risks, courted the teammates they desired, and warily guarded against potential competitors. Teams must be formed and tasks chosen today. That decision was almost equivalent to sealing their futures in that instant. Yet amid the clamor and anxiety, Lin Yu remained unusually calm. He even had the leisure to turn and ask Lin Yao beside him. How about it? Want to team up with your brother? Lin Yao, pinching her small nose as she studied the rules on the large screen, refused without hesitation. No. Why? You are taking a 32-fold difficulty, Gao Cao. The rules state that special difficulties do not count toward the team bonus in the final score. If I team with you, I still get only 100 of the score. No benefit at all, Lin Yao argued with meticulous logic, her face declaring that she would not be shortchanged. Lin Yu clicked his tongue. What a waste of my pity. Lin Yao stuck out a face at him and resumed studying the rules, seemingly calculating which solo star challenge would be most worthwhile. Lin Yu shook his head, rose, and walked into the clamor. As he was about to step before the holographic screen, a slightly nervous call came from behind him. Brother. Lin Yu stopped and turned. Lin Yao hurried over. The earlier calculating expression had vanished, replaced by solemnity and tension. She looked up at Lin Yu and said earnestly, "If you need me, I can do it." She was willing to forego the lure of double points and those honors that would otherwise be within easy reach, as long as he needed her. Lin Yu watched his sister's grave, battle-ready seriousness and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand, but not to pat her head. He flipped his palm. The vampire bat that had been perched on his shoulder, disguised as an ordinary accessory, fluttered its wings and landed on his hand. The little creature looked somewhat displeased, eyeing Lin Yu with red eyes. Lin Yu ignored it and placed it upon Lin Yao's shoulder. Bring it with you during the assessment, and you'll be helping me. Lin Yao froze. She looked down at the small bat on her shoulder, which regarded her with curiosity and even seemed a little endearing. She looked back up at Lin Yu and suddenly exhaled. If Lin Yu said so, he must have absolute confidence. After her brother's 5-year return, Lin Yao decided to trust him unconditionally. Her elder brother must have his reasons. She said no more, nodded, decisively guarded the new companion on her shoulder, and stepped to the side. Lin Yu turned. This time no one disturbed him. Alone, he stood before the vast holographic screen, streaming countless task entries. Around him, the din of voices roiled like water at a boil. People loudly debated, recruited, and argued for points for their futures for that seemingly bright road. The clamor felt excessive. Lin Yu's fingertips hovered before the screen as his gaze swept across the scrolling task descriptions. 1-star patrol task, clear low-level corrupted creatures around the campus. 3-star escort task, deliver a batch of supplies safely to an outlying designated outpost. 5-star annihilation, clear a contaminated abandoned factory. Student, please wait a moment, a voice called from behind him. It was the balding teacher. At some point, he had stepped down from the dais, pushed through the chaotic crowd, and come to stand directly beside Lin Yu. The appearance of the teacher reduced the surrounding noise by several decibels. Many students were drawn to the scene. You are Lin Yu, right? The teacher adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and confirmed in a tone that was official yet tinged with concern, the hellish difficulty, the one with a 32 times coefficient. Lin Yu did not turn around. A simple syllable serving as a response. This reaction caused the teacher's well-prepared speech to falter slightly. This student was even colder than expected. I need to remind you. The teacher cleared his throat, raising his voice slightly, as if to ensure those around could hear. The difficulty coefficient will be factored into the task star rating. In other words, the final difficulty rating of the task you choose will be your selected star level multiplied by 32. His words successfully quieted more people. Multiply by 32. Everyone's minds began to race with calculations. A 1-star task for you is equivalent to a difficulty of 32 stars. Seeing that he had successfully captured Lin Yu's attention, the teacher continued to explain, this far exceeds the scope of a 9-star task. 32 stars is a level of difficulty that has never appeared in his past entrance exams. I suggest you consider carefully. As the teacher's words fell, a chorus of gasps surrounded them. 30, what a joke. A 1-star task is this difficult. How can he even play? He probably can't even complete the lowest level task alone. No wonder he wants to challenge it solo. Who would dare team up with him? That would just be dragging them down. Madman, truly a madman. Various discussions rose and fell, and the glances toward Lin Yu were filled with sympathy, mockery, and a gloating sense of schadenfreude. Lin Yu remained unresponsive. His fingers slowly moved across the light screen. From 1 star past 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. The teacher, seeing he seemed not to be listening, grew somewhat anxious. He stepped forward, almost close to Lin Yu, lowering his voice. Lin Yu, this is no joke. I know you have a strong personality and your own thoughts, but the entrance exam only happens once. This is not the time for whimsy. Do you know what it means if you choose a 5-star task? 5 stars multiplied by 32 equals 160 stars. Do you understand what 160 stars means? That's not a task, that's a death sentence. Even the military's elite teams wouldn't dare claim they could complete a task of this difficulty. The teacher's voice distorted slightly from excitement. He felt it was his responsibility to pull this genius who had been blinded by fame back from the edge of the cliff. 160 stars. This number plunged the entire examination room into complete silence. Those who had just mocked were now unable to smile. They could not imagine what a hellish scene that would entail. In the distance, Lin Yao unconsciously clenched the corner of her shirt. Zhao Tianyang, with his massive physique, stood still, the red patterns flowing around him seeming to deepen. Everyone thought Lin Yu would be frightened by this number. He would retreat and choose the most stable and only possible 1-star task. However, Lin Yu's finger showed no signs of hesitation. It deftly glided past the 5-star area. 6 stars. 7 stars. 8 stars. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the highest, most dazzling option. 9 stars. If you choose 9. The teacher's words were left unspoken. Lin Yu's finger had already pressed down. Not a hint of hesitation. Buzz. The massive light screen suddenly flashed. All complex task information vanished. In its place were several characters rendered in bright red, enormous enough to occupy the entire screen. Candidate Lin Yu selected task 9 stars. Task difficulty coefficient x32. The remaining words of the teacher were stuck firmly in his throat. He opened his mouth, his mind blank. 9 stars. Multiplied by 32. Equals. The air around him felt frozen. In that moment, the entire examination room, filled with hundreds of talented individuals, felt collectively petrified. Time stood still. Until that Mediterranean teacher with a dreamy, infinitely trembling voice completed that simple multiplication for everyone. 288 stars. Boom. The dead silence of the examination room was completely shattered by this number. It was not a clamor, nor was it discussion, but a chaotic mix of extreme absurdity, fear, and incomprehensible pure chaos. 288 stars. Did I hear wrong? He's gone mad. He's completely lost it. This is suicide. This isn't an assessment. This is announcing to the world that he's a fool. You don't understand. No matter how you choose, it's impossible. If I were him, I would also pick a high 132 stars. We could try hard, maybe it could work, but 288 stars. Even a god couldn't handle that. Everyone can't handle it, so it's only normal he can't. That's reasonable. True anyway, it's all a drag. Mockery, pity, disdain, a multitude of emotions intertwined, converging into a massive wave of sound that threatened to completely drown the thin figure standing in front of the light screen. However, Lin Yu remained deaf to it all. On the light screen, a final confirmation window popped up. Warning: the difficulty of the task you chose is 288 stars, far exceeding the system's safety threshold. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Do you wish to continue? A bright red no and an equally bright red yes flickered on the screen. Lin Yu looked at the yes. Then he pressed down. The teacher's body swayed slightly. He could no longer persuade him. Faced with someone determined to seek death, any words were futile. He shook his head and sighed deeply, that sigh filled with a sense of powerlessness and the sorrow of an educator watching a genius fall. Madman. He really chose. He truly chose 288 stars. This isn't an exam. This is a live broadcast of suicide. How could the school allow such an option to exist? Allow? Didn't you hear the teacher say? It far exceeds the safety threshold. He insisted on choosing it himself. Forget it. You should have known he was mad 5 years ago. Who says otherwise? Who wouldn't take money from a good person? Mockery, ridicule, pity, the excitement of those who love to see drama. A multitude of emotions converged into a massive wave of sound, threatening to completely engulf the figure standing in front of the light screen. Yet Lin Yu was oblivious to it all. He turned around, and amidst the clamor slowly walked back to his original spot. His face showed neither the determination of making an earth-shattering choice, nor the anger of facing public scorn. Only a sense of calm. In that moment, Lin Yu's heart tightened. No matter how many stars, be it 9, 10, or even 100, She believed that with her brother's abilities it would surely be no problem. However, 288 stars. This number was simply outrageous. It was so far beyond her understanding of the word difficulty. That was not merely a task, it was an insurmountable chasm, a certain death. For the first time, an uncontrollable worry arose in her heart regarding her brother's decision. Yet when she saw Lin Yu's overly calm face, that worry was forcefully suppressed again. Her brother was not nervous at all. He must have confidence. Definitely. Lin Yu bit her lip hard, swallowing all her unease. She nodded heavily in the direction Lin Yu was approaching. Then she brushed past him. Under the astonished gazes of the entire crowd, this girl who had just been worried about her brother walked alone towards the gigantic light screen. The noisy crowd fell silent once more. Everyone's gaze was focused on this mythic-level professional. They wanted to see what choice the sister of this madman would make. Would she choose a safe low-star task to preserve the last shred of dignity for this mad family? Or, Lin Yu stood firm before the light screen. She did not look at the complicated task list. Her hand directly reached for the topmost option, representing the highest difficulty. 9 stars. Solo. Student Lin Yu. The Mediterranean teacher whose emotions had just settled felt his heart leap to his throat once again. He almost rushed over. Don't be impulsive. I know you've awakened a mythic-level profession with exceptional talent. But a solo 9-star task is no joke. Your brother. He already. The teacher's words once again went unfinished. A huge shadow completely enveloped him. Zhao Tianyang. The silent giant had somehow walked up behind him. He did not look at the teacher or the violent aura belonging to the Azura, though heavily suppressed, still sent chills through the teacher. The violent aura belonging to the Azura, though heavily suppressed, still sent chills through the teacher, making him swallow the remaining words whole. He could only watch helplessly, watching Lin Yu's finger gently tap on the light screen. Candidate Lin Yu selected task 9 stars. Task difficulty coefficient X, 1 final rated difficulty 9 stars, another crazy choice. Immediately following, Zhao Tianyang's palm, as large as a fan, nearly covered half the operation area, and without hesitation slapped the same option. Candidate Zhao Tianyang selected task 9 stars. Task difficulty coefficient X, 1 final rated difficulty 9 stars on the light screen. 3 selection entries hung side by side. Lin Yu 288 stars solo. Lin Yu 9 stars solo. Zhao Tianyang 9 stars solo. The entire examination hall fell silent. If Lin Yu's choice was madness, then Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyang's choice was an incomprehensible blind following. The teacher had completely given up. He watched the three standing together, seemingly out of place with the whole world. He no longer wished to say anything. Let it be however it may. This world was beyond his comprehension. He was just a middle-aged teacher who muddled through days at school waiting to die. He did not understand the matters of professionals. In the crowd, the 2 young men and women signed by the new star program exchanged glances. What should we do? The girl's voice was somewhat hoarse. The strongest 3 have all chosen solo 9 stars. The boy's expression was fluctuating wildly. Their original plan was to lead the 3 auxiliary teammates arranged by the company to safely tackle a 7-star task, ensuring a high score. But now, if they chose 7 stars while those 3 madmen, what if they truly created a miracle? Then they and their company would become the biggest laughingstock. We can't back down. The boy gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Even if we lose, we can't lose at the starting line. Choose 9 stars. But our task is to lead. Lead but still choose 9 stars. The boy spoke decisively. We are a full 5-man team. Our error tolerance is much higher than theirs. They are betting their lives. We are pushing our limits. If it really doesn't work, the company won't just stand by. The girl was persuaded by him. That's right, they had teammates healing and support. Why shouldn't they dare to compare with those 3 reckless lone wolves? All right. The 2 quickly gathered the other 3 auxiliary professionals who had been waiting for a long time and walked up to the light screen. Moments later, on the light screen, their choices refreshed. Team Windwalker new star selected task 9 stars. Task difficulty coefficient X, 1 final rated difficulty to 9 stars. Once again, the crowd erupted. Today was destined to be a day recorded in the annals of Lin's His College entrance examination history. And the instigator of it all, Lin Yu, simply turned his head to glance at those 2 who had also chosen the 9-star task. That pair of young men and women only felt humiliated. Their painstakingly made decision, after much psychological struggle, seemed to be completely disregarded by Lin Yu, and even Zhao Tianyang. Zhao Tianyang and Lin Yu should have no problem with 9 stars. Lin Yu was well aware of Zhao Tianyang's strength. Before reaching the pinnacle of the sky, he was already able to match the level of those black market overlords like Chineo. Now he would only be stronger. A mere 9-star task, no matter how difficult, could it be harder than overturning the Linzhou black market? For Zhao Tianyang, this might be more like a warm-up. As for his sister Lin Yu had no worries whatsoever. Not to mention with that small bat he had given her. That subordinate had been strengthened countless times with a millionfold growth card. Every day it naturally increased its life value limit by 15 billion. There were about 10 days left until the college entrance examination officially began. By then this little bat's health bar would be inflated to an astonishing degree. A flying meat shield with 1,000 billion health points, and that number was still growing. What does this mean? It meant that Lin Yu might not even need to lift a finger. As long as she let this little bat block in front, she could comfortably unleash her infinite skills as a universal scholar from behind like a turret. This examination might not even count as a warm-up for her. At most it could be considered a paid high-spec skill shooting range. Lin Yu thought quietly. He actually had not taken this so-called examination to heart. Primarily, it was the research during this time that had changed him, making him realize the importance of knowledge. The turmoil, in fact, did not last long. When the 3 glaring 9-star missions and that terrifying 280 appeared on the screen, the clamor of the examination hall eerily settled down. It was not acceptance but numbness. 280 stars. This number had completely exceeded the cognitive boundaries of everyone present, rendering even mockery utterly powerless. You cannot mock someone who willingly jumps into the sun. You would only think he is insane. I suppose In the crowd, a slim student stroked his chin and suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with a self-assured insight. What is meant by when the pot breaks, it's already broken? This is what it means. This argument spread through the crowd like a virus. That makes sense. After all, both failed. One scored 0, the other submitted a blank sheet. Is there any difference? So you're saying this Lin Yu kid is actually quite clever? Knowing how to attract attention. Clever, my foot. This is called being driven to a dead end. What a pity. 2 myth-level talents with great prospects choosing to play with a madman. Not necessarily, no matter how you... What a pity. 2 myth-level talents with great prospects choosing to play with a madman. Not necessarily, no matter how you put it, they're still much better than you. Didn't you see the news? They all said Lin Yu's family has a history of mental illness. Yeah, that's true. The murmurs were not loud, but they were clear enough. The sarcasm faded, replaced by a condescending pity and analysis. They thought they had seen through Lin Yu's little cleverness, uncovering the logic behind this farce. This restored their sense of intellectual superiority. As for the Windwalker New Star team that chose to challenge the 9 stars, they had now become the focal point of everyone's discussions. The team signed by Windwalker Technology truly has guts. This is the real challenge of extremes. Exactly, a full team of 5 with reasonable professional pairings. This is the correct posture to challenge the 9 stars. The young men and women who were being praised showed no signs of pride on their faces. They were just staring intently at the 3 figures who had already left the stage, preparing to depart. They made a decision that risked their careers, yet the other party never even glanced their way throughout. The feeling of being completely ignored was more painful than any humiliation faced in person. Lin Yu indeed did not look at them, nor was he interested in doing so. The so-called 9-star mission probably didn't even count as a decent trial for Zhao Tianyang and Lin Yu. The reason he made this choice was purely because he needed a sufficiently high platform. A platform that would allow his name to re-enter everyone's sight in an undeniable way. A springboard that would grant him access to deeper knowledge and resources. Knowledge. That was the thing he craved most at present. After witnessing the power of the visitors from the abyss and creating the growth card with his own hands, Lin Yu realized like never before that the mere amplification of power had its limits. But knowledge did not have limits. He might not have even tapped into 1% of the potential of the profession of cardmaker. He needed more formulas, more theories, and more permissions. And all of this required a sufficiently high starting point. A perfect score in the college entrance examination should suffice. After all, he was merely a postponed candidate, theoretically a repeater. Let's go, Lin Yu said calmly, leading the way out of the examination hall. Lin Yu immediately followed. The little girl was still pondering how to handle the 9 stars. Zhao Tianyang hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. The noisy crowd instinctively parted apart. No one mocked them anymore. They only watched them leave with complex looks, as if looking at a monster or a corpse. As they stepped out of the examination hall, the glaring sunlight made Lin Yu squint slightly. At the entrance, rows of luxury cars were parked with many elegantly dressed men and women waiting for their company's signing genius. Time was of the essence. From now until graduation, they would have little time of their own. In the most conspicuous position, a middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored suit with his hair slicked back leaned against the latest model of Windwalker. Feng Rue, the vice president of Windwalker Technology. He seemed to be waiting for someone, a hint of undisguised pride and ease on his face. When he saw the Lin siblings walk out, the ease on his face froze for a moment. A flash of disgust and hatred crossed his mind. However, that hatred was quickly suppressed. Feng Rui's mood had indeed been quite good lately. Very good. On one hand, the new star plan team, signed by the company, demonstrated enough courage in today's college entrance examination choices, not being intimidated by Lin Yu, this madman, and also chose the 9-star mission earning face for the company. This thing, if hyped, could spark a topic. On the other hand, there was an even more important matter. Not long ago, a kind of potion that was absurdly effective yet unbelievably cheap suddenly appeared in the black market of Linzhou, quickly sweeping through the entire underground market. This underground sales network, led by Old Ghost Hall, stabbed fiercely into the profit territory of the 3 major potion companies like a sharp knife. For the first time, these giants felt panic. The launch of the new star plan was also to balance the negative impact. Just when they were at their wits' end, an even more explosive news came. The underground emperor of the Linzhou black market, Chen Ao, clashed with the people of Old Ghost Hall. And Chen Ao lost. He lost utterly, his entire force collapsing, and he himself went missing. This news plunged Feng Rui and the other potion merchants into even deeper fear. If even Chen Ao fell, who exactly was the boss behind Old Ghost Hall? Just when everyone thought a bloody market purge was about to begin, the situation took a turn. That old kid Lin Yu really has a knack. If Chen Ao could be dealt with, then if Chen Ao was gone, the boss of Old Ghost Hall could also be dealt with. Lin Yu conveyed a message. The boss of Old Ghost Hall was willing to sit down and talk with the representatives of the 3 major potion companies. Talk about what? Of course, about profit distribution. The moment Feng Rui received this news, he was completely relieved. It turned out the other party didn't want to overturn the table. They simply wanted to sit down and eat. That's easy to handle. He was most skilled at business negotiations. That so-called mysterious boss was just a powerful but not very clever brute. After winning a battle, he was eager to turn his achievements into cash. Ridiculous. He had no idea that modern warfare no longer took place in the streets, but at the negotiating table. Feng Rui had already devised hundreds of methods to manipulate this arrogant boss at the negotiation. Thus, he was in a remarkably good mood today. So much so that he felt he could display the magnanimity of a victor to these 2 young ones who had once embarrassed him. He stepped forward, perfectly positioning himself in the path of the Lin siblings, wearing a warm smile characteristic of someone in a superior position. Very courageous, truly. I personally have great admiration for young people with such boldness. His words were heartfelt, as if all the previous displeasure. Very courageous, truly. I personally have great admiration for young people with such boldness. His words were heartfelt, as if all the previous displeasure from the awakening ceremony had vanished. It was as if he were not the capital representative who had been publicly rejected, humiliated, but rather a gentle elder, genuinely concerned for his juniors. The crowd lingering around instinctively halted their steps. The vice president of Windwalker Technology personally came to comfort the Lin siblings. What kind of divine drama is this? Could it be that Windwalker Technology is still unwilling to give up and wishes to recruit this legendary pair of siblings? Lin Yu did not pause at all. He didn't even make a sideways glance, and walked straight past Feng Rui, as if the latter were merely an immobile entity. Lin Yao closely followed her brother, equally avoiding any glance. Throughout, it seemed her world contained only her brother's silhouette. The 2 of them passed right through. Feng Rui's outstretched hand froze in midair. The carefully maintained warmth on his face showed a crack. Only Zhao Tianyang paused slightly as he walked past Feng Rui. An invisible heavy pressure like a mountain suddenly radiated from him. Feng Rui felt as if his heart were gripped by an invisible hand, and his breath caught in his throat. The latest model of the Windwalker, worth tens of millions, emitted a metallic groan under the burden, visibly sinking down by 1 centimeter. Zhao Tianyang said nothing. He merely continued forward, following Lin Yu. The terrifying pressure came quickly and left just as fast. A bead of cold sweat formed on Feng Rui's temple. He watched the 3 retreating figures, slowly retracting his frozen hand into his trousers pocket. Around him, suppressed snickers broke out. Once again, he was ignored. In front of so many people, the vice president of Windwalker Technology was treated as air. The muscles on Feng Rui's face twitched slightly. However, he quickly adjusted himself. It didn't matter. Once this was over, once it was over. In a few days at the negotiation table, he would crush the bones of that so-called Old Ghost Hall boss one by one, swallowing their potion channels and formulas whole. By then, he would personally collect Lin Yu's corpse and tell him that in this world, power must always. President Feng. 2 figures hurried over the very Windwalker new star signers who had chosen the 9-star mission. Having just witnessed the whole ordeal, their expressions were somewhat uneasy. Feng Rue turned around, the remnants of embarrassment and gloom vanishing in an instant, replaced by an absolute emotionless indifference. He raised a hand, halting them. He did not look at them, but instead focused his gaze on the corner where Lin Yu had disappeared. He waited for a full 10 seconds. Only then did he slowly turn his head, his face devoid of any trace of emotion. An absolute emotionless indifference. "Get in the car." He uttered 2 words, turning towards the slightly weighed down Windwalker. The 2 young people exchanged glances, sensing a hint of unease in each other's reactions. But they did not dare to ask any further, and could only hastily follow suit, taking their seats in the luxurious car's back row. The car door closed, isolating them from all external noise. Inside the car, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Feng Rue remained silent, eyes closed in meditation. The driver did not start the car. A man and a woman sat upright. Even their breathing was deliberately slowed. They had no idea what awaited them next, but they had a premonition that things would likely not turn out as they had imagined. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps just a few minutes, or even a dozen minutes, Feng Rue finally opened his eyes. "You too," he began, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable sense of command, "are quite good." The boy perked up, ready to say something polite. Having the guts to follow a madman to choose the 9-star mission. Feng Rui's next words, however, caused all his intentions to evaporate. "The company appreciates your courage, but courage alone is not enough." Feng Rui's fingertips lightly tapped the air before him. A light screen unfolded before them, filled with dense data and charts. "This is the emergency enhancement plan that the company's think tank devised overnight for you. From now until the last 10 days before the college entrance examination, you will enter a fully closed extreme training. The training schedule is measured in hours. No, it is measured in minutes." He corrected himself. The light screen magnified a timetable. From 0000 to 2359, every minute is meticulously scheduled. Skill proficiency training, physical limits, squeezed mental overload, adaptation, combat video reviews, tactical simulations. The 2 youngsters fixated on several lines. Daily sleep time, 90 minutes divided into 3 sessions of 30 minutes each. Daily eating time, 15 minutes. Liquid high-energy nutrient solution time, for physiological needs, a total of 5 minutes per day. Moreover, every action will be subject to scrutiny, testing, and even discussion by the so-called think tank. The boy could barely accept it, while the girl's face had already turned pale. Such a situation is still too hard to accept for a girl under 20 in the prime of her youth. The boy noted the girl's emotional state, swallowed hard, and mustered the courage to speak. "This." His throat felt somewhat dry. "President Feng, will this be too?" Feng Rue merely sneered. "You chose this 9 stars. Do you think this is child's play? The company will not allow mission failure. From today on, your eating, drinking, and bodily functions will all take place in the laboratory. The 2 pieces of fabric you are wearing are no longer necessary. The laboratory is temperature controlled, and you must always be ready for injections and checks. President Feng." The boy instantly tensed up, instinctively clenching his fists, even his professional demeanor revealing itself. Feng Rue merely leaned back, squinting, exhaling smoke into the faces of the 2 young people. "What are your thoughts?" Although he was smiling, his gaze was dangerously cold. The boy's resistance seemed utterly laughable and powerless in the face of such absolute capital and power. He was not conversing with a mere professional. He was engaging in dialogue with a massive, cold commercial empire that could easily crush him and his family. The flicker of talent and dignity that had just begun to rise within him was completely extinguished by the light, airy smoke. I have no thoughts." The boy's shoulders slumped, all momentum dissipating. The girl beside him was already pale, her body trembling slightly. "Very well." Feng Rue extinguished his cigar. "This is the path you chose. The company has given you opportunities, and you must learn to cherish them. Remember, you are not fighting for yourselves, you are the face of functioning technology. Drive." The driver started the car, and the expensive Windwalker smoothly glided into the flow of traffic, carrying 2 soulless young people towards their hellish future, meticulously planned down to the last minute. The young man did not dare to entertain any thoughts, and the 2 were led away with stiff faces. Lin Yu intended to return to the black market, but just as he stepped out, he heard a cheerful, lively call from behind. "Lin Yao? Lin Yao." A few girls in matching school uniforms chirped as they chased after her, grabbing Lin Yao's arm. "My heavens! Yao, you were incredible. Mythical level profession. Solo 9 stars. You're aiming for the sky. I was almost scared to death earlier, thinking you would pick a 3-star task just to play around." Surrounded by her friends, the deliberately maintained composure on Lin Yao's face finally faltered, revealing a slightly bashful smile belonging to an 18-year-old girl. "No, I just wanted to give it a try." "Is that what you call a try?" Be honest. Just how strong are— The girl with short hair affectionately pinched Lin Yao's cheek, and then curiously looked at Lin Yu beside her. This must be your brother, right? 288 stars. I'm still dazed. The girls all cast curious off-filled and slightly confused glances at Lin Yu. Lin Yu simply nodded calmly without speaking. By the way, Yao Yao. The short-haired girl suddenly clapped her hands. Since you've all chosen with 10 days until the exam, our class is planning a gathering just as a final farewell. You must come. A gathering. Lin Yao was taken aback. Yes. The place is booked at the Thai music restaurant tonight at 7. The whole class is going. Another girl with long hair added, considering that only those two who were signed by Fengxing Technology won't come. Why are you showing off? You're a mythical level not busier than them. Hey, don't mention them. The short-haired girl pouted. I just saw them being taken away by that general phone looking as if they lost their souls. They must be going for some closed training. They wouldn't have time to play with us. Exactly, our Yao Yao is still free. Come on, let's all have some fun together one last time. The girls urged, chattering away. Lin Yao felt a little tempted. She turned to Lin Yu with a hint of inquiry. The short-haired girl, following her gaze, mustered the courage to invite Lin Yu. Senior Lin Yu, would you like to join us too? It will be lively with more people. Lin Yu politely declined. I have things to do, enjoy yourselves. His world was already far removed from these children still immersed in the warmth of school life. Oh, all right. The short-haired girl seemed somewhat disappointed, but did not dare to insist. Lin Yao snorted, linking her arm with Lin Yes, and proudly lifting her chin towards her friends. My brother is a big shot with important matters to attend to. He doesn't have time to join our kids' gathering. Though she said this, she was indirectly helping her brother out. You all go ahead, or I'll just say a few words to my brother, and be right there. Okay, well, wait for you. The girls chattered as they ran off, the vibrancy of youth seemingly dispelling the gloom at the street corner. Suddenly the surroundings quieted down. Lin Yao released her hold and looked up at Lin Yu. Brother, do you really have things to do? All right then. Lin Yao nodded, not pressing further. Just be careful to call me if you need anything. Shouldn't that be my line? You have no idea how strong your sister is now. All right, my Yao Yao is the strongest. Lin Yu reached out, habitually ruffling her hair. Of course, I'm a mythical level practitioner now, and with the blood pack you gave me, who can bully me? Lin Yao waved her small fist, brimming with confidence. The blood pack she mentioned referred to the vampire bat that Lin Yu had enhanced. Lin Yu had already told her the name of the little bat. This also inspired him. Having such a companion nearby would provide peace of mind even when he was not. After exchanging a few simple words, Lin Yao walked away, looking back 3 times towards the direction she had agreed upon with her classmates. Lin Yu stood still, watching her figure disappear around the corner, until the noise faded away completely. A huge shadow loomed over him from behind. Zhao Tianyang had been standing there silent as a mountain. Only at this moment did he take a heavy step forward, approaching Lin Yu. Boss. Zhao Tianyang's massive body shifted slightly, drawing the attention of several pedestrians across the street who stared unabashedly. He shuffled his feet uncomfortably the concrete ground, letting out a faint groan. In school he had also been the center of attention, but that was due to his physique far surpassing his peers and an aura that was hard to provoke. But now it was different. Now he stood over 5 meters tall, covered in menacing red patterns, appearing like a monster that had walked out of mythology, forcibly thrust into the steel jungle of the modern city. The gazes cast his way were no longer simply filled with awe or curiosity. They were filled with fierce scrutiny and evaluating him as if he were a non-human entity. Even Zhao Tianyang, accustomed to being watched, found it a little hard to bear. Although he felt quite handsome himself, being stared at like this was still overwhelming. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked. I want to go back. Zhao Tianyang said bashfully, his voice deep and resonant. The people on the peak of the sky said that my current form indicates that my power is not well controlled, leaking too much. They said that as long as I can consolidate all my power back into my body, I can return to my original appearance. Zhao Tianyang continued. I think they are right. That way I can prove that I have better control over my own strength. He wanted to master this power as soon as possible instead of bearing this face and embarrassing the boss outside. If only he could change size at will. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. The next events indeed did not require Zhao Tianyang's appearance. Negotiations with the 3 major pharmaceutical companies were a battlefield without smoke, where intellect, tactics, and hidden cards were at stake rather than who had the stronger fists. It would be inappropriate to send Zhao Tianyang, a pure warrior. Go ahead, Lin Yu nodded. Practice well, and if you need any resources, just speak to Lao Gui directly. Yes, boss. Upon receiving permission, Zhao Tianyang felt as if he had been granted a He respectfully bowed to Lin Yu, and then took large strides, leaving shallow footprints on the ground as he quickly disappeared around the corner. Once he left, the invisible sense of oppression dissipated instantly, and the surrounding air seemed to start flowing again. The world returned to normal. Lin Yu stood still, not leaving immediately. Negotiation. This was the most important matter at hand. If he could obtain core data from several major pharmaceutical merchants and break through the limits of potion attributes, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous enhancement for him. Even if that didn't work, he could still use the merchant's formulas to help decipher the card formulas and create attribute cards. Lin Yu, that old fox, took the initiative to volunteer, claiming he would fully represent Lin Yu in the negotiations, guaranteeing he would secure the greatest benefits for the boss. At the time, Lin Yu merely smiled and did not respond, completely delegating power to Lin Yu. That guy had been a strategist under Chen Ao for so many years, and right at the moment of Chen Ao's downfall, he had no hesitation in kneeling to surrender, even proactively selling information about Lao Gui's family to gain a chance at survival. Such a person inherently had no loyalty. He was only loyal to the victor. Now Lin Yu was the victor, so Lin Yu was more submissive than anyone else. A person like Lin Yu is useful, but it depends on how to use him. He can be utilized, but there must be an absolutely firm rope tightly tied around his neck. Lin Yu himself did not want to pull that rope. He hated the intrigues and deceptions of business. His principles were simple: friends or enemies. He would kick aside anyone in his way. Letting him sit at the negotiation table with someone like Feng Rue for hours, he feared he would not be able to resist flipping the table. However, if he were to kill them all, it would not only seem too brutal, but also uncertain whether there would be uncontrollable repercussions. Therefore, he needed an agent, someone he could trust and who understood the rules of business. It would be best if they held a high position. Lao Qi and Lao Gui had been in the black market for many years. Perhaps they could manage the market, but such negotiations inevitably had oversights. Zhao Tianyang was even less suitable. He was even more reckless than Lin Yu. Then, a name naturally floated into Lin Yu's mind: Wang Han, his father's close friend and director at Tianqing Group. In terms of business experience, Wang Han had been immersed in this field for decades, and even if he couldn't outperform Li Mo, he certainly wouldn't be inferior. In terms of stance, Wang Han had always been close to him and had witnessed his power firsthand. Moreover, there was the relationship with his father. For both emotional and logical reasons, Wang Han was the most suitable candidate. He could take the lead in negotiations while Li Mo assisted, providing intel and means from the black market. One in the light, the other in the dark. One represented the logic of legitimate business, while the other embodied the rules of the underground world. And he only needed to remain behind the scenes, becoming the ultimate deterrent that no one could ignore. Perfect. With the plan set, Lin Yu no longer delayed. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The Tianqing building. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, said nothing more, and pressed the gas pedal, smoothly merging into the traffic. Outside the window, the streets of Linzhou raced by. Those towering buildings, those bustling crowds, everything that appeared vibrant under the sun. It was hard to imagine that just a short while ago a colossal web of thunder had enveloped the entire city, hovering above all this, ready to rain down catastrophic punishment. And the one who had woven that web was currently sitting quietly in the back seat of the taxi, like an ordinary. 10 minutes later, a skyscraper made entirely of blue glass walls shaped like a sword piercing the clouds appeared in view. Tianqing Building, one of the landmark buildings of Linzhou City. Lin Yu paid the fare and got out. He stood in the square in front of the building, looking up at this giant structure of steel and glass. This was the power of capital, invisible yet so tangibly manifested in the city's most prosperous area. He adjusted his collar and stepped towards the massive revolving door. Crossing the cold marble floor, he arrived at the front desk. A receptionist dressed in an exquisite business suit with light makeup wore a professional smile. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" Her smile was standard, but the fleeting glance carried a hint of subtle scrutiny. Lin Yu's attire was too ordinary. Dressed in casual clothes, he seemed out of place among the elite in suits and ties coming and going here. "I'm looking for Wang Han," Lin Yu calmly spoke. Wang is a prominent surname, but they should know who Wang Han was. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, they recognized the name. "Do you have an appointment?" "Wang Dong's schedule." The receptionist's smile remained, but the refusal in her words was already evident. "I'm his nephew." "Nephew?" The professional smile on the receptionist's face froze for a moment. That word was like a key, instantly unlocking a long-dormant filing cabinet in her mind used to store gossip and inside information. She stood here every day and had seen too many various people. There were real big shots and also ostentatious newly rich. There were ambitious climbers and pitiful creatures with no way out. And the identity of nephew was too special, especially in this case, without an appointment directly showing up. Moreover, Lin Yu had just mentioned Wang Han, not any Uncle Wang uncle. She re-evaluated Lin Yu. Still that ordinary casual wear, still that overly youthful face. But this time what she saw was no longer ordinary and shabby. Rather, it was a kind of confidence. A confidence that completely disregarded how others viewed him, even not caring about the prestigious name of Tianqin Group. This confidence was not something that could be faked. A thought flashed across her mind like lightning. So that's how it is. She understood. She understood it all. Unexpectedly, that upright-looking Wang Dong with his thick eyebrows and big eyes was also playing this game. This kid was most likely a bastard. This matter needed to be handled carefully. The Wang family's relationships were quite good. In a mere 3 seconds, the female receptionist's train of thought underwent an epic leap. Her gaze upon Lin Yu had utterly transformed. No longer one of scrutiny or appraisal, but a complex, shimmering blend of awe, pity, and fervent, untamed ambition. A bastard son cast aside by a powerful clan, now summoning the courage to step through the gates and claim his kinship. That unshakable calm was not born of confidence. It was the mask of one who had seen the world's cruelty and learned to endure it. And he had chosen this unannounced afternoon alone to appear. What grand soul-stirring drama of love and betrayal must lie behind such a moment? As for why he introduced himself as Lin Yu, well, bastards do tend to bear their father's name. After all, nephew and uncle should share the same surname. A detail that only deepened her conviction. Her professional smile instantly softened into something genuine, even delicately deferential. Sir, please follow me to the VIP lounge. Her address shifted from the neutral "you" to "sir," and the reverence in her tone rose by several degrees. Lin Yu nodded indifferently. Instantly, the receptionist stepped forward with quick, precise strides, personally guiding him into a secluded area partitioned by frosted glass. The sofa was Italian imported leather. The air carried the refined scent of premium incense. Sir, please take a seat. I'll prepare tea for you. She did not fetch the standard bag tea reserved for ordinary guests. Instead, she approached a locked cabinet behind the front desk, entered a password, and carefully withdrew a small tin tea caddy. Wang Dong's private reserve Yinding by Hao, rumored to cost more per gram than gold. Within the entire company, only Wang Dong himself, his most distinguished guests, and the CEO's personal secretary were permitted to use it. Today she broke protocol, an investment. A high-stakes gamble wagering her entire career. After all, Wang Dong had no son, only a daughter. This gamble might yet pay off. Soon a steaming cup of tea fragrant with delicate orchid notes was placed before Lin Yu with reverent care. Mr. Lin, please try this. It is Mr. Wang's favorite. She bowed low, her voice soft as liquid silk. Lin Yu lifted the cup, gently blew across its surface, but did not drink. His patience was slowly eroding beneath these hollow formalities. Still, it was tolerable. At least the receptionist showed proper deference. Noticing his silence, she discreetly retreated and picked up the internal intercom, dialing the CEO's secretary on the top floor. Her voice dropped to a hushed murmur, yet precisely calibrated so that Lin Yu, glancing over, would see her earnestly at work. Hello, is this Secretary Zhang? This is Xiao Li from reception. There's a Mr. Lin downstairs. He says he's family of Mr. Wang and wishes to see him. She deliberately omitted the precise term nephew, opting instead for the evocative, open-ended family. A pause followed on the line. Brief, uncertain, tinged with the quiet curiosity of spectators awaiting gossip. Moments later, the secretary replied, "Understood. I'll inform Mr. Wang immediately." Hanging up, the receptionist exhaled, deeply convinced her performance had been flawless. She returned to Lin Yu, her smile now brighter, warmer. "Mr. Lin's secretary Zhang has been notified. You needn't worry." Tentatively, she sought further details, hoping to glean intelligence that might pave her way upward. "Have you and Mr. Wang been apart for long? You seem to have just returned from afar." Lin Yu finally raised his eyes and met hers. Just once. Calm. Detached. Utterly devoid of emotion. Her heartbeat skipped. That was no gaze befitting a dispossessed bastard son. So, he was a bastard son withstanding. A single neutral syllable escaped his throat, yet she felt every hidden motive laid bare beneath that glance. She dared utter nothing more, retreating with an awkward smile. Overeagerness would spoil it. This delicate balance, however, was perfect. Mr. Wang was shrewd, so surely his son Xiao Lin would be no less astute. Meanwhile, in those fleeting minutes while Lin Yu waited at the opposite end of Linzhou City, inside a confidential meeting room of the Municipal Department of Education, the question-setting division awaited the students' task results. Their responsibilities included designing assessments, balancing resources, and allocating personnel. Smoke curled lazily through the air, the atmosphere hung heavy and subdued. An elderly teacher with silver-streaked hair, the division's head, rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. "Let's hazard some guesses. How many students this year will rank 7 stars or higher? A middle-aged man wearing glasses adjusted his frames with a sigh. Hard to say. The finest prospects are already snapped up by major corporations. Lavish contracts, elite resources groomed like prized specimens, all waiting for their triumphant debut at the national examination. Indeed. A younger teacher chimed in, voice laced with irony. Fengxing Technologies, Rising Star Initiative, alone signed 200 contracts rated Class A and above. These capitalists grow bolder and more ruthless by the year. The chief shook his head. Unlike universities, these corporations weren't investing in talent. They were investing in return on capital. One could fairly say sign one, break one. Yet undeniable truth remained. Children nurtured with abundant resources matured at a pace wholly incomparable to those left to fend for themselves. Boundaries. To them, those children aren't people. They're walking stock tickers. A heavy silence settled over the room. They were question setters. On paper, wielders of immense power, arbiters of countless students' fates. But they knew well that authority was temporary, delegated by the state. Illusory, not real. True rules were written by colossal capital conglomerates. Enough of this. Bad luck. The chief waved dismissively, shifting topics. Any findings on that anomaly north of the city last week? A lightning net blanketing the entire metropolis. Good heavens, in my 60 years, I've never witnessed anything like it. Official report calls it a rare atmospheric electromagnetic phenomenon. Who'd believe that? I suspect a top-tier cultivator breaking through. Or locked in combat with something else. Energy signatures like that point to at least 8th realm mastery. Perhaps even 9th realm. Could it be a celestial immortal undergoing tribulation transcendence? Ha ha ha. None of our concern. We tend only to our own modest domain. By the way, a female teacher suddenly recalled, have you heard about that reagent circulating in the black market? The old ghost hall formula. Its efficacy is extraordinary. Rumor claims even the proprietary formulas of the big three fall short. And it's remarkably affordable. I heard about it, but unfortunately the channels are tightly shut, making it impossible to buy. Such unregulated things are bound to cause trouble sooner or later. They chatted aimlessly, recounting recent amusing anecdotes while consciously distancing themselves from these central events of the storm. These matters were not their concern. Their job was to set the questions and then wait for the results. That peculiar case of extension, the one named Lin Yu, is still on the list, right? Yes, he has extended for 5 years and has almost become the mascot of our question-setting department. I really don't understand. If you want to take the exam, take it. If not, then don't. If you can't pass, you can't pass. What's the point of stubbornly clinging to it for so many years? It's just a pure waste of time. It's a pity for his sister, the old leader sighed. Lin Yu, a mythical level universal knowledge practitioner, what a great talent. How did she end up with such a brother? I've heard she turned down all company contracts for her brother. It's truly. Sigh, what a mess. Isn't it? A fine genius weighed down by a useless brother. Without her brother, she would have long been a proud daughter of the heavens, cherished and adored. I've heard Lin Yu is going to take the exam this year. That's also quite a matter. Lin Yu's exam difficulty will be specially customized. Ooh, just thinking about it is troublesome. As they chatted, this year's difficulty application materials also arrived. This meant it was time to start working. The head professor with graying hair was the leader of the question-setting group and knocked on the heavy mahogany table. Everyone perk up. This year's application materials have arrived. He surveyed the room. His colleagues looked weary, leaning back in their chairs as if their spirits had been drained. Where should we start? A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses asked weakly. Shall we begin as usual from the 1-star level? No need for that. The leader waved his hand. The low-star levels have the most candidates, but the variability is also the least. A few scraps of resources would be enough to keep them busy. As for the high stars, there are fewer candidates, and they won't stir up much of a wave. He paused, picked up the thermos on the table, and blew on the steam from the opening. First, let's finalize the resource allocation plan for the middle range from 5-star to 7-star. These students are the backbone of society and the main source that various universities and the military compete for. They must be treated with priority. I agree, another younger teacher chimed in. There are fewer candidates at the high and low ends, but many in the middle. Oh, let's first resolve the bulk and the rest are small matters. When the time comes, let's first glance at the highest difficulty to get a sense of it, then we'll start from 5 stars. Never mind, let's begin our research from 3 stars. Then it's settled. Though the words were said, no one immediately took action. Every year at this time marked the most challenging phase for them. Setting tasks, balancing resources, allocating manpower. It sounds powerful, but in reality, it's merely dancing with shackles. So can you guess which company will take the lead this year? The man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Is there even a need to guess? The young teacher scoffed. It must be the new star plan from Windwalk Technology. I've heard they've arranged their 9-star tasks for this year. The crowd chattered excitedly. In this closed-off place, they could only alleviate their boredom by chatting with each other. At that moment, a summary window popped up on the gold-rimmed glasses man's interface. All right, the preliminary statistics for the difficulty applications have come out. All discussions came to an abrupt halt. Work officially began. All right, no more idle chatter. The leader straightened his posture. As per usual, I'll first check what sorts of formidable figures are at the highest difficulty to have a sense of it. As he spoke, he clicked on the difficulty ranking list. Every year, a few top-tier teams aim for the 9-star tasks for 5-person teams. This had become a routine. Let's first see which companies are in the spotlight this year. However, the moment the list loaded, the leader was stunned. He stared at the top line of the screen in disbelief. Huh? What's wrong, leader? The curious young teacher leaned over. Why? At the highest difficulty, is it a solo task? The leader muttered to himself. At the very top of the list, it clearly displayed task type solo. Solo. The man with gold-rimmed glasses also leaned in. That can't be right. Is there a system error? Isn't the recommended upper limit for solo task difficulty 7 stars? How could it possibly rank ahead of a 5-person team? Let's scroll down and take a look. The leader scrolled the wheel. The second line was still task type solo. The third line too. On the fourth line still. A total of 5 in a row, all solo tasks. It wasn't until the 6th line that they finally saw the familiar description, task type 5-person team. What the hell? The young teacher couldn't help but curse. What's going on? Did 5 solo 9-star challengers emerge this year? Solo challenges for 9-star tasks weren't unheard of, but those were rare, seen only once every few years, and each one became a legend. This year suddenly 5 appeared. Is the world going crazy, or are they? Let's first check this 5-person team. The leader suppressed his shock and clicked on the familiar option. The information unfolded. Team name: Windwalk New Star Team. Team member information. Task difficulty 9 stars. As expected, it's them. The man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded. That's still within reason. Reasonable. Now it seems that's the most unreasonable thing. If Windwalk Technology's ace team only had a difficulty rating of 9 stars, then what kind of monsters were those 5 solo challengers above them? Everyone's breath involuntarily held. A bizarre and absurd premonition enveloped each person's heart. The leader's finger hovered over the top line of the list, hesitating. That line occupied the highest position, seemingly mocking all the challengers below. He took a deep breath and clicked on it. The applicant's information began to load. Name: Lin Yu. This name caused several teachers who had just been mocking to freeze in their tracks. Lin Yu. Which Lin Yu? Is it the mascot who extended for 5 years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a namesake. Everyone stared intently at the screen, waiting for the final judgment. Finally, the number in the task difficulty column jumped out. A blood-red number filled with ominous and insane significance. 288. Everyone maintained their previous posture, motionless like a group of statues petrified together. The man with gold-rimmed glasses had his hand on his frame, suspended in midair. Thud. Someone's pen slipped from their fingers, falling onto the carpet with a dull thud. This slight sound became the signal that woke everyone up. How much? Are my eyes having issues? 288 stars. A soft thud echoed in the extreme silence as someone unknown struggled to swallow the sound of their atoms, apple, moving, resonating like a drum. The young teacher's voice was dry and trembling as he pointed at the screen, his fingers shaking like leaves in an autumn breeze. Is this a misplaced decimal point? No one answered him, because everyone could see clearly that it was a complete integer devoid of any decimal. The man with golden glasses suddenly stood up, his chair scraping backward with a harsh sound. He adjusted his glasses and declared firmly, "This is definitely a system error. The college entrance examination system has been running for over 100 years without encountering a bug of this magnitude. How could the difficulty coefficient of a single task possibly exceed double digits?" His words fell like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Yes, it must be a mistake. I told you. 288 stars, what an international joke. Quick, contact the technical department. Have them investigate immediately. If this gets out, our entire education department will become a laughingstock. The meeting room erupted into chaos. Panic, doubt, and absurdity intertwined, and every face was marked with disbelief, as if to say this is not scientific. Only the old team leader, a gray-haired professor, remained seated. He said nothing, just stared intently at the name Lin Yu on the screen. They were just talking about him. The old team leader slowly raised his hand and pressed a red button on the table amidst the noisy discussions. It was an internal emergency communicator directly connected to the highest authority in the technical department. This is Gao Jinghua. The old professor's voice was calm, eerily so. In the testing department meeting room. Check the data of a test taker maximum authority. Name Lin Yu. He reported the name, and the room fell silent once more, everyone holding their breath, watching him anxiously. On the other end of the line, it seemed they were operating swiftly, and a few seconds later, a puzzled response came through. The old team leader listened, his expression unchanging. Difficulty coefficient, 288 stars. Is there any anomaly in the data? There was silence on the other end. A long, suffocating silence. Every person in the meeting room could hear the frantic beating of their own hearts. Finally, a voice came through the phone, strained, as if it had exhausted all its strength to emerge. Gao Lao, the data is normal. All verifications past logic is self-consistent, system determines. Valid. Valid. Slap. The old team leader hung up the communicator. He raised his head and scanned the petrified faces in the meeting room. It's not a bug. He spoke slowly with emphasis. The data is real. Boom. If the discussions earlier were merely a stir, now the entire meeting room had turned into a boiling cauldron. Really? How is this possible? The man with golden glasses was the first to exclaim, "Where's the calculation formula?" Pull up his calculation formula. It's ready. The young teacher had finished the operation, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling. Basic task, 9 stars. He chose the single-player mode of the 9-star task. Single 9 stars. Are you insane? Not just that. Look at his personal difficulty correction coefficient. 32 times. A full 32 times. 9 multiplied by 32 equals 288. Holy crap. The formula is correct. The problem lies with him. A correction coefficient of 32 times. What kind of monster is this? What was the highest record in history? 13 times. Set by the Sword Saint 30 years ago. 32 times. Is this even data a human can achieve? The entire test-setting group, a bunch of veterans who had seen countless geniuses and prodigies, were utterly flabbergasted. They were like primitive men seeing a car for the first time, surrounding the 288 and expressing various unintelligible exclamations. The young teacher's fingers were still trembling as he unconsciously scrolled down the list, wanting to see what kind of extraordinary beings were below Lin Yu. Then he froze. Second line, applicant Zhao Tianyang. Task type single. Task difficulty 9 stars. Third line, applicant Lin Yao. Task type single. Task difficulty 9 stars. The young teacher opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Single 9 stars. In any previous year, this would have been top news enough to set off a media frenzy and have universities fighting over it. It was the legendary legend. But now, beneath those two names under the blood-red 288, those two ordinary 9 stars seemed so unremarkable. What year is it this year? A female teacher murmured, first 5 single challengers, then a 288 star. Is the world about to change? The man with golden glasses sat back down heavily, feeling as if his worldview had been repeatedly crushed, reassembled, and then crushed again in just a few minutes. 288 stars. How do we set the questions? What do we use to test him? This question fell like a bucket of ice water on everyone's heads. Indeed. How do we test? The 9-star task is already an incredible feat. As the examination protection team, typically a well-equipped and coordinated elite 5-person team, is required to provide substantial intelligence and resource support from the rear to reasonably set the questions. 288 stars. What does that even mean? Tossing a meteor into the examination room, or releasing an ancient god sealed in another dimension for him to stroll around. Reject. This must be rejected. A teacher stood up excitedly. This is not an exam at all. This is a death wish. We cannot approve it. It can't be rejected. The man with golden glasses adjusted his glasses, his eyes dull as ash. According to Article 3, Clause 7 of the College Entrance Examination Implementation Regulations, the test-setting group must design the corresponding assessment environment based on the final confirmed difficulty coefficient of the test taker and cannot reject or artificially lower the difficulty for any reason. This is to prevent power rent-seeking and ensure absolute fairness. But how is this fair? This is not a task humans can complete at all. But rules are rules. The meeting room erupted into chaos, dividing into 2 factions. One faction insisted on upholding the sanctity of the rules. The other faction believed that this had exceeded the scope of the rules and was an emergency that needed to be handled immediately. Just then a strong smell of tobacco suddenly filled the air. Everyone abruptly stopped their arguing, following the scent. They saw the old team leader Gao Jinghua, who had pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from who knows where and was trembling as he lit one. The wisps of smoke rose, enveloping Gao Zhengguo's weathered face in a haze. The crimson glow of the cigarette flickered in the dim conference room, becoming the sole focus. The chaotic arguing abruptly ceased, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Everyone turned to look at him, at this old man who had been part of the question-setting team for 30 years, sending off one cohort of candidates after another. Have you all argued enough? Gao Zhenghua pinched the cheap cigarette between his fingers, brushing off non-existent ash. You are all senior teachers and expert professors, yet you behave like startled grasshoppers at the slightest issue. The man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses, being the first to regain composure, yet he insisted on his viewpoint. Team leader, this is not a trivial matter. 288 stars, this is no longer an exam, it's murder. We cannot approve an application that is certain to fail. Yes, team leader, we must be responsible for the safety of the candidates. Reject it then, citing a system malfunction as the reason. No one will say anything. The others chimed in agreement. Gao Zhenghua ignored them and looked toward the youngest teacher. Xiao Wang, pull up Lin Yu's academic record, the page with the extension application. The young teacher, though puzzled, immediately complied. An electronic file was projected onto the central screen. Name Lin Yu. First examination time 5 years ago. Extension application records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 entries in total, 1 for each year, without interruption. Do you see that, eh? Gao Zhenghua exhaled a cloud of smoke. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the team leader was implying. Supplementary Regulations for the Implementation Regulations on College Entrance Examinations, Volume 3, Article 19, regarding difficulty adjustments for extension students. Gao Zhenghua read it slowly, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. To prevent candidates from using extensions to evade normal assessments and accumulate excessive resources, punitive adjustments will be made to the subjective difficulty selection. An extension of 1 year results in a difficulty coefficient multiplied by 2. 2 years multiplied by 4. 3 years 8-fold. 4 years 16-fold. 5 years 32 times. With each word Gao Zhenghua uttered, the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop. When the number 32 escaped his lips, the room fell into complete silence. Everyone understood. So that's how it is. It was not a system bug. It was not some prodigy actively challenging the limits, but a poor soul forced onto the path by the rules. That blood-red 288 instantly transformed from a symbol of madness and foreboding into a colossal ironic joke. Someone couldn't hold back their laughter first. Soon suppressed chuckles erupted into a wave of hearty laughter throughout the conference room. So this is what it is. I thought it was some deity descended, but it turns out to be a fool who was played to death by the rules. 5 years of extension. What was going on in his head? Isn't this just weaving a cocoon for himself? This kid is truly a genius. In a physical sense, the previous panic and shock had vanished, replaced by a sense of absurd superiority. They reverted to being the question setters, looking down from their lofty heights. And Lin Yu, who had once evoked fear in them as a monster, had reverted back to being that familiar mascot in their conversations. Insane, truly insane. The young teacher shook his head, laughing while lamenting, "This is it, it would be hard not to die now." Only the man with gold-rimmed glasses stopped laughing after a while. He adjusted his glasses and suddenly said, "Have you considered why he didn't choose a 1-star task?" The laughter paused. What use is choosing a 1-star task? Someone scoffed. A 1-star multiplied by 32 is still 32 stars. Do you know what 32 stars mean? The final assessment of the Special Forces selection for the Linzhou Military District 10 years ago was a single person at 32 stars. For an ordinary candidate, is there a difference between 32 stars and 288 stars? The man with gold glasses retorted. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, it's all death. It's all impossible tasks. Rather than dying pitifully at 32 stars, it would be better to leave a mark in history under the grand challenge of 288 stars. At least when future generations mention him, they would say he was a madman who challenged the limits rather than a fool who was killed by the rules. What an interesting fellow. Interesting. Gao Zhenghua extinguished his cigarette, snorting coldly. The current issue is, what do we use to assess him? Who among you can conjure up an examination venue for 288 stars? He can do his thing, but we must set legitimate questions. Let's just fake it. Someone suggested quietly. After all, he can't pass anyway, just find a venue for a 9-star task, and let him fend for himself. No way. The man with gold-rimmed glasses immediately countered. An unequal difficulty level is a violation. It's dereliction of duty. If this gets out, our entire question-setting team is done for. So what do you propose? Are we really going to apply for a meteorite? Just as everyone was about to plunge into another argument, Gao Zhenghua slowly stood up. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city below. I do have an idea. All eyes refocused on him. We should place him in a real team. Gao Zhenghua enunciated each word clearly. What do you mean? Let him participate in real combat missions. That's too dangerous. Besides, which team would want a deadweight? Gao Zhenghua turned around, a glimmer of unnoticed brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. The Fangyao Special Operations Team, you should have heard of them. Fangyao, the young teacher exclaimed, the top special operations team in the military district. Their captain was one of my former students, Gao Zhenghua stated nonchalantly. The conference room erupted in commotion. But even if you have connections, why would they want a burden? This is real combat. People could die. The man with gold-rimmed glasses still felt uneasy. As for the task, Gao Zhenghua returned to his seat, revealing an inscrutable smile. Gaining the recognition of the Fangyao team is part of his task. If he can't even earn the trust of his teammates, then he shouldn't expect to complete any assessment of 288 stars. The others exchanged glances, finding the idea insane, yet it seemed to be the only feasible solution at the moment. It solved the resource problem, met the difficulty requirements, and kicked the ball back to Lin Yu himself. Clever, quite clever. All right, Lin, yes, matter is settled. Gao Zhenghua tapped the table, appearing somewhat impatient. I will handle the follow-up coordination work. He paused, scanning the already exasperated subordinates. You all should first consider how to handle the remaining 4 individual 9-star tasks. As he spoke, he picked up the red internal communicator on the table and began searching for a number he hadn't dialed in years. His fingertips slid across the contact list, eventually pausing at a long-forgotten name. Qinzhan. There was no title accompanying this name, only a solitary internal short number. In the conference room, everyone's movements froze. The man with gold-rimmed glasses halted the action of adjusting his glasses. Young teacher Xiao Wang's hand, which was about to continue scrolling through the list, became stiff. Everyone held their breath, focused on Gao Zhenghua's aged yet steady finger as it pressed the dial key. None dared to look directly, pretending to be busy with their own matters. Beep, beep, beep. The monotonous dialing sound echoed in the silent conference room, each beep striking the hearts of those present. Gao Zhenghua's face remained impassive, but the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. It had been many years since he had done something like this. Or rather, he hadn't really done it much at all. Using personal connections to handle work-related matters, especially under the condition of a recorded phone call. The call connected. Qinzhan. There were no greetings, no questions, just a name delivered with utmost calm from the earpiece. Gao Zhenghua cleared his throat. Xiao Qin, it's Gao Zhenghua. Teacher. The response from the other end was still brief, but carried a hint of warmth. Gao Zhenghua felt a bit more at ease in his heart. He knew that with this address of teacher, half of today's matter was settled. There's something I need to trouble you with. He chose his words carefully, each syllable spoken slowly and clearly, ensuring that the recording would capture his standard phrasing. There's a special candidate. The situation is very complex. We need an extremely challenging and unpredictable real combat environment for his final assessment. The other end remained silent, with only the faint sound of electrical current. I would like to arrange for him to join your team for a mission. The moment Gao Zhenghua spoke these words, he quickly added, of course I understand this is against the rules. If you find it inconvenient or risky, just treat it as if I never mentioned it, and we can think of another way. He returned the ball to the other side, adopting a very humble stance. This was the only approach he could think of that would achieve his goal, while also protecting himself procedurally. The man with gold-rimmed glasses and others listened with bated breath. To shove a candidate into a Fangyao real combat mission. Truly unimaginable. Teacher Gao's influence was indeed far greater than they had anticipated. However, Gao Zhenghua was not finished speaking. You can first assess this kid. Set a preliminary threshold for him. Feel free to test him however you like. If he cannot gain the recognition of your subordinates, then his first step of assessment is already a failure. In this way, it will also be easier for us to account for it. This statement was the core of his entire plan. It sounded as if he had given the other party absolute initiative and veto power. Yet in reality, it was a blatant transfer of the responsibility to eliminate Lin Yu. Do whatever you want with him. Eliminating him at the outset is the best option. These thoughts could not be uttered by Gao Zhenghua. He could only mask his true intentions with the most righteous of reasons. The other end fell into a long silence. A silence as heavy as death. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify, and everyone could hear the drumming of their own heartbeats. Gao Zhenghua's hand resting on the table had begun to stiffen. He even began to regret making this call. Was it worth using his most cherished connections for a hapless victim of the rules? On the communicator, the small red light indicating recording flickered like a mocking eye. Just as Gao Jinghua was about to say forget it, Qin Zhan's voice rang out again. Sure, just 2 words. Straightforward and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Gao Jinghua's taut nerves instantly relaxed. A wave of indescribable fatigue washed over him. When Oi, Qin Zhan asked again. Send the information over. Okay. Gao Jinghua replied repeatedly, leaning back into his chair feeling entirely relaxed. I will have a dedicated person coordinate with you on the subsequent processes. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Qin. He felt as if he had just fought a battle. As the call was about to end, Gao Jinghua inexplicably added, once this matter is settled, make sure to come home for a visit. Your teacher's wife has been asking about you, saying she hasn't seen you in a long time. There was another brief silence on the other end. The call ended. Gao Jinghua gently placed the red communicator back in its position, producing a soft sound. He let out a long breath, only then realizing that his back was slightly damp with sweat. He lifted his head and saw a room full of stunned faces. The man with gold-rimmed glasses had his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite a while. Young teacher Xiao Wang looked at Gao Jinghua as if he were a deity. A single phone call. A call that in their eyes was enough to topple the entire Ministry of Education and potentially spark a diplomatic incident over the 288-star difficulty. Just like that. Resolved. Fangya Special Operations Team. What kind of place is that? It is the sharpest knife of the military, executing missions that are life or death secrets. Stuffing a high school student into an assessment. How could you even think of that? And the other side agreed. No wonder they say sometimes a person's face can make the impossible possible. Team leader. The man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke with a somewhat airy voice. Your connections. What connections? Gao Jinghua shot him a glare and shook another cigarette from the pack. This time his hand was much steadier. It's just following the regulations. He lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, and the smoke enveloped him entirely. All right, Lin, yes, matter is settled. He slapped the table, drawing everyone's attention back. He pointed to the screen at the names listed below, 288. One has been resolved. Now how to deal with the remaining 4 single 9-star candidates is your headache. Everyone get to work. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the crowd, turning his chair to face the massive floor-to-ceiling window, alone puffing clouds of smoke. Outside was a bustling city filled with the sounds of traffic. And the fate of a young man had just been completely altered in that brief phone call. Gao Jinghua pinched his cigarette, gazing into the distance. Just an assessment. It shouldn't endanger anyone, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, in a coldly lit combat command room, Qin Zhan fished out a fruit-flavored lollipop from his pocket, leisurely tearing off the plastic wrapper and popping it into his mouth. The sweet artificial flavor melted on his tongue. Since quitting smoking, this had become his substitute. However, it had been a long time since he had even had one. His teacher Gao Jinghua, the old man who had stubbornly refused to bow to anyone throughout his life. In his memory, this teacher had never used personal connections to make any disciple do something for him. This was the first time. On the phone, the old man's voice, slightly trembling, yet intentionally steady, made him feel a pang of heartache. As a student, how could he not comply? He held a lollipop, shifting positions on the cold metal chair. As long as it didn't interfere with the mission, it would be fine. And it wouldn't interfere. While outsiders viewed the task as fraught with danger and near-death experiences, to the Fangya team, it sometimes felt like just going through the motions. Taking a little brother in for a look around was naturally not a problem. The real issue was that Qin Zhan, who had little experience with such social nuances, couldn't quite grasp his teacher's intentions. To directly call and ask, teacher, what do you want me to do? Can you give me a clear answer? Would certainly invite scolding. It might even escalate the situation, which would be unfavorable for both the teacher and him. He could only piece together information from those few brief exchanges. Official business. If it were purely official, such an unusual arrangement wouldn't have fallen on his Fangya team. With so many departments in the Ministry of Education and numerous teams in the military, there were plenty of places to place people. Therefore, it wasn't official business. It must have been personal business. It even had the guise of a final assessment for the college entrance examination. Qin Zhan shifted the lollipop from one side of his mouth to the other, the plastic stick making a faint crack sound. Suddenly he understood. It was gilding. It must be gilding. Perhaps it was for an old acquaintance of the teacher's, or a troublesome relative who needed a resume that was impressive enough to be a stepping stone. A resume that could elevate him to greatness. What could be more frightening than completing the college entrance examination during a real combat mission with the Fangya team? There was nothing. The teacher also said, set a threshold for him, test him however you wish. If he can't even earn the approval of your subordinates, then his first step in the assessment has already failed. This way we can provide a good explanation on our end. This seemingly light remark echoed repeatedly in Qin Zhan's mind, each word striking with heavy resonance. We Which we? Is it he Qin Zhan and teacher Gao Zhenghua? Or the entire question-setting group? No, it was neither. The sweetness of the lollipop in Qin Zhan's mouth suddenly turned bitter. He understood his teacher all too well. A man who valued rules more than life, who had never bowed his head. To make him utter the words provide an explanation was in itself a compromise, a concession. Is there anyone in this world who could make him bow his head? Qin Zhan's thoughts raced. The teacher needed to provide an explanation. To whom was he providing it? A retired old group leader from the Ministry of Education. Who else could he provide an explanation to? Unless this explanation wasn't for himself, but for someone else. For that kid named Lin Yu. Hiss. Qin Zhan gasped, biting down hard on the plastic stick in his mouth, which creaked under the pressure. Was this kid's background even greater than he had imagined? So significant that even a figure of the teacher's caliber had to tread carefully to pave the way for him, even willing to expend his most precious connections to arrange a gilded assessment. The teacher's exact words were, set a threshold for him, test him however you wish. If he can't even earn the approval of your subordinates, then his first step in the assessment has already failed. It seemed to relinquish control to him. It could genuinely end in failure right from the start. Could it really be so? If this kid truly failed at the first step, would it be easy to provide an explanation to the teacher? Such a scenario could indeed work. The path was made available to him, and if he couldn't traverse it, no one could be blamed. But would it affect the teacher? Recalling how that stubborn old man had once withstood pressure to pull himself back from the brink of punishment during his military school days. Recalling that after graduation, every time he hit a bottleneck, it was this old man who used his meager salary to treat him to a bowl of noodles and then casually offered a few words of guidance. Qin Zhan hesitated. He had always looked down upon and even despised matters of backdoor dealings and guilt. The Fangya team was one he had forged through blood and fire, the sharpest knife of the military, not a playground for the offspring of the powerful to polish their resumes. But social niceties could sometimes be harder to evade than enemy bullets. He had seen enough of such things to know better than to deny their existence. So many that he had become numb to them. Some rules were meant to be broken by special people. Not to mention, wasn't there at least one person in his own Fangya team who had taken a shortcut? Instantly, a familiar face with a playful smile appeared in Qin Zhan's mind. That guy's abilities were indeed top-notch. But the shortcut he took was also undeniable. Sigh. Qin Zhan, frustrated, crushed the lollipop in his mouth, swallowing the sweet bits mixed with bitter saliva. Speaking of shortcuts, should he ask that guy who was the best at taking shortcuts? Yes, that guy's mind was naturally born to decipher such convoluted matters. What providing an explanation, what threshold, what first step failure? The underlying implications hidden in these words, that guy would definitely clarify them unmistakably. Qin Zhan suddenly stood up from the cold metal chair. He couldn't handle this matter based solely on his assumptions. If done well, everyone would be happy. If it went awry, it would not only betray the teacher's trust, but could also bring enormous trouble to him. This matter must be consulted with a professional. He strode out of the command room, his rigid military demeanor causing all the team members he passed to instinctively stand tall and salute. Good day, Captain. Captain. Qin Zhan nodded in response, passing through the cold, somber training area, walking past the wall adorned with honors, finally stopping in front of a door that clashed with the entire base's style. This door had no number, no markings, and appeared to be made of ordinary wood with a crooked "Do Not Disturb" cartoon sticker stuck on it. Qin Zhan raised his hand, not knocking, but directly pushing the door open. Inside was not the office or dormitory he had imagined, but a vast futuristic workshop. Various half-disassembled mechanical parts, energy conduits emanating a ghostly blue light, and countless floating virtual data screens filled the entire space. A young man in a white lab coat with hair as messy as a bird's nest was wearing goggles and concentrating on energy construction. Qin Zhan felt a bittersweet pang. Honestly, if it weren't for this guy taking shortcuts, even Fangya might not deserve such a fine laboratory. Brother 4, Qin Zhan called out. And the young man addressed as Brother 4, Zhonghuai, seemed not to hear at all, his head still bent over a tangle of intricate energy conduits, fingers flying so swiftly they left afterimages in their wake. Qin Zhan didn't press him, and he simply found a relatively clean metal parts crate and sat down, watching with serene, unflustered patience. And he knew Zhonghuai's rules. When this boy was immersed in research, even the heavens collapsing would have to wait until he finished the step before him. And across the entire Fangfang squad, only Qin Zhan, the squad's captain, could sit there without being ejected bodily by a mechanical arm. 10 full minutes passed, and Zhonghuai finally ceased his work, removed his protective goggles, and revealed a refined yet weary face. His tousled hair made him look like a college student just dragged from bed. Done. And he exhaled deeply, then turned and saw Qin Zhan. And hey, Captain Zhan. A roguish, carefree smile instantly lit Zhong Huai's face. And what wine blew your eminence into my junkyard? Rare guest indeed. And though in terms of background, 10 Qin Zhans wouldn't match one Zhong Huai, yet that title Captain Zhan rolled off Zhong Huai's tongue with genuine sincerity. He admired Qin Zhan's strength and integrity. Theirs was a bond forged in life and death trials. No pretense, no masks between them. And got something I'm unsure about. Need your counsel. Qin Zhan cut straight to the point, wasting no words. And oh, Zhong Huai's interest peaked. He grabbed an ice-chilled energy drink from the nearby cooling unit and tossed one to Qin Zhan. And spill it. What could possibly stump our famously impartial Captain Qin? Qin Zhan twisted open the cap and took a long gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, but failed to quench the simmering frustration churning within. He recounted Professor Gao's phone call verbatim, adding no speculation, offering only cold, unembellished facts. A special candidate, highly complex circumstances, requiring an exceptionally demanding live field assessment. And the professor's suggestion is to assign him to my squad for a real mission. And set a threshold if he fails to clear it. The assessment concludes as unsuccessful, making it easier for them to account for the outcome. Qin Zhan fell silent, eyes fixed on Zhong Huai. He wanted to see what insights his teammate, whose mind naturally bent through extra turns, might extract from those few lines. And Zhong Huai had begun slouched against the workbench, listening lazily. But when he heard special candidate and highly complex circumstances, he sat upright. And at the phrase, easier to account for the outcome, the playful smirk froze entirely on his face. Uffed. And Zhong Huai nearly spat out his energy drink, coughing violently before regaining composure. And Captain Zhan, my dearest elder brother. He stared at Qin Zhan as though gazing upon an innocent youth freshly descended from the mountains. And, do you really need counsel? Isn't it blindingly obvious? Qin Zhan blinked. Obvious? What is in gilding? Zhong Huai declared, emphatic and absolute. And Qin Zhan inwardly sighed. Of course. Professor Gao's phrasing had indeed signaled exactly that. He hadn't imagined it. Zhong Huai vaulted off the workbench and strode toward Qin Zhan, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial hush. And, listen again, really listen, to Professor Gao's words. Special candidate translates to candidate of exceptional pedigree. In highly complex circumstances means background so formidable it's unsafe to discuss over the phone. Exceptionally demanding live field assessment. That's us, the Fangfang Squad. Is there any other unit across the entire military district whose credentials carry greater weight or higher stakes? With each sentence, Qin Zhan's expression grew grimmer. And he understood. It was merely that he refused to entertain such interpretations. Most crucial of all, the final line. Zhong Huai raised a finger, wagging it before Qin Zhan's face. And, easier to account for the outcome. That's the crux, Captain. Account to whom? Professor Gao, a retired senior official, owes no accounting to anyone. And clearly he's covering for that young man Lin Yu, accounting to his family. Zhong Huai's seamless analysis left Qin Zhan momentarily speechless. In the subtext hidden in those words, he truly hadn't grasped it. So you mean, I mean some towering figure, whose influence reaches the heavens, wants his heir to take a shortcut yet refuses to make it look crude or vulgar. So he reached out through Professor Gao. Professor Gao, unable to refuse the favor, swallowed his pride and called you, tossing this scalding hot potato into your lap. In the so-called threshold, merely theater, stage for outsiders. You must let him pass, and pass brilliantly, yet without appearing contrived. In the so-called assessment failure, a safeguard. Should this young master prove utterly incompetent, or should anything go awry, both Professor Gao and you can disengage cleanly behind the shield of insufficient capability. Assessment failed. No blame falls anywhere. Zhong Huai finished in one breath, then drained his drink in a single defiant gulp, wearing an expression that said, well, aren't I brilliant? And Qin Zhan fell silent. He had to concede Zhong Huai's reasoning was ironclad, each thread woven seamlessly, perfectly explaining the subtle discomfort he'd felt in every phrase of the professor's call. More importantly, it aligned closely with his own instincts, proving perhaps that even he couldn't escape the vast, inescapable dive vat of human obligation. Yet, but Professor Gao isn't that kind of man, Qin Zhan murmured, still struggling to accept it. And he spent his entire life despising precisely this sort of thing. Ah, Captain Zhan, you remain too upright. Zhong Huai sighed, clapping Qin Zhan's shoulder with quiet gravity. One lives in this world, bound by forces beyond one's will. At Professor Gao's station, debts from youth, or directives from above, cannot simply be declined. He called you, not someone else, because he trusts you. He knows you'll handle this flawlessly. And this is both a test and protection. Imagine once this credential is gilded, you, Xinjiang, become the guiding light for that influential figure's kin. Such a bond of gratitude is priceless. Your professor cares for you. You're now captain of the Fangfang squad. Merit alone may no longer lift you higher. You need patronage. Professor Gao aids that young man. Yet he may just as well be aiding you. Xinjiang's temples throbbed. And he loathed these convoluted maneuvers. Loathed the suffocating web of social obligation. Yet Zhonghua was right, entrusted with this task. He could not fail. And failure would betray the professor's trust and potentially plunge him into grave peril. So what do we do? Xinjiang rubbed his temples, agitation sharpening his voice. And what do? We do it, and we do it magnificently. Zhonghuai's eyes gleamed, like a child who'd just discovered a dazzling new toy. And leave it to me. He pounded his chest with conviction. And I know this trade inside out. You know him? Xinjiang repeated, his voice flat and toneless. Yet those two words pierced through Zhonghua like icy doubt. Zhonghua straightened his spine, his usual nonchalant demeanor vanished, replaced by the quiet, unshakable confidence of a consummate professional. Brother Zhang, rest assured. This kind of operation demands absolute precision. It must satisfy our superiors' expectations of diligence, make the young man feel utterly honored, and leave no room for external criticism. Let's go. First we'll review this prodigy's dossier. Know your enemy, know yourself. Oh, only then can you prevail in every battle. With a decisive wave, Zhonghua took charge of the thorny assignment and steered Xinjiang toward the operations command center. Xinjiang did not move. He simply gazed at his teammate, a man whose family connections reached the highest echelons, with an expression impossibly layered, heavy with unspoken thought. Zhonghua felt a chill crawl up his spine under that stare. Hey bro, why are you staring at me like that? Got something stuck on my face. Lao Si, Xinjiang said quietly. Thank you. Zhonghua blinked, then instantly slipped back into his easygoing, irreverent mask, waving it off with a flick of his hand. Hardly worth mentioning. Besides, Professor Gao is my teacher too. Even if he only taught me one semester, he shielded me from trouble more times than I can count. When a master like him speaks for the first time, don't we owe it to him to deliver perfection? Without waiting for reply, he seized Xinjiang's arm and pulled him firmly toward the command chamber. The cold metallic door slid open with a whisper. Zhonghua strode confidently to the main console, fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard as he retrieved the candidate's encrypted file, transmitted directly by the Ministry of Education. Let's see who this paragon is, worthy enough to warrant Professor Gao's personal intervention. An electronic dossier materialized on the vast screen before them. It was starkly minimal. Name Lin Yu. Age 23. Candidate ID CE770831. Nothing else. No family background. No academic or service record. Utterly blank, like pristine, untouched parchment. That's it. Zhonghua murmured, astonished. This profile is suspiciously clean. Shouldn't be. Scions of such stature usually carry dossiers spanning 3 pages. Xinjiang remained silent, only pointing wordlessly to a line of crimson annotations specially highlighted beneath the dossier. Zhonghua's gaze followed. Special circumstance note: this candidate requested a 5-year deferral and has now re-entered the final practical assessment. Assessment difficulty selection, solo 9-star mission. Composite difficulty rating 288 stars. A silence fell, Zhonghua's smile freezing pixel by pixel into rigid disbelief. He leaned in, scrutinizing the red annotation letter by letter. 288 stars. Had his eyes betrayed him? Brother Zhang, is that 288? Xinjiang's reply was a single terse syllable. Inside the command chamber, silence descended. Not merely quiet, but the suffocating stillness of a vacuum. Zhonghua paced before the colossal screen, muttering under his breath. A 5-year deferral, technically permitted by regulation. But who does that? 5 years. By then, even yesterday's soup would have turned cold. A solo 9-star mission. Are we insane? That's calibrated for high school cadets. And then, multiply them 288 stars. Damn. A curse escaped him unbidden. Xinjiang glanced sideways. His own initial reaction had been So, you still think this is just gilding? Xinjiang asked. Zhonghua halted mid-stride, whirled around, and his eyes blazed with unnerving intensity. No. What surged through his mind now bore nothing in common with mere gilding. Brother Zhang. His voice trembled, not with fear, but with raw electric exhilaration. This isn't gilding. It's apotheosis. Huh. Xinjiang raised an eyebrow. Don't you see yet? Zhonghua stabbed a finger at the screen, pulse racing. This architect behind the scenes is a genius. A master manipulator who bends rules until they sing, whose ambition isn't mere passage but deification. Why defer for 5 years? To maximize difficulty, to push the system to its absolute limit, forging an unprecedented, unrivaled pinnacle of challenge within regulatory bounds. 288 stars. Once etched into the final archival record, what does that signify? A miracle, a legend, an immutable myth. Who henceforth dares call this young man a backdoor appointee? He will have legitimately conquered the 288-star hell trial, the very definition of a monster. That dossier alone outweighs the combined honors of our entire Fong squad. Zhong Huai's voice rose. He felt he'd uncovered a truth so vast it reshaped reality itself. This transcended mere social maneuvering. It was art, the sublime, breathtaking art of weaving rules, influence, and authority into a single, flawless tapestry. Who could conceive such a scheme and compel the Ministry of Education to greenlight it for one individual? A power so immense Zhong Huai dared not even imagine its scale. Qin Zhan listened, his worldview trembling at its foundations. He was a soldier, trained to execute missions, defeat enemies, uphold duty. He'd never conceived that an examination could harbor such labyrinthine stratagems. Then what do we do? His voice came dry and strained. Every mission is fully recorded. We can't fabricate evidence out of thin air. That was the crux, the most pragmatic dilemma. Gilding implied stage performance within a controlled zone. But deification, that demanded far more than theater. At 288 stars, without genuine mastery, the candidate wouldn't ascend. He'd dissolve into ruin before the trial's first hour. Hold on, Zhong Huai urged, mind ablaze. He returned to the console and summoned Fong Squad's recent classified mission roster. Line after line of top-tier operations scrolled across the screen. Elimination of a Tier 3 Abyssal Lord. Infiltration and sabotage of enemy teleportation gate. Escorting critical ignition protocol specimen. Qin Zhan watched, brow furrowed deeply. None were suitable. None could casually absorb a cadet fresh from academia. Suddenly Zhong Huai's finger froze. He pointed to a mission buried deep in the list. Unassuming, almost invisible. Escorting third-tier supply convoy to Abyssal Outpost 7. That one. He snapped his fingers. A supply escort. Qin Zhan frowned. Too simple. It can't justify a 288-star rating. No, Brother Zhan, you're missing the point. Zhong Huai smiled, enigmatic and knowing. The point isn't the task, it's the location. The Abyss. Qin Zhan's understanding struck like lightning. The Abyss. Once inside its depths, continuous recording wasn't guaranteed. Maintaining comms would be considered a blessing. You mean? Exactly. Zhong Huai clicked his fingers. The mission itself is trivial, mere courier work. But it unfolds within the Abyss. What does that imply? Uncontrollable variables, unverifiable events, and final authority over outcomes, resting solely with us. We need only deliver him safely to the outpost, and bring him back intact. What transpires between those points? Merely a matter of narrative, crafted by our testimony. And let's be honest, who dares question difficulty ratings inside the Abyss? Once we certify it, 288 stars it is. And he has completed it. Qin Zhan fell silent. He could not deny it. The plan was chillingly, undeniably viable. It solved every problem perfectly. It not only furnished that youth named Lin Yu with a staggering resume, but also spared the Liaya squad from assuming any risk of misconduct. Yet deep within, the soldierly integrity and pride still made him uneasy. After all, this was in essence a deception. So, do we still test the entry threshold? Qin Zhan finally asked. Test. Of course we test. Zhong Huai replied without hesitation. We must perform the whole charade. This threshold is the best pretext to filter out those who merely came to gawk, Zhong Huai said. Leave it to me. I'll arrange it so he passes with ease, while making Liaoya's standards seem impossibly lofty. Qin Zhan watched his resourceful comrade and exhaled deeply. If he had to handle such matters alone, even racking his brains, he could not have devised so comprehensive a scheme. He reached out and slapped Zhong Huai's shoulder firmly. Fourth brother, you've worked hard. At that moment, a profound helplessness showed on the iron-hearted captain. Without Zhong Huai, he would not have known how to report back to his master. Achoo! A loud sneeze suddenly rang out in the resplendent lobby of Tianqing Tower. The female receptionist, idly leaning against the front desk and furtively sizing up Lin Yu with the corner of her eye, was jolted by the sound. How odd. Lin Yu rubbed his nose, equally puzzled. With his current constitution, let alone catching a cold, even sleeping in an Arctic ice cave would not make him sneeze. Had someone cursed him behind his back? The absurd thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately found there were plenty who could insult him. If each one provoked a sneeze, he could do nothing all day but stand here sneeze. The receptionist's gaze grew even more brazen. She took in Lin Yu's ordinary casual clothes and his excessively youthful face, her conjecture hardening. This kid is 99% Director Wang's kept illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could an ordinary young man dare to address Director Wang Han by name and come straight here? Seeing his composed, unflappable manner, it was clear he felt untouchable. Such confidence could not be feigned. She had worked here for years and seen countless people attempting to cling to the powerful. Their faces invariably bore servility and nervousness. But the young man before her, Lin Yu, had none of that. He simply stood calmly, as if awaiting an ordinary friend, not the magnate who controlled a multi-billion corporation. Ding! A crisp chime interrupted her reverie. The VIP elevator nearby slid open. A figure nearly staggered out. It was Wang Han, one of the directors of Tianqin Group. In this moment, there was not a trace of his usual composed strategic poise. His expensive suit jacket hung open, his tie askew, his carefully groomed hair disheveled, with a few fine beads of sweat clinging to his temple. As he stepped from the elevator, he swept his eyes frantically across the lobby. When he saw Lin Yu, he visibly exhaled, then instantly tensed again. Lin, my worthy nephew. Wang Han took agile strides and hurried before Lin Yu, his face full of eager warmth edged with a hint of panic. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. I was in an emergency meeting and couldn't leave, but the moment I heard you had arrived, I dismissed it at once. As he spoke, he reflexively reached to pat Lin Yu's shoulder, but his hand froze midway, and he ended up awkwardly rubbing his palms. The manner was not that of an elder greeting a junior. It was more like a subordinate meeting a figure he dared not. The receptionist watched from afar, dumbfounded. What was happening? Director Wang. So flustered. Even if he were a kept son, surely not to this degree. Such deference, so obsequious it verged on humiliating. A mere nephew warranting this. No, there was definitely something off. This was troubling indeed. Lin Yu felt some helplessness at Wang Han's excessive warmth. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. I just arrived. Not at all, not at all. Making you wait even a second is my offense. Wang Han waved his hands, repeatedly lowering himself further. Just then another person emerged from the elevator. He was a man in his 40s, clad in a well-tailored suit, hair immaculately combed, exuding the shrewdness and efficiency of a corporate elite. He was General Manager Li, head of Tianqin Group's marketing department. The meeting had been chaired by him until Wang Han declared, "I have an earth-shattering matter," and abruptly suspended all proceedings. Nursing a private anger, he followed out to see what person could unsettle Director Wang so. What he saw, General Manager Li's steps halted. Was it him? The brother from that sibling duo who, after their vocational awakening, brazenly refused all astronomical contracts in front of the entire company. That day, he had been one of the Tianqin Group's representatives on the scene. He had watched Lin Yu and Lin Yao casually discard wealth and resources that would drive any ordinary person to madness as easily as old shoes. Back then, he had thought those two young people were boundlessly arrogant. Now this insolent brat appeared on his company's turf, and Director Wang treated him with such gravity. An inexplicable fury surged from Li's chest. It was an intense sense of imbalance. Li had clawed and scrambled for 20 years, rising from a lowly clerk to his present high station, holding considerable power. Yet even so, when confronting capital far larger than Tianqin, he still had to tread carefully and plaster smiles on his face. He did not possess Lin Yu's unconcerned ease. Nor did he have Lin Yu's audacity to tell the world no. Why should a 20-something kid command that right? Because he awakened a desirable vocation. Because of exceptional talent. This world is after all a realm of capital and power. Talent is worthless before the true rules. Li stood there becoming a complete joke. He had expected Director Wang to introduce him or to present that young man named Lin Yu. But Director Wang acted as if he had not seen him. More precisely, Wang's sidelong glance may have flicked past Li, but it was so light it did not linger. As if this head of marketing were merely a potted plant in the lobby or a slab of marble on the floor. Not worth an introduction. Not even worth being seen. This ignored sense of humiliation is more painful than being scolded to one's face. Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless towards Wang Han's overly enthusiastic attitude. He spoke up, breaking the somewhat stiff atmosphere. Uncle Wang, you are too polite. Just call me Xiao Yu from now on. Upon hearing this, Wang Han's look of panic diminished slightly, yet he remained respectful, nodding repeatedly. All right, Xiao Yu. I actually came here today to ask you for a favor, Uncle Wang. Lin Yu directly expressed. Upon hearing this, General Manager Li felt a bit of the fire inside him quelled, replaced by a touch of understanding and disdain. As expected, after all the circling around, he was still here to ask for help. No matter how much he pretended, a young man in his 20s ultimately had to rely on the resources of the Tianqing group. Wang Han immediately straightened his back and slapped his chest in assurance. Shall you just say it? As long as it's something I can do, I will go through fire and water without a second thought. This declaration was made with such determination that General Manager Li couldn't help but glance over. This promise was indeed heavy. Even for a family friend, it shouldn't be so extreme, right? Lin Yu smiled and uttered a sentence that left everyone present in a state of disbelief. It's not that serious. I just want to ask Uncle Wang to take a position at my company on the side. The air fell into a deathly silence. The front desk lattice's professional smile froze completely, revealing an unconcealable awkwardness. What? Asking Director Wang to work part-time at his company. Did she hear that wrong? Meanwhile, General Manager Li, after a brief moment of shock, could no longer hold back. A very soft sound, yet exceptionally clear in the quiet hall, escaped his lips. He couldn't even be bothered to hide his mockery. Has he gone mad? Is this kid really insane, or just pretending? Does he know who he is speaking to? Wang Han, director of Tianqing Group, a business mogul worth billions. Working part-time at some obscure little company he has never heard of. Working for you. Do you even deserve it? General Manager Li laughed wildly in his heart. He could almost foresee the next moment when Wang Han would erupt in anger and have security throw this audacious lunatic out. However, the anticipated thunderous rage did not arrive. Wang Han was stunned. The expression on his face was something General Manager Li had never seen before, complex. There was shock, confusion, but more than that, a deep, almost overflowing entanglement. Was he actually considering it? The moment this thought emerged, General Manager Li quickly suppressed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who is Wang Han? How could he abandon his career and status for a mere young man? But Wang Han's subsequent reaction completely shattered the business understanding that General Manager Li had built over 20 years. He struggled for a full half-minute, beads of sweat forming a small stream as they slid down his cheek. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and with a determination akin to severing a wrist, he heavily nodded. All right, I agree. Boom. General Manager Li felt as if 100,000 tons of TNT had exploded simultaneously in his mind. He was completely dazed, standing there frozen, unable to say a word. He agreed. Wang Han actually agreed. Why? What on earth is happening? A director controlling a billion-dollar group is going to work for a 20-something young man. And he didn't even ask a single question. Did he not ask what the job entails, what company it is, what the business is, what the position is? What has happened to this world? General Manager Li's worldview crumbled at that moment, shattering into pieces. Lin Yu also visibly relaxed. He was genuinely worried that Uncle Wang would refuse. After all, this did sound a bit absurd, choosing to give up being a big boss to come work for his makeshift team as a strategist. If Uncle Wang had refused, he would truly have struggled to find a more suitable and trustworthy candidate. That's great. Lin Yu displayed a sincere smile. We'll discuss the details later. All right. Wang Han was still wiping sweat, looking somewhat terrified. General Manager Li's dazed gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Yu and Wang Han. Finally, he seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope and unconsciously moved closer to the front desk lady. His voice was dry and hoarse. What is going on here? The front desk lady was also astonished by this bizarre development. Looking at General Manager Li's lost expression, she hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice and softly presenting her bold yet singular guess. General Manager Li, I guess that he might be Director Wang's illegitimate son. The term illegitimate son struck like a lightning bolt, instantly parting the fog in General Manager Li's mind. Yes, it must be like that. A glimmer appeared in his eyes, and all the confusion and absurdity suddenly had a reasonable explanation. No wonder Director Wang would lose composure. No wonder he would agree to such an unreasonable request. This is not a business collaboration, it's an exchange of interests within the family, or rather a compensation. This young man named Lin Yu must have grasped some leverage against Director Wang, or used the mother-son relationship to blackmail him into submission. Who would have thought that the Wang family's seemingly harmonious facade in front of the media concealed such matters behind the scenes? General Manager Li felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, and the sense of imbalance in his heart was instantaneously replaced by a morbid excitement. So that's how it is. So even you, Wang Han, have reached this point. Just as General Manager Li was concocting a dramatic family conflict in his mind, the front desk lady suddenly let out a low gasp. Not good. General Manager Li followed her gaze. He saw a young girl in a bright red dress, tall and strikingly beautiful, striding confidently into the Tianqing building in high heels. Wang Qingxian. Director Wang's pampered and notoriously difficult daughter. The front desk lattice face went pale. This is bad. If the young lady sees Director Wang entangled with this illegitimate son and agreeing to work at his company, would it not spark a violent confrontation on the spot? If the Wang family scandal were to explode in front of everyone in the entire lobby, it would be the headline news in Linzhou tomorrow. No, she must be stopped. The front desk lady was anxious and was just about to find an excuse to rush over to warn Director Wang, or at least divert Wang Qingchuan's attention. But a hand suddenly grabbed her arm. It was General Manager Li. The front desk lady turned back in confusion only to see General Manager Li slowly shaking his head, wearing a strange smile that seemed to revel in the chaos. General Manager Li was very excited. Old Li even felt that following Wang Han today was an incredibly correct decision. Such rumors existing only in whispers and drunken conversations were about to unfold right before his eyes. Wang Qingxuan, the notoriously spoiled young lady of Lingzhou, saw her father behaving so submissively to a mysterious wild kid, even agreeing to work at his company. With her temper, it would be strange if she did not blow the roof off the Tianqing building. At that moment, Wang Han would be humiliated, and the entire Tianqing group would become a laughingstock. As the only internal witness to this incident, Li's position instantly became delicate. He didn't even need to do anything, just by adopting an I know everything, but I won't say a word demeanor at the upcoming board meeting, he could make Wang Han restless. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. President Li forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to curl up, wearing a complex expression mixed with worry and anticipation as he watched the fiery red figure draw closer. The front desk lady was on the verge of tears. Her hand was firmly grasped by President Li, rendering her unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as Wang Qingxuan in her clicking high heels crossed the hall. Clearly, it's over. The king meets the Wang. Oh no, the legitimate wife is about to tear the illegitimate child apart. Wang Han also spotted his daughter. His body instantly tensed and sweat broke out more furiously on his face. The posture he had just relaxed slipped back into a state of unease. Qingxian, what are you doing here? He instinctively tried to shift his feet, subtly blocking the space between Lin Yu and his daughter, yet he didn't dare to make any large movements. Wang Qingxian stopped in her tracks, her beautiful brows slightly raised. Why can't I come? Dad, you were in a meeting and suddenly disappeared, not answering your phone. I thought you had been kidnapped. Her tone carried a hint of the spoiled arrogance and dissatisfaction typical of a young lady, her gaze sweeping over Wang Han and Lin Yu beside him, eventually settling on Lin Yu's ordinary casual outfit. Here it comes. President Li was ecstatic, his body trembling slightly with excitement. The front desk lady closed her eyes, unable to bear watching the impending bloody scene. Sure enough, a playful curiosity appeared on Wang Qingchuan's face. Ignoring her father's embarrassment, she walked straight towards Lin Yu, circling around him as if appraising a curious item. Dad, is this the big deal you were talking about? A kid dressed in street vendor clothes. Her words were unceremonious, filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely detectable hostility. Wang Han's face instantly turned red. Qingxian, don't talk nonsense. Who is this? Wang Qingxian interrupted him, standing in front of Lin Yu again, her arms crossed, looking down at him. The air seemed to solidify. President Li felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Tear it up. Quickly. However, Lin Yu simply gazed at her calmly, saying nothing. To Wang Qingxuan, his silence seemed like another form of provocation. Hey kid, are you short on cash? Just name a number, and I'll give it to you. Wang Qingxian pretended to take out her card from her delicate little bag. Qingxian. Wang Han's tone changed, and he rushed forward, grabbing his daughter's arm. Shut your mouth. Quickly apologize to Lin Xian. Apologize to Xiao Yu. Apologize. Why should I? Wang Qingxian shook off her father's hand, her arrogance soaring. Dad, are you getting old and confused? How could you be fooled by someone like this? And now you want me to apologize to him? Can he even take it? Wang Han fell silent. It seemed the incident at the Black Market Old Ghost Hall had traumatized his daughter, and she couldn't recall Lin Yu's appearance. At this tense moment, with swords drawn and ready to clash, Lin Yu, who had been silent, finally spoke. He did not acknowledge Wang Qingchuan's provocation or look at the increasingly frantic Wang Han, but instead turned his gaze to the not-so-distant President Li, whose facial muscles twitched with agitation. Uncle Wang, who is this? A simple question felt like a bucket of icy water poured over President Li's head. His ecstatic joy instantly froze. His facial muscles stiffened, maintaining an extremely strange and twisted expression. Is he asking me? Wang Han finally noticed there was a marketing director beside him. Now he was overwhelmed and didn't care about formalities, simply waving his hand dismissively. Oh, from the marketing department, Xiao Li. President Li felt as if he had just been publicly slapped 100 times. What terrified him more was that Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on him, calm, yet imbued with an indescribable penetrating power. As if all his filthy schadenfreude thoughts were laid bare. A chill shot up from his tailbone to the top of his... At that moment the once arrogant Wang Qingxian finally sensed something was off. Following Lin Yu's gaze, she saw President Li not far away, his expression twisted and body rigid. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that she looked back at Lin Yu. This time she scrutinized him more closely. This face. This exceedingly youthful face, yet one that bore an unsettling calmness unfitting for his age. It seemed familiar. Fragments of memory began to rapidly piece together. The black market old ghost hall, the earth-shattering chaos, the rampage of the Atarm de Jura, and that seemingly frail figure that blocked all shockwaves. Along with the calm young silhouette within the shield. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in Wang Qingchuan's mind. It's him. That monster. In an instant the arrogance and pride on her face vanished completely. In its place was a pale mixture of shock, fear, and disbelief. Her body uncontrollably began to tremble slightly. Her high heels made a slight, unsteady sound. Under the astonished gazes of all, the Tianqing young lady who had just been so domineering suddenly bent at a 90-degree angle towards Lin Yu. Her voice carried a slight tremor that she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Yu bro. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Silence. A deathly silence. In the lobby of the Tianqing building one could hear a pin drop. The front desk lady who had just closed her eyes suddenly opened them wide, her mouth agape, as if her jaw might dislocate. What did she just witness? The young lady. Bowing. Apologizing. Meanwhile, President Li, who had been ready to watch the annual drama, was completely petrified. The expression on his face shattered entirely. From ecstasy to frozen shock, and now to a state of daze and collapse. An illegitimate child? No. What kind of illegitimate child could make Wang Qingchuan, the fearless and unruly young lady, bow and apologize? What in the world is happening here? Lin Yu looked at the dramatic scene before him and simply nodded calmly. He now didn't know how to communicate with those who had witnessed his power. To be fair, he did not wish for these matters to become an obstacle. He wanted to maintain a sense of normalcy, but it was indeed beyond his control. It's fine. He turned to look at Wang Han, who was utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Wang, it seems that your sister Qingxian also agrees to you coming to my company. Wang Qingxian suddenly looked up, gazing at her father with an expression as if she were looking at a celestial being, and then at Lin Yu with an expression as if she were looking at a madman. Going to his company. What did she just hear? President Li's body swayed, feeling as if he needed to hold on to something to steady himself. He couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend a single word. This world had become a completely incomprehensible fantasy novel to him. And Wang Qingchuan's next sentence became the last straw that broke his sanity. He watched as this young lady, after a brief moment of shock and turmoil, actually revealed a cautious smile that carried a hint of flattery. Lin Yu, good, does your company still need people? President Li's brain completely crashed. That elite mind of his, which could maneuver through the business world and instantly analyze profit and loss, had turned into a pile of mush. Need people. A board member of $100 billion group was going to work for a young lad in his 20s. And then that notoriously spoiled and willful daughter of the board member actually stepped forward, asking, in an almost flattering manner, if your company still needed people. Is this reasonable? This is not reasonable. A bastard child. What kind of bastard child deserves such treatment? This is recognition of ancestry. This is a coup. No, that's not right. Even if it were a coup, it shouldn't be the script. The receptionist beside him had completely given up. She simply stood there with her mouth agape, staring at the three of them, as if watching a science fiction blockbuster that exceeded her understanding. Qingxian, what nonsense are you saying? Wang Han finally reacted from his shock, grabbing his daughter's wrist, his voice trembling with urgency. Quickly apologize to Xiaoyu. Don't cause a scene here. I didn't cause a scene. Wang Qingxian forcefully shook off her father's hand, the flattering smile on her face instantly vanishing, replaced by an unyielding determination. She stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of Lin Yu, effectively blocking her father. This action sent a strong signal. She was taking a stand. Dad, ask yourself, how many meetings do you have to attend every day? How many social engagements? How many matters in the group are waiting for you to handle? Wang Qingxian spoke rapidly, her logic clear. Can Lin Yu guess matters be delayed? Can you honestly say you can devote yourself to it? What if something goes wrong due to your negligence? Can you bear that responsibility? A series of questions left Wang Han speechless. He truly couldn't bear it. Let alone take responsibility. He didn't even have the courage to imagine the consequences. Seeing her father swayed, Wang Qingxian immediately turned to Lin Yu, her demeanor becoming humble again, even tinged with urgency. Lin Yu, I'm different. I just graduated, I have plenty of time. Moreover, the matters that my dad can't handle, I can annoy him every day, nagging him until he must resolve them. I'm more useful than him. Wang Han trembled with rage listening to his daughter's betrayal for glory, his old face turning the color of liver. Goodness, I haven't even taken office yet, and I've been stabbed in the back by my own daughter. And she says I'm not as useful as her. What kind of situation is this? Wang Qingchuan's ambition was almost blatantly written on her face. She was not afraid. Or rather, she had transformed the fears stemming from the black market into a stronger desire to climb upward. She had seen a glimpse of the iceberg of that world, as she no longer wanted to be an ordinary person who could only be protected and trembled in the face of shockwaves. She wanted to become a rule maker, and Lin Yu was the largest and strongest rope she could grasp to reach. This was a clever woman who understood how to seize opportunities. Qingxian, come back here. Wang Han was still making one last struggle, He halted midway, swallowing the words back. He dared not say it. He didn't dare to utter the word danger in front of Lin Yu. However, Wang Qingxian spoke it for him. I know. Isn't it just danger? She straightened her back, staring directly at her father. Dad, do you remember what happened at the door of the old ghost hall? When true danger arrives, what difference is there between us so-called upper-class people and ants on the roadside? Only strength. Only standing beside someone like Lin Yu is true safety. Her words struck. Wang Han fell completely silent. His daughter had grown up, and she had utterly stepped beyond a world that he as her father could protect. He felt a deep bitterness, ultimately casting a pleading glance towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu met his gaze and spoke calmly. Uncle Wang, let her give it a try. She is right, you are indeed very busy. Many matters will be more convenient with her taking the lead. I will take good care of her. A simple promise. Yet it made Wang Han's heart that had been hanging in the air drop back into his belly. Yes. What was he worrying about? The young man before him could even bring the dead back to life. Is there a place in this world safer than being by his side? But to be honest, he would rather hope that his daughter would never touch anything outside those rules. Living an ordinary life was what he wished to see. However, he could not control his daughter. Things had been settled like this. Wang Han opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed long, as if all his spirit had been drawn out, leaning wearily to the side. He looked at his ambitious daughter, who seemed to have already planned a grand blueprint for the future, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, President Li had completely given up on thinking. He stood there, yet it seemed he wasn't standing steady. He looked, yet it felt as though he couldn't see clearly at all. His mind was blank, with only a few words echoing repeatedly. Why? 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 That young man called Lin Yu was like a black hole that appeared out of nowhere, mercilessly swallowing all the knowledge, rules, and logic he had built over the past 20 years, leaving not a shred behind. He felt like a clown who thought he understood the grudges of the wealthy, and was ready to enjoy a good show, only to find out he couldn't even touch the edge of the stage. The receptionist's state wasn't any better. She remained with her mouth agape, frozen in place, her brain's information processing module having burned out from overload. A bastard child. What kind of bastard child could make the chairman frown and the young lady eager to seek allegiance? This was too big of a melon. So big that she simply couldn't comprehend it. Lin Yu had no interest whatsoever in the petrified passers-by around him. His objectives had been achieved, even exceeding expectations. Not only had he found a perfect proxy, but he also received an apparently more proactive and useful supervisor as a bonus. Uncle Wang, it's settled then. As for the specific work, I will have Qingxian hand it over to you. He spoke, effectively drawing a line under the matter. Wang Han nodded weakly. What else is there to say? His daughter was about to sell herself, and as her father, could he do anything other than board the ship? Then I will take my leave. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. He had more important matters to attend to. However, just as he took a step, a fiery red figure suddenly flashed in front of him. It was Wang Qingxian. Lin Yu, wait a moment. Lin Yu halted his steps and looked at her. The young lady who had just betrayed her father showed no hint of guilt, instead wearing an air of entitlement. Where are you going? I'm going with you. At this, Wang Han, who had just caught his breath, nearly fainted again. Nonsense. What do you know about the company? You're clueless. I can learn. Wang Qingxian retorted without looking back. Besides, I'm now Lin Yu, guest subordinate. Wherever the boss goes, the employee follows. Is there a problem with that? She even winked at Lin Yu, playfully suggesting, see, I'm right, aren't I? Wang Han was furious, wanting to hit some. Had it been just a few minutes, she had already stepped into character. Still a subordinate. Still an employee. Was she abandoning her identity as the daughter of the Tianqing group? Lin Yu looked at the girl, who exuded an impressive aura, and did not immediately refuse. He pondered for a moment. Wang Qingxian's temperament was indeed worlds apart from Wang Han's. Lin Yu looked at the girl who exuded an impressive aura and did not immediately refuse. He pondered for a moment. Wang Qingxian's temperament was indeed worlds apart from Wang Han's, but would inevitably fall victim to their cunning. As for Wang Qingxian, she possessed a kind of unreasonable assertiveness, a directness born from her privileged upbringing used to getting what she wanted without regard for the means. Such a personality might be a fatal flaw in business negotiations, but when dealing with someone like Li Mo, it could prove to be surprisingly effective. Who is Li Mo? A thorough opportunist, a refined egoist. He could sell out Chen Ao without hesitation because Chen Ao had failed. He could bow and scrape to curry favor with Lin Yu because Lin Yu was the victor. Deep down he was filled with fear of power. In short, Li Mo feared Lin Yu, whereas Wang Qingxian did not. Li Mo might excel in various aspects, but Wang Qingxian wouldn't engage him in reason. This combination seemed even more effective than the pairing of Wang Han and Li Mo. Lin Yu's thoughts turned for an instant before he made a decision. All right. He nodded. You're just idle any. Great. Wang Qingxian's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. She triumphantly glanced back at her already hopeless father, then naturally stood beside Lin Yu, presenting herself as his person. Wang Han covered his chest. The pain was real. This girl had shifted her identity too quickly. Let's go. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wang, Lin Yu turned and walked toward the door. Wang Qingxian immediately clicked her heels and closely followed. The two of them walked through the opulent hall, leaving behind a shattered worldview and three utterly petrified individuals. Upon exiting the Tianqing building, the sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Lin Yu took out his phone and dialed Lin Yao. The call was quickly connected and the background was filled with loud cheers and music. Brother, what's up? Lin Yao's voice was full of vitality. Is the party over? Huh? Lin Yao laughed on the other end. No way. We just arrived and we're about to. It's a graduation party, so of course we'll party until late. Alright, he had assumed too much. It had been too long since he had engaged in such normal life of an ordinary student. He hadn't even attended a graduation party. But these gatherings usually happened after exams, right? Alright, the examination times for combat and non-combat professions were different. That's fine. During this time he had been making his little sister practice every day, and she must be feeling stifled. Okay, then enjoy yourself. Call me in advance when you're ready to come back, and I'll pick you up. The location of the insect den in the black market is not something an ordinary high school student can find. Got it, don't worry. Lin Yao obediently acknowledged on the other and then chattered to her girlfriends about my brother is urging me to go home before hanging up. Lin Yu put away his phone and was about to plan the next route when Wang Qingxian leaned in with curiosity. Boss, where are we going next? City library. Huh? Wang Qingxian froze, her bright eyes filled with question marks. The library. She imagined 1,000 possibilities. Going to some mysterious underground base. Meeting a hidden powerhouse in the city. Or perhaps storming Fengxing technology for an earth-shattering battle. But the result was going to the library. The contrast was too stark. Lin Yu did not explain. He certainly wasn't really going there to cultivate his sentiments. He was seeking knowledge about the advancement of card creation, the formulas for cards, the secrets of skill proficiency, and the ancient tier that surpassed mythic levels, even the elusive origin. Such knowledge could never be easily found on the internet. Theoretically, various materials had electronic records. However, Lin Yu had no trust in those responsible for digitizing the documents. Information could be altered, encrypted, or even completely erased. Only those dusty, forgotten paper records might hold genuine secrets. It was the most foolish approach. No different from searching for a needle in a haystack. But right now Lin Yu could only adopt this desperate measures attitude and try his luck. Idle time was still idle time. Young people gathered together, and he couldn't join in the fun. Damn, he wasn't that old. Why was he feeling so aged now? Perhaps it was due to his changed identity. Wang Qingxian quickly snapped out of her initial shock, her face instantly filled with a radiant smile, her attitude making a complete turnaround. The library is great. I love reading. To read extensively and broaden my horizons, she said while nodding earnestly as if she truly were an intellectually refined young lady. He couldn't be bothered to expose the exaggerated acting. He stepped towards the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi. Wait. Wang Qingxian abruptly pulled him back. She took out her phone, dialed a number, and spoke succinctly. Bring the Phantom to the entrance of Tianqing Tower within 3 minutes. The commanding tone that belonged to the young lady of Tianqing returned. After hanging up, she instantly transformed back into the obedient subordinate, flashing a flattering smile at Lin Yu. Boss, let's take my car, but it's faster and more comfortable. Lin Yu nodded nonchalantly. All right. Having a subordinate with financial capabilities certainly saved a lot of trouble. In less than 3 minutes, a sleek all-black Phantom glided silently to the two of them. The driver respectfully opened the car door. Wang Qingxian stepped forward, eagerly shielding Lin Yu from the car roof. Lin Yu bent down and entered. The interior was spacious, filled with a faint blend of leather and fragrance. Wang Qingxian quickly followed and closed the door and instantly cut off all external noise. She sat up straight, her hands resting on her knees, looking as serious as a student listening intently. Boss, what kind of information do we need to look up at the library? Maybe I can help. Just browsing around. Lin Yu leaned against the soft seat and closed his eyes. Wang Qingxuan, having encountered a dead end, didn't feel discouraged as she obediently shut her mouth and quietly sat beside him. At the time music restaurant, Lin Yao had just hung up the phone, still wearing a sweet smile. Hey, the short-haired girl sitting next to her elbowed her playfully. Checking up. Boyfriend. Strict rules. Several friends around immediately chimed in, chattering excitement. Come clean. When did you start dating? Exactly. You've hidden it too well. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She shot a glare at the short-haired girl, then puffed out her chest, tilting her chin slightly, revealing a hint of undeniable pride. What? It's my brother. She intentionally emphasized her words. Biological brother. In that moment, the once noisy booth fell into an eerie silence. The air seemed to freeze. The smiles on the faces of the girls who had just been teasing froze as they exchanged glances. Brother. Biological brother. That could only mean Lin Yu. This name weighed heavily on everyone's heart like a giant stone. The atmosphere, which had just revived, suddenly became subtle and awkward. Awe, curiosity, confusion, and even a hint of fear. Various complex emotions intertwined on these young faces. Ahem. The short-haired girl was the quickest to react. She raised her beer glass, forcibly breaking the silence. Come on, what are we talking about? Today is our graduation party. It's a celebration for our legendary genius classmate Lin Yao. She stood up and announced loudly. Waiter, bring another case of beer over. Drink. We won't leave until we're drunk. Exactly. Not leaving until we're drunk. Not leaving until we're drunk. Cheers to our Yao Yao. The atmosphere was finally reignited. Chilled beer was quickly served, and the transparent glass cups clinked together, producing crisp sounds. Foam surged. After a few rounds of beer, the alcohol began to take effect, and the tense nerves of the boys and girls gradually relaxed, opening up completely. Yao Yao, to be honest, I still feel like I'm dreaming. A boy sighed. Legendary profession, solo 9 stars. You and your brother are truly destined for greatness. Right? Another girl chimed in. Just now we were almost scared to death thinking you'd casually pick a 3-star task to play around. But you on the other hand went all out. I still think it's too risky. Someone voiced a different opinion. A 9-star task, especially solo, the mortality rate. He didn't dare finish his sentence. What's there to be afraid of? The short-haired girl slammed the table. Our Yao Yao is a legendary level. Plus her brother with that 288 stars. If you're worried about them, you should worry about yourselves. That's true. The conversation naturally slid towards the future. This word caused the once lively atmosphere to fall into a momentary silence again. Graduation, job change, college entrance examination. These 3 words meant that their carefree school life had come to a complete end. From now on, the mountains are high and the waters are long and life takes different paths. Sigh. A slightly plump boy with an honest appearance suddenly sighed deeply. His name was Zhang Wei, the sports committee member of the class, and his awakened profession was Shield Guardian, a rather good rare-level defensive profession. However, in the current environment, there was no possibility of being prioritized for training anymore. In my life, I'll probably just remain like this. He shook the glass in his hand, beer foam sticking to his lips. Find a larger security company, start from the bottom. If I do well, I could become a team leader in 10 years. Then marry a wife, have a child, buy a moderately sized house. A life seen through to the end. His words carried little bitterness, more of a resigned regret. I don't think this kind of life is bad, I just feel it's a bit regrettable. He emptied the glass, smiled. Living so blandly, I always feel like something is missing. Zhang Wei's words resonated with many. Most of them were ordinary people. Awakened to ordinary professions, possessing ordinary families, they were destined to walk towards an ordinary, yet certain future. Stability and comfort, but also mundane. What's there to regret? A tall, slender boy sitting opposite suddenly raised his voice. His name was Li Hao, the class study committee member, who had awakened to an elite-level mage profession, possessing decent talent and a proud disposition. Stability is a blessing. Many people can't even ask for it. But he changed his tone, his face displaying a strong confidence. I don't want to be so stable. Life is short. How can one not strive for something? He stood up, waving his hand passionately. My goal is Tianqing Group, or Qingyun Pharmaceuticals. I want to enter their core department, and within 10 years I want to reach the position of director. Brother Hao is amazing. Support Brother Hao. Don't forget us old classmates when you make it big. Li Hao's ambition immediately drew cheers. Of course. Li Hao sat down proudly glancing at Lin Yu. Of course, compared to our Yao Yao, a legendary genius, you're destined to start your own company in the future. Starting a company is underestimating it. I estimate that Lin, the class leader, might not even develop on Blue Star in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a daze. Indeed, legendary professionals should witness those wonders that ordinary people cannot see and fight monsters that ordinary people dare not even imagine. To explore the mysteries of professionals and even lead society and civilization forward. That is the script of Lin Yu's life. Although dangerous, how captivating it is. Speaking of the company, those two who were signed by Fengxing Technology are truly making a leap to success, right? Someone murmured. Hey, don't mention them. The short-haired girl pouted. What's the difference from selling oneself? I just saw them being taken away by that vice president surnamed Feng, looking as if they had lost their souls, probably off to some hellish closed training. Where's our freedom? Exactly, our Yao Yao is the best. She can do whatever she wants. Come, let's drink. The glasses clinked again. But deep down, everyone knew clearly. From this day forth, the gap between them had been infinitely widened. Lin Yu was a myth, a person destined to stand on the clouds in the future. Li Hao was an elite and ambitious individual striving to climb higher. Zhang Wei was, like most people, a stable and solid foundation of this society. And those two geniuses signed by Fengxing Technology were commodities chosen by capital. They used to laugh and play together in the same classroom, dreaming of the future. But now their futures had diverged onto completely different paths. The atmosphere, catalyzed by alcohol, became somewhat melancholic and somewhat bewildered. At this moment, the usually silent Zhang Wei once again raised his glass, wobbling as he stood up. This time he walked directly in front of Lin Yu. The surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at him. Yao. Zhang Wei's face was flushed from drinking, and his tongue was somewhat thick. I toast to you. Lin Yu was taken aback, but still raised her glass. You are. Zhang Wei's gaze was somewhat vacant as he stared at the swirling liquid in his glass, murmuring to himself, you are a genius. A myth. You will fly higher and higher in the future. He tilted his head back and gulped down a full glass of beer. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his eyes red, staring intently at Lin Yu. I just hope. Zhang Wei's eyes reddened, and as he spoke halfway, he suddenly went limp and fell to the ground with a thud. The glass shattered on the floor into several pieces, and the remaining half glass of beer spilled everywhere. The whole venue fell silent. Everyone who had just been immersed in melancholy and confusion was stunned by this sudden scene. You are a genius. A myth. You will fly higher and higher in the future. He tilted his head. Is he drunk, silly, or what? Quick, lend a hand, let's get him to the sofa to lie down. They struggled to lift the tall Zhang Wei to a nearby booth sofa. He was mumbling incoherently about flying high and being different, completely out of it. An awkward confession or life entrustment that was brewing was humorously concluded in this way. Lin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She really didn't know how to respond to Zhang Wei's heavy and desperate hope. With this interlude, the oppressive atmosphere in the private room was greatly dispersed as everyone looked at the drunk Zhang Wei on the sofa with a mix of amusement and exasperation and returned to their seats. This guy really got drunk. All right, let's not mind him, let him sleep. The topic returned to Lin Yu. A boy wearing glasses adjusted his glasses and cautiously spoke up. Yao, what is a 9-star difficulty solo mission like exactly? Is it very different from what we are tested on? This question instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Yes, they only knew that this difficulty level was absurdly high with a death rate that was also absurdly high. But in terms of the specific form and content tested, they as ordinary students who were destined to only participate in low-star team missions could not know at all. I don't know either. Lin Yu shook her head, speaking honestly. It wasn't that she didn't know, but she was inexplicable. Not to mention 9 stars, if she had 288 options at that time, she would also choose instantly. She couldn't quite explain why, but she couldn't just say at such a moment, because I feel I'm awesome. So she pushed this matter onto Lin Yu. My brother said the higher the difficulty, the greater the opportunity. She added, her face showing unabashed trust in Lin Yu. Your brother. Mentioning Lin Yu, everyone's expressions became complex again. The man who created the myth of 288 stars. His existence had exceeded the comprehension of these students. Your brother must have his reasons. Li Hao immediately responded, raising his glass towards Lin Yu. Anyway, we wish you in advance a victorious start and become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Yes. We wish our Yao to become the top scorer. Everyone raised their glasses. Just then the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A young man dressed in trendy brands with slicked back hair and a face that exuded, "I am the best in the world," swaggered and flanked by two lackeys. He scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, who was surrounded by everyone. The noise in the private room suddenly ceased. Everyone was somewhat stunned by this unexpected guest. Who is this? Did he walk into the wrong room? Chill. Lower your voice. Li Hao's expression slightly changed as he lowered his voice and hurriedly whispered to those nearby, "That's Chen Ryu from the next class. Don't provoke him. Chen Ryu." As soon as this name was mentioned, many people showed a look of realization and apprehension. Is he the one whose family runs a factory? Yes, Tianhong Precision Manufacturing specializes in making core parts for Tianqing Group. It is said that his family has thousands of people working for them. Damn, it's him, one of the suppliers for Tianqing Group. These words instantly adorned Chen Ryu with a dazzling halo. In this world, wealth and power often wield more intimidation than professional status itself. Chen Rui's family was wealthy and powerful, and he was notoriously arrogant, making him a well-known figure in school. The profession he awakened was merely a rare-level heavy gunner, which was somewhat awkward. However, this did not affect his lofty self-esteem, because he was well aware that he was to inherit the family business and become a boss managing others, not a laborer fighting on the front lines. Today he was also at a gathering with friends in the adjacent room, and upon hearing that the myth-level profession beauty from this batch was at time, he impulsively decided to come over for a look. Mythical tier. How mythical could she possibly be? Chen Ryu's gaze swept unabashedly over Lin Yu. Her appearance was passable, pure, delicate, and charming. Yet that was all. Compared to the polished worldly beauties he'd acquired with money, women who knew how to entertain and behave, she fell woefully short. Utterly unremarkable. This was his first impression of Lin Yu, the legendary mythical tier prodigy. It wasn't merely about her looks, but also her aura, or rather the commanding presence expected of a mythical tier cultivator. Not a single trace of it met his expectations. A faint sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips as he strode directly toward Lin Yu's booth. His two lackeys surged forward, roughly shoving aside a male student who stood in their path. "Move. Get out of the way." The shoved student seethed inwardly, but dared not protest, retreating sullenly to the side. Seeing this, Li Hao hastily rose to his feet, plastering on an effusive smile. "Ah, Master Chen, what wind has carried you here?" Chen Ryu didn't even glance at him. His eyes remained fixed on Lin Yu, who sat motionless and composed as he spoke coolly. "You're Lin Yu." His tone bore no warmth of greeting, only the detached scrutiny reserved for merchandise. Lin Yu lifted her gaze, meeting his calmly, saying nothing. That sensation of being looked down upon unsettled her deeply, especially now after everything she had undergone. So she remained impassive, her expression icy. "I hear you've awakened a mythical tier profession, and even selected a solo 9-star assignment." Chen Ryu snorted derisively, pulling out a chair and seating himself with arrogant nonchalance, legs crossed. Bold indeed. He paused, then shifted tone, patronizing, condescending. "But little sister, courage alone means nothing in this world." Slowly he lifted a beer glass from the table, not to drink, but to idly rotate it between his fingers. "My father's factory is one of the core suppliers to Tianqing Group. The orders we receive annually from Chairman Wang alone amount to astronomical sums. I even know Miss Wang Qingxian of Tianqing Group. We've dined together several times." He deliberately invoked Tianqing Group and Wang Qingxian to flaunt his pedigree and connections. This was his proudest capital. The admiring, awestruck glances cast by fellow students never failed to thrill him. Even that classmate who dreamed of joining Tianqing would, upon achieving his goal, likely still rank far beneath Chen Ryu. Finally his gaze settled once more upon Lin Yu's unruffled face, and with an air of condescending benevolence, he spoke slowly, deliberately. "A mythical tier profession sounds impressive, but at the end of the day you're still just a student. What truly matters in this world is connections, circles, and resources you can command. Understand?" Lin Yu almost laughed, and then she did. Not politely, not joyfully, but with genuine, unfiltered amusement at the sheer absurdity unfolding before her. She hadn't imagined such people truly existed. Her voice, soft, yet piercing, cut through the silence following his lengthy monologue. The entire private room froze. Li Hao's ingratiating smile stiffened mid-expression. A short-haired girl held her wineglass suspended halfway to her lips. All eyes turned to Lin Yu, bewildered by her reaction. Shouldn't anyone addressed so publicly and condescendingly by the scion of a Tianqing Group supplier tremble with fear, or at least deference? Chen Ruiyu's smug countenance darkened instantly. Nothing enraged him more than reactions beyond, "What are you laughing at?" Irritation edged his voice. Lin Yu finally raised her head, her clear eyes meeting his with serene composure. Then she asked a question, unanticipated by everyone present. So what? 3 words light as breath struck Chenryu like twin slaps across the face. Chenryu. He prepared for 1,000 possible responses. Flattery, fear, resentment. Anything but this. What did so what even mean? Hadn't he laid bare his lineage and influence with absolute clarity? Tianqing Group. Chairman Wang. Miss Wang Qingxian. Did those names carry no weight whatsoever? Watching his stunned, incensed expression, Lin Yu's smile deepened. She found him pitiable and laughable. Was he compensating for his own mediocrity? A self-important man whose awakening yielded an underwhelming profession, now desperately seeking validation. She couldn't be bothered to explain the intricate web of relationships. Doing so would only make her feel as foolish as he appeared. You. Chenryu finally snapped out of his shock, his face alternating between pallor and crimson, humiliated beyond measure. But Lin Yu gave him no chance to continue. She let her smile fade, her expression shifting to weary impatience, as if swatting away a buzzing fly. Finished. Then get out. If so what had been a slap, these 2 sentences detonated like a bomb, shattering the silence of the entire room. The world felt utterly still. Everyone stood petrified. The short-haired girl's mouth gaped into an O shape, her wine glass clattered onto the table, spilling beer, yet she remained oblivious. Zhang Wei, the same student who'd lamented his bleak future moments earlier, sobered up instantly, staring dumbfounded at Lin Yu. Li Hao's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He could scarcely believe his ears. Get out. She told Chenryu to get out. The heir of Tianhong Precision Manufacturing, the sole son of a core supplier to Tianqing Group. How dare she? In that instant, every classmate shared the same thought. This woman before them was no longer the gentle, considerate, ever-accommodating class president they once knew. Had Lin Yu truly changed? Or had their earlier assumptions merely been illusions? Now her unyielding assertiveness revealed the truth. Awakening a mythical tier profession. Choosing a solo 9-star assignment. These weren't just shifts in power or ambition. They signaled a metamorphosis deep within her bones, deep within her soul. She had become someone else entirely. A sovereign perhaps. And Chenryu, humiliated beyond redemption, stood paralyzed, his mind blank. No one in his entire life had ever dared speak to him thus. His face, pale from indulgence, flushed a livid purple, blood roared violently to his temples. You fucking said what? The words emerged, gritted through clenched teeth, trembling with fury. His 2 lackeys instantly stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yu, ready to erupt into venomous curses. Young Master Chen, please calm yourself. Calm down. Li Hao finally snapped out of his terror. His very soul seemed to have fled. In one swift lunge, he darted forward, wedging himself squarely between Chenryu and Lin Yu, arms spread wide like a mother hen shielding her chicks. His face twisted into a smile more pitiful than tears as he bowed repeatedly before Chenryu. Young Master Chen, you are magnanimous beyond measure. Please don't hold this against her. Yao, she's just overjoyed today. She's had too much to drink. Yes, far too much. She's babbling nonsense. As he spoke, Li Hao frantically signaled Lin Yu with his eyes, his desperation so acute he might as well have dropped to his knees. He turned his head, lowered his voice to a pleading whisper, and implored Lin Yu, Yao, my dearest Annie. Apologize to young Master Chen, right now. Do you even know who his family is? If we offend him, none of us will escape unscathed. Yet Lin Yu merely gazed at him in serene silence. That stillness chilled Li Hao to the bone. Chenryu refused to listen, shoving Li Hao hard enough to send him staggering backward. Step aside. Do you think you have any right to speak here? His eyes locked onto Lin Yu, hidden behind Li Hao, burning with venom so fierce it seemed ready to ignite. He had come seeking superiority, craving the awe of the crowd, only to be publicly humiliated, pointed at, and told to get lost by a girl he dismissed as nothing more than a mere student. You and your mad elder brother, who chose 288 stars, are cut from the same cloth, delusional, unhinged. Worthless. The word struck like ice. A mythic tier profession. No wonder you've lost all sense of your place in the world. His laughter turned shrill, grating. You think you're extraordinary? You and your mad elder brother, who chose 288 stars, are cut from the same cloth, delusional, unhinged. Worthless. The word struck like ice, freezing the air in the private room to absolute zero. What had begun as a personal quarrel now escalated, dragging Lin Yu into the mire. Chenruiyu's rage had fully consumed him. He stepped forward, closing the distance until he stood nearly nose-to-nose with Lin Yu, his posture dripping with contempt, his voice a venomous hush. Do you believe me when I say that with one phone call I can ensure neither you nor your lunatic brother ever sets foot inside a college entrance examination hall? Mythic tier. Top scorer. I'll strip you both of the right to sit the exam. Not tomorrow, tonight. This was no longer mere verbal sparring. It was naked brazen coercion wielded through privilege. The students present stood frozen, breath held tight. For the first time they grasped, viscerally, the terrifying weight of power and pedigree. Then, just then, Lin Yu, who had sat motionless all along, rose. A simple act, and yet the very air in the private room thickened, suspended in time. Li Hao's heart leapt into his throat. Instinct screamed for him to rush forward again, but his legs, leaden and immovable, betrayed him. One side status, the other presence. Yes, from the moment Lin Yu stood, her aura transformed. It was over. Utterly over. That single thought spiraled wildly in his mind. To him, her rising meant only two possibilities. Either she had reached her breaking point and was preparing to strike. The consequences would be catastrophic. Even as a student, a mythic tier practitioner carried undeniable weight. Yet Chun Ruiyu's family influence was immense, unassailable. Should violence erupt regardless of victory or defeat, Lin Yu would pay dearly. With Tianhong Precision Manufacturing's reach, silencing an unproven student would be effortless. Or, she had finally buckled under pressure, ready to yield and apologize. But the sheer intensity of her bearing suggested she might tear Chun Ruiyu limb from limb. Every breath stilled. Even Chun Ruiyu's contorted, furious face flickered with momentary disbelief at Lin Yu's rise, then hardened into a crueler, more mocking sneer. What? Is this a challenge? Instead of retreating, he advanced again, so close their bodies nearly touched. Go on, try it. Lay a hand on me, and I guarantee by tonight, not even tomorrow, you and your worthless elder brother will vanish from this world. His arrogance knew no bounds. He was certain Lin Yu would never dare. After all, this world belonged to those who held real power. To him, a gifted student, bereft of resources and connections, was utterly insignificant before a second-generation heir like himself. He savored this dominion, reveling in the undisguised fear etched across his classmates' faces. Yet Lin Yu's next move shattered every expectation once more. Her expression grew increasingly. All assumed she wrestled inwardly, weighing cost against consequence, torn between humiliation and pragmatism. Li Hao exhaled in relief. So she's hesitating. Perhaps I misjudged her. He'd already prepared to leap in the instant she uttered an apology, to smooth things over, to bury the incident beneath polite deflection. But Lin Yu simply sighed. A soft, quiet sound, yet piercingly clear to every ear. No fear. No resentment. Not even anger. Only pure, unadulterated disdain. Yes, disdain. As if Chun Ruiyu, the man who had thrust her into such a dilemma, were not some formidable figure of influence, but rather a wad of gum stubbornly stuck to the sole of her shoe. To convince myself to lift a hand against someone like you. Lin Yu spoke at last, her gaze never meeting Chun Ruiyu's, fixed instead upon the tabletop. Her clear, luminous eyes held an indomitable, ineffable pride. Is proving remarkably difficult. The unspoken meaning hung sharp and heavy, striking him would soil her hands. Such contempt demanded its own arduous inner reckoning. Silence, absolute, suffocating, descended upon the private room. If her earlier command, get lost, had been an explosion, this statement was a kinetic orbital strike, precise, devastating, annihilating the last vestiges of Chun Ruiyu's fragile self-worth. Li Hao's facial muscles locked rigid. A short-haired girl dropped her chopsticks onto the floor. Zhang Wei, pretending to sleep on the sofa, cracked open one eye, unable to resist. Their minds had ceased functioning entirely. This was not mere boldness. It was transcendent, absolute contempt. It wasn't about courage anymore. It was the utter refusal to acknowledge Chun Ruiyu as an opponent worthy of her regard, on any level. Yu. Chun Ruiyu trembled violently, not from fear, but from unprecedented fury and humiliation. His mind went blank, every shred of reason incinerated in the white-hot blaze of his rage. Why? A poor student. A filthy whore. Just because she awakened some damn mythical profession. She thinks she can soar to the heavens. Just a leap in social class. Can she claim the legacy built by her family over 3 generations? What an arrogance. He must make this woman understand that a profession alone cannot change anything. Even without a mythical profession, or even an epic one, he is still not someone she can provoke or insult. He now has only one thought. Kill her. He must kill this woman. Damn you. Chun Ruiyu howled in hysteria, his fist charged with all his might, smashed toward Lin Yu's calm face with a fierce wind. Up. A girl's scream pierced the air. Li Hao felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting. At this critical moment, young Master Chun, A hurried voice rang out as a lackey stumbled forward, desperately clutching his. Don't be impulsive, young Master Chun. Get off me. Chen Rui's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled madly. Your father's call. The lackey was almost in tears, forcing a vibrating phone screen in front of Chen Rui's eyes. Manager Li from Tianking's marketing department has arrived. The chairman wants you to go over immediately. Right now. Tianqing. Manager Li. These two phrases poured over him like buckets of ice water. Chen Rui's fist, which was about to strike, froze midair, just a few centimeters away from Lin Yu's cheek. His blood seemed to solidify at that moment. Today his father had arranged to dine with the head of Tianking's marketing department to inquire about the future order trends and strategic planning of Tianqing Group. This meal was crucial to the lifeblood of his family's factory for the next decade. For this his father had prepared for nearly a month, using countless connections to arrange this dinner. The reason he was here today was that the negotiations were essentially finalized, and his father asked him to come and familiarize himself with these true bigwigs to pave the way for his future succession. He had been waiting here for nearly half a day, and now that the person had arrived, if he dared to delay for even a minute, his father would personally break his legs. A fear stronger than anger immediately seized his heart. He could disregard a student with a mythical profession, but he dared not overlook the marketing director of Tianqing Group. The former was merely potential for the future, while the latter was a giant who could determine the fate of his family right now. Chen Rui's chest heaved violently, his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably from extreme anger and repression, making him look terrifying. He stared fiercely at Lin Yu. That calm face showed no sign of disturbance, as if that deadly punch just now was merely a gentle breeze. This tranquility drove him crazier than any mockery. Consider yourself lucky. In the end, all his unwillingness, anger, and humiliation could only be summed up in a harsh remark. He forcefully shook off the lackey's hand, pointing at Lin Yu, and slowly squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You wait for me. After saying that, he dared not linger for a moment longer, turning to rush out of the private room like a lost dog flanked by his two lackeys. Bang! The door was slammed shut. The suffocating sense of oppression finally vanished. Inside the private room, there was still a dead silence. Everyone was still immersed in the scene that rivaled a movie plot, not yet coming to their senses. At least it saved them from getting their hands dirty. Lin Yu slowly sat down and picked up the glass of juice on the table. The juice in the glass was no longer as cold. Lin Yu sipped it slowly, as if everything that had just happened was merely a boring farce. But the others could not remain as calm as her. Li Hao's body remained in a stiff posture, looking at Lin Yu, then glancing at the heavily slammed door, utterly dazed. He left. Chen Ryu just walked away like that. Just because a student pointed his nose and told him to get lost, he ran away dejectedly after uttering a harsh remark. This was unreasonable. This completely did not align with his understanding of how top-tier rich second-generation individuals behaved, arrogant and vengeful. Then he suddenly realized. It wasn't that Chen Ryu didn't want to take revenge, but he had something urgent to attend to. That phone call was his death warrant. But even if Tianking's phone call prevented today's confrontation, the enmity had already been established, and it was a deadlock. With Chen Rui's temperament, he would definitely find 100 ways to regain the lost face in the future. Lin Yu and Lin Yu. They would face the frenzied retaliation of a family with immense power. But why was Lin Yu not afraid at all? Could it be that she was a fool, completely unaware of Tianhong Precision Manufacturing and what it meant to be a core supplier of Tianqing Group? Impossible. She was the class monitor, one of the smartest students in the entire grade. That left only one explanation. One that made Li Hao's heart start to palpitate. She didn't care. She didn't take Chen Ryu, or even the family behind him, seriously at all. Perhaps, in the eyes of such an existence, a so-called family enterprise was truly just a joke. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more cold sweat broke out on his back. He suddenly realized that he and all his classmates might have made a fatal mistake. They had been using a student's mindset to speculate about the sister of someone who had already reached the pinnacle of success. Just as the boys fell into deep thought, their worldview shattered and reassembled repeatedly. Wow! A crisp, excited exclamation broke the stillness in the private room. It was the short hair. She slammed the table, almost jumping up, her face flushed not from fear, but from excitement. Yao Yao, you were so cool just now. Her shout seemed to press a switch. Yes. So awesome. When you said get lost, I got goosebumps. And that last line, it's truly difficult to deal with me. Oh my god, what a queen's statement. I recorded it. I secretly recorded it. I'm going to play it 100 times when I get home. The girls in the private room instantly erupted. They only saw a weak girl bullied by a bully who not only did not cry for mercy, but instead crushed the other party's dignity underfoot, shattering it. This contrast, this dominance was even more intoxicating than any idle drama. The gazes directed at Lin Yu were no longer filled with camaraderie, but rather with idol-like admiration and fervor. Surrounded by a group of girls, Lin Yu finally broke free from her earlier calm demeanor, revealing a slightly helpless smile appropriate for her age. She felt as if she had returned to when the party had just started. Was it that exaggerated? She asked with a smile. Yes, absolutely. The short-haired girl leaned closer, grabbing her arm. Yao, tell the truth, were you really ready to strike? At this question, the private room fell silent once more. Everyone perked up their ears. Yes, if it weren't for that phone call, would Lin Yu really have acted? In front of everyone, would she have dared to strike at the young master of Tianhong Precision Manufacturing? The consequences. Lin Yu looked at her friend's sparkling eyes, blinked, and then held up her delicate fair fist in front of everyone. She deliberately made a ferocious expression, lowering her voice. Let me tell you, I was really thinking serious. What were you thinking? The short-haired girl pressed. Lin Yu grinned, revealing a set of white, even teeth, and uttered a sentence that made all the boys' scalps tingle again. I was thinking about how to punch him so that his greasy head would bloom symmetrically. Ha! The previous tension, repression, and fear were completely shattered at that moment. Li Hao laughed too, but his laughter was somewhat forced. The atmosphere in the private room became extraordinarily eerie due to Lin Yu's half-joking remark. The boys couldn't muster a smile. Their minds were still processing the heart-stopping scene that just unfolded, lingering on Chun Rui's threatening words, "Just wait for me." Symmetry. Flowering. It certainly didn't sound like a joke. Only the girls remained immersed in that extreme contrast, chattering excitedly about the details as if listening to an urban legend. After this incident, most people had little mood left to go for a second round at the KTV, especially the male classmates. Pride can be incredibly fragile at times. They witnessed the dual oppression brought by class and power. First, Chun Ryu suffocated them with his prestigious background, and then Lin Yu crushed Chun Rui's dignity under a stance they could not comprehend. Throughout the entire process, they felt like a group of irrelevant background characters, even lacking the qualification to interject. This intense sense of disparity left them feeling unsettled. The original plan was to sing a classic package for a graduation gathering. Organizer Li Hao looked at the now cold atmosphere and was anxious, scratching his head. In the end, he gritted his teeth and ran to find the hotel manager. It was unclear whether he used charm or offered some benefits, but he managed to drag out a worn-out karaoke machine and a small television from the storage room, setting up a makeshift KTV in the private room. Since we're here, how can we call it a graduation party without singing? Li Hao held up the microphone, forcing the atmosphere to liven up. No one gets to leave today. No one can leave until we finish singing a song called Friends. Everyone couldn't run away, and seeing Li Hao's almost tearful face, they had no choice but to stay. I must say, music is indeed a great remedy for awkwardness. As the familiar melody played, a few karaoke enthusiasts jumped in first, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Amidst the slightly off-key singing, the recent unpleasantness seemed to dissipate significantly. However, occasionally someone's gaze would sweep over Lin Yu, who sat quietly in the corner sipping juice, and a hint of reverence would involuntarily creep in. Meanwhile, at the city library, unlike the noise in the KTV private room, this place was so quiet that only the rustling of pages turning and the occasional soft cough could be heard. Lin Yu stood in front of a towering bookshelf. Beside him, Wang Qinxian had gone from being excited at first to utterly bored now. Lin Yu needed to at least look at something that young people would read. These tedious archival materials and historical records were difficult for Wang Qinxian to comprehend. In contrast, Lin Yu looked much better. She crossed her arms, leaned against the bookshelf, and gazed at Lin Yu's profile, somewhat entranced. This man is truly peculiar. Despite possessing a godlike power, he came to a place filled with ordinary people sifting through these dusty old books like a monk. What exactly is he searching for? Lin Yu was not merely browsing. His fingers skimmed over the spines, and his mental energy had already spread like quicksilver, scanning the content of each book with inhuman efficiency. He needed to maintain the existence of cards at all times and occasionally initiate an outbreak. So although his mental energy was only 500 points, his control over it was extraordinarily refined, making such small applications easy. Card creation, formula, proficiency, primordial essence. These keywords flashed rapidly in his mind, comparing against the vast amount of information he scanned. The vast majority were useless. However, occasionally there would be a few scattered discoveries buried in the piles of old papers. Found it. Lin Yu's movements halted as he pulled out a hefty tome from the top shelf. The cover was dark red and hardbound, devoid of any text, featuring only a complex emblem made of gears and cards embossed in gold. He blew off the dust on it, causing Wang Qinxian, beside him, to wrinkle her nose. "Boss, what is this?" Wang Qingxian leaned in curiously. I don't know, Lin Yu replied, casually flipping the book open. The pages were yellowed, exuding an air of antiquity. The handwriting inside was bold and vigorous, recording some ancient theories about card enchantment and structural anomalies. Though it didn't entirely match what he was looking for, some ideas mentioned within sparked a moment of enlightenment. Useful. Lin Yu didn't linger any longer, closing the book and cradling it in his arms. Over the next hour, he systematically searched through various inconspicuous corners and unearthed 7 or 8 similar books. These books included records of ancient occupational lineages, discussions on the evolution of skill tiers, and even a cultivation journal left by an unknown powerhouse. Without exception, they were all very old and had been categorized by the library into areas like historical documents or folklore, which were largely ignored. In reality, most people remained ordinary. Among the second-tier professionals, those who needed to look up such materials had backgrounds and families that often made it unnecessary for them to do so personally. Only Lin Yu, an anomaly emerging from the grasslands, needed to take the effort. When Lin Yu walked into the break area with a stack of books higher than himself, Wang Qingxian was utterly stunned. Boss, are you planning to take the library home? She stood up, staring at the mountain of books in disbelief. Lin Yu placed the books down with a thud and stretched his arms. Pretty much just borrowing them to read slowly. Can you really borrow this many? Wang Qingxian expressed her doubts. We'll find out when we try. Lin Yu, holding the books, approached the library's lending desk. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged lady wearing reading glasses with a serious expression. She didn't look up, but merely extended one hand. Library card. Lin Yu's actions came to a halt. Library card. What library card? In his life, he had visited the library fewer times than he could count on one hand. The last time he came was probably during elementary school, when the school organized a trip to write reading reflections. He genuinely didn't have one. The situation became exceedingly awkward. An existence capable of instantly unleashing primordial level skills and making black market managers bow in submission was now stumped by a small card. Excuse me, I don't have a library card. Can I apply for one now? Lin Yu attempted to communicate. The librarian finally raised her head, adjusted her glasses, and scrutinized him with an evaluating gaze. Do you have your ID? Fill out a form, attach a photo, and come back in 3 working days to collect it. Her reply was cold, filled with procedural justice. Lin Yu. 3 working days. The situation has already cooled down. He even entertained the absurd thought of calling the old ghost to see if he could come up with a solution. As a prominent black market pharmacist with connections everywhere, securing a mere library card shouldn't be difficult, right? Or perhaps Liamo. But then again, who really cares about such things anyway? What if I just snatch it back? It's not impossible, but it would be quite disgraceful to say out loud. Just then, a fair hand reached out from the side, gently pushing him aside. Boss, step aside, let me handle this. Wang Qingxian stepped forward, a confident smile on her face. She took out a card from her exquisite little bag. The card was completely black, exuding an extraordinary texture with a dazzling starry sky pattern on the front and a small character, Wang, on the back. She presented the card to the administrator. The administrator initially seemed about to say something, but upon seeing the card she froze. She picked up the card and placed it on the scanner. Beep. A clear confirmation sound rang out. The administrator's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree transformation. She immediately stood up, her face adorned with a friendly smile, even carrying a hint of respect. So it's Miss Wang, you are our library's highest honorary member. According to the rules, you can borrow up to 100 books at a time, including some non-public collection materials, and there is no return deadline. Wang Qingxian raised her chin like a proud peacock. She turned to Lin Yu and silently mouthed 2 words, professional. Then she turned back to the mountain of books and waved her hand casually. He'll take all of them. The subsequent process was incredibly smooth. The administrator even personally stepped out from behind the counter to help find several large eco-friendly bags, carefully packing all the books one by one. As the 2 stepped out of the library, they were already carrying 4 or 5 heavy bags. The sky outside had begun to darken. Lin Yu looked at the proud Wang Qingxian beside him and felt a bit surprised. Do you really enjoy reading? He asked the question that had been bothering him all along. Huh. Wang Qingxian responded as if she had heard the greatest joke. Me. Read. Boss, don't joke around, I get a headache just seeing too many words. Then your card. Oh, this. Wang Qingxian shook the black card in her hand. They insisted on giving it to my dad when he donated a building. He said he had no use for it, and just handed it to me. Lin Yu. What a great hand-me-down. Then you don't need to carry it around, right? Lin Yu casually asked. Wang Qingxian, looking a bit embarrassed, brushed it off with a generic one. This card, usually used for foot massages, beauty treatments, or entertainment venues, was certainly the first time in a library. But I've recently changed my mind. She looked at Lin Yu, her bright eyes shimmering with undisguised ambition and desire. As long as I can become stronger, even reading such boring things I can manage. The statement was resolute. This woman's desire for power had reached an obsessive level. And precisely because of this, she seemed exceptionally useful. Just then, Lin Yu's phone in his pocket vibrated gently. He took out his phone, the screen displaying a new message from Lin Yu. Bro, the party is almost over, come get me. Lin Yu put away his phone, his movements calm and unhurried. Wang Qingxian immediately leaned in, temporarily placing the stack of books at her feet, showing no trace of her usual pride. Boss, any new instructions? She asked very naturally, as if she had been an assistant for 10 years. Lin Yu glanced at her and shifted a couple of large bags of books to one hand, freeing up the other. That place is done, going to pick someone up. Who are you picking up? Wang Qingxian's curiosity was piqued. Do you need my help? Like cleaning up or something? She was evidently still immersed in the straightforward logic of handling affairs in the black market. Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. Picking up my sister Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Wang Qingxian repeated the name, initially not connecting the dots. But the next second, she felt as if she had been struck by an electric current. Lin Yu. Lin Yu's sister. The girl who was the same age as herself and had awakened a mythical-level profession. A thought instantly exploded in her mind. Last time her dad Wang Han mentioned preparing gifts for Lin Yu and his sister, but due to the unexpected incident in the black market, the plan fell through, and they didn't even see a shadow of the gifts. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for compensation? Wang Qingxian's mind raced. Lin Yu himself was strong, mysterious, and unfathomable. Trying to get closer to him directly would be too difficult, practically starting on hell mode. Her little schemes would likely be transparent to him. Trying to ingratiate herself might have the opposite effect. But his sister was a different story. From that earlier phone call, it was evident that Lin Yu was genuinely fond of his sister. Therefore, the strategy was very clear. Getting close to his sister would indirectly mean getting closer to him. This was essentially a broad avenue leading to Rome. Wang Qingxian's thoughts were almost unreservedly lively. She looked at Lin Yu, her face instantly filled with a smile that was even more radiant and sincere than before in front of the librarian. Boss, he'll take you. She patted her chest, proactively volunteering. Lin Yu remained silent, simply watching her calmly. Wang Qingxian's little calculations were simply transparent to him. Even without the eye of analysis, the emotions of ambition, cleverness, and eagerness practically written on her face were too obvious. However, this is quite good. He had no reason to refuse. Let's go. Lin Yu uttered 2 words, signaling his agreement. All right. Wang Qingxian immediately brightened up, eager to help Lin Yu carry those bags of books, but upon seeing him effortlessly handling the heavy load, as if it were a few bags of cotton, she wisely withdrew her hands. This time Wang Qingxian didn't call a driver, but headed straight to the underground parking lot. A fiery red, sleek, and aggressive 4-seat sports car was quietly parked in the space. Just looking at it, one could sense its expensive price. Lin Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. Wang Qingxian previously had no idea she was coming to the library. This young lady surely doesn't have one of these in every major underground parking lot in Lin City, does she? Wang Qingxian pressed the key. The car lights flashed, emitting a pleasant beep. She opened the car door, but didn't immediately let Lin Yu get in. Instead, she sat in the driver's seat first, and in front of Lin Yu dialed a number. The youthful sentiments always speak of spring, and this isn't about Wang Qingxian, but Lin Yu. They were about the same age, and if he were to reflect on it, he would think about what kind of gift Wang Qingxian would expect, and he would give Lin Yu the same type of gift. Moreover, it had to be something Lin Yu couldn't provide. Wang Qingxian glanced at Lin Yu in the back seat from the corner of her eye, her thoughts whirring. The phone call ended. Wang Qingxian did not start the car immediately. Instead, she casually tossed the black honorary membership card into the storage compartment. Then she made a move that Lin Yu never expected. She pulled down the sun visor in front of the driver's seat, and facing the small mirror began applying makeup. No, calling it makeup would not be entirely accurate. This was practically a small-scale facial reconstruction project. She took out a makeup box from an unremarkable bag, the level of which could rival that of a Hollywood backstage. Brushes, sponges, various colored creams, and powders, all were present. Lin Yu sat quietly in the back seat watching. He observed how Wang Qingxian used a few strokes of shadow to turn her originally soft jawline into a sharp contour. He watched as she reshaped the structure of her nose and brow with highlights and contouring. Her movements were astonishingly fast and incredibly precise, each stroke perfectly placed without a hint of hesitation. This was definitely not the everyday makeup of a typical young lady. This was a skill capable of transforming a person's aura, akin to facial plastic surgery. Lin Yu even felt an illusion that she was not applying makeup but sculpting her own face. Minutes later, Wang Qingxian paused her actions. She tousled her hair, making it fluffy and messy, creating a deliberately casual look. Then she turned her head and looked at Lin Yu in the back seat. "Boss, how do I look?" For a moment Lin Yu's mind froze. It was still the same face. The features remained unchanged, the skin still fair. But the overall feeling of the person had been completely overturned. The vibrant and bold feminine charm, tinged with the arrogance of a young lady, had vanished without a trace. In its place was an androgynous beauty imbued with a hint of mischief and swagger. The facial contours were sharper, and the eyes had lost some softness, gaining a touch of heroism instead. Especially with the deliberately raised eyebrows and that playful smile, she looked like the most charming member of a top boy band adept at teasing fans. A living, breathing, handsome guy, as if he had stepped out of a comic, had just been born. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lin Yu could never have connected this handsome guy with the previous Wang Qingxian. Girls' facial features are naturally softer, and as long as the technique is skilled, they can possess a unique charm when portraying a male appearance. Wang Qingxian, being a top beauty herself, had a solid foundation, and this operation had produced an explosive effect. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Wang Qingxian was clearly very pleased with his reaction. She winked proudly, and this action, performed by her current male appearance, not only did not seem feminine, but rather exuded a deadly charm. Secret weapon. She patted her face. "I've practiced for a long time, just waiting for the day to put it to you." After saying that, she fished out a bag from the back seat and quickly changed into a loose, stylish hoodie. The last traces of femininity were perfectly concealed. A completely transformed handsome guy, one that would make little girls squeal, was officially unveiled. Done. Wang Qingxian restarted the sports car. The fiery red beast let out a low growl as it merged into the city's traffic. Lin Yu leaned back in the back seat, feeling admiration for an ordinary person for the first time. He began to be curious about what Wang Qingxian was planning. Soon he got his answer. While driving, Wang Qingxian put on a Bluetooth headset and began issuing commands. "Hello, flower shop. Yes, it's me. I want 999 blue roses delivered to the entrance of In Time immediately right now. Remember, they should be the freshest ones with dew on the petals and wrapped in starry till." Got it. After hanging up one call, she dialed another. "Balloon Company. How's the venue setup going? I want a heart-shaped arch with a pink and silver theme, and it should float. And the banner. Congratulations to Lin Yu, the little fairy, on her graduation. The font should be elegant and shimmering. Yes, the bigger the better. Lin Yu." Images began to form in his mind. However, this was not the end. "Fireworks team, are you in position? When I give the signal, I want custom fireworks that can spell out LY in the sky after they launch. Don't mess it up. And what about the people I hired? Make them all pose as passers-by and create an atmosphere. When my sister appears, they should scream and cheer. Money is not an issue. The effect must be perfect." One call after another went out. One more outrageous command sent out than the last. Lin Yu, sitting in the back, had gone from admiration to complete numbness. Luxury cars, flowers, balloons, banners, custom fireworks, even crowd actors. This spectacle would make anyone think that a top celebrity was proposing. And all of this was just to pick up his sister from school. Lin Yu felt an absurd sensation swelling in his heart. He even began to reflect on whether he had cared too little for his sister. Look at Wang Qingxian. This is what professionalism looks like. Then think about himself, only able to send money or quietly resolve problems. The gap in levels was too vast. However, Lin Yu's mind conjured up Lin Yu's face. His sister on the surface appeared cool and aloof, looking like a little adult. But deep down, she was no different from her peers. She liked pretty clothes, enjoyed excitement, and craved attention and affection. If such a grand spectacle were to unfold, earning her enough face in front of all her classmates, she would surely say this is too extravagant, or how embarrassing. But deep down, she would likely be overjoyed. Thinking of this, Lin Yu glanced at the handsome Wang Qingxian in the driver's seat. He had to admit a fact. When it came to winning a girl's heart, women understood how to charm women better. At that moment, Wang Qingxian hung up the last call and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up in the rearview mirror. "Boss, everything is ready." The fiery red sports car executed a beautiful drift as it turned onto the street leading to the In Time music restaurant. In the next second, Lin Yu's gaze was completely engulfed by a sea of pink and silver intermingling ahead. The commotion was truly loud. "Boss, what are you going to do?" She looked through the car window at the extravagant pink ocean she had personally arranged, feeling uncertain for the first time. I'm trying to give your sister a surprise. If she sees you with me, won't my mysterious pursuer act be ruined?" This was her first step in pursuing Lin Yu's sister, and nothing could go wrong. Lin Yu could not be that mistake. Lin Yu looked at her nervous expression and found it somewhat amusing. This girl engaging in such flashy things was indeed quite the professional. However, what she said was indeed a problem. If he swaggered out of the car with her, Lin Yu would definitely become a mischievous thought flickered in Lin Yu's mind, truly eager to see what reaction Yao would have upon discovering the truth. Don't worry, Lin Yu casually uttered. Wang Qingxuan. It was already urgent, but still not anxious. Just as she was preparing to persuade him a bit more, perhaps suggesting that Lin Yu wait in the car while she handled things alone, she saw a scene that would be unforgettable for life. Lin Yu, sitting in the back seat, closed his eyes. Then his originally handsome and refined face began to undergo extremely subtle, yet bizarre changes. The muscles on either side of his cheeks seemed to have gained independent life, adjusting at a visibly discernible frequency. The height of his cheekbones appeared to change slightly, making his facial contours instantly more defined. His nose bridge straightened without any external force. The lines of his jaw tightened, exuding an aura of coldness. Throughout the entire process, there was no sound, nor any signs of pain. It was as if a master sculptor was using an invisible chisel to perform the final refinements on a perfect work. Wang Qingxuan's mouth gradually opened. Her proud makeup skills, comparable to disguise, seemed like a child's doodle in the face of this scene, ridiculous and childish. A few seconds later, Lin Yu reopened his eyes. They were still the same eyes, but combined with his now transformed face, the feeling he exuded was completely different. If the previous Lin Yu was refreshingly handsome, like a neighborly senior, now he resembled a cold, distant stranger. The foundation of his features remained, but the aura formed by their combination seemed like two entirely different people. Is this all right? Lin Yu spoke, his voice having deepened slightly due to the adjustments in his throat muscles. Wang Qingxian was completely petrified. Just moments ago, she had been pleased with her own skill of disguising as a man. She thought that was the limit of what a mortal could achieve in changing appearances. Who would have thought? Who would have thought her boss was completely unreasonable? This was no mere makeup or disguise. This was the true literal meaning of face sculpting. The origin level vitality, nourishment, brought about body control that was not just about resurrection and restoration. It was about absolute control over every muscle, every inch of skin, even the density of bones. Changing one's appearance was merely the most trivial application of it. Wang Qingxian stared at this face that was both familiar and strange, her mind going blank. Her little secret weapon, the small thought she had to impress her boss, was now crushed to dust. A wave of immense frustration, mixed with an even stronger, near-worshipful awe, surged within her. She finally understood that the gap between her and Lin Yu was far greater than she had imagined. This was not the difference between mortals and geniuses. This was the difference between mortals and gods. Boss. You. She stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lin Yu looked at her ghostly expression and offered no further explanation. He opened the car door and stepped out first. As a boss, one must show off their prowess. Wang Qingxian froze for several seconds, then snapped back to reality, quickly turning off the engine and following closely behind. This time, however, she dared not even breathe loudly behind Lin Yu. Meanwhile, at the high-end hotel across from the Time Music restaurant in a top-floor suite, Chen Ru irritably crushed the half-finished cigarette in the crystal ashtray. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the city nightscape was dazzling, but he had no interest in appreciating it. His mind was consumed by Lin Yu's light-hearted words, "Just roll away after you're done," and his father's stern face. "You good for nothing. How have I taught you? There are greater heights and greater people beyond you. Your little background is nothing in front of true big shots. Stay humble, stay humble. In my opinion, it's not yet your time to be involved in these matters. If you don't learn to be more competitive and reflective, our family will eventually fall because of you. Stand straight. Do you understand? I warn you, Chen Ruiyu. If you cause any trouble again, I will break." Chen Ruiyu gloomily lit another cigarette. This was the first time in his life that someone had pointed at his nose and scolded him to roll away. It was also the first time he had been so harshly warned by his father. The previously arranged meeting with General Li to see Tianqing was now off the table. The double humiliation made his chest feel tight. Just then he inadvertently glanced down and noticed something unusual on the street below. Large clusters of pink balloons surrounded a gigantic heart-shaped arch. A sea of 999 blue roses glowed with a ghostly blue light under the night sky. There was also a huge banner shining under the lights. Congratulations to Lin Yu on her graduation. Lin Yu? Again it was Lin Yu? Chen Rui's pupils constricted suddenly. He stared intently at that name. The anger that had just been suppressed surged back up in an instant, creating such a huge spectacle. Celebrating that woman's graduation. Which blind rich second generation is pursuing her? A mix of jealousy and resentment brewed wildly in his heart. Why should she? That woman who had embarrassed him publicly, why did she deserve such treatment? His father's warnings were instantly cast aside. Anyway, staying outside was still staying outside. His father only forbade him from causing trouble, not from going out. He would go down to take a look. Right, just a look to see which fool had created such a commotion. This isn't causing trouble, right? Chen Ruiyu glanced at the private room. The adults were engaged in discussions that couldn't be resolved quickly. He extinguished the cigarette, but stood up and adjusted his expensive suit. He turned to the two subordinates who had been silent since earlier and coldly spoke. Let's go take a look. The elevator doors opened. Chen Ruiyu stepped inside, and the small space reflected his gloomy face on the shiny metal walls. Frustrated. A sense of unprecedented frustration spread from his chest to all his limbs. Chen Ruiyu, the sole heir of Tianhong Precision Manufacturing, had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Now even going out of the hotel felt like sneaking out. He didn't even dare to use the main entrance, fearing that his father's informants nearby would see him and get another scolding. Ding. The elevator arrived at the underground parking lot. He didn't take the main road, but followed the staff passage around to the side of the hotel. The more he walked, the more his anger flared. At the entrance of the Thai music restaurant, the street is completely dominated by a dreamy blend of pink and silver. Countless balloons float in the air, forming a massive, swaying heart-shaped arch. The ground is covered with fresh blue roses, their petals adorned with glistening droplets of water, reflecting a mysterious blue hue under the night lights. A huge banner several meters long stretches from one end of the street to the other with glittering letters proclaiming congratulations to Lin Yu on her graduation. Such a spectacle, such a grand event. Even for Chen Ruiyu, a rich second generation who was accustomed to luxury, the scene left him speechless for a long moment. Damn, this is amazing. If one didn't know better, they'd think a top celebrity had descended upon the city with fans, organizing a grand support event. He instinctively glanced around. Many passers-by have stopped pulling out their phones to take countless pictures of the extravagantly ostentatious scene. Among the crowd, a few hired supporters whisper to each other, loudly amplifying the atmosphere. Wow, who is this? Such a grand display. Is he trying to win over a girl? How much must this cost? 999 blue roses. This show of grandeur is impressive. Lin Yu? Which Lin Yu? How can she be so lucky? Jealousy. A wave of intense jealousy surged from the depths of Chen Ruiyu's heart, instantly drowning his rationality. The woman who had embarrassed him and faced his father's wrath. Why? What gave her the right to receive such nearly fanatical adoration? The woman who had embarrassed him and faced his father's wrath. Why? What gave her the right to receive such nearly fanatical adoration? Lin Yu, along with a group of classmates, walked out laughing and joking amidst the tipsiness of alcohol and the sadness of parting. Then everyone was struck dumb. Li Hao's words, "Be careful on the road," got stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. The short-haired girl's eyes widened instantly. In an instant, the previously boisterous crowd fell into complete silence upon witnessing the pink sea before them. Everyone's minds froze. What the hell? Someone in a dazed tone let out a curse. This exclamation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. What is happening? Are they filming a movie? That banner. It says, Lin Yu. All eyes collectively focused on Lin Yu in the center of the crowd. Shock, envy, disbelief. Various complex emotions interwove on each classmate's face. Lin Yu herself was completely stunned. She stood frozen, gazing at the gigantic heart-shaped balloon arch, the sea of blue roses, and the blinding banner. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably from her feet to the top of her head. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Shame. Too much shame. Creating such a scene in front of so many classmates. But beneath the extreme shame, a small, indescribable feeling of vanity and delight sprouted uncontrollably from her heart, like wild grass. Who could resist this? Who did this? Indeed, there were many pursuing her at school, but who had the audacity and means to do something like this? Several names flashed quickly through her mind, only to be dismissed one by one. No, none of them. Those people lacked the courage. Yao. Who did this? It's so romantic. The short-haired girl was the first to react, rushing to grab Lin Yu's arm, excitedly squealing. Oh my, 999 blue roses. I've only seen this in novels. Quick, look over there. It seems like someone is getting ready to set off fireworks. Standing aside, Li Hao's expression was nothing short of spectacular. He glanced at the sea of flowers, then at Lin Yu surrounded by the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions. He thought he had already held Lin Yu in high regard. A mythical professional, a solo 9-star task, a genius that even Tianjin Group sought after but couldn't obtain. But now it seemed he had underestimated her. Someone who could orchestrate such a spectacle was certainly not an ordinary rich second generation. The The financial power, resources, and connections represented by this were beyond the imagination of a typical student like him. The gap. This was a chasm. Amidst the mountain of discussions and inquiries from her classmates, Lin Yu felt as if she was about to be overwhelmed. She instinctively pulled out her phone. At such a moment, the only person she could think of was her brother. Her fingers flew across the screen, sending a nearly incoherent message that was both a plea for help and a boast. "Bro, help me. I'm blocked at the restaurant entrance. So many flowers. So many balloons. The banner is all set up. Several meters long. It's too exaggerated. All my classmates are looking at me. I'm going to die of social embarrassment." After sending a series of exclamation marks, she stealthily snapped a photo and sent it, then added photo. JPG. Look, isn't it exaggerated? After doing all this, she felt her wildly beating heart set. Just as Lin Yu's message filled with exclamation marks was sent out, someone in the crowd whistled loudly. "Oh." Following that, as if it were a signal, a sudden eruption of screams and cheers burst from the onlookers who had previously just been spectating. "Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Lin Yu!" This sudden uproar startled Lin Yu's classmates. Just moments ago, they were merely envious. Now they were utterly shocked. This was no longer just trying to win over a girl. This was a celebrity support event. People tend to follow the crowd, and once the hired supporters got involved, even those merely watching, including some confused classmates, began to join in the cheering. The atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. At the center of this clamor, the crowd parted automatically, creating a flower-paved path leading straight to Lin Yu. A figure approached slowly from the other end of the street. Dressed in a loose yet stylish hoodie, hands in pockets, his steps were casual, yet carried a unique rhythm. He was not the least bit affected by the exaggerated scene, as if all of this existed solely because of him. As he drew closer, the light illuminated his face. Hiss! From the crowd, a sound of gasping arose. Especially among the girls near Lin Yu, their eyes widened in disbelief. So handsome. Truly handsome. Not in the weak way of a pretty boy or the ruggedness of a muscle man, but in a way that was androgynous, carrying a hint of wickedness and charm. His facial features were chiseled with a heroic spirit in his eyes, yet his fair skin softened any aggressive undertones. He walked quietly, doing nothing, yet it was enough to make every girl's heart skip a beat. Compared to the extravagance surrounding him, the impact of his face was evidently more terrifying. Moreover, he looked very young, about the same age as them. Young, handsome, and wealthy. These three words combined represented the most brutal dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary people. Who the heck is this? Is there such a person in our school? I don't know. A transfer student. Or some young master from a big family. Yao, do you know him? The short-haired girl excitedly shook Lin Yu's arm, nearly going crazy. Is he pursuing you? Lin Yu was also bewildered. She could be 100% certain that she absolutely did not know this excessively handsome man in front of her. However, the target of the other party was indeed her. What did he want? A small doubt arose in Lin. Could this be some conspiracy against her? After all, she and her brother had just offended a major capital like Fengxing Technology. But upon reflection, she felt her worries were somewhat excessive. With her brother around, although she couldn't quite explain why Lin Yu gave her such great confidence, just the thought of him made her feel that the sky could fall, and it wouldn't matter. Anyway, he was there to back her up. That inexplicable sense of security made her face this absurd scene with surprisingly little fear, instead giving rise to a hint of absurd curiosity. Amidst the crowd's gaze, the handsome guy finally walked up to Lin Yu. He stopped, and the surrounding noise seemed to hit the mute button at that moment. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with playful amusement, as if possessing some strange magic. Then he slowly spoke. Classmate Lin Yu. As soon as he spoke, his slightly deep magnetic voice stirred a small commotion among the crowd. He paused, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his smile bright and flamboyant. I like you, please go out with me. Boom. Direct. Arrogant. Unreserved. No embellishment, no detours, just the most straightforward, most domineering confession. The crowd erupted after a brief silence. Oh, he confessed. My goodness. So direct. I love it. Agree to him. Agree to him. Agree to him. The cheers, screams, and whistles merged into a massive wave of sound, nearly overturning the sign of time. Lin Yu's classmates were completely numb. Li Hao gaped, unable to close his mouth. He looked at the dazzling man, and then at Lin Yu, who was utterly stunned by this spectacle, feeling nothing but endless bitterness. Is this the world of a legendary genius? Are suitors all of this caliber? Lin Yu stood frozen in place, her brain completely stopped functioning. No, dude. What do you mean by nice to meet you, please go out with me? Is this real? Am I dreaming? I have had dreams like this, but never this specific. Go out. With a man I just met. In such a way. Her cheeks felt hot enough to fry an egg, every cell in her body screaming shame. But ironically, the other party's face was impeccably handsome, and that boldness and directness made it hard to hate him. There's no helping it, being handsome is indeed advantageous. Damn, am I under an illusion? Were those little mushrooms I ate at the table problematic? Am I in the hospital right now being resuscitated? Where's my brother? Brother, save me. She thought it was an illusion yet. She could even feel the complex gazes from the girls around her mixed with jealousy, envy, and a shame-on-you sentiment. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. She was completely stunned. And the instigator of all this, Wang Qingxuan, was enjoying the attention. She looked at Lin Yao's adorable expression, stunned into silence, her cheeks flushed, and her hands and feet at a loss, feeling delighted inside. This is it. Can I deal with you? She was determined to leave the most profound imprint in Lin Yao's heart in the most direct, most reckless, and most unreasonable way. The plan succeeded. Not far from the shadows, Lin Yu leaned against the wall, shaking his head helplessly as he watched this farce unfold. Wang Qingxian really knew how to have fun. However, seeing his sister's expression, although extremely embarrassed, could not hide a hint of joy within her eyes. He let them make a scene. In another corner, Chen Ryu was staring intently at the man surrounded by the crowd. That face which sparked jealousy in him, that arrogance and ease he could never replicate, and the surrounding crowd's frenzied admiration. All of it felt like an invisible file scraping viciously against his already battered self-esteem. More critically, he truly did not dare to do anything, especially since his father had just warned him. A mixed fire of jealousy and resentment surged from his chest to his head. He could no longer maintain his facade of calm. TCH. A slight disdainful scoff escaped, honestly asking himself this small sound couldn't be anything right. But amidst the crowd's momentary silence due to that shocking confession, this noise stood out like a sore thumb. Almost instantly, the handsome guy who had just been smiling brilliantly at Lin Yao paused slightly, and he slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with playful amusement, precisely locking onto Chen Ryu at the edge of the crowd. Lin Yao heard it too. Her classmates around her heard it as well. Everyone's gaze, following the handsome guy's direction, focused on Chen Ryu's face, which had yet to hide its disdain. The atmosphere froze instantly. Chen Ryu's brain buzzed. He didn't expect that such a small sound of his would be caught by the main character. Even less did he expect the other party's reaction to be so quick and direct, without waiting for him to figure out how to respond. I thought it was someone else. A crisp and angry shout like thunder from a clear sky erupted. It was the short-haired girl. She had been startled by the commotion earlier, but upon seeing Chen Ryu's demeanor, her anger instantly overshadowed her astonishment. She pushed aside the person blocking her and directly charged out, pointing her finger at Chen Ryu's nose. Chen Ryu. Aren't you the young master who just flaunted in the private room, threatening our Yao Yao? What? Now that you see our Yao Yao has someone pursuing her, are you feeling unbalanced? The crowd instantly erupted. What the hell is this for real? Who is this guy so impressive? That's him. Chen Ryu from the next class. His family runs a factory, and he was so arrogant in the restaurant earlier. Immediately, some informed classmates started to educate the surrounding onlookers about what had just happened. In an instant, every gaze directed at Chen Ryu changed its flavor. From curiosity to disdain and a sense of entertainment. Maybe we shouldn't say anything first. Lin Yao panicked a little, instinctively reaching out to pull her fearless friend. She wasn't afraid of trouble. It was just that the situation before her had completely exceeded her ability to handle it. On one side was a mysterious suitor who had appeared out of nowhere, strikingly handsome and infuriatingly charming. On the other side was a brazen and arrogant classmate from a wealthy family with whom she had just had a conflict. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if these two sides clashed. However, while she wished to defuse the situation, someone seemed intent on stirring the pot. Wang Qingxuan, or rather, young Master Wang, now was nearly laughing at the scene before her. When someone was dozing off, a pillow would be sent their way. She was troubled that her hero saves the beauty script lacked depth, missing a key antagonist to highlight her radiant image. And here it was delivered right to her doorstep. How professional. Not to mention Wang Qingxian was very familiar with causing trouble and quite enjoyed it. Not only did she not stop it, but she also stepped forward, subtly shielding Lin Yao behind her. This small gesture elicited a chorus of low gasps from the surrounding girls. So full of boyfriend energy. Oh, she remarked, looking at Chen Ryu, whose face was flushed and being pointed at by the crowd with great interest. Is there such a thing? Her voice had a teasing lilt, each word seeming to tickle the sensitive nerves of in front of so many classmates. You dare to teach me a lesson. The phrase "my person" was deliberately emphasized. It was domineering, arrogant, filled with an undeniable possessiveness. Lin Yao behind her felt her cheeks burning, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. What do you mean, my person? This is our first meeting, okay? Yet being protected by such a handsome guy felt, damn it, quite nice. The surrounding uproar grew louder. Wow. Protective husband vibes. Chen Ruiyu has kicked a hard wall this time. Each comment was like a slap striking Chen Ruiyu's face hard. He felt like he was about to explode. His father's warning echoed in his ears, and reason told him he had to leave this place of chaos immediately. However, he couldn't swallow the humiliation of being publicly insulted by some wild kid who had appeared out of nowhere. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours about matters between her and me? Chen Ruiyu gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words through clenched jaws. Wang Qingxian laughed. It was an extremely contemptuous mockery deeply rooted in disdain. You think you're worthy, relying on your family's wealth to bully a girl you call that being a classmate? Or is your upbringing about using your family's name to threaten a girl? Wang Qingxian spoke slowly, but each word pierced through. With every sentence she spoke, Chen Ruiyu's face turned paler. The fact that she could say such things indicated that her influence was not any less than his. Indeed, even he would have to think twice before orchestrating such a scene. At this point, the last shred of hope in his heart shattered. Clearly she had come prepared. What? Chen Ruiyu's voice trembled slightly a quiver. He didn't even notice himself. Wang Qingxian tilted her head, revealing a naive yet cruel expression on her beautiful face. I don't want anything. I just want to tell you one thing. She extended a finger pointing at Chen Ruiyu from a distance. Apologize. To my person immediately right now, kneel and apologize. Boom. Everyone was stunned by this shocking declaration. Kneel and apologize. That was pushing the other's dignity completely underfoot, crushing it to bits. Lin Yu was also taken aback, tugging at Wang Qingxian's sleeve. Don't do this, it's too excessive. However, Wang Qingxian didn't look back. Instead, she grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, giving it a gentle squeeze to reassure her. Then she unleashed all her oppressive aura onto Chen Ruiyu. What's wrong? Unwilling. Chen Ruiyu trembled all over, half from anger, half from fear. Kneel. In all his life, when had Chen Ruiyu ever suffered such humiliation? Don't you dare bully me too much. He shouted hysterically. Bully you? Wang Qingxian scoffed. You think I'd stoop to bullying you? She took a step forward. Chen Ruiyu instinctively took a step back. This detail was seen by everyone around. The disparity was clear. Wang Qingxian's light-hearted remark, you think I'd bully you, completely shattered the last psychological defense in Chen Ruiyu. He was afraid. Truly afraid. The handsome man before him emanated a powerful aura. That innate arrogance, seeing everything as beneath him, was something a rich second generation like him could never emulate. This was a true big shot. The kind that required one to look up to and use all means to befriend, as described by his father. And here he was just a moment ago still trying to act tough in front of him. Foolish. Too foolish. Chen Ruiyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. The surrounding whispers and laughter pierced his eardrums, stabbing at his self-esteem. Kneel and apologize. The voice of the man rang out again, calm, yet still carrying an unassailable authority. Chen Ruiyu's knees weakened. He knew that if he didn't kneel today, the outcome would be 100 times more tragic than kneeling. His father's warning, the family's honor. At this moment, all were crushed by the instinct for survival. He closed his eyes with humiliating tears mingling with cold sweat streaming down. Just as his knees were about to touch the cold ground, a hand, an old yet steady hand, gently rested on his shoulder. A wave of calm, yet firm strength came halting his descending body. Chen Ruiyu was taken aback, opening his eyes in confusion. An elderly man dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, not tall, but standing upright, had appeared behind him. The old man looked to be in his 50s, his hair grizzled, his face marked by the traces of time, yet his eyes were sharp like a hawk. He simply stood there quietly, exuding a weighty presence that instantly suppressed the surrounding noise and chaos. Uncle Fu. Chen Ruiyu instinctively called out, his voice trembling with relief and a hint of reliance. This was his father's most trusted bodyguard, Chen Fu. A veteran rumored to have retired from the war zone. His strength was unfathomable, holding an extraordinary status in the Chen family. Even his own father treated him with utmost respect. How could he be here? The murmurs among the crowd subsided. Everyone felt the sudden presence of the old man and the extraordinary aura he exuded. He was no ordinary person. Chen Fu paid no heed to Chen Ruiyu. His keen eyes swept past the crowd and settled on Wang Qingxian. He examined her closely. From that almost excessively handsome face to the expensive designer clothes to the ostentatious sea of flowers and balloons behind her. At last his gaze lingered on the smiling eyes of Wang Qingxian. Young master. Chen Fu spoke. His voice was hoarse, yet full of force, each word clear to every ear present. My young master is thoughtless. If he offended you and your people, it is his fault. I am here to apologize on his behalf to Miss Lin Yu. With that, he actually inclined his body slightly toward Lin Yu. The gesture astonished everyone. Even Lin Yu flinched and instinctively took a half step back. Li Hao and the other classmates watched in alarm. This old man looked far from harmless, yet he humbled himself so completely, seizing the initiative and playing the role to the hilt. Too practiced. Chen Fu straightened and continued, but forcing one to kneel is excessive. Our Chen family in Linzhou has its standing and reputation. With so many people present today, if he were made to kneel, it would be more than one person's shame. I beg the young master to show mercy and spare the Chen family this embarrassment. Let us drop the matter, shall we? He spoke without servility or arrogance, polite and measured. He admitted fault, apologized, and at the same time hinted at his background and his limits. Soft yet firm, airtight. Many present nodded, inwardly feeling this was the most graceful way down. It is better to show mercy where one can. Their elder had come forward to apologize. To press the point further would seem overly aggressive and lose decorum. All eyes turned to Wang Qingxuan, awaiting her decision. Yet she laughed as if hearing the most absurd jest, laughing until she bent backward. Face. She barely stifled her laughter and looked at Chen Fu as if he were a fool. The Chen family. So impressive. How much is your face worth? The crowd erupted again. No one expected this handsome man to be so fierce. Even after the other side invoked their family and offered an escape, she still would not relent. A fissure finally appeared on Chen Fu's usually impassive face. He narrowed his eyes. Young master, leave some room, so we may meet again. Oh. Wang Qingxian lifted an eyebrow. Rather than retreating, she only grew more extreme. She stepped forward and closed the gap to Chen Fu, speaking in a tone meant for only the two of them. Today, I simply do not intend to let him off easily. What will you do about it? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. The aura around Chen Fu turned sharp and severe in an instant. The air seemed to chill several degrees. He stared at Wang Qingxian and enunciated each word slowly. It seems the young master insists on making an enemy of the Chen family. An enemy? Wang Qingxian snorted, her voice small, but dripping with contempt. You? Worthy? Then she raised her voice and barked at the already terrified Chen Ruiyu. He'll count to 3. 3. 2. The cold numbers fell like a death charm. Chen Ruiyu trembled like grain in a sieve. He looked at Fu Bo in front of him, then at the defiantly proud man, his mind a blank. Fu Bo? I. Chen Ruiyu could not form a thought. His knees lost all strength, and his body sagged downward uncontrollably. Humiliation, fear, unwillingness. All those emotions dissolved into a numb resignation. Just as his knees were about to meet the ground, a voice thundered, "Members of the Chen family, do not kneel." The shout, like thunder ripping from flat earth, pierced every ear. It was not mere volume. It carried an iron-blooded martial force, a psychic impact. The jeering, the onlookers, the screams, all were instantly suppressed. For a moment the world seemed to shrink to those reverberating 7 words. Chen Ruiyu, about to collapse, froze. His descent was abruptly halted. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. His muddled mind cleared in an instant. He looked up in bewilderment at Fu Bo before him. Chen Fu's weathered face bore not a trace of humility now. He stood like an immovable mountain. A stern, iron-like aura erupted, dispelling every ounce of the pressure Wang Qingxian had manufactured. Fu Bo. Chen Ruiyu's voice quavered with tears. Chen Fu did not look at him. His sharp eyes were fixed on Wang Qingxuan, and an icy chill began to spread. Perhaps this young man's background truly reached the heavens. To pull off such a spectacle, and to hold himself above the Chen family, those behind him must be among Lin's elite. But, here today, pedigree is not omnipotent. There are many occasions in this world when backing does not. Chen Fu's mind was as clear as a mirror. No matter who was right or wrong today, Chen Ruiyu must not kneel. He did not represent himself, but Tianhong Precision Manufacturing and the Chen family's honor. If that face were lost, how could the Chen family continue to hold ground in Linzhou? As for the young master's indiscretion, his father would discipline him at home. But now, as a man of service who must clean up the young master's mess, he had to make it spotless. Chen Fu was no insignificant nobody. If the Chen family had not saved his life, and if there were not ancestral ties, would he have stooped to be a bodyguard? Since the young man across offers no face, Chen Fu need no longer be courteous. It would also be a lesson for that insolent second-generation scion. Let him learn that some people, though you can provoke them, you cannot afford to. Teach him to remember. These thoughts flashed through Chen Fu's mind. His once slightly stooped posture straightened slowly. A fierce, violent aura, utterly at odds with his aged exterior, roared upward. The surrounding students and passers-by were driven back, their faces drained of color. Terrifying. What on earth was this old man? Young master. Chun Fu spoke again, the address unchanged but the meaning wholly different. Do not burn your bridges. It was the final warning. Wang Qingxian looked at him, and the playful smile on her face only grew. She dared to provoke and feared nothing. This was not the black market after all. Besides, even in that black market incident was there not a boss present? Hearing this, the young master's expression only became more provocative. She only wanted Chun Ruiyu to kneel and apologize. Was that so difficult?